Han Feng, a man sentenced to 1,000 years in prison for being too handsome, woke up and found himself teleported to a strange island, 10086 survival zone. On this isolated island surrounded by endless sea, in this world, everyone will awaken a unique talent, which may be strong or weak, all depending on luck. However, Han Feng did not awaken the common combat or manipulation abilities like others, but instead gained a very special talent. He could hear the voices of objects. This ability seemed useless at first glance, but on this mysterious island, it was his special talent that allowed him to stand out in many difficult situations. The environment on the island is harsh, resources are limited, and every survivor faces a life or death decision. Han Feng uses his talent to communicate with the plants, stones, seeds, and pools on the island to understand their characteristics, find water and food, and avoid building shelters in dangerous places. Slowly, Han Feng realizes that this talent is actually the key to his survival on this deserted island. Han Feng looked toward the small pond. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. "Don't look at it, I am very pure, and it contains many kinds of minerals which fully meets the drinking standards. However, my daily output is limited, and I can only produce 10 bottles of mineral water at most." Very good. Han Feng's mouth involuntarily lifted up, revealing a happy smile. Although the output of 10 bottles of mineral water is not much, it can fully meet daily needs. Then, Chu Feng took out the blueprint for the thatched house, selected a suitable location, and placed it on the ground. In an instant, a ray of light bloomed. The next moment, a thatched house with a height of 3 meters, a length of 5 meters, and a width of 2.5 meters quietly emerged. The thatched house looked very simple, with a roof, walls, window frames, and even the door made entirely of thatch. Han Feng looked around and then walked in. The thatched house was empty except for the small pond. It could be said that it was bare. At this moment, the voice of the thatched house sounded in my mind. "Although my house is a bit shabby, it is not useless. At least it can shelter you from the wind and rain. Moreover, I can be upgraded. As long as you provide me with more thatch, I can become stronger and can also make thatch mats, thatch beds, thatch tables, and other items. You can't underestimate me." An idea flashed through Han Feng's mind. There was nothing in the thatched house, so where should he sleep at night? He couldn't lie on the ground, could he? The best way was to make a thatched bed. At worst, you can make do with a thatch mat. But before that, you still have to install the wooden fence and plant the seeds. So, Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut, took out the construction drawings of the wooden fence, and placed them on the ground. Suddenly, a silver light shone on the ground, and then a wooden fence about 1 meter high rose from the ground and circled around the thatched hut. With the completion of the wooden fence, the shelter has taken shape. Han Feng walked to the wooden fence, took a closer look, and then reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. "Have you touched enough? Don't you know I have mysophobia?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and then something in his mind moved. It seemed that it was this wooden fence that was speaking. A wooden fence actually has mysophobia? "Take your dirty hands away quickly and stop disgusting me." The voice of the wooden fence sounded again, with a hint of disgust and anger. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and then he put his hands on the wooden fence and began to rub it. The wooden fence cried out sadly, "I'm not clean anymore. I want to destroy me. Be low-key in front of me in the future, otherwise I will kill you." Han Feng snorted coldly, walked to an open space, took out an engineer's shovel, and started digging a hole. Soon, 10 bowl-sized earth pits appeared in front of them, with each pit 20 centimeters apart, very regularly spaced. Han Feng had never done farm work before, and he didn't know the depth of the pit. After thinking for a while, he took out the bag of unknown seeds. Wow, this kid actually learned how to dig a pit. We can finally rest in peace. Why are you so excited? Look at the hole he dug. It's 30 centimeters deep. Is he planning to bury us alive? That's right. 5 centimeters is enough. But this guy dug so deep. He really has no place to use his energy. It's obvious that this guy has never done farm work. He's lucky to be able to dig a hole. Don't have too high expectations. Han Feng heard these discussions, clenched his chin, and pondered for a while, then grabbed a shovel and filled the pits one by one. Soon, the depth of the 10 pits was adjusted to 5 centimeters. What's wrong with this kid? I seriously doubt that he can hear our conversation now. That's impossible. I've said it before, only God has this ability. Han Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and he narrowed his eyes and stared at the 10 seeds. I am God. The 10 seed. Oh my God. He can really understand our conversation. Is he really a god? Bullshit. He's just a charlatan at best. You're right. This guy is only level 1. How can there be such a weak god in the world? 10 seeds expressed their opinions one after another. Han Feng coughed lightly. Everyone, that's enough. I'll send you into the pit first. It won't be too late to discuss later. Wait a minute. You haven't watered it yet. Without water, how can we take root and sprout? A seed yelled. Han Feng rubbed his nose. How much water does a soil pit need? It's about 1/3 of a bottle of mineral water. Another seed reminded. So much. Han Feng need. One earth pit is equivalent to 1/3 of a bottle of mineral water, and 10 earth pits are equivalent to more than 3 bottles of mineral water, which is already a considerable expense. We'll only drink this once. Don't be so stingy. After watering, we will sprout tomorrow morning. The faster we mature, the earlier you can harvest. You should be able to figure this out. We are worth your investment. Don't hesitate. Okay. Han Feng nodded, opened his backpack, and took out 3 bottles of mineral water. He licked his slightly dry lips and muttered, I haven't even had a sip of water yet, but I'm letting you drink first. If you can't give me some surprises tomorrow, I'll kill you one by one. Don't worry, I won't let you down. You're a grown man. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. I'm dying of thirst. Hurry up. Han Feng gritted his teeth, opened the cap of the mineral water bottle, and watered one pit after another. Soon, the 3 bottles of mineral water were used up, and a total of 9 pits were watered, and 1 pit was dry. Han Feng grabbed an empty bottle, went into the thatch hut and filled it with water, then returned to the original place and drank it up. Gulp, gulp. In just a few gulps, he had finished 2/3 of the bottle of water. Great. Han Feng wiped his mouth and laughed. Human, you drink water recklessly in front of us. Have you ever considered our feelings? Too much. Do you still have humanity? The seeds began to complain. Here we go. Han Feng chuckled and poured the remaining pure water into the 10th pit. Then, he placed 10 seeds into the 10 pits respectively. After doing all this, he began to backfill the soil. Soon, all 10 pits were covered with soil. Then the seeds started to laugh and chat. It feels so good. I feel like I'm back in my mother's arms. Brothers, absorb nutrients quickly and grow strong. Grow, 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 grow. Grow slowly, don't waste time. Han Feng stopped and listened for a while, then walked out with a shovel in his hand. The shelter has been built and the seeds have been planted. The next step is to collect thatch. After leaving the shelter, Han Feng headed straight to the east side of the island. When he was exploring the island before, he found a large patch of thatched grass in the east. The grass was very lush, with each plant reaching 2 meters in height. If you can collect all the straw, you can make tables, chairs, beds, and the like, and the thatched house will become more sturdy. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt full of energy and sped up abruptly. But just as he was about to reach the thatched grass, he suddenly found 2 beetles next to a big rock. The 2 beetles are black all over and covered with a hard shell. The surface of the shell glows faintly, as if it were carved from obsidian. They're not big, only a few centimeters long, but they give people a sense of solidity and stability. The head is relatively small and conical, with 2 bulging eyes on it. At this moment, the 2 bugs were gathering together, one in front and one in the back. What kind of bugs are these? Han Feng looked at them with interest. He had never seen this kind of insect before, and he immediately became interested. Honey, there's a human spying on us. What a bad luck. Honey, let's go somewhere else. Don't worry about him. Let him watch if he wants to. Just pretend he doesn't exist. But he's so big, hundreds of times bigger than us. And his eyes clearly have bad intentions. What if he wants to kill us? Don't be afraid. In this season, my body will produce a deadly toxin. Once bitten by me, not to mention a weak human, even a gorilla will die. Wow, you are so awesome, husband. I will let you see my true strength later. The 2 beetles exchanged. Hearing that the other party had a deadly poison in his body, Han Feng was shocked and quickly retreated a few steps. Honey, the human is gone. I've said it before, this guy looks mighty, but he's actually weak inside. Just a little karami. I'm afraid he's already been intimidated by my domineering aura. My dear, you are awesome. Ha ha. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly stopped and his face gradually darkened. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Little karami? Was he so unbearable in the eyes of the male beetle? This is intolerable. Han Feng suddenly grabbed a big stone from the ground and strode back to where he was. Honey, it's bad. The human is back again. The female beetle was panicked. Damn it. How dare you come back to disturb my fun? I'll poison him to death later. The male beetle muttered viciously. You don't stand a chance. Han Feng snorted coldly, holding a big stone and smashing it hard at the two beetles. The two beetles did not expect Chu Feng to suddenly attack them. They were caught off guard and had no time to dodge. They watched helplessly as a huge black shadow enveloped them. Bang! The big rock hit the two beetles accurately. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the two beetles were smashed into two pools of meat, deader than dead. On this island, I am the boss. I will kill anyone who goes against me. Han Feng snorted, his eyes falling on the male beetle's corpse. This thing is highly poisonous. Even if there's only one corpse left, it should be able to be used. However, it is not easy to take the body of the male beetle away. It is easy to get poisoned if you take it directly with your hands. What should I do? Han Feng thought for a while, and suddenly moved his eyes to a small tree next to him and quickly broke off two branches. Xiao Shu, it hurts so much. I didn't provoke you. Why the hell did you hurt me? Shut up, Han Feng shouted and said coldly. I am the owner of this island. Everything here belongs to me, including you. What's the big deal if I break two branches of yours? If you piss me off, I'll dig you up by the roots. The little tree was so frightened that it was silent. Han Feng glanced at the little tree, then pulled off a leaf. You pull my hair, you're going too far. The little tree cried out in pain. Han Feng said nothing, but waved the engineer's shovel in front of the little tree. The little tree was immediately frightened by Han Feng's power and dared not say a word. What a jerk! Han Feng snorted, then used two branches as chopsticks to clamp the male beetle's body on the leaves. He then wrapped it tightly with leaves and put it in his pocket. After doing all this, he headed straight for the thatched grass not far away. As he approached the thatched grass, he suddenly heard a shout coming from inside. Brothers, someone is coming to harvest us. Really? That's great. I've been waiting for 100,000 years, and finally this day has come. Come and cut me. Cut me first. My two long legs are long, straight, and white, and my figure's good. I'm definitely the type you like. You little slut, what are you talking about? You are a grass, not a person. Know your place. You are really embarrassing for our thatched tribe. Being in the same tribe as you is the greatest shame of my life. What do you care? Humph. Han Feng was a little puzzled. He came here to harvest these thatches. Once they were harvested, wouldn't they die? Then why did they ask him to harvest them? Seeing that Han Feng was slow to act, the thatches became restless. Hurry up and cut it. There are so many excellent thatches in front of you. Aren't you tempted at all? What are you standing there for? Swing your sickle like crazy, young man. Are you blind? That guy was holding a shovel, not a sickle. Don't pay attention to those details. Han Feng came to his senses, stopped thinking about it, and swung the engineer shovel wildly. Crack, crack, crack. After more than a dozen consecutive clicks, a large patch of thatch fell down in front of him, roughly estimated to be more than 100 pieces. Han Feng collected the thatch and tied it up. Just as he was about to continue chopping, the engineer's shovel suddenly said, That's enough. I'm a shovel. I'm used to dig holes, not to cut grass. Can you respect me a little? What respect do you want with a shovel? Han Feng said disdainfully, and swung the engineer's shovel to chop at the thatch again. With a snap, 7 or 8 thatches broke and fell to the ground. Human, be careful. The locusts are coming. At this moment, the voice of the thatched grass sounded in his mind. Han Feng was slightly startled and looked at the grass. The originally calm, thatched grass suddenly began to shake, and a rustling sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of large locusts emerged from the grass. These locusts are very large. Each one is 10 centimeters long, and their bodies are green or yellow-brown. They gather together densely, like a surging green ocean, giving people a very scary feeling. Brothers, this human is destroying our home. Can you tolerate it? No. What should we do if we can't tolerate it? Kill him. Yes, kill him. In an instant, all the locusts set their sights on Han Feng, their eyes filled with ferocity. You little karamis want to deal with me? Do you have the strength to do so? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and showed a contemptuous smile. Brothers, this human is too arrogant. Let's go together and kill him. Whoever destroys my home must die. Charge! Accompanied by a whistling sound, hundreds of locusts rushed towards Han Feng like raindrops. Han Feng swung the engineer's shovel and hit it hard. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of explosions, 7 or 8 locusts were slapped away by the shovel and fell to the ground, motionless, and no one knew whether they were dead or fainted. Ha! Han Feng laughed wildly and swung the engineer's shovel again, slapping more than a dozen locusts to the ground. Just as Han Feng was about to launch another attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Han Feng frowned and looked down, only to see a large locust lying on the instep of his foot, opening its jaws and biting his calf. With a swish sound, the pants were torn open, and the skin was also bitten open, and bright red blood gushed out, staining the trouser legs red in an instant. Suddenly, a strong, tingling sensation surged into his heart. Fuck! Han Feng was shocked and angry. He never expected that a small locust would have such a terrifying bite force. If he continued to let it do whatever it wanted, the consequences could be imagined. Get lost! Han Feng stamped his feet hard, sending the locust flying. He was planning to execute on the spot, but he didn't expect another locust to suddenly jump onto his crotch. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's eyelids twitched violently. If Xiaojiji was bitten, the consequences would be disastrous. Han Feng grabbed the locust without hesitation. At the same time, a large locust bit his finger, leaving a 1 centimeter-long wound. Han Feng took a breath, endured the severe pain, and threw the locust to the ground. Before he could kill him, other giant locusts rushed over. In view of the terrifying bite force of the giant locusts, Han Feng decisively turned around and ran. A good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. Temporarily avoid their sharp edge. The locusts did not give up and continued to chase after him. They chased him for more than 20 meters and only stopped when they saw that they could not catch up with Han Feng. Brothers, we won. We've finally driven that damn human away. As long as we're united, we won't be afraid of any opponent. The locust army returned to the thatched grass in a victorious manner. That was a close call. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief, a look of lingering fear flashing across his face. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise if he was surrounded by locusts, even if he didn't die, he would have to shed his skin, which would be tragic. After waiting for a while, Han Feng stood there and observed silently. His goal was to harvest the thatch, but he obviously couldn't leave without getting the thatch. After waiting for a while, when all the locusts had returned to the thatched grass, Han Feng quietly moved forward. As soon as he got close to the thatched grass, he was discovered by a locust sentinel. Brothers, it's bad. That damn human is back again. Chapter 6. I broke a small tree with my fart, and that's all you can say about my strength in the dense grass. A deafening roar suddenly came. He dares to come? Brothers, we must not let him go. Show him some color. Let him have a taste of our power. These angry voices seemed to tear apart the silent forest. Then, hundreds of large locusts swooped out from the thatched grass. Their wings flashed coldly like sharp blades, and they swarmed towards Han Feng's location with a clear goal. Han Feng saw a large group of locusts chasing him frantically, and his heart tightened instantly. He knew that he could not hesitate any longer. The straw in his hand was waved in his hand. He ran as fast as he could. It seemed that there was fire burning under his feet. His speed was so fast that he could hardly see his shadow. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would bring up a cloud of dust, and smoke began to rise from under his feet. The locusts followed him closely like an unstoppable torrent. Although Han Feng tried his best, there were too many locusts and he was ultimately unable to escape their pursuit. Just when he was about to despair, the locusts suddenly stopped, as if realizing that they could not catch up with Han Feng, and turned away in dismay. Han Feng panted and stood there, his eyes fixed on the direction of the thatched grass, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was the only ruler of the island. How could he tolerate these locusts daring to challenge his majesty? However, he knew that now was not the time to fight back. There were too many locusts, and it was impossible for him to win alone. He needed a more careful plan to defeat these uninvited guests. So Han Feng decided to return to the shelter temporarily. When Han Feng returned to the shelter, as soon as he entered the door, the thatched house began to shout excitedly, "Human, give me the thatch." Han Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at the thatched house, and sneered. "I risked my life to bring these thatches back. I can give them to you, but you have to promise me not to waste them. Make me a thatched carpet first." The thatched house agreed immediately. No problem. Han Feng couldn't help laughing, thinking that the thatched house was so eloquent. What an interesting existence. "How can I give it to you?" Han Feng asked, feeling a little confused. The thatched house quickly replied, just put the straw in my mouth. This made Han Feng stunned for a moment. Where does the thatched house have a mouth? As soon as the words fell, cracks appeared on the wall of the thatched house. The cracks were like a mouth and began to open. I opened my mouth. Give me the straw, quickly. The voice of the thatched house came again. Han Feng was stunned, and a feeling of surprise surged in his heart. He didn't expect that this thatched house could be operated like this. Although he was a little confused, he still stuffed the thatch into the crack as required. In an instant, the thatch disappeared without a trace, as if it was swallowed by the thatched house. Han Feng was a little stunned, staring at the scene in amazement. He asked tentatively, when can you make the carpet? Thatch House pondered for a moment before answering. I am now in the lowest form, with weak production capacity. It will take about 4 hours to make a carpet. Hearing this answer, Han Feng hesitated. How much thatch do you need if you continue to level up? Han Feng continued to ask. Thatch House said without hesitation. Another 100 bundles of thatch will be enough. Han Feng was shocked when he heard it. This is really a huge task. 100 bundles of thatch is not a small number. Moreover, he still has to face the threat of the locusts. If they wanted to collect the grass, they had to clear out the nearby locust guards, and the number of locusts was too large. Han Feng knew that this matter could not be rushed and required a careful plan. Just when he was about to take a break, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in the wounds on his fingers and calves. He looked down and saw that the wounds had not healed, but were still bleeding slowly. Although the bleeding was not much, it was not a solution if it continued, and he had to stop the bleeding quickly. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of his awakened healing talent. It shouldn't be difficult to heal these minor wounds, right? But the question is, how should this talent be used? Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately opened the game panel and entered the survivors' regional channel. He hoped to find some answers by communicating with other survivors. 10086 Survival Channel, 3999, 4,000 people. Su Damao started complaining as soon as he came up. Brothers, why were you all arrested here? I just spit on the ground, and I was sentenced to 2,000 years. Isn't it unfair? Wu Dahai was not willing to be outdone. What's this? I'm the one who's feeling wronged. Su Damao asked doubtfully. What's wrong with you? Wu Dahai was silent for a moment, then a helpless smile appeared on his face. A certain part of me is too big, and as a result, God sentenced me to 1,000 years in prison. It's so unfair. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Sheng immediately asked, which place? Wu Dahai could only answer awkwardly. We are all men, you know. Everyone. Yang Shuyang couldn't help but teased. Can you be more low-key? Wu Dahai seemed a little helpless. I'm already very low-key. Changing the topic, Mamanoji Kana asked for help in the channel. This island is too scary. Even ants will attack people. I'm so scared. Who can come to protect me? Peng Yu joked. Island girls here too? Wu Dahai said mischievously. Teacher Taozi, I haven't seen your new work for a long time. I miss it so much. Mamanoji Kana was obviously unhappy. We have traveled through time. Can we talk about business? Chun Chong responded. Although I want to protect you, I am unable to do so. You should just wish yourself the best. Mamanoji Kana seemed a little disappointed. Wow, is there really no one to protect me? I will give him special services. Zhang Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. What special services? Mamanoji Kana smiled, you know. Li Qingguang disagreed. There are 4 survivors on each island. Why can't we ask them for help? The 3 of them are women. They are powerless. What should we do? Mamanoji Kana said helplessly. Then, everyone started discussing their talents. Wu Dahai said proudly, I have awakened the earth control skill, which allows me to use the earth to create traps and spikes. Others expressed envy. Zhang Sheng said excitedly, I have awakened the ability to transform. After turning into a gorilla, my strength, agility, and defense will be doubled. Yang Shuyang said proudly, I have awakened the air bomb. Everyone was stunned. Li Qingguang asked doubtfully, air bomb? Isn't that a bomb? Yang Shuyang seemed a little proud. It's not a bomb. It's the cyclone formed when I fart, which can break a small tree. Everyone. Chapter 7 Captain Selection. After listening to Yang Shuyang's explanation, Chun Chong couldn't help but laugh and said, if a fart can break a small tree, if it hits a person, wouldn't it send the person directly to the sky? That's amazing. Zhang Sheng also said, this talent is indeed much stronger than mine. If I could have such a strong talent, it would save a lot of trouble. Li Qingguang was a little envious. If I had such a great talent, my life would definitely be different. Yang Shuliang looked helpless. This talent is indeed very strong, but it also has many disadvantages. If I fart, my pants will be blown to pieces. Now my butt is exposed. After hearing this, everyone was silent for a while and couldn't help laughing. Sudamao suddenly spoke up and said with a smile, I'll give you an idea. Next time before you fart, take off your pants. Yang Shuliang was stunned when he heard it, and then responded reluctantly, This is a good idea, but it's a bit embarrassing. Su Damao continued, That's better than having your pants blown to pieces and exposing your butt. Yang Shuliang nodded, You're right. Just as everyone was in a relaxed atmosphere, Han Feng suddenly spoke up. I have a question. How can I release my talent? Su Lin glanced at Han Feng, a little surprised. Don't you know? Han Feng smiled bitterly. I really don't know. Su Lin pondered for a moment and said, There are many guides in the World Channel, including one that teaches how to use talents. Han Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I'll go check it out later. Wu Dahai smiled when he heard this. Don't bother. I'll tell you. In fact, using talents is very simple. You just need to control it with your mind. But please note that using talents will consume mental power. The stronger the talent, the more mental power it consumes. If the mental power is used up, you can no longer use the talent. Han Feng took a deep breath. I understand. Thank you. Han Feng turned off the game panel, turned his eyes to the wound on his hand, and tried to concentrate with his mind. He saw a beam of milky white light slowly overflowing from his wound, warm and cool, feeling very comfortable. At this moment, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the wound was completely closed without leaving any trace. Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's amazing. Then, he treated the wound on his calf again, and it healed quickly as well. Although the treatment process consumed some mental energy, the effect was significant, and the wound disappeared without a trace. After doing all this, Han Feng opened his attribute panel to check his mental power consumption. Attribute de panel, survivor, Han Feng. Area 10086. Level 1. Experience, 17,100. Constitution. Strength, 8. Agility, 10. Defense, 5. Mental power, 11 to 4. Automatically recovering. 1 point of mental power is recovered every hour. Talent, healing. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his mental power had decreased by 4 points. Fortunately, the consumption is still within an acceptable range. Moreover, mental power recovers 1 point per hour. It seems that the use of this talent will not cause him too much trouble. When he was about to close the attribute panel, he suddenly found that his experience value increased by 17 points. He was stunned. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Why did my experience increase? He thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that he had defeated 2 beetles and a dozen locusts before, a total of almost 17. Could it be that he could get 1 experience point for each enemy killed? In this case, if I kill another 83 locusts, won't I be able to reach level 2? Han Feng was a little excited. Although the number of locusts in front of him was huge, if he could gain more experience, his strength would be further improved. But soon, he calmed down and decided to give up this idea for the time being. With his current ability, he might have to pay a heavy price to face a large number of locusts. Now, he should accumulate enough food first, and then consider how to deal with these threats. Han Feng ate a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water to regain some strength. After eating, he walked out of the shelter to find more food. As soon as he opened the fence door, the voice of the wooden fence suddenly rang in his mind. Human, you can't be partial to one. Han Feng was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Muslin said dissatisfiedly. You only deliver straw to the thatched house. Why don't you also give me some wood? Han Feng frowned. What do you want the wood for? Mu Xiaolan replied as a matter of course. Of course it's for upgrading. Han Feng's heart moved. Can you upgrade too? Mu Xiaolan said confidently. If the thatched house can be upgraded, of course I can too. Han Feng smiled. Then just beg me. Mu Xiaolan was stunned and said angrily. We are a team now. I can protect you better after I upgrade. Why do you still ask me to beg you? Is that what you think? Han Feng thought about it and felt that what Mu Xiaolan said made sense. So he nodded. Okay, I can help you get the wood, but the problem is I don't have an axe. How can I chop down a tree? Muslin suddenly became excited. Don't you have a shovel? Can't you use it to cut trees? It just takes more time. The engineer's shovel said coldly. I'm used to dig holes, not to cut trees. Can you respect me? Have you considered my feelings? The wooden fence was blunt. You should have a bigger vision and stop fussing over these little things. The engineer's shovel responded angrily. You have a big vision? Then go chop down the tree yourself. The wooden fence sneered. I specialize in protecting my homeland. Chopping down trees is not within my job scope. The engineer, shovel, gritted his teeth and said, Why don't you go chop down the tree? Feng coughed lightly, breaking up their argument. Okay, we are all a team. Don't let a little thing ruin the harmony. Be more generous. Seeing Feng speak, Mu Zhaolan calmed down a little. For your sake, I won't bother with Xiao Chanzi. The engineer's shovel was indignant. You two are really... Feng shook his head, smiled, said nothing more, and walked straight to the beach. The beach is a dangerous place where you can die at any time. But compared to other places, the food here is more abundant, so he decided to try his luck. After walking a few steps, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Feng. Feng stopped and turned around to see Yu Lingshan running towards him. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with yellow curly hair, jumping around, looking very playful and cute. What do you want to talk to me about? Feng asked with a smile. Yu Lingshan replied with a smile. Sister Zhao asked you to attend a meeting. Feng shook his head. Not interested. Yu Lingshan shrugged and said with a smile. In addition to discussing resource allocation, this meeting will also elect a team leader. Feng's mind moved. Choose the captain? This is interesting. As long as he becomes the captain, he will have the right to allocate resources and get more benefits. We must fight for this captain. Okay, I'll go with you. Feng agreed. Yu Lingshan smiled happily and walked in one direction with Feng. 5 minutes later, they came to a big tree, which was the shelter of Yu Lingshan and the other two people. Chapter 8. You should be handsome, but nothing else. When Zhao Yunxi saw Feng coming in, a warm smile spread across her face. Feng, you're here. Her smile was like a spring breeze, so warm that Feng couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and ripples surged in his heart. However, Lu Chushuang snorted softly, raised her eyebrows, and said, You look squinting. What are you looking at? Feng came back to his senses, realized his gaffe just now, and immediately showed an awkward smile. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Let's start the meeting quickly. Zhao Yunxi nodded and said calmly. The theme of this meeting is to elect a captain. The four of us form a small team, and since it is a team, we need someone to unify the command and arrangements. Only in this way can we develop and survive better. Otherwise, it is easy to fall into chaos. Do you have any opinions on my proposal? No. Yu Lingshan answered without hesitation. Me neither. Lu Chushuang's voice was cold, just like her usual attitude. Zhao Yunxi turned her gaze to Feng, waiting for his response. Feng, what about you? Feng thought for a moment and smiled slightly. It is indeed necessary to select a captain, but the question is how to elect him? Zhao Yunxi raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly, Adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, we can use democratic voting. Everyone can nominate a candidate and explain their reasons, and finally decide the captain through voting. Hearing this, Feng frowned slightly. The voting method seemed democratic, but it was obviously unfair. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were a close team, so they would definitely vote for one of them. He was just a soy sauce, and there was no way he could be elected as the captain. Feng, what do you think? Zhao Yunxi stared at Feng, her eyes deep, as if she could see through his thoughts. Feng chuckled and said lightly, I don't think this method is appropriate. Zhao Yunxi was slightly stunned. Then what do you suggest? Feng cleared his throat and said seriously, We have now traveled to a survival island. There will definitely be many dangers ahead. This requires a leader who is responsible, capable, and wise. Forget about voting. It is totally unsuitable for this environment. If we don't vote, how do we choose the captain? Yu Lingshan couldn't help asking. Feng raised a confident smile and said, Didn't I just say that? We need someone who is responsible and capable to lead us. Among the four of us, I'm the only man. Do we still need to choose? As soon as the voice fell, Yu Lingshan and the other three finally understood. It turned out that Feng wanted to be the captain, and he didn't want to be the captain directly through voting. Are you worthy? Lu Chushuang sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Feng's eyes darkened, and he responded directly. Why am I not worthy? Lu Chushuang raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said coldly, Didn't you say that only the strongest person is suitable to be the captain? Do you think you are better than the three of us? Need I say that? I'm a man. How can I be inferior to you three women? Han Feng said confidently, not taking Lu Chushuang's words to heart. Lu Chushuang laughed and said provocatively, "You are a man, but in terms of strength, you may be the last among the four. Don't show off here." Han Feng's eyes flashed with anger, and he clenched his fists. Who are you looking down on? He was 1.8 meters tall and powerful. How could he be outdone by 3 women? Han Feng, Lu Chushuang is right. In terms of combat effectiveness, you may not be as good as us. Yu Lingshan suddenly interrupted with a helpless tone. Han Feng was stunned and turned to look at her. Who gave you the confidence? Zhao Yunxi raised her eyebrows slightly and said calmly, "The strength of your strength depends more on your talent than your own attributes." Han Feng, what is your talent? Treatment. Han Feng answered without hesitation. Lu Chushuang chuckled, her voice full of sarcasm. So you're a nurse. Can you speak? I'm a doctor. Han Feng responded angrily. Lu Chushuang said disdainfully, whether you are a doctor or a nurse, your talent is far inferior to ours. You'd better withdraw from this captain election. Zhao Yunxi smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing on the corner of her mouth. Look at your talent. You should consider recognizing your own position. Han Feng frowned slightly. What are your talents? Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered and she smiled. How about we show them to Han Feng? Lu Chushuang raised a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. It's good to show him. It will help him recognize his position. I'll go first, Yu Lingshan said excitedly, jumping to a big rock. Han Feng looked at Yu Lingshan with a puzzled look in his eyes. What do you mean? Yu Lingshan did not answer, but quickly stretched out her hands, grabbed both sides of the rock, and prepared to try to move it. This stone is only over 200 kilograms. Yu Lingshan, can you move it? Han Feng muttered in his heart, obviously not quite believing it. However, the next second, Yu Lingshan easily grabbed the stone and lifted it up. Then, she effortlessly lifted the heavy stone to the top of her head and threw it out. Fuck! Han Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, the stone hit the ground hard, making a loud noise. Yu Lingshan clapped her hands and walked to Han Feng with a smile. How about it? Han Feng, my strength is not bad, right? Very strong, Han Feng exclaimed, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. Then what is your talent? Great strength. Yu Lingshan smiled. This talent can increase my strength attribute 5 times. Awesome, sister. Han Feng exclaimed. Compared to Sister Zhao's talent, I'm still far behind. Yu Lingshan smiled disapprovingly. Better than you? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Zhao Yunxi. Zhao Yunxi lightly flicked her finger, and a blue lightning shot out from her fingertips, instantly hitting a stone in the distance. The stone exploded directly, splashing out a cloud of smoke. Han Feng took a breath of cold air. Zhao Yunxi's talent was indeed strong. The power of her lightning talent could easily destroy a piece of hard stone. Han Feng couldn't help but think, if this fell on a person, wouldn't it blow the person to pieces? While Han Feng was still in amazement, Lu Chushuang spoke. Han Feng, it's my turn to show you. Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Lu Chushuang. She jumped lightly in front of a big tree and suddenly kicked hard, breaking a branch as thick as an arm. Han Feng was stunned. He was completely stunned. This woman was so powerful that it was beyond his expectation. After Lu Chushuang landed, she came to Han Feng and raised a sneer on her lips. You are good looking, but you are useless. How can you compare with us? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Although he felt a little unwilling, he could only endure it silently. Chapter 9. If he doesn't cling to us, he won't be able to survive. Zhao Yunxi smiled gently, looked at Han Feng and asked, Chu Feng, after seeing our strength, do you still want to continue to compete for the captaincy? Han Feng sighed, looking a little helpless. I quit. The 3 women in front of him were stronger than each other, especially Yu Lingshan's strength, Zhao Yunxi's lightning talent, and Lu Chushuang's agility, which made him realize that he had no advantage over them at all. Instead of fighting, it would be better to just quit and avoid losing face. Zhao Yunxi nodded slightly. Chu Feng has withdrawn, so let the 3 of us choose. Yu Lingshan said without hesitation. I choose Sister Zhao as the captain. Me too. Lu Chushuang's voice was cold, without any wavering in her tone. Han Feng had expected this result and shrugged. I don't care. Zhao Yunxi nodded, her tone calm, but with a hint of authority. Since everyone has chosen me to be the captain, then next, I will formulate the rules. She cleared her throat and continued in a serious tone. First of all, starting today, no matter what kind of supplies you collect, you must hand them over to me for redistribution. Secondly, everyone must obey my instructions. If anyone violates the rules, they will be punished accordingly. Finally, I hope that everyone can unite and work together to make our team stronger. Han Feng was immediately dissatisfied and said in an unhappy tone, "Whoever collected the materials should own them. Why should I give them to you to distribute?" He knew very well that he could communicate with Wang Wu and must have an advantage in collecting materials. If he followed Zhao Yunqi's suggestion to distribute them equally, wouldn't he be at a great disadvantage? Zhao Yunqi's eyes flickered with a wave of emotion, and she advised earnestly, "We are a team, and many things must be done according to unified standards. If you are unwilling to abide by this rule, then we cannot accept you to join." Han Feng smiled coldly. "Okay, il quit." Zhao Yunqi frowned and said quickly, "Han Feng, don't act on impulse." Yu Lingshan looked at Zhao Yunqi and winked at Han Feng quickly, as if to persuade him not to make a decision too hastily. But Han Feng did not stop. He glanced at the three of them coldly and said, "You should know how dangerous the island is. If you stay in a team, you will be protected, but what if you leave? I have my own way to deal with it. Don't come to us to beg us when the time comes." Lu Chushuang snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in her tone. Han Feng didn't reply, but just smiled contemptuously. "Just don't come to me to beg you." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Yu Lingshan turned her head and looked at Zhao Yunqi, as if wondering whether to chase him and persuade him. But Zhao Yunqi shook her head gently. "Don't worry about him. He is just being stubborn. You see, in 2 days, he will definitely come to us on his own initiative. How can he survive on this island alone?" Lu Chushuang snorted lightly, with a hint of disdain. "We provided him with protection, but he didn't want it. Don't come to us to beg us when the time comes." Han Feng didn't want to listen anymore and left without looking back. He ignored their words and walked briskly towards the beach. After walking about 100 meters, he finally arrived at his destination. The scene before him made him stop and take a deep breath. The vast sea appeared in his sight, sparkling. Under the sunlight, the sea surface was like a huge mirror reflecting the blue sky. The picture was so beautiful that it was refreshing. He stood there, feeling the sea breeze, but his eyes soon became serious. He glanced at the beach and found that it seemed peaceful, but in fact it was full of potential dangers. Han Feng did not step onto the beach easily, but stood there, carefully observing the surrounding environment. He knew very well that on this unknown island, any surface calmness could hide a huge crisis. He looked around, looking for any possible danger signals. Suddenly, he noticed that part of the sand on the beach began to flow slowly, as if being pushed by some force. Gradually, the sand sank and finally formed a funnel shape. Bang! With a sound, a huge claw stretched out from the sand. It was more than 20 centimeters long and held a large clam. Han Feng was stunned. Is this a crab? The claw seemed abnormally large. It was hard to imagine how big this crab would be. Just as Han Feng was still surprised, a huge green crab emerged from the beach. Its body was about half a meter long, and its claws were waving like two big knives, looking majestic. It was like the overlord of the beach, powerful and fearless. Crack! The crab quickly clamped the clam and crushed it in an instant. Han Feng stared at the scene in amazement and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't rush into the beach. Otherwise, if I stepped on it, I'm afraid my whole foot would be crushed. The crab did not eat the clam immediately, but turned around and shouted to a place not far away, "Wife, it's time to eat." Crack, crack, crack. A strange sound came from the beach not far away, and then another crab came out from the beach. This crab was obviously smaller than the previous one, and it should be a female crab. It quickly ran to the male crab, with joy in its eyes. "Honey, what do you want to eat?" the female crab asked. The male crab opened his mouth, picked up a broken clam, and handed it to the female crab. "I caught a clam. Eat it quickly." The female crab said happily, "I like clam meat the most. Honey, you are so nice." The male crab smiled and said, "Take your time eating. I'll continue catching crabs." Han Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw this scene. Damn it, who can stand this display of affection in public? He calmed down for a moment and suddenly had an idea. If he could kill these 2 crabs, he would not only get a lot of food, but also a lot of experience points. So he looked down at the engineer's shovel in his hand and thought about what to do. The voice of the engineer, Shovel, suddenly came. "Brother, calm down. Look at the shell of the big crab. It is as hard as a rock, and it is almost impossible to break its defense." Han Feng pondered for a moment and felt that what the engineer shovel said made sense. However, there was no way. The food source in front of him was really tempting, and he was unwilling not to try it. That's right. Han Feng suddenly had an idea, thinking of the clams on the beach. These little creatures are not as ferocious as crabs, so it would be nice to catch a few and make soup. So, he left the 2 crabs and came to another beach. It was still quiet here, and there seemed to be nothing unusual, but Han Feng still did not act rashly, but decided to observe the surroundings. Shadin Zayashidin, I want to ask you something. Han Feng said softly. What is it? A voice came from the beach. Are there any crabs and clams nearby? Han Feng asked. Sandy was silent for a while, then responded, Why should I tell you? Han Feng smiled slightly, with a cunning smile on his face. If you don't tell me, I will pee and poop on you and make you sick to death. Sandy, Chapter 10. If you keep nagging me, I'll strip you naked. Han Feng raised his eyebrows with a teasing smile on his face. I can't hold it anymore, and you still don't tell me. What should I do? I'm going to pee on you. No, let me tell you. The voice from the other end of the beach was obviously panicked and responded hurriedly. There are no crabs around here, only a few clams. Where? Han Feng's eyes lit up like a wolf who had found its prey. The beach quickly replied. There is one 3 meters in front, 2 5 meters in front of the left, and 7 10 meters to the right. Han Feng's heartbeat accelerated when he heard it. He strode forward and dug in the front. Click, click, click. After a few shovels, a big hole was dug on the beach, but no clams were seen. Han Feng was not discouraged and continued to swing the shovel, shoveling down. Just as he was exerting force, the engineer's shovel suddenly let out a painful cry. It hurt so much. Han Feng was stunned and turned to look at the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, what's wrong with you? The engineer shovel cried out. Brother, I was bitten by a big clam. Save me. Han Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the engineer's shovel could be bitten. You are a piece of iron. How could you be bitten? The engineer shovel wailed. This guy's bite force is too strong. I'm really in pain. Brother, save me quickly. Han Feng was speechless and cursed inwardly. Can you be a little stronger? He pulled out the shovel and looked at the egg-sized clam clinging to the shovel. Han Feng shook it twice, but the clam did not let go. His face suddenly darkened. Little clam, I'm warning you. Let go of the shovel quickly, otherwise I will not be polite. The clam responded reluctantly. I'm loose. Can you let me go? Han Feng grinned. I promise I'll stew you in the pot. Clam. It clearly heard the obvious threat in Han Feng's tone. You forced me to do this. Han Feng could no longer bear it, so he raised his shovel and rushed to a boulder, smashing hard. Crack! The shell cracked, and the clam screamed and finally let go. Brother, kill it quickly and give me revenge. The shovel shouted angrily. Han Feng smiled. That's not necessary. Why? The engineer asked doubtfully. Han Feng curled his lips and sneered. I like to eat fresh food. Clam. It was terrified and could almost feel the misfortune it was about to encounter. Ignoring it, Han Feng turned around and continued digging. This time, he continued digging according to the markings on the beach. In just over 10 minutes, he dug out 9 large clams, plus the one he had dug out before, a total of 10. This amount was enough for his dinner. Of course, Han Feng would not be satisfied with this. While there was still time, he decided to dig some more, not only for his own use, but also to exchange some valuable materials with others later. So Han Feng asked Shadan again, Little Shadan, are there any more clams? Shadan, no clams, but there's an oyster on the reef. Where is it? Han Feng asked excitedly. Oysters are much larger than clams and are delicious. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Shadan responded, There's a reef 15 meters ahead, and there's an oyster on it. Han Feng looked closely and saw a huge oyster on the reef. It was very big, 30 centimeters long, and firmly attached to the reef. Han Feng smiled slightly and walked towards it with a sly smile on his face. Oyster, you must be bored and lonely staying here by yourself, right? Come with me. I will take you to a good place. The oyster said disdainfully. I'm fine staying here. I don't need you to take me anywhere. Do you want to take advantage of me? Han Feng's smile became more sinister. If you don't want to be persuaded by my soft tactics, then I'll use my hard tactics. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the engineer's shovel and pried up the oyster with force. However, the oyster seemed to grow on the reef. Han Feng used up all his strength, but couldn't pry it away at all. How was it possible? Han Feng was stunned. Then he increased his strength again and pried it with a shovel. At this time, the engineer's shovel made a sad cry. Brother, stop it. I'm almost bent by the prying. You can't use me like this anymore. Han Feng had a helpless look on his face and said angrily, You failed at the critical moment. The oyster sneered coldly. Aren't you going to use force on me? Come on, don't just stand there. Han Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and his anger instantly exploded. He raised the engineer's shovel and hit the oyster's shell hard. Bang! The engineer's shovel was thrown away with great force, but the oyster shell was still intact. Ah, you still want to control me? The oyster laughed triumphantly, not hurt at all. The engineer's shovel advised angrily. Brother, this guy is too tough. Let's give up. Han Feng replied indignantly. You are too soft. If you were stronger, you would have taken it down long ago. The engineer's shovel was silent. He blamed others for his own failure. He blamed others for not being strong enough. He was really shameless. Hey, Feng sighed. When he was about to leave, he saw 3 black objects floating on the sea not far away. Upon closer inspection, these objects turned out to be 3 iron boxes. An iron box? How could it float on the sea? Han Feng's mind moved, and he immediately understood. This must be a treasure chest. His heart was suddenly filled with excitement, and he wished he could jump into the sea immediately to fish out these treasure chests. However, reason eventually triumphed over desire. The sea here is absolutely full of dangers, and jumping in rashly may put your life in danger. But with the 3 treasure chests in front of him, Han Feng became anxious. So he began to think about whether he could use other methods to get these treasure chests ashore. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought away. Then he left the beach and came to a big tree. Then he began to scrape the bark with an engineer's shovel. Big tree, what are you doing? The tree's voice sounded, with a hint of confusion. Sorry, brother tree. I'm sorry. I'll borrow your bark for a while, and I'll return it to you when I'm done. Han Feng replied with an apologetic smile. Dashu was furious. Get it back to me after you're done? You've peeled off my skin. How can I still live? Han Feng rubbed his nose and said with a sly smile, I'll use less, you won't die. Dashu was immediately furious. It hurts even if I use less. You're not allowed to do this. Han Feng's face gradually turned cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I am the master of this island, and everything here belongs to me. I can do whatever I want. Don't force me, or I will strip you naked. Chapter 11. You don't want anything to happen to your wife, do you? The big tree looked at Han Feng silently, feeling furious. Under Han Feng's threat, it finally stopped resisting and watched Han Feng peel off its bark unscrupulously. Han Feng didn't care about the tree's complaints. After he tore off 4 strips of bark, he started to twist the rope. He twisted the bark together in pairs, and with constant friction, 2 tough bark ropes were completed. The engineer's shovel asked in confusion, Brother, what are you doing with the 2 ropes? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Catch crabs. The engineer's shovel was shocked. You know how powerful those 2 crabs are? What are you going to use to catch them? Han Feng curled his lips. The mountain man has his own ingenious plan. As he said that, he picked up 2 clams and walked towards the beach where the 2 big crabs were. After walking more than 20 meters, he came to a bush, crouched down, and hid in it, his eyes fixed on the movement on the beach. The female crab was left alone on the beach, and the male crab seemed to be absent, which gave Han Feng hope. If both crabs were there, things would be difficult, but now that the female crab was alone, the opportunity had come. He quietly took out 2 clams and gently threw them on the beach, making 2 slight noises, enough to attract the attention of the female crab. Sure enough, the female crab turned around after hearing the sound and saw the clams on the beach. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she rushed over without hesitation, grabbed 2 clams with her huge claws, and began to enjoy them happily. Here comes the chance. Han Feng whispered to himself, and then rushed out of the bushes in one step, holding the engineer's shovel in both hands, and smashed it hard at the female crab. The female crab had no time to react, and by the time she realized the danger, it was too late. Although Han Feng's attack failed to completely break its hard shell, it succeeded in knocking it down heavily on the beach. The female crab wailed in pain, and it was obvious that her brain had been hit and she was in a semi-comatose state. Han Feng quickly stepped on its shell and quickly tied it up with a bark rope. At this moment, the male crab heard the noise and came out from the beach. It was extremely angry when it saw the female crab tied up, and its eyes were burning with anger. It waved its 2 large claws and pounced on Han Feng. Stop, or I'll kill your wife. Han Feng snorted coldly. his voice full of threats. The male crab obviously realized that he couldn't fight Han Feng, so he could only stop, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. The female crab woke up and saw the male crab, and hurriedly shouted, "Husband, come and save me." The male crab stared at Han Feng anxiously. "Human, what do you want to do?" Han Feng raised a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "You don't want anything to happen to your wife, do you? Let's talk it over. I'll do anything you ask me to do as long as you let my wife go." The male crab saw this and changed his tone. He became weak and powerless and was obviously scared. "That's the attitude I want from you." Han Feng chuckled and pointed to the sea. "Do you see those 3 iron boxes? Just bring them up and I'll let your wife go." "Are you serious?" The male crab asked tentatively, obviously not completely believing Han Feng's promise. "In my eyes, your wife is far less valuable than these 3 iron boxes. So, you don't have to worry at all. Go quickly and don't make me wait too long." Han Feng responded calmly. The male crab hesitated for a moment and finally decided to believe Han Feng's words, turned around and jumped into the sea and quickly swam to the 3 iron boxes. Han Feng waited patiently, and soon, the male crab used its claws to drag the iron boxes to the shore and threw them to Han Feng's feet. "Human, the iron boxes are here. Hurry up and release the people," the male crab shouted anxiously. Han Feng looked down at the 3 iron boxes, his eyes gleaming. "I release your wife. You won't hold a grudge, right?" "No," the male crab answered firmly. Han Feng didn't completely believe the male crab's promise, but he also knew that the female crab must not be killed. Otherwise, the male crab would definitely bring its compatriots to trouble him, and then he would be in real trouble. "Okay, let your wife go." Han Feng finally decided to let them go and untied the rope of the female crab. "Husband." The female crab happily rushed to the male crab. The male crab raised his claws and gently stroked the female crab's shell and began to show his affection in front of Han Feng. Han Feng was speechless and cursed inwardly. "Show affection, die quickly." Ignoring their love, Han Feng quickly left the beach, carrying 3 iron boxes and walked towards the shelter. When he reached the big tree, he casually threw 2 bark ropes on the ground. "Brother tree, when the bark is used up, I will return it to you." The tree was speechless and was completely furious. After it felt its bark being peeled off, it looked at Han Feng's back helplessly and became more and more depressed. Han Feng took 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around and walked to the tree again, picked up the 2 bark ropes and said to the tree, "It's useless to leave this thing to you. Let me take it away." The tree was silent again and was about to burst into anger. "You bastard! Who are you?" A few minutes later, Han Feng finally returned to the shelter and put the 3 iron boxes on the ground. He did not open them immediately, but carefully observed the 3 treasure chests. Opening a treasure chest is risky. Sometimes you can get supplies, and sometimes you can get dangerous goods. Before he understands the safety situation around him, Han Feng knows that he must be careful and not open it rashly. Chapter 12: Opening the Treasure Chest. "Human, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, the treasure chest spoke. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently, "What's wrong with me looking at you?" The treasure chest seemed a little annoyed. "Try looking at another one." Han Feng sneered. "I looked at it. What can you do to me?" The treasure chest sneered. "I can't do anything to you. Just look if you want to." Han Feng was speechless for a moment, wondering if the treasure chest was playing a trick on him, and then asked, "Little box, what's in your box?" The treasure chest asked back, "Are you asking me?" Han Feng replied dissatisfiedly, "Of course." The treasure chest continued to ask thoughtfully, "Then who should I ask?" Han Feng was furious and almost wanted to punch him. "Don't you know what's in it?" The treasure chest smiled calmly. "What do you care about what I put in it? Why should I tell you this?" Han Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said coldly, "Little box, you talk to me in this tone. Do you know what serious consequences will occur?" The treasure chest responded calmly, "You don't want to beat me up, do you? Anyway, I don't feel pain. You can beat me however you want. Come and torture me." Han Feng was furious. "You bastard." The engineer's shovel couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother, these 3 guys are too rampant. Stop talking nonsense. Show them some color." The first treasure chest still shouted, "Come on, don't just talk." Han Feng gradually narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I'll give you another chance. Tell the truth, I won't bother with you. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the pit." The first treasure chest was horrified and angry. "Human, you are too vicious. How could you do this?" The second treasure chest also began to tremble. You are inhumane. I will curse you. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. When I throw you into the pit later, I hope you too can continue to be so arrogant. In addition, let me tell you, there are not only feces and urine in the pit, but also many maggots. You will have to deal with these things in the future. The third treasure chest, the first treasure chest. Brother, I was in a bad attitude just now. Can you give me a chance to reorganize my words? You little brat, you want to fight me? I can't kill you. Han Feng laughed secretly and said seriously, then I'll give you another chance. The first treasure chest whispered back, I have 10 bottles of pulse in it. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Pulse is a functional drink that can quench thirst and restore physical strength. It is much better than mineral water. It is worth a try. Not bad. Han Feng nodded slightly and continued to look at the other two treasure chests. What are you all holding? The second treasure chest said disdainfully, I hold a frying pan. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Very good. Frying pans have a wide range of uses. They can be used for cooking and as weapons. The things in this treasure chest are obviously much more valuable than 10 bottles of pulse. The third treasure chest said, I hold a D-cup bra. Han Feng was stunned. What the hell? This really surprised him. As a man, how could he use such a thing? It would be better to have some bread. Hey, Han Feng sighed, and then said to the three treasure chests, open the lid. The first treasure chest immediately replied, we are all restricted by the laws of nature. We can't open automatically. Only you survivors can open it. Is there such a thing? Han Feng frowned slightly. The second treasure chest quickly confirmed, it's true, there is no need for us to lie to you. Han Feng pondered for a moment and decided to use tools to open the treasure chest. After all, he didn't know whether these treasure chests were real or fake. If some dangerous creatures jumped out of them, it would be a waste of money. Shovel, what are you doing? Shovel asked in confusion. It's better to be safe than sorry. Han Feng smiled coldly. Of course, I'm opening the treasure chest. Shovel was a little puzzled. Don't you have your own hands? Why do you want me to open it? Han Feng said calmly. I'm afraid of danger. The engineer Shovel was stunned and said angrily, you let me come because you're afraid of danger? Have you considered my feelings? Han Feng chuckled. If you die, you can't talk at most, but you can still be used as a tool. But if I die, I'm really dead, and there's nothing left. Don't you understand the principle that I'd rather die than my friends? The engineer Shovel. Han Feng comforted him. Little Shovel, don't be too pessimistic. I don't think the little box will lie to me, and you may not be in danger. The engineer Shovel said worriedly. What if there is danger? Han Feng snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. I will kill them and bury them with you. The engineer Shovel. It's useless. Han Feng sighed. Okay, how about another way? You go get a branch to open the box. You are quite smart. Han Feng nodded in praise, and then walked toward a nearby tree. It's a matter of life and death. How can I not be smart? The engineer Shovel breathed a sigh of relief, and seemed to finally feel relieved. Soon, Han Feng returned to the spot with a branch in his hand, and began to pry open the lid of the treasure chest easily. As the lid of the treasure chest opened, a flash of light appeared, and 10 bottles of pulse appeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng frowned slightly, seeing that the treasure chest was gone. Why is the treasure chest gone? The second treasure chest explained. Once the treasure chest is opened, our mission will be completed and we will disappear between heaven and earth. So that's what happened. Han Feng suddenly realized and sighed softly. Goodbye, my two brothers. He used the branch to pick it twice in a row. With 2 clicks, the lids of the 2 treasure chests opened one after another, and light shone out again. The 2 treasure chests disappeared into the air, revealing the frying pan and the well-packaged bra inside. Han Feng didn't care. He picked up the frying pan, waved it twice, and nodded with satisfaction. It's not bad to use as a weapon. A voice came from the frying pan. Brother, I am a pot, used for cooking. You use me as a weapon? What do you think? Han Feng snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. You are my private property. I can use you however I want, and it is not your turn to tell me what to do. Frying pan. Chapter 13. Purified water in exchange for magnifying glass. Han Feng's eyes turned to the bra, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. I can't use this thing myself, and it would be a waste to keep it in my hand. It would be great if I could trade it for some supplies. After all, there are many female players who come here to survive, so someone should be able to use it, right? But no matter what, I will put it on the trading hall first and exchange it for whatever I can, and then I will get rid of it. It's annoying to look at it anyway. At this moment, the bra suddenly spoke. Human, why are you looking at me? Do you have any thoughts about me? Han Feng rolled his eyes and was speechless. What do you think I have about you? Don't be so narcissistic. He grabbed the bra and threw it into the thatched hut, out of sight, out of mind. The treasure chest was opened, and it was time to make dinner. It was getting dark, and who knew if there would be danger when it got dark? It was better to finish dinner as soon as possible and hide in the thatched hut. So Han Feng started to get busy. He collected some thatch and branches, then cleaned 8 clams and threw them into the pan. He planned to boil the clams directly in water. Anyway, the fresher the ingredients and the simpler the method, the better. Boiling clams allows you to eat the meat and drink the soup, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, as soon as the clams were put into the pot, they seemed to realize their fate and immediately began to scream wildly. Human, are you going to boil us? You are too cruel. Do you have a conscience? I've just become an adult and haven't even started a relationship yet, and you want to eat me. Don't you feel guilty? Woo-woo. If you eat me, you'll also have diarrhea. You'll die a horrible death. Listening to the shouting and cursing of these clams, Han Feng felt so angry that he couldn't help but sneer. Shut up. You are clams, born to be eaten. This is your fate. Fate is like rape. Since you can't resist, then enjoy it. The clams were speechless. Could they enjoy waiting for death? Han Feng ignored them and planned to make a fire. However, he suddenly realized that he didn't have a lighter. How could he start a fire without a fire source? The pan suddenly said, Dude, light the fire quickly. I want to take a hot bath. Fuck you. Han Feng replied helplessly. The pan was a little confused. Aren't you going to boil clams? Han Feng said depressedly. How can I boil them without a fire source? Huh, this guy has no fire source. Great, we don't have to be boiled. God really favors us. The clams became excited. Han Feng had a gloomy face and sneered. I have sentenced the 8 of you to death. You must die today, no matter what. Even without a fire source. I can eat you alive. Fuck. The clams were so scared that they were trembling. Eat them quickly, don't waste time. The engineer shoveled beside them. Han Feng rolled his eyes. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Although he was trying to scare the clam, he didn't intend to eat it raw. After all, what if he got diarrhea? The engineer shovel muttered in a low voice. Did I say something wrong again? Han Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he opened the game panel and scanned the trading hall. Maybe he could find something to exchange for a fire source. He took a look at the transaction information and found that these few were simply speechless. Player Wu Chuang, sell a pair of black silk stockings in exchange for a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. Player Xiang Zainan, sell a photo album, very hot, in exchange for any food. Player Panli, sell a piece of underwear in exchange for a bottle of mineral water or a loaf of bread. Han Feng's face darkened, thinking, these people's heads were stuck in the door, right? What everyone needs most now is food and water. Who has time to exchange black silk stockings? But before he could react, he saw a transaction completed. Player Zheng DePeo exchanged a bottle of mineral water for a piece of black silk stockings from player Wu Chuan. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Is this guy crazy? He actually exchanged mineral water for black silk stockings. Did he take it back to sleep with it? He really couldn't understand. He shook his head and continued to flip down. Player Gahao Ian, sell a hair in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Fuck. Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Where on earth did Gahao Ian come up with this weirdo? He spat helplessly and continued to read. Although the items in the back were slightly more normal, no one was selling lighters or matches. Han Feng sighed helplessly and was about to exit the trading hall when suddenly a new transaction message appeared in front of him. Player Yin Tao, sell a magnifying glass in exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Although the magnifying glass could not directly ignite fire, it could use sunlight to ignite objects. Moreover, this magnifying glass was not consumable. As long as there was sunlight, it could be ignited at any time. Without hesitation, Han Feng took out 2 bottles of mineral water and put them into the trading window. However, the transaction was not successful. The system prompted him. Player Yin Tao requested 2 bottles of mineral water, which does not meet the transaction requirements and cannot be completed. Han Feng frowned slightly. Doesn't purified water count as mineral water? He thought about it again and decided to use pulse instead, but the value of pulse is obviously higher than mineral water. In order to avoid being at a disadvantage, Han Feng decided to contact Yin Tao. Brother, How about I exchange 2 bottles of purified water for your magnifying glass? Yin Tao replied, Is your water drinkable? Han Feng smiled and said, Not only is it drinkable, but is also better than mineral water and rich in various minerals. Yin Tao thought for a moment and replied, You can exchange it. Han Feng reminded, Remember to modify the transaction information. When Yin Tao finished the modification, the transaction was successfully completed. After getting the magnifying glass, Han Feng found a suitable position and aimed it at the thatch pile. The magnifying glass focused a spot of light and quickly shone on the thatch. The engineer's shovel asked curiously, Brother, what are you doing? Han Feng said calmly, Light it up. The engineer's shovel didn't quite believe it. This thing can light a fire? Han Feng smiled coldly. You can't understand the mystery at all. Just stand there and watch. The engineer's shovel was speechless and stood by and waited. Han Feng waited for a while, and when he saw that there was no smoke on the thatch, he became a little anxious and shouted, Little mirror, work harder. Help me light the thatch. Chapter 14. You are just an ant. You are not qualified to make demands on me. The magnifying glass did not respond, and Han Feng frowned slightly. Other objects can talk to him. Why can't the magnifying glass say a word? Can it hear? Or is it a mute? Han Feng thought for a while, turned to the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, can you hear me? Yes. The engineer's shovel answered quickly. Okay, don't talk for now. Han Feng whispered. The engineer's shovel felt a little aggrieved. He thought to himself, why does it feel like it was abandoned after being used? Han Feng looked at the magnifying glass and urged, Little mirror, say something. The magnifying glass remained indifferent. Are you fucking deaf? Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Will you die if you say something? Are you dumb? He became more and more impatient. What the hell? Finally, the magnifying glass spoke. It turns out that you are neither dumb nor deaf. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Since you don't like the name Little Mirror, then change it. What do you want to be called? The magnifying glass was silent for a moment, then said, Just call me Big Mirror. Han Feng. He thought he would hear a more high-sounding name, but in the end it was just this name. Big Mirror, can you light the thatch? Han Feng asked patiently. Magnifying glass sighed. The light is not enough now. It can only gather a little heat, and it is difficult to light the thatch. Not enough light. Han Feng muttered in a low voice, and suddenly turned his head to look at the sun. Doesn't he have the ability to communicate with all things? Communicating with the sun should not be a problem, right? He thought for a while, coughed lightly. Mr. Sun, can I trouble you for a favor? What? Sun's voice sounded lazily. Han Feng said excitedly. Can you go up a little, help me light the thatch, and then go down? Sun replied coldly. No, it's time to get off work. I don't have the habit of working overtime. Han Feng negotiated helplessly. It's just a little overtime. It won't delay you for too long. We are all serving the people. You have to help me, right? Sun replied contemptuously. You asked me to work overtime, and he also asked me to work overtime. So, when can I get off work? Han Feng said helplessly. I admit that what you said makes sense, but... Sun interrupted him. There are not so many buts. You are an ant, and you dare to make demands to me? Be careful. I will not be polite. What are you showing off for? Han Feng secretly complained his heart. At this moment, the magnifying glass suddenly spoke up. Actually, there's another way to ignite this pile of straw. Han Feng's eyes lit up. What is it? The magnifying glass said, Help me get some glass. After swallowing it, I can upgrade. Then I can ignite the straw, even in dim light. Han Feng was stunned. Even a magnifying glass can be upgraded? What kind of world is this? Too crazy, isn't it? He was a little confused and asked, How much glass do you need to swallow to upgrade? The magnifying glass replied, The amount required for the first upgrade is not much. A beer bottle is enough. Han Feng pondered for a moment. The beer bottles were not difficult to find, but he didn't have any. It seemed that he could only try his luck in the trading hall. So he opened the trading hall and started browsing. Although there were no beer bottles for sale, he found a transaction information about liquor. The liquor bottle is also a glass bottle. After the magnifying glass swallows it, it should be able to upgrade. However, the price is actually 2 bottles of mineral water and a loaf of bread, which is ridiculously expensive. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and decided to contact the other party. Brother, I want your liquor. Can you make it cheaper? Feng Gang replied. This is Mao Tai. Do you know how much a bottle costs? 2 bottles of mineral water and a loaf of bread is already a good deal. Han Feng sneered. You have to understand, we are not on Earth, but in a place for survival. The value of liquor here is much lower than on Earth, even less than a bottle of mineral water. Feng was silent for a while, and finally said, then exchange it for a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread, no less. Feng smiled and said, how about this? You keep the wine and sell the bottle to me, and I'll give you a bottle of purified water. Feng was a little confused. A bottle of purified water for a wine bottle? Are you kidding me? Feng responded unhappily. I'm just kidding you because I'm bored? If you're willing, let's do the deal now. If not, forget it. Feng was stunned for a moment and finally agreed. Okay, but you have to wait for me to pour out the wine first. No problem, I'll wait for you. Feng agreed. A minute later, Feng finished pouring the wine, and he and Feng successfully completed the transaction. Feng hurriedly brought the bottle to the magnifying glass. Big mirror, the bottle is here. Eat it quickly. The magnifying glass seemed a little puzzled. Why is it a white wine bottle? Feng asked tentatively. Can't the white wine bottle be upgraded? The magnifying glass replied. You can still upgrade after eating it, but it's a bit intoxicating. Okay, just eat it. Feng complained his heart, but it's better to have a chance to upgrade than not. The mirror of the magnifying glass suddenly cracked, revealing a big mouth, and then the powerful suction sucked the bottle in. Crunch, crunch, the magnifying glass began to chew. A minute later, the magnifying glass stopped chewing and returned to its original state. Feng couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Did you upgrade? The magnifying glass burped. Upgraded successfully. The sun is about to set. Hurry up and light the fire. Feng urged. The magnifying glass said helplessly. I can't move. How can you let me light a fire? Feng was stunned and immediately reacted. He grabbed the magnifying glass, adjusted the angle, and quickly pointed it at the thatch. Soon, a bright light spot appeared on the thatch. After a while, a wisp of white smoke began to rise from the location of the light spot, followed by sparks. Hurry up and blow, the magnifying glass reminded. Feng quickly threw away the magnifying glass, held up the straw with both hands, and blew hard. Sparks flew, thick smoke billowed, and soon, a small flame burst out of the straw. Success! Feng laughed happily and immediately put the burning straw on the ground and began to add branches and hay. Soon, a raging fire burned, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 15. You are Big Brother's accomplice, magnifying glass said proudly. Feng, I did a good job, didn't I? Didn't I disappoint you? Feng couldn't help but praise. Little mirror, well done. Magnifying glass was slightly stunned. What did you call me just now? Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course I call you Little Mirror. Is there a problem? The magnifying glass was furious. My name is Big Mirror. Don't call me Little Mirror. Feng rubbed his nose. It's just a name. Why do you care so much? The magnifying glass said indignantly. I'm telling you this. If you call me Little Mirror again, I'll call you Little Cutie from now on. Feng's face darkened. How dare you call me Little Cutie? Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the cesspool. The magnifying glass said helplessly. You can just call me Little Mirror, but I can't call you Little Cutie? Can you be reasonable? Feng glared at it coldly and threatened. In our shelter, I am the truth. What I say is what it is, whether you obey or not. Magnifying glass. Isn't this too overbearing? Magnifying glass was speechless and silently decided not to argue with Feng. Feng ignored it and brought the pan to the fire. Under the blazing fire, the water in the pot began to boil. The clams seemed to realize their fate and began to wail collectively. Brothers, it's over. He has started a fire. I'm being burned to death. I'm about to be cooked. Someone come and save me. Goodbye. We'll still be brothers in the next life. I hope I won't meet this despicable human being again in my next life. Feng frowned slightly, and it gave him a headache. The calls of these clams were really annoying. How nice it would be if the sound could be blocked. With a thought, suddenly there was silence in his ears, and the calls of the clams seemed to disappear. Feng looked around in confusion, and his mind moved. He tentatively said, remove the block. The next moment, the clams' curses rang out again. Human, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You will die a miserable death. Your conscience will be condemned. I curse you to never grow taller. Feng curled his lips and couldn't help laughing. It really works. He blocked the sound again, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then, he turned to the engineer's shovel and said, Little shovel, did you hear anything? The engineer's shovel looked at the suffering clams in the pot and felt a little sorry. Brother, I think you are too cruel. You kill so mmany lives for your own pleasure. Do you still have humanity? It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a cruel and brutal executioner. I despise you. How can you talk like that? Big Brother is a human being. He has to eat. Eating a few clams, what's wrong with that? Pan stood up for Han Feng. The engineer, Shovel, snorted angrily. You are Big Brother's accomplice. Don't talk to me. Pan. Han Feng's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly grabbed the engineer Shovel, staring at it grimly, and said in a serious tone, Little Shovel, have you ever thought that you are also my accomplice? If you didn't help me dig the clams, how could they fall into the pot? Engineer Shovel, It was stunned, as if it was shocked by this. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Han Feng raised his lips with a mocking smile. Little Shovel, do you have anything else to say now? The engineer, Shovel, lowered his head, his face full of shame. I feel like a clown. You don't feel like a clown. You are a clown. Han Feng snorted. Next time you dare to talk to me in this tone, I will throw you into the pit. When the engineer, Shovel, heard this, he shuddered with fear and quickly assured, Brother, I know I was wrong. I swear I will never say that again. At this time, the son's voice came from a distance. An ant-like thing. Are you worthy of swearing on me? Know your position. Engineer, Shovel. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Sun, calm down. There's no need to be angry with a small shovel. The son responded coldly. Do you know me well? Don't try to get close to me. Han Feng was speechless, thinking that the son might have taken drugs and wanted to fight with everyone he saw. Forget it. The sun is also high above, so it's better to ignore it. The pan reminded him at this time. Brother, the clams are cooked. If you cook them any longer, they will be overcooked. Han Feng quickly moved the pot away from the fire and took a closer look. The clams in the pot had opened their mouths. Opening their mouths meant they were cooked, so Han Feng immediately started eating and quickly ate 8 clams, even drinking up all the soup. After eating and drinking, Han Feng felt very comfortable. The sun had already set and the sky gradually darkened. When he was about to go into the thatched hut to rest, the engineer suddenly said, Brother, it's dark now. You can't leave me outside. I'm scared. The frying pan said, Brother, I'm scared too. The magnifying glass was not to be outdone and said, Brother, I am your most sincere little mirror. You can't abandon me. 3 cowards. Han Feng smiled contemptuously and decided to pick up the 3 guys one by one and bring them into the thatched hut. However, before he entered the house, he heard Mu Xiaolan's voice again. Brother, what about me? Han Feng stopped and turned to look at Mu Xiaolan. What do you mean? Mu Xiaolan whispered. You all went into the thatched hut, and I'm the only one left outside. I'm scared too. Han Feng frowned. Are you afraid too? You are Mu Xiaolan. You won't be afraid. Mu Xiaolan said helplessly. I am Mu Xiaolan, but I am also a human. Han Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Okay, everyone go in. He shook his head and took all his companions into the thatched hut, closed the door, and finally could rest in peace. Chapter 16, You Can Eat Shit. Han Feng was speechless. Aren't you here to protect our home? If you hide in the thatched hut, who will protect us? The wooden fence said aggrievedly. But I'm scared. Sister, be brave. Han Feng snorted, turned around, entered the thatched hut, and closed the door heavily. Ouch! Be gentle. You're hurting me. The thatched house complained. You guys are so hypocritical. Han Feng complained and looked around carefully. Because it was dark, there was no lighting in the thatched hut, and it was dim. Han Feng took a quick look and suddenly discovered that there was an object on the ground, which looked like a thatched carpet. 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 5 centimeters thick. This thatch carpet should be made of thatch. Although it is not big, it is barely enough. Han Feng threw the frying pan, engineering shovel and magnifying glass into a corner, then sat down on the carpet. You know what? It's soft and comfortable. The engineer Shovel suddenly said, Brother, is it comfortable to sit on it? Han Feng said calmly, It's okay, why are you asking this? The engineer Shovel chuckled and said, Can I go up and feel it for myself? Han Feng said contemptuously, Are you worthy? A shovel and want to sleep on the carpet? Who spoils it? Engineer Shovel. Being despised again? Han Feng ignored him and slowly laid down on the carpet, then opened the chat group of the 10086 area channel. The moment I opened it, I suddenly discovered that there were only 3,860 people left in the channel. Where did those 160 people go? Are they all dead? It's only been half a day since we came to this world, and more than 100 people have died. And this is just one area. If all areas were added together, how many people would have died? There must be countless. This world is too dangerous. Feng sighed, then started watching the chat group. Hi. Brothers, I repeat, do not go to the beach. Do not go to the beach. Do not go to the beach. Li Wang, you repeated it 3 times. Hi. Important things must be said 3 times. Zhang Sheng, what happened to the beach? I was planning to go there to catch crabs tomorrow. Hi. The beach is too dangerous. Not only are there man-eating turtles, but the crabs are also very ferocious. Su Lin, crabs also eat people? Hi. Of course they eat people. Zhang Sheng said disdainfully. Once my transformation talent is activated, what can a few crabs do to me? Hi. Forget about transforming into a gorilla. Even if you transform into King Kong, it won't work. Zhang Sheng, is it as weird as you say? Hi. Those are not ordinary crabs. Each one is 20 to 30 centimeters long, as big as a wash basin, and its attack power is quite fierce. Just today, Li Liang from our island went to the beach, and guess what? He was chopped into pieces by a group of crabs. Everyone, holy shit. Zhang Sheng, brothers, since the beach is so dangerous, let's not go there. Jiang Feng, but the heavenly Tao only gave us 3 loaves of bread. Who can eat them? If we don't go to the beach to find food, where else can we go? Chen Chong, you can catch insects, such as grasshoppers. They are rich in protein and can be used as food. Yang Shuyang, where are the grasshoppers? Chen Chong, there are quite a few in the bushes, but you need to be careful because those grasshoppers are very aggressive and come in groups. If you really want to catch grasshoppers, it is best to form a team. Otherwise, if you go alone, you may not be able to catch grasshoppers, and you may even be killed by them. Su Lin, are even grasshoppers so scary? Mamanoji Kana, I've said it before, every creature on the island we are on is extremely scary. Shermang, woo woo. I'm scared. I want to go home to find my mother. Chen Chong, brother, face the reality. We are all exiled, and you will never see your mother again in this life. Shermang, don't talk nonsense. I have only been sentenced to 6,000 years in prison. As long as I survive 6,000 years, I can go back. Everyone, you've been sentenced for so many years, and you still expect to go back? Is there something wrong with your brain? Zhang Sheng, Shermang, what crime did you commit? Why were you sentenced to so many years in prison? Shermang was indignant. I helped my neighbor Wang to fix the water pipes, and I took a peek while she was taking a shower. God and God are my conscience. I just took a peek and was sentenced to 6,000 years in prison. Do you think I am wronged? Hi. Why does this plot seem so familiar? It's like I've seen this scene before somewhere before. Yang Shuyang. No need to think about it. You must have seen the Japanese porn movies. Zhang Shengba. He turned out to be a peeping Tom. He deserves to be sentenced to such a long time. Shermang. I just took a look and did nothing. Chun Chong. Even just looking at you is a crime. Being exiled to the same area with you is the greatest shame of my life. Shermang. Jiang Feng. Brothers, do you have any food? Su Lin. Everyone was given 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water. Have you finished them all? Jiang Feng. I have a big appetite. I eat at least 10 loaves of bread for 1 meal. How can 3 loaves of bread be enough for me? I'm so hungry now. I feel so uncomfortable. Hai. In the current situation, the landlords have no surplus food and everyone is in a difficult situation. No one can give you food. However, I have a solution. Jiang Feng, what method? Hai. Just bear with it. Jiang Feng, damn. If I could hold it in, why would I have to complain to you? Hai. There's nothing we can do about that. Suda Mao. If you're really hungry, just go and dig up some grass roots. They are edible. Jiang Feng, are you sure? Isn't that food for livestock? Suda Mao. When you're extremely hungry, you can eat anything, not just grass roots, but even tree bark. I ate it when I was a kid, and it tastes sweet. The only downside is that if you eat too much, you won't be able to poop. Jiang Feng. That's better than starving to death. I'll try it tomorrow. Peng Yu. Don't listen to Suda Mao. I have a better solution. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. What? Peng Yu said seriously. You can eat shit. Eat it and then poop, poop, and then eat again. Repeat this cycle, and you will never starve to death. Everyone, eat shit? It's a pity that Peng Yu could think of this. Zhang Sheng asked tentatively. Peng Yu, have you ever eaten shit before? Peng Yu, is that something that people can eat? Aren't you going to be sick to death? I won't eat it. Jiang Feng. Then why are you encouraging me to eat it? Peng Yu, am I not trying to help you? Jiang Feng. Thank you so much to all your ancestors. Peng Yu. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the regional channel chat group and then opened the trading hall to watch. Zhang Lily sold a diamond necklace in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Wei Guomin sold a Rolex watch in exchange for a loaf of bread. Tong Xiaowei sold 100 empty mineral water bottles in exchange for a loaf of bread. When Han Feng saw this message, his expression changed. An empty mineral water bottle has no value to others. But for him, it was different, because he has a pond that can produce 10 bottles of mineral water every day. He definitely can't drink so much by himself, so it would be a waste. If you have empty mineral water bottles, you can store them, which perfectly solves this problem. Chapter 17, My talent, is to eat soil and transform it into iron ore. Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly sent a private message to the other party. Buddy, where did you get so many empty bottles? These 100 mineral water bottles must be exchanged. But before that, I wanted to find out where these bottles came from. Tong Xiaowei, I got it from a treasure chest. Han Feng, can you get something like this from a treasure chest? Tong Xiaowei, where else can I get so many empty bottles? Han Feng, isn't the treasure chest in the sea? The sea is so dangerous. How did you get out? Tong Xiaowei, who says treasure chests can only be found in the sea? They can also appear on islands. I found this treasure chest on an island. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Can treasure chests appear on islands? I must search carefully tomorrow. Maybe if I'm lucky I can pick up two. Tong Xiaowei, brother, you asked so many questions. Are you sure you want to trade or not? Han Feng, of course. Tong Xiaowei, hurry up. I'm starving to death. Han Feng didn't say anything more and took a loaf of bread and put it into the trading hall. Soon, the bread was gone. 100 empty mineral water bottles appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a careful look, then took out 8 bottles and started filling them with water. Because 2 bottles had already been filled, only 8 more could be filled. After doing all this, Han Feng looked at the trading hall again. Yuan Hao sold a 10-kilogram iron ore in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Iron ore. Han Feng muttered something, his mind turning involuntarily. Thatched huts, wooden fences, and magnifying glasses can be upgraded by devouring things of the same species. So, is it possible for frying pans and engineer shovels? Thinking of this, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, I have a question for you. What is it? The engineer's shovel gave a start. Han Feng said, if you devour iron, or can you level up? The engineer's shovel suddenly became excited. I can upgrade not only by consuming iron ore, but also by consuming other metals. Brother, do you have iron ore? Han Feng chuckled. I don't have it, but I can exchange it with others. Brother, please change quickly. The engineer's shovel was a little impatient. Han Feng immediately contacted the other party. Buddy, I don't have mineral water, but I have a bottle of purified water. Can I exchange it for your iron ore? Yuan Hao, no problem. Han Feng, okay, let's do the deal. Soon, the 2 parties completed the transaction. Han Feng used a bottle of pure water and successfully exchanged it for a 10-kilogram piece of iron ore. Yuan Hao, buddy, do you still want iron ore? Han Feng, do you have any more? Since this thing can help upgrade the engineer's shovel, of course I'd buy as many as I can. Yuan Hao, not today, but there will be tomorrow. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, where did you get your iron ore? Did you dig it out or open a treasure chest? Yuan Hao, neither. I transformed myself from eating dirt. Han Feng was stunned. What the hell? Yuan Hao explained, my awakened talent is to eat soil, and after eating the soil, a 10-kilogram piece of iron ore can be derived. But this talent has a limitation. It can only be used once a day. Han Feng, there is really nothing strange in this world. There is such a wonderful talent. Today is quite an experience. Han Feng, let's continue the transaction tomorrow. Yuan Hao, okay. After closing the trading hall, Han Feng threw the iron ore to the engineer's shovel. With a whoosh, a crack appeared on the engineer's shovel, like a big mouth, directly swallowing the iron ore. Little shovel, have you upgraded? Han Feng asked expectantly. Engineer's shovel. With just this little bit of iron ore, how can it be enough to upgrade? It's still too early. Han Feng frowned. What changes have occurred after you ate this piece of iron ore? The engineer's shovel. It is stronger than before. Next time I go digging for clams, I won't feel any pain, even if I get bitten. Han Feng, what's the use? At this time, Pan started to yell, brother, I am also your little brother. You can't be partial to me. I also want to eat iron ore. The engineer's shovel was immediately unhappy. You're just a frying pan. Don't you know your position? Just do your job well. Why do you eat iron, or? The pan snorted. You are just a small spatula. Why are you trying to feel superior to me? You can eat it, so why can't I? The engineer's shovel said contemptuously. In addition to digging holes, I can also mow grass, chop trees, and dig clams. I have so many functions. Are you worthy of comparing with me? The frying pan said indignantly. Who are you looking down on? I have many functions. In addition to cooking and frying, I can also be used as a weapon. The engineer's shovel was confused. You can use a pot as a weapon? Pan was very proud. Brother said I can be a weapon. You don't agree? All right, both of you be quiet for a while. If anyone dares to say something again, I'll throw it out. Feng scolded. In the middle of the night, a pot and a spatula started quarreling. Isn't that annoying? Can't they just have some peace and quiet? Seeing that Feng got angry, the frying pan and the engineer's shovel were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. The thatched hut suddenly became quiet. Feng coughed lightly and said slowly, I'm a most fair person. Since both of you are my brothers, I will treat you fairly. If you get iron, or in the future, you two will share it equally. Brother, you are so great. Pan complimented. What? The engineer shovel sighed. Although he was dissatisfied, since Feng had spoken, he had no choice but to obey. When Feng was about to lie down and rest for a while, he suddenly found something in the corner. After thinking about it, I immediately realized that it was the bra. There's no use for this thing if I keep it, so I might as well sell it. Human, why are you looking at me with malicious eyes? Are you planning to take advantage of me? The bra suddenly spoke. Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange look. Then he opened the trading hall and posted the information about bras for sale. Not long after I hung up the phone, someone sent me a message. Yang Linlin. Hello, are the bras you sell new? Feng. Brand new, unopened. Yang Linlin, what size? Feng said truthfully, D cup. Yang Linlin, the size is too big. I can't use it. Feng, it doesn't matter. There are no shortage of big-breasted girls coming here to survive, and you don't believe that they can't be sold? Behind, Feng waited silently. Every once in a while, someone would contact him. However, every time I learned the bra size, I gave up decisively. Feng was confused. Could it be that Yuling Shan is the only big-breasted girl who came here to survive? What about other busted girls? It's unscientific. I just don't believe this. Feng snorted and continued to wait. But no one contacted him after that. Feng was very depressed. He suddenly looked at the bra and said unhappily, Why did you have to grow so big? You'll die if it's a little smaller. Bro, can also influence the size? You can blame it for that. Are you still being reasonable? Chapter 18, Your cowardice just now makes me feel ashamed. Brother, calm down and don't bother with that little bra. The engineer shovel chuckled. Feng let out a sigh of relief, slowly laid down on the carpet, closed his eyes, and took a rest. Although it was only half a day since he came here, he was very busy during this half day and felt exhausted. After lying down for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Just then, a dark cloud quietly floated by, like a huge shadow, gradually obscuring the moonlight. The disappearance of the moonlight plunged the area around the shelter into darkness in an instant. It was pitch black all around, as if it was stained with ink, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Without the moonlight, everything around the shelter became blurry, and only the outlines of objects could be vaguely seen. Silence enveloped the area. There was no sound of wind, no chirping of insects, and even the air seemed frozen. In this silent darkness, time seems to have stopped flowing, making people feel inexplicably depressed. A gloomy atmosphere spread, as if countless pairs of eyes were peering in the darkness. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was late at night. The dark clouds that had been hanging over the shelter had disappeared without a trace. The moonlight sprinkled softly, bathing the entire shelter in peace and tranquility. Suddenly, two balls of dim light flashed in the darkness outside the shelter, flickering like will-o'-the-wisp. If you look closely, you will find that it is not a real will-o'-the-wisp, but a pair of eyes with a cold glow. These eyes belonged to a wolf, which was staring quietly at the shelter in the darkness, as if thinking about something. Its eyes flashed green light, like burning flames, but with a kind of coldness and savagery. It seems to be able to penetrate the darkness and see through everything. The sleeping wooden fence suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming. When he saw a wild wolf covered in black fur and baring its teeth in front of him, He was almost scared to death and shouted into the thatched hut. "Brother, it's bad. There's a wolf outside." "It's really a wolf." The thatched cottage was startled and shouted loudly. "Han Feng, get up quickly. The wolf is coming." "What the hell?" Han Feng sat up in a daze. "Brother," Zaya Zanglin said, "there's a wolf outside." The engineer's shovel made a trembling sound as a warning. "Wolf!" Han Feng woke up instantly and felt a chill on his back. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly stood up, carefully walked to the window, lay on the edge of the window, and looked out. Under the moonlight, a black wolf about 2.5 meters long appeared in sight. The wild wolf looked very ferocious, and its fur shone eerily in the moonlight. It grinned, revealing its sharp fangs, emitting a creepy cold light. And those eyes were flashing with a ghostly light, which made people shudder. Han Feng only took a glance and felt his scalp tingling, with a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He could not contend with such a big wolf. What should we do if we rush into the shelter? Han Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. If we can't find a way to deal with this wild wolf, the consequences will be disastrous. But what else can we do? Squeak! At this moment, a sharp friction sound suddenly came from outside. As I saw, the big black wolf stretched out a sharp claw and grabbed the wooden fence hard, leaving a long mark. Ah! Then the screams of the wooden fence began to sound. "Brother, that wild wolf won't rush in, right?" The engineer's shovel was in a panic. "I don't know either." Han Feng gritted his teeth, holding the frying pan in his left hand and the engineer's shovel in his right hand, ready to meet the enemy. If the big black wolf really rushes in, we can't just sit there and wait to die. We can only fight it to the death. "Brother, save me. The big black wolf is about to tear me apart." The wooden fence screamed miserably. In just a short while, the big black wolf scratched several scratches on its body. If this continues, it will be torn into pieces, right? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a resolute aura emanated from his body. He shouted at the wooden fence, "Little fence, hold on. Hold on. Wooden fence." Han Feng actually doesn't care about it? Still needed to hold up? I support your sister. At this moment, it feels abandoned by the whole world. A feeling of having no desire to live welled up in my heart, waiting quietly for the big black wolf to dismember it. But unexpectedly, the big black wolf did not continue to destroy the wooden fence. It only left a few scratches on the fence, and then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the dark night and was out of sight. The big black wolf is gone? Han Feng was a little bit unbelievable. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Mu Zhalan, "Xiao Zhalan, are you okay?" Muslin snorted. "Your cowardice just now makes me feel ashamed. Don't talk to me anymore." Han Feng gave an apologetic smile. "Isn't it that I have no choice? If I were strong enough, I would definitely help you." Muslin chuckled. "Is this a reason to abandon your teammates?" Han Feng, what you did just now was really too cowardly. As the boss of our shelter, can't you be a little braver?" The thatched house said with disdain. Han Feng's face darkened. "Do you have a right to speak here? If you could do it, go ahead." Thatched house. Brother, even though the thatched house's words were unpleasant to the ears, they were telling the truth after all. Don't take it personally. Pan soothed. "If you can chat, say a few words. If you can't chat, just shut up and be dumb." Han Feng glared at the frying pan. Pan was so frightened that he started shaking all over and suddenly didn't dare to speak. Chu Feng huffed, sat back on the thatched mat, and began to ponder with his eyes half closed. Where did this big black wolf come from? When I patrolled the island in the afternoon, I didn't see the big black wolf. There isn't even a cave. Did it appear out of thin air? Will it come later? If we don't attack the shelter this time, we may not be so lucky next time. The only way to completely get rid of the crisis is to get rid of this big black wolf. This requires raising the level. As long as he gets promoted to level 2 or 3 and gets a good weapon, he should be able to compete with the big black wolf. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed across Han Feng's eyes. Chapter 19, This broken urine is a bit smelly. There is only one way to level up, which is to hunt creatures on the island and gain experience points. Although this island is not big, there are still many creatures. However, each one is very difficult to deal with. Even ants cannot be killed casually. In other words, clams are easier to bully. But the clams were hiding in the sand, and digging them up was too much work. And the number is not too large, so it is difficult to gain more experience points. Without experience points, you can't level up quickly. As a result, hunting clams is not a very good option. Han Feng thought about it, and suddenly thought of a good goal. It's the locusts in the thatched grass. There are a lot of these things. If you kill them all, you might be able to advance to level 3 in one fell swoop. Before, Han Feng had no way to deal with this group of locusts. But now I have thought of a brilliant and vicious method that can definitely wipe out this group of locusts in one fell swoop. Just wait for my revenge tomorrow. Han Feng curled up a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and then lay down on the thatched mat. I had planned to go back to sleep, but because of the appearance of the big black wolf, he lost all desire to sleep, so he opened the regional chat channel. Wudahai, brothers, are you asleep? Zhang Sheng. I was asleep, but was suddenly awakened by the howling of a wolf. I woke up and saw a wolf standing outside the fence. Its green eyes looked like hellish ghost fires, and I almost peed myself. Yang Shuyang. So a big black wolf appeared in your place too. I thought I was the only one so unlucky. Su Lin. A black wolf also appeared here, but strangely, it did not attack. It just stayed for a while and then left. Chen Chong. Where did the big black wolf come from? I walked around the island before, but I didn't find it. Jiang Feng. Don't worry about where the big black wolf came from. There's a very difficult problem that needs to be solved urgently. Wudahai, what? Jiang Feng analyzed like a wise man. The big black wolf would not appear for no reason. This must be a warning. Li Qingwang. Could you explain it more clearly? Jiang Feng. To put it simply, at the beginning, the big black wolf will not attack us. But if it goes on for a few days, it may attack us. Mama Noji Kana. I'm so scared. What should we do? Jiang Feng. Either build the shelter more solidly or improve your own strength. Suda Mao. But at this stage, we can't even be self-sufficient in food and water, so how can we have the time to build shelters and improve our strength? Jiang Feng. There is nothing we can do. We can only wait for death. Chen Chong. You're just guessing. Maybe the big black wolf won't attack us? Don't exaggerate. Jiang Feng. If you knew my talent, you wouldn't question me. Chen Chong. What is your talent? Jiang Feng. My talent is premonition, which is a passive talent. Whenever I sense danger, it will be triggered. And just now my talent has been triggered, and the source of danger is that big black wolf. Wudahai. So we are all in danger? Zhang Sheng. It's over, it's over. How can we be a match for the beast? We might as well just wait for death. Hung Yu. Isn't your talent to transform into a gorilla? What are you afraid of? Go fight it. Zhang Sheng. I am born timid. When I saw the big black wolf, my legs started to tremble. How could I defeat it? Suda Mao, what a waste. You wasted such a good talent. If you had given me this talent, I would have skinned and ripped out the big black wolf. Zhang Sheng. You will die if you don't brag. That's a big black wolf, not a cat or a dog. Suda Mao. Don't make excuses for your cowardice. Zhang Sheng. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. The matter is very clear. Big black wolves have been seen on all the islands, and it wouldn't be long before the big black wolf would attack. They don't have much time left. Either be eaten by the big black wolf, or kill the big black wolf. There is no other choice. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, then opened the trading hall and started browsing. After watching for half an hour, I felt a little sleepy, so I laid down to rest. Time passed silently. After an unknown amount of time, the sun slowly rose from the east, dispelling the dark sky bit by bit. It illuminates the whole world with its golden light, bringing light and hope to all things. The sunlight shines into the shelter like a gentle big hand, gently caressing every corner. The shelter seemed to be injected with new life and became full of vitality and vigor. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer's shovel suddenly shouted, and the sound echoed in the silence of the early morning. Han Feng yawned sleepily, then slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out, feeling the relaxation of his body. At this moment, a ray of warm sunlight came through the window and shone squarely on his handsome face. Han Feng blinked, then slowly stood up and walked out of the thatched hut. When he opened the door, he was greeted by bright sunshine and fresh air. The sunshine on my body makes me feel so comfortable. Han Feng took a deep breath, feeling the breath of nature. The fatigue in his heart seemed to disappear at this moment, as if all his troubles had left him. Han Feng stood quietly for a while, looked up at the sun in the distance, and greeted with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Sun. This time, the sun ignored him. Still quite cool. Han Feng muttered to himself and walked toward the corner. Then he untied his belt. I have to drain the water every morning. It has become a habit. Just as Han Feng grabbed Zaijiji and was about to release him, the sound of seeds suddenly rang in his ears. Human, stop now. Han Feng pulled up his pants, turned around and looked around, only to see a young seedling emerging from the vegetable field, already 10 centimeters tall. It was this little seedling that spoke. Does it grow so fast? Han Feng was surprised. He just planted the seeds yesterday afternoon, and they took root, sprouted, and grew so tall in just one night. This is amazing. Han Feng looked at it carefully and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "None, meow. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Your urine is the best nutrient. How can you just waste it? Come on, spit it in my face, and I'll catch it." Han Feng smacked his lips, then pinched the little bird and aimed it at the tender seedlings. Suddenly, a stream of water fell from the sky, soaking the young seedlings thoroughly. This splash of pee is a bit smelly. Human, are you a little irritated? But it doesn't matter, I like it. Nun Meow said with a smile. Chapter 20. Outsmarting. Upon hearing this, Han Feng shuddered and almost peeped on his pants. It feels so good. It would be even better if I could eat some shit. To Meow sighed. Han Feng smacked his lips, stared at the young seedling, and asked curiously, "Why are you the only one who has grown so tall?" "The other seeds have just taken root and sprouted, with their heads popping out at best. But the one in front of me is 10 centimeters taller. Why is the difference so huge?" The young seedling said calmly, "Didn't I drink a splash of urine yesterday? I absorbed the nutrients and naturally grew faster." "I see." Han Feng suddenly realized something and then asked, "By the way, what kind of plant are you?" "Young seedling, I am a corn plant." "Corn?" Han Feng muttered, his eyes flickering slightly. "Are your brothers and sisters also corn?" "There are 3 corn plants, 3 cucumber plants, and 3 tomato plants." The young seedlings speak truthfully. The variety is quite complete. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and encouraged, "Grow up well. Whoever performs well, I will give it urine to drink." "Ugh. We can drink urine too." "Marvelous." Cheers broke out in the vegetable garden. Han Feng said no more, turned around and went back into the thatched hut, picked up the only remaining piece of bread, and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. He ate a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of purified water. Today's breakfast is done. But this bread was his last food. After eating it, there would be nothing left. He had to find a way to get food. However, before that, there is one thing I need to do. Then, Chu Feng picked up the magnifying glass and the engineer's shovel and walked out of the thatched hut. "Brother, what are you doing so early in the morning?" The engineer's shovel asked curiously. Han Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. "I plan to destroy those locusts." Magnifying glass shuddered with fear. "Brother, I'm not a weapon. You should just leave me in the shelter and just take the shovel with you." Han Feng showed a mysterious smile on his face. "Whether we can win this battle depends mainly on you." The magnifying glass was confused. "It can just light a fire. What else can it do?" The engineer's shovel said anxiously. "Brother, think twice before you act. I understand your desire for revenge, but you have to face the reality. How can you be a match for those locusts? Have you forgotten how badly you got beaten yesterday?" Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean by pissing and pissing? That was a strategic retreat. Do you understand? If you don't understand, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb." Engineer's shovel. Han Feng was really stubborn. He ran away because he couldn't win the fight, but he even called it a strategic retreat. He was really good at finding a way out. Han Feng ignored him and walked straight out. Unexpectedly, just as he opened the gate, he was stopped by the wooden fence. "Brother, don't leave in a hurry." Han Feng stopped and looked at the wooden fence and said softly, "Little fence, what do you want?" Moo Fence said quickly, "Wasn't I scratched by the big black wolf last night? Please help me heal it." Han Feng frowned. "It's true that I have a talent for healing, but this thing can only heal people. It won't work on you. Muslin, don't underestimate yourself. Be confident. It's okay to give it a try." "Then give it a try." Han Feng smiled and put his hand on the wooden fence. Suddenly, a milky white light overflowed from between the fingers. It flowed over the wooden fence like running water. The next moment, a surprising scene appeared. Bathed in white light, the damaged parts of the wooden fence were miraculously restored, without even a trace left. Fuck! Han Feng was stunned with disbelief in his eyes. The healing talent can actually repair wooden fences? This is amazing. I'm back to health, that's awesome. Moo Palisade laughed happily. "Brother, that's awesome. The engineer shovel complimented. It's just a routine operation, nothing to be surprised about. Feng smiled faintly, and then warned the wooden fence. Little fence, I'm going to go out for a while. You keep watch over the house. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will protect this family. The wooden fence hit the ground with a loud noise. I'm just going out for a while. I'm not never coming back. Can you talk? Feng rolled his eyes and turned away. 5 minutes later, Feng came to a place not far from the thatched grass and began to observe carefully. There was no unusual movement in the thatch at this time, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the thatch. Brother, do we really want to fight those locusts? The engineer asked with a trembling voice. Feng curled his lips and said, to confront head-on is the behavior of a reckless man. It is really unwise. I won't be so stupid. What else can we do if we don't confront them head-on? The engineer's shovel was at a loss. Shu Feng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Use your wits to defeat them. How do you outsmart me? The engineer's shovel was stunned after hearing this. You'll know in a moment. A sinister smile flashed across Feng's lips, and then he began to collect the dry weeds around him. After working for a while, I collected a total of more than a dozen grass balls, each with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Brother, what are you doing with the grass ball? The engineer's shovel said blankly. You'll find out soon. Feng did not explain, but pointed the magnifying glass at the grass ball. The next moment, the sunlight gathered by the magnifying glass formed a spot of light, which fell accurately on the grass ball. After a while, wisps of white smoke began to emerge from the place illuminated by the light spot. As time went by, the white smoke became thicker and gradually spread. Feng blew gently, and suddenly, a faint flame shot out from the grass. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The fire spread instantly, and the entire grass ball began to burn. Feng moved quickly and lit the second grass ball without hesitation, then threw the first burning grass ball into the thatch. Then, he used the same method to light the remaining grass balls one by one and threw them all into the dense grass. Suddenly, the flames spread rapidly, and the dry grass and dead branches in the thatch were also ignited, and the fire became more and more fierce. Soon, the entire thatched grass was engulfed in flames, and the raging fire illuminated the surroundings. The engineer shovel looked at it in a daze. Is this what they call outsmarting? It's clearly a dirty trick, but I have to say that this method is very effective. Under the scorching fire, those locusts would probably be burned to ashes. Ah, it's on fire. I'm about to burn to death. Help! Run quickly! Suddenly, the shrill screams of locusts were heard in the thatched grass. Feng stood there and watched for a while, then came closer to the thatch with an engineering shovel. Whenever a locust rushed out from the thatch, it would be swatted mercilessly with a shovel. Does Chapter 21 have anything to do with me? Under Feng's ruthless slaughter, all the locusts that escaped from the sea of fire were killed without exception. The remaining locusts were buried in the sea of fire. A swarm of hundreds of locusts was destroyed in Feng's hands. The engineer's shovel looked at the charred corpses of the locusts and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you are really a complete executioner. You killed so many lives at once. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Feng's face gradually darkened. I'm warning you for the last time. If you keep saying something irresponsible, I'll definitely throw you into the cesspool. The engineer's shovel panicked. Brother, just treat me as a fart. Don't bother with me. Feng snorted lightly, ignored it, and opened the attribute panel. This time I hunted hundreds of locusts. Can I get the upgrade as I wish? Soon, a transparent screen appeared in front of him. Feng took a deep breath and looked around carefully. Survivor. Feng. Area. 10086 area. Level 3. Experience. 1400. Constitution. Strength. 8 plus 20. Agility. 10 plus 20. Defense. 5 plus 20. Mental strength. 11 plus 20. Talent. Healing. Level 3. Feng suddenly became excited. After being promoted to level 3, each attribute increases by 20 points on the original basis. Suddenly, Feng clenched his hands and felt an invisible force flowing between his fingers, which was several times stronger than before. Haha! Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother, what's wrong with you? The engineer's shovel said in confusion. Fine. Feng restrained his smile and began to clean up the battlefield. Although the locusts were burned to death, many of them had not been burned into charcoal and were still edible. Food is scarce right now, so this thing can't be wasted. After working for more than 10 minutes, Han Feng collected 10 locusts and then left. After returning to the shelter, Han Feng put the locusts and a magnifying glass into the thatched hut, rested for a while, and walked out again with the engineer's shovel. There were only 10 locusts in total, enough for just one meal at most. So he decided to go dig some more clams. Han Feng had just opened the gate when he saw Yu Lingshan running over from a distance, calling out anxiously, "Han Feng." "What happened?" in a panic. Han Feng asked with a chuckle. Yu Lingshan took a breath and said hurriedly, "Lu Chushuang is poisoned. Go and save her." "What kind of poison?" Han Feng was slightly stunned. Lu Chushuang was stung by a wasp. Yu Lingshan's eyes were filled with worry. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Isn't it just a wasp sting? Why are you being so hypocritical? It will be fine in 2 days." He had never gotten along with Lu Chushuang. When I learned that Lu Chushuang was stung by a wasp, I felt so happy. Yu Lingshan said weakly, "But Lu Chushuang's condition is really serious now. If you don't help her, she will most likely die. Does it have anything to do with me?" Han Feng disagreed. He and Lu Chushuang were neither friends nor members of the same team, so whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yu Lingshan. Han Feng's indifference was like a sharp sword, deeply hurting her heart and making her feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, Han Feng was not a member of the team and had no obligation to help. In addition, at the beginning, Lu Chushuang had a bad attitude towards Han Feng. It is understandable that Han Feng chose to stand idly by. However, she didn't want to watch Lu Chushuang die, so she begged, "Han Feng, please, you can't just stand by and watch her die." Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'm a very realistic person. It's okay if you wanted to save people, but you have to give me some benefits." Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan immediately became excited. "We still have a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Is that enough?" "That's it." Han Feng sneered. It seemed to carry a kind of mockery and contempt, extremely harsh. "You wanted to save people just for a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water? Is he so cheap? Isn't this just sending away beggars?" At this moment, he felt insulted. Yu Lingshan glanced at Han Feng and whispered, "Han Feng, we really don't have anything extra to give you. Then let Lu Chushuang fend for herself." Han Feng snorted in annoyance. "Ah!" Yu Lingshan was stunned for a moment and said quickly, "We still have 2 treasure chests." Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, "We didn't open the treasure chest?" "No." Yu Lingshan shook her head. Han Feng was a little puzzled. "Why don't you open the treasure chest?" Yu Lingshan explained, "We picked up 3 treasure chests in total. We opened one before, but it turned out to be a wasp. Lu Chushuang was stung by this wasp. It was for this reason that we dared not open the remaining 2 treasure chests. So that's what happened." Han Feng muttered and smiled faintly. "If you can give me these 2 treasure chests, I can also save Lu Chushuang. Opening a treasure chest is risky. If you are unlucky, you may even lose your life. Lu Chushuang's experience is a lesson for us. But for him, there is no such concern, because he has the ability to communicate with everything. As long as you communicate with the treasure chest, you can know what is inside the treasure chest in advance. There are 2 treasure chests, and if one of them can reveal supplies, it is a profit." Yu Lingshan hesitated for a moment and said, "Whether I can give it to you or not is not up to me. It mainly depends on what Sister Zhao thinks. Zhao Yunxi is the captain of the 3, so naturally she has to make the decision on matters like this. Come on, let's go ask her." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he walked straight to the west side of the island. His shelter was built on the easternmost side of the island, while the shelters of Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were built on the westernmost side, several hundred meters apart. After walking for a few minutes, 3 thatched houses connected together appeared in front of us. "This is the shelter for Yu Lingshan and the other 2. At this moment, Zhao Yunxi frowned and stood anxiously outside the fence, looking out. When she saw Han Feng coming over, her expression relaxed a little. "Han Feng, you're finally here. I heard that Lu Chushuang was stung by a wasp. How is she doing? Is she dead?" Han Feng walked forward and smiled faintly. Forehead. Zhao Yunxi was stunned for a moment and said, "She's still alive, but the situation is not good. You should treat her quickly. You can give her the treatment, but you have to give me those 2 treasure chests." Han Feng said frankly, "What time is it? Are you still asking for something?" Zhao Yunxi said angrily. Han Feng smiled coldly. "You go to the hospital for treatment for free?" This sentence left Zhao Yunxi speechless. Zhao Yunxi hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I can give you the treasure chest, but you have to save people first. Chapter 22. I still like your unruly look. No problem. Han Feng snapped his fingers. Hurry up then. Zhao Yunxi was very anxious and ran straight to the thatched hut on the far left. Han Feng and Yu Lingshan followed closely behind. Arriving near the thatched hut, Zhao Yunxi pushed open the door. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced inside, only to see Lu Chushuang lying on a piece of thatch. Her face was extremely pale, with beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, and she looked extremely painful. Chu Feng took a look and asked, Where was the wasp sting? Yu Lingshan stammered, but, Han Feng was slightly startled and glanced around. It was indeed poisoned, and the toxicity was really strong. After taking a look, Han Feng turned to Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan and said, I'm going to treat her. You two help Lu Chushuang up. Zhao Yunxi frowned and asked in confusion, Can't we treat her like this? Why do we have to help her up? Han Feng curled his lips and said, I don't like this posture very much. Zhao Yunxi, Yu Lingshan, what does Han Feng mean? Why does it sound a bit weird? Han Feng coughed lightly and reminded, saving people is important. The two of you should stop wasting time. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan no longer hesitated and slowly helped Lu Chushuang up from the left and right. Help her to the window. Han Feng gave an order. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan became more and more confused. What does Han Feng want to do? However, they didn't think much about it and helped Lu Chushuang to the window. Han Feng, what's next? Zhao Yunxi asked. You two can go out now. Leave the rest to me. Han Feng whispered. Can we still get in the way here? Zhao Yunxi asked doubtfully. Han Feng said seriously. The treatment process is like an operation. If you stay by my side, it will affect my performance. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned. They looked at each other and walked out of the thatched hut together. Han Feng, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Chushuang was trembling all over, gasping for breath, and looked like she would fall down at any moment. Han Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said lightly, Put your hands on the window and bend down. Why do you do this? Lu Chushuang asked doubtfully. Han Feng pretended to be deep and said softly, You are now deeply poisoned. Only by doing this can the toxins be gathered together so that they can be removed at once. Are you sure? Lu Chushuang looked suspicious. Chu Feng nodded seriously. I'm a doctor. If you don't trust me, who else can you trust? Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth, stretched out her hands, and pressed on the window, doing as Han Feng asked. Outside the thatched hut, Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan saw this scene, their faces full of question marks. What is this treatment option? It's quite novel. Han Feng took a look and said solemnly, When I treat you later, it may be very painful, so you must bear it. Bring it on. Lu Chushuang bit her thin lips, as if she had made some kind of decision. Han Feng immediately started treatment. A milky white light gushed out from between the fingers, flowing through like a clear spring. Under the radiance of this beam of light, wisps of white smoke emerged from the wound, and the toxins that had invaded Lu Rian's body were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, everything was cleared out. After the toxins were removed, Lu Chushuang felt an unprecedented sense of relief welling up in her heart. She took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air entering her lungs. Her eyes gradually became clear again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked like she was enjoying it. Lu Chushuang, have you recovered? Zhao Yunxi asked with concern. I feel very comfortable and should be recovering. Lu Chushuang let out a sigh of relief. Now that you've recovered, don't lie on the window anymore. Yu Lingshan reminded quietly. After Lu Chushuang reacted, she quickly left the window. When he turned around, his eyes met Han Feng's. I don't know why, but I felt inexplicably panicked. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission and finally helped you remove the toxins. Han Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Han Feng, thank you for saving me. Lu Chushuang expressed her gratitude with mixed feelings. If Han Feng hadn't come to the rescue, he would have been doomed this time. Thinking of my previous attitude toward Han Feng, I felt ashamed. Han Feng raised his lips in disdain. Don't act coy in front of me. I'm not used to it. You. Lu Chushuang was so angry. Express your gratitude to Han Feng in a nice and gentle voice. What I got in return was a humiliation. It's so abominable. I still like your rebellious look. Han Feng laughed, walked out of the thatched cottage, and turned to Zhao Yunxi. According to the agreement, can you give me the treasure chest? No problem. Zhao Yunxi nodded, quickly entered the thatched hut on the right, then returned to the original place with the two treasure chests and handed them to Han Feng. Han Feng took the treasure chest and looked at it. When he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Where's the poisonous bee? Did you kill it? No. Zhao Yunxi shook her head and said bitterly. After the poisonous bee stung Lu Chushuang, it flew away. I looked around but couldn't find any trace of it. So it's still on the island? Han Feng muttered with a heavy expression. The threat posed by poisonous bees is still very great, and it will always be a hidden danger if they are not killed. Destroy it sooner or later. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zhao Yunxi's eyes. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you anymore. Han Feng greeted him and walked out carrying two treasure chests. Chapter 23, The Giant Hornet Comes for Revenge. Han Feng. Wait a moment. Zhao Yunxi suddenly shouted. Anything else? Han Feng stopped. Did you see a black wolf last night? Zhao Yunxi said frankly. Yes. Han Feng said casually. What if the black wolf breaks into your shelter? Do you have any plan to deal with it? Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered. No. Han Feng shook his head. Although he has been promoted to level 3, his strength has increased significantly. But facing a ferocious beast, I had no idea what to do. Zhao Yunxi thought for a moment and said, why don't you move in with us first, and then move back after you kill the black wolf? Originally, I thought Han Feng was useless except for his good looks. But just now, Han Feng saved Lu Chushuang easily, demonstrating his extraordinary ability. As long as Han Feng is here, there is nothing to worry about, even if I get injured in the future. This is very important for a team. It is for this reason that I plan to protect Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes turned strange. Didn't you say that it's inconvenient for me, a man, to be with you? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Zhao Yunxi smiled slightly. Isn't this a special situation? It's too dangerous for you to be alone. I'm also considering your safety. Yuling Shan said, Han Feng, just move over here. This way you can rely on us. We will protect you, and you don't have to worry about the big black wolf anymore. Han Feng rolled his eyes at Yuling Shan and said disdainfully, I am a man who stands tall and proud. Do I need the protection of you 3 women? Who are you looking down on? Zhao Yunxi said earnestly. Han Feng, now is not the time to be a hero. Don't you know your own situation? It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a weakling. If you're attacked by a black wolf, can you survive? You should just take care of yourselves. Don't worry about my affairs. Han Feng snorted lightly and walked away without looking back. Why doesn't this guy know what's good for him? Lu Chushuang snorted. Zhao Yunxi sighed. Forget it. Let him be. Han Feng returned to the shelter, placed the 2 treasure chests on the ground, took a closer look, and greeted them with a smile. Hello, 2 treasure chest brothers. Do we know you well? Stop trying to get close to us. One of the treasure chests sneered. You bastard. I gave you face, didn't I? Han Feng huffed angrily. You greeted the other person in a nice way, but then you humiliated him right away. Do you really think he has no temper? Are you furious? Bite me if you don't agree. The other treasure chest sneered. No need for you 2 to show off. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Han Feng grunted with gritted teeth, then carried the engineer's shovel to a corner and started digging without saying a word. In a short while, a half-meter deep pit was dug out. Brother, why are you digging a hole? Are you planning to bury those 2 treasure chests alive? The engineer's shovel asked curiously. Han Feng smiled coldly. This dirt pit is used as a toilet. I'm going to take a shit and then throw these 2 guys in there. 2 treasure chests. Throw them in the pit. Isn't this too vicious? Human, we were not very nice just now. We sincerely apologize to you. Please don't bother with us. One of the treasure chests said in a humbly voice. You are a sensible boy. Han Feng snorted and said coldly. What are you all carrying? I'm packing a bottle of insecticide. The first treasure chest said. Insecticide. Han Feng muttered something. His face darkened slightly, and he was not very satisfied with this item. But on second thought, there are quite a lot of mosquitoes on the island. With insecticide, we can repel mosquitoes, which can be useful. I packed a bag of ham. The second treasure chest followed. Han Feng's eyes lit up. This stuff is much better than bread. This pack of sausage is enough for a day's food. Good. Han Feng curled his lips and then opened 2 treasure chests. Along with 2 bursts of light, A bottle of insecticide and a bag of sausage appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a look and then put the insecticide and ham into the thatched hut. After doing all this, he left the shelter with an engineering shovel. I originally planned to go to the beach, but now I have changed my mind. He planned to build the toilet first. At present, only one hole has been dug, which is far from enough. At the very least, you should put up a layer of straw mats around it. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone saw you pooping with your butt sticking up. He had burned the most lush thatched area on the island, so he had to get thatch somewhere else. Fortunately, there is still a lot of thatch on the island. Han Feng spent more than 2 hours and harvested a total of 8 bundles. It is more than enough to make a straw mat, and the extra can be used to make some furniture. Of course, specific operations still require thatched houses. After collecting the thatch, it was already noon and time for lunch. Afterwards, Han Feng took the roasted locusts and started eating them one by one. Crunchy and chicken flavor. The taste is still quite nice. Han Feng ate more than a dozen locusts in one breath, and then drank the purified water happily. After eating and drinking, I lay down on the straw mat and took a nap. An hour later, Han Feng opened his eyes. After resting for such a long time, I feel refreshed and full of energy. It's time to go out to look for food. Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut carrying an engineering shovel. Just as he came out, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded above his head. Han Feng subconsciously looked up and saw a giant hornet hovering in the air. This giant hornet is as big as an egg, with a fat body and its wings flapping constantly, making a buzzing sound. A pair of eyes flashed with sharp light, staring at him fiercely, revealing a dangerous signal. A wasp this big? Han Feng was startled. If you get stung, you will at least shed your skin if you don't die. So the question is, where did this wasp come from? I had never seen it when I patrolled the island before. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered. This hornet must be the one that Lu Chushuang got from the treasure chest. Han Feng glanced at the giant hornet and coughed lightly. Big hornet, what are you doing in my shelter? To avenge you, the hornet said viciously. We have no grudges against each other. Why do you want to take revenge on me? Han Feng asked curiously. I stung a woman before, but you saved her. You're clearly going against me by doing this. Who should I take revenge on if not you? The hornet's voice was grim. So that's what happened. Han Feng muttered, his expression suddenly becoming disdainful. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Who the hell do you think you are? Chapter 24. You will die if you don't brag. The hornet was immediately furious. How dare you scold me? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and raised a contemptuous smile. After you stung someone, you no longer have the poison needle, right? Without the poison needle, you can't pose a threat to me. What can you use to retaliate against me? Human, you are too naive. Do you think I am an ordinary wasp? To tell you the truth, I can breed poisonous stingers again. The big wasp laughed loudly, full of arrogance and confidence. So, you have already cultivated the poison needle? Han Feng frowned. Wasps with poisonous stings and wasps without poisonous stings are two completely different concepts and must be dealt with caution. Of course, how else can I come to you for revenge? The giant hornet is extremely arrogant. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give you something as compensation, so don't bother me anymore. Are you giving it now? The hornet sneered and then asked, What can you give me? I'll show it to you. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked into the thatched hut. Just as he turned around, a hint of coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Entering the thatched hut, Han Feng picked up the insecticide, hid it behind his back, and then walked out of the hut as if nothing had happened. Human, what good stuff have you hidden? Take it out and show it to me. The hornet urged impatiently. I got you a bottle of happy magic water. Han Feng had a weird smile on his face and pointed the insecticide at the hornet. The hornet didn't know what pesticides were and looked at them with interest. What can this thing do? Just a little spray can make you feel ecstatic. Let me show you. Han Feng chuckled and then pressed the nozzle. With a puff sound, a white mist with a pungent smell sprayed out and quickly swept towards the hornet. When the giant hornet smelled the odor, it immediately realized something was wrong and flapped its wings desperately to escape, but it was too late. The white mist surged up and instantly submerged the giant hornet. Ah! With a scream, the giant hornet fell to the ground and struggled in pain. Fight me? Do you have the strength to do so? Han Feng sneered, then sprayed the hornet with insecticide. Woo! The giant hornet was foaming at the mouth, and it was obvious that it was going to die. Han Feng felt a little bit sorry for the hornet as it was in pain. In the spirit of humanitarianism, he swung the engineer's shovel and hit the hornet hard on the head, sending it on its final journey. Brother, when it comes to playing dirty, you are definitely at the top level. I admire you so much. The engineer shovel complimented. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. You don't know how to chat. Don't talk to me anymore. Engineer shovel. What did it say wrong? Han Feng ignored it and turned to look at the giant hornet's corpse. I saw a sharp black needle stuck in its tail. This sharp needle is the poisonous stinger of the hornet. This thing itself contains a very strong toxin. If you add a little black beetle venom, its toxin will definitely be multiplied, and it might be able to kill the big black wolf in an instant. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and a plan quietly took shape. Later, he carefully removed the poison needle and placed it together with the black beetle's corpse, then left the shelter and headed straight for the beach where he had dug clams yesterday. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the beach and stopped to watch. The beach was quiet at this time, and the two big crabs were not there. I don't know whether he moved to another place or hid on the beach to take a nap. After taking a look, Han Feng walked to the big tree and greeted, "Brother Tree, hello." Dashu ignored Chu Feng, obviously still upset about being skinned by Han Feng yesterday. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and he held the engineer's shovel and shook it at the tree. Do you have any manners? I'm saying hello to you, but you can't speak? Are you mute? Dashu was immediately shocked by Han Feng's power and said hurriedly, Sorry, I was sleeping just now and didn't hear it. It's okay, just continue sleeping. Han Feng chuckled and walked towards the beach. Looking at Han Feng's departing figure, Dashu secretly complained, What the hell? Arriving at the beach, Han Feng cleared his throat. Little beach, are there any clams nearby? Beach, not a single one. Han Feng frowned. How could there be no clams in such a large place? Are you lying to me? Beach, what good would it be if I lied to you? Han Feng wondered, why are there no clams? Shadan explained, a large group of red pine crabs came last night. They raided the area and ate all the clams nearby. Grass. Han Feng couldn't help but curse. He considered the clams on this beach his private property. The red pine crab actually dared to come to his territory and steal his property. Damn it. Brother, since there are no clams here, let's leave. The engineer's shovel gave a reminder. Han Feng pondered for a moment and continued to ask the beach, where are the two big crabs that used to live here? Were they also eaten by the red pine crabs? Shadan. Those two guys were quite smart. When they saw the large number of red pine crabs, they ran away immediately. As long as you're still alive. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The engineer's shovel was a little confused. Brother, don't you have a problem with those two crabs? Why are you suddenly concerned about them? Han Feng chuckled and said, If we find a treasure chest in the sea in the future, how will we salvage it? We can only rely on those two big crabs. So this is what you were thinking. The engineer's shovel suddenly realized something. Little beach, where did those two crabs go? Han Feng asked. Since there were no clams here anyway, he planned to change to another place and take a look at the two big crabs. After passing a reef on the right, there is a beach. That is my cousin's territory. The two crabs went there. Even the beach is brothers and sisters. Han Feng muttered to himself, then walked to the right. However, before he took a few steps, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Human, you are here to show off again. Han Feng stopped, turned his head, and his eyes fell on a huge oyster. This oyster is the same one I encountered yesterday. Han Feng stared at Hailizi, his eyes dark, and smiled coldly. Do you think I really can't deal with you? Hailizi laughed. You will die if you don't brag. I'm right here. Come and take care of one for me to see. Chapter 25, I have been lusting after your body for a long time. Don't show off. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Han Feng snorted coldly. Come on, come and take care of me. The oyster shouted provocatively, and his arrogance became more and more arrogant. Just wait for me. Han Feng said something harsh and turned away. Although it has been promoted to level 3, it still cannot break the hard shell of the oyster. If you can't break the shell, you can't do anything to it. Therefore, we must outsmart it. Coward. Hailizi thought Han Feng had given in and started to mock him unscrupulously. Han Feng ignored him and suddenly sped up towards the shelter. Brother, if you can't do anything to that guy, don't act so arrogant. You're making me feel ashamed. The engineer shovel grunted. You know nothing. Who said I can't do anything about it? Han Feng glared. What can you do? The engineer shovel asked curiously. Han Feng raised a sinister smile. Old rules, outsmart. Engineer shovel. Are you planning to play dirty again? Han Feng returned to the shelter, grabbed the magnifying glass, and returned the same way. Along the way, I collected a small bundle of straw. Soon, Han Feng came close to the oysters, and without saying a word, he threw the thatch on the oysters. Seeing this, Engineer Shovel finally understood. Han Feng is planning to burn the oysters to death. Human, why did you put a pile of straw on me? Are you using it as a blanket for me? The oyster scoffed. You'll know soon enough. Han Feng chuckled, then picked up the magnifying glass, found an angle, and aimed it at the thatch. Immediately, a spot of light fell on the thatch. After waiting for a few seconds, a wisp of white smoke suddenly emerged from the location of the light spot. Han Feng blew gently, and a ball of flame shot up, quickly igniting all the surrounding thatch. After a short while, a raging fire broke out. The temperature also rose rapidly at this moment. Under the scorching heat, the oyster screamed in panic and shouted, "Human, put out the fire quickly. I'm going to be roasted to death." What are you thinking? The purpose of lighting the fire is to burn you to death. Han Feng smiled playfully. I was wrong. I will never show off again, and I will never mock you again. Please forgive me this time. The oysters all cried. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, You may have thought too much. Even if you don't mock me, I won't let you go. After all, you taste very delicious, and I have been greedy for your body for a long time. The oyster was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed, Human, you will not have a good death. I curse you. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and then he blew another breath. Suddenly, the flames burned more fiercely. The oyster screamed miserably. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Han Feng chuckled. Shadan secretly smacked his lips. Human, you are too cruel. Han Feng snorted. If a man is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. Who asked it to provoke me? Even if it dies, is its own fault. Shadan, but you just said that you wanted to kill it because you were greedy for its body. Han Feng was slightly startled and coughed lightly. Then shouldn't I wait to find an excuse? Beach. Engineer Shovel. My elder brother is just that kind of person. He always likes to play dirty tricks. He is very ruthless. If you spend a long time with my elder brother, you will understand. There is nothing to be surprised about. I, Han Feng, have always acted uprightly. How could I be as shameful as you say? Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Brother, I mainly want to praise you. Maybe there is something wrong with my expression. Please don't mind it. The engineer, Shovel, hurriedly explained. Try to speak less in the future. It would be best if you were mute. Han Feng snorted, then set his eyes on the oyster. After being roasted by the flames, the oyster stopped screaming. The tightly closed shell slowly opened, revealing the juicy, tender meat inside, exuding an enticing aroma that made people salivate. Han Feng licked his lips, quickly opened the shell, and roughly took out the seafood pork, then enjoyed happily. The freshest ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. By cooking them over fire, the delicious flavor of the oysters is fully brought out. Han Feng praised the food highly and felt that it was the most delicious food in the world. After finishing the meal, he wiped his mouth with a look of unsatisfied feeling, then picked up the oyster shells and left. Brother, what are you doing with the shell? The engineer Shovel asked in confusion. Han Feng smiled slightly and said, Go back and use it as a plate. Oyster shells are very strong and durable, and are large enough to be used as serving plates. After crossing a reef, Han Feng arrived at another beach. This beach is twice as large as the previous one. The beach was not calm at this time. I saw 2 big green crabs surrounded by a dozen big red crabs. These 2 big blue crabs are the ones we encountered yesterday, and these dozen red crabs should be red pine crabs. Han Feng took a look and found a nearby patch of grass to hide in without revealing his whereabouts. Didn't you say you wanted to save these 2 big crabs? Why haven't you done anything yet? The engineer, Shovel, asked. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a deep look. No hurry. Now, the 2 big blue crabs are in a standoff with the red pine crabs, and the timing is not yet ripe. He waited until they started fighting and their lives were threatened, and then came to the rescue. The 2 big blue crabs would surely be very grateful to him. You can use it for yourself in the future. Brother, when will you take action? The engineer, Shovel, asked. Why do you have so many questions? Han Feng rolled his eyes, feeling a little annoyed, so he whispered, blocked the sound of the shovel. Engineer Shovel. The whole world suddenly became quiet. On the beach, The male blue crab glared at the red pine crab in front of him and said angrily, "What do you mean? Why are you surrounding us?" One of the leaders of the red pine crabs smiled lewdly. "Your wife is pretty, and we guys are lonely these days. Let us borrow your wife for 2 days, and we'll return her to you when you've had enough fun." Even crabs are so lustful. This world is really messed up. Feng pinched his chin and muttered thoughtfully. "Shameless." The female blue crab cursed loudly. The leader of the red pine crabs said shamelessly, "I'll show you something even more shameless later." "Asshole." The male blue crab could no longer bear it and roared. "If you dare to touch my wife, I swear, I will kill you all one by one." "You're quite good at pretending." The leader of the red pine crab sneered, and then ordered his men, "Brothers, don't just stand there, kill this guy." With a whoosh, a group of red pine crabs swarmed forward. The battle started instantly. Chapter 26, Help me pick up treasure chests. I will protect you. The 2 blue crabs are larger than the red pine crabs, and their defense and attack power are superior to those of the red pine crabs. At first, the 2 big blue crabs were able to deal with the red pine crabs. But after fighting for a while, the red pine crabs gradually gained the upper hand with their advantage in numbers. Suddenly, the male blue crab screamed. A red pine crab suddenly stretched out a big claw and clamped one of the male blue crab's legs. The male blue crab felt the pain, and its movements suddenly became slow. At this time, more red pine crabs rushed in and quickly submerged the male blue crabs. The male blue crab struggled hard, but was eventually outnumbered and knocked to the ground. "I'm going to fight you." The female blue crab roared in grief and anger and rushed up madly, trying to rescue the male blue crab. However, it was soon stopped by 3 red pine crabs. After a struggle, he was also pinned to the ground. "I'm going to kill you." The male blue crab was so angry that he struggled hard. However, he was firmly controlled by 7 or 8 red pine crabs and could not move at all. "It's my turn to perform." Feng cursed and rushed forward with an engineer shovel. After being promoted to level 3, the speed increased significantly. Like a tiger carrying a violent aura. "Die!" In just 2 seconds, Feng rushed to the beach, swinging the engineer shovel in both hands and smashing it down at a red pine crab. The red pine crab was completely intimidated by Feng's domineering aura. It stood there in a daze and even forgot to escape. The engineer's shovel, carrying the power of thunder, hit the shell of the red pine crab hard. Snap! Accompanied by a sound of shattering. The red pine crab's shell completely shattered and collapsed, and even its internal organs flowed out. After being hit by this, the red pine crab screamed, fell straight to the ground, and died. Witnessing this scene, the entire beach fell into a suffocating silence. All the red pine crabs were shocked. Where did this human in front of me come from? Too powerful, too fierce. The 2 big blue crabs were dumbfounded. How did Feng appear here? And as soon as it appears, it kills the red pine crabs. Is he here to rescue them? But that's not right. They and Feng are clearly in a hostile relationship. There is no reason for Feng to save them. Just when he was in a trance, Feng attacked again, sweeping away 2 red pine crabs with 1 blow. After 2 screams, the 2 red pine crabs were blown to pieces and died on the spot. "Chief, what should we do?" The remaining red pine crabs were all panicked. The corner of the red pine crab leader's mouth trembled, and he glared at Feng angrily and said, "Human, we didn't come to provoke you. Why did you kill us?" Feng had a murderous look on his face and snorted coldly. "These 2 big blue crabs are my friends. Bullying my friends is against me. If I don't kill you, who should I kill?" The 2 big blue crabs suddenly became unmanageable. It turns out that Feng really came to save them, and also treat them as friends. The development of things to this point was really beyond their expectations. "I didn't know they were your friends. Let's leave now," the red pine crab leader said immediately. I felt really unwilling to just let go of 2 big blue crabs. But there was no way. Feng's strength was too terrifying, far above them. To go against Feng is to seek death. After you bully my friend, you want to just walk away? There is no such easy thing in the world. Feng sneered. Hunting red pine crabs not only gives you experience points, but also serves as food. Therefore, we will never let them go easily. Human, you are bullying crabs too much. The leader of the red pine crabs was furious and roared. Brothers, this human doesn't want to let us go, so we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's go together and fight him. Let's fight. Kill. A group of red pine crabs rushed towards Han Feng with a roar. The leader of the red pine crabs took a glance, quickly retreated to the seashore, dived into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. Court death. Han Feng roared and swung the engineer shovel wildly. Every strike can explode a red pine crab. Bang bang. After more than a dozen consecutive loud noises, all the remaining red pine crabs were killed by Han Feng without exception. On the beach, there were corpses of red pine crabs everywhere. Some red pine crabs were even beaten into meat paste, and the scene was very bloody. Too strong. The two big blue crabs were stunned. Han Feng glanced at the corpse of the red pine crab, and a look of satisfaction appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes turned and fell on the two big blue crabs, and he smiled slightly. "You two, are you okay?" "We're fine. Thanks for the rescue." The male blue crab expressed his gratitude to Han Feng. If Han Feng had not acted in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Today it is doomed to die, and the female blue crab will inevitably suffer humiliation. Han Feng is their savior, and it is only right that they say thank you. Han Feng waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart." The male blue crab suddenly remembered something and looked at Han Feng intently, wondering, "Human, why did you save us?" Han Feng curled his lips slightly. "Didn't you help me get 2 treasure chests yesterday? That's a big help to me. I value friendship the most. You helped me, so I should help you." The engineer shoveled and then complained, "Shameless." Han Feng clearly just wanted the 2 blue crabs to help him pick up the treasure chests. What kind of friendship is that? So that's what happened. The male blue crab suddenly realized something and immediately said, "Human, from now on, whenever I see a treasure chest, I will help you pick it up." Han Feng was waiting for this sentence. He laughed and said, "Help me pick up the treasure chests, and I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come to me, and I will help you." Very good. The male blue crab was overjoyed. They have already seen Han Feng's strength. With this kind of force protection, safety can definitely be greatly improved. The female blue crab suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, we found a treasure chest this morning." "Where?" Han Feng's eyes lit up. "I'll get it." After the male blue crab finished speaking, he rushed into the reef at high speed. After a while, he returned to the original place, holding a green treasure chest. Chapter 27. A machete was opened. Bronze treasure chest. Han Feng suddenly became excited. The bronze treasure chest is definitely a level higher than the black iron treasure chest. So what good things can come out? Han Feng did not open it immediately, because no matter what kind of treasure chest it is, there are dangers. For safety reasons, you must first determine what is inside before opening it. Later, Han Feng started to communicate with the bronze treasure chest. "Little treasure chest, what's in yours?" "Bronze treasure chest. Guess." "I guess your sister." Han Feng snorted, his eyes slowly darkening. "I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise I will throw you into the cesspool later." The bronze treasure chest sneered. "Threatening me? I won't fall for it." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and then said earnestly, "The pit is full of feces, urine, and maggots. It's really disgusting. Aren't you afraid at all?" This trick had worked every time before, and it scared those black iron treasure chests so much that they begged for mercy. Why is the bronze treasure chest not scary at all? "Bronze treasure chest, I'm just a metal box. It doesn't matter where I am. What if I'm in a cesspool? I can't smell it anyway." Han Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't think of a way to get the bronze treasure chest for a moment, so he had to slowly test it. "Is there food in it?" "Bronze treasure chest, no." Han Feng continued to guess. "It's either for eating or for use." "Is it a tool?" "Bronze treasure chest. It's a tool." Han Feng's expression changed. "What kind of tool is that?" "Bronze treasure chest. Guess." "Grass." Han Feng was so angry that he wanted to smash the bronze treasure chest to pieces. However, after thinking about it, I finally gave up. Then, continued to guess patiently. Time passed slowly, and 15 minutes passed before I knew it. Han Feng continued to guess. "Is it a hammer?" "No." "Pliers?" "No." "Screwdriver?" "Kitchen knife?" "No." "What on earth is it?" Han Feng was overwhelmed. At this time, the male crab couldn't bear it any longer and reminded him, "Brother, I don't think you need to keep guessing. Since we have confirmed that there is a tool in the treasure chest, it means there is no danger." Yes. This word woke Han Feng up, and he reacted immediately. How can tools be dangerous? Then why are you guessing? Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest without saying a word. With a whoosh, a crystal light burst out. The next moment, a machete appeared in front of him. This machete is about 1.5 meters long and weighs dozens of kilograms. It is covered with rust and had a rough texture. Even the blade has not been opened, and it looks very bad. That's all you came up with? Han Feng sighed, feeling very disappointed. Brother, I'm actually not bad. Machete suddenly spoke. Do you want to take a look at yourself? You are nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. What can you do? Han Feng snorted disdainfully. Don't underestimate me. I'm very sharp. I'm good at chopping wood and felling trees. Machete yelled. You're sharp. Han Feng looked incredulous. Wouldn't it be clear if we just verify it? Machete suggested. Okowo. Han Feng walked quickly towards a big tree not far away with a machete in hand. There was only one big tree nearby, the one that Han Feng had peeled the bark from yesterday. Speaking of which, this guy is quite unlucky. I was skinned yesterday and am waiting to be stabbed again today. But there is no way, because it is the only tree nearby. Seeing Han Feng coming towards him with a machete, the tree was immediately frightened and said in horror, Human, what are you doing? Are you going to skin me again? Don't worry, I won't skin you alive. Han Feng chuckled and glanced at the tree. When his gaze fell on a straight branch, he grabbed the machete and chopped it down suddenly. With a click, the branch was broken at the root, and the end was very smooth. It is enough to see how sharp the machete is. Ah! The tree howled in pain and yelled at Han Feng. Human, I'll fuck your grandma. Han Feng held the machete and swung at the tree, his eyes flashing coldly. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. The tree immediately became timid and muttered quietly. I didn't say anything. Isn't it just a branch I cut off from you? Look how stingy you are. Han Feng snorted lightly, then pressed on the broken branch and released a healing talent. I saw a milky white light escaping and slowly flowing into the fracture. Bathed in the light, the broken part healed instantly and a new sprout grew out. Brother, your operation is really amazing, Machete exclaimed. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Han Feng laughed and turned to the tree again. Are you still going to scold me? The shoe immediately said, I'm sorry, I just misunderstood you. Thank you for helping me with the treatment. You are welcome. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, picked up the branch on the ground, and walked straight to the beach. Brother, that big tree scolded you, but you didn't argue with it and even treated it. From this alone, it's easy to see that you are definitely a kind and thoughtful person. Machete sighed. You don't understand. Han Feng's eyes showed deep meaning, and he smiled faintly. Only when it grows branches again can we continue to cut it. Machete. Big tree. Back on the beach, Han Feng picked out a few relatively intact red pine crabs, left the bruised ones for the 2 big blue crabs, and then returned to the shelter. Brother, today's harvest is quite rich. Not only did we catch a few big crabs, but we also picked up a kitchen knife. Mu Palisade said with a grin. The machete was immediately displeased. Is there nothing wrong with your eyes? I'm a machete, not a kitchen knife. Wooden fence. Sorry, I didn't see it clearly just now. I didn't expect you to be a real machete, but you look so ugly. Machete. I call this restrained. Much better than those flashy ones. You know nothing. Wooden fence. Han Feng opened the gate, entered the yard, and threw a few red pine crabs on the ground. Then, he looked at the vegetable garden. The corn plant has grown to more than 1 meter tall and has 3 ears of corn on it. As for the others, they have all grown to more than 10 centimeters. All in all, the growth trend is very encouraging. Han Feng took a look and was about to go back to the thatched hut to rest for a while. Mu Fence suddenly spoke up. Brother, shovel is injured. Han Feng quickly looked at the engineer's shovel, only to see that the shovel was full of potholes. It is very likely the damage left over from the previous fight with the red pine crab. Little shovel, why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Han Feng asked with concern. Engineer shovel. Speak, are you mute? Han Feng's face darkened. Engineer shovel. Forget it. Han Feng snorted lightly, turned around, and entered the thatched hut. But the moment I entered, I suddenly remembered something. I had previously muted Engineer Shovel because he talked too much. This was a mistake. The engineer was wrongly blamed for the shovel. Chapter 28, Exchange for Logs. Han Feng turned his head and looked at the engineer's shovel, muttering silently, remove the ban. The engineer's shovel burst into tears. Brother, please treat me quickly. I am in so much pain. Okay, Stop screaming. I'll treat you right away. Han Feng smacked his lips, grabbed the engineer's shovel, and immediately released his healing talent. Bathed in a milky white light, the bumps and dents made by the engineer's shovels were quickly restored. It's so cool. The engineer shovel shouted comfortably. Han Feng put the engineering shovel on the ground, drank a bottle of purified water, and then lay down on the straw mat to rest. I don't know how long it took, but the thatched house suddenly said, Han Feng, the straw curtains have been made. Han Feng opened his eyes and saw a 4-meter-long straw curtain appeared in front of him. In addition, there were 2 more straw stools on the ground. Good. Han Feng nodded and walked out of the thatched hut holding the straw curtain. Then it was erected around the dug pit. From then on, a simple toilet was completed. Human, you're not going to poop yet? At this time, Corn suddenly spoke. Why do you ask that? Han Feng frowned. Corn, after you poop, you can give it to me. I really want to eat poop. Han Feng suddenly felt a chill and smacked his lips and said, Okay, I'll give it to you when you're done. We want that too. The other plants followed suit. You all have a share. Han Feng was also speechless. After calming down the plants, Han Feng picked up a machete and started trimming the branch he had brought back. Machete asked curiously, Brother, what are you doing with this branch? As a weapon, Han Feng said casually. This branch is 1.8 meters long and very straight. If the front edge is sharpened a little, it can be used as a spear. If the tip is coated with black beetle venom and the hornet stinger is installed, its lethality should not be underestimated. It can even kill the big black wolf with one blow. Machete said disdainfully, With me here, do you need any other weapons? You don't understand. Han Feng smiled and didn't explain too much. Instead, he concentrated on trimming the branches. After working for an hour, the repair was finally completed. In appearance, it is no different from a spear. Han Feng waved it in his hand and was very satisfied with the production. Of course, the current spear can only be considered a semi-finished product. Only after it is coated with poison and inserted with poison needles can it have real lethality. Later, Han Feng entered the thatched hut and took out the leaves wrapped with the black beetle and the poison needle. Then, he carefully inserted the poison needle into the tip of the spear. Then, he inserted the spear into the black beetle's body and rotated it a few times. When it was taken out, the entire spear head turned pitch black. It was obvious that the venom had seeped into the spear head. At this point, a spear containing a deadly poison was completely formed. With this spear, Han Feng felt more confident, and his eyes flashed with sharpness. Tonight, if the big black wolf dares to come, it will be the day of its death. Later, Han Feng looked at the sky. The sun sets, the sky darkens, night is about to fall, and it's time to prepare dinner. Han Feng immediately took the magnifying glass and lit the fire. After lighting the fire, put a frying pan on the stove and poured 2 bottles of purified water in it. Finally, I simply cleaned the red pine crabs and threw them into the pan one by one. Although these red pine crabs are dead, they have not been dead for long and are still fresh. Fresh ingredients, simple cooking methods. Soon, the pot was filled with a rich seafood aroma, which made people salivate. Han Feng couldn't wait to pick up a red pine crab and tasted it with relish. Since the red pine crabs are large in size, every bite makes him feel satisfied. He enjoyed the delicious food and immersed himself in the pleasure it brought. Although I really like the taste of red pine crabs, my appetite is limited after all, and I felt full after eating only 3. What to do with the remaining red pine crabs? In this kind of weather, it will definitely go bad overnight. Wouldn't that be a waste? Han Feng thought about it and finally decided to sell it. Afterwards, the trading hall was opened and notices of red pine crabs and purified water for sale were posted. After doing all this, I simply tidied up the yard. Then he entered the thatched hut, lay on a straw mat, and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, did you get any food? I haven't eaten for a whole day. I'm starving. Sudamao, didn't I tell you? If you're really hungry, you can eat grass roots. Jiang Feng, that thing is really hard to swallow. It burns my throat. I only took 1 bite and almost vomited. Sudamao, that means you are not hungry yet. If you are really hungry, you will not only eat grass roots, but even soil. Wudahai, doesn't everyone have 10 seeds? If you really can't, just eat 2 first. At least you won't starve to death. Jiang Feng, I ate it all yesterday. Wudahai. Jiang Feng, brothers, if any one of you has food, I can exchange it with you for supplies. Zhang Sheng, since you have supplies, why don't you go to the trading hall? There are people selling food there. Why don't you just trade with them? Jiang Feng sighed. I contacted them, but they didn't want it. Su Lin, what are your supplies? Jiang Feng, 51-meter-long logs. Yang Shuiyang, where did you get so much wood? Jiang Feng, don't mention it. I picked up a bronze treasure chest on the island this morning. I thought it was flying, but when I opened it, it turned out to be wood. What a waste. Li Qingguang, at this stage, food is extremely precious. If you want to exchange wood for food, no one will trade with you. Jiang Feng, I'm so damn unlucky. At least you could give me a few steamed buns. Seeing this, Han Feng's eyes gradually lit up. Others look down on wood, but he just happens to be able to use it. The wooden fence devours these woods and will definitely go to the next level. Thinking of this, Han Feng spoke. Jiang Feng, I want to switch with you. Jiang Feng suddenly became excited. Really? What are you going to exchange with me? Han Feng, I have 2 freshly cooked crabs here in exchange for your 50 logs. Jiang Feng said without any hesitation, I agree to trade with you. Not to mention 2 crabs, he would agree even if it was just 1. After all, those logs were of no use if they were left in hand. Yang Shuiyang, Han Feng, did you hunt those 2 crabs? The crabs here are completely different species from those on Earth. They're not only large in size, but also extremely ferocious. Even if you were to face him, he might not be able to defeat him. How did Han Feng hunt? Could it be that he possesses an unusually powerful talent? Chapter 29, brother. I love you so much. Han Feng, I didn't kill it. I picked it up. If other people knew that he killed more than a dozen red pine crabs at a time, wouldn't they be shocked? There's no need to be so high profile. Yang Shuiyang. Can this thing be picked up? Han Feng, this is what happened. This morning, 2 populations of crabs were fighting on a beach, and several crabs died. I happened to come across them, so I picked them up. Yang Shuiyang. So that's what's happening. Pseudo Mao. Han Feng, you are so lucky. Han Feng smiled and said, I am really lucky. Zhang Sheng. Han Feng, how many crabs did you pick up in total? Han Feng, why are you asking this? Do you want to trade with me too? Zhang Sheng. I have nothing to trade with you. I want to ask you for one. You may not believe it, but I have never eaten a crab since I was a child. I don't even know what a crab tastes like. Can you have pity on me and give me one? Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. Sorry, there are only 2 in total. Want to get his stuff for free? No way. Zhang Sheng, hey. Li Qingguang, what a pity. I was originally planning to exchange with you. Han Feng, what do you have? Li Qingguang, I opened a treasure chest today and found 2 oil lamps. One of these is enough, and more would be a waste. Han Feng's eyes lit up slightly. I agree to trade with you. It was pitch black in the thatched hut at night, making it very inconvenient to do anything. He had long wanted to get a lighting device. This oil lamp comes in handy. Zhang Sheng. Han Feng, didn't you say there are no crabs left? Han Feng, I saved one for dinner and never had the heart to eat it. Zhang Sheng, really? Han Feng, really, I never lie. Yang Feng, Han Feng, I am starving. Let's go to the trading hall quickly. Han Feng, if anyone has anything, such as thatch or wood, seeds or wine bottles, you can come to me to exchange them. Wudahai. Han Feng, are you serious? You can use thatch to exchange for food? There isn't much else on the island except for lots of thatch. If I could really trade thatch with Han Feng, I wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Han Feng, never lia. Wudahai. How much straw does it take to exchange for a crab? Han Feng thought for a moment and said, 50 kilograms. The thatched house devours 50 kilograms of thatch, which should be enough to create a thatched bed. It's worth exchanging a crab for a thatched bed. Wudahai. It's a deal. I'll go out and cut the thatch right now. Zhang Sheng. Han Feng, do you still have crabs? Han Feng, I actually saved 2 crabs for dinner. Zhang Sheng smiled and said, didn't you say you wouldn't lie? Han Feng, I'm mainly worried that you'll be worried about me. Zhang Sheng. Su Lin asked curiously, Han Feng, what do you want so much thatch for? Han Feng, of course, it's to upgrade the thatch hut. Su Lin? Everyone. Han Feng was a little confused. What do you mean? Su Lin, upgrading a thatched hut with thatch? Are you kidding us? Han Feng was slightly stunned. Is it not possible? His thatched hut can be upgraded by consuming thatch, so he instinctively thought that other thatched huts could also be upgraded. But from what Su Lin said, it seems that it's not possible. Su Lin, of course not. If you want to upgrade the thatched hut, you must use exclusive upgrade gems. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. How did you know? Su Lin, the World Channel has a guide on this topic. Haven't you read it? Han Feng realized something was wrong. In this case, only his thatched hut can be upgraded by consuming thatch. Why does this happen? Could it be that something strange happened after communicating with the thatched hut? Han Feng thought about it and felt that this possibility was still very high. Of course, I couldn't tell anyone about this, so I said, I was just joking with you to liven up the atmosphere. The main purpose of exchanging thatch is to make a fire and cook. Everyone, exchange a crab for straw, for fire? What a prodigal son, Jiang Feng urged. Han Feng, don't just stand there, go and trade quickly. Han Feng, let's go. Afterwards, Han Feng closed the chat group and opened the trading hall. The transaction with Jiang Feng and Li Qingguang was completed smoothly. After the transaction is completed, the items are temporarily stored in the transaction warehouse for up to 1 day. Fortunately, there's a trading warehouse. Otherwise, there would be no place to put the 50 logs. Han Feng first took out the oil lamp and looked at it carefully. This is an old oil lamp. It looks a bit rough, but it exudes a unique charm. The main body of the oil lamp is a simple metal container, probably made of copper or iron, the surface of which has been eroded by time, leaving mottled marks. After taking a look, Han Feng greeted, "Hello, little oil lamp." The oil lamp was silent. Han Feng spoke again, "Why don't you speak?" The oil lamp remained silent. Han Feng was a little puzzled. In the past, no matter what object I touched, I could communicate with it. Why doesn't the oil lamp speak? Could he be a mute? Han Feng didn't think much about it. He dropped the oil lamp in a corner and walked out of the thatched hut. At this moment, the sun has set and the sky is gray and gloomy. Han Feng quickly came to the wooden fence, opened the warehouse in the trading hall, and took out a 1-meter-long log. Muslin suddenly became excited. "Brother, where did you get the wood? Is it for me to eat?" Han Feng smiled slightly. "Of course it's for you to eat, but before that I have a question for you. How many pieces of wood of this size can you eat to level up?" Without hesitation, Moses said, 50 will be enough. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. What changes will there be after the upgrade? Wooden fence. After upgrading, there are 2 options. The first is to increase the defense power, doubling the original power. The second is to increase the height, which can grow to 2 meters. Han Feng frowned slightly. Can't we amplify both at the same time? Wooden fence. You can only choose one. Han Feng sighed. Then let's increase our defense first. If it only increases in height, but its defense cannot keep up, it will be just a decoration. Wooden fence was a little confused. Brother, 1 piece of wood is not enough for me to upgrade. Han Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Just open your mouth. With a click, suddenly, a huge gap appeared on the wooden fence, like a big mouth appearing in front of Han Feng. Han Feng picked up the original and stuffed it into the gap. Crunch, crunch. He chewed the wooden fence with great relish, just like he was eating candy beans. You seem to enjoy yourself. Han Feng muttered something, then took out a log from the warehouse and stuffed it into the gap. Then there is the second one and the third one. Seeing Han Feng take out so much wood, Mu Jialan shouted excitedly, "Brother, I love you so much." Chapter 30 Wooden Fence Promotion. Han Feng suddenly felt a chill. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he smacked his lips and said, "Xiao Jialan, don't say such cheesy words in the future. I really can't stand it." "Okay, big brother." The palisade agreed readily, and then began to devour the log. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 logs were devoured. Han Feng looked at it carefully and saw that the color of the wooden fence was obviously much darker than before, giving people a very solid feeling. Muslin, "Brother, why are you staring at me like that?" Han Feng coughed lightly. "After you upgrade, can you block the attack of the big black wolf?" Muslin said confidently, "That big black wolf is only level 2. It can no longer harm me." Han Feng's expression froze, and he asked in confusion, "How do you know that the big bad wolf is level 2? Wooden fence. I don't know exactly what the situation is, but I can sense its level." Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then turned to face the thatched cottage. "Little cottage, can you also sense the level of the big bad wolf?" "That's house, yes." "Brother, I can sense it too." The sound of the engineer's shovel was heard. "Why can't I sense it?" Han Feng started to grumble. "Brother, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not." Wooden Fence chuckled. "Just say it." Han Feng didn't care. Mu Jialan said slowly, "We have all developed intelligence and are at a higher level. You are just a human, the weakest being in the world. Naturally, you cannot be compared with us. It is normal that you cannot sense the level of the big black wolf." Han Feng, where does the sense of superiority come from with just a wooden fence? What the hell? After a moment of confusion, Han Feng said disdainfully, "How dare you look down on me? Believe it or not, I can beat you to pieces with one punch." Mu Xiaolan chuckled and said, "Brother, even though you have been promoted to level 3, it is a bit unrealistic to think of hurting me." "Yeah." Han Feng's eyes flickered. "Wooden fence. If you don't believe me, just try it yourself." "Okowo." Han Feng nodded, turned, and entered the thatched hut, then returned to his original place with a machete. Mu Xiaolan was dumbfounded. "Brother, you have no martial ethics. Didn't you say you would beat me with your bare hands? Why did you use a knife?" Han Feng chuckled. "What did I say? I was unarmed." "Wooden fence." Han Feng seemed to have never said that. Han Feng swung the machete in his hand. A sinister look flashed across the corner of his mouth. "Little fence, are you ready? I'm going to take action." "Isn't a wooden fence good for showing off? Today's highs and lows give it some strength." Mu Xiaolan was shocked and said immediately, "Brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. You will always be the most respected brother in my heart. There is no need to fight." Han Feng pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "There is indeed no need to fight and kill, but I really want to verify one thing. Wooden fence. What's the matter?" Han Feng said in a deep voice, "Is the machete sharper? Or are you stronger?" Muslin reacted immediately and said hurriedly, "Brother, I admit that I am showing off. I am definitely not as powerful as the machete, so there is no need to verify it. Have faith in yourself." Han Feng's eyes darkened, and he swung his machete, chopping it hard on the wooden fence. There was a crisp sound. There was a gap in the wooden fence. "Ah!" The wooden fence screamed miserably. "Not bad," Han Feng commented. "The machete is extremely sharp." He had chopped off a branch as thick as an arm with one blow. The blow only left a small gap in the wooden fence, which was enough to show how strong the wooden fence's defense was. "Okay, stop screaming. I'll give you treatment later." Han Feng comforted him. Mu Xiaolan said indignantly, "It turns out that it wasn't you who was chopped. If it was you, you would scream even louder. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Han Feng rolled his eyes and whispered, "Block the sound of the wooden fence." "Wooden fence. After hurting it, you still don't allow it to speak? This is too overbearing." When his ears quieted down, Han Feng pulled out his machete and put his hand on the gap in the wooden fence. Immediately, a milky white beam of light overflowed and flowed over the gap. The next moment, the gap returned to normal without leaving even a trace. "Brother, how is it? Am I sharp enough?" Machete said proudly. Han Feng said disdainfully, "How dare you brag about yourself when you can't even split a wooden fence?" The machete said unconvincedly, "The small fence has been promoted to level 2, but I'm only level 1. There's a difference of 1 level. If I could also be promoted to level 2, I would chop into firewood with one stroke." "Yeah." Han Feng's eyes flickered and he asked, "What are the conditions for you to be promoted to a higher level?" Without hesitation, the machete said, "It needs to devour metal matter." Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Upgrading the engineer's shovel and frying pan also requires swallowing metal substances. But this thing is very scarce. Even if you want to exchange it, you can't. There is still a long way to go to help these 3 guys quickly level up. Han Feng was in a trance for a moment, then turned to the wooden fence and said softly, "Remove the ban on the wooden fence." The wooden fence immediately started yelling, "Brother, silencing is immoral. You can't treat me like this again. I am your most sincere little fence. Don't talk nonsense in front of me anymore, and I won't ban you." Han Feng smiled and then reminded, "When the big black wolf appears at night, notify me immediately." Muslin muttered quietly, "What's the point of notifying you? Aren't you still hiding in your thatched hut and shivering? What are you mumbling about?" Han Feng's eyes widened. Mu Xiaolan said hurriedly, "I will do my duty and notify you as soon as I find the big black wolf." "That's more like it." Han Feng nodded and entered the thatched hut carrying a machete. At this time, the thatched roof was already plunged into darkness. Han Feng originally wanted to light the oil lamp, but then he realized there was no fire. The sun had already set and the magnifying glass was of no use. There is no choice but to give up. Later, Han Feng opened the game panel. Just then, the private message icon lit up. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Wu Dahai, he quickly clicked on the private message. "Wu Dahai, Han Feng, according to your request, I have collected 50 kilograms of thatch. When are we going to trade?" Han Feng's eyes lit up. Let's do it now. Then the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng gave Wu Dahai a red pine crab and exchanged it for 50 kilograms of thatch from Wu Dahai, which he stored in the warehouse. With these thatches, you can start making thatched beds. Chapter 31, Magnifying Glass Promotion. Afterwards, Han Feng took out bundles of straw one by one and fed them all to the thatched cottage, and instructed, "Little thatched cottage, make a big bed for me first." "Thatched house, what size do you want?" Han Feng thought for a moment and said, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide will do. The area inside the thatched house itself is not very large. If the thatched bed is too big, it cannot be placed open. Thatched house. It takes 4 hours to make a thatched bed. Take your time. Han Feng nodded, then opened the game panel. At this time, the private message icon lit up again. A total of 3 people sent private messages. In addition to Wu Dahai and Yuan Hao, there was also a stranger named Fei Ching. Han Feng took a look and clicked on Wu Dahai's private message first. "Wu Dahai, Han Feng, the big crab you gave me is so delicious. It may be the best thing I have ever eaten in my life." Han Feng's face darkened. "You sent me a private message just to talk about this?" "Wu Dahai, no, I mainly want to ask, do you still want thatch? If you do, I will continue cutting it tomorrow." Han Feng, "Yes, the more the better." "Wu Dahai, can you give me some crabs?" Han Feng, "They may not be crabs, but we can give you other food or purified water." "Wu Dahai, it's a deal." After chatting with Wu Dahai, Han Feng opened Yuan Hao's private message. "Yuan Hao, Han Feng, I have derived another 10-kilogram piece of iron ore, and I would like to exchange it with you for a bottle of purified water." "Unfen, no problem." After both parties completed the transaction, Han Feng opened Fei Ching's private message again. "Fei Ching, I just saw the information about you selling crabs and purified water in the trading hall. I have 100 beer bottles here. Do you want some?" Han Feng said without any hesitation, "Yes." You can upgrade by swallowing beer bottles with a magnifying glass, so of course you can't miss it. Fei Ching was a little excited. "What can you give me?" Han Feng, "Can I give you a crab?" Fei Ching, "Dia." 100 empty beer bottles can be exchanged for a big crab. It felt like pie in the sky. After the transaction was completed, Han Feng placed the beer bottle in front of the magnifying glass. Magnifying glass asked excitedly, "Brother, are these beer bottles for me?" "Yes, they're all for you, eat them." Han Feng smiled slightly. "Brother, you are so good to me, I love you so much." The magnifying glass shouted, "How freaking corny." The engineer, Shovel, complained, "Is it your business?" The magnifying glass snorted, then began to devour the beer bottle. Han Feng then took out the iron ore, glanced at the engineering shovel, frying pan, and machete, and finally gave the iron ore to the machete. The machete is an offensive weapon and has currently demonstrated considerable offensive power. After upgrading, the attack power will be even more explosive. Therefore, I plan to help the machete upgrade first. The frying pan was immediately unhappy. "Brother, you can't be partial to one and treat the other differently. I am your most sincere frying pan. How can you give the iron ore to the machete and not to me? There must be a first-come, first-served rule, right?" Machete also felt a little embarrassed. "Brother, why don't you give the iron ore to the frying pan first? After all, I came later, so we can talk about it next time." Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then turned to the frying pan and said meaningfully, "I can give it to you first, but you have to follow me out to fight tomorrow. Can you do it?" When he heard that he was going out to fight, the pan immediately became timid. "Brother, I'm just a pot. I'm good at cooking, but I'm not good at fighting. You'd better use the iron or as a machete. You are a smart kid." Han Feng chuckled, turned to face the machete, and ordered, "Don't stand there. Eat quickly." Without saying a word, the machete opened its mouth and swallowed the iron ore, enjoying it happily. At this time, the magnifying glass ate 100 bottles of wine and shouted excitedly, "Brother, I've been promoted." Han Feng's expression changed. He grabbed the magnifying glass and took a look. He asked curiously, "It hasn't changed much from before?" The magnifying glass chuckled. "Although my appearance has not changed, my abilities have increased a lot?" Han Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What is your current ability?" The magnifying glass said proudly, "Before, I could only light a fire with sunlight, but now I can also light a fire with moonlight." "Real?" Han Feng was somewhat unbelievable. "Really, if you don't believe it, you can verify it." The magnifying glass said confidently. Han Feng came to the window and opened a crack. A ray of bright moonlight shines in. Han Feng picked up the magnifying glass and pointed it at the moonlight. Soon, a dazzling white light appeared on the ground. After a while, a sizzling sound came from the ground, and wisps of white smoke rose. It really works. Han Feng's expression moved, and then he took the oil lamp and aimed the wick at the white light. After waiting for a while, a wisp of white smoke came out of the wick and a few sparks appeared. Han Feng blew gently at the wick. Whoosh! The wick burned, emitting a light that illuminated the entire thatched hut. Hey, hey! But at this moment, a woman's laughter suddenly sounded in my ears. Boo! Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and looked around, finally fixing his gaze on the oil lamp. Brother, it's me. The oil lamp chuckled. Han Feng stared at the oil lamp and asked curiously, Little oil lamp, why did you ignore me when I was talking to you before? Oil lamp. Before it is lit, I am in deep sleep. Only when it is lit, I am awake. Oh, Han Feng suddenly realized something and asked, so, when the oil in the lamp runs out, you will never wake up? The engineer's shovel reminded him, Brother, it's an oil lamp. Just add some oil to it, right? That's right. Han Feng knew it. Oil lamp? Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Just let me get some sun every day, and I can convert the light energy into lamp oil. Great little oil lamp. Han Feng sighed. It can be transformed into lamp oil after being exposed to the sun. The small oil lamp is quite powerful. Later, Han Feng found a place and hung up the oil lamp. Then he lay down on the thatched mat and rested. He had a premonition that the big black wolf would come again tonight. By then, a fierce battle is inevitable. You must maintain sufficient physical strength and energy. Seeing that Chu Feng began to rest, the oil lamp lowered the brightness of the flame. Gradually, the thatched hut became dark again and fell into silence. I don't know how long it had been, but suddenly a scream was heard from the thatched hut outside the house, breaking the tranquility of the night. Brother, the big black wolf is coming. Han Feng woke up instantly, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 32 Happiness comes too suddenly. Brother, the big black wolf is outside. What should we do? The engineer's shovels and frying pans were horrified. Coward! Han Feng snorted disdainfully and stood up suddenly. What else can we do? Of course, we should destroy it. The engineer's shovel and frying pan were confused. Last night, Han Feng was just like them, trembling with fear. It's only been one day, and he's already threatening to kill the big black wolf? Is it changing so fast? Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and walked out with a machete in hand. The engineer's shovel shouted hurriedly, Brother, are you serious? Han Feng stopped, his whole body emitting a domineering aura. I'm the boss of my territory. Whoever dares to come to my territory and act recklessly, I will destroy him. Then what should we do if you're killed by the big black wolf? The engineer, shovel, said weakly. Han Feng was speechless and said unhappily, I'm about to go out to fight. Can't you say something nice? Are you cursing me to death? Brother, you are irreplaceable in my heart. How could I curse you to death? The engineer, shovel, smiled awkwardly and asked, Then how are you going to deal with that big black wolf? Han Feng's eyes flashed with a deep look. In the past, when I faced an enemy, I always liked to outsmart him. But tonight, I want to fight the big black wolf with my strength. Brother, don't act on impulse. I think it's safer for you to play it dirty. The engineer, shovel, persuaded. Only the weak like to play tricks. The truly strong would never bother to do such a thing. After Han Feng finished speaking, he strode out of the room. Immediately, he picked up the wooden spear next to him and walked straight towards the wooden fence. Brother, what are you doing out here? Go back quickly. I will protect you. The wooden fence was anxious. Do I still need your protection? Han Feng smiled contemptuously, then walked closer to the wooden fence and looked at the big black wolf outside. At this time, the big black wolf was also staring at Han Feng. Its scarlet eyes exuded a bloodthirsty look that was creepy. The two sides looked at each other, and Han Feng spoke first. I don't care what your purpose is here, but I want to warn you, you'd better stay away from my shelter, otherwise I will kill you. Wooden fence. When did Han Feng become so brave? Woo-woo. The big black wolf seemed to be enraged by these words. After a low growl, he stared at Han Feng intently, his bloodthirsty eyes flashing with cold light. Human, you dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Han Feng sneered and shook his middle finger at the big black wolf. I'm threatening you. What can you do to me? The big black wolf suddenly became furious and bared his teeth as he roared. Come out. I'll bite you to death. Han Feng challenged. Come in if you have the guts. I'll chop you to death with one blow. Inside the shelter, there are wooden fences to protect him, so he can attack or defend. He would not be stupid enough to go out. Fuck, just wait for me. The big black wolf growled, raised a sharp claw, and slapped the wooden fence. With a crackling sound, a long scratch suddenly appeared on the wooden fence. This claw was extremely ferocious, but it was unable to break through the defense of the wooden fence. Han Feng continued to provoke. Come on, can't you show off? Come in and bite me. You are really looking for death. The big black wolf seemed to be completely enraged, with a layer of condensed murderous aura all over its body. Suddenly, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, which emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Woo-woo. The big black wolf growled and bit the wooden fence. A crisp sound. The sharp fangs easily pierced the defense of the wooden fence. Ah! The wooden fence let out a heart-wrenching scream. The opportunity has come. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he clenched the spear tightly with both hands and stabbed it hard into one of the big black wolf's eyes. This blow was powerful and heavy, using all the strength of his body, determined to kill with one blow. The big black wolf was terrified and struggled desperately. However, his teeth were stuck on the wooden fence, and he couldn't get free for the time being. He could only watch the black spear head stabbing towards him. All I heard was a puff. The black spearhead easily pierced the big black wolf's eyeball and sank into it, splashing a pool of blood. Under the moonlight, it looked particularly enchanting. Roar! After this attack, the big black wolf trembled violently, let out a painful roar, then raised a sharp claw and slammed it hard on the spear. With a click, the spear broke with a sound. The big black wolf shook its head violently, knocking out 2 teeth, broke free from the wooden fence, and then turned around and ran away. Brother, this guy wants to escape, Machete warned. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of coldness. It can't escape. The spear had a stinger inserted into it and was coated with venom, which was extremely poisonous. Unless the big black wolf is resistant to the poison, it will surely die. Sure enough, the big black wolf ran more than 10 meters away, fell to the ground, twitched all over, and stopped moving. Han Feng smiled coldly and ran towards the big black wolf with a machete in hand. Come closer and take a closer look. But a stream of black liquid flowed out of the injured eye socket of the big black wolf, emitting a pungent stench. Clearly, the toxicity was setting in. Han Feng just took a look, then grabbed the machete and chopped at the black iron wolf's neck. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive cuts, the big black wolf's head was chopped off, separated from the body, and rolled to the side. Wolf meat is edible, but if the wolf's head is not chopped off in time, the toxin will invade the wolf's body and the wolf meat will become inedible. Just as Han Feng was about to cut open the wolf's belly, he saw a starlight suddenly blooming on the body of the big black wolf. Faintly, 2 objects can be seen wrapped in the starlight. What is that? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then looked around carefully. The next moment, the starlight suddenly disappeared. 2 cans of braised pork appeared in front of him. Han Feng looked surprised. What's going on? How come 2 cans of braised pork appeared out of nowhere? Where did this thing come from? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. Could it be the supplies that dropped from hunting the big black wolf? Han Feng didn't think much about it, and quickly picked up the 2 cans of braised pork. At this moment, the voice of heaven suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations to player Han Feng for becoming the first player in Zone 10086 to hunt down a black iron wolf. You will be rewarded with a space storage bag. The sound false. Han Feng had a palm-sized yellow cloth bag in his hand. It was soft and had a very delicate texture. There's a reward, and it's a space storage bag. Happiness came so suddenly that Han Feng was stunned. Chapter 33, Wolf Slayer Warrior. After a moment of trance, Han Feng's eyes drifted to the space storage bag. Suddenly, a relevant introduction appeared in my mind. Space storage bag. Drop a drop of blood essence to gain the right to use it, and you can open it with your mind. It has a storage space of 10 cubic meters, and the food placed in the space will never go bad. But be careful, you cannot store living things. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was so excited that he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the storage bag. The next moment, an inexplicable connection was established between my heart and the storage bag. Han Feng's mind moved, and he pointed the storage bag at the black iron wolf's corpse, muttering silently, "Collect." The opening of the storage bag slowly opened, and a powerful suction force emanated from it, instantly sucking the black iron wolf's body into it. What a treasure! Feng watched in amazement and couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at the storage bag carefully and said softly, "Little bag, why don't you say anything?" "Space bag, what?" Feng raised his eyebrows. "I am your master. Shouldn't you say hello to me?" "Space bag. Boring." Feng, are you quite cool?" Machete couldn't stand it anymore and snorted, "Brother, this cloth bag is too arrogant. It doesn't even respect you. Let me teach it a lesson." "That's not necessary." Feng chuckled. "With a space bag, you can store excess food without worrying about it going bad. This thing is very powerful. How can we bear to damage it?" Later, Feng dug a pit and buried the head of the black iron wolf in it. Then, they returned to the shelter. "Brother, I never expected that you could even kill the big black wolf. You are so strong." The wooden fence compliments. "Stop flattering me." Feng cursed with a smile. "I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm expressing my feelings from the bottom of my heart." Mu Xiaolan chuckled, then changed the subject and said in a pleading tone, "Brother, I was bitten by a big black wolf. Can you help me get some treatment? I was bitten by a big black wolf just now. Several holes were bitten on my body, and it still hurts." Feng stretched out his hand and pressed the wound on the wooden fence, releasing a healing talent. Soon, the broken holes healed. "Thank you, brother." Muslin expressed his gratitude with great joy. Feng didn't say anything and entered the thatched hut with a machete. The moment I entered, my eyes suddenly lit up. Then, a thatched bed appeared in front of him. "Thatch house, Feng, the thatched bed is ready." "Good job." Feng praised him, then spread the thatched mat on the straw bed and lay down. "You know what? It's quite comfortable, much better than lying on the ground. At this stage, there shouldn't be many survivors who can sleep in beds, so he is far ahead." Originally, Feng planned to continue sleeping, but after fighting with the big black wolf, he was still very excited and had no desire to sleep at all. So, I opened a regional chat group and started watching. "Sudamao, guys, that big black wolf is here again. Oh my god, he's gnawing at my wooden fence, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Hung you, the big black wolf was gnawing on the wooden fence, not you. Why are you so anxious? Sudamao, after it has bitten the wooden fence through, it will bite me next. How can I not be anxious? Pengyu, hasn't it reached that stage yet? Sudamao, what if it comes to that? Pengyu waiting to die. Sudamao, Wu Dahai. Brothers, haven't you slept yet? Li Qingguang, the big black wolf is just outside the shelter, staring at us hungrily. I can't sleep even if I want to. Zhang Sheng, brothers. Big news. Yang Shuliang, what's the matter? Zhang Sheng. Tiandao just released an announcement. Yang Shuliang. What did the Tiandao announcement say? Zhang Sheng. In our district 10086, there's a guy who hunted down the big black wolf. He is also the first survivor in our district who has hunted down the big black wolf so far. Everyone, holy shit. Yang Shuliang, is this true or false? Zhang Sheng. Is there any false announcement from Tiandao? Chen Chang, who is so fierce? Su Lin. The big black wolf was 2 meters long and extremely ferocious. How did the other party kill it? Zhang Sheng. The Tiandao announcement did not reveal the other party's name, so I don't know it either. Wu Dahai. According to my observation, the big black wolf should have reached level 2. To kill it, one needs to have a strength of at least level 3 and also have sharp weapon. Is there such a powerful person in our district? Jiang Feng. There's a female player named Zhao Yunxi in our area. She has awakened the talent of lightning, which is extremely powerful. Is it the big black wolf that she killed? Peng Yuao. He actually awakened his lightning talent. That's too strong. By the way, does Zhao Yunxi have a boyfriend? I want to date him. Zhao Yunxi. What kind of toad are you? Peng Yu. Jiang Feng. Zhao Yunxi, is this the big black wolf you killed? Zhao Yunxi. It's not me. Jiang Feng. If not you, who else could it be? Is there a player in our district who is more powerful than you? Yuling Shan. Sister Zhao's talent for lightning can even shatter big rocks. Who could be stronger than her? Zhang Sheng. But that mysterious man killed the big black wolf. Even Zhao Yunxi couldn't do that. How can you say that you are stronger than that mysterious man? Yuling Shan. The main reason is that the big black wolf did not appear in our shelter, otherwise Sister Zhao would definitely be able to kill it. Chen Chong. There is a big black wolf outside all players' shelters. Why isn't there one outside yours? Yuling Shan. Aren't there 4 players? The 3 of us built our shelters together. and the other person built his shelter somewhere else. The big black wolf must have gone to the other person's shelter. Zhang Sheng. Why did Big Black Wolf go to that person's shelter instead of yours? Lu Shuang. The reason is very simple. The Big Black Wolf is also a bully. He must have seen that guy as a weak persimmon, so he chose his shelter. Zhang Sheng. That seems to be the case. Han Feng. Is he a soft persimmon? Fortunately, he has already killed the Black Iron Wolf. Became the first wolf-killing warrior in Area 10086. Are you looked down upon like this? Han Feng snorted, then closed the chat group and began to rest. Time passed, and before I knew it, it was the next morning. Gentle eyes shone into the shelter, creating a warm scene. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer, Shovel, suddenly shouted. Han Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, got up from the bed, and pushed open the door. As usual, I greeted the sun. Good morning, Mr. Sun. Sun, do you know me well? Stop trying to get close to me all day long. Han Feng. I greeted the other person in a nice way, but was met with sarcasm in return. There is nothing we can do about the sun, otherwise the height would give it some strength. Chapter 34 Combat Corn. Han Feng took a deep breath and glanced towards the courtyard. A touch of green came into his sight. In the vegetable garden, cucumbers, corn, and tomatoes were showing good growth. Cucumber vines climb on the ground, with a few slender cucumbers dotted among the emerald green leaves, hanging on the vines. The corn plants are tall and straight, with slender and green leaves, and the corn ears are full and strong, as if waiting for the harvest. The tomato plants are full of fruits, some of which are bright red, round and plump, with bright colors. They are obviously ripe, making people salivate at the sight. The entire vegetable garden is full of vitality and vigor, demonstrating the charm of nature and the power of life. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Unexpectedly, in just 2 nights, the tomatoes, corn, and cucumbers were basically ripe. The growth rate is too fast. Han Feng faced a tomato plant and asked, Little tomato, are your fruits ripe? Can we eat them? Tomatoes, you can eat the red ones, but wait a while for the green ones. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked a ripe tomato, rubbed it twice with his sleeve, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. Juicy and very tasty. It's so delicious. A look of enjoyment appeared on Han Feng's face, and then he quickly swallowed the tomato. After swallowing one, Han Feng licked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Then he picked 2 more and gobbled them up. After eating, pick all the other ripe tomatoes and store them in the space cloth bag. It will never go bad if kept in a storage bag, and you can eat it whenever you want. After picking the tomatoes, Han Feng looked at the 3 cucumbers and said, Little cucumbers, are your fruits ripe? Cucumber, you can eat it now, but I suggest you wait a couple of days because it hasn't grown to its maximum size yet. Han Feng asked tentatively, How big can it be when it grows to its limit? Cucumber, at least half a meter long. Half a meter? Then keep it for now. Han Feng smacked his lips and then looked at a corn plant. Previously, I urinated on this corn plant twice. After absorbing the nutrients, it has grown to 2 meters tall, much taller than the other 3 corn plants. Moreover, the 3 corn cobs were 30 centimeters long and very plump. Little corn, are your cobs ripe? Han Feng asked with a smile. Corn, yes, they can be eaten, but I suggest you keep them. Why? Han Feng asked doubtfully. Corn, once you pick the cob, my mission is accomplished, and I will wither and die. Han Feng pinched his chin and said meaningfully, Since this is your fate, don't fight it, just die honestly. Corn. After Han Feng finished speaking, he prepared to break the corn cobs. Corn quickly said, Wait a minute. Han Feng stopped what he was doing, frowned, and said impatiently, What else do you want to say? Yumi said as quickly as possible, It will be more valuable for you to keep me, because I can be upgraded. As long as I reach level 2, I can become your assistant and help you fight. Han Feng's eyes widened, his face full of suspicion. You can still fight? How can a corn plant have fighting power? Is this a joke? Corn said confidently, As long as I advance to level 2, I will be able to launch the corn cobs. The power will be comparable to that of artillery shells, and the destructive power will be enormous. Han Feng was immediately filled with excitement and anticipation after hearing this. How are you going to advance to a higher level? If he could really evolve into a combat corn, it would undoubtedly be a huge help to him. Next time, when you encounter enemy attacks, just use a corn bomb on them to let them experience how powerful I am. Corn, the way to upgrade your level is simple. It is to absorb nutrients. Simply put, it means eating shit and drinking urine. Han Feng. This promotion method is indeed not difficult, because he can help complete it. Han Feng cleared his throat and said solemnly, "From today on, shit and urine will be provided to you first. Don't let me down. I will work hard and will never let you down." Corn shouted excitedly, "We have to eat shit and drink piss too." The remaining 3 corns started to clamor. Han Feng smiled slightly. "You will all have your share sooner or later, don't worry." For him, he can only poop and pee a few times a day, which is not enough for his share. Just do it one by one first. All right. The remaining 3 corns fell silent. Han Feng then entered the thatched roof, took out the oil lamp, and placed it in a sunny place. Oil lamps absorb sunlight and convert it into lamp oil. The longer the exposure time, the more lamp oil will be converted. Therefore, you must let it stay in the sun for a while longer every day. "Brother, I'm so bored. When are we going out?" the engineer Shovel asked. "After breakfast." Han Feng smiled, then opened the space cloth bag and took out a can of braised pork. Being able to eat braised pork at this stage is definitely a luxury. If other people knew this, they would definitely drool with envy. Snap! Han Feng took a machete and chopped open the can of braised pork and enjoyed it happily. After eating, he gave the kin's shell to Machete. In the blink of an eye, the machete devoured the kin's shell. Han Feng put the machete, engineer's shovel, and magnifying glass into the space bag. Then he walked out of the thatched hut. "This morning, I plan to go to the beach first. Let's see if I can be as lucky as I was the last 2 days and pick up a few treasure chests." Just as Han Feng opened the gate and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard Yu Lingshan's voice, "Han Feng." Han Feng stopped and turned around to look. In the sight, Yu Lingshan trotted over like an elf. "What are you doing here again?" Han Feng asked with a frown. Yu Lingshan said bluntly, "See if you are dead or not." Han Feng, "Come and curse him to death so early in the morning? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Seeing Han Feng's unhappy expression, Yu Lingshan immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, "Han Feng, don't get me wrong. We're mainly worried about your safety and came to check on you." "You still care about me?" Han Feng sneered. Yu Lingshan whispered, "Although we're not a team, we live on the same island after all, so we should help each other. We are really worried about your safety." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Han Feng's tone was cold and impatient. "I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore." Yu Lingshan said anxiously, "I need your help with something." "What's the matter? Tell me quickly." Han Feng was patient. Yu Lingshan's face showed a hint of shyness, and she said in a whisper, "I'm not feeling well. Can you help me with treatment?" Chapter 35, I Am the Professional. Han Feng looked at Yu Lingshan and asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Yu Lingshan looked embarrassed and glanced down. "It's right there." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yu Lingshan is too thin and her body is seriously disproportionate. It's like a 10-ton truck that is forced to carry 30 tons of cargo. There won't be any problems for 1 or 2 days. If it is overloaded like this every day, it will not be able to bear it at all, and it would be strange if nothing goes wrong. Han Feng realized this when he first met Yu Lingshan. Why worried about still happened? "Fortunately, we have this doctor. The problem is not big." Han Feng coughed lightly and said, "It's true that I'm a doctor, but I have to ask about the symptoms, otherwise I won't know where to start." Yu Lingshan gritted her teeth and whispered, "I've been in a dull pain for the past 2 days. It hurts so much that I couldn't sleep." Han Feng looked intently at Yu Lingshan. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in my mind. "My size is too small. How can it not hurt?" Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but widen. It seemed that it was caused by being too small. How to answer this question? In fact, it is very easy to solve. It's just a matter of changing to a bigger one. He just happened to have one in his hand. I originally wanted to get rid of that thing. Now is the opportunity. Han Feng coughed lightly and said calmly, "I have figured out the cause of your illness." Yu Lingshan was amazed. "You figured it out after just one look? Are you that amazing?" "I'm a professional." Han Feng raised his eyebrows, feeling a little proud. "What's going on?" Yu Lingshan couldn't help but ask. Han Feng said slowly, "The reason why you feel pain is mainly because the clothes you wear are a little small. If you wear them like this every day, there will definitely be problems." So that's what happened. Yu Lingshan suddenly realized something and a bitter look appeared on her face. "Under the current circumstances, I can't change to a larger size even if I want to. Actually, just don't wear it." Han Feng muttered softly. "Han Feng, what did you say?" Yu Lingshan tilted her head and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng rubbed his nose and chuckled. I have a large size in my hand. It should be suitable for you. Yuling Shan's mouth widened. How come you have women's stuff? Do you have a special fetish? Han Feng coughed violently. I'm not that perverted. I got that thing from a treasure chest. Oh. Yuling Shan's beautiful eyes flickered and she asked, as long as I change to a larger size, I won't feel any pain anymore, right? Right. Han Feng nodded. Yuling Shan was a little excited. Can you give it to me? It certainly can't be given away for free. Han Feng said bluntly, I got that thing from a treasure chest, and I spent a lot of food to exchange that treasure chest from the trading hall. You can't let me suffer a loss, right? He doesn't run a charity. What is Yuling Shan thinking? Want to get something for free from him? How is that possible? Yuling Shan said in embarrassment, but I don't have a treasure chest, and I don't have any extra food. Please be kind and give it to me. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, glanced at Yuling Shan, and raised the corner of his mouth. If there is no food, you can use something else instead. I am a very easygoing person. Chapter 36. There are always more solutions than problems. Seeing Han Feng staring at her, Yuling Shan's heart was pounding. She covered her chest with both hands and took several steps back. Han Feng, you are not greedy for my body, are you? Don't tarnish my character with your dirty thoughts. Han Feng looked angry. Yuling Shan has such a small appearance and such a small figure. Any man who sees it will have some thoughts. Han Feng is naturally no exception. However, he has a bottom line. I will never take advantage of a woman's misfortune and do something against her will. Yuling Shan was slightly startled and asked tentatively, Then what do you want to exchange? Han Feng's lips curled up into a warm smile. If you help me cut 100 kilograms of thatch, I will give you the bra. I had always disliked the bra and had wanted to get rid of it. If I could exchange it for 100 kilograms of thatch, it wouldn't be a loss. Yuling Shan's expression froze, not quite understanding. What do you need so much straw for? It has its own uses. You don't need to know that. You just need to tell me whether you are willing to exchange it or not. Han Feng said lightly. Yuling Shan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I promise you, but you need to give me the bra first. Also, I may not be able to cut so much grass today, so give me some time. No problem. Han Feng agreed readily. Yuling Shan said excitedly, Give me the things quickly. Hold on. After Han Feng finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the thatched hut. Yuling Shan stood there waiting, and having nothing to do, she glanced towards Chu Feng's shelter. I only took one look and was stunned on the spot. There was lush greenery in the vegetable garden. The cucumbers and tomatoes have already produced fruit. One of the corn plants in particular was 2 meters tall and had 3 large corn cobs on it. What is going on? Why do Han Feng's plants grow so fast? And theirs haven't sprouted yet? What went wrong? Are the seeds different? Just as he was stunned, Han Feng had returned to the original place, holding a well-packaged black bra in his hand. Give. Han Feng stuffed the bra into Yuling Shan's hand. Yuling Shan was in a daze for a moment and asked, Han Feng, how do you grow your plants? Why do they grow so fast? Han Feng said casually, dig a hole, pour some water, put some seeds in, and fill it with soil. It's that simple. Do you need to water it? Yuling Shan muttered. Han Feng chuckled and said, seeds are also alive. If you don't give them water, how can they grow quickly? That's the truth. Yuling Shan nodded thoughtfully and then asked, how much water should be poured? Han Feng spoke like an expert. You don't need too much. 1/3 of a bottle of mineral water is enough to water a soil pit. So many. Yuling Shan frowned deeply. Each person was only given 3 bottles of mineral water. You use them to water the fields. What are you going to drink? Han Feng said calmly. I use the method of distilling seawater to obtain pure water. Han Feng, you know so much. Yuling Shan looked at Han Feng with admiration. It's just SOSO. Han Feng scratched his head and chuckled. He knows nothing about distilling purified water. It's all because of the small pond. Of course, this must not be told to Yuling Shan. Han Feng then asked, you should have finished your mineral water, right? What do you drink every day? Every morning, I get up at daybreak to collect dew, which is barely enough for drinking. But it is not enough to water the seeds. Yuling Shan sighed. Han Feng smiled and comforted him. There are always more solutions than problems. Once you adapt to the environment, things will get better slowly. You're right. Yuling Shan's eyes showed determination. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. After Han Feng finished speaking, he walked straight towards the beach. Yuling Shan glanced at Chu Feng's shelter with envy on her face. After staying for a while, she found a bush and crawled into it, quickly putting on a new bra. After doing all this, he returned to the shelter. At this time, Zhao Yunqi stood outside the wooden fence and looked out. When she saw Yu Lingshan coming back, she asked anxiously, "What's the situation with Han Feng? Is he still alive?" "Han Feng is alive and well." Yu Lingshan chuckled. "As long as you're still alive." Zhao Yunqi let out a long sigh of relief. Yu Lingshan looked at Zhao Yunqi and asked curiously, "Sister Zhao, why are you so concerned about Han Feng's safety? Are you attracted to him?" "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Yunqi's face showed a trace of anger. She glared at Yu Lingshan and said slowly, "Han Feng has a talent for healing. If he makes a mistake and we get hurt in the future, who will heal us? That's the truth." Yu Lingshan nodded. Zhao Yunqi pondered for a moment and asked again, "How is Han Feng's condition? Is he too hungry to walk?" Each survivor who came here was only given 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water. Only enough for one day at most. After eating, you need to find food. But the island is too dangerous. Even the weak grasshopper has considerable fighting power. Han Feng only has a healing talent and can be said to be a weakling in combat. I'm afraid there's no food to be found. Maybe I'll be hungry these 2 days. Yu Lingshan smiled and said, "Sister Zhao, you may not believe that Han Feng is in great shape, with a rosy complexion, much better than us." Zhao Yunqi's expression froze, and she asked in confusion, "Where did he get the food and water?" Yu Lingshan said without hesitation, "The plants he planted have all borne fruit. The corn cobs are 30 centimeters long. He has no shortage of food. In addition, he also made a lot of pure water by distilling seawater. He has food and drink." "What?" Zhao Yunqi was stunned after hearing this, and her thoughts came to a standstill. Han Feng, whose fighting ability is far inferior to theirs, actually lives a more carefree life than them. This was a little unacceptable to her. After a moment of confusion, Zhao Yunqi asked, "Why do the plants planted by Han Feng grow so fast?" Yu Lingshan said truthfully, "Han Feng said that seeds are alive and need water. As long as they are watered, they will grow quickly." "I see." Zhao Yunqi's eyes showed deep meaning. "It seems that we have to find a way to get more purified water." Yu Lingshan suddenly said, "Sister Zhao, I have an idea. Didn't we pick up 2 more treasure chests? We can use them to trade with Han Feng for purified water. As long as we have water, we can irrigate the plants, and then we will soon have a source of food." Because the last time he opened the treasure chest, a poisonous bee came out, causing Lu Chushuang to be stung and almost die from poisoning. Therefore, I was a little hesitant and didn't dare to open the treasure chest easily. If you don't open the treasure chest, you will get nothing. It's just a decoration. It would be better to take it out and make a deal with Han Feng. Chapter 37, I'll trim your hair. Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment and said, "It's okay to trade the treasure chest for purified water, but you have to exchange at least 10 bottles of purified water. If it's too little, there's no need to trade." "Okay, I'll go talk to Han Feng at noon." Yu Lingshan nodded. "Can't you go now?" Zhao Yunqi frowned. Yu Lingshan smiled and said, "We don't have time now. I'll go cut the grass." "What are you mowing for?" Zhao Yunqi was a little confused. "Pay back your debt." After Yu Lingshan finished speaking, she walked toward the nearby patch of thatched grass with an engineering shovel in her hand. Zhao Yunqi. On the other side, Han Feng came to the beach and greeted the big tree first. "Brother Tree, good morning." The big tree shuddered violently. I secretly groaned in my heart. Why did this devil come again? Han Feng glanced at the tree and laughed. "Brother Shu, why do I feel like you are a little afraid of me?" "The Shu, no, I just woke up and I'm a little confused. I met Han Feng twice in total. The first time, Han Feng peeled off his skin, and the second time, Han Feng cut off a branch of his tree. How can I not be afraid?" "Then you continue to sleep? I won't disturb you." Han Feng chuckled and walked straight towards the beach in front. The tree sighed and said, "Don't come back." There are 2 beaches on the east side of the island. The first place Han Feng came to was the smaller beach. The beach was quiet at this time. Han Feng stopped and looked towards the sea. He found no trace of the treasure chest, so he looked away and faced the beach under his feet. "Good morning, little beach." "Beach, good morning, human." Han Feng, "How's it going today? Are there any clams nearby?" Beach, "No clams, but there are 2 conches." Han Feng's eyes lit up. "Where is it?" "Conch meat is also quite delicious and much larger than clam meat. It is more cost-effective to pick up 2 conches than a dozen clams." "Beach, it's 5 meters straight ahead." Han Feng walked forward, opened the space storage bag, took out the engineer's shovel, and started digging. After a short while, 2 huge conches were dug out. Each one weighs 5 kilograms. Who the hell disturbed my sleep? Suddenly, a conch cursed. The engineer's shovel shouted angrily. Your grandfather's shovel did it. Little shovel, we have no grudges against each other. Why did you dig us out? The second conch snorted. The engineer shovel chuckled and said, my eldest brother did it. You can ask him. Human, why are you doing this? The first conch questioned. Han Feng rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. What else can I do? Of course, I will eat you. The second conch said disdainfully. Want to eat us? Do you have the ability to do so? Can you break our defenses? The first conch said, our shells are harder than steel. I advise you not to waste your time and let us go. Han Feng laughed. If I put you in an iron pot and boil you, how would you two deal with it? The two conchs were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly panicked. If it is really put into an iron pot and cooked, it will be useless even if it has a hard shell. The first conch almost cried, Human, please let us go, we are not tasty at all. The second conch said, we are not only unpalatable, but we will also give you diarrhea if you eat us. You should try eating something else. Being eaten by me is the greatest honor in your life. Don't be so ungrateful. Han Feng snorted lightly and then silenced the two conchs. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Then, he carried the two large conches to another beach. As soon as they arrived on the beach, two large blue crabs rushed over excitedly and greeted Han Feng enthusiastically. Good morning, human. Hello. Han Feng smiled and introduced himself. My name is Han Feng. Just call me by my name from now on. Don't always say human names. It sounds awkward. Okowo. The male blue crab nodded and introduced himself. My name is De Zhuang, and this is my wife Xiaoro. You could just call us by our names from now on. What a nice name. Han Feng smacked his lips, then asked about the business. Have you seen a treasure chest today? No. De Zhuang shook his head. Why? Han Feng was slightly disappointed. Xiaoro suddenly asked, Han Feng, do you eat fish? Of course I did. Han Feng said without hesitation. Xiaoro stretched out a large pliers, pointed to a reef not far away, and said, there are many potholes in the water on that reef. When the tide receded last night, a lot of fish were trapped. If you want to eat them, go over and grab them. Han Feng was slightly startled. You gave me the fish, but you won't eat it yourself. De Zhuang said immediately. We have eaten a lot of fish and are already full. Besides, you are a lifesaver, so it is only right to give you some fish as a reward. Then I'll be welcome. Han Feng walked into the reef excitedly, and after a careful look, he found several fish in a puddle. It's not too big, but it weighs at least a pound. Seeing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he rushed into the puddle to catch fish with his bare hands. After more than 10 minutes, all 5 fish in the puddle were caught. Then, without stopping, he went to another puddle. There are a few fish in almost every puddle. Han Feng was busy and having a lot of fun. After more than 2 hours, we caught more than 30 fish in total, the largest of which weighed nearly 5 kilograms. It was a great harvest. Of course, Han Feng did not catch all the fish, but left a dozen. After all, Da Zhuang and Xiaoro also need to eat. Always leave some for them. After catching the fish, Han Feng returned to the beach, had a brief conversation with the beach, and successfully got the specific location of the clams. Then he grabbed the engineer's shovel and started digging. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. Han Feng dug up more than 20 clams. At this moment, it is already noon. Han Feng said hello to the 2 crabs and went home. When he got close to the tree, he stopped, looked at the tree carefully, and chuckled. Brother tree, it's time for a haircut. What do you mean? The tree was a little confused. But at this moment, Han Feng picked up the machete and swung it. Click, 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 accompanied by a sound of breaking. A small branch broke away from the tree and fell to the ground. The reason for cutting branches is not to harm the big tree, but mainly to take them back to make fire and cook. The big tree screamed miserably. Isn't it just a haircut for you? Is there any need to shout so loudly? Han Feng said with disdain. You're cutting my hair? You're clearly destroying my body. The tree was indignant. Chapter 38, Pull on your face. Back in the shelter, Han Feng started cooking. He lit the firewood, took out 2 fish, skewered them with branches, and roasted them over the fire. After a short while, the rich fish aroma wafted out. Han Feng licked his lips and waited patiently. After 5 minutes, the 2 fish were grilled until golden on both sides, and the aroma of fish wafted throughout the yard. Seeing that the 2 fishes were already cooked, Han Feng began to eat them with relish, his mouth full of oil. Soon, the two grilled fish were eaten up. Han Feng wiped his mouth, looking like he was still unsatisfied. Then, I drank a bottle of purified water. After eating and drinking, when he was about to enter the thatched hut, Yuling Shan's voice rang out from outside. Han Feng, I'm here to bring you some straw. Han Feng looked carefully and saw Yuling Shan coming over carrying 2 large bundles of straw. When they got close to the wooden fence, Yuling Shan threw the 2 bundles on the ground and turned to face Han Feng. These 2 bundles of straw weigh about 30 kilograms. I still owe you 70 kilograms. We'll continue in the afternoon. Okowo. Han Feng smiled slightly. Keep working hard. I'm going to take a nap. Wait a moment. Yuling Shan suddenly spoke. Anything else? Han Feng looked at Yuling Shan intently. Yuling Shan said bluntly, we want to trade the treasure chest with you for purified water. Did you find another treasure chest? Han Feng said in surprise. Yesterday, Yuling Shan and her friends picked up 3 treasure chests, and today they picked up 2 more. Are you so lucky? Yeah, we picked up 2 more today. Yuling Shan smiled. Han Feng was puzzled and asked, although opening a treasure chest has certain risks, sometimes you can get a lot of supplies. Why are you willing to trade with me? Yuling Shan said calmly. Isn't purified water also a resource? And it is exactly what we need right now, so it's not a loss to use it for trading. That's true. Han Feng nodded and asked, how much purified water do you want to trade? 10 bottles. Yuling Shan didn't think twice. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I agree to the deal. Go back and get the treasure chest. The small pond can produce 10 bottles of mineral water every day, and he drinks up to 5 bottles a day. The excess was originally intended for trading. It's actually quite a good deal to exchange 10 bottles of mineral water for 2 treasure chests. Wait a moment. Yuling Shan chuckled and skipped away. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, filled 10 bottles of purified water, and then returned to wait. A few minutes later, Yuling Shan came running over with 2 black iron treasure chests in her arms. Han Feng, here are the treasure chests for you. Han Feng took the treasure box, took a look at it, and reminded, the purified water is on the ground. Take it yourself. Yuling Shan picked up the mineral water and said with a smile, then I'll go back first. Han Feng chuckled and said, if you find a treasure chest in the future, you can continue to trade with me. I not only have purified water, but also food. Okay, I'll go back and discuss it with Sister Zhao. Yuling Shan responded and left quickly. Han Feng entered the shelter with 2 treasure chests in his arms, and then placed them on the ground. He looked at them carefully and started to communicate with them. Hello, little treasure chests. Hello. The 2 treasure chests said in unison. Han Feng was slightly stunned. The treasure chests he had picked up before ignored him and had a very bad attitude towards him. What's up with these 2 treasure chests in front of me? Such a friendly attitude? Instead, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked, what did you pack? First treasure chest. I put a pack of cigarettes in it. Second treasure chest. I put a bag of potato chips in it. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's face turned unhappy. It is really a big loss to exchange 10 bottles of mineral water for these 2 items. But there is no way. This is the fact. We can only accept it. Later, Han Feng opened 2 treasure chests one after another. A box of Hontishan cigarettes and a bag of potato chips appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a look and then put the Hontishan and potato chips into his space storage bag. Then, he carried the straw that Yuling Shan had brought to the thatched hut and said, little thatched hut, open your mouth. A crack suddenly appeared on one of the walls of the thatched hut, like a big mouth. Han Feng casually threw 2 bundles of straw in. Thatch House asked, Han Feng, what are you making this time? Don't do anything. Save it for upgrading. Han Feng said casually, now that I have the thatched bed, I don't need any other furniture for the time being, so there is no need to continue making it. Han Feng, thank you. The thatched house laughed happily. We are one family. You're welcome. Han Feng smiled, then opened the door, entered the thatched hut, lay down on the thatched bed, and began to rest. But before I could rest for a while, I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Han Feng suddenly realized that he had been on the island for 2 days. So far, no shit has been taken. Who can stand eating without pooping? Han Feng got up, opened the door, and walked straight to the bathroom. Han Feng, what are you doing? Are you going to take a shit? Korn shouted. Right. Han Feng nodded and asked curiously, why are you asking this? Korn, have you forgotten how I upgraded? Han Feng reacted immediately and walked closer to Yumi. Where are you pulling? On your face. If you poop on your face, wouldn't you have to stick your butt out to poop? This is difficult, because he had never challenged before. I don't know if it can be completed. Corn, you just dig a hole next to me, put your shit in the hole, and then fill it with soil again. That's quite convenient. Han Feng muttered, then picked up the engineer's shovel, quickly dug a hole, and reminded, when I poop, you close your eyes and don't peek. Corn, don't worry, I only like to eat, not watch. Han Feng felt relieved and then untied his belt, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered something. There is no toilet paper. What should I do after I finish pooping? Thinking of this, Han Feng pulled up his pants again. Yumi was anxious. Han Feng, what are you doing? Wait a moment. After Han Feng finished speaking, he opened the trading hall. After a thorough search, I didn't find anyone selling toilet paper. So, I opened the regional chat group and sent a message. Guys, who has toilet paper? I can exchange it for purified water or food. Woodahai. Han Feng, what do you want the toilet paper for? Han Feng, of course it's to wipe the ass. Woodahai. At this stage, even eating is a problem, and you still use toilet paper to wipe your butt? You are too extravagant. Han Feng was a little confused. What do you use if not toilet paper? Sudomao. You can use stones, straw, or leaves instead. Han Feng. Chapter 39. If there's no toilet paper, you can use your hands. Jiang Feng. Wouldn't it be spicy and painful to wipe your butt with these things? Sudomao. Have you never used it? Jiang Feng. No, I haven't had a full meal in the past 2 days, and I haven't even had a shit. Sudomao. My butt is indeed a bit hot, but there's nothing I can do. I can't just take a shit and not wipe it, right? Peng Yu. If you're really afraid of pain, you can take another approach. Woodahai, what method? Peng Yu, use your fingers. Everyone ugh. Peng Yu, it's a bit dirty, but at least my butt won't suffer. Zhang Sheng. Don't you feel disgusted? Peng Yu, what's so disgusting? Isn't it enough to just wash it clean? Of course, before washing, you must rub it in the soil first. Only in this way can it be washed clean. Shen Chong. Have you always done this? Peng Yu. If conditions permit, of course I would use toilet paper. But the key is that conditions are not available now. If you don't use your fingers, then you can only use stones. Everyone was silent. Han Feng gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he might as well just use a few leaves to deal with it. Anyway, he couldn't accept it by using his hands. Just when Han Feng was about to close the chat group, Li Mohan suddenly spoke. Han Feng, I have a roll of toilet paper here, but I don't want food or purified water. Han Feng, so what do you want to exchange? Li Muan, im krabing cigaretas. I just want to smoke. If you have cigarettes, you can exchange with me. Han Feng's eyes lit up. I do. I just opened a box of Hongdashin when I opened the treasure chest, which came in handy. Li Mohan became excited. What brand? Han Feng, Hongta Mountain. Li Mohan was a little disdainful. I usually smoke soft Zhonghua, followed by Taishan and Yunnan. And you only give me a box of Hongdashin for 7 yuan? Han Feng, we have come to a world of survival. It's good enough to have some. Why are you so picky? Are you going to exchange or not? If not, forget it. Li Mohan said hurriedly, exchange. Then the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng successfully exchanged a roll of toilet paper from Li Mohan using a box of Hongdashin cigarettes. The transaction was completed, and Han Feng no longer had any worries. He took off his pants and started to solve his physiological problems. 5 minutes later, Han Feng put his pants back on. After taking a shit, I felt relaxed all over. Then, Han Feng filled the pit again, entered the thatched hut, and took a comfortable nap. An hour later, Chu Feng woke up, squinted his eyes, and pondered for a while. Next, open the properties panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 3. Experience, 200-400. Constitution. Strength, 8 plus 20. Agility, 10 plus 20. Defense, 5 plus 20. Mental strength, 11 plus 20. Talent, healing. When he saw that the experience reached 200, Han Feng's heart suddenly moved. If I could get another 200 experience points, I could be promoted to level 4 immediately. Can anyone advance to level 4 at this stage? Even if there are any, they are very rare. Han Feng only knows one thing. If he wants to survive in a cruel survival world, he must constantly improve his own strength. The way to upgrade is simple. Just hunt the creatures on the island. Han Feng thought for a moment, then walked out of the thatched hut carrying the insecticide. When I was patrolling the island before, I found a nest of ants. Because there are so many ants, I didn't dare to provoke them at first, But with the help of pesticides, I don't have to worry about anything. This thing is the nemesis of ants. Just one spray and the ants will die. After leaving the shelter, Han Feng headed straight towards the northeast. There's a rubble here. The ant's nest was built in the rubble. When he got here, Han Feng did not rush to take action, but opened the space storage bag and took out an engineer's shovel and a fish. The environment in the rubble pile is complex and not conducive to movement. Therefore, he planned to use fish as bait to lure out the ants and then kill them. "Brother, what are you doing here?" The engineer's shovel asked curiously. "There's a nest of ants in the rubble. I plan to kill them," Han Feng said casually. The engineer's shovel reminded, "Although the individual combat power of ants is not too strong, there are many of them. How do you plan to deal with them?" Han Feng's eyes were filled with a deep color, and he said lightly, "Outsmart it." Engineer's shovel, "Are you planning to play dirty again?" Poor ant. Why was it targeted by Han Feng? "I'm afraid our clan will be exterminated today." The engineer's shovel observed a second of silence for the nest of ants. Han Feng chopped the fish into pieces and threw it on a vacant lot outside the rubble pile. Then he hid in a nearby bush and observed quietly. After waiting for a few minutes, a large black ant the size of a peanut slowly walked out from the pile of rubble. Suddenly, it seemed to smell something and stopped to watch. Soon, a pile of minced fish appeared in sight. The big ant was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the fish at a rapid speed. However, it was very alert and did not start eating immediately. Instead, it looked around and after making sure there was no danger, it carefully took a bite of the fish. After tasting the fish, the big ant jumped up excitedly, then picked up a piece of fish and quickly returned the same way. "Brother, this lone ant is about to leave. Why don't you take action?" The engineer's shovel gave a reminder. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, with a sinister look on his face. "An ant is not worth my effort. Be patient and wait for a while. A large number of ants will arrive soon. It won't be too late to hunt them then. But if there are too many, will it be dangerous?" The engineer's shovel was a little worried. Han Feng smiled calmly. "Everything is under my control. Time flies and 3 minutes have passed." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound among the rubble. The next moment, large black ants emerged from the rubble. It is so dense that it looks like a small black stream. When they saw a dozen pieces of meat on the open space, they were all excited. "Xiao Chong didn't lie to us. There really is fish here. Brothers, hurry up. Hurry and bring the fish back." Suddenly, hundreds of big ants swarmed over and submerged the fish meat on the ground in an instant. Seeing that the time was ripe, Han Feng jumped out of the bushes. Han Feng's appearance frightened all the ants so much that they trembled all over. But soon they calmed down. After all, there's only one human being, and there are more than 200 of them, so there's no need to be afraid. "Human, what are you doing here?" A small black ant leader stared at Han Feng closely, his eyes full of warning. "I came here for one thing, to destroy you," Han Feng said calmly. "Kill us." The black ant leader was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You want to kill us all by yourself? You die if you don't show off. See if I can kill you." Han Feng snorted coldly, quickly took out the insecticide, and aimed it at the ants. Chapter 40. On insidiousness, I'm still waiting for you. Suddenly, a white gas with a special smell spurted out, instantly covering all the black ants. This white mist seemed to contain a highly poisonous substance, which brought a devastating blow to these big ants. "Ah!" Screams were heard, and the black ants fled in all directions. "Can you escape?" A cold look appeared on Han Feng's lips. He pressed the insecticide again and sprayed out a large cloud of white mist. The black ants had not run a few steps when they fell to the bottom, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. "How cruel!" The engineer shovel sighed deeply. Han Feng is still the same Han Feng, still as vicious as ever. Han Feng took a quick look, swung the engineer's shovel, and killed the remaining black ants one by one. After doing all this, open the Properties panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 4. Experience, 2500. Constitution. Strength, 8 plus 30. Agility, 10 plus 30. Defense, 5 plus 30. Mental strength, 11 plus 30. Talent, healing. When he saw that he had been promoted to level 4, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. It had only been 2.5 days since I arrived on the island, but I had already been promoted to level 4. This rate of advancement cannot be said to be unique, but it is definitely outstanding. Of course, Han Feng will not be satisfied with this. It's only level 4, far from meeting his requirements. Then, Han Feng began to think about it. If you want to quickly increase your level, the best way is to hunt larger populations. For example, a locust swarm. But he had already killed the locusts on the east side of the island. On the contrary, there's a larger patch of thatched grass on the west side of the island, and there might be a swarm of locusts hidden in it. If we can catch them all in one fell swoop, we might be able to advance to level 5 in one fell swoop. However, ever since they parted ways with Zhao Yunxi and the other two, the two sides seem to have formed a tacit understanding. Taking the center of the island as the boundary, the east side of the island belongs to his territory, and the west side of the island belongs to Zhao Yunxi and the other two. This division is actually quite effective for him. Because his territory is equal to that of 3 people, the supplies he harvests will definitely be more. If we rashly enter the enemy's territory to hunt locusts, this balance will be broken, which will be a bit of a loss. Han Feng thought about it and finally gave up the idea. Later, he left this place. The engineer's shovel was puzzled and asked, "Brother, there's still many big ants in the ant nest. Are you just going to leave like this? Why don't you catch them all at once? We've killed so many big ants. That's enough? How can you be so cruel?" Han Feng snorted disdainfully. The engineer was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Brother, when did you become so kind? This doesn't fit your style." Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "If we kill all the big ants at once, we can indeed gain more experience points, but this is only a one-time deal. If we leave them alone and wait for them to grow for a while, we can harvest another batch. Isn't that better than killing them all at once?" "So that's what you think?" The engineer's shovel suddenly realized and said with emotion, "When it comes to insidiousness, you are the one waiting. You know nothing." Han Feng rolled his eyes and walked away. Just as I was passing by a meadow, I suddenly discovered a few red mushrooms growing there. Generally speaking, brightly colored mushrooms are poisonous and have no value. Han Feng had just taken a few steps when the voices of the mushrooms suddenly rang in his mind. "This human is leaving soon. Great, we're safe. That really scared me to death. Eating us can increase his spiritual power, so why did he pick us? We were wearing bright red clothes, which made us look like poisonous mushrooms. He must have mistaken us for poisonous mushrooms. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. What's there to be afraid of? He's not a god. How could he possibly hear what you're saying?" Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly stopped, turned around, and returned to his original place, squinting his eyes and staring at the red mushrooms on the ground. All the mushrooms suddenly panicked. "Why is he back again? You can't hear our conversation, can you? He won't pick us and stew us, will he? I'm so scared. Calm down, don't panic. Look at the look in his eyes. It's clear that he has bad intentions. I can't calm down. Don't worry. He doesn't know our functions, so he won't pick us. He will leave in a while. I hope so." Han Feng looked at it for a while, then curled his lips slightly. "Hello, fellow mushroom brothers. Fuck, is he talking to us? It seems so. Could he have heard our conversation? It's over, it's over. He will never let us go." The mushrooms panicked. Han Feng looked at one of the red mushrooms and smiled. "Is it true that if you eat it, you can increase your mental strength?" Red mushroom. "Not really. We are poisonous mushrooms. You will die if you eat us." Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then turned to a smaller red mushroom. "As long as you tell me the truth, I will let you go." Little red mushroom. "Are you serious? Don't lie. I will never lie to you." Han Feng made a solemn promise. A big red mushroom next to him yelled, "Six, brother. We are all brothers. You can't betray us." The little red mushroom struggled for a while and said, "Brother, I'm still young. I don't want to die so early. Please help me." The big red mushroom was furious. "You betrayed your brothers just to save your own life. Who the hell do you think you are?" Little red mushroom. "If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. If it were you, you would make the same choice. But don't worry, I know how to be grateful. After you die, I will commemorate you every day. You are such a jerk. Fuck your grandma. You will die a miserable death. I curse you to hell." The other red mushrooms started cursing. The little red mushroom ignored him and said to Han Feng, "There will be no side effects if you eat them, and they will definitely increase your mental strength." "Very good." Han Feng curled his lips slightly, then picked up the engineer's shovel and started digging. In a short while, all 5 big mushrooms were dug out and thrown into the space bag. As for the little red mushroom, he left it alone. The little red mushroom sighed. Human, thank you for letting me go. Han Feng said nothing and turned away. Although the little red mushroom helped him, he betrayed his brother. Han Feng hated this kind of behavior very much, so he was not willing to pay attention to it. Brother, that little mushroom is so bad. Are you going to let go so easily? The engineer, Shovel, asked. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. It's too small and not very valuable. Let's wait until it grows up. Chapter 41, Sea Princess. The engineer was stunned for a moment and said, But didn't you say you would let it go? Isn't this breaking your promise? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Who said I should do it myself? Can't I just ask someone else to do it? For example, those 2 big crabs. Engineer Shovel. Brother, you are becoming more and more insidious. I admire you. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. Silence Xiao Chanzi. Engineer Shovel. Later, Han Feng continued to wander around the island. Before I knew it, I arrived under a big tree. This seems to be a walnut tree with a lot of fruits on it, almost more than 100. If you get all of them, it will be a considerable gain. However, if you want to pick walnuts, you have to climb up the tree. This tree is more than 10 meters high, and it is not easy to climb up. If you fall down, you might get hurt. Han Feng thought for a moment, opened the space storage bag, took out a machete, and shook in front of the walnut tree. The walnut tree was terrified. Human, what are you doing? Han Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want some fruit from you. The walnut tree sighed and asked, How much do you want? Han Feng said bluntly, Everything. The walnut tree was a little unhappy. Don't be greedy. I will give you half at most. Han Feng didn't say anything either. He grabbed the machete and swung it violently. A dazzling blade light suddenly appeared in the air, extremely sharp. The walnut tree shuddered suddenly. Don't be angry. I was just joking with you. I'll give you as much as you want. Stop talking nonsense and get the fruit down for me. Han Feng glared, looking intimidating without even getting angry. The walnut tree did not dare to hesitate for the slightest, and its whole body trembled violently. Crash! The walnuts from the treetops fell like raindrops, hitting the ground with a thud. When all the walnuts fell to the ground, Han Feng picked them up excitedly. After a busy day, I picked up a total of 120 walnuts. Han Feng put it into his space storage bag and went to a meadow not far away. After catching a dozen grasshoppers in the grass, he headed to the beach. The previous treasure chests were all picked up from the sea, which means that the probability of treasure chests appearing in the sea is higher. If you're lucky, you might even be able to pick up a few. When Han Feng arrived at the beach, he suddenly heard a quarrel. You can't eat her. She's a descendant of the royal family. The glory of the royal family has long gone. Now she's nothing more than a stray dog. Even if I don't eat her, she will be killed sooner or later. I don't care anyway. If you dare to eat her, I will fight you to the death. You 2 little crabs dare to stop me? Are you tired of living? If you want to eat her, you have to step over our dead bodies. Then I will grant your wish. Hearing this, Han Feng looked up, but on a reef not far away, Dazhuang and Xiaoro were confronting a big turtle. Seeing that both parties were about to fight, Han Feng quickly walked forward. The big sea turtle is definitely stronger than Dazhuang and Xiaoro. Once the fight starts, Dazhuang and Xiaoro will be in danger. He already regarded these 2 crabs as his friends. When a friend is in trouble, we cannot just sit back and do nothing. Han Feng. When they saw Han Feng coming over, Dazhuang and Xiaoro became excited. Han Feng is extremely powerful. As long as he is there, there is no need to be afraid of the big turtle. Han Feng walked closer and asked, Dazhuang, what's going on? Dazhuang immediately said, This guy wants to eat our sea princess. If I don't agree, it will kill me. Princess of the Sea Clan. Han Feng was slightly startled, with a curious look on his face. Where is she? The Sea Tribe also has a princess? What kind of existence would that be? Could it be a big crab? Dazhuang stretched out a large pincer and pointed behind him. The princess is in a puddle not far away, but she is injured and has fallen into a coma. I'll go over and take a look later. Han Feng smiled and turned to face the sea turtle. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Dazhuang and Xiaoro are my friends. If you bully them, you are against me. Do you want to die? The sea turtle glanced at Han Feng and said contemptuously, You want to kill me? Do you have the strength to do so? Do you think I have the ability? Han Feng snorted coldly, took a step forward, and quickly rushed to the front of the sea turtle. Then he grasped the machete tightly in both hands and chopped it down in the air. The sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Faced with such a ferocious knife, the big turtle was not panicked at all. It quickly retracted its head into the group of turtles. With a bang, the machete hit the turtle shell heavily, and a sound of clashing swords broke out. It was like hitting a piece of hard metal, splashing sparks. Han Feng felt a shock in his palm and almost dropped the machete. Oh shit! Han Feng was a little dumbfounded. The giant turtle's defense is too strong. How to deal with it if we can't break its defense? Human, have you seen my strength? Do you still want to kill me? The big turtle sneered. Han Feng said disdainfully, You are just a coward. If you have the ability, come out and fight me. The big turtle laughed. I'm a turtle myself, so what if I'm a coward? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come and bite me. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed and a strong murderous intent emanated from his body. If you can't even handle a big turtle, how are you going to be the king of this world in the future? No matter what, we must kill this big turtle today. Brother, this guy's shell is too hard. We can't break it. Let's just forget it. Machete persuaded. How can I forget it? Han Feng smiled coldly. Machete asked curiously. So how are you going to deal with it? Outsmart. Han Feng said lightly. Machete. It had heard from the engineer's shovel that Han Feng's so-called clever victory was actually a dirty trick. So, what sinister means will be used this time? Machete is very much looking forward to it. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly threw away the machete, grabbed the sea turtle's shell with both hands, and turned it over. Human, what do you want to do? The big turtle was a little panicked. After being turned over, he lost the ability to move. Although he was not worried that Han Feng could break through its defense, it would not be a problem if it continued like this. You'll know soon enough. Han Feng raised an evil look at the corner of his mouth and then ordered to Zhuang and Xiaorou. You two, go outside and get some straw. The more the better. What are you doing with thatch? De Zhuang and Xiaorou were a little confused, but they didn't ask much. Instead, they quickly rushed to a nearby patch of thatch, waving their big pliers and harvesting the thatch nonstop. In a short while, he brought back 2 large bundles of straw. Chapter 42. This is very difficult for me, who is upright and honest. Han Feng, I got the thatch. De Zhuang handed the thatch to Han Feng. After Han Feng took it, he threw it directly on the big turtle. Then he took out a magnifying glass, found an angle, and aimed it at the thatch. Soon, a spot of light focused on the thatch. The next moment, a wisp of white smoke rose up. Han Feng blew gently, and the thatch immediately caught fire. It was not until this moment that Da Zhuang and Xiaorou reacted. It turns out that Han Feng was planning to burn the big turtle to death. This method is a bit cruel, but it has to be said that it is really effective. Ah! The big turtle screamed and panicked, flapping its 4 short legs desperately. However, he was turned over by Chu Feng and had no way to escape. He could only silently endure the burning flames. Looking at the miserable appearance of the big turtle, Machete said with emotion, Brother is really insidious. As the 2 bundles of straw continued to burn, the temperature rose higher and higher. The big turtle felt that it was about to be burned and begged for mercy loudly. Human, let me go. I will never dare to do it again. It's too late. Han Feng snorted coldly and turned to face De Zhuang and Xiaorou. Go get some more straw, and I'll treat you to roasted turtle later. When they heard that there was food, Da Zhuang and Xiaorou excitedly rushed towards the thatched grass. Soon, 2 more bundles of straw were brought back. Han Feng threw 2 bundles of straw onto the fire without any hesitation. The flames suddenly became fiercer. The heat wave was rolling, and it seemed that even the air was burning. The big turtle screamed in pain for a while and was eventually burned to death. But it is dead, but it is not cooked yet. It needs to be roasted for a while longer. Han Feng ordered, Xiaorou, you continue to make thatch. De Zhuang, take me to see your sea tri-princess. Okowo. De Zhuang responded and took Chu Feng into the reef. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, a figure appeared in a puddle in front. Han Feng took a closer look and was stunned for a moment. I saw a graceful woman lying in the puddle. It turned out to be a mermaid. At this moment, she closed her eyes and lay quietly in the puddle. It was the first time that Han Feng saw a mermaid, and he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The mermaid skin is white and smooth like mutton fat jade, exuding a charming luster. The beautiful face is extremely delicate. The facial features are just right, and every detail seems to be a masterpiece carefully carved by God. Her long golden hair was like a waterfall, soft and flowing, swaying gently with the waves of the sea, like a scene in a dream. She was wearing a long blue dress that wrapped her slender body. Only a part of the fishtail was revealed below the hem of the skirt. "She's so pretty." Han Feng couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little moved. "I've seen many beautiful women before. Not to mention those far away, Yu Lingshan and the other two on the island are all standard beauties. But compared to the mermaid in front of him, it is still slightly inferior." "Han Feng, what did you say?" De Zhuang suddenly asked. From the moment he saw the mermaid, Han Feng's eyes had not moved away. He just stared at her straight ahead. Could it be that he had any thoughts about the mermaid? "Nothing." Han Feng answered perfunctorily, then asked, "Is this mermaid the princess of your sea tribe?" "Right." Da Zhuang nodded. Han Feng whispered, "What happened to her? Did she fall asleep? Or fainted?" De Zhuang said quickly, "The princess was seriously injured and fainted in the puddle when she came here." Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered, then asked again, "Who hurt her?" "I don't know." De Zhuang shook his head. Han Feng returned his gaze to the mermaid and said thoughtfully, "From her appearance, she is seriously injured. If she doesn't get timely treatment, she will probably die." "Wow." De Zhuang's voice choked. "Why are you crying? Don't you still have me?" Han Feng snorted. Hearing this, De Zhuang's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "Han Feng, can you save the princess?" Han Feng said meaningfully, "I can save her, but after all, I have nothing to do with her. If I help her for nothing." De Zhuang understood immediately and said confidently, "Her Royal Highness is a person who knows how to repay kindness. As long as you save her, she will definitely repay you. I feel relieved with your words." Han Feng nodded, then asked, "Where is she injured?" De Zhuang stammered, "It seems like I was stabbed in the chest." Han Feng looked carefully at the mermaid's chest and saw that there was indeed a wound on one of the landmarks. The wound was still oozing blood, staining the surrounding white area red. After taking a look, Han Feng frowned slightly. "It's a bit difficult." De Zhuang's heart tightened, and he cried, "Han Feng, please save Her Royal Highness the Princess." Han Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, "It's no problem for me to save her, but the wound is a little sensitive. If I treat her, I will have to come into contact with her. This is very difficult for me, who is upright." "Han Feng, saving people is the most important thing. Don't worry about those details." De Zhuang was very anxious. Han Feng sighed softly. "In order to save her, I can only make an exception this once." "Han Feng, thank you so much." Da Zhuang was overjoyed. Han Feng raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, walked forward, pressed on the wound, and released a healing talent. Bathed in the milky white light, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Han Feng, how is Her Royal Highness the Princess?" De Zhuang asked anxiously. Han Feng said calmly, "The wound has healed. I think he will wake up soon." At this moment, the mermaid's eyelids moved, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. "Your Highness, I'm glad you woke up." De Zhuang cried with joy. The mermaid slowly stood up, and as she stood up, a light appeared from beneath her. The next moment, the fish tail suddenly disappeared. Instead, there's a pair of slender legs. Chapter 43. As a man, you must be brave and responsible. Can you transform? Han Feng was amazed at the sight, his eyes wandering over the mermaid's two long white legs. Comment secretly, what a nice pair of legs. The mermaid was in a trance for a moment, and suddenly she felt that the wound on her chest was no longer painful. What is going on? Has the wound healed? Thinking of this, he quickly turned around, lifted his collar, and glanced down. I saw that the wound on the left chest had disappeared without even a trace. But why are there several fingerprints on it? The mermaid didn't think much about it, but turned around again and faced De Zhuang. "De Zhuang, was it you who treated my wound? How can I have such ability?" De Zhuang grinned, then stretched out a large pair of pliers and pointed them at Han Feng. "Han Feng treated you." The mermaid turned to look at Han Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Han Feng rubbed his nose and pretended to be deep and said, "De Zhuang said that you are a person who knows how to repay kindness. As long as I save you, I will be rewarded." Da Zhuang. You're asking for payment before you've even said a few words? Isn't this too realistic? The mermaid was stunned for a moment, looked at Han Feng carefully, and smiled. "What reward do you want?" Han Feng cleared his throat and said, Treasure chests, food, weapons, etc. are all fine. I'm not picky. These things are too vulgar. I'll give you something better. The mermaid chuckled. Something better? Han Feng's expression moved, and when he was wondering what it was, the mermaid suddenly appeared in front of him. Han Feng only felt an enchanting body fragrance floating on his nose, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a warmth on his lips. But it was a mermaid's little mouth imprinted on his lips. Han Feng's eyes suddenly widened and his brain started buzzing. Was this a forced kiss? This is too sudden. After the kiss, the mermaid quickly stepped back. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. My name is Xiaomingxue. I will come back to see you in a while. After saying this, Xiaomingxue ran to the beach barefoot, jumped into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. Only then did Han Feng come to his senses and mutter, "Where's the promised reward? Just a kiss, and that's it. Brother, congratulations. You have successfully found a big leg to lean on." Just then, De Zhuang suddenly laughed. Han Feng frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Who am I clinging to?" De Zhuang chuckled. "Of course I'll hug the princess thigh." Han Feng became more and more confused. "Please explain clearly. What is going on?" De Zhuang explained. "Mermaids have a tradition called a kiss that seals love. That is to say, the princess will kiss you if she likes you. If you can get the princess's favor, it's like holding on to a big thigh." Han Feng. He never expected things to develop to this point. Didn't it just happen that I treated Xiaomingxue once? Why did she want to marry me? De Zhuang glanced at Han Feng and said with emotion, "Speaking of which, you are really lucky. What else do you have besides being handsome? Why did the princess fall in love with you?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean besides being handsome? My buddy is also very strong, okay? And he also has a talent for healing, which would be said to be very comprehensive. Can you find someone better than me? Isn't it normal for Xiaomingxue to fall in love with me?" De Zhuang was stunned for 3 seconds and suddenly said, "Hearing what you said, I think you two are quite a good match. I'm not such a casual person." Han Feng snorted. Although Xiaomingxue is extremely beautiful and has a relatively noble status. But after all, the two had just met and didn't know each other very well. How can we just be together? Han Feng, from what you said, you don't like Her Royal Highness the Princess? De Zhuang asked. It's not a question of whether we like each other or not. It's mainly because we don't understand each other. If we get together without thinking, what if our personalities are not compatible? Han Feng explained it. So that's what you think. De Zhuang muttered thoughtfully, his eyes rolling around, and suddenly said, "That's not right. If you didn't like Her Royal Highness, why did you touch her so vigorously just now, and even pinched her?" Han Feng coughed violently. "Speak carefully. When did I touch her carelessly? I was treating her. If you slander me again, I will turn against you." De Zhuang stammered, "But you pinched me again after the treatment. How you explain that?" Han Feng swallowed his saliva. "You are dazzled. When did I pinch you? Don't talk nonsense." De Zhuang argued. "I saw it clearly. I'm not talking nonsense." Machete echoed. "Brother, I saw it too. You did squeeze it and use quite a bit of force, but you still looked unsatisfied at the end. As a man, you should take responsibility for your actions and stop making excuses." Han Feng suddenly looked at the machete and said coldly, "Silence the machete." "Machete." "Han Feng, I didn't see anything just now. Don't mute me." De Zhuang was a little scared. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "A good child is one who knows his mistakes and corrects them. Let's go back." On the beach, Xiaoro was still adding thatch. The sea turtle has been roasted until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, emitting a rich meaty aroma that fills the air, making people salivate. Han Feng felt that the cooking was almost done, so he signaled Xiaoro to stop, and then said, "Come on, let's enjoy the turtle meat together." De Zhuang and Xiaoro rushed to the big turtle excitedly. The two big crabs drooled at the smell of the meat. "Han Feng, hurry up. I can't bear it anymore." Da Zhuang wurjit. "Look at what you have accomplished." Han Feng smiled, then took a machete and cut off 2 pieces of turtle meat, giving 1 piece each to De Zhuang and Xiaoro. Then he cut another piece and tasted it slowly. After just 1 bite, the tender and juicy meat spread in his mouth, and the rich meaty aroma intoxicated him. De Zhuang and Xiaoro also ate with their mouths drooling and kept praising the taste. "Come on, keep eating." Han Feng cut 2 more pieces of turtle meat and gave them to Da Zhuang and Xiaoro. An hour later, the entire sea turtle was wiped out. Han Feng didn't eat much, only 2 kilograms. The rest was all eaten by Dazhuang and Xiaoro, who ate almost 50 kilograms of turtle meat. What a pair of gluttons! Han Feng sighed secretly, then put the turtle shell into his space storage bag. This thing can be used as a bucket or a bathtub. In line with the principle of thrift and diligence, we must not waste anything. Chapter 44, 2 More Talents. Afterwards, Han Feng chatted with the 2 big crabs for a few words and then left. When I returned to the shelter, I suddenly discovered that there were more than a dozen bundles of straw pushed outside the fence, weighing about 70 or 80 kilograms. I guess these thatches were sent by Yulingshan. Together with the 30 kilograms of straw delivered this morning, the debt has been paid off. Han Feng moved the straw closer to the thatched hut. Little hut, it's time for dinner. Seeing so much straw, the thatched house opened its mouth excitedly. Han Feng stuffed more than a dozen bundles of straw into it one by one. Thatched Cottage enjoyed the meal happily. After finishing, she said to Han Feng, you're so good to me. I am not a woman. Otherwise, I will definitely marry you and give birth to more children for you. You're so fucking disgusting. Han Feng smacked his lips and glared at the thatched cottage. Silenced the little cottage for an hour. Thatched house. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, opened the space bag, took out the magnifying glass, machete, and engineer shovel, threw them on the ground, and then lifted the ban on the machete and engineer shovel. Engineer shovel. Fuck. I'm really dying of frustration. Machete. Brother, can you please stop silencing us all the time? Have you ever considered our feelings? Who told you to be so stupid? Han Feng rolled his eyes, then lay down on the thatched bed and opened the attribute panel to look at it. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 4. Experience, 5500. Constitution. Strength, 8 plus 30. Agility, 10 plus 30. Defense, 5 plus 30. Mental strength, 11 plus 30. Talents, healing, insight, space. After just one look, Han Feng was stunned. What's going on? Why are there 2 more talents? Where did it come from? Does everyone have 2 more talents? Or is he the only one? Han Feng thought for a moment, then opened a chat group and sent a message. Brothers, let me ask you something. Do you all have the same talent? Wuda hi. Of course I only have 1 talent. Do you have 2? Han Feng, there's only 1 of me. If other people knew that he had 3 talents, wouldn't they treat him as a monster? At this stage, it is still mainly about developing slowly. There is no need to be too high profile. Sudomao. Han Feng, why are you asking this? Han Feng, nothing, just curious. Su Lin, I heard that someone has awakened 2 talents. Chin Chong, is this true? Jiang Feng, it's true. I've heard about it too. Zhang Sheng, why do they have 2 and we only have 1? This is so unfair. Jiang Feng, you can ask the heaven. Zhang Sheng, let's just forget it. Talking reason to heaven? Better not to make yourself unhappy. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. His eyes showed a pensive look and muttered, how did I get these 2 talents? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. He was kissed by Chiu Mengxue before. Could it be that this is the reason why he obtained 2 talents? Han Feng couldn't be sure whether this was the case. But for him, nothing else matters, as long as he is sure that these 2 talents are real. So, what capabilities do these 2 talents possess? Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and his gaze fell on the talent of penetration. Suddenly, a relevant introduction appeared in my mind. Insight, auxiliary talent. After locking onto a target, the target's information will appear in your mind. Is it so magical? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and then shifted his gaze to the thatched hut. The next moment, the introduction of the thatched house appeared in my mind. Target, thatched hut. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 30. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15. Middle strength, 10. Talents, crafting, changing form. After reading the introduction, Han Feng's mind started to turn. I originally thought that the thatched hut could only provide shelter from wind and rain, but I never expected it to have such strong defensive capabilities. If it could be upgraded to a few more levels, it would become a solid fortress. Also, this thing actually has talent, and there are 2 of them. The talent for crafting is understandable. It is nothing more than making straw mats, straw beds, and the like. So what function does the shape-changing talent have? Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately asked, Xiao Caowu, what is your talent for changing forms? Little thatched house. Han Feng frowned. Why don't you say something? Are you mute? The thatched hut remained silent. Grass. Han Feng Kushid. The engineer's shovel couldn't help but remind him, Brother, did you mute it? Han Feng reacted immediately and indeed muted thatched house for an hour. After this incident, try not to ban these guys from speaking in the future. Han Feng coughed lightly. Remove the ban on the thatched cottage. Han Feng, how could you treat me like this? You disappoint me so much. The thatched house complained. Who told you to talk nonsense? Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned to the main point. What is the function of your shape-changing talent? Thatched house. To put it simply, it can change into other shapes, such as bungalows, buildings, bunkers, villas, castles, etc. However, my level is too low now, so I can't change my shape. Understood. Han Feng knew it. This talent is an auxiliary talent, which is a bit useless, but it cannot be said to be completely useless. For example, living in a big villa is definitely more comfortable than living in a thatched hut. Later, Han Feng's eyes fell on the engineer's shovel, and he started to pierce it without making any sound. Target, engineer's shovel. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 5. Attack power, 15. Defense, 25. Mental strength, 10. Talent, tenacity. It's okay. Han Feng made a comment, and then turned his gaze to the machete. Target, machete. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 10. Attack power, 40. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 10. Talent, breaking edge. What a strong attack. Han Feng exclaimed. The machete is only level 1, but its attack power is almost the same as that of a level 4 player like him. In addition, he also has the talent of breaking the front. This guy still has great potential, and he must be trained well. Then, Han Feng looked at the frying pan again. Target, frying pan. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 10. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 10. Talent, not enabled. Waste. Han Feng couldn't help but complain. Compared with the machete and the engineer's shovel, the frying pan can be said to be useless, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a waste. Frying pan. It didn't provoke Han Feng, so why was it being scolded for no reason? Pan, brother, did I provoke you? Han Feng whispered. No. Pan said depressedly. Then why did you scold me? Han Feng said casually. I just said out of inspiration. You don't have to take it to heart. Frying pan. After scolding it, tell not to take it to heart? This is too much of an insult. Chapter 45, Powerful Space Talent. Han Feng was just about to look through the magnifying glass when he suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Brother, what's wrong with you? The engineer, shovel, shouted anxiously. Han Feng shook his head to indicate that he was fine, then sat down on the thatched bed, breathing heavily, his mind racing. What on earth happened just now? Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Han Feng pondered for a while and wondered if it was due to the frequent use of his talent. Using talents consumes mental energy. Once your mental energy is exhausted, you will experience dizziness and headaches. Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly opened the property panel to take a look. When I saw that there was only 1 point of mental strength left, I knew in my heart that it was the side effect of continuously using the insight talent. Just now, I used the piercing talent 4 times in total, consuming 40 points of mental power. This means that each use requires 10 points of mental power, which is much more consuming than the healing talent. Fortunately, mental strength can recover automatically, so there is no need to worry too much. Later, Chu Feng lay on the bed to rest. I slept for a full 2 hours. As the sky gradually darkened, Han Feng opened his eyes. After resting for such a long time, I have recovered some energy and the dizzy feeling has disappeared. After sitting on the bed to relax for a while, Han Feng came to the courtyard with a magnifying glass and a frying pan. Later, a pile of firewood was lit and the pan was placed on it. Brother, didn't you just eat turtle meat? Do you still want to eat? Magnifying glass asked curiously. Han Feng smiled slightly. No meal, just some soup. He planned to stew those mushrooms. This thing can increase your mental strength after eating it. Maybe I can replenish all the lost mental energy. After more than 10 minutes, a pot of mushroom soup was ready. Han Feng couldn't wait to taste it. The taste is okay, but a little bland. It would be better if some salt could be added. Soon, Han Feng finished the whole pot of mushroom soup. Next, the properties panel was opened. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 4. Experience, 5500. Constitution. Strength, 8 plus 30. Agility, 10 plus 30. Defense, 5 plus 30. Mental strength, 61 plus 30. Talents, healing, insight, space. Oh shit. Han Feng was surprised. After eating this pot of mushroom soup, not only did I increase my mental power by 50 points, but I also replenished all the mental power that I had previously consumed. This thing is really magical. Now that my mental strength has been restored, it's time to study my spatial talent. When Han Feng's eyes fell on it, relevant information appeared in his mind. Space, offensive, control, and mobility talents. Possesses the 3 abilities of space binding, space cutting, and teleportation. Spatial binding. When used, an invisible force is generated to bind the target. Note, during use, mental energy is continuously consumed. Space cutting. Release a space blade with extremely terrifying killing power. The more mental power consumed, the stronger the power. Note, each use consumes at least 100 mental power points. Teleport. Ignore space and cross in an instant. The more mental power you consume, the longer the distance you cross. Note, each use consumes at least 100 points of mental power. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was stunned on the spot. The spatial talent is simply too powerful. With this talent, his own strength has increased several times. People like Lu Chushuang and Zhao Yunxi are all younger brothers in front of him. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother, are you okay? Korn couldn't help but ask. Fine. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Yumi, and used his insight talent without making any expression. Target, Korn. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 60. Attack power, 0. Defense, 1. Mental strength, 10. Talent, not enabled. So weak. Han Feng nicht. Before, this corn was hyped up quite mysteriously, and it was even claimed that it could release corn bombs. Now it turns out to be nothing. Seeing Han Feng's face was a little ugly, Yumi asked tentatively, Brother, what's wrong with you? Han Feng's eyes showed deep meaning. Didn't you say you were pretty awesome? Show me what you're capable of. Yumi, I haven't upgraded yet, so I'm pretty weak right now. But once I upgrade, I'll be able to unlock my talents, and then I'll be awesome. Yeah. Han Feng muttered something, a little unconvinced. Really, I didn't lie to you, Yumi said with a solemn oath. Then I'll believe you this time. Han Feng knew it. The current evolution level of this corn has reached 60. If it eats some shit and drinks some urine, it should be able to be promoted to level 2. Thinking of this, Han Feng untied his belt and urinated on the corn. This piss is so smelly, I like it. It feels so good, so good. Korn laughed out loud. Han Feng smacked his lips, pulled up his trousers, and walked towards the thatched hut. As soon as I opened the door, Yuling Shan's voice rang out from outside. Han Feng, what are you doing here again? Han Feng stopped and turned to look at Yuling Shan. Want to borrow something from you. Yuling Shan looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. No. Han Feng refused directly. He comes to borrow things all the time. Do you think this place is a charity? Yuling Shan was stunned for a moment and quickly said, I haven't told you what I want to borrow. How do you know I don't have it? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly. I don't actually want to lend it to you. I just said it in a more tactful way. Can't you hear it? Yuling Shan. So ruthless? After a moment of trance, Yuling Shan said, I can cut thatch and exchange it for thatch. Han Feng thought for a moment and asked, what do you want to borrow? He definitely won't agree to borrow it for free. But if you give some compensation, that's another matter. Yuling Shan bit her lip and said, I want to borrow some toilet paper from you. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. What do you want to borrow toilet paper for? He reacted quickly. It must be shit. No matter who you are, you're waiting to poop. This is the law of nature, and no one can violate it. Han Feng, please lend me some. Yuling Shan looked at Han Feng with a pleading look. Han Feng's eyes flickered and he asked, why don't you just borrow it from Lu Chushuang and Zhao Yunxi? Why are you looking for me? Yuling Shan lowered her head. They didn't. Han Feng asked curiously, how do they wipe their butts? With stones or leaves? Or with fingers? Han Feng, you are so disgusting. Yuling Shan suddenly felt a chill. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, looking disapproving. What's so disgusting about this? If there's no toilet paper, then we can just use those things. We don't need these things. Yuling Shan pouted. So what do you use? Han Feng became interested. Yu Lingshan hesitated for a moment and said, they tore off their clothes and wiped them with the clothes. Hearing this, Han Feng pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, if I wipe but a few more times, won't I have nothing to wear? Chapter 46, Little Shovel, keep singing, make it sick to death. Yu Lingshan, what is Han Feng thinking about? After a moment of confusion, Yu Lingshan asked, Han Feng, are you going to lend it to me or not? Han Feng thought for a moment and said, I can lend it to you, but I have a small request. What? Yu Lingshan asked impatiently. Han Feng curled his lips and said, you must solve it in my shelter. That corn plant is just one step away from being promoted to level 2. As long as you eat one more piece of shit, you can basically level up. Yu Lingshan was stunned, her mind racing. Why did Han Feng make this request? You're not thinking of peeking, are you? This is too perverted. We must not let Han Feng succeed. I don't want to solve it here with you. Yu Lingshan flatly refused. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, if you don't agree, forget it. Please go back. Why do you want me to solve it here? Yu Lingshan did not leave, but asked Han Feng questions. I haven't solved my physiological problems for 2 days, and I really can't hold it anymore. Wait until you get toilet paper anyway. Otherwise, use leaves or stones. And this was something she couldn't accept. Han Feng said calmly. The reason is very simple. My plants lack fertilizer. That's what's going on. Yu Lingshan muttered. No wonder Han Feng's corn grew so fast. It turned out that it absorbed feces and urine. I originally thought Han Feng was a pervert. Now it seems that she misunderstood. Yu Lingshan gritted her teeth and said, I promise you, but you can't peek. I, Han Feng, am upright and honest, and I would never do such a thing. Han Feng spoke with great force. Pan, brother, that's enough. Don't we know what kind of person you are? Stop showing off all the time. It only makes us feel disgusted. Han Feng's face darkened. Mute Ping Pan for 10,000 hours. Frying Pan. 10,000 hours of silence. Isn't this too cruel? Han Feng, give me some toilet paper. Yu Lingshan reminded him, her voice a little anxious, as if she couldn't hold it back any longer. Hold on. Han Feng quickly entered the thatched hut, tore off a piece of toilet paper, and walked out holding an engineering shovel. He handed the toilet paper to Yu Lingshan, then grabbed the engineer's shovel and dug a hole next to the corn. He then said, you could just do it in this hole. Let's get started. Yu Lingshan rolled her eyes and said, how can I solve this problem if you just stand here? Han Feng reacted immediately, turned around, and entered the thatched hut, closing the windows and door. Yu Lingshan glanced around, slowly took off her pants, and squatted down. Han Feng was lying on the bed, with nothing to do, so he opened the trading hall and started watching. Player Zhao Guanglei sells a kitchen knife in exchange for food and purified water. You can chat privately. Dai Lily sells a pair of underwear that has only been worn 3 times in exchange for any food or purified water. Zhou Yinsheng is selling a treasure chest. Private chat. There are actually people selling treasure chests. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the private message and contacted the other party. Buddy, I want this treasure chest. Zhou Yinsheng, what can you give me? Han Feng, what do you want? Zhou Yinsheng, just give me something to eat. Han Feng, how about I give you a fish? Zhou Yinsheng, okay. Han Feng, although there are certain risks in opening a treasure chest, it is still a treasure chest after all. There's a high chance that you will find supplies. Is Zhou Yinsheng so casual? Just get rid of it with just one fish? Is there something wrong with the treasure chest? Han Feng, brother, I don't quite understand why you sold the treasure chest to me at such a low price. Zhou Yinsheng said, truthfully, I have a talent for sensing danger. When I touched this treasure chest, I felt a strong sense of uneasiness. This means that the treasure chest must contain dangerous goods, so is sold to you at such a low price. Han Feng was slightly stunned. You are so straightforward. Aren't you afraid that I won't do business with you? Zhou Yinsheng, I'm just like that. I don't like to cheat others. If you're willing to trade, then trade. If you're not willing, then just give up. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, since you are so honest, I will make a deal with you. Dangerous goods are divided into many categories, and you might be able to find one that is useful. After all, it can be exchanged for a fish, so just treat it as a game. Zhou Yinsheng, let's go to the trading hall now. Han Feng, no problem. Then the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng took out a 1-pound fish and successfully exchanged it for a treasure chest from Zhou Yinsheng. Han Feng took it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and said softly, little treasure chest, what do you have in it? Treasure chest. Sing me a song, and I'll tell you. Han Feng, born tone-deaf. If this were to start, who could bear it? If things go wrong, the character will collapse. So you must not sing it. Han Feng coughed lightly and said, I can't sing, so please don't make it difficult for me. Treasure chest. If you don't sing, I won't tell you. Han Feng's face darkened. If you don't tell me, I'll throw you into the cesspool. Treasure chest. I'm not afraid. Han Feng was stunned. What should I do if this treasure chest is hard to swallow? The engineer's shovel suddenly spoke up. Brother, I'll sing for you. Han Feng was quite surprised. You can sing? The engineer's shovel said seriously, I actually have a great talent for art, but I just didn't tell you. Han Feng was in a trance for a moment, then turned to face the treasure chest. Is it okay if I let the little shovel sing for me? Treasure chest. Anyone can sing. Little shovel, start your show. Han Feng looked expectant. I never expected that the engineer's shovel had this ability. In the future, when I have nothing to do, listening to it singing can help me relieve my loneliness. The engineer's shovel cleared his throat and sang, I'll use my little fist to hit your chest, you bad guy. I'll beat you to death. Han Feng was paralyzed on the spot. This is also called a song? Others sing for money, but the engineer shovel sings for lives. It's just too disgusting. Vomit. Thatch House retched and said urgently, Han Feng, quickly silence, shout, Chanzi. The treasure chest then said, kill it quickly. Don't let it speak again. The engineer's shovel was at a loss. What happened to Han Feng and the others? Doesn't it sing beautifully enough? Han Feng took a deep breath and gestured, little shovel, stop. You can't continue singing. It will kill people. Engineer's shovel. When the engineer's shovel stopped, Han Feng asked the treasure chest, little treasure chest, I have met your requirements. Can you tell me what is inside? Baoxiang, no, it doesn't count. Wait for someone else to sing. Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed, and a hint of teasing appeared at the corner of his mouth. You forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being ruthless. The treasure chest said disdainfully, come on. Han Feng stretched out 2 fingers and blocked his ears. Little shovel, keep singing. Make it sick to death. Chapter 47. An existence comparable to God. The treasure chest was startled and immediately shouted, stop singing, I'm telling you. Little guy, I still don't believe I can't control you. Han Feng smiled with a hint of success and said coldly, hurry up and tell me what's in it. Treasure chest, contains a stinky egg. Han Feng was stunned. It's just a rotten egg. It can't be considered dangerous, right? Treasure chest, don't underestimate this rotten egg. Once it is broken, it will emit a pungent odor that can even make people faint. Moreover, the stench released by this thing covers an area of 10 square meters and will not disappear for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. This rotten egg is not completely useless. If used to trick someone, it can definitely have unexpected effects. Thinking of this, Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. In a burst of crystal light, an egg with a black skin appeared in front of him. Han Feng carefully grasped it in his hand, took a quick look at it, and then put it into the space cloth bag. If you accidentally break this thing, you can't live in the house anymore. For safety reasons, it is safer to put it in a space bag. After opening the treasure chest, Han Feng shouted outside, Yuling Shan, have you finished? It was quiet outside, and no one responded. Han Feng frowned slightly and shouted again, if you don't speak, I will leave. Thatch House reminded, Han Feng, she has left. Han Feng was slightly startled and asked, when did you leave? Thatched House, just when you opened the treasure chest, he sneaked away. You left without even saying goodbye. What kind of person is that? Han Feng muttered something and pushed the door open. The moment I opened the door, I suddenly discovered a green plant standing outside the door. Fuck. Han Feng was startled. Why are there plants outside the door? Where did it come from? Brother, it's me. Corn chuckled. Why are you here? Han Feng was stunned. Isn't this corn in the vegetable garden? Will it move? Corn explained, I have been promoted to level 2 and can move freely in the shelter. Advance. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he stared at the corn in front of him, calmly activating his insight talent. Target, combat corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, corn bomb. After reading it, Han Feng couldn't help but frown. The corn was indeed promoted, and even its name was changed to Fighting Corn. However, after the promotion, he only gained 1 more talent, and the rest did not change much, and the attack power was still 0. Without attack power, wouldn't it be just a decoration? Brother, what's wrong with you? Battlecorn asked. Han Feng coughed lightly. Didn't you say that being promoted to level 2 is awesome? But your attack power is 0. What's so awesome about it? Battlecorn chuckled. I don't have the ability to fight in close combat, so it's normal that my attack power is 0. My strength lies mainly in my talent. Han Feng's eyes showed deep meaning. Tell me more about it. Battlecorn said directly. It triggers a corn to produce a powerful explosion. During the explosion, the corn kernels splatter everywhere like shrapnel, and the maximum coverage area is 10 square meters. Good fellow. Han Feng smacked his lips hard. Sputtering like shrapnel after the explosion? Isn't this a covering strike? Once attacked, unless you have extremely strong defense, you'll be beaten into a sieve. Han Feng was in a trance for a moment, and asked, Your attack power is indeed explosive, but what about your endurance? The fighting corn has produced a total of 3 corn cobs. If all of them are stimulated, will it still be able to produce corn cobs in the future? If it can't produce corn cobs, isn't it useless? Battle corn. A cob can be regrown in a day. Good. Han Feng nodded. Although the battery life is a bit weak, it is better than nothing. Actually, there's another way to speed up the growth of corn cobs. Fighting corn suddenly spoke. What is the solution? Han Feng's expression changed. The fighting corn chuckled and said, The solution is to eat shit. Every time you eat shit, you can shorten the growth period by half. In other words, you can produce a corn cob in half a day. Understood. Han Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. He finally accepted the fact that she kept thinking about eating shit. Brother, I've been promoted to level 2. It is not easy to be promoted to level 3. So, don't let me eat shit and drink urine for the time being. Try to save the shit and urine for my brothers. Okowo. Han Feng smiled slightly. After learning about the abilities of the fighting corn, I couldn't wait to cultivate the remaining 3 corns. If there are 4 fighting corns guarding here, anyone who dares to invade the shelter will be beaten to pieces. Thinking of this, Han Feng gave an order to the fighting corn. Little corn, from now on, you must protect our shelter. Especially when I am not in time. Anyone who dares to attack the shelter will be blown to death. I will complete the task, Battle Corn assured him, and then asked, What if it's the female players on the island? Han Feng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. No matter who it is, if they dare to enter the shelter without my permission, don't be polite to them. Clear. Fighting Corn responded. Han Feng nodded, then turned his gaze to the frying pan, and a strange look appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he possesses the talent for space, his power has not yet been verified. Why not test it with a frying pan? Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Pan sighed. For some reason, I always felt that Han Feng's eyes were a little malicious. Han Feng didn't say anything. He moved his mind and released the spatial constraints on the frying pan. The frying pan felt an invisible force sweeping over it, and before it could react, it was lifted into the air. Frying pan. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? After the soul asked 3 questions, Pan came to his senses and screamed in fear. Brother, save me. There's a ghost. Call your sister. Be quiet. Han Feng scolded, then hooked his finger. Come here. Whoosh. The frying pan flew into Han Feng's palm, under the pull of an invisible force. Fuck. There was a storm in Pan's heart. It turns out that Han Feng was the one behind this. What kind of method is this? It can really be said to be unpredictable. It's like a god. Chapter 48. The eldest brother is used to being overbearing. There is no point in talking to him. Brother, what methods did you use? Pan said in surprise. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Han Feng chuckled and then put away his talent. After verification, I am very satisfied with the space restraint capability. However, the process of releasing the constraints of space continues to consume mental energy. So how much is consumed? This point must be made clear, otherwise it will easily lead to the depletion of mental energy. Without mental strength, one will fall into a state of exhaustion and will not be able to use other talents. Then, Han Feng opened the attribute panel and started observing. When I saw that my mental strength had decreased by 5 points, I breathed a sigh of relief. Why use the space constraint just now? It lasted for a total of 5 seconds. In other words, consuming a little mental energy per second is completely within an acceptable range. Later, Han Feng simply cleaned the yard, then entered the thatched hut with a frying pan and an oil lamp. By this time, it was already evening, the sky was dark, and the thatched hut was even darker. Han Feng took a magnifying glass and lit the oil lamp. Whoosh! A flame burst out from the wick of the oil lamp. It was very subtle at first, but as time passed, the flame grew larger and larger, and soon the whole room was illuminated. Han Feng hung the oil lamp on the wall, then lay down on the bed, and was about to open the game panel. The oil lamp suddenly spoke. "Little brother, you don't have to blow me out in the future." Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, "Didn't I do this to help you save gas? There is no need for lighting during the day, so keeping it burning is a waste." Oil lamp. I absorb a day's worth of sunlight, which can last for a long time. Also, during the day, I will adjust the flame to the weakest state, so basically not much lamp oil will be wasted. So, there is no need to blow it out. Okowo. Han Feng nodded and then opened the game panel. Suddenly, the private message icon lit up. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Wu Dahai, he quickly clicked it. Wu Dahai. Han Feng, I've already cut 50 kilograms of thatch. Do we still want to trade? Han Feng, of course. Wu Dahai. Great, let's go to the trading hall quickly. Han Feng, please wait a moment. Wu Dahai, what's wrong? Han Feng, I have no crabs left, but I can give you some fish. Are you willing to trade? Wu Dahai thought without hesitation. As long as it's edible, it's fine. Han Feng, that's no problem. Then, the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng used 2 fish to exchange for 50 kilograms of thatch from Wu Dahai. The transaction had just been completed, and the private message icon lit up again. The person who sent the private message this time was Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao. Han Feng, my iron or derivatives have come out. Let's trade quickly. Han Feng, you still want purified water? Yuan Hao. It will be best if there is food. If not, purified water will be fine. Han Feng, then I'll give you a fish. Due to the transaction with Yuling Shan, a lot of purified water was consumed. On the contrary, there's still a lot of food. Just trade it with food. Yuan Hao, yes. The transaction was completed. Han Feng threw the iron ore to the machete, and then said to the thatched hut, "Little hut, dinner is ready." The thatched house did not respond. Han Feng was slightly startled. "Xiao Cao Wu, are you mute?" Machete reminded him, "Brother, you just banned Zayaka Wu for 10,000 hours. Did you forget? Have I silenced it for so long?" Han Feng smacked his lips. "Really, I can testify to that." The engineer, Shovel, echoed. "Maybe I remembered it wrongly." Han Feng muttered something, then lifted the ban on the thatched cottage. "Han Feng, how could you ban me from speaking? You're going too far." The thatched cottage was indignant. "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Han Feng snorted. "I just told the truth, and they banned me for 10,000 hours. It's so unreasonable." The thatched house looked aggrieved. The engineer, Shovel, comforted him. "Little Cao Wu, that's enough. Who among us hasn't been silenced by the big brother? The big brother is used to being overbearing. There is no reason in front of him. Let's just compromise. You're the one." Han Feng gnashed his teeth in anger, glanced fiercely at the engineer Shovel, and said coldly, "Silence the little Shovel for 10 minutes. Engineer Shovel." Han Feng turned and looked at the thatched cottage. "Do you have any other opinions?" "No." The thatched hut trembled. "If you have any opinions, please keep them to yourself. Otherwise, you will be banned." "It's not as stupid as an engineer Shovel." "That's fine." Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Open your mouth, it's time to eat." The thatched house suddenly became excited, and a crack instantly appeared on the wall, like a big mouth. Han Feng hurriedly opened the trading hall, took out all the thatch inside, and put it into the crack. I enjoyed the thatched house happily. After the thatched hut finished eating, Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe the thatched hut. Target, thatched hut. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 70. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15. Middle strength, 10. Talents, crafting, changing form. After reading it, Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. The evolution level of the thatched house has reached 70. If it can consume another 50 kilograms of thatch, it will definitely be promoted to level 2. However, it is already dark now, and there is no place to make thatch, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Later, Han Feng lay on the bed and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, haha, brothers, I don't have to eat grassroots anymore. Zhang Shang, what's going on? Jiang Feng, I was really lucky today. I picked up a treasure chest and found a 5-kilogram bag of rice. Chin Chang, awesome. Sudamao, Jiang Feng, Don't be happy too soon. Jiang Feng. I picked up rice. Why can't I be happy? Sudamao. Do you have a pot? Do you have fire? Do you have water? If you have nothing, how can you cook rice? Jiang Feng. If you don't have anything, you really can't cook rice. Wouldn't it be a waste of joy? Damn it. Jiang Feng. Brothers, who among you has food? I want to trade this bag of rice with you. Su Lin. I do have some food here, but I don't have a pot, so I can't exchange it with you. Yang Shuliang. I have food. I can exchange it with you. Wu Dahai. Yang Shuliang. Do you have a pot? Yang Shuliang. No. Wu Dahai. Then how do you cook rice? Yang Shuliang. I opened a treasure chest yesterday and found a tin can of meat. I can use the can shell to cook rice. Wu Dahai. That's fine. Jiang Feng. What do you plan to exchange with me? Yang Shuliang. Use 5 eggs. Jiang Feng. You want to exchange 5 eggs for 5 kilograms of rice? What are you thinking? Yang Shuliang. It is a little less, but the key is that no one will exchange with you now. You can't eat rice raw, right? That stuff is hard to digest. Chapter 49, Blue Treasure Box. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment and was about to agree. Han Feng spoke. I'll exchange it with you for a bag of sausages. It has a frying pan, so cooking rice is no problem at all. It is very cost-effective to exchange a bag of ham for 5 kilograms of rice. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Han Feng, are you serious? A bag of ham is certainly more valuable than 5 eggs. Han Feng, really? Yang Shuliang cursed. Han Feng, aren't you stealing my business? You are a bit dishonest. Originally, 5 eggs could be exchanged for 5 kilograms of rice. Unexpectedly, Han Feng intercepted him halfway. This is a bit depressing. Jiang Feng. Han Feng is generous, but I think you're not a kind person. Han Feng. Yang Shuliang. Do you want to trade those 5 eggs of yours? Eggs are very nutritious. Boiling an egg in the morning or drinking some egg and vegetable soup is definitely a delicious thing. Yang Shuliang. It's not that we can't trade, but I just want food. What can you give me? Han Feng. I'll give you a 1 kilogram sea fish. Sudamao. Han Feng, where did you get the fish? Did you catch it in the sea? As we all know, the ocean is very dangerous. Once you go into the sea, your life is guaranteed to be gone. How dare Han Feng go into the sea? Han Feng chuckled and said, I took a stroll on the beach today and saw a few fish stranded in a puddle among the rocks, so I picked them up. Li Qingguang, you picked up crabs yesterday and fish today. Why are you so lucky? Han Feng, if you go to the beach more often, you might be able to pick it up. Li Qingguang, the beach is so dangerous, I won't take the risk. Yang Shuliang, Han Feng, I agree to exchange with you. Han Feng, Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, let's go to the trading hall. Soon, the two parties completed the transaction. Han Feng returned to the chat group again. Peng Yu, I have a roll of toilet paper here. Who wants to trade with me? Toilet paper is in short supply, because no matter who you are, you have to poop. And when you poop, you need to use toilet paper. If there's no toilet paper, use leaves, stones, or just use your hands. Any normal person would choose to wipe there, but with toilet paper. Su Lin, I'll exchange 2 bottles of Coca-Cola with you. Peng Yu, too little. Yang Shuliang, I'll trade it with you for a fish. Peng Yu, go wherever it's cool. Sudamao, I'll exchange 3 pounds of thatch roots with you. Peng Yu, I'm sorry, I'm not an animal, I don't eat grass roots. Sudamao, Wu Ming Ming, I'll exchange my underwear with you. Peng Yu, I don't like that. When Han Feng was about to make a move, Zhao Yunqi said first, I will exchange it with you for a black iron treasure chest. Peng Yu seemed a little tempted. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? Yiling Shan, are you not satisfied with just 1 treasure chest? Change it quickly. At this time, Han Feng spoke up. Opening a treasure chest is risky. Sometimes you can get supplies, and sometimes you can get dangerous goods. Once you get dangerous goods, your life will be in danger. He was also determined to get the roll of toilet paper and would not let Zhao Yunqi exchange it. Lu Chushuang, Han Feng, stop making alarmist remarks. Han Feng, how am I exaggerating? Lu Chushuang, it is true that dangerous items may appear when opening a treasure chest, but the probability is very small. It is not as serious as you say. Han Feng laughed. Who opened a treasure chest last time and got a giant wasp? Even his butt was stung and swollen, and he almost died? Lu Chushuang, don't talk nonsense, I wasn't stung on the butt. This kind of thing is too embarrassing. She doesn't want others to know about it. Everyone, it would be fine if you didn't explain, but if you do explain, wouldn't it be like you were trying to cover up your true intentions? Han Feng smiled playfully. Did I talk about you? Lu Chushuang, Peng Yu. Han Feng, do you want to make a deal with me? Han Feng, yes. Peng Yu, what can you give me? Han Feng, a fish and a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Peng Yu didn't hesitate at all. Deal? Yiling Shan, Han Feng, don't you already have a roll of toilet paper? Why are you trying to snatch it from us? Han Feng said calmly, you don't go to the toilet every day? One roll of toilet paper is enough? Don't wait to stock up more. Lu Chushuang, but if you trade the toilet paper, what should we do? Han Feng, does it have anything to do with me? Lu Chushuang, why do you talk so irritatingly? Han Feng, I'd love to. Come and bite me. Lu Chushuang, don't forget that we are on the same island. I can come to you anytime. Han Feng laughed. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Do you want me to tell everyone how I saved you that day? Lu Chushuang said quickly. I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. What happened that day is simply unbearable to look back on. She lay on the window and let Han Feng ravage her, but if you don't know, you might think that Han Feng did that to you. Whenever I think of this, my face becomes hot. If this gets out, how can I hold my head up high in the future? Han Feng snorted. Be more humble when you talk to me next time. Do you hear me? Amir Lu Chushuang wants to fight with him? With just one move, she was in easy control. Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth in anger and said while suppressing her anger, I understand. Su Damao asked curiously, Han Feng, what did you do to Lu Chushuang that day? Han Feng, not suitable for children. Su Damao, Lu Chushuang. Everyone, this sentence is not suitable for children and it caused people to think a lot. Could it be that Han Feng was too frivolous towards Lu Chushuang? Or even take her down? Damn it, Han Feng is quite fierce. Asshole. Lu Chushuang was so angry that she started cursing. She was sure that Chu Feng must have said that on purpose, just to embarrass her. He is truly despicable. At this moment, he wanted to rush to Han Feng's shelter and beat Han Feng up. Han Feng didn't say much. He closed the chat group and opened the trading hall instead, and successfully completed the transaction with Peng Yu. Next, continue browsing transaction information. Jiang Wentao sold a pair of slippers in exchange for 2 bottles of purified water. Yin Jingtian sells a pair of women's underwear. Exchange for food, private chat. Go Wenyu sells a glove in exchange for a bottle of water. Tao Hua is selling a bag of edible salt, private chat. There's salt for sale. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly contacted Tao Hua. Buddy, I want to exchange your salt. What do you want? Tao Hua, how many packs do you want? Han Feng was slightly stunned. You have a lot? Tao Hua, I opened the treasure chest and got 5 packs. Han Feng, I want them all. Salt is a necessity, so it's okay to stockpile a little more. Tao Hua, I will keep 1 pack and give you 4 packs at most. Han Feng, no problem. Tao Hua, what can you give me? Han Feng thought for a while and said, 5 fish weighing 1 kilogram. How about that? Tao Hua, no, it's too little. Han Feng, then add 2 more. Tao Hua, 7 fish and 2 bottles of water. Han Feng, deal. After the transaction was completed, Han Feng continued to watch the transaction information. Lin Weiwei sells 20 shepherd's purse in exchange for a bottle of water. Miao Wei sells a blue treasure chest in exchange for 10 kilograms of meat. Blue treasure chest. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Chapter 50. Run, why don't you run? So far, Han Feng has opened quite a few treasure chests. Except for 1 bronze treasure chest, the rest are all black iron treasure chests. I've never seen a blue treasure chest before. What can be found in the blue treasure chest? Out of curiosity, Han Feng contacted Miao Wei. Buddy, how much do you want to bid for the blue treasure chest? Miao Wei did not respond. I guess there were too many people contacting him, and he couldn't reply all of them at once. Han Feng was not in a hurry and waited patiently. 5 minutes later, Miao Wei replied, I only want meat. If you don't have meat, don't contact me. Han Feng's eyes flashed. A big black wolf was just hunted down 2 days ago. It weighed more than 200 kilograms. After removing the bones and fur, there should be about 100 kilograms of meat left. There will be no problem if you use it for trading. Han Feng said, I have meat. How much do you need? Miao Wei suddenly became excited. 50 kilograms. Han Feng's face darkened. Dude, are you kidding me? Don't you know how precious food is now? 50 kilograms of meat for a treasure chest? Do you think it's possible? So far, it is not clear what the blue treasure chest can open. What if, like the black iron treasure chest, the contents are ordinary supplies or even dangerous goods? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Miao Wei thought for a while and said, 30 kilograms of meat? No less. Han Feng, at most 20 kilograms. If you're willing to trade, then trade. If you're not willing, then I will take it. For some reason, I always feel that the blue treasure chest is a little unusual. Out of intuition, I plan to exchange it. Of course, the premise is that the price is not too high. 20 kilograms of meat is his bottom line. Miaowei pondered for a moment and finally agreed, deal. Han Feng asked again, any kind of meat is fine? Miaowei, as long as it's edible, it's fine. Han Feng, that's no problem. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall, and Han Feng gave the other party 20 kilograms of wolf meat and successfully exchanged it for a blue treasure chest. From the appearance point of view, there is not much difference between this blue treasure chest and the black iron treasure chest. Both are square. The only difference is the color. Han Feng took a closer look and coughed softly. Hello, little treasure box. Blue chest. What's up? Han Feng smiled and said, can you tell me what's in it? Blue treasure chest. I'll tell you tomorrow. Han Feng asked in confusion. Why wait until tomorrow? Blue chest. Because I'm tired and want to rest. Han Feng was slightly startled. It's just a matter of one sentence. It won't be too late to rest if you tell me. Blue treasure chest. Whatever you say, I have to do it. Don't I have any dignity? Han Feng glared at him. You're just a box. Aren't you giving me too much face? Why are you trying to make a presence in front of me? Blue treasure chest. Human, your words make me angry. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Han Feng's face was gloomy. If you don't tell me, I will torture you. The blue chest scoffed. Come on. You asked for this. Han Feng gritted his teeth and muttered, then turned to the engineer's shovel and ordered, little shovel, sing for me and disgust it to death. Engineer shovel. Brother, is my singing really that disgusting? Han Feng was getting a little impatient. Just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Sing now. The engineer's shovel cleared his throat and began to sing. I'll use my little fist to beat your chest. The sharp and piercing voice of the engineer's shovel, coupled with the disgusting lyrics, is enough to make people mentally collapse after just 2 lines. Han Feng was not affected much because he had blocked his ears in advance. But the blue treasure chest was not a good thing. I almost died of nausea. I kept retching and felt like my whole soul was being whipped. Finally, the blue treasure chest couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Stop singing. Spare me. I will tell you everything. Little guy, I don't believe I can't control you. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Little treasure box, do you accept it? I am convinced. I am convinced from the bottom of my heart. I am convinced with all my heart. The blue treasure chest expressed its opinion immediately. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction and then asked, Tell me, what's in it? The blue treasure chest said, truthfully, it contains a mouse. What the hell? Han Feng was stunned. I used 20 kilograms of wolf meat and got a mouse. This is such a loss to my grandma. However, the facts are set and there is no point in regretting. Han Feng sighed deeply and opened the lid of the treasure chest. No matter how small a mouse is still meat. Catching it, removing its tendons, skinning it, and roasting it to eat cannot at all make up for the loss. The moment the treasure chest lid was opened, a white light bloomed. The next moment, a palm-sized mouse appeared in sight. The mouse is small in stature, with a long, flexible tail that swings from time to time. His body was covered with a layer of blue fur, and every hair emitted a faint glow, like a dream. A pair of eyes as bright as stars, dazzling. The tiny eyeballs seemed to contain endless wisdom and agility. As it looked at everything around it, its eyes revealed curiosity and alertness. What kind of rat is this? Han Feng's expression froze. The mouse in front of me is obviously different from ordinary mice. So what species is it? Just as Han Feng was about to use his insight talent to observe, the little blue mouse stomped on all fours and slammed its head against the wall of the thatched hut. All I heard was a bang. A hole was knocked open in the wall, and the little mouse rushed out from the hole. Ah! The thatched house screamed miserably. Oh shit! Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed out of the thatched hut and took a closer look. The little mouse seemed to have turned into a flash of lightning and had already rushed to the wooden fence, only 1 step away from escaping the shelter. Still want to escape? Han Feng snorted lightly and immediately released his space-binding talent. The little blue mouse felt a dangerous aura emanating from it, but before it could react, it was firmly restrained by an invisible force. Squeak! The little blue mouse's eyes were filled with fear, and it struggled desperately. However, under the suppression of this invisible force, he could not move at all. Return. Han Feng whistled coldly. The little blue mouse whooshed into the air and slowly flew toward Han Feng. Swish! Han Feng grabbed the little blue mouse, looked at it with interest, and smiled playfully. Run, why don't you run? Human, let me go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The little blue mouse yelled angrily. You're still so temperamental? I won't let go. What can you do to me? A teasing look appeared at the corner of Han Feng's mouth. You forced me to do this. The little blue mouse growled, and suddenly lightning flashed all over its body. Chapter 51 Blue Electric Mouse. In an instant, Han Feng seemed to be struck by a 380-volt voltage. His whole body trembled violently, and a stream of white smoke emerged from the palm of his hand. The hand that was pinching the little blue mouse suddenly became numb, as if it had lost consciousness and could not use any strength at all. The little blue mouse took the opportunity to break free from Han Feng's grip, and after falling to the ground, it quickly rushed out of the shelter. You're a jerk. Han Feng recovered and released his spatial binding talent again, capturing the little blue mouse. Considering that the blue mouse could emit electricity, Han Feng did not catch it directly with his hands this time. Instead, he took a wooden stick and pressed the blue mouse to the ground. Wood doesn't conduct electricity, so there's nothing to worry about even if the blue mouse continues to discharge electricity. After doing all this, Han Feng lowered his head and glanced at his palm. I saw that my right palm was burnt and I still have no feeling. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but take a breath, and a look of lingering fear flashed across his face. Fortunately, it was promoted to level 4, and the defense was greatly improved. If this is level 1, getting electrocuted might cripple your entire right hand. Even if you have a talent for healing, you may not be able to cure it. I'll take care of you later. Han Feng glared at the little blue mouse fiercely, and then gave himself a healing talent. A milky white light overflowed from the fingertips and flowed into the injured palm. After a short while, the entire palm returned to normal. The treatment is complete, and the next step is to deal with the little blue mouse. However, before that, we need to figure out the details. Han Feng's eyes drifted to the blue mouse, and he used his insight talent calmly. Target, blue electric mouse. Level 1. Experience, 0. Constitution, strength 5. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 10 to 2. Talents, digging holes, lightning. Oh shit. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was quite surprised. The blue electric mouse is a little bit complicated. He actually has 2 talents. The talent for digging holes is nothing special. Any mouse can dig holes. But the talent for thunder and lightning is quite extraordinary. Originally, Han Feng planned to kill the blue electric mouse and roast it for food. But after learning that blue electric mouse had a talent for lightning, he changed his mind. If you can take the blue electric mouse as a pet and train it well, it will definitely become a great help. The key is, how can I get it as a spiritual pet? Han Feng pondered for a moment, opened the regional channel chat group, and sent a message. Brothers, do you know how to tame a spirit pet? Jiang Feng, we're still struggling to make ends meet, but you have already started to tame spirit pets? Are we in the same group of people who are trying to survive? Why are you so outstanding? Zhang Sheng. Han Feng, what did you catch? Han Feng, a little mouse. Chen Chong was suddenly a little disdainful. I thought you caught something so cool, but it turned out to be a little mouse. Han Feng, this little mouse am actually quite strong. Wu Hai, no matter how strong it is, it's just a mouse and can be killed with a shovel. Su Lin, Han Feng, why do you keep a mouse as your pet? Han Feng, I like it. Lu Chu Shuang, the taste is quite strong. Han Feng, does it have anything to do with you? I can raise whatever I want. You don't need to worry about it. You should just take care of yourself. Lu Chu Shuang. This guy Han Feng is becoming more and more arrogant. When I get the chance, I will definitely give him a good beating. Han Feng, do you know how to tame spiritual pets? Su Lin, there are 2 ways to tame a spirit pet. The first is to use spirit pet potion, and the second is to beat it into submission. Han Feng, where can I get the spirit pet potion? Su Lin, there's a certain chance of it dropping when opening a treasure chest or hunting wild beasts. Han Feng, how do you know so much? Su Lin, there's a guide on how to tame spiritual pets on the World Channel. I saw it there. Han Feng, then how do you determine if you have successfully tamed a spiritual pet? Su Lin, if you succeed in taming the enemy, a prompt will appear in your mind. Han Feng, I understand. Thank you. Closing the chat group, Han Feng glanced at the blue electric mouse and said softly, Little mouse, are you willing to be my spiritual pet? It would be best if the blue electric mouse agrees. If not, we can only adopt the second method. The blue electric mouse hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I'm willing to be your pet. Please let me go. Is it so easy to subdue him? Han Feng was quite surprised. Of course, I won't let go of the blue electric mouse until I'm sure. After waiting for a few seconds and still not receiving any prompt, Han Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. If the blue electric mouse did not receive the prompt, it meant that he was not sincere and did not choose to surrender. Then there's no need to be polite to him. Han Feng raised his foot and kicked violently. Ah! The blue electric mouse was kicked to death and screamed continuously. Brother is so cruel. The wooden fence made people smack their lips. After kicking it 4 or 5 times in a row, Han Feng stopped and stared at the blue electric mouse. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice was extremely cold. Little mouse, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Are you willing to submit to me? The blue electric mouse clenched its teeth tightly, with anger burning in its eyes, and said viciously, Human, you will never succeed. Even if I die, I will never surrender to you. You have character and backbone. I like to train people like you who are tough. Han Feng grinned, but there was no warmth in his smile. Instead, it made people feel a little scared. Seeing this, the blue electric mouse felt a chill in his heart, and his body trembled involuntarily. Han Feng opened the space cloth bag, took out the turtle shell from it, and poured several bottles of pure water into it. Then, he picked up 2 wooden sticks, clamped the blue electric mouse, and mercilessly pressed it into the turtle shell. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of bubbles suddenly appeared in the water, as if they were the breath exhaled by the blue electric mouse while struggling. The blue electric mouse's limbs kept flapping, and it seemed that it could not breathe and was in great pain. This is what happens when you go against me. Looking at the painful appearance of the blue electric mouse, Han Feng did not have the slightest pity, but instead had a cold face. Brother is so cruel. The wooden fence suddenly felt cold. Gurgle. At this time, the bubbles in the turtle shell suddenly became smaller. When this happens, it means that the blue electric mouse can no longer hold on. Han Feng then clamped the blue electric mouse out. He just wanted to torture the blue electric mouse and make it surrender, but he never thought of killing it. Huff, huff. The blue electric mouse gasped heavily. However, before he could catch his breath, Han Feng pushed him back into the turtle shell. After a while, Han Feng took it out. Looking at the blue electric mouse again at this time, his eyes were empty and he looked like he had lost all desire to live, and tears were about to fall. It was obvious that he was about to collapse from Han Feng's torture. How do you feel, little mouse? Han Feng smiled playfully. Just kill me. The blue electric mouse's voice was choked with sobs. I won't kill you. I'll just torture you. Han Feng smiled coldly. Chapter 52. Mr. Sun, are you okay? Please stop torturing me. I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to submit to you. The blue electric mouse was scared and cried. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Blue electric mouse chooses to surrender, and the player Han Feng captures a spirit pet. Nice! Han Feng was overjoyed. Brother, I have already surrendered to you. Please let me go. The blue electric mouse cried. Han Feng loosened his hand, threw the blue electric mouse to the ground, and snorted. Wouldn't it be better for you to surrender to me earlier? Do you have to force me to do it? How did I know you were so cruel? The blue electric mouse muttered quietly. What did you say? Han Feng glared, looking intimidating without even getting angry. The blue electric mouse trembled and said, Brother, I am impressed by your great strength and personality charm. I will definitely follow you closely in the future and be your most sincere little mouse. You're really good at licking. The wooden fence sneered secretly. That's more like it. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, Come on, follow me in. The blue electric mouse followed Han Feng happily and entered the thatched hut. Han Feng, please help me heal quickly. I'm in so much pain. The thatched house wailed. Just now, the blue electric mouse knocked a big hole in the wall, causing it to feel excruciating pain. Look at what you have accomplished. Han Feng snorted, slowly walked to the entrance of the cave, put his hand on it, and then released a healing talent. Soon, the hole in the wall was restored to its original state. Brother, you can even repair a thatched hut. That's awesome. The blue electric mouse complimented. Han Feng glanced at the blue electric mouse and ordered, Go to sleep. The blue electric mouse asked, Brother, where do I sleep? Han Feng casually asked, Can't you sleep on the floor? You sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor. Do you think this is appropriate? Isn't this animal cruelty? I am your most sincere little mouse. You can't treat me like this. The blue electric mouse said dissatisfiedly. There are a lot of problems. Han Feng muttered and said softly, there's a straw bench in the corner. You can sleep on it. Thank you, brother. The blue electric mouse rushed to the straw bench, curled up its body, and looked like it was enjoying it very much. Han Feng lay on the bed and rested. Since the big black wolf has been killed, there is nothing to worry about. After a while, Chu Feng fell into a deep sleep. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was the next morning. The early morning sun shines into the shelter, bringing vitality. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer, Shovel, shouted. Han Feng rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up. Last night was the most sound sleep I had since coming to the island. Wake up feeling refreshed. After resting for a while, Han Feng stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. A ray of sunlight blew over and shone on Han Feng's face. Han Feng blinked, took a greedy breath of fresh air, and was about to drain the water. The sun suddenly spoke up. Good morning, little one. Han Feng, what's going on? In the past, when I greeted the sun, this guy ignored me and acted very arrogant. What happened today? She actually took the initiative to communicate with him? This is a bit abnormal. Han Feng coughed lightly. Mr. Sun, are you okay? The sun was furious. Can you talk? You are the one who is sick. Han Feng asked curiously. I always feel that you are different today than before. You seem to be very happy. The sun chuckled and said, I only need to work 2 hours today. Of course I'm happy. Han Feng was confused. Isn't it just dawn? The sun is about to go down? Wouldn't it be dark after that? Why does this happen? Han Feng asked curiously. Mr. Sun, why did you get off work so early today? The sun chuckled and said, Your Uncle Wu Yun will be on duty later, so you won't need me anymore. You can leave work early. Uncle Wu Yun, Han Feng muttered and suddenly thought of something. You mean it will rain today? And it will rain all day? Sun, yes. No. Han Feng nodded, then returned to the thatched hut, put the engineer's shovel, machete, and magnifying glass into the space bag, and then shouted to the blue electric mouse, Little mouse. The blue electric mouse opened its eyes and scurried to Han Feng's feet. Brother, what instructions do you have? Han Feng ordered. I'm going to go out for a while. You take care of the house. Make sure to complete the mission. The blue electric mouse responded. Han Feng said no more and turned to walk out of the shelter. Before it rained, he planned to go to the beach to dig some clams and see if he could pick up 2 treasure chests. A few minutes later, Han Feng appeared at the beach and greeted the big tree on the beach. Brother tree, good morning. Good morning. The tree's voice trembled. Every time Han Feng came, he either skinned it or cut off its arms. Just like the devil. I felt uneasy when I saw Han Feng. Brother Shu, why do I feel like you're a little afraid of me? Han Feng chuckled. I just woke up and I'm a little confused. I'm not afraid of you. The tree was vague. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes, looked up and down at the tree, and said leisurely, It has lush branches and leaves, and it is growing well. Big tree. Judging from Han Feng's tone, he wouldn't be planning to attack it again, right? See you later. Han Feng greeted and quickly came to the beach. Hello, little beach. Beach. Human, you are here. Han Feng nodded. Little beach, are there any clams today? Beach. There are a lot of clams today. More than 20 of them. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. He then opened a space bag and took out the engineer's shovel. Following the prompt from Shadan, Han Feng waved the engineer's shovel and dug frantically. After being promoted to level 4, the properties are greatly increased and the excavation speed is very fast. In a short while, 22 clams were dug out, which was a pretty good harvest. Of course, Han Feng will not be satisfied with this. Then we went to another beach. After passing a reef, the figures of Dazhuang and Xiaoro appeared in sight. At this time, they were catching a big fish and eating breakfast. Good morning, both of you. Han Feng walked forward with a smile. When he saw Han Feng, Dazhuang was particularly happy. He stretched out a large pair of pliers, tore off a piece of fish, and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng, you didn't have breakfast, did you? Let's eat together. I'm not hungry, you guys eat. Han Feng smacked his lips and asked, Is there a treasure chest today? Xiaoro said quickly. We did see a few, but there was a giant octopus guarding the treasure chest. It was much stronger than us, so we didn't dare to get close. Chapter 53, You think too highly of yourself. How many treasure chests are there? Han Feng asked. Xiaoro thought for a moment and said, About 5. So much. Han Feng's expression changed. If there are only 1 or 2 treasure chests, you don't have to worry about it, but 5 is a different matter. Where is the giant octopus and the 5 treasure chests? Han Feng asked calmly. Xiaoro pointed to the sea. It's in that reef. Han Feng turned his head and saw that there was indeed a reef in the distance. It is more than 50 meters away from the beach. To reach the reef, one must cross 50 meters of seawater. The seawater is unpredictable and Han Feng dare not take any risks. But how can you get the treasure chest if you don't reach the reef? Han Feng pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to him. Generally speaking, octopuses like to live in bottles and jars. Can I make a deal with a giant octopus? Exchange wine bottles or buckets for those 5 treasure chests. Han Feng thought about it and felt that this method was quite feasible. However, I don't have things like wine bottles and buckets for now, so I can only wait until I collect them. Later, Han Feng started strolling along the beach. I picked up some kelp and seaweed and dug for clams for a while. After working for more than an hour, Han Feng stopped and said to De Zhuang and Xiaoro, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow. De Zhuang, Han Feng, why are you going home so early today? Before, every time Han Feng came here, he would stay for at least half a day. What happened today? Back in less than an hour? Han Feng said calmly, It's going to rain soon. Let's hurry back and prepare. Is it going to rain? De Zhuang and Xiaoro looked up at the big sun in the sky and fell into confusion. Leave. Han Feng greeted him and turned to leave. Back in the shelter, Han Feng poured out the water from the turtle's shell and then threw all the clams he had caught into it. After doing all this, when he was about to eat something, Mu Zhaolan suddenly reminded him, Brother, 3 women are here. What are they doing here? Han Feng muttered. There were no other women on the island except Yu Lingshan, Lu Chushuang, and Zhao Yunqi. The people who came here must be these 3 people. Normally, Yu Lingshan came alone. Why did all 3 of them come this time? What's the matter? Han Feng didn't think too much. He walked to the fence gate and waited quietly. After a while, Yu Lingshan and the other 2 arrived in front of the fence. Han Feng. Yu Lingshan greeted Chu Feng with a smile. Han Feng nodded slightly, glanced at the 3 people, and quietly activated his insight talent. Target, Yu Lingshan. Area, 10086 area. Level 2. Experience, 10-200. Constitution. Strength, 6+10. Agility, 7+10. Defense, 5+10. Mental strength, 12+10. Talent, great strength. Target, Zhao Yunqi. Area, 10086 area. Level 2. Experience, 2200. Constitution. Strength, 5+10. Agility, 7+10. Defense, 5+10. Mental strength, 15+10. Talent, lightning. Target, Lu Chushuang. Area, 10086 area. Level 2. Experience, 15200. Constitution. Strength, 10+10. Agility, 20+10. Defense, 10+10. Mental strength, 8+10. Talent, fighting. After reading the messages from the 3 people, Han Feng was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Yu Lingshan and the other 2 were all promoted to level 2, and the promotion speed was quite fast. Han Feng, why are you staring at us? Yu Lingshan asked curiously. Nothing, just looking around. Han Feng said perfunctorily, then asked, What are you 3 doing in my shelter? We're here to borrow something from you. Yu Lingshan whispered something, seeming a little embarrassed to speak. Borrow what? Han Feng frulvnit. Toilet paper. Yu Lingshan whispered. When he heard that he was here to borrow toilet paper, Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Borrow it for free? It's not for free. We will exchange it with the treasure chest. Zhao Yunqi handed over a black treasure chest. Han Feng took in his hand, looked at it, and chuckled. It's no problem to lend it to you, but I have a small request. What do you want? Lu Shuxiong looked at Han Feng intently. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, Go to the toilet in my shelter. There are still 3 corn plants in the shelter waiting to be fed, so they must be kept. Zhao Yunqi and Lu Chushuang were stunned on the spot. Lu Chushuang said angrily, Han Feng, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Just give up on this idea. I won't let you succeed. What do I plan to do? Han Feng was slightly stunned. He just wanted to add some nutrients to the 3 corn plants. Could it be that Lu Chushuang had misunderstood? Lu Chushuang snorted. Are you trying to peek? What nonsense? Han Feng was furious and said righteously, I, Chu Feng, am upright and righteous. How could I do such a despicable thing? You are slandering me. Isn't that your purpose? Lu Chushuang frowned slightly. Looking at Han Feng's angry expression, it doesn't seem like he is faking it. Did I really misunderstand him? Han Feng said contemptuously, You are too narcissistic and think too highly of yourself. You. Lu Chushuang's mouth trembled with anger, and her eyes were filled with a cold light. Han Feng actually dared to humiliate her? How can a man endure this? I must teach Han Feng a lesson today. Han Feng, I have tolerated you for a long time, but you forced me to do this. Lu Chushuang growled through gritted teeth. Han Feng shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. You are allowed to slander me, but I am not allowed to humiliate you? You are quite a domineering person. Also, let me warn you, I also have a temper. If you dare to speak rudely in front of me again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Chushuang has been promoted to level 2 and has awakened her fighting talent. She is indeed very powerful, but in front of him, it's nothing. Now, he has been promoted to level 4 and also possesses spatial talent. Controlling Lu Chushuang is like playing a game. Yuling Shan and Zhao Yunxi were stunned after hearing this. When did Han Feng become so strong? He is just a doctor and can be said to have no fighting ability at all. Where does he get the confidence to threaten Lu Chushuang? Lu Chushuang was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly became cold. Han Feng, if that's the case, do you want to have a fight with me? Chapter 54. You filthy rascal, I'll beat you to death. If you insist on being tortured, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Han Feng smiled playfully. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned. I originally thought that Han Feng was just bragging for the sake of face. Never wanted to play for real? Yu Lingshan desperately winked at Han Feng. Han Feng, don't act on impulse. How can you be a match for Lu Chushuang? How did you know before you did anything? Han Feng chuckled, his face calm, as if he didn't take Lu Chushuang seriously at all. I didn't expect you still have some backbone. I will satisfy your request today. Lu Chushuang didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He had disliked Han Feng for a long time, and this was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Lu Chushuang, just spar with me for a bit, don't kill me. Zhao Yunxi reminded. Lu Chushuang awakened her fighting talent, and her close combat ability became extremely strong. If he loses control, Han Feng will probably be seriously injured. Don't worry, I'll just teach him some lessons and won't hurt him. Lu Chushuang smiled coldly. Come on then. Han Feng hooked his finger and made a provocative gesture. Court death. Lu Chushuang seemed to be enraged. She took a step and instantly appeared in front of Han Feng. Then she reached out and grabbed Han Feng's neck, trying to push Han Feng to the ground. Han Feng snorted lightly, then grabbed Lu Chushuang's wrist with his backhand, tightly grasping it. Lu Chushuang's face changed. At this moment, I clearly felt a huge force acting on my wrist, and it actually started to hurt. What is going on? Why is Han Feng so powerful? Just as she was in a trance, Han Feng grabbed her wrist and pulled hard. Lu Chushuang was caught off guard and was thrown out. With a bang, it flew 3 meters away and fell to the ground. This, Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned. Han Feng knocked Lu Chushuang down, and without any effort. This is too exaggerated. A loser like you wants to teach me a lesson? Do you have the ability to do so? Han Feng glanced at Lu Chushuang and sneered mercilessly. Hateful. Lu Chushuang was so angry that she quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards Han Feng again. When you get close, jump. He swung his long leg and swept it towards Han Feng's face. This attack was so powerful and sweeping that it even stirred the air and caused a sharp whistle. If it were someone else facing this kind of attack, they would have no choice but to retreat. But Han Feng did not retreat at all. He stood there motionless with a firm look in his eyes, as if everything was under control. When Lu Chushuang's long legs swept over, Han Feng quickly stretched out his arms to block in front of him. Bang! Lu Chushuang's thighs swept across Han Feng's arms, causing a dull impact sound. Han Feng shook his body slightly, but soon recovered. Then he put his arms around Lu Chushuang and hugged her thighs. A trace of shame and anger suddenly appeared on Lu Chushuang's face, and she roared, "Let me go." It was so embarrassing to have Han Feng hold my thigh like this. No problem. Han Feng chuckled, held his thighs with both hands, and exerted force suddenly, knocking Lu Chushuang to the ground, then pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Before Lu Chushuang could get up, she was pushed to the ground by Han Feng. At this moment, the two bodies were pressed close together, their eyes met, and the atmosphere was slightly ambiguous. Lu Chushuang was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, "You filthy rascal! I'll beat you to death." After saying this, he swung his fists wildly and punched Han Feng. However, before he could hit her twice, Chu Feng grabbed both of her wrists. "Behave yourself." Han Feng snorted lightly, and suddenly exerted force to press Lu Chushuang's two arms above her head. "Asshole, let me go." Lu Chushuang was about to cry and struggled desperately. However, under Han Feng's control, all struggles were in vain. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were completely stunned. Lu Chushuang, who has a talent for fighting, was actually controlled by Han Feng? This is too incredible. Why is Han Feng so powerful? "Sister Zhao, please help Lu Chushuang." Yu Lingshan shouted anxiously. Zhao Yunxi recovered and yelled at Han Feng. "Han Feng, release Lu Chushuang." Han Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhao Yunxi, his eyes flashing with coldness. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Zhao Yunxi's expression suddenly changed, and she dared not speak anymore. Han Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife and full of threats. The moment his eyes swept over me, I felt an inexplicable palpitation in my heart. "Han Feng, just let Lu Chushuang go. If you continue like this, she will be crushed to death," Yu Lingshan said weakly. "Don't worry, you can't kill me." Han Feng smiled, then turned to face Lu Chushuang with cold eyes. "Lu Chushuang, do you accept it?" Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth, anger burning in her eyes, and said nothing. "It seems that you are still not convinced." Han Feng sighed softly. A fierce smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he leaned over to Lu Chushuang's ear and whispered, "It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. I'll increase the strength for you later." Lu Chushuang's face was filled with fear. Tears of humiliation flowed down her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, "I give in. Today is a small punishment for you. Remember, don't mess with me in the future." Han Feng gave a warning and then stood up. Yu Lingshan rushed over, pulled Lu Chushuang up, and asked with concern, "Lu Chushuang, are you okay?" "Fine." Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth and whispered, secretly glancing at Han Feng, a very complicated emotion welling up in her heart. "Han Feng, what level are you now?" Zhao Yunxi asked curiously. Han Feng was able to crush Lu Chushuang so easily. His level is definitely above Lu Chushuang. "Level 4. Han Feng said calmly. "You've been promoted to level 4? Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned on the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief. You know, Han Feng awakened his healing talent. In their eyes, I am just a weakling. Why can a weakling be promoted so quickly? Compared like this, wouldn't the three of them be useless? Isn't it just level 4? What's the fuss about?" Han Feng raised his eyebrows, and then changed the subject. "Let's talk business. Do you agree to my request? If you agree, I'll give you toilet paper. If not, take back the treasure chest and leave here." Chapter 55. The future is promising. Zhao Yunxi and the other two looked at each other, undecided for a moment. "Make a decision quickly. It's going to rain soon." Han Feng reminded. "Zen." Zhao Yunxi and the other two looked at each other. How could it rain with the sun so bright in the sky? However, now is not the time to consider whether it will rain or not. Make a decision quickly. The three of them discussed it and finally agreed. "Wait a minute." Han Feng was overjoyed. He rushed into the thatched hut, threw the treasure chest on the ground, then returned to the place with a roll of toilet paper and gave one to each of Yu Lingshan. Then he opened the gate and motioned for the three to come in. When Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang walked into the yard, they were stunned when they saw the cucumbers, tomatoes, and corn in the vegetable garden. The plants grew so well that they far surpassed their vegetable garden. Lu Chushuang looked at the red tomatoes and drooled. She wished she could pick one and taste it right away. But thinking that everything here belonged to Han Feng, he finally endured it. Han Feng glanced at the three people, turned back to the thatched house, stared at the black iron treasure chest in front of him, and asked softly, "Little treasure chest, what's in yours?" "Treasure chest. Why don't you open it and see?" Han Feng, "I'm afraid it contains dangerous goods." "Treasure chest. There are no dangerous items inside." Han Feng, "Then tell me what it is." "Treasure chest. Please me." Han Feng's face darkened. "I give you face." "Treasure chest. As a treasure chest, I also have dignity. I won't tell you if you humiliate me like this." Han Feng's mouth curled up with an evil look. "You probably don't know how cruel my methods are. Before, Your brothers and sisters were just as arrogant as you. But in the end, who hasn't been controlled by me? You still want to show off in front of me? You are tired of living." Bao Xiang seemed to be shocked by Han Feng's words and said anxiously, "Don't be impulsive. I was just joking with you." Han Feng snorted, laughing at the nonsense. "What on earth did you put in there?" "Treasure chest. 1 roll of toilet paper." Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "This thing is hard currency now. Anyone can use it." Then, Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. A roll of toilet paper immediately appeared in front of him. Time flies and 10 minutes have passed. Han Feng couldn't wait any longer and shouted outside, "Zhao Yunxi, are you guys done?" The yard was quiet and no one answered. "Is he gone?" Han Feng frowned and muttered. "Han Feng." The 3 of them just sneaked away. The thatched cottage suddenly spoke. "Fuck, they didn't even say hello. They have no manners at all." Han Feng complained, pushed the door open, and his wandering gaze fell on a corn plant. He calmly activated his insight talent. Target, corn. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 35. Attack power, 0. Defense, 1. Middle strength, 10. Talent, not enabled. Not bad. After reading the message, Han Feng nodded slightly. The evolution degree of the 3 corn plants reached 35. You will be promoted to level 2 soon. By then, you will have 4 fighting corn plants. The overall strength of the shelter will definitely be raised to a higher level. The future is promising. Later, Han Feng collected some branches and straw and was about to cook when the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if day suddenly turned into night. At this moment, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, with occasional muffled thunder and howling strong winds, which was an obvious sign of rain. Han Feng immediately remembered that the sun had said it would rain all day, and it seemed that he had not lied to him. Since it's going to rain soon, there's no time to cook. Han Feng quickly returned to the thatched hut. On the other side, just as Yu Lingshan and the other 2 returned to the shelter, dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire world became dark in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a muffled thunder exploded overhead, as if tearing the sky apart. The next moment, raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky, hitting the roof with a crackling sound. The 3 of them hurriedly hid in the shelter, looking at the rain outside, and couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, I came back in time, otherwise I would have been drenched by the sudden rainstorm. Crash! The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the whole world was shrouded in a haze. The scenery in the distance became blurred, and only a vast expanse of white rain and fog could be seen. Huh. Yu Lingshan suddenly thought of something and let out a light exclamation. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yunxi asked curiously. Yu Lingshan muttered, "Before, Han Feng said it was going to rain, and it really rained." "How did he know?" "Yeah, how did he know that?" Zhao Yunxi was slightly startled. Lu Chushuang disagreed. "It must be a blind guess based on luck." "How can you guess so accurately?" Yu Lingshan muttered something, not quite agreeing with Lu Chushuang's judgment. "Don't worry about it. Just find something to catch the rainwater," Zhao Yunxi reminded. Chapter 56, Thatched House Promotion. Han Feng stood by the window, looking at the rain outside, feeling a little depressed. For most survivors, rain is definitely a good thing, but it wasn't so friendly to him. As soon as it rains, everyone, except fools, will collect rainwater and use it as drinking water. In addition, with the watering of rain, the plants in the vegetable garden will grow rapidly. Soon, everyone will have food and water. It is no longer easy to make a profit from purified water and food as before. However, this kind of thing is not something Han Feng can control, so for now he can only accept it calmly. Later, Han Feng opened the space bag, took out a bunch of walnuts, and shouted to the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, it's time to eat. Since we can't make a fire, we can only eat simple food." When it heard that dinner was about to start, the 2 little eyes of the blue electric mouse suddenly lit up, and it rushed to Han Feng's side, looking at the walnut in front of it, and asked curiously, "Brother, what is this?" "Walnuts are just right for you," Han Feng said lightly. "Why is it suitable for me to eat?" The blue electric mouse asked in confusion. Han Feng smiled slightly. "This thing is good for your brain. Your IQ is a little lacking. Isn't it just right for you?" Blue electric mouse. Snap! At this moment, Han Feng took the engineer's shovel and cracked a walnut, enjoying it happily. The blue electric mouse came to its senses, picked up a walnut, put it in its mouth and bit it, easily crushing the walnut, and then began to taste it. After just one bite, I was conquered by the taste of walnut meat. Then, they started eating one after another. Han Feng had just finished eating two, and the blue electric mouse had already eaten more than a dozen. Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. Han Feng smacked his lips. Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse responded vaguely, but its mouth was not idle at all. Soon, all the walnuts were eaten up. Han Feng ate less than 10 and ate all the remaining blue electric mice. Looking at the walnut shells all over the ground, Han Feng was dumbfounded. Is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Who can afford to feed a family like this? The blue electric mouse wiped his mouth and looked at Han Feng with an unsatisfied look on his face. Brother, do you have any more walnuts? I'm not full. Not full. Han Feng was stunned. The blue electric mouse just ate more than 50 walnuts. Can its stomach hold more? Aren't you afraid of eating too much? Han Feng sighed and said meaningfully, that's enough. It would be a waste if you eat too much. There are only about 100 walnuts in total, and we can't let the blue electric mouse eat them all. Didn't you say I have a low IQ? I'll just eat more walnuts to make up for it. The blue electric mouse said seriously. Han Feng. This answer made him feel a little uncomfortable to refute. Han Feng thought for a moment and said seriously, eating walnuts can indeed nourish the brain, but eating too much is not good. If you eat too much, it will easily cause problems. The blue electric mouse negotiated. I'll eat the last one. All right. Han Feng nodded and then took out 2 walnuts from the space ring. One for myself and one for the blue electric mouse. Click. The blue electric mouse finished the walnut in just a few bites, then lay down on the straw bench to rest. Han Feng came to the window and looked outside. The rain was still pouring down, and instead of stopping, it was getting heavier. The turtle shells and dozens of mineral water bottles placed in the yard were basically full. After taking a look, Han Feng retracted his gaze, lay on the grass bed, and opened the regional channel chat group. Sudamao, brothers, it's raining. That's great. We don't have to worry about water sources for a while. Su Lin, can you drink rainwater? Chun Chong, generally speaking, there will be no problem, but there is no guarantee that there will be bacteria. For safety reasons, it is best to boil it before drinking. Su Lin, there's no kettle and no fire, so I can't boil water. Jiang Feng, actually, it's not that troublesome. You could just filter it and drink it directly. Su Lin, there is no guide on this topic on the World Channel. How can we filter it? Jiang Feng, the solution is very simple. Just make a filtering device. Zhang Sheng, could you explain it more clearly? Explain the steps in detail. Jiang Feng, use a sock, fill it with sand, and then tie it to the mouth of the bottle. Let the water in the bottle flow out slowly, and the filtration is completed. Su Lin, using socks to filter? That's too disgusting. Jiang Feng, it's a bit disgusting, but safer than drinking it directly. Wu Dahai, if you don't understand, just ask. Well, there are no socks. Yang Shuyang, you weren't wearing socks when you came? Wu Dahai, I wore it, but later I used it to wipe my butt. Yang Su Liang, Hung you can solve the problem with your fingers, but you use socks. You are such a spendthrift. Jiang Feng, it doesn't matter if you don't have socks. You can use underwear. Everyone, filter with underwear? Is this drinking water or drinking urine? Li Chingguang, ladies and gentlemen, I have a question now. Do you have anything to collect rainwater? If you can't collect rainwater, how can you talk about filtering it? Wu Dahai, there was nothing left in my shelter except 3 empty mineral water bottles. I really had nothing to collect rainwater. Pengyu, I am in the same situation. Mamanoji Kana, you can dig a hole in the ground and put plastic bags, leaves, and other things in it, which should be able to store some rainwater. Sudamao, you know what, this method is pretty good. Pengyu, Sister Taozi, you're so smart. I love you. Chen Chong, brothers, I won't say any more. I'm gonna go dig a hole. Wu Dahai, Han Feng, are you there? Han Feng, yes, what's up? Wu Dahai, I cut another 50 kilograms of thatch. Do you want more? Han Feng's eyes lit up, of course. Wu Dahai, what can you give me? Han Feng, I'll give you a big conch. Wu Dahai, is it cooked? Han Feng, no. Wu Dahai, it's impossible to make a fire on a rainy day. How about you give me something else? Han Feng thought for a while and said, I don't have anything else, so how about giving you 10 walnuts? Wu Dahai, deal. Sudamao, Han Feng, what do you do collecting thatch all day? Han Feng, make a fire and cook. Sudamao, but you have collected too much. Can you use it all? Han Feng, it doesn't matter if it's a little more. Just be prepared. Also, if you can harvest thatch, you can trade with me. The purpose of collecting thatch is not to make fire, but to upgrade the thatched house. Of course, I won't tell this to anyone else. Afterwards, Han Feng and Wu Dahai went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Little thatched cottage, it's time for dinner. Han Feng greeted. The evolution degree of the thatched house has reached 70. If it swallows another 50 kilograms of thatch, it will almost be able to be promoted to level 2. Another thatch to eat? The thatched house was very excited and opened its mouth quickly. Han Feng opened the warehouse in the trading hall and stuffed all the stored thatch into the mouth of the thatched house. After the thatched hut finished eating, he quietly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, thatched hut. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15 plus 15. Mental strength, 20. Talents, crafting, changing form. Chapter 57. Treasures that accelerate plant growth. Finally got promoted to level 2. It wasn't easy. Han Feng sighed and turned to ask the thatched cottage. Little thatched cottage, you have been promoted to level 2. Why are you not excited at all? The thatched house said calmly. I am not like the little fence who shows off every time he achieves something. I have an ideal, and my ideal is to become the most powerful thatched house in the universe. Promising. Han Feng exclaimed in praise. The thatched house chuckled. Of course, I still rely on you. Only with your help can I have the opportunity to be promoted to the highest level. The implication was that Han Feng should help get more thatch. I'm one of you. I will definitely help you. Han Feng huklid. Han Feng, thank you. The thatched house expressed gratitude. At this time, the engineer Shovel started to yell, Brother, the little thatched house and the little fence have been upgraded. But what about me? When can I get the upgrade? Han Feng said calmly, Don't worry, come one by one, and when the machete is upgraded, it will be your turn next. Engineer Shovel. Okay. Han Feng said no more, lay on a straw bed, and opened the trading hall. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go to the trading hall and take a look around. Maybe I can find something interesting. Li Liang sells a bottle of India Magic Oil in exchange for a bottle of beer. Jacqueline Wu sold a lipstick in exchange for food. Qin Chuan sells 2 sweet potatoes weighing 1 pound in exchange for 2 tomatoes. When he saw this message, Han Feng hesitated for a moment and then contacted the other party. Buddy, where did you get your sweet potatoes? Qin Chuan, of course I grew it myself. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Aren't your seeds tomatoes, cucumbers, and corn? Qin Chuan, the seeds given to each survivor are not necessarily the same. My seeds are peanuts, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Han Feng reacted and asked, In addition to tomatoes, I also have cucumbers. You can trade peanuts and potatoes with me. Qin Chuan, so far only 1 sweet potato has matured, and the others have just sprouted. We'll see when they mature. Han Feng, okay. Qin Chuan, do you want sweet potatoes? If so, let's go to the trading hall. Han Feng, yes. Sweet potatoes can be eaten boiled, baked, or raw. Since I had no dinner, I just ate a sweet potato to fill my stomach. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. Han Feng successfully exchanged 2 tomatoes for 2 sweet potatoes. Then, I looked at other transaction information again. After browsing for more than 10 minutes and finding nothing useful, I closed the trading hall and opened the regional channel chat group. Wu Dahai. Brothers, have you picked up the spirit beads? Sudamao, what the hell? Wu Dahai. It is a kind of crystal clear bead just like pearls. I just picked one up outside. It seems to have been brought down by the rain. Chin Chong. What is this thing used for? Is it a decoration? Wu Dahai. You may not believe it, but the spirit beads are so magical. I just put the spirit beads I found on a pumpkin. What do you think? Zhang Sheng couldn't wait to ask. What happened? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Wu Dahai. The spirit pearl has the function of accelerating the growth of plants. As soon as I put it on, it was absorbed by the pumpkin seedling in an instant. After just a few seconds, the pumpkin seedling grew wildly and produced a large pumpkin weighing more than 100 kilograms. Everyone, holy shit. Is this true? If this is true, wouldn't the plants in the vegetable garden mature immediately if we just pick up a few spirit beads? Thinking of this, everyone became excited. Wu Dahai. Really? I lied to you that I'm a puppy. Su Lin, where did you pick it up? Wu Dahai. Right in the yard. Peng Yu. I looked around, but I didn't find any spirit beads. Li Qingguang. There is none in the yard of my shelter either. Wu Dahai. I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's somewhere else, or maybe your island doesn't exist at all. Jiang Feng. No matter what the situation is, we shouldn't miss this opportunity. I suggest we go out and search. Su Lin, but it's raining heavily outside. What if I catch a cold? There's no hospital here, and I can't buy cold medicine. Jiang Feng, Su Lin is right. Let's wait until the rain stops before we talk about it. Yang Shuliang, when will it be finished? Peng Yu, I guess it will only take a few hours at most. It can't be the next day, right? Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. Others don't know, but he knows it very well. This rain will continue until night, and it will be pitch black at night. Where can I find the spirit beads? Given the special functions of the spirit pearl, we must wait to get it no matter what. So now, just wait for action. Then, Han Feng stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, it was dark and heavy rain was pouring down. The rain kept dripping on the ground, splashing water. Han Feng looked around and asked the thatched cottage, "Little thatched cottage, have you found anything that looks like a pearl?" "Thatched house, no." Han Feng then asked combat corn and wooden fence, "What about you? Did you find anything?" "Battle corn, no." "Wooden fence, I didn't see it either." Upon hearing this, Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. Since they said they didn't see it, that means there is no fallen spirit pearl in the shelter, so we can only look for it somewhere else. Han Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Thatched House asked curiously, "Han Feng, why are you going out? To pee or poop?" Han Feng said calmly, "I'm going out to find something." Thatched House, aren't you afraid it will get wet in such heavy rain? Han Feng sighed. For the sake of the spirit pearl, no matter how heavy the rain is, I will wait out. Thatched House, how about I make you a bamboo hat? It's always better to wear a bamboo hat. Han Feng was slightly startled. Without thatch, how can you make a bamboo hat? Thatched House, don't you have a spare straw stool? I can recycle it and turn it into a bamboo hat. You still have this ability? Han Feng was surprised, but soon thought of a problem. It takes you 4 hours to make a bamboo hat. It's too long, forget it. Thatched House, I have been promoted to level 2. My abilities have been greatly improved. It only takes me a few minutes to make a small item like a bamboo hat. Then let's get started. Han Feng picked up a straw stool and threw it into the mouth of the thatched house. Just 3 minutes later, a brand new thatched hat appeared in front of him. After Han Feng took it, he walked straight out of the thatched hut. It's windy and rainy outside, and it's useless even if you wear a hat. Soon, Han Feng was soaked all over. A cold chill came over my heart. Han Feng smacked his lips and continued his search as usual. If it were someone else, they would never dare to go out in such weather. But Han Feng had no worries at all because he had a talent for healing. Even if he caught a cold, he could recover immediately with the help of his healing talent. Chapter 58, 2 Spiritual Pearls Obtained. Afterwards, Han Feng began to search everywhere. However, after searching for more than an hour, there was no sign of the spirit pearl. Han Feng stood under a big tree, shivering with cold. He was somewhat skeptical, wondering if there were no fallen spirit beads on this island at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to find any after searching for such a long time. So what should we do next? Continue searching in the rain? Or just give up? Han Feng pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He then looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and smiled slightly. "Uncle Dark Cloud, hello. Wuyun, call me brother." Han Feng was slightly startled. "Hello, brother Wuyun." Wuyun chuckled. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Han Feng nodded and said, "I want to ask you if there are any fallen spirit beads on the island I am on." Dark Cloud, "Yes, 3 fell in total." Han Feng suddenly became excited. "Where did they fall?" Dark Cloud, "Why should I tell you?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment, his mind racing, and he suddenly said, "The sun and I are good friends. Just tell me for its sake." The Dark Cloud was surprised and said, "The sun is a very cold guy. Most people don't even look at it. How could it become friends with a weakling like you? You won't frame me, will you?" Han Feng said confidently, "We have a very good relationship, almost sworn brotherhood. If you don't believe it, just ask it." He and Sun only had a few words together, and they had no relationship at all. But in order to get the location of the spirit pearl, he had to fool the dark clouds. Seeing Han Feng's firm words, Wu Yun felt that Han Feng was not lying. So he said, "For the sake of the sun, I'll tell you." 2 of the spirit beads fell into the beach, and the other fell into a shelter. "Brother Wu Yun, thank you." Han Feng thanked him and rushed towards the beach. After a while, we arrived near the large sandy beach. I saw a big blue crab standing on a reef in the distance, looking up into the distance, and no one knew what it was doing. Han Feng walked up and asked curiously, "De Zhuang, what are you doing?" "I'm thinking about life." De Zhuang responded and then asked, "Han Feng, it's raining so hard. Why did you come out?" "I came out to look for something." Han Feng said casually, "Looking for something? I'll help you." De Zhuang said straightly. I'm looking for the spirit pearl. As Han Feng spoke, his eyes moved around searching. What is a spirit bead? De Zhuang asked doubtfully. I haven't seen it either, but I heard that it looks similar to pearls. Han Feng gave a brief explanation. Pearl, De Zhuang muttered to himself, and suddenly said, 2 round beads fell on the beach before, and they looked almost like pearls. Where are the 2 beads? Han Feng asked excitedly. My wife took it away. De Zhuang said quickly. De Zhuang, those 2 beads are very important to me. Give them to me, and I will trade with you. Han Feng said impatiently. You are our savior. Since you are useful, I will just give it to you. As De Zhuang was talking, he shouted to the reef below. Dear, Han Feng is here and has something to talk to you about. Come out quickly. Click, click, click. The beach beneath the reef began to move. The next moment, a big blue crab crawled out from inside. It was Xiao. Han Feng. Xiao greeted Han Feng enthusiastically. Han Feng asked anxiously. I heard from De Zhuang that you picked up 2 pearl-like things. Where are they? De Zhuang then said, Wife, those 2 things are very important to Han Feng. Give them to him quickly. Wait a moment. Xiao quickly dived into the cave and crawled out with 2 egg-sized beads between her legs. Han Feng, these are the 2 beads. Give them to me. Han Feng didn't know whether it was a spirit bead or not, so he took it in his hand and looked at it. Suddenly, a message appeared in my mind. Low-grade wood spirit pearl. Contains a small amount of wood essence. After the plant absorbs it, the growth cycle is greatly shortened, and there is a very small probability of mutation, gaining a new ability. It's really a spirit bead. Han Feng was overjoyed. It was worth it to be in the rain for 2 hours, and finally I got the spirit pearl. Afterwards, Han Feng opened the space cloth bag, took out a few walnuts, and gave them to De Zhuang and Xiao. I was able to obtain 2 spirit beads successfully thanks to these 2 crabs, so they deserve some reward. Han Feng, we're all friends. Why are you giving me anything? It's too polite. De Zhuang evaded the question. Take it if you give it to me. You're welcome. Han Feng placed a walnut directly on a reef. What is this? Is it delicious? De Zhuang had never seen a walnut before, so he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Han Feng smiled and said, This is a walnut. You need to crack the shell before you can eat it. This thing is not only delicious, but more importantly, it nourishes the brain. It's just right for you. De Zhuang, why does it feel like Han Feng is cursing? I'm going back first. Han Feng said hello and turned to leave. A few minutes later, we returned to the shelter. After entering the thatched hut, Han Feng took off his clothes immediately, leaving him completely naked, even his underwear, and got straight into bed. Anyway, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to worry about being seen. After taking off his clothes, Han Feng gave himself a healing talent. Bathed in the milky white light, the cold feeling immediately dissipated. Then, Han Feng sat on the straw bed, resting and thinking. According to Weiyun, a total of 3 spirit beads fell on the island. 2 of them were already in his hands. The other one must have fallen into the protection of Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. I have to give up on this one. I have to say, it is a very regrettable thing. After resting for a few minutes, Han Feng stood up and walked to the window, his eyes drifting down to the vegetable garden. Corn absorbs the wood essence in the spirit bead and can be upgraded to a higher level 100. But the key point is, there are only 2 spirit beads, but there are 3 corn plants. How should it be distributed? Han Feng pondered for a while and asked the 3 corns, Who among you 3 wants to upgrade? We all want to. The 3 corns spoke in unison. Han Feng frowned. I have 2 spirit beads that can help you upgrade quickly, but I can only help 2 of you. Let's discuss who will upgrade first. He didn't know how to make a decision, so he just threw the problem to the 3 corns. I'm the 4th child, the youngest, so I'd better let the 2nd and 3rd brothers upgrade first. One of the corns said. Han Feng was slightly stunned. I originally thought that the 3 corns would quarrel over this, but unexpectedly, they became humble and gave in. Are the brothers harmonious? Han Feng looked at corn number 4 and said, You gave them the opportunity. What about you? Corn number 4. It doesn't matter. I can level up just by eating shit and drinking urine. I'll be able to catch up with them soon. Chapter 59. Core Mutation. Han Feng smacked his lips. Then, without further hesitation, he took a spirit bead and placed it on corn number 2. With a whoosh, the spirit bead suddenly rushed into the corn's body and disappeared. The next moment, corn number 2 suddenly burst into a blue light. Bathed in blue light, its body gradually grew taller, eventually reaching 2 meters in height, with 3 huge corn cobs growing on it. In appearance, it is exactly the same as the level 2 combat corn. The difference is that this corn is sky blue in color. Generally speaking, corn is green. Why does it turn blue? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. There is a very small chance of mutation occurring during the process of absorbing the spirit beads. Could it be that this corn has mutated? What will be different after the mutation? Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly used his insight talent to observe. Target, frozen corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, frozen corn bomb. It really has changed. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. He then turned to the corn and asked, "Little corn, what abilities does your talent possess?" Frozen corn said excitedly, "Activate a corn to freeze the target within a 10-meter range. The movement of any target that falls into the freezing range will be greatly restricted. They will continue to suffer freezing damage for 1 minute." Good. Han Feng nodded slightly. The attacking firepower of frozen corn may not be as good as that of bomb corn, but it has extremely strong restrictive ability and will definitely be of great use at critical moments. Then, Han Feng couldn't wait to place another spirit bead on corn mound number 2. Soon, the spirit pearl sank into its body. Immediately, a beam of light burst out, and corn number 2 grew rapidly, eventually turning into a 2-meter-tall red corn. Han Feng took a look and immediately activated his insight talent. Target, flame corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, flame corn bomb. After reading the introduction, Han Feng asked calmly, "Xiao Yumi, tell me about your talent." Flame corn. Release a corn, forming a burning ground covering a 10-meter radius. The scorching temperature contained in it causes continuous burning to the target for 1 minute. Very good. Han Feng clenched his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. The 2 corns were promoted to level 2 as he wished, and all of them underwent mutations, which brought him great surprise. Suddenly, Han Feng looked at the 4th corn plant. If he can help the 4th corn to upgrade, maybe it can also cause a mutation. But there are no more spirit beads in my hand. But Zhao Yunxi and the others still have one. Can be exchanged? Action speaks louder than words. No matter whether it works or not, you should always try it. Afterwards, Han Feng returned to the thatched hut, put on his clothes, and went straight to the shelter of Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. A few minutes later, we arrived at our destination. Han Feng did not go in directly, but stood outside the fence and glanced at the yard, but did not find the existence of the spirit bead. This also means that the spirit pearl has been picked up by Zhao Yunxi and the others. Zhao Yunxi! Han Feng shouted towards the thatched hut. With a squeak, the door opened and Zhao Yunxi poked her head out. When she saw Han Feng standing outside the wooden fence, she was quite surprised. "Han Feng, it's raining so hard. What are you doing in our shelter?" "I'm here to make a deal with you," Han Feng said quickly. Zhao Yunxi frowned. "What kind of deal? Can you let me in and talk?" Han Feng's mouth trembled. "After being in the rain for a while, I felt cold all over." Zhao Yunxi thought for a moment and said, "Come in then." Han Feng opened the gate and rushed into the thatched hut quickly. Yu Lingshan and Lu Chushuang were also in the thatched hut and were also surprised when they saw Chu Feng. "What deal do you want to make with us?" Zhao Yunxi asked straight to the point. Han Feng said directly, "You should have a spirit bead in your hand, right?" Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned. They did pick up a spirit bead. How did Han Feng know that? Han Feng chuckled and said, "I guessed it." He learned it from Wu Yun, so naturally he couldn't tell Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. "Even if I tell them, I'm afraid the 3 of them won't believe it." Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered. "You want to exchange spirit beads with us?" "Right." Han Feng nodded. Yu Lingshan chuckled and said, "Han Feng, you can just send a private message directly. Is it necessary to run in the rain?" Han Feng said awkwardly, "I was too anxious and didn't think of this. Spirit beads can speed up the growth of plants. We won't trade with you." Lu Chushuang said with a cold face. Because he was pressed to the ground and humiliated by Han Feng yesterday, Chu Feng was still brooding over it, so he didn't look at Han Feng in a good way. Han Feng was not angry and said calmly, "Any item can be traded. It depends on whether the chips are sufficient." Zhao Yunxi's eyes showed deep meaning. "I can make a deal with you. What can you give me?" Han Feng cleared his throat and said slowly, "Using the spirit beads can only help a plant to shorten its growth rate. In other words, at most you can only get some cucumbers, tomatoes, or corn. For you, it is not much help. If you make a deal with me, I will give you 5 tomatoes, 5 cucumbers, and half a roll of toilet paper. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunxi and the other two looked at each other. Cucumbers and tomatoes are nothing special. The key is that half a roll of toilet paper is too tempting. With toilet paper, there is no need to go to Han Feng's shelter to use the toilet, and there is no need to be controlled by Han Feng. The three of them had a brief discussion and finally agreed to make a deal with Han Feng. "Okay, I'll go back first, and we'll go to the trading hall to exchange things later." After Han Feng finished speaking, he pushed open the door and rushed into the heavy rain. Watching Han Feng's gradually disappearing figure, Lu Chushuang muttered, "Is Han Feng crazy? Is it worth it to exchange so many things for a spirit bead? It should have other uses." Zhao Yunxi guessed. If there was no benefit, Han Feng would definitely not make the deal. As for what the purpose is, it is unknown. On the other side, Han Feng returned to the shelter, picked 5 cucumbers and 5 tomatoes from the vegetable garden, and then entered the thatched hut. Then he opened the game panel and contacted Zhao Yunxi. "The things are ready. When are we going to trade?" "Zhao Yunxi, right now." Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. Han Feng successfully exchanged 5 cucumbers, 5 tomatoes, and half a roll of toilet paper for a spirit bead from Zhao Yunxi. Chapter 60. I am quite good at naming. Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. With the spirit bead, you can help the last corn upgrade. And there's also the possibility of mutation. Then, Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut and came to core number 4. Seeing Han Feng holding a spirit bead in his hand, core number 4 suddenly became excited. "Brother, is this bead for me to eat?" "Right." Han Feng smiled slightly. "Brother, I love you so much." Core number 4 shouted excitedly. "Stop saying such cheesy things in the future." Han Feng smacked his lips, then placed the spirit bead on core number 4. When the spirit pearl was absorbed, the number 4 corn grew to 2 meters and the color of the leaves turned gray. This situation proves that core number 4 has been upgraded and mutated. Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, wind blade corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, wind blade corn bomb. After reading the message, Han Feng asked, "Xiao Yumi, please introduce your talent." Wind blade corn. Activate a corn to form a 10-meter wide, enveloping area. Within this area, countless wind blades swirl around, causing devastating damage to the target. The duration is 1 minute. "My little corn is awesome," Han Feng exclaimed in admiration, then called the other 3 corns to his side. "Brother, what instructions?" Frozen Corn asked. Han Feng took a glance and coughed lightly. "In order to make it easier to identify you, I will give you a name next." "Brother, give me a better name," Windblade Corn said. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a sly look on his face. "I am very good at naming. I will definitely give you a name that is meaningful and grand." The 4 corns immediately became excited. Han Feng first looked at the fighting corn and said in a deep voice, "From today on, you will be called Xiaozhe, combat corn." "Is this what we call having connotation and grandeur? Isn't the level too low?" Han Feng then turned to the frozen corn and said, "Your name will be Xiao Bing from now on." Frozen corn, At this time, Flame Corn spoke up. "Brother, is my name Little Fire?" Han Feng's eyes flickered and he laughed. "Congratulations, you guessed it right." Flame Corn fell silent. "Brother, you won't call me Xiao Feng, right?" Windblade Corn probed. Han Feng shook his head. "This name is too vulgar and doesn't suit your temperament." Feng Rin Yumi became interested. "What's my name then?" "Your name is Xiao Hui." Han Feng chuckled. Windblade Corn said nothing. This name makes it feel a little ashamed. But because of Han Feng's face, he couldn't say anything. "Is the name I gave you okay?" Han Feng asked with a smile. "It's okay," the 4 corns said against their will. "As long as you are satisfied." Han Feng nodded and said loudly, "You have been promoted to level 2 and have good combat capabilities. Now I will assign you a task." 4 corns stood in front of Han Feng, listening attentively. "From today on, the 4 of you will take turns guarding the shelter. Especially at night, you must be extra vigilant and never let any enemies enter the shelter. Do you understand?" Han Feng's business is in a slump. "I heard it." The 4 corns spoke in unison. "The meeting is adjourned." Han Feng waved his hand, turned and entered the thatched hut just as he was about to take a rest. The blue electric mouse suddenly reminded, "Brother, shouldn't we have lunch?" Han Feng turned to look at the blue electric mouse and frowned. Didn't you just eat the walnuts? Are you hungry again? It's been several hours. Besides, I wasn't full in the first place. The blue electric mouse grumbled. What a glutton! Han Feng sighed lightly, then opened the space cloth bag, took out 2 sweet potatoes, and threw one to the blue electric mouse. We're gonna eat this. The blue electric mouse looked dissatisfied. Han Feng's face darkened. Do you know how difficult the current situation is? Many people are still eating grass roots. It's good enough to have a sweet potato. Don't be ungrateful for what you have. The blue electric mouse stopped talking and started to eat the sweet potato. Han Feng ignored him, lay on the bed, and opened the regional channel chat group. Sudamao, why hasn't the rain stopped yet? Will it rain all day? Wudahai, never mind, just go down. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in a thatched hut? Sudamao, you picked up a spiritual bead, ripened a plant, and had food and drink, so of course you could choose to lie down. But we can't. We have nothing to eat. Wudahai, it doesn't matter if you skip a meal. You won't starve to death. Just hold on. Jiang Feng, man is iron and rice is steel. I will be very hungry if I don't eat for a meal. I just can't hold on. Chun Chong, even if you can't hold on, just wait and hold on. It's raining so hard outside and you can't go out. Jiang Feng, hey. Li Qingguang, brothers, have you picked up the spirit beads? Sulin, no. Zhang Sheng, how can you just pick this up? Wudahai might be the only one in District 10086 who picked it up. I don't know how lucky he was. Chin Chong, yes, why can Wudahai pick it up but we can't? This is too unfair. Wudahai, it may have something to do with one's character. Everyone. Yang Shuyang, I searched for more than 2 hours and searched the entire island, but I didn't see a single hair. Su Daomao, you search in the rain? Are you so brave? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Yang Shuyang, I was wearing a raincoat, so I wasn't too affected. The key point was that I didn't find the spirit pearl, which made me depressed. Are there really spirit pearls? Pengyu, I heard from friends in other districts that there are indeed spiritual beads, and Wudahai did not lie to us. Yang Shuyang, then I'll go out for a walk again. Zhang Sheng, this guy works too hard. Su Lin, let's not discuss the matter of the spirit pearl for now. Let's study how to deal with the big black wolf. Jiang Feng, you can't even eat, and yet you're still studying Mao's big black wolf. Just wait to die. Wudahai, you want to die, but we don't. Jiang Feng, then tell me how to deal with the big black wolf. Wudahai, in fact, there's a very simple way to deal with the big black wolf. There is no need to kill it. Just drive it away and it will never appear again. Jiang Feng, what method? Wudahai, don't you want to lie down and wait for death? Why are you asking this? Jiang Feng, if there is really a way, I don't want to die. Wudahai, if you beg me, I will tell you. Jiang Feng, you, Brother Wu, please tell me. Wudahai, the big black wolf is afraid of salt. You can scare it away by attacking it with salt. Su Lin, are you sure this method is effective? Who told you this? Wudahai, the news is spread all over the world, and many people have verified it, so it is definitely correct. However, after this incident, the price of salt has skyrocketed, and it is impossible to exchange it even if you want to. Seeing this, Han Feng's heart slowly started to turn. He had 4 packets of salt in his hand. If I sell this, wouldn't I make a fortune? Chapter 61, I've already found your weak spot. Jiang Feng, brothers, who among you is salt? You and me, Kami. Lend me some first. I will definitely repay him well. Pengyu, how do you repay? Can you explain the process in detail? Chen Chong, what is the specific process that you don't understand? Pengyu, I am so pure, of course I don't know. Chen Chong, can't you be honest? Haven't you seen the movie she acted in? Pengyu said solemnly, I appreciate it from an artistic perspective, which is different from your approach. Chen Chong, haha. You and me, Kami. Those who understand will naturally understand, and there is no point in talking too much about those who don't understand. Pengyu, then I understand. Everyone. Li Qingguang, don't talk about those useless things. If any one of you has salt, I will buy it at a high price. Su Domao, the survivors in our district are all poor. They can't even afford food and clothing. How could they possibly have salt? Su Lin, who said everyone is poor. Isn't Han Feng rich? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Han Feng has been doing business with many people these days, and he is quite wealthy. Maybe he really has some salt. Su Lin, Han Feng, do you have salt? Han Feng, yes. Jiang Feng, good brother, lend me some. Han Feng, I'm a very realistic person. I will definitely not lend it for free. I must trade it with something. Jiang Feng had a bitter face, but we can't even eat. How can we trade with you? Sudamao. Han Feng. It's fate that we can come to the same area to survive. Please be kind and give us some. Chun Chong. Just give me some salt, and I will thank you every day. Thank you for your ancestors for 18 generations. Zhang Linlin. Han Feng. I will exchange my most precious thing with you. Peng Yu, what precious things do you have? Zhang Linlin. Those who understand will understand. Everyone. Zhang Sheng. Aren't you working too hard? Zhang Linlin. The most important thing right now is to survive. If you can't even save your life, what else can you talk about? Mama Noji Kana. Han Feng. I can also exchange precious things with you. Peng Yu, it's so exciting. Lu Chu Shuang. You two are such despicable people. Zhang Linlin. You are just making sarcastic remarks. If you were in this dangerous situation, you would make the same choice as us. Lu Chu Shuang. I will never let myself fall into depravity. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the group, Han Feng quickly interrupted. Everyone, I still say the same thing. Use something to trade with me, and don't think of getting a bit of salt from me without something. Also, don't try to seduce me. My brother is tough and upright, and he doesn't bother to do such dirty things. Lu Chu Shuang. Haha. I have had contact with Han Feng several times in the past 2 days. As far as Han Feng's actions are concerned, there is nothing upright about them. How dare you brag about yourself so shamelessly? Jiang Feng. But we really have nothing. Han Feng. You can exchange wood, iron, or glass bottles, etc. with me, or thatch is also fine. There is thatch on every island, so it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Sudamao. Han Feng. What do you want these things for? Han Feng. The secret cannot be revealed. Su Damao. Li Qingguang. Han Feng. I have a big plastic bucket. Can I trade it with you? Han Feng's eyes lit up, of course. With this bucket, I can use it to trade with the giant octopus for treasure chests, which is exactly what I need right now. Li Qingguang said in embarrassment, but the plastic bucket is full of rainwater. If I use it for trading, there will be no water to drink. Han Feng. I'll give you 10 extra bottles of purified water. Li Qingguang, deal? Han Feng. Is there anyone else who wants to do business with me? Jiang Feng. I want to trade with thatch. Unfin. No problem. I'll give you a portion of salt for every 50 kilograms of straw. Li Qingguang. Han Feng. Let's go and trade quickly. Han Feng. I don't have much salt. It's first come, first served, so you'd better hurry up. After saying that, he opened the trading hall and traded a plastic bucket from Li Qingguang using 10 bottles of purified water and 1 or 2 ounces of salt. Good. Han Feng nodded, and when he was about to close the game panel, the private message icon suddenly lit up. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Dilieba, he was stunned. Is it the big star Dilraba Dilmurat? Or is it a duplicate name? After a moment of hesitation, Han Feng immediately sent a message. Who are you? Dilraba Dilmurat. Don't be confused. I am the big star Dilraba Dilmurat who combines beauty and wisdom. Han Feng was slightly stunned. What do you want from me? Dilieba went straight to the point and said, I ask you for some salt. You won't refuse to give it to me, right? Han Feng laughed. Although you are a big star, I am not a fan. It is impossible to get something for free from me. Dilraba Dilmurat. Let me be honest with you, I just want it for free, and you have to give it to me. Han Feng laughed and said, where do you get your confidence from? Do you think you are great just because you are a big star? Don't forget, we have traveled to the world of survival, and your celebrity status doesn't work here. Dilraba, have you ever thought that getting salt is actually a very simple thing? The island is surrounded by seawater, and salt can be easily obtained through distillation. If I leak this news, do you think anyone will still trade with you? Han Feng. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Dilieba just spread the news. Don't even think about trading anything. Dilraba Dilmurat. Have you thought about it? Can you give me some salt? Han Feng was in a daze for a moment and said, since you have a way to get salt, why ask me for it? Dilraba Dilmurat. If you want to get salt, you have to go to the beach. The dangers of the beach are well known. If you're not careful, you will get hurt or lose your life. For safety reasons, it is better to get it for free from you. Anyway, I have already grasped your weakness, so I am not afraid that you will disagree. Han Feng. Why do I feel like you're a bit mean? Diliriba. Same with you. Han Feng smacked his lips. I agree to give you salt. How much do you want? Dilraba Dilmurat. 1 pound. Han Feng frowned. Only 1 or 2 ounces are enough to drive away the big black wolf. Isn't a waste if you want so many? Dilraba Dilmurat. I can keep the extra ones for myself or exchange them so that nothing will be wasted. Han Feng gritted his teeth. You really have a good idea? Dilraba Dilmurat. Don't waste time. Let's go to the trading hall. Han Feng reminded. People should keep their word. Even if I give you salt, You can't leak the news. Doraba Dilmarat. Don't worry, I never lie. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Because he often cheats others like this. Wouldn't Doraba Dilmarat play like this? Chapter 62 Red Pine Crab Comes for Revenge. After a moment of trance, Han Feng opened the trading hall. In the current situation, there is no other choice. If you don't agree to Doraba's request, don't even think about doing business with her later. Afterwards, Han Feng gave Diliaba a pound of salt and exchanged it for a piece of straw from Diliaba. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, it's a pleasure working with you. Han Feng said nothing and closed the private message directly. Diliaba was happy, but he was not happy. It's really depressing to think that I exchanged a pound of salt for only one piece of straw. But on second thought, even though I lost a pound of salt, it wasn't a bad thing. Later, you could get a lot of salt by distilling seawater so that you could trade more things. But we have to hurry up and seize the time. Because he can think of this method, others can too. Everyone has salt, so who would want to trade with him? Thinking of this, Han Feng secretly decided to start making salt tomorrow and try to get about 100 to 180 kilograms. Later, Han Feng collected his thoughts and was about to take a rest when the sound of a wooden fence suddenly came from outside the house. Brother, something's wrong. Han Feng walked to the window and asked, what's wrong? The wooden fence said quickly, there are 2 big crabs outside. Han Feng's expression froze. Could these 2 big crabs be Dazhuang and Xiaoro? What are they doing here? Han Feng didn't think much about it. He put on his hat, opened the door, and walked out. Walking to the fence and looking outside, I saw 2 big blue crabs. They were Dazhuang and Xiaoro. Why are you 2 here? Han Feng asked curiously. Han Feng, something bad has happened. Dazhuang was very anxious. What happened? Han Feng frovnit. Dazhuang said quickly. Do you remember the red pine crab from last time? They are back again and are threatening to seek revenge on you. Han Feng was not surprised, but delighted. Where's the red pine crab? Red pine crabs can not only be used as food, but also earn experience points after hunting them. I've been worrying about how to gain experience points these days. Unexpectedly, the red pine crab came to my door on its own initiative. Dazhuang said solemnly, they are gathering on the beach, discussing how to deal with you. Xiaoro continued. From what they said, it seems that they have discovered your shelter and are preparing to raze it to the ground. Only them. Han Feng sneered it. Shelters today are nothing like they used to be. There are 4 fighting corns guarding the place, and no matter how many red pine crabs come, they will die. Dazhuang reminded. Although you are powerful, there are too many red pine crabs, more than 100 of them. Can you handle them? Only a little over 100? Han Feng sighed in disappointment. Dazhuang and Xiaoro were both confused. From what Han Feng said, you still think it's not enough. Where does he get his confidence from? More than 100 red pine crabs swarmed over. Wouldn't they be chopped into pieces by Han Feng? How come he's not afraid at all? Han Feng looked towards the seashore and asked, when will the red pine crabs come? Dazhuang whispered, the red pine crabs are gathering and should be coming soon. Han Feng retracted his gaze and gave orders to the 4 combat corns, Xiao Jia, Xiao Hua, Xiao Bing, Xiao Hui. The 4 of you, get ready for battle. Yes. 4 corns came to Han Feng together, with high spirits. Dazhuang and Xiaoro were stunned. Can corn be moved around? Could it be a mutation? At this moment, the door suddenly opened and the blue electric mouse rushed out. Brother, I want to fight too. Han Feng stared at the blue electric mouse. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said earnestly, you are too weak. It is better not to participate in this kind of fighting and killing. With 4 corn plants, there would be no problem in eliminating the invading red pine crabs, so there was no need to get the blue electric mice involved. If something goes wrong, it will be more trouble than gain. The blue electric mouse raised his head and said, although I'm only level 1, I have the talent of lightning and my combat power is still very strong. Don't underestimate me. In addition, I'm also a member of the shelter. How can I just eat and not work? Seeing the blue electric mouse insisting, Han Feng nodded and said, then you can join the battle. But remember, don't act recklessly. You must obey orders. Brother, I will do whatever you tell me to do, and I will never mess around. The blue electric mouse assured. Han Feng nodded and said nothing more. Instead, he stared into the distance, quietly waiting for the arrival of the red pine crab. Time passed quickly, and 10 minutes went by before I knew it. Seeing that the red pine crabs were taking a long time to come, Han Feng became a little impatient and wondered whether he should take the initiative. Just at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from a distance. Then, a group of red figures appeared in sight. They were red pine crabs, about 100 in number. Han Feng, the red pine crab is here, De Zhuang said in a trembling voice. You're here, good job. Han Feng clenched his fists excitedly. If you kill all these red pine crabs, you will definitely be able to advance to level 5. Han Feng, are you really not afraid at all? Xiao asked tentatively. Fear? Not true. Han Feng smiled slightly, with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. These red pine crabs are just small karami in my eyes. Don't even think about escaping today. De Zhuang and Xiao were confused. Just as I was in a trance, the red pine crab had already rushed to the shelter. The leading red pine crab, a larger one, stared at Han Feng and said arrogantly, Human, do you still recognize me? Han Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, You are the red pine crab that ran away last time, right? Last time, a dozen red pine crabs surrounded and killed Da Zhuang and Xiao. Most of them were killed by him, but the red pine crab leader escaped. I think the one in front of me is it. As long as you still remember it. The leader of the red pine crabs smiled grimly and said viciously, Last time, you killed so many of my brothers. Today, I will make you pay with blood. You little karamis are the ones who want to kill me. Han Feng snorted, then hooked his finger. Don't say I don't give you a chance. I'm standing here. Come and kill me. Brothers, let's avenge our dead tribesmen. Let's work together to kill this human. The leader of the red pine crabs stretched out a big claw and shouted loudly. Kill! More than 100 red pine crabs rushed towards the shelter like a surging red wave. What to do? De Zhuang and Xiao were panicked. Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed. When the red pine crab rushed to 15 meters away from the shelter, he shouted to the frozen corn, Xiao Bing, fire! With a whoosh sound. The frozen corn sparked a corn cob, which drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the group of red pine crabs. Boom! There was only a loud bang. The corn cobs exploded with a loud bang, emitting a white mist that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of 10 meters in radius. This white mist contained a terrifying sense of coldness. All the red pine crabs covered by it were instantly frozen and turned into ice sculptures, unable to move at all. Chapter 63 Promotion to Level 5. Fuck. De Zhuang and Xiao were stunned on the spot. What the hell is that corn plant? Just by stirring a corn cob, you can freeze 50 or 60 red pine crabs. This is too exaggerated. So horrible. Seeing this, the remaining red pine crabs stopped walking with a look of deep fear in their eyes, and they were all terrified. How so? The red pine crab leader swallowed hard. I originally thought that with so many red pine crabs working together, they could easily crush Han Feng. I never expected that Han Feng actually had such a powerful killer weapon. How the hell do we play this? Is it a surprise? Han Feng stared at the red pine crab leader, his lips curled up slightly with a hint of amusement. Brothers, retreat. The leader of the red pine crabs made a prompt decision and roared. Han Feng's corn is really amazing. If another batch of frozen corn comes, they will all die here. Want to run? Han Feng's eyes darkened, and when he was about to issue an attack order, the blue electric mouse suddenly spoke up. Brother, leave the rest to me? Can you do it? I'm Feng Lu Kid Suspicious. There are nearly 50 red pine crabs. Can the blue electric mouse deal with them? Just wait and see. The blue electric mouse grinned, stomped its 4 legs, and rushed out like a hurricane, quickly catching up with the red pine crab. The next moment, a blue light burst out from his body, like lightning entwined around him, making crackling sounds. After rushing into the red pine crab group, the blue electric mouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light and suddenly roared. As the voice fell, the power of thunder and lightning on his body spread out, and with the help of rain, it instantly flowed to the red pine crab. Ah! Accompanied by screams, all the red pine crabs began to tremble. After a while, they fell to the ground and lost consciousness. So strong. Han Feng was shocked. The blue electric mouse stunned more than 50 red pine crabs with just one lightning talent. It's a bit too fierce. De Zhuang and Xiao were even more shocked. Even a mouse is so powerful. Where on earth did Han Feng get these weird things? Brother, am I okay? The blue electric mouse walked up to Han Feng triumphantly. Awesome. Han Feng gave a thumbs up, then opened the space cloth bag and put all the red pine crabs into it. After doing all this, he returned to the original place and faced De Zhuang and Xiao. Will you two stay in my shelter or go back? De Zhuang said, although your shelter is safe, we are not used to it here, so we plan to return to the beach. You can go back. Han Feng nodded and reminded. If you encounter danger, come to me first. No problem. De Zhuang grinned and said, Han Feng, let's go back first. Wait a moment. Han Feng interrupted, then took out 4 red pine crabs and gave them to De Zhuang and Xiaorou. The reason why we were able to annihilate the red pine crabs so easily was thanks to De Zhuang and Xiaorou, who came to report the news. It is reasonable to give them some compensation. Han Feng, then we won't be polite. De Zhuang and Xiaorou took the 4 red pine crabs and left happily. Little mouse, go back. Han Feng greeted him, entered the thatched hut, and opened the property panel. Space storage bags cannot store living things. Just now, he put all the red pine crabs into the space bag, which meant he killed them all. I must have gained a lot of experience points. So, is it possible to break through level 5 in one go? Soon, a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 5. Experience, 3600. Constitution. Strength, 8 plus 40. Agility, 10 plus 40. Defense, 5 plus 40. Mental strength, 61 plus 40. Talents, healing, insight, space. I really got promoted to level 5. Han Feng was so excited that he almost burst into laughter. Brother, what are you so excited about? The blue electric mouse asked curiously. I've been promoted to level 5. How can I not be happy? Han Feng huklid. Brother, that's awesome. The blue electric mouse complimented, and his expression suddenly dimmed. You have been promoted to level 5, and I am only level 1. Compared to you, I feel like a waste. Han Feng smiled and consoled him. No matter who compares themselves to me, they will feel ashamed, let alone you, a little mouse. You can change your perspective, like comparing yourself to a frying pan. Wouldn't you feel superior? Blue electric mouse. Looking for a sense of superiority in a frying pan? So how bad is it? Frying pan muttered. Brother, can you please stop using me as a negative example? I have my own dignity, too. Can you consider my feelings? Han Feng said disdainfully. You are just a cooking pot. It is a waste to have dignity. Frying pan. This is too humiliating. Pan was indignant. Brother, you are the boss of our shelter, but could you not be so overbearing? You are only chilling the hearts of your younger brothers by doing this. Am I so overbearing? Han Feng pinched his chin and muttered, then turned to face the engineer Shovel. Little Shovel, do you have any problem with me? No. The engineer slammed his shovel into the ground with a loud noise. Big Brother has always been fair and just in doing things, and treats me like a brother. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. To be honest, it also couldn't stand Han Feng's domineering behavior. But when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. As soon as I tell the truth, I will definitely be banned by Han Feng. Who can stand this? You are very aware. Han Feng praised and turned to face the machete and magnifying glass. What do you think of me? Machete, I agree with Shovel. Magnifying glass, +1. You. Pan was stunned for a moment, then snorted. Didn't you say that Big Brother was insidious, cunning, and extremely domineering before? Why did you change your words now? You guys are really promising. Being friends with you is the biggest shame of my life. The engineer Shovel snorted. When did I ever say anything bad about Big Brother? You are clearly slandering me. Machete then said, without Big Brother, we wouldn't have any intelligence. You're just ungrateful, but you're even trying to pick on Big Brother. Who gave you the face? Magnifying glass. I really feel ashamed to be associated with you. Frying pan. At this moment, it felt abandoned by the whole world. Little Iron Pot, what else do you have to say? Han Feng smiled coldly. Pan recovered and smiled awkwardly. Brother, you know me well. I just like to talk nonsense. Don't take it personally. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said meaningfully, in order to make you remember, I still have to punish you a little bit, right? Pan asked anxiously, how are you going to punish me? Han Feng curled his lips and said, Mute Xiao Taigua for 10,000 hours. Frying Pan. Chapter 6. A talent that becomes stronger by basking in the sun. Afterwards, Han Feng lay down on the straw bed to rest. The thatched hut gradually became quiet. I don't know how long it took, but the heavy rain gradually stopped. The sky also darkened. Brother, wake up! The blue electric mouse shouted. Han Feng shuddered, opened his eyes and looked outside, then turned to the blue electric mouse. What do you want me to do? The blue electric mouse chuckled. It's getting dark. Shouldn't we have dinner? Han Feng was speechless. You ate a sweet potato and so many walnuts, and you're still not full? The blue electric mouse sighed softly. The key is that this thing is not resistant to hunger at all. It will be digested after a little movement. So what do you want to eat? Han Feng asked. I want to eat meat. The blue electric mouse said without hesitation. Brother, didn't you get so many crabs? Give me a few to eat. Han Feng said calmly. The key is that I can't make a fire. Do I have to eat raw food? It's okay to eat it raw. I'm not that particular. The blue electric mouse said bluntly. Han Feng was slightly startled. Then he opened the space cloth bag, took out 2 red pine crabs, and threw them to the blue electric mouse. Click! The blue electric mouse opened its mouth and started to chew, eating happily. Han Feng smacked his lips, then opened a regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng. Brothers, the rain has stopped. Let's hurry up and go out to search for the spirit beads. Chen Chong. What the hell? Don't waste your time. Jiang Feng, what's wrong? Chen Chong. Didn't you read the Heavenly Tao announcement? It said that once the rain stops, the spirit beads will disappear along with it. Jiang Feng, damn. Li Chingguang. This is the fact. There is no point in complaining. Su Lin. Don't think about the spirit pearl anymore. Just focus on how to deal with the big black wolf. Zhang Sheng. Let's get something as soon as possible to exchange for salt with Han Feng. If we don't let the big black wolf dare to leave, we will die in its hands sooner or later. Yang Shuliang. Isn't it just a big black wolf? Look how scared you all are. Can you be more capable? Pengyu, aren't you afraid? Yang Shuliang. What should I be afraid of? Have you forgotten my talent? If the big black wolf dares to come, I will fart and kill it. Zhang Linlin. That big black wolf seems to be level 2, with very high attributes. But you're only level 1. Are you sure you can kill the big black wolf? Yang Shuliang. When I was at level 1, I really couldn't do anything to the big black wolf. But now I have been promoted to level 3, and controlling the big black wolf is like a piece of cake. Everyone, holy shit. Su Lin. Yang Shuliang. Have you really been promoted to level 3? When did it happen? Yang Shuliang said proudly. Just now. Li Chingguang. To level up, you must hunt creatures to gain experience points. How many creatures did you just hunt? Yang Shuliang chuckled. I didn't hunt any creatures. Wu Dahai asked curiously. How did you level up without hunting any creatures? Yang Shuliang. When my buddy was out searching for spiritual beads, he accidentally picked up a silver treasure chest. Guess what was inside? Su Damao. Just tell me quickly and don't keep me in suspense. Yang Shuliang. I opened an experience book which contained 300 experience points. After using it, I was promoted to level 3. Chun Sheng. Can I also get experience books? Su Damao. We are both survivors. It's not unfair that you have better talent, but you can also pick up a silver treasure chest. Yang Shuliang. This thing depends on one's character. Everyone. Li Pang Pang. So far, Yang Shuliang should be the first player to be promoted to level 3, right? Doesn't this mean that he is the strongest player in our 10086 district? Yang Shuliang. Although I'm incredibly strong now, I'm still not invincible, so I'd better keep a low profile. Chen Chong. Why do I feel like you're showing off? Yang Shuliang. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to question a level 3 warrior? Chen Chong. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Yuling Shan. Level 3 is indeed very strong, but there are actually higher levels in our area. Yang Shuliang. Who? Ling San. Han Feng. He has been promoted to level 4. Everyone. Han Feng? Level 4 player? Isn't it the healing talent that Han Feng awakened? Essentially a doctor. What kind of fighting power does the doctor have? How is it possible to be promoted to level 4? Su Lin. Han Feng. Are you really a level 4 player? Han Feng said bluntly no. He has now been promoted to level 5, which is definitely not level 4. Yiling Shan. You can even defeat Lu Chushuang, so why aren't you level 4? Han Feng said calmly. Is it possible that Lu Chushuang is too useless? This is why I am so powerful. Yiling Shan. But you admitted it yourself. Han Feng, I was kidding. Lu Chushuang. He didn't provoke Han Feng, so why was he humiliated again? Lu Chushuang became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and snorted. Han Feng, don't be so arrogant. I'm about to be promoted to level 3, and then we'll have another fight, so don't be a coward. Han Feng laughed and said, no matter what level you are promoted to, I will pin you to the ground and rub you. Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth in anger and said, just wait for me. Han Feng, I'm at your service anytime, bro. Yang Shuliang was a little bit unbelievable. Han Feng, did you really crush Lu Shuang? You were so awesome. Lu Shuang awakened her fighting talent, and her close combat ability is very strong. Even if he faced him, he had no guarantee of winning. Han Feng was able to crush Lu Shuang. Doesn't that mean he is even stronger than him? Han Feng, didn't I say it? It's not that I'm so awesome, it's that Lu Shuang is too weak. Anyone else can still crush her. Asshole! Lu Shuang almost fainted from anger. Jiang Feng, I suddenly remembered something. The day before yesterday, a player in our area hunted and killed a black iron wolf. Could be Han Feng who did it? Su Lin, Han Feng, is that you? Before Han Feng could answer, Lu Tai said, I did it. Li Qingguang expressed his doubt. You killed the black iron wolf? What level of player are you? Lu Tai, level 5. Everyone, holy shit. Han Feng's expression was also moved. In recent days, I have been hunting various creatures nonstop, and I have only barely been promoted to level 5. I originally thought that I was the highest level player in Area 10086. Unexpectedly, another person of the same level as him popped up. So what is the origin of this guy named Lu Tai? Su Damao couldn't help but ask, Lu Tai, why did you get promoted so quickly? Lu Tai, it mainly has to do with my talent. Su Damao asked tentatively, what is your talent? Lu Tai, sunbathe. Everyone. Who doesn't know how to bask in the sun? This is also called talent? Are you kidding me? Lu Tai explained. In the process of basking in the sun, you can continuously derive experience points. The longer you bask in the sun, the more experience points you derive. This talent is what allowed me to advance to level 5. Everyone was moved. Can you gain experience points by basking in the sun? What kind of talent is this? It's simply outrageous. Chapter 65, The True Origin of Hoi Shooting the Sun. Han Feng also felt a little unbalanced. Although he awakened 3 talents and also possessed the ability to communicate with all things. But Lu Tai's talent is still too enviable. You don't have to do anything every day, just bask in the sun and you will become stronger. Who wouldn't be envious? Su Damao, Lu Tai, you are so awesome. Wu Dahai, your talent is definitely the strongest talent. No other talent can compare with it. Peng Yu, you are the strongest person in District 10,086. Lu Tai, okay, that's enough. I will be proud. Han Feng looked at it for a while, then silently closed the chat group. At this time, the chat group has turned into a dog-licking area. Everyone was licking Lu Tai, which really annoyed him. Then, Han Feng opened the trading hall and started browsing. After looking around and finding nothing good, I began to rest. Nothing happened overnight, and the next morning. Han Feng got up, opened the door, and looked around carefully. After a day of heavy rain, the whole island seemed to be rejuvenated and full of vitality. There is a fresh scent in the air, a mixture of rain and soil, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Han Feng took a quick look, then looked up at the sky, smiled and greeted the sun. Good morning, Mr. Sun. The sun responded listlessly. Han Feng asked curiously, didn't you take a day off yesterday? Why don't you have any energy at all? The sun, it's only one day. I want to rest and lie down every day. Han Feng was slightly startled and said earnestly, going to work is your job. How can you lie down? Your idea is very dangerous. What will happen if the sun sets? The whole world will fall into darkness. How are these survivors supposed to survive? The sun sighed. I really miss the old days when I only had to work one day a week. Han Feng frowned. You only work one day a week. What about the rest of the time? It's all dark. Son, I used to have 6 brothers and we took turns to work. Han Feng was surprised. You still have brothers? You humans can have brothers, but we, the Sun Clan, can't? Taiyang snorted and suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. Little guy, you are a little overestimating your own abilities. What's wrong with me? Han Feng was confused. The sun said in a cold voice, you want to be my brother? You want to be my sworn brother? Are you worthy? When did I say I wanted to be your sworn brother? Han Feng said blankly. You still don't admit it? You told Wei and yourself yesterday. The sun sneered. Han Feng thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Yesterday, in order to find out where the spirit pearl fell, I deliberately lied to Wuyan. I originally thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that the dark clouds would reveal this matter to the sun? I'm really idle and have nothing to do. Han Feng coughed lightly and said solemnly, although I'm a little weak now, my potential is unlimited. Given time, I will definitely become the master of this world. What's wrong with you being friends with a master like me? The sun was stunned by what he heard. A weakling like Feng wants to become the master of the world? This bragging is a bit too crazy. The son was in a trance for a moment and said contemptuously, "Boy, listen to my advice. Don't brag anymore. If you keep on like this, you will have no friends." Feng. These words are not very harmful, but they are quite insulting. Feng snorted, "Don't look down on others. Time will prove everything." The son chuckled, "Boy, since you can communicate with me, I advise you again, don't be too ambitious. There are many powerful gods in this world. Compared with them, you are not even an ant. Even if you're lucky enough to reach that point, those gods will find ways to destroy you. So, don't dream of becoming the master. You have no chance." Do gods exist in this world? Feng muttered to himself and asked, "Son master, what is a god?" "Son, when you grow to a certain level, you will know it naturally. You are too weak now and are not qualified to discuss this topic." Forehead. Feng was slightly startled and asked again, "Why do those gods want to stop me from becoming the master?" "Son, becoming a master means you have the power to rival the gods, and thus threaten their status. Just imagine, how could the gods allow you to grow to this level?" So that's what happened. Feng suddenly realized something, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Those gods are so domineering. Is there no one who can suppress them? The son laughed in silence. The gods are all standing at the top of the pyramid. Who can suppress them? Feng asked tentatively. Even you can't do it? The sun smiled bitterly. I can only shine and emit heat. Any god can destroy me. Feng was stunned. Even the sun can be destroyed easily? Just how powerful are those gods? It's incredible. Son, I'm going to work, so I won't chat with you anymore. Wait a moment. Feng suddenly said. The sun seemed a little impatient. What else? Feng said quickly. Just now I heard you say that you have 6 brothers? Where are they? The color of the sun suddenly became a little dimmer, and he said bitterly, They were killed by a god. Huh? Feng was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively, Which god killed him? The sun gnashed his teeth and said, They all died at the hands of Ho-i. Is Ho-i a god? Anfems mot widanat. Son, do you know Ho-i? Feng nodded and said, I heard that Ho-i shot down the sun in order to save the common people. It is said that in ancient times, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky, and they scorched the earth mercilessly. The rivers dried up, the grass withered, and the people lived in dire straits. Ho-i couldn't bear to see people suffer, so he used his magic bow to shoot down the 9 suns. So there came the story of Ho-i shooting down the sun. Taiyang was furious. Bullshit. How can I have 9 brothers? There are only 6. Besides, we all take turns to work and have never appeared together. Feng was stunned when he heard this. Then why did Ho-i shoot your brother? The sun said bitterly, The main purpose is to show off and demonstrate one's strength in front of Chang'e, so as to win Chang'e's favor. Feng. Why did Chang'e come out again? Is she having an affair with Ho-i? Are these 2 people from the same era? At this moment, Feng's mind was in a mess. Chapter 66. Shit is the most nutritious. You don't understand. Feng was in a trance for a moment and asked tentatively, According to what you said, Ho-i is a big villain. The sun said without hesitation, All gods are villains. There is no doubt about that. Feng frowned slightly. Why is it different from the myth I heard? The sun said meaningfully, History is written by the victors. Can they make their sins known to the public? They will definitely try every means to glorify themselves. What you said seems to make sense. Feng muttered thoughtfully and asked tentatively, From ancient times to now, has no one ever rebelled against those gods? Son, yes, there are, but they have all been wiped out. Feng fell silent. Knowing the existence of gods put him under tremendous pressure. Son, little guy, why don't you speak? Feng recovered and said, I'm so exhausted now. I don't want to talk. The son asked curiously, What pressure do you have? Feng said bluntly, When I become a master, won't I also be persecuted by those gods? How can I be free of pressure? The son was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, You are just a weakling now, and you are still a long way from becoming a master. Why think so much? It will only add to your troubles. That's the truth. Feng mutteried. He is only level 5 right now, so there's really no need to think too much. Sun warned, Don't spread what we talked about today, otherwise you will be in danger. Clear. Feng mutteried. The sun, I'm working. Don't disturb me for now. Feng then went to the vegetable garden. After a heavy rain, the cucumbers and tomatoes are all ripe. Han Feng picked them one by one and put them into the space cloth bag. By the time all the fruits were picked, the 3 cucumbers and 3 tomatoes had completed their mission and withered and died. Your death is valuable. Han Feng sighed secretly, then picked up a cucumber as thick as his arm and started to eat it. Brother, what shall we have for breakfast? The blue electric mouse yawned and slowly walked out of the thatched hut. Eat this. Han Feng casually handed over a cucumber. Eating vegetarian food again. The blue electric mouse grumbled. Han Feng chuckled and said, Eat for a while first. I'll take you to eat seafood later. Really? What can we eat seafood? The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became excited. You'll know in a moment. Han Feng smiled and continued eating the cucumber. At this time, Fighting Corn suddenly came up and said, Brother, have you forgotten something? What? Han Feng was a little confused. Fighting Corn chuckled. You didn't poop yesterday. Aren't you feeling anxious? Han Feng. I didn't poop yesterday because it rained. From what Fighting Corn said, is he thinking about eating shit? Brother, hurry up and poop. Don't hold it in and ruin your health. The other 3 corn plants also came up. Do I need your reminder? Han Feng rolled his eyes and walked straight into the bathroom. After the 4 corns are promoted to level 2, they can move freely in the shelter. Therefore, there is no need to poop in front of them. The 4 corns were looking at the toilet eagerly, looking very expectant. The blue electric mouse glanced at the 4 corns and asked curiously, Why are you 4 eating shit? Isn't it disgusting to eat shit? Shit is the most nutritious. You don't understand. Frozen Corn said meaningfully, Can this thing be nutritious? The blue electric mouse was stunned. Sowing Corn said seriously, You have never eaten shit. If you eat it once, you will definitely be addicted to the taste. Vomit. The blue electric mouse suddenly felt its stomach churning and rushed into the thatched hut. 5 minutes later, Han Feng solved his physiological problem and walked out of the bathroom with his pants held up. The moment he walked out, 4 corns rushed into the toilet. Then, there was a quarrel inside. Don't fucking grab it. I'm the boss. I'll eat first. Get lost, you bastard. You think you're the boss? Don't you know the first come, first served rule? I went to the bathroom first, so I must eat the first bite. I'm the youngest. Let me eat first. You'd better go somewhere cooler. Hearing this, Han Feng was confused. These 4 corns were very humble before. Why did it become like this after being promoted to level 2? Isn't it just a splash of shit? Is it necessary to fight to the point of bloodshed? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly, then entered the thatched hut, put the magnifying glass and other items into the space bag, and turned to the blue electric mouse and said, Little mouse, let's go. Brother, where are we going? The blue electric mouse swooped over to Han Feng's side. Eat at the buffet. Han Feng hooked it. What is a buffet? The blue electric mouse asked curiously. Han Feng curled his lips and said, It means you can eat whatever you want. How much can you eat? The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up. Right. Han Feng knew it. Brother, let's go quickly. The blue electric mouse was very excited. Xiaojia, you 4 should watch over the house. Han Feng shouted towards the toilet. Got it, big brother. Fighting Corn looked like it was eating shit and its speech was slurred. Han Feng said no more and left the shelter with the blue electric mouse. A few minutes later, a man and a rat appeared on the beach. The blue electric mouse took a closer look and frowned. Brother, there is nothing to eat here. Wait a moment. Han Feng smiled and continued to communicate with the beach. Little beach, are there any clams nearby? Beach, maybe it was because of the heavy rain yesterday. There are so many clams on the beach, hundreds of them. Han Feng's expression changed, and he said to the blue electric mouse, Little mouse, there are a lot of clams on the beach. If you want to eat them, just dig them yourself. Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse waved its claws excitedly and kept digging the hole. After a while, it dug out a big clam and then enjoyed it happily. After eating, continued digging. Han Feng took a look and stopped paying attention. He then walked to a reef and shouted loudly, De Zhuang Xiaoro. Click! The beach beneath a rock began to move. In the blink of an eye, 2 large blue crabs crawled out from below. They were De Zhuang and Xiaoro. Han Feng, you are here. De Zhuang greeted him. Han Feng smiled slightly. De Zhuang, did you find a treasure chest today? De Zhuang immediately said, Originally, there were 2 treasure chests on the sea, but they were both taken away by the giant octopus. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, How many treasure chests does the big octopus have? De Zhuang thought for a moment and said, About 7. 7 treasure chests. Han Feng rubbed his hands, Looking very excited, Dezhuang, go over and talk to the big octopus. Just say that I want to exchange a bucket with him for a treasure chest. Chapter 67. Plastic bucket for treasure chest. No problem. Dezhuang nodded, rushed into the sea quickly, and swam quickly towards where the giant octopus was. Han Feng stood on the beach and waited silently. A few minutes later, Dezhuang swam back with a giant octopus that was 1 meter long. Dezhuang immediately said, Han Feng, this guy agrees to the deal. However, he wants to see your bucket first. Okowo. Han Feng smiled slightly, opened the space cloth bag, and took out a round plastic bucket. It is 30 centimeters in diameter and about half a meter high, which is enough for the big octopus to live in. When the giant octopus saw the plastic bucket, his eyes lit up and he said without hesitation, I am willing to trade with you. Han Feng suppressed his inner excitement and said, Go back and get the treasure chest. Wait for me. After the giant octopus finished speaking, it swam backwards quickly. After a while, he returned to the original place with 7 black iron treasure chests. Human, the treasure chests are for you, and the plastic bucket is for me. Han Feng threw the plastic bucket directly to the giant octopus. It's a pleasure to work with you. I'll go back first. The giant octopus was very happy and was ready to leave with the plastic bucket. Wait a moment. Han Feng suddenly spoke. What's wrong? The giant octopus stopped where it was and turned to look at Han Feng. Han Feng smiled slightly. Next time you pick up a treasure chest, you can still trade with me. The giant octopus rolled his eyes and asked, What can you give me? Han Feng asked, What do you want? The giant octopus said directly, I want to eat fruit. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. You eat fruit? Octopuses don't eat fish. When did they change their taste? Who said octopuses can't eat fruit? The giant octopus asked back. Eat it if you want. I'm just curious. Han Feng hooked it. The giant octopus stared at Han Feng and asked tentatively, Do you have any fruit? Han Feng opened the space bag and took out a cucumber and a tomato. Does this count? Of course. The giant octopus drooled with greed and said, Human, can you give me the cucumbers and tomatoes first? I will give them all to you when I find the treasure chest. Han Feng casually threw cucumbers and tomatoes to the giant octopus. A cucumber and a tomato meant nothing to him, so he just gave them away. Once the giant octopus tastes the sweetness, it will work harder to search for the treasure chest. Human, thank you so much. The giant octopus was overjoyed. You are welcome. Han Feng chuckled and said, I have plenty of fruits here, as much as you want. If you want to eat fruits, just work hard to pick up treasure chests. The giant octopus nodded. You could go now. Han Feng waved his hand. The giant octopus said no more and turned to swim towards the distant reef. At this time, Dezhuang and Xiao Rou came over and said, Han Feng, can you give us a tomato too? You guys like to eat too? Han Feng was stunned. The creatures on the island are a bit weird. Wouldn't they all mutate? Dezhuang laughed and said, I'm tired of eating big fish and meat every day. I want to change to something lighter. Give. Han Feng took out 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes and gave them to Dezhuang and Xiao Rou. Han Feng, you're so good to us. I love you so much. Dezhuang shote isitedli. Han Feng smacked his lips and said, Go eat something. Dezhuang and Xiao Rou happily went to the reef and enjoyed cucumbers and tomatoes happily. Han Feng took out a frying pan, filled it with sea water, and placed it in the sun to dry. The main task today is to dry salt. With salt, we can exchange it for more supplies. However, this process is a bit slow. At this rate, at most 1 or 2 kilograms of salt can be dried in a day, which is far from meeting the requirement. Han Feng thought about it for a while, then went to the beach, got some thatch, lit it, and then put the frying pan over the flame to roast. By grilling, the seawater is quickly steamed. In just 10 minutes, the seawater evaporated, leaving a layer of salt at the bottom of the pot. A rough estimate is that it weighs nearly half a pound. Seeing that this method was effective, Han Feng followed suit. After that, I was always busy. The blue electric mouse was not idle either. It kept digging holes and digging clams, eating them with great pleasure. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was noon. After a morning of hard work, we managed to get a total of 10 kilograms of salt by using the method of fire evaporation. Han Feng was quite satisfied with this result. It's noon, time to go back and eat and rest. Little mouse, go home. Han Feng greeted. Brother, I can't walk anymore. In the distance, the sound of the blue electric mouse was heard. Han Feng turned his head and saw the blue electric mouse lying on the beach with its arms and legs spread out. Its belly was as bulging as a ball, and there were a bunch of clam shells scattered around it. "How many clams did you eat, little mouse?" Han Feng asked tentatively. The blue electric mouse burped and said, "I don't know, probably around 200. What a glutton!" Han Feng smacked his lips hard, and his mind suddenly moved. Killing a clam gives you 1 experience point. After killing so many blue electric rats, will it be promoted to level 2? Thinking of this, Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent. Target, blue electric mouse. Level 2. Experience, 56,200. Constitution. Strength, 5 plus 10. Agility, 15 plus 10. Defense, 10 plus 10. Mental power, 10 plus 10. Talents, digging holes, lightning. Nice. Han Feng was very excited to see that the blue electric mouse had really been promoted to level 2. Then he walked up to the blue electric mouse, grabbed it, and left. Back at the shelter, Han Feng started to make lunch. I kept the clams I caught yesterday and had a simple lunch of them. After eating and drinking, Han Feng entered the thatch hut, sat on the straw bed, and opened the game panel. At this moment, the private message icon was flashing continuously, and more than a dozen messages had been received. I guess they all came to him to exchange salt. Seeing this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, and then he opened the first private message. Jiang Feng. Han Feng, I cut 50 kilograms of thatch and want to exchange it with you for some salt. Unfen, no problem. Afterwards, the two went to the exchange hall and successfully completed the transaction. Then, Han Feng opened the other private messages one by one. Without exception, they all came to exchange for salt. All thatches used. Han Feng accepted all offers, and after a series of transactions, he obtained a total of 600 kilograms of thatch. If all of them are swallowed by the thatched house, it will definitely be promoted to level 3. Little thatched cottage, it's time for dinner. Han Feng said with a smile. Snap! A crack suddenly appeared on the wall of the thatched house, like a big mouth. Han Feng opened the warehouse in the trading hall, took out all the thatch stored inside, and fed it all into the thatched house. When the thatched hut was completely devoured, he activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, thatched hut. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 50. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15 plus 30. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talents, manufacturing, changing form. Chapter 68, Magnifying Glass, Awakening Talent Laser Ray. After completing the upgrade of the thatched hut, Han Feng took out 7 treasure chests. These 7 treasure chests are all black iron treasure chests. They may contain supplies or dangerous goods. Therefore, before opening it, you must confirm what is inside. Afterwards, Han Feng started communicating with the 7 treasure chests. Through some intimidation and bluffing, the message was successfully obtained. The first treasure chest contained a 50-kilogram piece of iron ore. The second, third, and fourth treasure chests were all filled with beer, a total of 60 bottles. The fifth treasure chest contains a Ruji ammo. The sixth treasure chest contains a poisonous spider. The seventh treasure chest contained 5 kilograms of flour. Overall, the harvest was not very ideal. However, it is a great value to be able to exchange so many things for just 1 plastic bucket. Then, Han Feng quickly opened the first treasure chest and threw the iron ore inside to the machete. Click, click, click. Machete opened his mouth wide and started chewing happily. With just a few bites, he completely devoured a 50-kilogram piece of iron ore. Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, machete. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 90. Attack power, 40. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 10. Talent, breaking edge. When Han Feng saw that the machete's evolution degree had reached 90, his expression changed. If the machete is given a 5-kilogram piece of iron ore, it can basically be upgraded to level 2. It's a pity that it's out of stock for the time being, so I can only look for opportunities to trade with other players. Han Feng calmed down and opened the third, fourth, and fourth 5 treasure chests. 60 bottles of big green sticks appeared in front of them. Han Feng doesn't like drinking beer, and these beers have no appeal to him at all. However, beer bottles are made of glass, which can help upgrade the magnifying glass. Brother, can I eat these beer bottles? The magnifying glass asked impatiently. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It's still filled with beer. Can you eat it? Magnifying glass. It's okay. I can handle it. Open your mouth. Han Feng reminded. The magnifying glass quickly opened its mouth, looking very expectant. Han Feng threw all 30 bottles of beer into the mouth of the magnifying glass. Click, click. With a chewing sound, 30 bottles of beer disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the magnifying glass began to snore. Drunk. Han Feng was slightly startled, then activated his insight talent. Target, magnifying glass. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 3. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talent, laser beam. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was stunned on the spot. After swallowing 60 bottles of beer, the magnifying glass was upgraded to level 3. And there is one more talent laser ray. This thing looks pretty awesome. So, what kind of capabilities do they have? Little mirror, what is your talent for? Han Feng asked anxiously. Snoring, snoring. Han Feng responded with a snoring sound. What? Han Feng sighed helplessly. The magnifying glass was drunk and unconscious, so he could only wait for it to wake up before asking it. Later, Han Feng opened the 5th and 7th treasure chests and got a Ruji ammo and a 5-kilogram bag of flour. After putting it into the space bag, his eyes fell on the 6th treasure chest. This treasure chest contains a poisonous spider, so be careful when dealing with it. Han Feng took a deep breath, grasped the engineer's shovel, and carefully opened the lid of the treasure chest. In a burst of light, a black figure appeared in sight. It was a big black spider. Whoosh! The moment the black spider appeared, it opened its mouth and pounced towards Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng was prepared and swung the engineer shovel down in the air. With a bang, the black spider was knocked to the ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. Han Feng threw the corpse out of the thatched hut, then lay on the straw bed and opened the regional channel chat group. Yang Suliang, haha. Brothers, we have meat to eat. Sudamao, where did you get the meat? Did you get it from a treasure chest? Yang Shuliang, why open the treasure chest? Can't you just eat wolf meat? Wudahai, you won't kill the big black wolf, will you? Yang Shuliang, you guessed it right. I killed the big black wolf with a fart last night and blew its head into pieces. Peng, you awesome. Zhang Chong, you are worthy of being called the god of fart. It's so explosive. Yang Shuliang, I'm only level 4 now, a little bit inferior to Lu Tai. I'm not as good as you think. Just keep a low profile. Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, can you eat a big black wolf by yourself? If you can't finish it, will it go bad? Yang Shuliang, the big black wolf weighs more than 200 kilograms. After removing the skin and bones, there is still more than 100 kilograms of meat. I definitely can't finish it. Jiang Feng, if I can't finish it, it will be a waste. How about giving me some? Yang Shuliang, do I know you well? Why should I give it to you? Jiang Feng, I don't want it for free. I'll exchange it with you for thatch. Yang Shuliang, I'm not an animal. I don't eat grass. You should just stay where you want. Jiang Feng, you and me kami. Yang Shuliang, what can be exchanged for wolf meat? Yang Shuliang, what do you have? You and me kami. I have a body. Everyone, are you willing to sell your body for a bite of meat? This is too cheap. But on second thought, this was exactly the kind of job that you and me kami originally did. There is no need to care about this at all. Yang Shuliang was silent for a while and said, we are not on the same island. How can you give me your body? You and me kami. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet, and then I'll give you the principal and interest. Yang Shuliang, when will we meet? Forget it. Li Pang Pang. Yang Shuliang, I have a masturbation cup here. Can I exchange it with you for wolf meat? Yang Shuliang, have you ever used your masturbation cup? Li Pang Pang, I just found it for the treasure chest. I haven't opened it yet. It's absolutely original. Yang Shuliang, how much meat do you want? Fat Li, 5 kilograms. Yang Shuliang, deal. Doraba Domarat. Yang Shuliang, I also want to exchange for wolf meat. Wudahai, what the hell? Are you really Doraba Domarat or are you fake? Doraba Domarat, guess? Suda Mao. So far, no one with the same name has been found. So, it is probably the real Doraba Domarat. Jiang Feng, Dilly Reba, you are my dream girl. I love you so much. Hongyu, I didn't expect that I could survive together with such a big star. I am so happy. Liqing Wang, I suddenly feel that Mama Noji Kana and Mikami Yua are not popular anymore. Zhang Sheng, it would be great if I could be teleported to an island with Doraba Domarat. Then I can protect her fiercely. Lu Tai, goddess, can you give me an autograph? Doraba Domarat, you all should be more reserved. I am here to do business, not to listen to your nonsense. Li Peng Peng, it's so cool, I like it. Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, I order you to give the wolf meat to my goddess immediately. Chapter 69. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Yang Shuliang. You order me? Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk to me like this again, I will fart and kill you. Jiang Feng, you are so rude. Yang Shuliang. Dilly Reba. What do you want to trade with me? Doraba Dilmarat. I'll give you a bag of half a pound of salt in exchange for 2 pounds of meat. Shuliang. The main function of salt is to drive away the big black wolf. But I have already killed the big black wolf, so it has no appeal to me. You can exchange it with something else. Doraba Dilmarat. But I have nothing else to exchange with you except salt. Yang Shuliang. You do. Dilly Reba what? Yang Shuliang. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's chat privately. Doraba Dilmarat. I don't like chatting privately with strangers, so let me say this here. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Does Dilly Reba not like private chat? I took the initiative to chat with him privately yesterday, and took 2 bags of salt from him. Isn't this just lying with open eyes? This woman doesn't look like a good person. Yang Shuliang coughed lightly. I want her underwear or panties. Everyone. This is a fucking pervert, right? Dilraba Dilmarat. Shameless. Yang Shuliang. I can give you 10 kilograms of meat. Dilraba Dilmarat. Get lost. I don't want to talk to a pervert like you. Yang Shuliang. Isn't it just asking for bras and panties? How did it become a pervert? Jiang Feng. Yang Shuliang. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It really makes me feel sick. Suda Mao. Surviving in Zone 1 with you is the greatest shame of my life. Su Lin. Yang Shuliang. You really went too far. Lu Tai. Don't let me touch you, otherwise you won't be a man. Seeing that he had aroused public anger, Yang Shuliang quickly said, Don't get me wrong, I was just joking. How could I be that kind of person? Lu Chushuang. Explanation is covering up. I have seen many hooligans like you. Suda Mao. Besides Yang Shuliang, which other gangster have you seen? Lu Chushuang, of course. I originally wanted to talk about Han Feng. But when he thought about being on the same island with Han Feng, he realized that he couldn't beat Han Feng. If this were to be told to others, Han Feng would definitely not let her go. With Han Feng's ferocity, he might have beaten her, but to pieces. Thinking of this, I held back the words that were about to come out of my mouth. Suda Mao, who is he? Tell us, so that we can criticize him together. Lu Chushuang. No one, I was just talking nonsense. Yang Shuliang. Dilly Reba, I want to apologize to you for what happened just now. To express my apology, I decided to give you 10 kilograms of meat for free. Dilly Reba. No need, I think it's dirty. Yang Shuliang. At this time, Han Feng changed the subject. Is there anyone who needs salt? I can sell at a low price. I just distilled 10 kilograms of salt and am waiting for the machine to be open to exchange it. Otherwise, in a few days, when others have learned how to distill, the salt in your hands will be useless. Wudahai, but we don't have what you need. Han Feng, are the plants in your garden ripe? You can exchange them for tomatoes or cucumbers. Li Wang, really? How many tomatoes can be exchanged for 1 serving of salt? Han Feng, 5 will do. Li Wang, deal. Su Lin, Han Feng, I don't have cucumbers and tomatoes. Can I use peanuts instead? Han Feng, I'll give you a portion of salt for every half pound of peanuts. Su Lin, that's great. Li Wang, Han Feng, let's go to the trading hall quickly. With salt, we can drive away the big black wolf and no longer have to worry. Lu Chushuang, wait a moment, everyone. I have something to say. Li Wang, what's the matter? Tell me quickly. Lu Chushuang, we also have salt, which we can exchange with you, and it is definitely cheaper than Han Feng's. Han Feng, coming to steal business? Where did Lu Chushuang get the salt? Li Wang, then a few tomatoes can be exchanged for a portion of salt. Lu Chushuang, for will be enough. Li Wang, Han Feng, I won't trade with you anymore. I'm trading with Lu Chushuang. Han Feng gritted his teeth. I just want 3 tomatoes. Isn't it just a roll? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Li Wang, Lu Chushuang, I changed my mind. I still want to make a deal with Han Feng. Lu Chushuang, 2 tomatoes will do for me. Your sister. Han Feng was so angry. If we play this way, won't both sides suffer? In the end, no one can take advantage. Li Wang, Han Feng, are you going to lower the price? If not, I will trade with Lu Chushuang. Han Feng snorted. No surrender. If the price drops any further, there will be no profit at all. Even if I beat Lu Chushuang, what's the point? It has no real meaning. Li Wang, Lu Chushuang, I agree to the deal. Su Lin, Lu Chushuang, I want to make a deal with you too. Lu Chushuang, no problem. Others also expressed their opinions at this time, and all said they were willing to trade with Lu Chushuang. Lu Chu Shuang. I only have 4 portions of salt for now, so I can only trade with 4 people. But by the evening, I can still gather more than a dozen portions. Contact me in the evening if you want to trade. Su Damao asked curiously, Lu Chu Shuang, where did you get the salt? Lu Chu Shuang. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while, then closed the chat group and sent a private message to Yuling Shan. Yuling Shan, where did you get the salt? If you ask Zhao Yunqi or Lu Chushuan directly, they will definitely not tell you the truth. Yuling Shan is much more naive, and perhaps some useful information can be extracted from her. Yuling Shan, Han Feng, it's not that I don't want to tell you. The key is that Sister Zhao doesn't allow me to tell you. Han Feng, if you don't tell me, I don't tell you. How would Zhao Yunqi know? Yuling Shan, that's the truth, but... Han Feng, don't worry, I'll give you a piece of toilet paper as a reward. Yuling Shan, Han Feng, you're not allowed to lie. Han Feng, come to me later and get it. Yuling Shan, it's a deal. Han Feng, please speak quickly. Yuling Shan, we harvest salt by distilling seawater. Han Feng frowned slightly. How did you know this method? Yuling Shan, it was Dilraba Dilmarat who told us. Han Feng didn't quite understand. Why should Diliaba tell you? Yuling Shan, Diliaba and Sister Zhao are friends. Han Feng, damn, that's too despicable. Diliaba promised him last night that she would not tell anyone. Who would have thought that the news would be revealed to Zhao Yunqi in the blink of an eye? Is there any credibility left? It's so shameless. Han Feng despised this kind of behavior very much. Yuling Shan frowned slightly. Han Feng, why are you scolding me? Han Feng, I'm not scolding you. I'm talking about Doraba Dilmarat. Yuling Shan, how did Di Liaba provoke Han Feng? Han Feng, I have something else to do, so I won't chat anymore. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng sent another private message to Di Liaba. Di Liaba, you are really great. How can you go back on your word? Doraba Dilmarat, what's wrong with me? Han Feng said angrily, didn't you promise me not to tell others the method of distilling salt from seawater? Why don't you keep your word? Di Liaba said confidently, I didn't tell anyone. Stop slandering me. Han Feng, you didn't tell Zhao Yunqi. How come I had so much salt? Doraba Dilmarat, how should I know? Han Feng laughed. You don't admit it, right? Di Liaba felt a little guilty, but still spoke very firmly. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Han Feng, I am the most vengeful person. Don't fall in my hands, otherwise I will definitely make you stronger. Di Liaba was slightly stunned. What is high intensity? Han Feng's lips curled up with an evil look. There are many ways to increase the intensity, such as spanking your butt. Dilly Reba sneered. Friendly reminder, you may not be able to beat me. I want to increase my strength, and I have a lot of ideas. Han Feng, I'm not afraid of your stubbornness. When the time comes, it will be over if I can control you. Di Liaba said provocatively. I've been waiting for you. Come and catch me quickly. Chapter 70, these corn varieties are special. After a heated exchange of words with Di Liaba, Han Feng closed the private message and immediately opened the regional channel chat group and sent a message. I am selling salt at a loss. 1 tomato in exchange for 1 portion of salt. If you want it, please contact me as soon as possible. Lu Chushuang has mastered the method of distilling seawater to obtain salt and will continue to sell salt at low prices in the future. If you don't sell the salt in time, you will waste it. Although, doing so will earn you a lot less. But there is nothing we can do about it. Lu Chushuang expressed her dissatisfaction. Han Feng, aren't you engaging in malicious competition? Is there anyone who does business like you? Originally, I wanted to distill more salt for trading purposes. Han Feng's actions completely disrupted her plans. Han Feng snorted. Who started the malicious competition first? How dare you say that to me? Who gave you the face? Lu Chushuang stopped talking immediately. It was indeed she who lowered the price first to compete. There is nothing wrong with Han Feng doing this. Han Feng, if you want to exchange salt, come to me quickly. Soon, Han Feng received hundreds of private messages, and without exception, all of them were asking him to exchange salt. Han Feng accepted all the orders. After a busy day, all 10 kilograms of salt were sold out. Although the harvest is not too much, it is better than nothing. The transaction was completed, and Han Feng began to take a nap. I don't know how long I slept, but Yuling Shan's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Han Feng, I'm here. Han Feng yawned, opened his eyes, and slowly walked to the wooden fence, staring at Yuling Shan. Why are you here in the middle of the day instead of sleeping? Yuling Shan got straight to the point. I'll get the toilet paper, as we agreed before. Han Feng recalled it, and it seemed to be true, so he said, "Wait a moment. I'll get it for you." There are 2 rolls of toilet paper in my hand, both stored in the space cloth bag. The space bag is too precious, and he doesn't want to expose it in front of Yulingshan. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, opened the space bag, took out a roll of toilet paper, turned back to where he was, then tore off a piece and handed it to Yulingshan here. Yulingshan was very happy and said, "Han Feng, I'm going back first." "Wait a moment." Han Feng suddenly interrupted. "What's wrong?" Yulingshan stopped. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, "I have a toilet here." Yulingshan was slightly startled. "You built a toilet?" Han Feng said calmly, "The plants in the vegetable garden are mature and there is no need to fertilize them, so we build a toilet." "Okowo." Yulingshan nodded. Han Feng quickly tore off a piece of toilet paper and handed it to Yulingshan. Then he consciously returned to the thatched hut and closed the windows and doors. Yulingshan went into the toilet. The toilet was surrounded by a circle of straw mats, with a pit dug inside and nothing else. It is a bit simple, but it is much better than the vegetable garden. 10 minutes later, Yulingshan walked out of the toilet and found 4 corn plants outside. She shouted to the thatched house, "Han Feng, come out for a moment." "What's wrong?" Han Feng came out. Yulingshan pointed at 4 corn plants and asked, "Why are there 4 corn plants outside the toilet?" "If I remember correctly, these 4 corns should be growing in the vegetable garden." "Why did you come out of the toilet?" "I transplanted it there." Han Feng explained. "The 4 corn plants can be moved around at will." If Yulingshan knew this, she would be shocked. "Did you really transplant them? Why do I feel like they moved here by themselves?" Yulingshan muttered. Han Feng laughed in silence. "Your corn can move by itself? Doesn't that mean it's a spirit? You must be hallucinating." "That's right." Yulingshan nodded and asked again, "Aren't all corns green? Why do you have blue, red, and gray corns?" Han Feng said perfunctorily, "Maybe the quality is different. I'm not sure." The 3 corns absorbed the spirit beads and mutated, so the colors are different. Of course, there is no need to tell Yulingshan about this. After listening to Han Feng's explanation, Yulingshan didn't think about it anymore. Chapter 71 Space Bag Promotion. Han Feng let out a long sigh and quickly closed the door. Yulingshan glanced around and didn't find anything wrong, so she took off her pants and squatted on the pit again. 4 corn stood outside the toilet, motionless, waiting patiently. After a while, a foul smell of shit wafted out. It smells so good. All 4 corn plants were intoxicated. Inside the thatched hut, Han Feng had nothing to do, so he browsed the trading hall. Suddenly, a transaction information caught his attention. Zhang Changda sells a piece of ethereal stone. Using the ethereal stone can increase the storage space. If you're interested, please chat privately. Han Feng has a space bag with a space area of 10 cubic meters. For now, it's enough. But if more supplies are collected in a few days, the 10 cubic meters of space will be insufficient. It would be best if the area of the space bag could be upgraded. Thinking of this, Han Feng contacted Zhang Changda directly without any hesitation. "Buddy, how much do you sell your ethereal stone for?" Zhang Changda: "Do you have any experience books?" Han Feng: "No." Zhang Changda: "If you don't have an experience book, you can use food instead." Han Feng's eyes lit up. "What do you want?" Zhang Changda: "In this weather, ordinary food cannot be stored for too long. I need some food that is easy to store." Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "How much space can be increased by using your ethereal stone?" Zhang Changda: 10 cubic meters. Han Feng: "A can of braised pork, a bag of potato chips, and a 5-kilogram bag of flour." The ethereal stone increases the space area by 10 cubic meters at a time, which is a considerable increase. Even if it costs a little more, I must get this ethereal stone. Zhang Changda: "Treasures like the Kongling stone are hard to come by, and this little bit is far from enough." Han Feng said earnestly, "The ethereal stone is indeed a treasure, but it is priceless. If there is no space storage device, even if the ethereal stone is exchanged back, it will only be a decoration. In addition, many players at this stage can't even afford food and clothing. So who can offer more than me? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. I advise you to stop while you are ahead." Zhang Changda thought for a moment and said unwillingly, "You can add a little more." Han Feng: "I'll give you another crab and a fish. This is my greatest sincerity. If you agree, we could trade immediately. If you don't agree, we'll just leave it." Zhang Changda: "Okay. It is really a big loss to exchange a void stone for these supplies. But there's nothing I can do. At this stage, most players are very poor. Apart from Han Feng, no one can come up with better chips. After all, There's not much use for keeping the Void Spirit Stone in hand, so he might as well trade it with Han Feng. Han Feng was a little excited. Let's hurry up and make the transaction. Zhang Changda, okay. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. After the transaction was completed, Han Feng had a white gem the size of a quail egg in his hand. The surface was crystal clear and round, emitting a faint spatial fluctuation. Brother, what treasure do you hold in your hand? The space bag suddenly spoke. Han Feng smiled slightly. This thing is specially prepared for you. For me? The space bag was slightly startled and asked, what is this thing for? You'll know after you eat it. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and reminded, open your mouth and swallow it. The space bag opened its mouth without any hesitation. Han Feng directly stuffed the ethereal stone into his mouth. Click, click. The space cloth bag chewed happily. After finishing eating, Han Feng activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, space bag. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 100 plus 100. Mental power, 10 plus 10. Talent, storage. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was stunned. The defense power of the space bag is as high as 200. Even a machete could not break its defense. This is so awesome. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked, little bag, how much storage space do you have now? Space bag, 30 cubic meters. What? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. The original storage space of the space bag is 10 cubic meters. Use a void stone to increase storage space by up to 20 cubic meters. Then why did it become 30 cubic meters? Where did the extra 10 cubic meters come from? Could it be related to the awakening of its spiritual intelligence? Han Feng did not delve into this aspect. For him, no matter what the reason, having an extra 10 cubic meters of storage space was a good thing after all. Han Feng, I'm leaving. At this moment, Yu Lingshan's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Han Feng pushed open the door, only to see Yu Lingshan jumping and hopping like a little rabbit, quickly leaving the shelter. You even said hello this time, which is considered progress. Looking at Yu Lingshan's departing figure, Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, then turned his gaze and looked towards the toilet. At this time, Frecorns had rushed into the toilet, and a noise broke out inside. Don't rush, come one by one. No, women's shit smells better. I can't help it. I have to taste it first. Eat it while it's hot, guys. Can you please eat less? I only took 2 bites. That's all there is. 2 bites is not enough for you. Get lost. Han Feng stopped and listened for a while, shook his head helplessly, and left the shelter. The original plan was to continue distilling seawater to obtain table salt, but Lu Chushuang interfered and the plan had to be shelved. Because the supplies exchanged for salt are too few and the cost effectiveness is too low, it is better to do something else with that time. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the easternmost side of the island. Before, there was a thatch field here. Later, because of hunting locusts, he burned it down. However, new sprouts began to grow on the ground again. Looking around, it's all green. I think it won't be long before it turns into a piece of thatch again. Grow up well, and when you grow up, I will harvest you. Han Feng muttered something and then went to a patch of grass nearby. We come here not to cut thatch, but to dig wild vegetables. There's a kind of shepherd's purse growing in this grassland. It tastes a bit bitter when eaten raw, but it is very delicious when used to make soup. Later, Han Feng started digging with an engineer shovel. After working for an hour, we dug up more than 100 trees in total. Feeling that it was enough, I left. Then, we went to the beach. Han Feng. Seeing Han Feng coming, Da Zhuang and Xiaoro greeted him warmly. Han Feng nodded slightly and asked, Da Zhuang, have you found the treasure chest? No. Da Zhuang shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and said quickly, at noon, we found a small boat with a person on it. Chapter 72. Just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Is there such a thing? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, his mind racing. Why is there a boat here? Could it be that Zhao Yunxi and the others found it when they opened a treasure chest? That's not right. The sea is so dangerous. Even if there's a boat, they wouldn't dare to go to the sea, right? If it's not Zhao Yunxi and the others, who else could it be? Han Feng asked. Da Zhuang, what do the people on the boat look like? Da Zhuang described him as the guy was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing animal skins with a full beard, and looked rough and ferocious. Han Feng asked, where did the other party go? Da Zhuang, that guy wandered around the island for a while, then left. I don't know where he went. Han Feng looked around with his eyes floating. and as far as he could see, there was only a vast ocean. There was no trace of a small wooden boat at all, nor were there any other islands. That's strange. If there is an island nearby, the other party may be a player on another island. But since there is no island, where does the other party come from? Could it have appeared out of thin air? Suddenly, Han Feng thought that the big black wolf appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the man is in the same situation as the big bad wolf? If this is the case, you have to be careful. Han Feng pondered for a while and said, "De Zhuang, if you find that guy next time, you must inform me immediately." Clear. De Zhuang nodded. Later, Han Feng began searching on the beach. We were busy until the evening before returning to the shelter. Just as Han Feng was preparing to cook, Yulingshan suddenly arrived and said, "Han Feng, I have something to ask you." "What happened again?" Han Feng asked patiently. "The tomatoes we planted not only didn't bear fruit, but they all withered. Can you help me find a reason?" Yulingshan said quickly. "All withered?" Han Feng muttered and asked, "Where are the other plants?" "Cucumbers and eggplants are growing well, but tomatoes are having problems." Yulingshan told the truth. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered for a while, then said, "I can help you take a look, but it can't be for free. You have to pay me for it. Logically speaking, this is something only farmers are good at. Most people can't find a reason at all. However, he has the ability to communicate with all things, and he can easily find the crux of the problem by just asking those tomatoes." "No problem." Yulingshan agreed readily. Later, Han Feng followed Yulingshan to their shelter. At this time, Lu Chushuang and Zhao Yunxi were standing in the vegetable garden, looking worried. "Sister Zhao, I invited Han Feng over." Yulingshan shouted. "Han Feng, come and take a look. What's wrong with our tomatoes?" Zhao Yunxi hurriedly pulled Han Feng into the vegetable field. Han Feng looked carefully and saw that there were a total of 10 tomato plants growing in the vegetable garden. Not only did all the tomatoes fail to produce fruit, their leaves all turned yellow and looked like they were about to wither and die. This is definitely not normal. These 10 tomatoes are definitely sick. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he stared at a tomato plant in front of him, secretly communicating with it. "Little tomato, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" The tomato said weakly, "Human, please save us. The ground is full of bugs. They are absorbing our nutrients and eating our roots." It turns out that it was the bugs that were causing the trouble. Han Feng suddenly realized something, turned to look at Zhao Yunxi, and said calmly, "I have figured out the situation." Zhao Yunxi's expression changed. "What's going on?" Han Feng knew the reason after just one glance. Is it really that powerful? Han Feng curled his lips and said, "I can tell you and help you solve it. But the premise is that you must give me benefits." Zhao Yunxi was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you want?" Han Feng held up 2 fingers and said, "I want 2 treasure chests." Zhao Yunxi frowned, "But we don't have any treasure chests anymore." Han Feng smiled slightly. "It's okay, you can owe me the money first and return it to me when you find a treasure chest." Zhao Yunxi pondered for a moment and finally agreed, "I agree to your request." Han Feng is a person who will not do anything unless there's profit. If he is not paid, he will definitely not help. As long as these 10 tomatoes can be saved, it is totally worth paying for the 2 treasure chests. "Han Feng, what's going on?" Yulingshan said anxiously. Han Feng cleared his throat and said seriously, "The reason is very simple. There are bugs in the soil. They are absorbing the nutrients of the tomatoes, which causes the tomatoes to wilt." "There are bugs underground? How did you know?" Lu Chushuang looked suspicious. "How can I know this and need to tell you? Who do you think you are?" Han Feng snorted. "Hateful." Lu Chushuang stomped her feet in anger. Han Feng humiliated her at every turn, and it was getting more and more excessive. "Do you really think she is a soft persimmon? Can you manipulate it at will?" Lu Chushuang calmed down. Zhao Yunxi winked at Lu Chushuang, then turned to Han Feng and asked, "Han Feng, what should we do next?" "Extermination," Han Feng said coldly. "Only by killing all the insects in the field can tomatoes resume normal growth." "How do we get rid of the insects? Do we have to dig them out?" Zhao Yunxi couldn't help but ask. "They do need to be dug out, but I have to do it myself," Han Feng said slowly. "Killing insects also earns experience points, so this opportunity should not be missed. Hurry up then." Zhao Yunxi couldn't wait any longer. "Lend me your sapper shovel," Han Feng said. "Give." Yulingshan handed over an engineer shovel. Han Feng did not rush to take action, but secretly communicated with the tomato in front of him. "Little tomato, I'm here to save you. How many bugs are there around you? And where are they? The tomato was very excited. I only have a bug here, right under your feet. Han Feng held the engineer's shovel and dug down at the ground. With a click, the engineer's shovel was stuck deep in the mud. Han Feng exerted a little force and shoveled out a pile of soil. Then he threw it on the ground and scraped it a few times. The next moment, a 5-centimeter-long white insect appeared in sight. It looked like a large maggot and was extremely disgusting. There really are bugs. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. It turns out Chu Feng didn't lie to them. He is really capable. Han Feng, you know so much, you are so amazing. Yulingshan stared at Han Feng with admiration in her eyes. She felt that Han Feng was simply amazing. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. You're farting again. Lu Chushuang muttered softly. Who dubbed me out? Just then, the big white bug cursed. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and he swung the engineer shovel down in the air. With a bang, the white bugs were smashed into pulp. A mere bug dares to yell in front of him? Court death. Chapter 73 Talent that weakens mental strength. After killing the big bug, Han Feng came closer to the second tomato. Zhao Yunxi asked curiously, Han Feng, you just dug it? There's only one bug in the soil. Yes, just one. Han Feng said calmly. Zhao Yunxi frowned. How did you know? Han Feng didn't have the ability to see through things. So how did he determine that there was only one bug? Han Feng's eyes flashed with a deep look. Experience. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. Does Han Feng often do this? Han Feng said no more and turned to communicate with the second tomato. Little tomato, how many bugs are there under you? Tomato, there's one on my left and one on my right. Han Feng picked up the engineer's shovel and started digging. After just 2 digs, he dug out 2 fat bugs. 2 sounds, bang bang. Han Feng killed the 2 bugs cleanly and neatly. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned. Every time Han Feng shoveled, he could accurately find the location of the white bugs, just like positioning. It was amazing. Could it really be due to experience? Later, Han Feng continued digging. After 10 minutes of hard work, all the big insects in the vegetable garden were killed, a total of 15. After doing all this, Han Feng returned the engineer shovel to Yu Lingshan and smiled faintly. The crisis has been resolved. You can rest assured. Han Feng, thank you so much. Zhao Yunxi expressed her gratitude. Han Feng waved his hand. No need to thank me. Just remember to give me the treasure chest. Forehead. Zhao Yunxi was stunned. I'm going back first. Han Feng greeted him and turned to leave. Looking at Han Feng's departing figure, Zhao Yunxi's beautiful eyes flickered. This guy is really a little different. Yu Lingshan tilted her head and looked at Zhao Yunxi, grinning. Sister Zhao, you are not interested in Han Feng, are you? Zhao Yunxi's face suddenly showed a hint of anger, and she scolded softly, Don't talk nonsense. Then I won't say anything. Yu Lingshan curled her lips. On the other side, Han Feng returned to the shelter and started cooking dinner. I boiled 2 large crabs and some clams, and also made a pot of egg and shepherd's purse soup. At this stage, being able to have such a sumptuous dinner is considered a luxury. If other survivors saw this, they would definitely drool with envy. Little mouse, time to eat. Han Feng shouted. The blue electric mouse rushed out and asked, Brother, what are we having for dinner? Han Feng handed over a crab and a dozen clams. Eat this. The blue electric mouse glanced at the pan. Brother, what's the soup in the pot? Egg and shepherd's purse soup. Han Feng whispered. The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up. I want to drink too. You can't drink. Han Feng refused. Why? The blue electric mouse looked confused. Han Feng said bluntly, There is only this little soup in total. If you drink it, what should I drink? Blue electric mouse. After eating and drinking, Han Feng entered the thatched hut, lay on the bed, and opened the game panel. Suddenly, the private message icon became louder. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Yuan Hao, he quickly clicked it. Yuan Hao. Han Feng, my iron or derivatives have come out. When can we trade? Han Feng's expression changed. Right now. With this piece of iron ore, it is basically guaranteed that the machete will be upgraded to level 2. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged 2 tomatoes for a 5-kilogram piece of iron ore from Yuan Hao. Machete, it's time for dinner. Han Feng casually threw the iron ore to the machete. The machete was excited and opened its mouth to devour. Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, machete. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 40 plus 20. Defense, 20 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 10. Talent, breaking edge. Finally promoted to level 2. Han Feng was delighted. I've been promoted to level 2. Machete laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed throughout the thatched house. Isn't it just a promotion to level 2? What's there to be excited about? That's all I can achieve. The thatched house sneered. The engineer, Shovel, yelled. Brother, the little shovel has advanced. Is it my turn next? You're next. Han Feng chuckled and nodded. Brother, you are so great. I love you so much. The sapper, Shovel, yelled. Try not to say such cheesy things in the future. It makes me feel sick. Han Feng smacked his lips. Forehead. The engineer, Shovel, was stunned. Han Feng ignored it and was about to open the regional channel chat group when something suddenly came up. Then his eyes turned and fell on the magnifying glass. Little mirror, what function does your talent have? My talent is an offensive talent, which is a little bit powerful. Magnifying glass said proudly. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me now. Han Feng urged. Magnifying glass cleared his throat and said seriously. Absorb any light, condense it into a laser, lock onto the target and fire it out, greatly weakening the target's mental reserve. Han Feng was stunned. I originally thought that the magnifying glass talent belonged to the spell attack talent. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. This thing actually attacks mental power. Once your mental strength is weakened, you'll not be able to use your talents. The damage caused far exceeds that of ordinary spell attacks. Brother, is my talent okay? Magnifying glass asked with a smile. Pretty awesome. Han Feng exclaimed in admiration, and then asked, when using a talent once, how much of the target's mental power can be consumed at most? This is extremely critical. If you can only consume a few points of mental energy at a time, it would be a bit useless. But if it can consume dozens or hundreds of mental power, it can be of great use at the critical moment. Magnifying glass. I am only level 3 now, and can only consume 30 points of the target's mental power at a time. Very nice. Han Feng nodded slightly. At this stage, the levels of all players are very low, and their mental power reserves are only around 30 points. 30 points of mental power are consumed at one time, and the mental power is basically exhausted. Without mental strength, who can be his opponent? Thinking of this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. The magnifying glass reminded, Brother, I'm only level 3 now. If I can raise my level, my innate ability will be further enhanced. Han Feng smiled faintly. I know what you mean. Don't you just want any more glass? I'll get it for you when I have the chance. Brother, you are so good to me. I love you. Don't disgust me. Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned his gaze to the frying pan. Even the small mirror has a good attack power, but you are nothing. Frying pan. Why are you humiliating it again for no reason? He's just a pot. Isn't Han Feng's requirement too high? Chapter 74. A good horse is often ridden by others, and a good person is often bullied by a dog. Later, Han Feng opened a regional channel chat group. Li Pang Pang. Brothers, let me tell you good news. We can get salt by distilling seawater. We don't need to find Han Feng or Lu Chu Shuang to exchange it. Wu Dahai. I have already exchanged it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Pang Pang. I just got the news too. Suda Mao. Han Feng, can I return the goods? Han Feng, of course you can return it. But there is one thing I need to remind you. It's dark now. Even if you have mastered the method of distilling salt, you can't get salt. Furthermore, to distill salt, you have to go to the seaside. Don't you know how dangerous the seaside is? Would you take the risk just to make salt? Sudao Mao. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? Han Feng. Anyone who wants to return the product to me can contact me. No one in the group said a word. Wu Dahai. Han Feng, do you still want thatch? Han Feng. Take as many as you can. I won't refuse anyone who comes. Lu Chu Shuang. Han Feng, you have exchanged a lot of thatch recently, but there is not even a trace of thatch to be found in your shelter. Where did you put all the thatch? Han Feng, does it have anything to do with you? Do I need to ask you for permission for anything I do? Lu Chu Shuang. Dilly Reba. Han Feng, can you please stop being so sarcastic when you speak? Lu Chu Shuang was just asking casually. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why do you have to confront her? Han Feng said bluntly. Does it have anything to do with you? Is it your turn to make decisions? Doraba Dilmarat. Everyone. What happened to Han Feng? Who do you confront? Why are you so angry? Jiang Feng. Han Feng, you've gone too far. How can you say that about my goddess? Apologize to Doraba Dilmarat now. Han Feng, where did you come from? Do you have the right to speak here? Jiang Feng's mouth trembled in anger. Lu Tai, Han Feng, you are too arrogant. As the strongest person in District 10086, I hope you could be more low-key. Han Feng, the strongest person in District 10086? Who recognized him as the strongest person? Yang Shuyang. Lu Tai has been promoted to level 5, and he can gain experience points by basking in the sun. It is no exaggeration to say that he is our strongest man. Han Feng, did you get my consent? Everyone. Judging from Han Feng's tone, he doesn't take Lu Tai seriously at all. Are you so crazy? Lu Tai, Han Feng, if I get angry, the consequences will be serious. You'd better pray that you don't run into me. Han Feng, I'm an expert at dealing with all kinds of pretense. If you don't agree, come and get me. Lu Tai gritted his teeth in anger and said, I'll remember it. Zhang Sheng, Han Feng, why do I feel like something is not right about you today? In the past, Han Feng gave people the impression of being low-key and introverted. But today he looked very arrogant, which was completely different from before. Why is the contrast so great? Han Feng laughed. A good horse is often ridden by others. A good person is often bullied by dogs. I just don't want to be bullied. The reason why he confronts everyone he meets is mainly to change the subject. He doesn't want to expose the reason for Su Maocao's disappearance. That's all. Everyone. It has always been Han Feng who is arguing with others. Who bullied him? Isn't this just lying with blatant eyes? Also, what does it mean when a kind person is bullied by a dog? Comparing them to dogs? Isn't this an insult? It's so abominable. Yang Mi, it's quite lively in the group. What are you talking about? Jiang Feng, damn. Another big star has come? Zhang Chang, Dilly Reba, and Yang Mi are both in our 10086 district. This is so happy. Peng Yu, it's a pity that they are not on the same island as us, so we can only envy them. Li Qingwang, so what if we are on an island? Peng Yu, then I will definitely protect them fiercely. Li Qingwang, how can I not understand what you are thinking? Peng Yu, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm very pure. Li Qingwang, haha. Su Lin, Sister Mi, you are my idol. I like you so much. Yang Mi, really? I'll give you an autograph when I have a chance. Su Lin, that's great. Wu Dahai, are you really the big star, Yang Mi? Yang Mi, guaranteed genuine. Doraba Dilmarat, I can prove that Sister Mi and I are on the same island. Yang Shuyang, there are 4 players on an island. Who are the other 2 besides you? Aren't they 2 big stars too? Yang Mi, there are also Lu Yifei and Gulinaza. Li Pang Pang, wow. The 4 goddesses actually gathered on an island. Peng Yu, it would be great if I could team up with you guys. Jiang Feng, stop dreaming. Who doesn't want that? Yang Mi, I have a 2-meter-long wooden sofa here. Do you need one? You can exchange it with me. Jiang Feng, with a sofa, I don't have to sleep on the floor. It's a great thing, but it's a pity that I can't even afford a meal, so I can't afford the deal. Zhao Yunxi, Yang Mi, how much do you want for that sofa? Yang Mi, this sofa is a brand new item that I got from Treasure Chest, so the price can't be too low. You guys make an offer first, and let me see. Zhang Chang, I offer a tomato. Yang Mi, don't talk to me anymore. Zhang Chang, why? Yang Mi, I don't like communicating with people with low IQ. Want to exchange a tomato for a brand new 2-meter-long wooden sofa? There must be something wrong with Zhang Chang's brain. Zhang Chang, Lu Chushuang, I'll offer 10 cucumbers and 10 eggplants. Yang Mi, sorry, your bid is a little lower than I expected. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, I'll offer 2 crabs and 2 fish. The reason for exchanging the sofa is not for my own use, mainly for wooden fences, because this guy can level up by eating wood. Yang Mi, how big is your crab? Han Feng, one weighs about 5 kilograms. Yang Mi, deal. Han Feng, let's go to the trading hall. Yang Mi, wait a minute, I have 2 wooden round tables and 2 wooden stools here. Do you want them? Han Feng's expression changed. I've got it all. Yang Mi, what do you give me? Han Feng, 4 big crabs. Yang Mi, yes. Su Lin, Han Feng, where did you get so many crabs? Han Feng, I went to the beach today and happened to see 2 groups of crabs fighting, so I picked one up. Yang Shuyang, why do you always encounter crab fights, but I never encounter them? Han Feng, I may be luckier. Yang Mi, Han Feng, let's go and make the deal. Han Feng, okay. Afterwards, the 2 went to the trading hall. Han Feng used 6 red pine crabs and 2 sea fish to exchange for a wooden sofa, 2 round tables, and 2 wooden stools from Yang Mi. The transaction was completed. Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut and went straight to the wooden fence. Brother, what are you doing out here so late at night? Are you going to pee? Palisade asked. Han Feng smiled slightly. I'll bring you some midnight snack. The wooden fence suddenly became excited. Brother, did you get the wood? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Open your mouth. The wooden fence opened quickly. Han Feng opened the warehouse in the trading hall, took out the sofa, round table, and wooden stools one by one, and stuffed them all into the mouth of the wooden fence. Chapter 75. Ho Yi's legs were broken. While waiting for the wooden fence to be completely devoured, Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent. Target, wooden fence. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 50. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 10. Talent, rebound, level 1. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was slightly stunned. Wooden fences actually have talent? What is this talent for? Han Feng immediately asked, Xiao Zhalan, what function does your talent have? Wooden fence. When attacked physically, reflect 5 of the opponent's physical damage. Han Feng was somewhat moved. 5 physical damage reflection is nothing. But don't forget, this is only a level 1 talent. What if I can be promoted to a few more levels? Physical damage will be multiplied. Thinking of this, Han Feng asked calmly, Xiao Zhalan, what is the highest level that your rebound talent can be promoted to? Wooden fence. You can advance to level 100 at most. Each level you advance will increase your physical damage counterattack effect by 5 inch. Upon hearing this, Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. The physical damage is increased by 5 at 1 level and 500 at 100 levels. If anyone touches the wooden fence, won't he be injured and killed? Awesome. Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Brother, do you think I'm awesome? The wooden fence made a tentative sound. Han Feng looked at the wooden fence intently, as if he were looking at a treasure. You have great potential, and I will definitely train you well in the future. Thank you, brother. The palisade was agitated. We are one family, so it is only natural for me to help you. You are welcome. Han Feng chuckled and returned to the thatched hut. Then he lay on the grass bed, had nothing to do, and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, are you ready? In 2 hours, the big black wolf will appear. Pseudo Mao, I'm a little nervous. Wuda Hai, don't you worry. Don't we all have salt in our hands? If we sprinkle it on the big black wolf, it will definitely run away. Pseudo Mao, that's true, but that big black wolf was so vicious. Just one look at it made me tremble all over. Li Pang Pang, me too. I'm scared and anxious now. I just want to go home to find my mom. Zhang Sheng, are you two still qualified to be men? I'm so ashamed for you. Li Qingwang, if you don't let the big black wolf go, both of you will die. Lu Tai, can't you be brave for once? Peng Yu, come on, be a real man like me. Li Pang Pang, I would rather be a woman. Lu Tai, go to hell. Yang Shuliang, by the way, there is something very important I forgot to tell you. Doraba Dilmarat, what's the matter? Yang Shuliang, you may not believe it, but when I was picking clams at the beach today, I actually saw a canoe. Jiang Feng, you didn't tow that boat up? Yang Shuliang, what the hell? There are people on that boat. Chin Chong, who? Are you also a survivor? Yang Shuliang said in a serious tone. He doesn't look like it. That guy is wearing animal skins and exudes a barbaric aura. He looks like a native or a savage. Sudamao, what happened next? Did you have any communication? Yang Shuliang. No, the guy looked at me, made a gesture of wiping his neck to me, and then rode away in the canoe. Jiang Feng, oh my god, why do I feel a little bit scared? Zhao Yunxi, where did that native come from? Yang Shuliang, I don't know either. Zhang Sheng reminded. It seems that the native has set his sights on you, so you better be careful. Yang Shuliang said disdainfully. He is just a native. If he dares to provoke me, I will kill him with one fart. Peng Yu, I'm still waiting for you, awesome. Yang Mi, has anyone else seen the aboriginals? Jiang Feng, no. Wuda Hai, me neither. Others expressed their opinions one after another, saying that they had never seen it. Zhang Sheng, so Yang Shuliang is the only one who has seen it? This should be a low-probability event, so there's no need to worry about it. Lu Tai, I've seen him too, but I was quite far away and didn't get a clear look at what he looked like. Everyone, huh? What one person sees and what 2 people see are 2 completely different concepts. This means that the indigenous people are likely to appear later. So will it bring harm to them? In an instant, a layer of gloom shrouded everyone's heart. The big black wolf hasn't been dealt with yet, and another native pops up. How are they supposed to survive? Seeing this, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. So far, only the island where he Yang, Shuliang, and Lutai are located as had indigenous people. The three of them had one thing in common. Their strength far surpassed that of the others, and they had already killed the big black wolf. So can we assume that only after the big black wolf is killed or driven away will the natives appear nearby? As to whether this is the case, there will be results tomorrow. Later, Han Feng closed the chat group and took a rest. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Clear sunlight has already fallen into the shelter. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer's shovel shouted, as usual. You are so punctual. Han Feng complained, got up from the bed, and pushed open the door. The moment the door opened, the blue electric mouse rushed out like a hurricane and rushed into the toilet at a rapid speed. Then there was a burst of puffing sound from inside. Brothers, it's time for dinner. Furcorns rushed to the toilet excitedly. Roll. The blue electric mouse growled. While it was taking a shit, a few corn plants came to lick its butt eagerly. Who can stand this? Brothers, be patient and wait for the little mouse. Battle Corn shouted. Little mouse, pull more, or there won't be enough for the four of us. Frozen Corn yelled. The blue electric mouse had a dark look on his face. The pleasure of taking a shit suddenly disappeared without a trace. Han Feng took a look and stopped paying attention. Then, we started to make a fire and cook breakfast. Breakfast was simple, just a pot of rice porridge. 10 minutes later, the rice porridge was cooked. When Han Feng was about to eat it, the voice of the sun suddenly sounded in his mind. Little guy, why don't you say hello to me today? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Mr. Sun, you seem to be in a good mood today. After a few days of contact, I gradually understood the sun's temper. This guy will only take the initiative to greet him when something happy happens. The sun chuckled and said, I'm in a good mood indeed. Han Feng asked tentatively, is he going to leave work early again? Sun, I'm happier than this. Han Feng immediately became interested. Can you share your happiness with me? I can tell you, Sun said with a smile. The guy who killed my brother was severely beaten today, and even his legs were broken. Han Feng's mouth opened. Are you saying that Ho Yi's leg was broken? You know, Ho Yi is a powerful god. Who can break his legs? Whose general is he? So fierce? Chapter 76. I can't poop. It's probably because the earth has no gravity. Yes, that's him. The sun laughed. Han Feng asked curiously, who did it? Sun, the one who could tyrannize Ho, he must be a god. I don't know exactly who it is, I just heard from others. Han Feng asked, then why are they fighting? The sun said disdainfully, what else could it be for? Isn't it just to win the favor of Chong? Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but widen. Two gods fought each other over a woman? How embarrassing. Son, little guy, I'm going to work. I won't chat with you anymore. Okowo. Han Feng responded, then picked up the frying pan and started drinking the rice porridge. But before he could take a few sips, he suddenly felt something tugging at his trouser leg. Han Feng lowered his head and saw that the blue electric mouse had come to his side at some point, pulling his trouser leg with one claw and looking at him eagerly. Why are you pulling my trouser leg? Han Feng asked. The blue electric mouse chuckled. Brother, I want to drink rice porridge too. Han Feng frowned slightly. It's nothing to give you a drink, but the key is just a frying pan. Can't we drink it together? What's wrong with drinking together? I won't dislike you. The blue electric mouse disagreed. Han Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you don't dislike it, but I do. Sharing the same eating utensils with a rat is a disgusting thought. You definitely can't agree to that. The blue electric mouse said aggrievedly. You can't deny me breakfast, can you? Han Feng thought for a moment, opened the space bag, took out an oyster shell from it, then picked up the pan and poured some rice porridge into it. Little mouse, you will use the oyster shell as a rice bowl from now on. Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse said excitedly. It doesn't matter what it uses. What's important is having food to eat. Just as the blue electric mouse was about to start eating, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and shouted, don't eat yet. What's wrong? The blue electric mouse raised its head and looked at Han Feng blankly. Han Feng whispered, did you poop just now? Did you wipe your butt? No. The blue electric mouse shook his head. Han Feng felt his stomach churning and gritted his teeth and said, you didn't wipe your ass, and you ate with me? Don't you feel disgusted? The blue electric mouse curled his lips and said, although I didn't wipe my butt, it's clean and there's no smell of shit at all. What's going on? Han Feng was a little confused. The blue electric mouse said bluntly, just now those four corns rushed to lick my butt. It felt so good. Han Feng, I can't eat this breakfast today. If you eat any more, you will have to vomit. So, he poured the remaining rice porridge into the oyster shells. Brother, you are so good to me. The blue electric mouse had tears in his eyes. In its opinion, Feng must be worried that it would not have enough to eat, so he gave it all the rice porridge. It was really touching. Eat quickly, and then we'll go to the beach. Feng reminded. The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up, and he began to eat voraciously. You can catch clams at the beach. This is what it thinks about most every day. In less than a minute, the blue electric mouse finished the rice porridge and said vaguely, Brother, I'm done. Let's go to the beach. Feng grabbed the blue electric mouse, put it in his pocket, and walked straight out. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the gate, a figure came running from a distance. Feng took a closer look, and when he saw clearly that the person coming was Lu Shuang, his brows couldn't help but frown. He and Lu Shuang did not get along well, and they would engage in verbal battles whenever they met. What is Lu Shuang doing here? Are you here to challenge him? Feng. Lu Shuang came closer and greeted him. Feng looked at Lu Shuang intently and asked coldly, What are you doing here? Please do me a favor. Lu Shuang's eyes showed pleading. No time. Feng flatly refused. If it was Yuling Shan, I might consider helping her. As for Lu Shuang, he is too lazy to care. Feng, just help me. I can give you a treasure chest as a reward. Lu Shuang said urgently. Feng's eyes flickered slightly. You have a treasure chest? If there's a treasure chest, I might consider it. I don't have a treasure chest. I'll owe it to you first, and I'll pay it back when I have one. If that doesn't work, I can cut thatch instead. Lu Shuang said quickly. Feng hesitated for a moment and said, What are you asking me to do? Aye. Lu Shuang looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Feng was at a loss for words. He was stunned for a moment and said impatiently, My time is precious. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Don't go. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth and said with shame on her face, My stomach feels uncomfortable and I can't poop. It's so uncomfortable. Feng was slightly startled and said jokingly, If you can't poop, it's probably because the earth has no gravity. Why are you looking for the earth instead of me? Lu Shuang. Is Feng speaking human language? Isn't this just a joke on her? It's so abominable. However, because she had to ask Feng for help, Lu Shuang could only swallow her anger and said, Feng, please, just help me with the treatment. Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, I can help you with the treatment, but I have 2 requests. You say. Lu Shuang said anxiously. Feng said, First, cut 50 kilograms of straw for me. Second, you have to use the toilet in my shelter. I agree. Lu Shuang didn't hesitate at all. There's plenty of thatch on the island, and 50 kilograms can be cut in half a day. As for going to the toilet in Feng's shelter, it was nothing. After all, it has been solved here once. It wouldn't hurt to do it again. Then let's get started. Feng nodded and reminded, Put your 2 hands on the wooden fence. Lu Shuang was stunned, and a trace of shame appeared on her face. Why does Feng always ask her to pose like this? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Feng urged. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth, stretched out her hands, and pressed them on the wooden fence. Brother, she touched me. Tell her to take her hands away quickly. I have mysophobia. Just then, the wooden fence shouted. Feng glared at the wooden fence fiercely and said inwardly, Shut your mouth. If you dare to ruin my good deeds, I will cut you into pieces. The wooden fence was startled and dared not speak. Feng's eyes wandered over Lu Shuang. I have to say, Lu Shuang's figure is really nice, especially a pair of long legs. It would be a pity not to ride a tricycle. After taking a look, Feng reminded, When I treat you later, I will need to come into contact with your body. You must be mentally prepared. Don't move around, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Chapter 77. Brothers make a living with their brains. Lu Shuang couldn't help but ask, Feng, why do you insist on me posing like this? Feng said seriously, Don't question the treatment plan of a professional doctor. Forehead. Lu Shuang stopped talking immediately. Feng then walked closer to Lu Shuang. The wooden fence was stunned. What's Feng going to do? Are you ready to fire at Lu Shuang? It's broad daylight now. Can't we go inside the thatched hut? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Damn it. This is so exciting. Hold on. Feng reminded him, opened his palm, and pressed it on Lu Shuang's lower abdomen, releasing a healing talent. After a few seconds, the treatment was over. Feng withdrew his hand and asked softly, How do you feel? Much better. Lu Chushuang lowered her head, looking shy. Han Feng curled his lips. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lu Chushuang bit her thin lips lightly and walked straight to the toilet. Looking at Lu Chushuang's back, Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed, and he muttered, I should change a part next time. Brother, why didn't you take her down? The wooden fence said curiously. Judging from Chu Feng's appearance just now, it was obvious that he had already loaded his weapons and was only one step away from taking down Lu Chushuang. Why give up? Han Feng said sternly, I, Han Feng, have always acted uprightly. How could I possibly do something like that would take advantage of someone in distress? I was just too eager to save someone just now, so I went a little too far. Mu Xiaolan laughed. Brother, don't make excuses for your shamelessness. You just want to take advantage of me. Do you think I don't know? Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. Mutual silence for 1 hour. Wooden fence. Lu Chushuang entered the toilet and suddenly remembered something. She shouted to Han Feng, don't stand here. Go to the thatched hut. Isn't there a straw curtain outside the toilet? You can't see it. Han Feng was speechless. No, there are gaps in the straw curtains. You must go into the thatched hut. Lu Chushuang was determined. All right. Han Feng strode into the thatched hut and closed the windows and door casually. Lu Chushuang felt relieved and squatted on the pit. Brothers, that's great. There's shit to eat again. Frozen corn got excited. Women's shit smells really good. Once you taste it, you'll never want to stop. Windblade corn followed up. I just heard her say that she hasn't pooped in a few days. She will definitely poop a lot this time. We're in for a treat. Flame corn was excited. Fighting corn reminded, calm down, guys. Don't be impulsive like last time. Let's wait here until she finishes defecating before going over. Brother, we listen to you. The 3 corn plants expressed their opinions one after another. Han Feng was lying on the straw bed with nothing to do, so he opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, I succeeded. I drove away the big black wolf. Suda Mao, I also chased the big black wolf away. Peng Yu, without the big black wolf, we are safe. We don't have to worry anymore. Zhang Sheng, everyone, don't be happy too soon. Su Lin, what's wrong? Zhang Sheng said in a serious tone. Just now, I also saw a native rowing a wooden boat. Su Mao, so what if he saw it? Will the native attack us again? Zhang Sheng, I don't know whether they will take action or not, but I feel it's a bit weird. Jiang Feng, no need to guess, that native will definitely attack us. Everyone, how did you know? Jiang Feng, have you forgotten my talent? My talent is perception. As long as I lock onto a target, I can sense whether there is any danger. Before, I also saw a native and felt a deep evil in him. I can be sure that this guy has no good intentions and may harm us in a few days. Seeing this, Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed. Jiang Feng's statement was exactly the same as his guess. In this case, we just have to deal with it carefully. Wudahai, we just drove away the big black wolf, and now a native has come. We can't live like this anymore. Peng Yu, heaven is trying to kill us. Is there any humanity left? Lu Tai, I'm just a native, and you're so scared? Is it all I can do? Chen Chong, you are really good at making sarcastic remarks. You're a level 5 player, so of course you don't have to be afraid. But we're not like that. I am only level 1. How can I not be afraid? Lu Tai, sorry, I forgot you are all little Karami. Chen Chong, you and Mikami. I would like to ask, are all the indigenous people male? Lu Shuyang, about the same. So far, all the indigenous people discovered are male. You and Mikami, that makes me feel relieved. Lu Shuyang, what do you mean? You and Mikami. As long as he's a man, I can control him. Peng, you couldn't help but ask. You're not planning to sell your body, are you? Mamanoji Kana. This is not called selling your body. This is called dedicating yourself to art. Everyone, Jiang Feng, this is a life and death struggle. Either the natives die or we die. Don't be scared, fight him. Zhang Sheng, where do you get the courage from? Jiang Feng, my strength gives me courage. Lu Shuyang, what are your strengths? Jiang Feng chuckled and said, you may not believe it, but I have been promoted to level 3. Everyone, what? Suda Mao, you were so lucky that you found an experience book in the treasure chest. Jiang Feng, I level up by hunting creatures. Lu Tai, you don't have any offensive talent. So how can you hunt these creatures? Jiang Feng, I'm not like you who only rely on brute force. I rely on my brain. Even if I am weak, I can still hunt creatures. Su Lin, can you tell us more about it? Jiang Feng coughed lightly. The method is actually very simple. There are basically ant nests on every island, and each nest has at least hundreds or thousands of ants. As long as we kill these ants, can't we upgrade? Lu Tai, the ants here are not ordinary ants. They are very big and have strong attack power. Even if I encounter a nest of ants, I can only retreat. How can you kill so many ants? Jiang Feng, or else use your brain. Lu Tai, why do I feel like you are insulting me? Jiang Feng, don't get me wrong, I like to tell the truth. Lu Tai, Wudahai, Jiang Feng, what method did you use? Tell us quickly. Chapter 78, The Second Blue Treasure Chest. Jiang Feng begged me. Wudahai, you, Brother Jiang, please tell me. Jiang Feng, the method is very simple. Just pour water into the ant hole, and the ants will be drowned. Everyone, huh? This method is indeed simple and effective. Why didn't they think of it? Isn't this guy quite smart? Han Feng muttered. Before, he had killed hundreds of big ants. However, it was hunted using pesticides. If there is no insecticide, it may be impossible to do anything about the ants. From this we can see that Jiang Feng does have some brains. Sudamao, brothers, I'm going to kill ants. I'm going to kill all of them today. I want to surpass Jiang Feng and Lu Shuliang and want to be on par with Lu Tai. Lu Tai, comparing with me? Are you worthy? Sudamao, don't look down on others. Wudahai, brothers, don't just stand there. You can gain experience points by killing ants. Hurry up and take action. Lu Pang Pang. Okay, I'll go right away. Soon, the chat group became deserted. Han Feng immediately closed it and opened the trading hall instead. 10 minutes later, Lu Chushuang left the shelter and the four corns excitedly rushed into the toilet. Han Feng glanced at them and said, Xiaojia, the four of you stay at home. I'm going to be out for a while. Don't worry, bro. I promise to complete the task. Battle Corn said vaguely. Han Feng said no more and left the shelter with a blue electric mouse. A few minutes later, we arrived at the beach. What comes into view is a vast ocean with rippling blue waves, which is breathtakingly beautiful. Han Feng took a quick look and did not find any trace of the natives, so he shifted his gaze to the beach. I saw the Zhuang and Xiao Rou chatting with the giant octopus. And under the giant octopus, there are two treasure chests, and they're all bronze treasure chests. When he saw the treasure chest, Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he walked forward quickly. Han Feng, De Zhuang, and Xiao Rou greeted them warmly. Han Feng nodded slightly, then looked at the big octopus, curled his lips. Little octopus, you found another treasure chest? I'm lucky today. I picked up 2 treasure chests. The giant octopus chuckled. Han Feng asked calmly, Are you here to make a deal with me? What do you want? The giant octopus said directly, I also want tomatoes and cucumbers. I ate a cucumber and a tomato yesterday. The taste was so delicious that I couldn't forget it. As soon as I picked up a treasure chest today, I couldn't wait to come to the beach, waiting to make a deal with Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. How much do you want? The giant octopus grinned and said, I don't know the value of these 2 treasure chests. Just give them what you think is the value. Han Feng thought for a while, opened the space cloth bag, and took out 5 cucumbers and 5 tomatoes. If it were 2 black iron treasure chests, he wouldn't give so many things. But the bronze treasure chest is a different story. Its value is far greater than that of the black iron treasure chest. So much. The giant octopus was pleasantly surprised. Han Feng smiled slightly. Continue to trade with me when you find a treasure chest in the future. Must. The big octopus nodded and said, Han Feng, I'll go back first. Okowo. Han Feng chuckled. The giant octopus grabbed the cucumbers and tomatoes and swam quickly towards the distant reef. Han Feng put the 2 bronze treasure chests into the space ring and turned to Zhuang and Xiao Rou. Would you 2 like to eat tomatoes and cucumbers? The Zhuang said a little embarrassedly, Han Feng, do you have any walnuts left? I want to eat walnuts. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Are walnuts really that delicious? The Zhuang, isn't this stuff good for the brain? After I took one, I felt my brain was much clearer, so I thought about taking a few more. Han Feng, it was just a casual remark at the time. I didn't expect the Zhuang to take it seriously. Maybe this guy really isn't very smart. After a moment of daze, Han Feng took out all the remaining walnuts and gave them to the Zhuang. Han Feng, thank you so much. The Zhuang was very excited and said carelessly, After eating these walnuts, maybe I will be as smart as you. Ahem. Han Feng coughed violently. Han Feng, why are you coughing? Do you have a cold? The Zhuang asked with concern. Fine. Han Feng waved his hand and then walked around. The blue electric mouse waved its claws to dig holes, and from time to time it would dig out a clam and then enjoy it happily. Time passed quickly, and it was noon before I knew it. Han Feng said hello to Da Zhuang and Xiaoro and left with a blue electric mouse. Just as they were about to reach the shelter, they saw Lu Shuang standing outside the wooden fence gate from afar, with 7 or 8 bundles of straw piled beside her. In addition, she was holding a blue treasure chest in her hands. Chapter 79: Leniency for Confession, Severity for Resistance. When he saw the blue treasure chest, Han Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with a burning look. Last time I opened a blue treasure chest and got a blue electric mouse. Based on this point, it is not difficult to judge that the blue treasure chest should contain exotic beasts. This treasure chest is extremely valuable. So, why did Lu Shuang appear here with the blue treasure chest? Han Feng didn't think much and walked straight up. You will know the specific reason when you ask later. Han Feng. Lu Shuang greeted him and pointed at the straw on the ground. Here are 30 kilograms of straw. I'll return the rest to you this afternoon. Okowo. Han Feng nodded, his eyes drifting to the blue treasure chest, and asked calmly, "What do you mean by bringing a blue treasure chest here?" Lu Shuang said calmly, "Don't I owe you 2 black iron treasure chests?" Han Feng's expression changed. "You want to use this blue treasure chest instead?" Lu Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly. "As far as I know, blue treasure chests usually contain exotic beasts, and their value is far higher than that of black iron treasure chests. If I get it to you like this, it would be a bit of a loss." Han Feng rubbed his nose. "So what do you mean?" Lu Shuang said bluntly, "I can give you this treasure chest, but you have to give us an extra roll of toilet paper." Han Feng did not agree immediately, but pinched his chin and pondered. Although blue treasure chests can reveal exotic beasts, but it is not certain what kind of exotic beast will be opened. If it turns out to be a worthless monster, I will definitely suffer a huge loss. However, it is also possible that a powerful exotic beast will appear. It's like a gamble. Gambling naturally involves risk. So do you agree to it or not? Han Feng, do you agree or not? Seeing that Han Feng was slow to speak, Lu Shuang couldn't help but ask. "Wait me a moment," Han Feng whispered, then stared at the blue treasure chest, secretly connecting with it. "Little treasure chest, what's in yours?" "Blue treasure chest, guess." Han Feng snorted coldly. "Guess your sister? Tell me quickly, or I'll increase the intensity for you." "Blue treasure chest. Come on, I'm itching for some skin." "Grass." Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Lu Shuang. "It's inexplicable. Why did Han Feng swear? Who provoked him?" "Han Feng, who are you scolding?" Lu Shuang asked curiously. "Don't think too much. I wasn't scolding you. I was scolding the blue treasure chest," Han Feng said unhappily. Lu Shuang was confused. "Why are you getting angry at a treasure chest for no reason? Is there something wrong with your brain?" "I agree." Han Feng suddenly spoke. "For now, I can't find out what's inside the blue treasure chest. I can only take a gamble. After all, it's a blue treasure chest, so it's worth it. Give." Lu Shuang directly stuffed the blue treasure box into Han Feng's hands, and then reminded him, "Give me toilet paper." "I can give you the toilet paper, but I have a small request." A cunning smile flashed across Han Feng's lips. Lu Shuang frowned. "What request?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow. "You have to go to the bathroom in my shelter." The purpose of making this request is simple: to help the 4 corn plants upgrade. Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Okay. After all, I've gone to the toilet a few times in Feng's shelter, and I've gotten used to it. That's settled." Han Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and reminded, "In the future, when you go to the toilet, try to come in the morning, because I am usually not in the shelter at other times." "Okowo." Lu Shuang nodded and said, "Then I'll go back first." After seeing Lu Shuang off, Han Feng put the blue treasure chest in the space bag, then picked up a straw on the ground and came to the thatched house. "Little thatched house, dinner is ready." The thatched house opened its mouth in excitement. Han Feng stuffed all the bundles of straw into it. After the thatched hut finished eating, he quietly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target: thatched hut. Level: Level 2. Degree of evolution: 5. Attack power: 0. Defense: 15+15. Mental strength: 20. Talents: manufacturing, changing form. After reading the introduction, Han Feng fell into silence. After devouring 30 kilograms of thatch, the evolution level of the thatched house increased by 5. If you want to advance to level 3, you still have to devour 600 kilograms of thatch. It's a long way to go. Later, Han Feng entered the thatched hut, opened a space bag, and took out 3 treasure chests. Little treasure chest, I'll give you 6 words. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. If you tell the truth, I'll spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force on you. Han Feng stared at the blue treasure chest and said coldly, use whatever means you have. I'm waiting for you. The blue treasure chest sneered and shouted wildly, don't show off. I'll torture you to death later. Han Feng muttered viciously, then covered his ears and gave an order to the engineer shovel. Little shovel, sing for me. The song sung by the engineer shovel is an inhumane attack on the soul. So far, no one has been able to withstand this kind of attack. I just don't believe that I can't conquer the blue treasure chest. I'll use my little fist to hit your chest. The passionate singing of the engineer shovel is like a sharp blade that pierces deep into the soul. Vomit! With just one sentence, a retching sound was heard in the thatched hut. Bronze treasure chest number 1. Brother, please stop torturing me. I am innocent. Bronze treasure chest number 2. The blue treasure chest offended you. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to torture someone, just torture it. Blue treasure chest. Human, I know I was wrong. I will never show off in front of you again. Please forgive me. You little brat, you want to fight me? You're still too young. Han Feng smiled contemptuously, then turned to the engineer shovel and winked. Small shovel, stop. The engineer shovel said with an unsatisfied look, brother, I just found a feeling and I haven't sung enough yet. Wait for the next opportunity. Han Feng smacked his lips, then turned to look at the blue treasure chest. His eyes widened. Are you convinced? The blue treasure chest almost cried, I give up. The singing of the sapper shovel is just disgusting. Just one sentence made its soul tremble. You can't refuse to accept it. You're such a bitch. Han Feng snorted and said coldly, tell me, what's in your pocket? The blue treasure chest said truthfully, it contains a seed. What the hell? Han Feng was stunned. Shouldn't the blue treasure chest contain exotic beasts? How did it become a seed? If this was a tomato or a cucumber seed, wouldn't that be a loss for Grandma's family? The blue treasure chest said weakly, it is really a seed. I didn't lie to you. Han Feng's face was dark. What kind of seeds are they? Blue chest. I don't know either. Han Feng didn't ask any more questions and opened the lid of the treasure chest. In a burst of light, a fist-sized green seed appeared in sight. In terms of appearance, it looks a bit like pea seeds. However, it is more than 10 times larger than ordinary pea seeds. So what kind of seed is this? Chapter 80 Pea Shooter. As soon as Han Feng's eyes fell on the seed, a related introduction appeared in his mind. Pea shooter seed. Buried in the soil, it grows into a giant pea with good attack power and can be upgraded. Han Feng was a little dazed. Pea shooter? Isn't this from Plants vs. Zombies? Why did you get here? Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he stared at the pea shooter seed. Hello, little seed. Pea shooter seed. Hello. Is your attitude pretty good? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, are you willing to follow me? Pea shooter seed. I will follow whoever opens me. Very good. Han Feng smiled and nodded. Then his eyes turned and fell on the 2 bronze treasure chests. What are you putting in them? Bronze treasure chest number 1. I contain a flame stone. Bronze treasure chest number 2. I contain a roast chicken. What is a flame stone? Han Feng was slightly stunned, then opened the 2 treasure chests. Along with 2 rays of light, a roast chicken and a thumb-sized blood-red gem appeared in sight. Han Feng first put the roast chicken into the space cloth bag, then turned his eyes and fell on the red gem. Suddenly, relevant information appeared in my mind. Flame stone, a low-grade fire spirit stone, a gemstone that is exclusive to fire spirits. After swallowing it, the fire spirit can be upgraded and has a very small chance of mutation. After reading the introduction, Han Feng frowned slightly. This thing is actually quite valuable. The key is that without the fire spirit, it is useless and is equivalent to a waste. Little brother, can you give me the fire stone? Just then, the oil lamp suddenly spoke. What do you want the fire stone for? Han Feng asked puzzledly. Oil lamp? You can level up by eating the flame stone. Han Feng's expression changed. This thing can only be upgraded if eaten by a fire elf. Are you also a fire elf? Oil lamp. After gaining intelligence, I am considered a fire spirit. But compared to other fire spirits, I am much weaker. Give. Han Feng placed the flame stone directly in front of the oil lamp. There's no use keeping the flame stone in my hand anyway, so I might as well let the small oil lamp swallow it. Maybe it will produce unexpected changes. Thank you, little brother. Oil Lamp was overjoyed. He opened his mouth, swallowed the flame stone, and began to chew it slowly. After finishing eating, Feng activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target: Oil Lamp. Level 2. Degree of evolution: 0. Attack power: 0. Defense: 5. Mental strength: 20. Talents: Blessing Dispel. After reading the introduction, Feng was quite surprised. After the oil lamp was upgraded, 2 talents were awakened, which was somewhat unexpected. So what abilities do these 2 talents possess? Feng asked. Little oil lamp, please introduce your talent characteristics. Oil lamp. The function of the blessing talent is to increase the luck rate. Anyone who is illuminated by my light will have their luck rate increased by 10. The dispel talent can dispel the invasion of evil thoughts and can also expel the surrounding fog. Good. Feng nodded slightly. These 2 talents of oil lamp are auxiliary talents, which may be of great use at critical moments. Later, Feng calmed down and went to the vegetable garden with the pea shooter seeds. Then he grabbed the engineer's shovel, dug a hole, sprinkled water, and buried the pea shooter seeds in the hole. After doing all this, Feng asked, Little pea, how many days will it take you to mature? Pea shooter seed: 3 days. I'll wait for you for 3 days. Feng nodded and went to the toilet. Brothers, it's time to eat shit again. The 4 corn plants became excited. Feng had just finished taking a shit and walked out of the toilet with his pants held up when 4 corns rushed in impatiently. Behind them, there was a fierce quarrel. Feng shook his head speechlessly, stepped into the thatched hut, lay on a straw bed, opened the regional channel chat group, and started watching. Sudamao. Guys, I've been promoted to level 3. This is incredible. I'm so awesome. Wu Dahai. Isn't it just a promotion to level 3? Most people in our area have been promoted to level 3. What's there to be proud of? Su Lin. Speaking of which, I really want to thank Feng. If he hadn't told me how to kill ants, I wouldn't have been able to be promoted to level 3 so easily. Feng. Just verbal thanks? Can't you say something more substantial? Su Lin. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Feng. Li Pang. I'm still level 1. I'm so pitiful. Li Chingguang. Are there no ant nests on your island? Li Pang. There are not only ant nests, but also mosquito nests and fly nests. There are quite a lot of living creatures. Yang Shuyang. Then why don't you kill ants to level up? Li Pang. The key is that there is no water. Peng Yu. It just rained heavily. Didn't you collect the rainwater? Li Pang. I also want to collect, but I don't have anything. Lu Tai. If you can't help but push the mud up, then just wait for death. Li Pang. I'm still young and I don't want to die. Can anyone lend me some water? Zhang Sheng. Just give up on this idea. At this stage, most of them are poor. Who will give their supplies to you? Li Pang. If that's the case, then I'm really hopeless. Chen Chong. People die every day anyway, so one more like you won't make a difference. Fatty Li. Yuling Shan. Li Pang. You can't just sit there and wait for death. Go and fight the big ants bravely. As long as you kill the ants, you can level up and have a chance to survive. Fat Li. Thank you for comforting me, but I really can't beat the big ant. Yang Shuyang. If it doesn't work, use your talent to kill ants. Don't tell me your talent is useless. Li Pang. My talents are really useless. Yang Shuyang, what is your talent? Li Pang. Get fat. Everyone. This talent is truly useless. Yang Shuyang sighed deeply. Stop struggling. You could die now. Fatty Li. Yang Mi. I opened a treasure chest today and found a big sofa. If any of you want it, you can exchange it with me. Feng's expression changed. Is it still the 2-meter-long wooden sofa? Yang Mi, yes. Feng, I want it. Lu Chushuang. Feng, didn't you just exchange a sofa yesterday? Can a thatch house hold so many? Feng, children should not interrupt when adults are talking. The reason for exchanging the sofa was not for myself, but to help upgrade the wooden fence. As long as this thing is made of wood, I'll take as many as I want. Lu Chushuang was so angry. I was just asking casually, do you have to target me? Feng, you should try to avoid me when I communicate with others in the future, otherwise I will argue with you every time we meet. Lu Chushuang, damn it. Doraba Dilmarat. Feng, you've gone a bit too far. Feng, are you teaching me how to do things? Who do you think you are? Chapter 81, 3 of you. Are you here to take a shit? Dilariba's mouth trembled with anger. Don't let me touch you. Feng, so what if we meet him? Dilariba, I'll give you the intensity. Feng, it's not certain who will increase the intensity. Doraba Dilmarat, Just wait for me. Han Feng, come and bite me. Dilraba Dilmarat, damn it. Seeing Han Feng and Di Lieba arguing, Yang Mi quickly interrupted. Han Feng, let's go and make a deal. Han Feng, okay. Yang Mi, I haven't finished eating yesterday's crabs yet. I don't want food anymore. I want drinkable, purified water. Han Feng, how many bottles do you want? Yang Mi, 8 bottles. Han Feng, no problem. The small pond can produce 10 bottles of pure water every day. He can exchange 8 bottles for a large sofa, which is completely acceptable to him. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Then, Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut, came to the wooden fence, and chuckled, "Little fence, open your mouth." "Brother, did you get the wood again?" Palisade asked excitedly. Han Feng nodded slightly. The wooden fence opened its mouth without any hesitation. Han Feng opened the warehouse in the trading hall, took out the sofa, and stuffed it into the mouth of the wooden fence. After Mu Xiaolan finished eating, he quietly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, wooden fence. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 70. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 10. Talent, rebound, level 1. Seeing that the evolution degree of the wooden fence had reached 70, Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, then returned to the thatched hut and lay on the straw bed for a nap. I didn't know how long I slept, but I vaguely heard someone calling him. Han Feng opened his eyes and asked the thatched cottage, "Little cottage, is there anyone outside?" Thatched house. The 3 women on the island are just outside the shelter. What are they doing here? Han Feng frowned, stood up, and walked out. Sure enough, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were standing outside the wooden fence. Han Feng walked forward and greeted them. "3 of you, are you here to take a shit?" Zhao Yunxi, Lu Chu Shuang, Yiling Shan. Shit with your mouth open and closed? What is Han Feng thinking about? Can't you do anything else besides taking a shit? Zhao Yunxi coughed lightly. "We are here to discuss important matters with you." Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "What's the big deal?" Zhao Yunxi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. "Can we go to your thatched cottage to discuss this? It's not very convenient for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room." Han Feng politely declined. "I traded so much furniture with Yang Mi before, and all of it was given to Mu Xiaolan. If not a single piece of furniture could be seen, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 would definitely become suspicious." "You think so?" Lu Chushuang was stunned. How could Han Feng have the nerve to say such a thing? Han Feng said calmly, "Brother has always been so clean." "Cut." Lu Chushuang pouted. "Then let's talk about it here." Zhao Yunxi looked at Han Feng solemnly and asked, "Tian Dao just released an announcement. Have you read it?" "No." Han Feng shook his head and asked curiously, "What is the content of the announcement?" "I was sleeping just now. How could I have time to watch it?" Zhao Yunxi said slowly, "The content of the announcement is that in 3 days, the natives will launch an attack on the island where all the survivors are located." Han Feng looked disapproving. "Come on, are you afraid of a native?" Lu Chushuang snorted. "Of course we are not afraid. If you're not afraid, what are you discussing with me?" Han Feng rubbed his nose. Zhao Yunxi explained, "The thing is, the number of natives can be freely chosen, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 100. The specific number of people to be chosen needs to be voted on by all the survivors on the island." "Is there such a thing?" Han Feng was slightly stunned. "What Sister Zhao said is true," Yiling Shan affirmed. Zhao Yunxi stared at Han Feng. "How many natives do you plan to choose?" Han Feng did not rush to answer, but asked, "What level are those natives?" "Level 3, Zhao Yunxi said quickly. Han Feng pondered for a moment and spoke again. "What are the benefits of hunting more natives? If there is no benefit, definitely choose one. However, since heaven has given the choice, there must be a reason." Zhao Yunxi said, "Every time you kill a native, you'll get 5 gold coins." Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. "What can gold coins do?" Zhao Yunxi said bluntly, "Gold coins can be used to exchange for experience points. 1 gold coin for 1 experience point." Upon hearing this, Han Feng became excited. Since you can exchange gold coins for experience points by hunting natives, you must choose the natives with the largest number. "Han Feng, have you thought it through?" Yiling Shan asked tentatively. Han Feng smiled slightly. "Tell me your ideas first. How many natives do you plan to choose?" "Before coming here, we had discussed it and planned to select 30 indigenous people," Zhao Yunxi said calmly. 30. Han Feng pinched his chin and muttered, then chuckled. Don't you think it's too little? Is 30 not enough? Yuling Shan smacked her lips. The three of them are only level 3, and Han Feng is at most level 4. Four people together, dealing with 30 level 3 natives, is already the limit. If there are a few more, there might be casualties. Zhao Yunxi glanced at Han Feng and said earnestly, Han Feng, after all, we have never fought against the natives before, so we don't know how strong they are. It's our first time fighting, so we should be cautious. Han Feng said disapprovingly, the brave will die of overeating while the timid will die of starvation. There are not many opportunities like this to gain experience points. Now that we have come across them, there is no reason to give up. We must choose more. So how many do you want to choose? Zhao Yunxi asked tentatively. 100. Han Feng didn't think twice. This means that the maximum number of choices he can make is 100, otherwise he would have chosen more. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned on the spot. Han Feng actually wants to choose 100? How dare he? Are you crazy? Lu Chushuang snorted. Han Feng, now is not the time to brag. Can you be more serious? In her opinion, Han Feng definitely didn't have the courage to choose 100. He was just pretending to be cool. Han Feng said disdainfully, a weakling like you would not dare to choose so many. But for me, let alone 100 natives, even 200 would be easy to crush. Zhao Yunxi and the other two looked stunned. Why is Han Feng's talk becoming more and more mysterious? Where does the confidence come from? After a moment of confusion, Yu Lingshan persuaded him. Han Feng, you don't know that if you choose 100, there will be not only level 3 natives, but also a level 5 native. Can you handle it? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a hint of contempt, still in control. Forehead. Yu Lingshan was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 82, Fruit of Power. You'll die if you don't blow it. Lu Chushuang snorted with disdain. Han Feng ignored him and turned to Zhao Yunxi. Nothing will happen with me here. Trust me and choose 100 natives. Zhao Yunxi hesitated for a moment and said, Han Feng, this is a matter of life and death. I really cannot agree to this. I don't agree with that either. Lu Chushuang followed up. Yu Lingshan glanced at Han Feng and advised, Han Feng, for safety reasons, let's choose fewer. Grass. Han Feng cursed and said angrily, with the courage you three have, you will never be able to eat a meal in your life. Despite such a good opportunity in front of them, Zhao Yunxi and the other two were timid. It's his bad luck. How did I get teleported to an island with these 3 cowards? Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. They also made the safest choice based on their own strengths. Why did Han Feng understand? Do you have to take the risk? Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered, and she said meaningfully, Han Feng, if you insist on choosing 100, we won't stop you. But if you do that, the 3 of us won't be able to team up with you. Can we still separate? Han Feng was slightly stunned. Zhao Yunxi nodded and said calmly, the Tiandao announcement clearly explains that when a team has disagreements, they can make their own choices. But if this happens, we can't cooperate, and you can only face the natives alone. Is there such a thing? Han Feng was overjoyed. Originally, he was unwilling to team up with Zhao Yunxi and the other two. It would be best if you could really choose freely. Real, Zhao Yunxi affirmed. Han Feng grinned. In that case, let's each choose our own. Are you sure? Zhao Yunxi frowned. Sure. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. If he wants to die, let him do it. Lu Chushuang snorted. Coming here to form a team with Han Feng is also for Han Feng's safety. Who would have thought that Han Feng not only did not appreciate it, but also started to mock and ridicule him? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, just ignore him. Let him fend for himself. Since you have made up your mind, let's go back first. Zhao Yunxi sighed softly. 3 of you, take care. Han Feng smiled and waved. Zhao Yunxi and the other two said nothing more and turned and left. Back at the shelter, the 3 of them gathered to discuss. Yu Lingshan said, if Han Feng doesn't want to team up with us, do we need to change the original plan? Zhao Yunxi nodded, her eyes showing a thoughtful look. Without Han Feng, a strong man, we can no longer choose 30 natives. We can only choose 20 at most. I agree. After Yu Lingshan finished speaking, she turned to look at Lu Chushuang. Lu Chushuang, what do you mean? That's fine with me. Lu Chushuang responded expressionlessly. Yu Lingshan asked curiously, will Han Feng really choose 100 natives? Lu Chushuang's lips curled up in disdain. Han Feng is not a fool. He just likes to brag. How can he have the courage to choose 100? That puts me at ease. Yu Lingshan patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Lu Shuang's eyes suddenly became strange. Why do you care so much about Han Feng? Are you attracted to him? Are you interested in him? Don't talk nonsense. Yu Lingshan showed a hint of shyness on her face and said weakly, Once Han Feng is finished, who will we ask for toilet paper from now on? Zhao Yunxi, Lu Shuang. On the other side, after watching Zhao Yunxi and the other two leave, Han Feng immediately opened the World Channel. I saw that there was indeed an additional announcement from the Heavenly Tao. When I clicked on it, it was almost the same as what Zhao Yunxi said. Additionally, there are two yellow buttons below the world announcement. There are Team Mode and Single Player Mode. Han Feng decisively pressed the Single Player Mode button and selected 100 natives. After doing all this, the World Channel was closed. The natives will launch an attack at 8 a.m. 3 days later. These 3 days are relatively safe, and you don't need to worry too much. Just do what you need to do. Later, Han Feng went to the east side of the island. Just when I walked under a big tree, I suddenly heard the sound of communication coming from the treetops. Xiaoli, I really like you, just obey me. Xiao Chong, I'm sorry, I like Xiao Zhan from the island next door. What's so good about that guy? Isn't he just a little more handsome than me? And a better fighter than me? Besides that, what else is there? Isn't that enough? That guy is very philandering, and he's always surrounded by female birds. How can he be as loyal as me? But Xiao Zhan is really powerful. He is not even afraid of the eagle. If you follow him, you don't have to worry all day long. Didn't I tell you? That guy's a playboy. He has toyed with so many female birds. I'm sure he just wants your body. When he's done playing with you, he'll abandon you. You are also greedy for my body. I'm different from it. I love you wholeheartedly and want to stay with you forever. Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head speechlessly. There are bootlickers in the human world. I never thought that in the bird world, there are also licking birds. I know you are sincere to me, but you are too weak. There is no future for me to follow you. I am indeed a little weak now, but in a few days, I will become extremely powerful. Even Xiao Zhan cannot compare to me. Where do you get your confidence from? Let me be honest with you. I found a power fruit tree on an uninhabited island. There are 5 fruits on it. They will be ripe tomorrow. What can these fruits be used for? Every time you devour a fruit, you can permanently increase your strength attribute by 10 points. Devour 5 of them and increase your strength by 50 points. There will be no problem protecting you. The fruit of power? Han Feng muttered something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly looked up at the treetops. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, you can vaguely see 2 huge parrots standing on a thick branch. Their feathers are yellow and green, and they are very gorgeous under the sunlight. There are only these 2 parrots in the tree canopy, so they must be the ones having the conversation. Han Feng's mouth curled up slightly, staring at the 2 parrots, and calmly released his space-binding talent. Whoosh! The entire tree canopy suddenly shook violently. The 2 parrots sensed the danger and quickly spread their wings, preparing to escape. However, before he could act, he was restrained by an invisible force. You two, come on down. Han Feng chuckled. The next moment, the 2 parrots were pulled off the tree canopy without any resistance and floated in front of Han Feng. Human, why did you capture us? The male parrot named Xiaoqiang had fear in his eyes and struggled desperately. But under the constraints of space, all struggles are in vain. Chapter 83 Weakness is the original sin. Han Feng glanced at the 2 parrots, suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed their necks, and lifted them into the air. Wow! Both parrots were almost scared to death. Human, what do you want to do? The male parrot was completely panicked. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Don't be afraid. I'm very kind and won't hurt you. Male parrot. Female parrot. Grab their necks and tell them you're kind? The female parrot said weakly. Human, I can't breathe anymore. Can you let go of my hand? Not yet. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze to the male parrot. Just now I heard you say that you know the whereabouts of the fruit of power? The male parrot was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Han Feng must have heard their conversation and coveted the fruit of power, so he captured them. The male parrot immediately said, I was just bragging. How would I know what the fruit of power is? The fruit of power is too important to it. It's related to whether we can rise. We must not let Han Feng succeed. Then there's nothing to say. Han Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. The female parrot felt a murderous intent permeating her body and trembled with fear. The male parrot's eyes were filled with fear, and he trembled and asked, Human, what do you mean? Since you don't know the whereabouts of the fruit of power, You are of no use. I will stew you later. A ferocious look flashed across Han Feng's face, like a ruthless executioner, giving people a creepy feeling. Don't eat me. I'm just bones and not tasty. The female parrot shouted in panic. It's okay. I just like chewing bones. They're crunchy and delicious. Han Feng chuckled. Female parrot. Is this human being in front of me a devil? The male parrot said angrily. Human, we are just two cute little parrots. How can you bully us like this with a clear conscience? Han Feng sneered. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. Weakness is the original sin. Male parrot. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that what Han Feng said does make sense. The male parrot struggled internally for a moment, then said, Don't you just want the fruit of power? I'll give it to you and let us go. Although I am unwilling, I have no choice. Because they refused to agree to Han Feng's request, today would be the day they died. You are a wise man who knows the times. Your choice is absolutely wise. Han Feng exclaimed in admiration, then loosened his hands that were pinching the male parrot's neck. As for the female parrot, she still held on tightly. The male parrot regained his freedom, flapped his wings, and quickly flew to a big tree, glaring at Han Feng. Human, let Xiaoli go. Do you think I'm stupid? Han Feng said contemptuously. The male parrot is devoted to the female parrot and will definitely not ignore the life or death of the female parrot. As long as you have the female parrot in your hands, you can control the male parrot at will. If we let them all go, what if they don't keep their promise? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? As long as you release Xiaoli, I swear to give you the fruit of strength. The male parrot assured. I don't even trust people, so how can I trust a bird? Han Feng curled his lips and said in a cold voice, If you want to save your beloved woman, bring me the fruit of power. Remember, you can't lose anyone. If you lose one, you will lose a part. Human, if you dare to hurt Xiaoli, I will fight you to the death. The male parrot roared angrily. I can crush you to death with just one finger. What can you do to fight me? Han Feng sneered. Forehead. The male parrot suddenly fell silent. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he said earnestly, The opportunity has been given to you. Whether you can grasp it depends on your performance. I see. The male parrot nodded. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get the fruit of power. Han Feng reminded. The male parrot looked deeply at the female parrot and comforted her. Xiaoli, don't worry. I will definitely come back to save you. Xiao Chong, if you save me, I will marry you. The female parrot whispered. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in the male parrot's eyes, and he was filled with energy as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I saw it flapping its wings and flying rapidly into the distance, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Han Feng glanced at the female parrot, then opened the space cloth bag and took out a machete. Human, what do you want to do? You said you wouldn't kill me. Looking at the shining machete in Han Feng's hand, the female parrot panicked. I thought Han Feng wouldn't kill it, right? Who said I was going to kill you? Han Feng smiled slightly, then grabbed the machete and stabbed it into the big tree next to him. Ah! The tree screamed miserably and roared angrily. Human, I didn't provoke you. Why did you hurt me? Han Feng curled his lips and said, Little machete, tell it the reason. Machete. My eldest brother is always domineering. He can do whatever he wants. He is the undisputed boss on this island. Not to mention stabbing you. Even if he cuts you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Feng glanced at the machete approvingly, then turned his gaze to the tree. Are you dissatisfied? I give in. The tree responded without hesitation. In front of the thug Han Feng, you have to obey him even if you don't want to. Han Feng said no more. He grabbed the machete and cut the bark twice, then pulled it gently and tore off a long strip of bark. The big tree was shaking with pain. But due to Han Feng's tyranny, he dare not speak out. Then, Han Feng used tree bark as rope to tie up the mother parrot's feet and wings. The purpose of doing this is to prevent the female parrot from escaping. The female parrot angrily said, Human, how can I poop when you tie me up like this? Han Feng chuckled. Pull into your trouser pocket. Female parrot. It doesn't have any pockets. When the female parrot wanted to say something, Han Feng picked her up like a chick. Later, Han Feng wandered around, digging wild vegetables and catching grasshoppers. When the sky gradually darkened, we returned to the shelter. Brother, you're back. The wooden fence greeted. Han Feng nodded and asked, Is everything okay at home while I'm away? Everything is fine, Muslin said immediately. That's good. Han Feng felt relieved, and then his gaze turned and fell on a pile of thatch on the ground. This pile of thatch weighs about 30 kilograms and should have been sent by Lu Chushuang. Han Feng picked up the straw and walked to the thatched hut. When he was about to invite everyone to eat, he suddenly discovered a black iron treasure chest on the ground. Chapter 84. The strongest person in District 10086. When he saw the treasure chest, Han Feng was stunned. What's going on? How come there is a treasure chest in a shelter? Where did it come from? After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked, Xiao Caowu, where did this treasure chest come from? The thatched cottage said mysteriously, You may not believe it, but it fell from the sky. Han Feng, a treasure chest falling from the sky, just happened to fall into his protection? Isn't this pie in the sky? Are you so lucky? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. After the oil lamp was promoted to level 2, the blessing talent was awakened. This talent can increase luck by 10. Could it be because of this? Han Feng didn't think much about it. His eyes fell on the treasure chest, and he said softly, Little treasure chest, what do you have in it? Baoxiang, do I know you well? Why should I tell you? Han Feng's face darkened. He grabbed the treasure chest and walked straight to the toilet. Human, what do you want to do? The treasure chest was a little panicked. Han Feng smiled sinisterly. I'm going to throw you into the cesspool and drown you. No, let me go, I'll tell you everything. The treasure chest was almost crying. You're such a bitch. Han Feng threw the treasure box on the ground and asked coldly, What did you put in it? The treasure chest said quickly, It contains a skirt. Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. Amidst a burst of light, a skirt appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a look at it and casually put it into the space cloth bag. Then he turned toward the thatched cottage. Little cottage, dinner is ready. The thatched house opened its mouth in excitement. Han Feng picked up the straw on the ground and stuffed it all into the mouth of the thatched house. After doing all this, he opened the door, entered the thatched hut, and threw the female parrot at the feet of the blue electric mouse. At this time, the blue electric mouse was sleeping on the straw stool. Hearing the noise, he suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the female parrot, his eyes were immediately filled with a layer of burning color, and he said excitedly, Brother, where did you catch this pheasant? Female parrot, are you blind? You are the pheasant. Your whole family is pheasants. The blue electric mouse stared at the female parrot in a daze. You are not a chicken. Then what are you? Female parrot, I am a parrot. It's a parrot. The blue electric mouse muttered, stared at the female parrot, and licked his lips. It doesn't matter if you're a chicken or a parrot, as long as you can eat it. Upon hearing this, the female parrot felt a chill all over her body and began to shiver uncontrollably. Han Feng reminded, This guy can't be eaten. The mother parrot is the key to whether or not one can obtain the fruit of power. Before obtaining the fruit of power, there must not be any flickering. Why can't I eat it? The blue electric mouse grumbled. If I say no, then no, there's no reason. Han Feng said coldly. No. The blue electric mouse sighed and asked, Brother, if I can't eat it, why did you throw it to me? Han Feng chuckled and said, I'll give you a task. Keep an eye on it. If it runs away, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, bro. I'll make sure to complete the task. After the blue electric mouse finished speaking, he reminded, Brother, it's almost dark. Shouldn't we prepare dinner? It's time for dinner indeed. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully and walked out of the thatched hut. Then, he lit a fire and placed 4 potatoes and 4 taro on the side. Then I put on a frying pan and cooked a pot of shepherd's purse and egg soup. Dinner was as simple as ever. After eating and drinking, Han Feng lay on the grass bed. With nothing to do, he opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, have you read the Tiandao announcement? Wuda Hai, just finished watching it. Jiang Feng, how many indigenous people did you choose? Sudo Mao, we selected 4. Yang Shuyang, you guys are too cowardly, aren't you? You only chose 4 out of 4 people? Sudo Mao, do you think everyone has such a strong attacking talent like you? The 4 of us are all auxiliary talents. It's hard to say whether we can beat 4 natives. Zhang Sheng, Yang Shuyang, how many indigenous people did you choose? Yang Shuyang, 5. Sudo Mao TSK, I thought you were so awesome, but you chose one more than us? You're no match for me. Peng Yu, Yang Shuyang, aren't you the god of farts? Why did you only choose 5 natives? Yang Shuyang, I chose the single-player mode. Everyone, huh? Li Qingguang, you're fighting 5 level 3 natives by yourself? Can you handle it? Yang Shuliang was calm and composed. With my mental power reserve, I can fire 4 cyclone cannons in succession, which is enough to kill 4 natives in seconds. As for the remaining one, I will directly fight him one-on-one. With the advantage of level, I can kill him. Fattily awesome. Lu Tai, just 5 natives, what's there to brag about? Yang Shuliang, how many indigenous people did you choose? Lu Tai 10, I want to fight 10 of them by myself. Peng Yu, is it that awesome? Lu Tai, take away the question mark. This is how awesome I am. Su Lin, Lu Tai is the highest level player in our district and is indeed capable of dealing with 10 natives alone. Su Damao, I wish I could be as awesome as Lu Tai someday. Li Tai, a strong person like me is 1 in a million, and I cannot envy him enough. Zhang Linlin, is there any player in our district who is better than Lu Tai? Yua Mikami, Lu Tai can become stronger by basking in the sun. Who can compare to him? Lu Tai, there is always someone better than you. There may not be anyone in our district who can compare to me, but there are still strong people in other districts. I should keep a low profile. Gulanaza, who said you were the strongest in our district? Who recognized you as the strongest? Peng Yu, Naza, you finally showed up. I missed you so much. Guli Naza, let's talk about business. Please be reserved. Peng Yu, Lu Tai said unconvincedly. Guli Naza, tell me, who in our district is stronger than me? Guli Naza, Doraba Dilmarat is better than you. Everyone, what? Is Deliaba better than Lu Tai? Why are they so unconvinced? Su Lin, Doraba Dilmarat, is it true? Doraba Dilmarat, don't listen to Naza's nonsense. I only selected 20 natives. How could they be the strongest in our district? Everyone, Doraba Dilmarat chose 20 natives? If this person is not the strongest person in District 10086, who else could be worthy of him? Lu Tai's mouth trembled. Dilly Reba, did you really choose 20 natives? Doraba Dilmarat, I never lie. Wudahai, what is your level? What talent did you awaken? Doraba Dilmarat, secret. Sulin, since you have selected 20 natives, you are the strongest person in our district? Is there anyone who has selected more than you? Deliaba chuckled. There was a guy who selected 100 natives. Of course he is more powerful than me. Chapter 85. Selling women's underwear. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who is so awesome that he dares to select 100 natives? Even a level 10 player might not have the courage to do this, right? What's more, at this stage, it is impossible for anyone to be promoted to level 10. This is clearly an act of seeking death. Wudahai couldn't help but ask, Dilly Reba, who is this person you're talking about? Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng. Everyone, what? Han Feng wants to challenge 100 natives? Are you crazy? Logically speaking, given Han Feng's intelligence, he would never do such a stupid thing. Is this real? Peng Yu, Dilly Reba, you and Han Feng are not on the same island. How do you know so much? Lu Chu Shuang. I told her. Lu Tai. Did you hear what Han Feng said? Lu Chu Shuang. Yes, Han Feng said it himself. Jiang Feng. Han Feng, is it true? Han Feng, I do have this plan. Yang Shuliang, damn it. You are too crazy. Do you know how scary 100 natives are? Are you not afraid at all? Han Feng, I think I can handle it. Lu Tai, haha. Han Feng, stop pretending. Han Feng was a little confused. How am I showing off? Lu Tai, even I only dare to challenge 10 natives. You don't think you're more powerful than me, right? Han Feng sneered. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Don't take yourself too seriously. Also, I warn you, don't compare yourself with me all the time. Do you deserve it? Everyone. You know, Lu Tai is a level 5 player. How could he be despised by Han Feng? Where does Han Feng get his sense of superiority from? Lu Tai was stunned for a moment, and his mouth trembled with anger. I'm a level 5 player. I can become stronger by basking in the sun. Who are you looking down on? Han Feng. What level of player you are has nothing to do with me. Don't try to show off in front of me. Lu Tai, fuck. Yang Shuliang. I know what's going on. Li Qingwang. What do you want to express? Yang Shuliang. Lu Tai and I share the same opinion. Han Feng is just showing off. Han Fen. Is it not okay to tell the truth nowadays? Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Li Pang Pang. Do you have any evidence? Yang Shuliang. I don't have any evidence, but as long as I make some inference, everything will be clear. Lu Chushuang, what is your reasoning? Yang Shuliang. At this stage, the highest known player is level 6. Let's assume Han Feng is level 6. Can a level 6 player kill 100 natives? It's impossible to imagine. Su Daomao asked in confusion. Why did Han Feng choose 100 natives? Yang Shuyang. Are you sure Han Feng selected 100 natives? Anyway, he is the only one who knows about this. Even if he selected one, he can still claim that he selected 100. Everyone, that seems to be the case. Lu Tai said excitedly. Han Feng, I've seen through you a long time ago. What else do you have to say? Han Feng said helplessly. You have your own mouths. You can say whatever you want. I can't control you. Lu Tai. Huh. Do you admit that you're showing off? Jiang Feng. I still don't quite understand why Han Feng did this. What's the benefit for him? Peng Yu. They just want to satisfy their vanity. I have seen many people like this. Jiang Feng said earnestly. Han Feng, you are already very good. There is no need to do this. Han Feng, believe it or not, this matter ends here. Su Lin, let's study how to deal with the natives, shall we? Do you know how the natives attack? Yang Shuyang, I have seen a native once before. He was very strong and sturdy, like a wild beast. He should be a melee fighter. Lu Chushuang, if it's a melee type, then there's nothing to worry about. She herself has awakened a talent for fighting and possesses extremely strong melee combat abilities. Among people of the same level, almost no one can be her opponent. Yang Shuyang, I'm just guessing. There's no guarantee that the natives may have other ways of attack, so it's better to be careful. Zhang Sheng. Anyway, I only chose a native, so I'm not afraid of him even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Wu Dahai, isn't your talent to transform into a gorilla? Why did you choose a native when you were so strong? Zhang Sheng. After all, I have never fought with the natives, so it is better to be cautious. Wu Dahai, you are too cautious. Han Feng, excuse me everyone. I have a pair of women's underwear here. If anyone needs it, you can exchange it with me. Chen Chong, how come you, a grown man, have women's underwear? Han Feng, what I got from the treasure chest is not okay. Chen Chong, turns out you got it from a treasure chest. I thought you were a pervert. Han Feng, is there anything you need? No one in the group said a word. Han Feng, are you embarrassed? It's okay. Anyone who wants it can send me a private message. Afterwards, the chat group was closed. After waiting for a while, the private message icon started to light up. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and clicked it quickly. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, I want it. Han Feng curled his lips. What do you want? Doraba Dilmarat. You ask even though you know the answer. Han Feng, I have a lot of stuff. If you don't explain it clearly, how would I know? Diliriba gritted her teeth. That pair of underwear. Han Feng, what color do you like? Doraba Dilmarat. You have a lot? Han Feng, there's only one pink one. Diliriba, why are you still asking? Han Feng, should I ask you if you like it? What if you don't like it? Doraba Dilmarat, I like it. Han Feng, what do you have to trade with me? Diliriba, not yet. Han Feng curled his lips. You want to get something for nothing again? Doraba Dilmarat, give me your underwear first. I'll give you gold coins after I kill the natives in a few days. Han Feng, huh? Doraba Dilmarat, believe me, I never lie. Han Feng, call me brother. Di Lieba's expression froze. What do you mean? Han Feng, just call me brother, and I will believe you. Doraba Dilmarat, how old are you? Han Feng, Shugufida. Doraba Dilmarat, you are not even older than me. Do you think it's appropriate? Han Feng, I don't mind. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng doesn't mind, but she does. Han Feng, are you willing or not? If not, I will trade with someone else. Di Lieba hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. Okay. This feeling of being controlled really made her uncomfortable. But there was no way. She needed the underwear so badly. Han Feng reminded, don't just stand there, shout. Diliriba, brother. Han Feng, show some sincerity. Doraba Dilmarat, brother. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll keep the underwear for you. When you have gold coins, come and trade with me. Di Lieba was stunned for a moment and suddenly became furious. Are you kidding me? Han Feng, what did I ever play tricks on you? Doraba Dilmarat, didn't you say that if I call you brother, you would give me your underwear? Han Feng, I said I believe you, but I didn't say it to you. Diliriba, Han Feng, you are so despicable. Han Feng, same with you. Doraba Dilmarat, just wait for me, don't let me run into you. Han Feng smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When will you come over and help me with the intensity? Chapter 86. There's an iron or mountain on that island. Afterwards, Han Feng and Di Lieba had a verbal battle. This battle lasted for 20 minutes. In the end, Di Lieba lost. After closing the game panel, Han Feng went to sleep contentedly. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east, and the sky was dyed a bright red, as if a huge ruby was hanging in the sky. The sunlight shines through the clouds and shines on every corner of the shelter, brought a sense of warmth and hope. "Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee," the engineer shovel shouted. At this time every day, the engineer's shovel would act like an alarm clock, waking Han Feng up on time. Han Feng yawned and slowly sat up. After a short pause, he opened the door and walked out. According to past habits, I greeted the sun first. "Good morning, Mr. Sunday." "Son, I think you should change your name." Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Change what?" "The sun. I am about the same age as the dark cloud. You call it brother and me father-in-law. Am I really that old?" Han Feng's mouth opened. "Do you still care about this?" "The sun. Who doesn't want to be young?" Han Feng said speechlessly. "Okay, I'll call you Brother Yang from now on." The sun chuckled. "That's more like it." Han Feng shook his head and walked straight into the bathroom. The four corn plants suddenly became excited. A few minutes later, Han Feng walked out of the bathroom. The moment he walked out, four corns rushed into the toilet like crazy. Then, a fierce quarrel broke out inside. Listening to the quarrel in the toilet, Han Feng's face darkened and he snorted coldly. "Shut up." The four corn plants suddenly became quiet. Han Feng said no more and turned to enter the thatched hut. "Brother, what shall we have for breakfast?" the blue electric mouse asked excitedly. Han Feng ignored her and looked at the female parrot and asked softly, "Shaoli, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" "Think." The female parrot nodded without hesitation. Han Feng's eyes flickered. "It's fine if you want to eat, but you have to answer a few questions for me." "You ask." The female parrot responded. Han Feng said calmly, "You and Xiaoqiang don't belong to this island, right? Where are you from?" The female parrot said truthfully, "There are countless uninhabited islands in this sea area, and we are from one of them." Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. "How far are those uninhabited islands from here?" The female parrot thought for a moment and said, "The nearest one is dozens of kilometers away, not to mention the farthest one. It's so far." Han Feng muttered. "No wonder I can't see those islands. It turns out they are too far away." After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked again, "Has there always been no one on those islands?" Female parrot. "There were people at the beginning, but later they all died, and gradually the island became uninhabited." Han Feng asked curiously, "Who are they?" Female parrot. "A survivor, just like you." Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. "How long have those survivors been here?" Female parrot. "At least more than a year." "1 year." Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. According to the mother parrot, there should be several groups of survivors who have traveled to this world. But their results are not optimistic, and they are likely to have died. This shows how dangerous this world is. If you want to survive, you must constantly improve your strength. Otherwise, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Human, I have answered all the questions I should answer. Can you give me something to eat? The female parrot looked at Han Feng with eager eyes, looking pitiful. Han Feng smiled slightly. "I haven't finished asking yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Then ask quickly." The mother parrot was impatient. Han Feng coughed lightly. "Are there any good things on those uninhabited islands?" Female parrot. "What do you mean by good things?" Han Feng said bluntly, "Like ores, spiritual materials, etc." Female parrot. "We didn't find any spiritual materials, but we did find quite a bit of iron ore." Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. "How many are there?" Female parrot. "A mountain of iron ore." "Oh my God." Han Feng was shocked on the spot. "How much iron ore does an iron or mountain contain?" "Absolutely countless." "If I could get this." The machetes, sapper shovels, and frying pans just took off. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked calmly, "How far is the island from here?" The female parrot said uncertainly, "About 60 to 70 kilometers." Upon hearing this, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. With his current abilities, it is almost impossible to cross the ocean and go to such a far place. Unless you raise your level to a certain level and get a sturdy ship. It is indeed difficult, but there is still some chance. We have to take it step by step. After asking all the questions, Han Feng began to prepare breakfast. Breakfast doesn't have to be too complicated, just some simple rice porridge will do. After more than 10 minutes, a pot of fragrant rice porridge was cooked. "Little mouse, time to eat." Han Feng footed. The blue electric mouse ran out holding the oyster shell. Since the last time, this oyster shell has become its exclusive tableware. Han Feng held the pan and poured some rice porridge into the oyster shells. Then he ordered, "Go, take out the female parrot. The female parrot is very useful and cannot be starved to death." Okowo. The blue electric mouse swooped into the thatched hut and carried the female parrot to Han Feng's feet. Han Feng glanced at the female parrot and said in a cold voice, "I will untie the rope for you later. Don't even think about running away, or I will break your wings." "Don't worry, I won't run away," the female parrot assured. Han Feng has the talent of spatial restraint, so even if he had 10 courages, he would not dare to run away. Han Feng nodded and then untied the bark that was tied to the female parrot. Then he took out an oyster shell, poured some rice porridge on it, and reminded her, "Eat it." The female parrot seemed to be very hungry and rushed forward to eat it in big mouthfuls. When it comes to eating speed, even the blue electric mouse is inferior. In less than a minute, the female parrot had eaten up all the rice porridge. After eating, the female parrot stared at the frying pan in Han Feng's hand with an unsatisfied look on its face. Chapter 86. The toilet has been cleaned for you. You three can come again tomorrow. Of course, Han Feng understood what the mother parrot meant. This guy must not be full. He is thinking about the rice porridge in the pot. I didn't eat any of it. How could I give it all to the mother parrot? Han Feng put down the frying pan, picked up the bark, tied up the mother parrot again, and threw it into the thatched hut. Female parrot. Just forget about not giving me food? Why is it tied up again? After doing all this, Han Feng picked up the frying pan and started drinking the rice porridge. But before he could take a few bites, Muslin suddenly shouted, "Brother, those 3 girls are here." "What are they doing here?" Han Feng muttered. Han Feng. But at this moment, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 had already arrived near the shelter and stood outside the wooden fence. Han Feng put down the frying pan and walked straight towards the 3 people. The blue electric mouse took a look, quietly poured the rice porridge in the frying pan into the oyster shells, and then crawled into the thatched hut. "Little mouse, why do you still have so much rice porridge?" the female parrot wondered. "Is it your business?" The blue electric mouse rolled its eyes and started to enjoy the rice porridge happily. "Little mouse, give me a drink." The female parrot was drooling with greed. "Roll." The blue electric mouse cursed. These rice porridges were stolen from Han Feng at great risk. So how could he possibly share them with the female parrot? Female parrot. Han Feng walked up to Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 and smiled. "What are you doing here?" Yu Lingshan lowered her head, as thin as a mosquito, and said, "We are here to use the toilet." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he made a deal with Lu Chushuang yesterday, exchanging 2 black iron treasure chests and a roll of toilet paper for a blue treasure chest from the other party. But the prerequisite is that the other party must come to his shelter to use the toilet. Thinking that the other party was here to take a shit, Han Feng suddenly became excited, with a warm smile on his face. "3 of you, please come in quickly." Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were confused. They came to use the toilet, not to enter the restaurant. Why is Han Feng so enthusiastic? After a moment of trance, the 3 entered the shelter. While the 3 were not paying attention, Han Feng opened the space bag and took out a roll of toilet paper. He tore off 3 pieces and gave them to Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. He asked, "Who will go first?" "There's only 1 dirt pit in the toilet, so people can only come one at a time." "I'll go first." Yu Lingshan trotted into the toilet, took off her pants, and squatted on the pit. Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang were both outside, so there was no need to worry about anyone peeping. Just pull it boldly. "Brothers, it's time to poop again. And there's more than 1 splash of shit. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming?" "Everyone calm down. Stay calm this time. Don't be as reckless as last time. The boss is right. 3 waves of shit are enough for us to share. Don't be impatient." The 4 corn plants were very excited. 5 minutes later, Yu Lingshan pulled up her pants and walked out of the bathroom. The next one was Lu Chushuang's turn. As Yu Lingshan was walking back, she suddenly discovered that 4 corn plants had appeared in the vegetable field. What is going on? The last time I went to the toilet, these 4 corns were clearly outside the toilet. How did they get into the vegetable garden again? Han Feng, why are these 4 corns in the vegetable garden? Yu Lingshan asked doubtfully. Han Feng's mind raced, and he said immediately, "Putting these things outside the toilet affects the city's appearance, so we transplanted them into the vegetable garden." Yu Lingshan asked in confusion, "You keep transplanting, aren't you worried that the corn will die?" Han Feng curled his lips and said, "These 4 corn plants are very durable. They won't die. How could the 4 corn plants die if they could move freely in Shelter Su?" Zhao Yunxi glanced at the 4 corn plants with a strange look in her eyes. Aren't the corn cobs ripe? Why haven't you picked them yet? We're not short of food for now, so just keep it. It won't be too late to pick it when we are short of food. Feng hooked it. That's right. Zhao Yunxi muttered thoughtfully, and when she was about to look away, she suddenly found a new seedling in the vegetable garden. She asked curiously, Feng, what are you planting in the vegetable garden? This is a seed I traded with someone else. I don't know what it is. Feng said perfunctorily. This young seedling is a pea shooter. It takes 3 days for this thing to mature. It has just sprouted now, and there is nothing special about it. Oh, Zhao Yunxi nodded and asked no more questions. A few minutes later, Lu Chushuang finished her work and walked out of the toilet. Zhao Yunxi immediately took over. Lu Chushuang came to Chu Feng and asked in a low voice, Feng, have you traded that thing? What? Feng was a little confused. Lu Chushuang seemed a little embarrassed and whispered, It's that pair of underwear. Feng suddenly realized and said calmly, It's still in my hands, but it has been reserved by someone. Who booked it? Lu Chushuang frowned. Feng raised his eyebrows. Your good sister, Diliaba. Since it's her, forget it. Lu Chushuang sighed softly. Diliaba is Zhao Yunxi's friend, and she had previously stood up for her in the chat group and had a heated argument with Feng. Since that pair of underwear had been reserved by Dilraba Dilmurat, I had to give up. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhao Yunxi came out of the toilet and turned to Feng. Feng, how many natives did you choose? Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. No matter how many I choose, you don't believe it anyway, so don't ask. Zhao Yunxi looked at Feng deeply and said, Since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Let's go back. Feng smiled slightly. The toilet has been cleaned for you. You 3 can come again tomorrow. Cleaning the shabby toilets in this kind of facility is a disgusting task. However, with 4 corn plants there, he didn't need to do anything. No matter how much shit there is, these 4 guys can lick it up clean. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 looked at each other, feeling a little ashamed, and left without saying a word. Brothers, charge! For corns rushed into the toilet like crazy. When Feng was about to continue drinking the rice porridge, he suddenly discovered that the pan was completely clean, without even a grain of rice. What is going on? Where's the rice porridge? Feng stared at the pan. Small iron pot. Where's the rice porridge? The pan was silent, like a mute. Feng suddenly remembered that he had banned Pingyi Pan for 10,000 hours, and then forgot about it. I knew it. Pan has been a little too quiet these days. It turns out I was banned. Feng coughed lightly and said, Remove the ban on the frying pan. Pan said in a crying voice, Wow, brother, you finally remembered me. Do you know how I have been living these days? It was a life worse than death. Chapter 87. If you don't finish pooping, I'll beat you to poop. Okay, isn't that right? I've unbanned you. That's enough. Feng chuckled and then asked, Who ate the rice porridge? Frying pan. The little mouse did it. It poured all the rice porridge into the oyster shells and sneaked into the thatched house. Feng's face darkened, and he shouted into the thatched hut, Little mouse, get out of here. The blue electric mouse knew that his theft of rice porridge must have been exposed. He was so scared that he trembled all over and walked out of the thatched hut step by step. You deserve it. You're eating alone. The mother parrot gloated over the misfortune. Brother, you called me? The blue electric mouse smiled awkwardly. Feng looked at it, pointed at the pan, and said, You stole the porridge inside. Yes. The blue electric mouse admitted. Everyone here is Feng's spies. He has no choice but to admit it. Feng glared at him and said, Just eat it. Why do you have to be so sneaky? The blue electric mouse was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, Brother, you won't punish me? I originally thought that Feng would increase its strength. But from what Feng said, he wants to let it go. Is it necessary to punish you just to order some rice porridge? Feng smiled faintly and then reminded, Remember, if you want to eat something in the future, just tell me directly and don't do such shameful things again. Brother, I remember it. The blue electric mouse was overjoyed. Just then, 4 corn plants finished eating the shit and came out of the toilet one after another. Feng stared at the battle corn and calmly activated his insight talent to watch. Target, combat corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 97. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, corn bomb. When Feng saw that the evolution degree of the combat corn reached 97, His expression suddenly changed. If you eat some more shit, the combat corn will be 100 upgraded to level 3. However, he had already defecated once in the morning and would not be able to produce more in the short term. However, the blue electric mouse has not pooped yet. Thinking of this, Feng raised his lips and said, "Little mouse, you've eaten so much. Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Go poop quickly." The blue electric mouse said directly, "Brother, I can't poop." Feng's face darkened. "Why can't I pull it out?" The blue electric mouse was confused. "I don't know either." Feng thought for a while and asked, "Are you not full?" The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "This is probably the reason." Feng didn't say anything and put the frying pan on the stove to start cooking rice. In order to get the blue electric mouse to pull more, he took out several sweet potatoes and potatoes. Looking at so many delicious foods, the blue electric mouse rubbed its paws excitedly. Soon, a pot of rice porridge was cooked. Feng reminded, "Little mouse, take your cutlery." The blue electric mouse rushed into the thatched hut and walked out grabbing an oyster shell. "Little mouse, what are you doing? Do you want to eat again?" The female parrot asked curiously. "You guessed it right." The blue electric mouse grinned. "I want to eat too." The female parrot said urgently. "Do you think anyone can eat it if they want? You have to poop first." The blue electric mouse looked very proud. Female parrot. "As long as you can poop, you can eat? Is this difficult?" The female parrot was stunned for a moment, then shouted outside the house, "Human, I have something to say." Feng entered the thatched cottage with an impatient look on his face. "What do you want to say?" The female parrot said bluntly. "The little mouse said that as long as you can poop, you can eat, so I can poop too?" Upon hearing this, Feng fell into silence. Given the small body of the female parrot, even if she can poop, she won't poop too much. But if I could pull it a few more times, the quantity is also considerable. Thinking of this, Feng looked at the female parrot and said, "I can give you food, but you have to poop more." The female parrot said confidently, "Don't worry, I am a straightforward person. The more I eat, the more I poop. I will never let you down. I trust you." Feng curled his lips and immediately untied the restraints on the female parrot. The female parrot rushed out of the thatched hut excitedly. "What are you doing out here?" The blue electric mouse stared at the female parrot with unfriendly eyes. The female parrot said without hesitation, "Of course it's time to eat." The blue electric mouse said disdainfully, "You are just a prisoner. Don't you know your position? Do you deserve to eat? You have no say." The female parrot snorted and turned to look at Feng. "Human, can I eat it?" "Can." Feng knew it. The blue electric mouse was immediately unhappy. "Brother, this is just a small amount. I still don't have enough to eat. Why are you in such a hurry? There are plenty." Feng smiled, then opened the space cloth bag and took out a pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes, as well as several red pine crabs. "Brother, are these things for us to eat?" The blue electric mouse was very excited. Feng curled his lips and said, "You two's mission is to eat. Eat to death." The blue electric mouse and the female parrot began to eat frantically. After eating for a while, the female parrot was the first to respond. "Human, I need to go to the toilet." Feng's eyes lit up. "Go quickly." The female parrot quickly rushed into the toilet. Feng then called the 4 corns to his side and told them, "Come one by one later. Don't rush to grab them. Let Xiaojia eat them first. Wait until it reaches a higher level, then move on to the next one." "Got it, big brother." The 4 corns spoke in unison. Feng set his eyes on the blue electric mouse again. "Little mouse, what about you?" The blue electric mouse gnawed on the roasted sweet potato and said vaguely, "Brother, I feel it. I just need to eat 2 more roasted potatoes. Eat quickly, don't let me down." Feng whispered. The blue electric mouse said no more and buried its head in eating. A few minutes later, the female parrot came out of the toilet and smiled at Feng. "Human, I'm done. I'm going back to rest. Come back here." Feng scolded. "What's wrong?" The female parrot was startled. "Keep feeding me." Feng glared. The female parrot said weakly, "But I'm full." "Even if you're full, you still have to wait to eat. If you can't finish 10 shits today, I'll beat you into a shit." Feng said viciously. Female parrot. 10 piles of shit? Could it be that Feng mistook it for a manure-making machine? "Why are you still standing there? Eat quickly." Feng reminded. "All right." The female parrot started eating helplessly. "Xiaojia, it's your turn." Feng winked at the fighting corn. Fighting corn quickly rushed into the toilet and came out after a while, yelling, Brother, the shit of that stupid bird is not tasty. It has no nutrition at all. It's just like eating coarse rice. It's far worse than your shit. Chapter 88, Obtaining the Fruit of Power. Feng smacked his lips, then calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, combat corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 99. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, corn bomb. After reading it, Feng's eyes showed a pensive look. Previously, the evolution degree of the battle corn was 97. After eating the mother parrot's feces, the evolution degree increased to 99. The improvement is indeed a bit small. This shows that the feces of female parrots do not have much nutritional value. But as long as the quantity increases, it can still help upgrade corn. Feng said calmly. Don't complain, you can level up after eating another splash later. As long as I can upgrade, I have to eat it no matter how bad it tastes. Fighting Corn said firmly. At this time, the female parrot suddenly spoke. Human, I feel it again. Go quickly. Feng was a little excited. The female parrot rushed to the toilet. Feng looked at the blue electric mouse and said meaningfully, the female parrot doesn't eat as much as you, but she has already pooped twice. Look at you, you haven't even pooped once yet. You are too useless. The blue electric mouse said unconvincedly, I poop a lot. One splash of shit can counteract several splashes of shit. What I care about is the quality. Feng smacked his lips and said, let's see how you perform later. A few minutes later, the female parrot came out of the toilet. The fighting corn rushed in impatiently. Feng stood there waiting silently, feeling quite excited. Soon, the battle corn finished eating the shit, returned to the original place, and said excitedly, Brother, I'm promoted to level 3. Nice. Feng clenched his hands. After the battle corn was promoted to level 3, its strength soared significantly, and it could even cause damage to level 5 players. Boss, that's awesome. The other 3 corn plants were envious. Battle corn chuckled, eat a few more pieces of shit, and you can be promoted to level 3, don't worry. Little mouse, go poop quickly. Frozen corn urged. No problem. The blue electric mouse grinned, put on a heroic attitude, and strode towards the toilet. Feng was also speechless. Isn't it just shit? It's just like going to the battlefield. Is this necessary? Human, can I take a break now? The female parrot asked in a low voice. Feng's eyes darkened. We agreed on 10 splatters of shit. You're still 8 splatters short. Keep eating. Today, he plans to upgrade all 4 corn plants to level 3. However, a drop of shit from the blue electric rat can only help upgrade 2 corn plants at most. What to do with the remaining one? We can only rely on the mother parrot. All right. The mother parrot was almost crying. 5 minutes later, the blue electric mouse came out of the toilet and said triumphantly, Brother, it's done. Feng turned his head and looked at the ice-cold corn and said, You go in and eat it first. Remember, don't eat too much. Just eat as much as you can to ensure your promotion. Leave the rest to your brothers. Okay, big brother. Frozen corn responded and quickly rushed into the toilet. According to Feng's request, after being promoted to level 3, he will no longer eat shit. The next one is the flame corn. It ate the rest and successfully advanced to level 3. At this point, only wind blade corn is still at level 2. Brother, what about me? Feng Renyum looked at Feng eagerly. Don't worry, I will definitely help you advance to level 3 today. Feng consoled her, then turned his gaze to the female parrot. Shaoli, help me. The female parrot said aggrievedly. I've already pooped twice, and the little mouse only pooped once. Why do you still force me? Feng said contemptuously, We are competing in quality, not quantity. The little mouse threw shit at you several times. Don't you have any idea? The mother parrot stopped talking immediately and started eating miserably. Shaoli, I'm here to save you. Suddenly, a bird's cry was heard in the sky. Feng raised his head and saw a large parrot hovering in the air, holding a few crystal-clear fruits in its claws. This big parrot is the female parrot's lover, Xiaoqiang. Woo-woo, Xiaoqiang, come and save me, cried the mother parrot. Whoosh! The male parrot flew down and glared at Feng. What's wrong with you, Shaoli? Did you occupy its body? Puff! Feng almost vomited blood. Occupy a female bird? How hungry must he be to have no choice but to eat? This is pure and blatant humiliation. Feng's face suddenly darkened. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will stew you today. The male parrot was startled and turned to look at the female parrot. Shaoli, what did he do to you? Not as dirty as you think. The female parrot rolled her eyes and continued. He keeps forcing me to poop. Male parrot. Forced to poop? What is this operation? Han Feng stared at the male parrot, coughed lightly, and asked about the matter. Did you bring the fruit of power? I brought it. The male parrot shook the fruit in his claws. Give it to me now. Han Feng was very excited. I can give it to you, but can you promise to let us go? The male parrot asked. Han Feng's strength is too terrifying. If he doesn't keep his promise, they won't even have the room to resist. Han Feng chuckled and said, with my ability, I can easily control the two of you and snatch the fruit of power. But I didn't do that. Doesn't this show my sincerity? The male parrot thought about it and felt that what Han Feng said made sense. So he threw the fruit of power to Han Feng. Han Feng took it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and calmly connected it with one of the fruits. Little fruit, are you the fruit of power? Before this, the fruit of power had never been seen. I don't know if it was given by the male parrot. This point must be made clear. Fruit, I am the fruit of power. Han Feng's expression changed, and he asked again, after eating you, can I permanently increase my strength by 10 points? Fruit of strength. Yes, eat me quickly. Han Feng frowned slightly. If I eat you, won't you die? Why aren't you afraid at all? Fruit of power. The meaning of our existence is to dedicate ourselves. This is our mission. How fearless. Han Feng sighed secretly. Human, the things have been given to you. Can you let us go? The male parrot warned. Han Feng put the 5 power fruits into the space bag and looked at the male parrot with a floating gaze. You can't leave now. Human, you don't keep your word. The male parrot roared angrily. Han Feng chuckled and said, don't worry, just listen to me. Then tell me. The male parrot calmed down. Han Feng pointed at the female parrot and said, this guy ate my food and promised to poop 10 times. But he has only pooped 2 times and still owes me 8 more. I won't let you go until you poop enough. Chapter 90. I will protect you from now on. The male parrot was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, I'll help it pull. Han Feng was waiting for these words. He pointed to the toilet and said, the toilet is over there. Go quickly. The male parrot took big steps like a warrior and walked toward the toilet fearlessly. Xiao Chang, you are so good to me. The mother parrot was moved. Han Feng glanced at the female parrot and said meaningfully, Xiao Chang risked his life to save you, which is enough to show his sincerity towards you. If it was the parrot named Xiao Zhan, would he care about you? Upon hearing this, the mother parrot fell silent. A few minutes later, the male parrot came out of the toilet, came to Han Feng, took a deep breath, and said, remember, I still owe you 7 smears of shit. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. How about you eat something first? If you don't eat, you can't produce shit. Okowo. The male parrot didn't hesitate and grabbed a roasted sweet potato and started eating it. Han Feng winked at Feng Rinyu me. Xiao Hui, don't just stand there. Feng Rinyu Ma excitedly rushed to the toilet. After eating the shit, he returned to Han Feng and whispered, brother, you are still a little short of being promoted to level 3. Han Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry. There is also Kaposhi, who can help Feng Rincorn upgrade at least. The male parrot ate 3 baked sweet potatoes in a row and went to the toilet again. After pulling, Windblade Corn rushed in quickly. After finishing his meal, he walked out dejectedly. Brother, you haven't upgraded yet. Han Feng was slightly stunned. The combat corn ate 2 piles of shit and was successfully promoted to level 3. Why doesn't Windblade Corn work? Do male parrots poop less? Or is the level of evolution of Windblade Corn not as high as that of combat corn? So, how much shit do you have to eat before you can level up? Thinking of this, Han Feng activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, Windblade Corn. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 99. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, Windblade Corn Bomb. After reading it, Han Feng looked thoughtful. The evolution degree of Windblade Corn has reached 99. If it eats some shit, it will be 100 upgraded. Xiao Chang, try harder. Han Feng encouraged. No, let me take a break. The male parrot was panting. He defecated twice in a short while. Who can stand this? Han Feng said, pull it once more, and I'll waive the remaining times for you. Are you serious? The male parrot's eyes lit up. Han Feng nodded. I never lie to birds. There was a hint of determination in the male parrot's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. He then picked out a piece of blue grass from his feathers and swallowed it in one gulp. Han Feng looked at him blankly. Why are you eating grass? The male parrot smiled miserably. You think I want to eat? Isn't it just for shitting? Han Feng was confused. Can you poop just by eating a piece of grass? When the male parrot was about to say something, a look of pain suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he rushed into the toilet like a fly. Then, a burst of puffing sound was heard from inside. Han Feng was stunned. It doesn't sound like a normal poop. Just like a fountain. Could it be diarrhea? But this is too much pulling. The female parrot sighed and said, that grass contains a strong toxin. If you eat it, you will definitely have diarrhea. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. This is too much. Isn't this necessary? 5 minutes later, the male parrot followed suit and walked out of the toilet. Seeing this, Feng rushed to the toilet. However, just as he arrived at the toilet, and before he had time to take a bite, the male parrot rushed into the toilet again and shouted at Feng. Get out of the way, I haven't finished my shit yet. Wind blade corn. Xiao Hui, talk to me later. Han Feng shouted. The male parrot is suffering from diarrhea, so we should let it finish his diarrhea, right? Okay, big brother. Feng stood obediently outside the toilet. Time passed slowly, and 10 minutes passed before I knew it. The male parrot finally came out of the toilet. At this moment, it has lost its former charm and is wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Obviously weak. When it came in front of Han Feng, the male parrot staggered and fell to the ground. Xiao, are you okay? The female parrot asked with concern. Fine. The male parrot whispered, trying to look up at Han Feng. Human, I took an extra dump, which means I have exceeded my mission. Can you let us go? No problem. Han Feng nodded. The two parrots helped him get 5 fruits of power and also took 5 piles of shit. It would be unreasonable to make things difficult for them. The male parrot turned to look at the female parrot. Xiao Li, you go first. The female parrot was slightly startled. What about you? The male parrot panted. I need to take a break. Just now, I felt like my intestines were about to be pulled out. I had no strength at all and couldn't fly at all. I'm not leaving. I'm staying with you. The female parrot said firmly. After this incident, I was completely moved by Xiao and decided to follow him in the future. It's dangerous here, you go first. The male parrot winked desperately. It's not dangerous at all. I won't do anything to you. Han Feng rolled his eyes, then leaned down and pressed his hand on the male parrot's abdomen. Human, what do you want to do? The male parrot was startled and suspected that Han Feng was going to poison it. Call me sister, I'll treat you. Han Feng scolded, then released a healing talent. Considering the search for iron or mines in the future, 2 parrots are needed to help. Just give it treatment, and it will leave a good impression. Bathed in white light, the male parrot's fatigue disappeared instantly, as if it had been resurrected and became full of energy. Human, you can also treat? The male parrot was stunned. Brother knows a lot. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said calmly, if you encounter any difficulties or dangers in the future, you can come to me and I will protect you. The 2 parrots were stunned. Han Feng not only helps with treatment, but also protects them? When did it become so good? The male parrot looked at Han Feng, a little bit unbelievable. Human, why do I feel like you are a good person? Han Feng said seriously. Remove the word like, I'm a good person. The male parrot opened his mouth and said, but you arrested us for no reason before, and even forced me to find you the fruit of power. You don't look like a good person at all. Han Feng was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. Let's not talk about the past. Just remember that from today on, you're my friend. If you have any problems, just come to me. Chapter 91, pay attention to your manners, and don't be so rude all the time. Good. The 2 parrots nodded in unison. Okay, you can leave now. Han Feng waved his hand. Goodbye, human. The 2 parrots greeted each other, flapped their wings, and flew into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Brother, the meat of these 2 parrots must be delicious. Why did you let them go? The blue electric mouse said unwillingly. I'm playing the long game to catch a big fish. Han Feng laughed, then turned to Feng Yumi and said, Xiao Hui, go eat shit. Windblade corn rushed into the toilet. Han Feng took out a power fruit and swallowed it. After eating, I opened the personal attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 5. Experience, 3600. Constitution, Strength, 18 plus 40. Agility, 10 plus 40. Defense, 5 plus 40. Mental strength, 61 plus 40. Talents, healing, insight, space. Seeing that the strength attribute really increased by 10 points, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise, and then he swallowed the remaining 4 strength fruits without hesitation. At this point, the strength attribute has reached 98 points, far surpassing players of the same level. At this time, Feng Renyumi walked out of the toilet and shouted to Han Feng excitedly, "Brother, I have been promoted to level 3. Very good." Han Feng clenched his hands. These days, I've put a lot of effort into helping the 4 corns upgrade. Fortunately, all the efforts are worth it. 4 corn plants were successfully promoted to level 3. Later, Han Feng entered the thatched hut and lay on the straw bed to rest. The blue electric mouse followed into the thatch. "Brother, aren't we going to the beach today?" "I'll go in the afternoon," Han Feng said softly. "It's almost noon, so it won't be too late to take a nap and rest before going." "Good." The blue electric mouse nodded and lay down on the straw stool. Han Feng had nothing to do, so he opened the chat group. "Jiang Feng, there are still 2 days before the natives launch an attack on us. Are you guys ready?" "Lu Tai, there are just a few natives. They can be easily killed. What preparations are needed?" "Zhang Chong, as expected of a level 5 boss, you speak so domineeringly." "Suda Mao, I picked up a blue treasure chest today and a seed appeared. Does anyone need it?" "Su Lin, I heard that the blue treasure chest will open a spiritual pet. How can we get a seed?" "Zhang Sheng, Suda Mao, you won't lie to us, right?" "Suda Mao, whoever lies will have little trouble." "Li Qingguang, what kind of seed did you produce?" "Suda Mao, I have never seen it and don't know what kind of seeds it is." "Doraba Dilmarat, what does that seed look like?" "Suda Mao, it's red, curved, and looks like a chili pepper." "Doraba Dilmarat, how do you sell these seeds?" "Suda Mao, I don't know its value either. I will trade with whoever offers the highest price." "Pengyu, who would trade with you if they don't even know what the seeds are?" "Doraba Dilmarat, I want this seed." "Suda Mao, what can you give me?" "Doraba Dilmarat, 5 tomatoes and 5 eggplants." "Suda Mao, they're all vegetarian. Can we have some meat?" "Doraba Dilmarat, no one will trade with you except me, so stop being picky." "Suda Mao, okay." "Doraba Dilmarat, let's go and make the deal quickly." Han Feng suddenly said, "Wait a minute. If it is an ordinary seed, it doesn't matter. But it is not easy to get it from the blue treasure chest. A pea shooter was released before. The seeds that open from the blue treasure chest are still worth looking forward to, and you must fight for it." "Suda Mao, Han Feng, do you want the seed too?" Han Feng, yes. Suda Mao's eyes lit up. "What can you give me?" Han Feng, 2 big crabs. Suda Mao, deal. 2 big crabs are definitely more valuable than a few tomatoes and eggplants. As long as you're not stupid, you will choose to make a deal with Han Feng. Dilly Reba said angrily, "Suda Mao, didn't you agree to make a deal with me? How can you go back on your word?" Suda Mao smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I really want to eat crabs." Dilly Reba, Han Feng, why do you always go against me? Han Feng said disdainfully, "It's just a fair competition. Whoever offers the highest price gets the item. You should look for the reasons within yourself, and don't always blame others. Is it possible that you are too poor?" Dilieba gnashed her teeth in anger. "Bastard. Han Feng, pay attention to your manners, and don't be so rude all the time." Doraba Dilmarat. Lu Chu Shuang. Dilly Reba, there's no need to be angry with someone like Han Feng. Tomorrow, I will teach him a lesson. I will help you vent your anger. Han Feng, Lu Chu Shuang, are you itching again? Have you forgotten how I controlled you? Lu Chu Shuang, don't be so arrogant. You will cry tomorrow. Han Feng, don't wait until tomorrow. Come now if you have the ability. Lu Chu Shuang, I don't have time now. It won't be too late to deal with you tomorrow. She is only level 3 now and is definitely no match for Han Feng. But it's only a few dozen experience points away from being promoted to level 4. If she is given another half a day, she can be promoted to level 4. By then, relying on his advantage in fighting talent, it would be easy to capture Han Feng. Han Feng, I'm looking forward to it. Suda Mao, Han Feng, let's go and make the transaction quickly. Han Feng, okay. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. Han Feng used 2 big crabs and successfully exchanged a seed from Suda Mao. Just as Suda Mao described, this is a seed that looks like a chili pepper. Han Feng took in his hand and looked at it, then started to communicate with it. "Hello, little seed." "Seed, hello." Han Feng smiled and asked, "What kind of seed are you?" "Seed, I am a popping pepper." Han Feng's eyes flickered. "You are different from ordinary peppers, right? Do you have any special abilities?" "Exploding pepper. I can release a 10-meter-long flame that will turn the target into ashes. Is it so strong? Han Feng was surprised. Exploding pepper. It is indeed very powerful, but there is a drawback. I can only release the flame once. After releasing it, I will disappear from this world. Can only be released once? Han Feng frowned. In this sense, exploding peppers can be considered a consumable item. Its value is greatly reduced. But after all, I exchanged it for 2 crabs, so it's not lost at all. Afterwards, Han Feng put it into the space cloth bag and began a rest. An hour later, the nap was over. Han Feng took the blue electric mouse to the beach. As soon as I arrived at the beach, I saw an incredible scene. A strange creature with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a shark's head is beating 2 crabs and an octopus. The 2 crabs were Zhuang and Xiaorou. The giant octopus was the one that traded the treasure chest with him. These 3 guys are all his friends. Of course, we cannot just sit back and watch when our friends are in trouble. Chapter 92, Shark Shushu. However, Han Feng did not act impulsively. After all, the strength of a shark has not been figured out yet. If it is too powerful, not only will it fail to save the 2 crabs and the giant octopus, it may also cost itself its life. Afterwards, Han Feng locked onto the shark and released his insight talent to observe it. Target, Shark Shushu. Level 5. Constitution, Strength, 18 plus 40. Agility, 20 plus 40. Defense, 15 plus 40. Mental Strength, 10 plus 40. Talents, Boxing, Dimensional Space. Oh shit. Han Feng was surprised. Shark Shushu is quite strong. Not only are all the attributes very high, but he also possesses 2 talents. Dimensional Space should be a storage talent, and it is nothing to be afraid of. But be careful with boxing talent. This thing is somewhat similar to Lu Chushuang's fighting talent. They're all melee talents. In addition, his level is relatively high, which makes him the strongest opponent he has encountered so far. Han Feng was in a daze for a moment, then walked up. Shark Shushu is strong, but it depends on who he is compared with. In front of him, it's still not good enough. When they saw Han Feng coming, De Zhuang and Xiaorou shouted as if they had seen a savior. Han Feng, help. Little shark, stop it. Han Feng walked up and scolded. Shark Shushu stopped moving, looked at Han Feng with a floating gaze, and curled his lips. Human, what do you mean? Do you want to save these 2 big crabs? Han Feng snorted coldly. They're my friends. Why are you beating them for no reason? Shark Shushu chuckled. No other reason, it's just fun. I just like to see them howling in pain. A fucking psychopath, huh? Han Feng complained, his eyes turned cold. If you bully my friends, you are against me. And if you go against me, you will never have a good ending. Interesting. Shark Shushu chuckled, stared at Han Feng, and said playfully, I'm itching to do it. Come on, fight with me for a few moves. Han Feng was not polite either. He grabbed the machete and slashed in the air. The dazzling sword light flashed across the void, and a murderous aura spread. The Shark Shushu's pupil shrank, and he retreated quickly. Swish! The machete grazed its chest, almost ripping it open. After narrowly dodging the attack, Shark Shushu wiped off a cold sweat. A trace of lingering fear appeared on his face, and he angrily said, Human, you actually used a weapon. You have no martial ethics. Who said that weapons cannot be used? Han Feng smiled contemptuously, picked up the machete, and attacked the Shark Shushu again. The Shark Shushu was so frightened that he ran away. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then chased after him madly. Since Shark Shushu's agility attribute is higher than Han Feng's, his running speed is also higher than Han Feng's. Therefore, Han Feng was unable to catch up. In fact, by using space constraints, it is very easy to capture the Shark Shushu. But Han Feng didn't want to reveal this trump card too early. The man and the shark chased each other for 5 minutes. Han Feng stopped, took a deep breath, and said contemptuously, Why are you running? Aren't you awesome? Come and fight me if you can. Do you think I'm stupid? Shark Shushu snorted. How can I fight you with my bare hands? If you have the guts, put down your weapons and see if I can do anything to you. Okay, I'll meet your request. Han Feng slowly squatted down, placed the machete on the beach, and while the Shark Shushu was not paying attention, he grabbed a handful of sand and held it in his hand. Machete warned, Brother, don't be fooled. That guy's agility attribute is too high. How can you fight it without me? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a sinister look on his face. Outsmart them. Machete, are you planning to play dirty again? I've given you the chance, come on. Han Feng looked at the Shark Shushu and challenged him. Look how I deal with you. The shark Shushu had a ferocious light flashing in his eyes and rushed forward bravely. When the two were 1 meter apart, Feng made his move. With a wave of his hand, a piece of fine sand shot out like an arrow. Shark Shushu had never expected that Feng would use such a method. Caught off guard, a large amount of sand poured into his eyes. In an instant, I couldn't open my eyes and tears couldn't stop flowing. Shark Shushu covered his eyes with his hands, lay on the ground, and wailed in pain. Mashif, is this what they call outsmarting? So insidious. The two crabs and the giant octopus also looked on in amazement. Feng's methods are indeed a bit despicable, but they like it. Do you have the strength to fight me? Feng walked close to the shark Shushu and looked down at it, as if he was examining an ant. You despicable villain, you actually played dirty tricks. Shark Shushu roared angrily. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Feng snorted lightly, raised his foot, and kicked the shark Shushu hard on the head, making its brain dizzy and almost fainting. Well played. Feng, kill it. The two crabs and the giant octopus shouted excitedly. Just now, that's how the shark Shushu beat them. And now, shark Shushu has become the target of violence. I felt so happy. Little shark, are you convinced? Feng asked coldly. I surrender to your sister. The shark Shushu roared angrily. Feng's eyes suddenly darkened, and then he kicked violently. Bang, bang, bang. The big feet fell on the shark Shushu's body like raindrops, kicking it up and down and making it scream continuously. After more than a dozen kicks, the shark Shushu finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy loudly. Stop hitting me. I give up. I thought you had such strong bones. Feng sneered, then stopped his actions, stared at shark Shushu, and said lightly, let's talk about compensation now. The reason why the shark Shushu was not killed immediately was to gain some benefits from him. Even though there is nothing on it, it has a dimensional space. Maybe all the good things are placed in the dimensional space. What compensation? Shark Shushu said blankly. Feng chuckled. You just beat up my friend. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Shark Shushu was stunned for a moment and said, didn't you also beat me up? Is that fair? What else do you want in compensation? Fengshu narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Beating you is just to collect interest. If you don't show some sincerity today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. Shark Shushu was startled and said in a trembling voice, I can give it to you, but I have nothing on me. Let me go first, and I will go back and get it for you. Let you go? What if you don't come back? Feng chuckled. Don't worry, I promise to come back. Shark Shushu said solemnly. Feng's lips curled up meaningfully. No need to be so troublesome. Open the dimensional space for me to see. If there is nothing, I will let you go. Chapter 93 Rage Potion. Shark Shushu was stunned for a moment. Before this, the dimensional space had never been opened. How does Feng know that it has a dimensional space? This is too weird. After a moment of trance, Shark Shushu said, don't think too much. I don't have any dimensional space. There is a treasure stored in the dimensional space. If Feng saw this, he would definitely snatch it away. Absolutely cannot admit it. Are you sure you don't want to open the dimension? Feng's eyes turned cold. Shark Shushu gritted his teeth and said, how can I open it for you if I don't have a dimensional space? Are you trying to be stubborn with me? A sinister look flashed across Feng's lips, and then he waved towards the zhuang. The zhuang ran over happily. Feng, what instructions? Feng pointed at the shark Shushu and said in a cold voice, give it some strength. I want to teach him a lesson for a long time. The zhuang excitedly waved his two big claws and clamped them hard on the shark Shushu's thighs. The shark Shushu grimaced in pain and howled in agony. I told you to beat me up so hard. I'll crush you to death. The zhuang started shouting wildly. Feng glanced at shark Shushu and said calmly, it feels bad, right? Why do you have to go against me? Wouldn't it be better to just open the dimensional space, honestly? Humans, stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Shark Shushu growled with gritted teeth. Feng's eyes gradually narrowed. I admire your courage, but you have also succeeded in angering me. For this, you will pay a heavy price. If you have the ability to kill me, if you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you. The shark Shushu looked crazy. The zhuang, change the part you attack. Feng reminded. Which part should I change? The zhuang said blankly. Feng's eyes drifted to the crotch of shark Shushu, and a wicked look flashed across the corner of his mouth. Since it doesn't want to live anymore, cut it off and take it back to soak in wine. De Zhuang was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, Han Feng, do you mean to cut off the little Gigi? If you cut off your penis, you will no longer be a man, right? This is too cruel, right? Han Feng nodded. Fuck. Shark Shushu suddenly felt a chill all over his body and said in a trembling voice, Human, you can't be so cruel. You will be punished for doing this. How dare you yell? Han Feng snorted and ordered De Zhuang. De Zhuang, what are you standing there for? Perform surgery on it. De Zhuang gritted his teeth, waved his two big pincers, and slowly reached towards the crotch of the Shark Shushu. Nima. Shan Yushu swallowed hard and said angrily, Little crab, I just beat you up, but I didn't kill you. You want to castrate me? Do you still have any humanity? De Zhuang chuckled and said, I am a crab, not a human, so of course I don't have any humanity. Shark Shushu was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Little crab, you are kind and can't be deceived. This human is so cruel and inhumane, you can't help him. Upon hearing this, De Zhuang immediately became angry and said angrily, Although Han Feng is a bit mean, insidious, shameless, and vulgar, he saved me and is my savior. I will not allow you to slander him like this. Shark Shushu. Haha. Machete couldn't help but snicker. De Zhuang's evaluation of Han Feng is so pertinent. He is really good at judging people. Han Feng swallowed his saliva and said, De Zhuang, is this the image of me in your mind? He has always been upright and honest, and his integrity is evident to all. When it comes out of De Zhuang's mouth, he becomes a sinister and cunning person. Damn it, aren't you afraid of losing your conscience when you say things like this? De Zhuang immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Han Feng, listen to my excuse. Okay. Han Feng waved his hand to interrupt. If you can speak, say a few words. If you can't speak, try to be mute. De Zhuang. After a pause, De Zhuang asked, Han Feng, are you still going to cut off the little chicks for it? I don't need you. Go away. I'm annoyed just looking at you. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Forehead. De Zhuang was stunned for a moment and left in shame. Han Feng then picked up the machete and waved it in front of Shark Shushu, like a brutal executioner, and said sinisterly, Little shark, I will perform the surgery on you myself. Human, let me go. Shark Shushu was almost crying. Give me a reason to let you go. Han Feng said coldly. Shark Shushu said quickly, There are so many female sharks in the ocean waiting for me to dabble in them. If you castrate me, they will all die of grief. What a tragic thing that will be. You will die if you don't brag. Han Feng was also convinced. What does Shark Shushu have? Isn't it just that it has 2 more arms and 2 more legs than other sharks? Shark Shushu said proudly. Who boasted to you? Do you know what my greatest ability is? Endurance. Which female shark? Stop. Han Feng interrupted quickly. If Shark Shushu continues talking, it would be inappropriate for children. Han Feng coughed lightly, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Castrating you will also be considered as getting rid of harm to other sharks. Don't struggle. You can't escape this knife today. Seeing that Han Feng was about to kill him, Shark Shushu finally compromised. I'll open the dimensional space for you to see. Little guy, I still don't believe I can't control you. Han Feng curled his lips and snorted. My patience is limited. Hurry up and open it. Shark Shushu moved his mind, and suddenly a square space about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. A total of 4 items are stored in the space. They were a bunch of bananas, a scallop the size of a pot lid, a bottle of red potion, and a gray stone the size of a fist. Han Feng took a glance and asked calmly, Little shark, introduce the red potion and the gray stone. Shark Shushu explained, The red potion is a bottle of berserk potion. After taking it, all attributes will be instantly doubled and the duration is 5 minutes. However, there is a side effect. Once the berserk effect ends, you will fall into a period of weakness. Upon hearing this, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. Although the rage potion has side effects, its effect is obvious. All attributes are doubled, and combat effectiveness soars significantly. It will definitely come in handy at critical moments. And the stone? Han Feng asked. Shark Shushu stammered. It's just an ordinary stone. I think it looks nice, so I plan to keep it as a decoration. It has no value. Yeah. Han Feng looked incredulous. If it is just an ordinary stone, can it be put together with a rage potion? This shows that Shark Shushu is not telling the truth. And it looks nervous. Maybe the value of this stone is even higher than the rage potion. Chapter 94. Raging Giant Monkey. It's just an ordinary stone. Shark eyes were evasive. Han Feng laughed and said, "Take it out and let me see it. You will know what kind of stone it is after communicating with it." Shark hesitated for a moment and finally took out the gray stone. From the appearance, this stone is nothing special and is almost no different from ordinary stones. It just doesn't believe that Han Feng can still detect any clues. Han Feng took it in his hand and examined it carefully, then calmly connected it with the stone. "Hello, little stone." "Stone, what's the matter?" "Han Feng, you're not an ordinary stone, right? What abilities do you have?" "Stone, I am indeed not an ordinary stone. I am a Wuji stone that has the ability to shorten the growth cycle of plants. It's really not an ordinary stone." Han Feng's mind moved, and he opened the space bag and put it in it. Anything that can shorten the growth cycle of plants is undoubtedly a treasure. When faced with treasures, there is no reason to miss them. Shark was dumbfounded. "Human, you want an ordinary stone?" Han Feng chuckled. "Since it's just an ordinary stone, you wouldn't be reluctant to give it to me, right?" Shan Yushu's mouth trembled. "If you like stones, I can pick up more for you. Picking up 100 or 80 pieces is not a problem. But you must return the stone to me. I have feelings for it." Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm sorry, I like that stone too, but I can't give it to you." The shark was slightly startled and said in a pleading tone, "Human, please, give the stone back to me, or I will die." Han Feng immediately became interested. "Tell me, what's going on?" Shark sighed and said sadly, "I stole the stone from the big monkey. If I don't return it to the big monkey, it will definitely beat me to death." Han Feng rubbed his nose and asked, "Does it have anything to do with me?" Shark "The key to this matter is that Han Feng snatched away the Wuji stone. So how could it have nothing to do with him?" Han Feng glanced at Shark and asked curiously, "Who is the big horse monkey you're talking about?" A trace of horror flashed across Shark eyes. "The big monkey is a gorilla, a powerful and brutal gorilla." Han Feng's eyes flickered. "Why would the big monkey want to kill you?" "That stone belonged to the giant monkey. I stole it when it wasn't paying attention." Shark said guiltily. "Why did you steal its stone?" Han Feng asked. Shark said slowly, "I live on an island with the giant monkey. This guy is very domineering and almost monopolizes all the resources on the island. I was so angry that I stole its stone. So that's what happened." Han Feng suddenly realized something and asked again, "What level is the big monkey?" Shark said in a deep voice, "The level of the big macaque is not high, only level 6, but it has the talent of berserk. Once it is turned on, it is like drinking a berserk potion, and its combat power soars several times. So this guy is really strong." Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, "Human, please be kind and give me the stone." Shark was almost crying in anxiety. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said curiously, "In terms of strength, you are indeed not as good as that giant monkey. But there is no need for you to be afraid of it, right? The giant monkey can't swim. Can't you just change an island?" Shark smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know that the giant macaque can not only swim, but also swim faster than me. In addition, its sense of smell is very sensitive. Even if it is hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, it can smell my scent. At this moment, it may already be on its way to search for me." Han Feng was slightly stunned. It's not surprising that monkeys can swim. The key is that it swims faster than a shark, which is a bit exaggerated. After a moment of trance, Han Feng ordered, "Take out the other 3 things. Human, if I give you everything, can you give me the stone back?" Shark discussed. "Stop talking nonsense. Just do what I tell you to do. If you try to bargain with me again, I'll castrate you now." Han Feng's eyes widened. Shark was so scared that he trembled and took the thing out reluctantly. Han Feng put the banana and the scallop into the space bag, then glanced at the violent potion and asked, "Did you get this from the treasure chest?" "No." Shark shook his head. "Where did you get it then?" Han Feng was extremely curious. Shark said directly, "It was made by a big monkey." "Does the giant monkey have this ability?" Han Feng looked surprised. Shark nodded. "The big monkey has 2 talents. In addition to the rage talent, there is also an alchemy talent. The rage potion is made through the alchemy talent." "What a talent!" Han Feng sighed sincerely. Shark glanced at Han Feng and reminded him, "That stone is the lifeblood of the big monkey. Once it finds out that it is in your hands, it will never let you go. I advise you to return the stone to me to avoid getting into trouble. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It's just a monkey. I don't take it seriously. Shark Shushu opened his mouth and said, It's not an ordinary monkey. It's a level 6 violent gorilla. Its fighting power is extremely terrifying. Are you really not afraid at all? I'm not a vegetarian either. An intriguing smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. His strongest trump card is his spatial talent. With a spatial restraint, no matter how violent the giant monkey is, it will surrender. Shark Shushu swallowed his saliva and said meaningfully, You may not even be able to beat me. How can you compete with the big monkey? Where do you get the confidence from? Haven't I already pinned you to the ground and rubbed you? Does that mean I can't beat you? Can you face reality? Han Feng sneered. Shark Shushu complained. Isn't it because you use despicable means? If we fight with real swords and guns, it's hard to say who will win. Han Feng looked solemn and said slowly, You know nothing about my strength. I was just playing with you just now. If I really want to fight, I can crush you with just a flick of my finger. Forehead. Shark Shushu was stunned. I just felt that Han Feng's boasting was too outrageous. Han Feng suddenly changed the subject. If you really want the stone back, you can exchange it with me. The function of Wuji stone is to shorten the growth cycle of plants, and it is indeed a treasure. But for him, it is actually of little use. Because the plants here grow very fast, they often mature in a few days. Even if the growth cycle is shortened by half, it won't make much sense. It would be better to trade it for something useful. Chapter 95: The Arrival of the Giant Monkey. Shark Shushu's eyes lit up. What do you want in exchange? As long as I can get the Wuji stone back, it doesn't matter even if I have to pay some price. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered for a moment, then said 1,000 treasure chests. Shark Shushu was dumbfounded on the spot. Not to mention 1,000 treasure chests. It doesn't even have one treasure chest. I don't have a treasure chest. Shark Shushu sighed. Han Feng smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if there is no treasure chest. You can also exchange it for iron or wood or glass bottles. I don't have iron or glass bottles, but I can get some wood. How much do you need? Shark Shushu asked quickly. There are many uninhabited islands around, and there are more or less trees growing on the islands. It wouldn't be a big problem to get some wood. Han Feng pointed to a big tree in the distance and said, Give me 1,000 of those big trees. It is definitely a good deal to exchange one Wuji stone for 1,000 trees. If all of them are swallowed by the wooden fence, they can be upgraded by at least several levels. 1,000. Shark Shushu's mouth suddenly widened. It is true that there are trees on the nearby islands, but there are no more than 1,000 of them in total. Furthermore, even if we want to bring so many trees here, it is not an easy task. Isn't Han Feng making things difficult for people? Do you agree? Han Feng asked with a hint of anticipation. Can it be a little less? Shark Shushu discussed. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, 900 trees, this is my bottom line. I agree. Shark Shushu nodded and then reminded, Give me the stone first. Han Feng looked at Shark Shushu as if he was a fool and chuckled. What are you thinking? Do you think I will give it to you? Shark Shushu looked up at Han Feng and said, When will you give it to me? Han Feng said calmly, One hand pays the other hand, delivers the goods. You give me wood and I give you stone. Okowo. Shark Shushu gritted his teeth. He finally realized that it was absolutely impossible to take advantage of Han Feng. There is no choice but to compromise. Hurry up and get some wood. Han Feng chuckled. The Shark Shushu got up from the ground and reminded, Human, make sure to keep the stone safe and don't lose it. Don't worry, it won't be lost. Han Feng curled his lips. Shark Shushu said no more and walked straight into the sea. However, just after taking a few steps, an angry roar came from a distance. Little shark, fuck your grandma. The shark Susu suddenly started and looked forward. In the vast ocean, a chimpanzee as big as a mountain was swimming towards him at a speed as fast as a speedboat. The big monkey is coming. Shark Shushu's heart was beating violently, his calves were shaking constantly, and his eyes were filled with horror. Soon, the giant monkey swam to the shore, walked towards the Shark Shushu with a murderous look, and slapped it to the ground. Then he raised his big foot, stepped on the Shark Shushu's cheek, and stepped directly into the beach. Wow, poor Shark Shushu. He feels like he is suffocating. So cruel. Han Feng muttered something, then activated his insight talent and began to observe the giant macaque. Target, Silver Howl Gorilla. Level, Level 6. Constitution. Strength, 30 plus 50. Agility, 20 plus 50. Defense, 35 plus 50. Mental power, 10 plus 50. Talents, rage, smell, alchemy. Good fellow. After reading the message, Feng smacked his lips. The attributes of the giant monkey are ridiculously high, and it has also awakened 3 talents. It is indeed a very awesome existence. Brother monkey, spare me this time. The shark Shushu was terrified and begged for mercy loudly. The big monkey raised his foot, stared at shark Shushu, and said viciously, "How dare you steal my Wuji stone? Do you want to die?" Brother monkey, I know I was wrong. Sharks are as thin as flies. The big monkey snorted, "Give me back the Wuji stone." The Wuji stone is not with me. Shark Shushu said weakly. You lost the Wuji stone? The giant monkey's eyes widened, and a terrifying aura emanated from its body. Brother monkey, calm down. Shark Shushu said hurriedly. The Wuji stone was taken away by that human. The big monkey turned and looked at Feng and said coldly, Human, is the Wuji stone in your hands? Right. Feng admitted it generously. The big monkey narrowed his eyes slightly, then took out a cigar from the cloth bag on his waist, took a leisurely puff, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The Wuji stone is mine. Can you get it back to me? No. Feng shook his head and chuckled. The Wuji stone is the compensation that little shark gave me. Why should I compensate you? The big monkey frowned slightly. Feng said, This island is my private territory. Not only did this guy land on the island without my consent, but he also beat up my little brother for no reason. If it were you, would you be able to tolerate it? Shouldn't you ask for some compensation? The big monkey took a deep puff of his cigar and turned to look at Shark Shushu. Is what he said true? I was just playing with those 2 big crabs and the big octopus, but I didn't intend to kill them. Besides, he beat me up badly and took away all my things. Shark Shushu was indignant. Brother monkey, please make the decision for me. Shut up, you worthless thing. The big monkey scolded, then turned to face Feng and said sincerely, Little Shark was at fault in this matter. I apologize to you on his behalf. Is it quite qualified? Feng was slightly stunned. I originally thought that the big monkey would attack him directly. Unexpectedly, he actually apologized on his own initiative. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. The big monkey coughed lightly and said seriously, The Wuji stone is very important to me. I want to exchange it for something else. Do you think it's okay? Feng's eyes flickered. What can you give me? As long as the chips are right, returning the Wuji stone to the other party is nothing. The big monkey opened the cloth bag on his waist and took out a bottle of blue potion. I'll trade this with you. What is this? Feng asked curiously. The big monkey said with a hint of pride, This is the attribute potion I refined. After taking it, it will permanently increase the agility attribute by 10 points. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The potion that can permanently enhance agility attributes is a huge temptation to him. It's just that the number is slightly less. Will you change? The big monkey asked. I can exchange with you, but you have to increase the quantity. Feng said lightly. So how much do you want? The big monkey took a puff of his cigar and spoke slowly. Feng said bluntly, I won't ask you for more, just give me 10 bottles. Ahem. The big monkey coughed violently and almost choked to death. Feng really dared to ask for so much by asking for 10 bottles of medicine. Chapter 96. Fighting the Big Monkey. Any questions? Feng raised his eyebrows. The big monkey smacked his lips and said, A potion that permanently increases attributes is not comparable to the violent potion. Do you know how much it costs to refine this thing? It requires 18 kinds of precious spiritual materials. I may not be able to refine 1 bottle in a year, but you want to ask me for 10 bottles. Don't you think it's too much? Hearing this, Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Although I don't know how to make potions, I know that the value of the Wuji stone is definitely more than a bottle of potion. If you don't give me a few more bottles, I will definitely not agree to the exchange. The big monkey took a deep puff of his cigar, puffing out smoke for a while, as if he had made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you another bottle of potion to improve your mental power and another bottle of potion to improve your defense. This is my greatest sincerity. Are there a lot of good things? Feng pondered in his heart, then smiled slightly. It hasn't met my expectations yet. I have to double it. What? The big monkey widened his eyes and looked at Feng in astonishment. 3 bottles of potion aren't enough? The human in front of me is somewhat greedy. Han Feng stared at the big monkey and said earnestly, without the potion, you can still continue refining. But there is only one piece of Wuji stone. I'm sure you can weigh the importance of it. The big monkey gritted his teeth, struggled for a while, and finally agreed. Just as you ask. Make a deal. Han Feng was overjoyed. The big monkey took out 5 bottles of medicine from the bag, plus the previous bottle, and threw them to Han Feng, reminding him, give me the Wuji stone. Wait a moment. I'll check the goods first. Han Feng chuckled, then set his eyes on a bottle of yellow potion and secretly communicated with it. Little potion, what function do you have? Yellow potion. After taking it, it will permanently increase the defense attribute by 10 points without any side effects. Han Feng was delighted and immediately looked at a bottle of purple potion. Little potion, what is your function? Purple potion. After taking it, it will permanently increase your mental strength by 10 points without any side effects. After confirming the authenticity of the potion, Han Feng turned to look at the big monkey and said, I have a question I want to ask you. I don't have time to answer your questions. Give me the Wuji stone. The big monkey looked impatient. Han Feng shrugged. If you don't answer, I can only cancel the deal. You. The big monkey's mouth trembled with anger, and he said patiently, what do you want to ask? Han Feng said calmly, taking these potions can permanently increase your attributes. Why didn't you take them earlier, but store them instead? The big monkey sighed deeply. The purpose of storing these potions is to trade evolution stones with others. What is an evolution stone? Han Feng asked curiously. You humans need experience points to level up, and Little Shark and I need evolution stones to level up. The big monkey gave a brief explanation. So that's what happened. Han Feng suddenly realized something, then opened the space bag, took out the Wuji stone, and threw it to the big monkey. I'm finally back. The giant monkey let out a long sigh and quickly put the Wuji stone into his cloth bag. Han Feng reminded, the transaction is completed. You can leave. No hurry, there's something I need to take care of. The giant macaque's eyes suddenly became sharp. Han Feng's eyes flickered and he smiled slightly. You're not planning to take the potion back, are you? Those potions are exchanged for Wuji stones. I won't steal things that belong to you. The big monkey said calmly. What do you mean? Han Feng was a little confused. The big monkey pointed at the little shark and said, this guy follows me and is my little brother. You beat up my little brother. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Han Feng raised a playful smile and asked, what do you want an explanation for? The big monkey answered irrelevantly and asked, if your brother was beaten up, how would you deal with it? Han Feng said without hesitation, at least I have to beat him up. Hearing this answer, the big monkey grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. I thought so too. Interesting. Han Feng's eyes flashed with disdain, and he smiled contemptuously. I can understand your approach, but I need to remind you that you may not be able to beat me. I advise you to stay calm and not bring shame upon yourself. Whether you can win or not, you won't know until you fight. The big monkey was not afraid at all. He threw away the cigar in his hand and fixed his eyes on Han Feng. There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes, full of desire to fight and firm fighting spirit. Come on then. Han Feng hooked his finger and made a provocative gesture. Brother monkey, be careful. This guy is quite insidious. Shu reminded urgently. If we really fight, we won't have to worry about the big monkey at all. The key point is that Han Feng is too despicable. Who can stand having sand flying in your eyes all the time? Once you're tricked, it is easy to suffer losses. The big monkey curled his lips and said disdainfully, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just decorations. Forehead. Shu suddenly stopped talking. Roar. The giant monkey suddenly roared towards the sky, then waved his fists and beat his chest continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Dull thumping sounds continued to ring out, like the sound of war drums, making people terrified. Han Feng was stunned. It's just a fight. Is there any need to be so exaggerated? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly and said impatiently, that's enough. Let's get started quickly. Does the desire for abuse seem strong? The giant monkey grinned, his smile full of teasing. Immediately afterwards, a blood mist suddenly dissipated from his body. Bathed in the blood mist, the aura continued to rise, and soon reached an unprecedented height. Is this the violent talent? Han Feng muttered secretly. Human, accept my wrath. The big monkey smiled coldly, took big steps, and rushed towards Han Feng madly. Can Han Feng withstand it? The two crabs and the giant octopus were all worried about Han Feng. Feeling a strong aura of murderousness coming towards him, Han Feng released his spatial talent without any hesitation. After the giant monkey used the violent talent, all his attributes were far superior to his. If you choose to confront it head-on, you will definitely suffer a great loss. There is no other choice but to use the ultimate move. When the giant monkey rushed close to Han Feng, he suddenly felt an invisible force sweeping over him. Suddenly, its movement slowed down until it could no longer move at all. What is that? The giant macaque opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Chapter 97, do you have any last words? Brother Monkey, what are you daydreaming about? Go get it. Shark Shushu shouted with a frown. I really don't understand why the giant macaque suddenly stopped moving for no reason. You think I don't want to? The big monkey has a lot of troubles. The invisible force that bound his body was too terrifying. It was like being pressed down by a huge mountain. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Don't even mention attacking Han Feng. It's hard to protect yourself from terror. Fight me? Do you have the strength to do so? Han Feng sneered it. What methods did you use? The big monkey shuddered. It's just a little trick. A cunning look appeared on Han Feng's lips. He immediately opened the space bag, took out the engineer's shovel, and hit the giant monkey's head hard. It was a loud bang. The big monkey was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy, his mind was spinning, and he almost fainted. What happens? Shark Shushu was dumbfounded. Why did the giant macaque stand there motionless, allowing Han Feng to attack? Isn't this too weird? The two big crabs and the giant octopus also looked on in amazement. The big monkey even activated its violent talent. Why did it suddenly turn into a wooden stake? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Are you convinced? Han Feng stared at the giant monkey and smiled playfully. You are using your spatial talent. The giant monkey suddenly thought of something, and a deep fear filled his eyes. There are countless talents in this world. Some are extremely strong, and some are very weak. If we were to rank them, spatial talent would definitely be at the top. Compare with the spatial talent. The violent talent is like child's play. There is no comparison at all. You guessed it right. Han Feng hooked it. Gudong. The big monkey swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching violently. I'd give in. Han Feng possesses such a great talent. If he continues to fight, he will only be abused. You might as well just give in. You still have some self-awareness. Han Feng nodded approvingly, then swung the engineer shovel and hit hard again. With a bang, the giant macaque was knocked to the ground by a shovel. The big monkey was stunned for a moment and glared at Han Feng. I'm convinced. Why are you still hitting me? Han Feng rubbed his nose. Whether you obey or not has nothing to do with whether I fight you or not. Right? Big monkey. It seems to be true, but he doesn't want to be beaten. The big monkey quickly said, Human, please give me some face. My little brother is watching not far away. Please stop fighting. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Han Feng smiled contemptuously and kicked him hard. Ah! The big macaque screamed miserably. Even the giant monkey was crushed. Shark Shushu only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was completely shocked by Han Feng's strength. Han Feng is so awesome. De Zhuang and Xiao Rou were so excited watching this. I wish I could be as strong as Han Feng someday. The giant octopus sighed deeply. Human, stop it now. The big monkey roared. After being kicked dozens of times in a row, I felt like all the bones in my body were broken. If this continues, he will probably be beaten to death. Han Feng stopped and stared at the big monkey, his face full of murderous intent. Do you have any last words? The big monkey was stunned and asked in a trembling voice. You want to kill me? Han Feng's lips curled up with a hint of coldness. I just gave you a chance and told you to leave here, but you didn't listen and insisted on challenging me. You can't blame me for this. The big monkey was startled. Calm down, don't be impulsive. We have no grudges against each other. There's no need to kill me. Han Feng's eyes sparkled. Once I get angry, I almost lose my mind and it's hard to control myself. Unless I see something that makes my heart beat. The big monkey was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Han Feng was clearly giving it a hint, asking it to exchange something for its life. Although I was unwilling, I had no choice. Judging from Han Feng's attitude, he will really do something bad to it because it refuses to hand over the things. Wait a moment. The big monkey shouted, opened the cloth bag with a painful look on his face, and took out a white potion from it. This is a potion that increases strength. I give it to you. Please let me go. Who do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Feng yelled, grabbed the white potion, and put it into the space bag. The big monkey was confused. If it's not robbery, why take its things? Isn't this too shameless? Feng glanced at the big monkey and said calmly, I am not an unreasonable person. Since you are so sincere, I will not bother with you. Get up. The giant macaque seemed to have been pardoned. It quickly got up and was about to leave. Feng suddenly spoke up, wait a moment. The big monkey was nervous. Didn't you say you would let me go? What are you afraid of? I won't hurt you. Feng rolled his eyes and put his hand on the giant monkey's head. The big macaque was terribly scared, but did not dare to resist at all. But at this moment, a milky white light bloomed on Feng's palm and flowed down from top to bottom. Bathed in this light, the pain on the giant monkey's body disappeared instantly. Healing talent? The big monkey was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully, thank you. I originally thought that Feng was going to attack him. Unexpectedly, I actually gave it some treatment. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Feng waved his hand disapprovingly, and then changed the subject. I love making friends the most, and we can be considered as acquaintances who did not know each other until we fought. If you encounter difficulties or dangers in the future, you can come to me and I will protect you. The giant monkey has a talent for alchemy. It is not difficult to see from the fact that he can refine potions that this talent is extremely powerful. Instead of getting on good terms with him, maybe you can get more medicine in the future. Would you like to be my friend? The big monkey was a little flattered. You don't want to? Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course I do. The big monkey didn't think twice. Feng is so powerful, and making friends with such a strong man is like holding on to a big supporter. Only a fool would not want to do that. Since we are friends, let's visit each other more often and help each other in the future. Feng said with a smile. Must. The big monkey nodded. Feng rubbed his nose and asked, would you like to stay here and have a quick meal, or return to the island? The big monkey thought for a moment and said, I still have a lot of things to deal with. I'll come visit you next time when I have time. No problem. Feng smiled. Then I'll go back first. The big monkey greeted him and turned away. But at this moment, the shark Shushu came over with licking his face. What are you doing? The big monkey was slightly startled. Talk to Feng about something. Shark Shushu blinked and turned to Feng. Feng, can you treat me too? Feng rolled his eyes. Do I know you well? Chapter 98. This treasure chest can't recognize its own position. You pee to wake it up? Forehead. Shark Shushu was stunned. Let's go. The big monkey winked. Feng obviously disliked Shark Shushu, so there was no need for him to make trouble here. Shark Shushu begged. Feng, please help me heal. When I have time, I will definitely get more wood to repay you. I had just been brutally beaten up by Feng, and I felt like all the bones in my body were about to fall apart. If this is not treated, I will be in pain for at least 3 days after returning home. Feng pinched his chin and said in a serious tone, Big Monkey is my friend, and you are Big Monkey's younger brother. It's not a big deal to treat you. Really? Shark Shushu was overjoyed. Come here. Feng waved. Shark Shushu came to Feng happily. Feng reached out and pressed his hand on Shark Shushu's head, then released a healing talent. Soon, the pain in Shark Shushu's body disappeared. Feng, thank you so much. Shark Shushu expressed his gratitude. You are welcome. Feng raised his eyebrows and reminded, don't forget to give me more wood. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Shark Shushu promised. Feng nodded. That's it. See you next time. The giant monkey and the Shark Shushu said nothing more, turned into the sea, and swam quickly towards the distance. After swimming for a while, Shark Shushu asked, Brother Monkey, why didn't you resist when you fought with Feng just now? A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the big monkey. What's the point of resisting? Do you know how terrifying Feng is? He has a talent for space, and he directly used a space binding on me, imprisoning me so that I can't move at all. What the hell can I use to fight Feng? Feng has a talent for space. Shark Shushu was shocked, and a look of lingering fear suddenly flashed across his face. It was not until now that he realized that when Feng fought with it before, he was just teasing it. If I had used my spatial talent at the beginning, I would have been pinned to the ground. Fortunately, Feng is a reasonable person. Otherwise, we would both be waiting here for the rest of the day. The big monkey sighed. Shark Shushu nodded and said, although Han Feng is despicable, he does have principles. The big monkey glared and said, Han Feng is my friend. If you dare to say anything bad about him again, I'll slap you in the face. Shark Shushu. Have you forgotten your old love when you have a new one? This is so fucking realistic. After watching the big monkey and the Shark Shushu leave, Han Feng walked over to the two crabs and the giant octopus and asked with concern, how are you? Are you not hurt? We are thick-skinned and tough, so we'll be fine. De Zhuang said with a grin. Han Feng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You're so awesome. The giant octopus complimented. It's just SOSO. Han Feng smiled and then asked about the business. Did you pick up a treasure chest today? I picked up a black treasure chest. I'll give it to you right away. After the giant octopus finished speaking, it quickly rushed into the sea and swam towards the distant reef. After a short while, he returned to the original place grabbing a black iron treasure chest. Han Feng, give it to me. The giant octopus handed the treasure chest to Han Feng. Han Feng didn't hesitate and put the tomatoes directly into the space bag. Then he took out a few tomatoes and shared them with the big octopus and two crabs. The big octopus said a little embarrassedly, Han Feng, you saved us, so it's only right that we give you a treasure chest as a reward. You don't have to give us anything. We are all friends. There's no need to be so formal. Han Feng huklid. Han Feng, I'm going back first. The giant octopus greeted. Han Feng nu did. The giant octopus took the two tomatoes and swam happily towards the distant reef. Han Feng glanced at the giant octopus, then retracted his gaze, took the blue electric mouse out of his pocket, and threw it on the beach. Little mouse, it's time to eat. The blue electric mouse excitedly began to dig holes and dig for clams. Han Feng started wandering around. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, the blue electric mouse had been eaten into a ball, lying on the ground motionless. Han Feng glanced at it and calmly activated his insight talent. Target, blue electric mouse. Level 3. Experience, 10,400. Constitution. Strength, 5 plus 20. Agility, 15 plus 20. Defense, 10 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talents, digging holes, lightning. Finally upgraded. Han Feng felt very relieved. It's worth it to bring the blue electric mouse out to dig clams every day. The upgrade speed is quite fast. De Zhuang, Xiaorou, see you tomorrow. Han Feng greeted him and returned to the shelter carrying the blue electric mouse. Just as I got close to the thatched hut, I suddenly discovered that there was another black treasure chest on the ground. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and asked the thatched cottage, Little thatched cottage, where did this treasure chest come from? Little grass house. Just like yesterday, it suddenly fell from the sky. Han Feng's expression changed. Could it really be related to the blessing talent of the oil lamp? If this is the case, you can get a treasure chest every day as a guarantee. That would be great. After a moment of trance, Han Feng picked up the treasure chest on the ground and entered the thatched hut. Then he opened the space bag, took out another treasure chest, and placed them side by side on the ground. After taking a look at the treasure chest, Han Feng coughed lightly. Little treasure chest, what do you two have in it? The first treasure chest contains 2 steamed buns. Second treasure chest. Humph. Han Feng frowned, and his eyes fell on the second treasure chest. Little treasure chest, what are you humming about? Do you have a temper? Second treasure chest. Humph. Han Feng's eyes darkened. Little mouse, do you have any urine? Blue electric mouse. Yes, there are, but not many. Brother, why are you asking this? A sly look flashed across Han Feng's lips. This treasure chest can't recognize its own position. You can wake it up by urinating. The second treasure chest immediately panicked. Human, I was wrong. Please don't take it personally. Han Feng snorted. Tell me, what's in your pocket? Second treasure chest. A pair of women's underwear. Han Feng. I opened a treasure chest yesterday and found a pair of women's underwear. Another one today. Is this about women's underwear? Can't you just change to a men's one? What? Han Feng sighed depressedly, then opened 2 treasure chests. As 2 rays of light bloomed, 2 large steam buns weighing 1 pound and a pair of women's underwear appeared in front of him. This pair of underwear is the same style as yesterday's pair. The only difference is the color. Yesterday's one was pink, and today's one is black, which is more sexy. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. The pink panties were pre-sold to Dilraba Dilmurat. The black one can be left to Lu Chushuang. I didn't ask her for much. Just a treasure chest or 50 kilograms of thatch would be enough. Chapter 99 Talent Iron Man. Afterwards, Han Feng put the underwear into the space bag, glanced at the two big buns, and turned to ask the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, do you still want to eat?" The blue electric mouse touched its round belly, thought for a moment, and said, "It's okay to eat something. Give." Han Feng threw a big steam bun to the blue electric mouse and put the other one into the space bag. The blue electric mouse asked curiously, "Brother, don't you want to eat dinner?" "I'm not hungry. We'll talk later." "Eat quickly." Han Feng smiled slightly. "Then I'll be welcome." The blue electric mouse grabbed the big steam bun and started to eat it. Soon, a big steam bun weighing 1 pound was eaten up. The blue electric mouse burped and lay down comfortably on the straw stool. Han Feng's eyes flickered and he asked, "Little mouse, are you full?" The blue electric mouse nodded. "Are you sure you're full?" Han Feng asked tentatively. "I'm really full. I am stuffed." The blue electric mouse grinned. "That puts me at ease." Han Feng chuckled, opened the space bag, and took out a roasted chicken. The rich aroma of meat immediately filled the thatched hut. The blue electric mouse's eyes suddenly widened. "Brother, what do you mean?" Han Feng tore off a chicken leg, took a bite, and said vaguely, "Of course it's time to eat." The blue electric mouse was stunned for a moment and said indignantly, "I eat steamed buns, and you eat roasted chicken? Do you think this is appropriate?" "Can't." Han Feng smiled faintly. The blue electric mouse said angrily, "I am your most loyal pet. How can you eat alone? Aren't you abusing animals?" Han Feng smiled playfully. "You like roast chicken too?" "Of course." The blue electric mouse didn't think twice. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "I thought you liked steamed buns. Since you like roast chicken, why didn't you say so earlier?" The blue electric mouse said speechlessly, "You didn't tell me there was roast chicken." Han Feng laughed. "It's not too late now, come and eat." Blue electric mouse. "It's already full. How can it eat roast chicken?" It was certain that Han Feng must have done this on purpose. "Just wait until it is full before taking out the roast chicken. It's just too bad. Why are you still standing there? Come and eat." Han Feng greeted. Lan Dian looked pitiful and said, "Brother, I really can't eat anymore. Please leave a chicken drumstick for me." Han Feng thought for a while, tore off a chicken leg and 2 chicken wings, and put them into the space cloth bag. This roast chicken weighs nearly 3 pounds, and he couldn't eat so much by himself, so he just saved it for tomorrow. "Brother, you are so good to me." The blue electric mouse was very excited. Han Feng smiled and said nothing, just eating the roast chicken by himself. The blue electric mouse watched eagerly from the side, drooling with greed. After eating and drinking, Han Feng took out 7 bottles of medicine. Of these 7 bottles of potion, 1 bottle increases strength attributes, 2 bottles increase defense attributes, 2 bottles increase agility attributes, and 2 bottles increase mental attributes. If you drink it all, your overall strength will definitely increase significantly. Han Feng took a look and swallowed 7 bottles of medicine without any hesitation. Next, the properties panel was opened. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 5. Experience, 100-600. Constitution. Strength, 68 plus 40. Agility, 30 plus 40. Defense, 25 plus 40. Mental strength, 81 plus 40. Talents, healing, insight, space. After confirming that all attributes have been increased, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. With his current attribute strength, even without using his spatial talent, he can easily defeat a level 7 player. Later, Han Feng collected his attention and turned to open the regional channel. Jiang Feng. "Brothers, we have 2 days left before we face the brutal natives. Are you ready?" Lu Tai. "If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth." Yang Shuyang. "I can deal with the natives by just farting a few times. What else do we need to prepare?" Su Mao. "You two are really inhuman. Have you ever considered the feelings of weaklings like us?" Li Pangpang. "In this world, the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Only by constantly improving yourself can you have the qualification to survive." Wu Dahai. "Why does it feel a little weird when you say this?" Li Pangpang. "Is there any problem?" Lu Tai. "You are a weakling among weaklings and you don't know your own position? Are you qualified to say such things?" Li Pangpang. "Then who should say it?" Lu Tai. "Of course it's a strong person like me." Yang Shuyang. "I can too." Fatly, haha. Lu Tai, what do you mean? Do you look down on us? Fatty Li. If you two have the qualifications to speak, I am no less qualified than you. Lu Tai was stunned. Where does your confidence come from? Li Pang said firmly. My strength gives me confidence. Everyone, isn't Li Pang just a level 1 player? The talent that was awakened was still useless. What strength can it have? Peng Yu, Li Pang, are you upset by something? Li Pang, you are the one who is stimulated. Peng Yu, would you talk nonsense if you were not stimulated? Li Pang, things are different now than in the past. I am so strong now that even someone like Lu Tai can only be a younger brother in front of me. Everyone was stunned. Don't even take Lu Tai seriously? Li Pang's condition is a bit serious. Zhang couldn't help but ask, Li Pang, what are your strengths? Li Pang, you may not believe it, but I have been promoted to level 5. Everyone, what the hell? A loser like Li Pang can be promoted to level 5? Why are they so unbelieving? Su Lin, Li Pang, weren't you only level 1 yesterday? How did you get promoted to level 5 in just one day? Li Pang, don't you believe I have this ability? Su Lin, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just too unbelievable. Chen Chong, Li Pang, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us how you got promoted to level 5. Li Pang, through talent. Zhang Linlin, isn't your talent to get fat? What's the use? Fatty Li chuckled and said, you may not believe it, but I picked up a treasure chest last night, opened a talent gem, and gained a new talent. Yu Lingshan asked in surprise. There are also gifted gems? Fat Li, of course, otherwise how could I become so strong? Doraba Dilmarat, what talent have you acquired? Li Pang said proudly, my talent is Iron Man. When I use it, my whole body is as hard as iron, almost invulnerable. It is through this talent that I killed the ants and mosquitoes on the island in one fell swoop and successfully promoted to level 5. Everyone exclaimed, this is too powerful. Sudamao, what kind of shit luck do you have? Why can't I pick up a treasure chest like this? Li Pang pondered for a moment and gave an answer. It may be related to one's character. Su Damao, Jiang Feng. Li Pang should be the strongest person in our district, right? Lu Tai ahem. Chapter 100 I never curse at anyone, because those I curse are not human beings. Li Pang, even if you cough up blood, I'm still better than you. Lu Tai, you're brave. When we get a chance, let's have a try. Li Pang, let me touch you. Am I afraid of you? Jiang Feng, that's enough. Why are you so hostile? Can't we be more harmonious? Han Feng, I agree with Tian Jiangfeng's point of view. It is a kind of fate that we can be teleported to the same area to survive. There is no need to fight with each other. Let's be friendly. Everyone was stunned. How could Han Feng, a person who would argue with others at the slightest disagreement, have such awareness? Diliriba haha. Han Fen, fuck you. Doraba Dilmarat, I'm just kidding you. You don't agree? If you don't agree, come and bite me. Han Feng, you really don't know my methods. Doraba Dilmarat, it's useless to show off your verbal prowess. Don't be a big talker. Han Feng, who of us is the best at talking? Everyone. They started quarreling again after just a few words. It's true that one's nature cannot be changed. Yangmi couldn't bear it any longer. You two should stop doing this. It's really embarrassing in public. Doraba Dilmarat, I'm giving face to Sister Me, so I won't argue with you. Han Feng, T is cool. Lu Chushuang, Dilly Reba, please be patient. He won't be so arrogant for long. I will avenge you tomorrow. Doraba Dilmarat, good sister. Looking forward to your performance. Lu Chushuang, understand it. Han Feng ignored him and said, I got a pair of black underwear from the treasure chest today. If anyone needs it, please contact me. Jiang Feng, Han Feng, please sell it to me. I don't have any pants to wear, and I've been hanging around for the past few days, which is really uncomfortable. Han Feng rubbed his nose. You may not be able to wear it. Jiang Feng, why? Han Feng, it's a pair of women's underwear. Jiang Feng, Chen Chong, Han Feng, didn't you sell one yesterday? Are you selling one again today? Han Feng, it came out of the treasure chest. I have no control over it. Zhang Linlin, Han Feng, I want it. Han Feng, what can you give me? Zhang Linlin, a black iron treasure chest. Han Feng, deal. Zhang Linlin, let's go to the trading hall. Han Fen, okay. Afterwards, Han Feng exited the chat group and was about to open the trading hall when he found that the private message icon was flashing. The person who sent the private message was Deal Yeba. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and opened the private message. Doraba Dilmarat, Han Feng, I want your underwear. Han Feng, you want to? Doraba Dilmarat, I mean the black one. Han Feng, What is the difference between the black one and the pink one? Doraba Dilmarat. I just like black. Han Feng. Just because you like the black one, do I have to change it for you? Am I spoiling you like that? Doraba Dilmarat. You brother, please help me change. Han Feng. If he plays it this way, it would be a little difficult for him to refuse. Han Feng. Then I'll change it to black for you. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, you are so nice. Han Feng was too lazy to pay attention to it. When he was about to contact Zhang Linlin, the private message icon flashed again. The person who sent the private message this time was Lu Chushuang. I guess she came here for the underwear too. Han Feng directly clicked on the private message. Lu Chushuang. Han Feng, leave that pair of underwear to me. Han Feng, what can you give me? Lu Chushuang. I can't give you anything. Han Feng was slightly startled. You can't give me anything, but you still want to ask me for something? Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Chushuang. At worst, when I beat you up tomorrow, I can go easy on you and save your face. Han Feng, huh? Do you still want to control someone like Lu Chushuang? Once you see his strength, you will regret it. Lu Chushuang. You don't believe it? Han Feng was too lazy to respond and directly closed the private message. Instead, he contacted Zhang Linlin. I just took a look again, and that pair of underwear is not black but pink. Do you still want it? Zhang Linlin. It doesn't matter anyway because I'm wearing it underneath and it's invisible. Han Feng. Okay. Afterwards, the two successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng stared at the treasure chest in front of him and asked softly, Good evening, little treasure chest. Baoxiang, you also know it's nighttime? Shouldn't you rest at night? Why are you trying to get close to me? Don't you know I will dislike you? Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. The treasure chests nowadays are really crazy. Give it too much face. Han Feng snorted and ordered the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, give it some strength. Okay, big brother. The engineer's shovel responded and then sang passionately. The singing voice that touched the depths of the soul suddenly resounded in the thatched hut. Vomit. With just one sentence, the treasure chest couldn't bear it anymore. It retched violently and begged for mercy loudly. Human, I was wrong. Please make it stop. I'm almost sick to death. You're such a bitch. Han Feng spat and said coldly. Tell me, what did you put in it? The treasure chest said quickly. It contains a pair of hip-wrapped black stockings. Han Feng. Just as a pair of women's underwear was opened, a pair of black hip-hugging stockings was opened. This is related to women's products. It's so fucking weird. What? Han Feng sighed helplessly and opened the treasure chest. The next moment, a pair of well-packaged black stockings appeared in front of him. Han Feng took it in his hand and took a look at it, and suddenly felt a little melancholy. This thing isn't even as valuable as underwear. I don't know if it can be traded, but no matter how difficult it is, you have to try to trade, otherwise you will lose money. Immediately, Han Feng opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, Lu Chushuang, are you really going to do Han Feng tomorrow? Guli Naza, isn't your wording inappropriate? Jiang Feng, why is it inappropriate? Wu Dahai, would it be better if you changed the word fuck to beat? Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and laughed. Don't worry about those details. Lu Tai, Lu Chushuang, I support you. Han Feng is too arrogant. I must punish him severely. Yang Shuliang, I also dislike Han Feng. It's not impossible to teach him a lesson. Lu Chushuang, I won't let you down. Han Feng, brothers, how did I offend you? Why do you hate me so much? Lu Tai, don't you have any idea what you have done? Han Feng, I'm not really sure. Lu Tai, you have been so arrogant in recent days, confronting everyone you meet. You're simply too crazy. You have already angered everyone. Jiang Feng, Han Feng, you really should keep a low profile. Han Feng, I've said before that a kind horse is ridden by a man, and a kind man is bullied by a dog. I just don't want to be bullied by you. Is that wrong? Everyone, without saying a word, you start to scold people again? Peng Yu, Han Feng, you are clearly calling us dogs. You're going too far. Han Feng, don't slander me. I never curse at anyone. Peng Yu, you compared us to dogs? Isn't that just an insult? Han Feng, the people I'm scolding are not human beings. Peng Yu, everyone, you curse at people without using any swear words? Han Feng is so eloquent. Chapter 101, Making a Deal with Sister Moon. Han Feng, actually, you don't need to bring yourself into this because I am only targeting a few individuals in the group. I hope you can understand. Jiang Feng, I can understand that you're targeting Lu Tai and Lu Chushuang, but don't involve Dilieba. She's my dream lover. Doraba Dilmarat, you don't need to worry about my business. Also, please stop disgusting me. Jiang Feng. Han Feng changed the subject. By the way, I just opened a treasure chest and found a pair of black hip-hugging stockings. Any one of you who needs them can come to me to exchange them. Wudahai, why do you always come up with stuff like this? Han Feng sighed. I don't want to either. Fatly. Han Feng, give me your stockings. Han Feng was slightly stunned. What do you want this thing for? Li bang bang shuklat, hobby. Everyone suddenly felt a chill. This is a fucking pervert, right? Han Feng, what can you give me? Whether Li Pang Pang is a pervert or not has nothing to do with him. For him, as long as he can exchange the supplies, it is enough. Li Pang Pang pretended to be deep and said, I can't give you anything, but as the strongest man in our district, I can protect you in the future. Han Feng, get out. Isn't it just awakening an Iron Man talent? Do you really think of yourself as someone important? What the hell? Li Pong Pong's voice turned cold. Don't you give face to the strongest person in District 10086? Han Feng, what kind of face should I give you? You, an ant-like thing. Why do you want to have a sense of existence in front of me? Fatty Li. Han Feng, you have offended me. Han Feng sneered. You'd better go where it's cooler. Li Pang Pang. Here, I formally challenge you. Unfin, no problem. When we get the chance, I will definitely have fun with you. Yang Mi. Han Feng, I want to exchange with you. Peng Yu. Sister Mi's long legs must look very sexy when she wears it. I really want to admire them. Yang Mi, shut your stinky mouth. Peng Yu. Okay, Sister Mi. Jiang Feng. In fact, with Delia Ba's tall figure, she would definitely look good in black stockings. Sudamao. What's the point of looking good? You can't see it. Jiang Feng. Can't I just fantasize about it? Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng. Yang Mi, what can you give me? Yang Mi. Give you a wooden round table. Han Feng. Your family runs a furniture store, right? In the past few days, Yang Mi sold a lot of things like sofas, wooden stools, and tables. Where did you get it from? Yang Mi. Just tell me if we can exchange? Han Feng, yes. Anyway, there is no use keeping that black silk stocking in my hand, so it won't be a loss to change the table. Yang Mi, let's go to the trading hall. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng then walked out of the thatched hut and handed the wooden table to the wooden fence. Just as he was about to return to the thatched hut, a woman's gentle voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Human, can you do me a favor? Boo! Han Feng's expression froze. It's me, your sister Moon. The soft voice sounded again. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked up. A bright moon is suspended in the air, emitting beautiful light. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Sister Yuelyong, what can I do for you? Moon, help me scold someone. Han Feng frowned and asked curiously, are you scolding? Moon, scold Xiaoyang. Han Feng was a little confused. Who is Xiaoyang? Moon, Xiaoyang is the sun. Han Feng's mouth suddenly widened. Why are you scolding it? Did it offend you? The moon and the sun don't meet once every 800 years, right? What contradiction could there be between them? Yuelyong snorted. You don't need to ask why. Just scold him. Han Feng rubbed his nose. Sister Yuelyong, you don't know. I'm a very well-mannered person, and I never scold anyone. Besides, I have a good relationship with Brother Yang. It's a bit inappropriate to scold him for no reason, right? Moon, I won't ask you for help in vain. I'll give you a reward. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, what's the reward? Moon, you have an oil lamp that has developed spiritual intelligence, right? I can help it upgrade to level 3, and also help it awaken a new talent. Really? Han Feng suddenly became excited. If only the moon could do this. Then I can only blame the sun. The moon said solemnly, of course it is true. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, I agree. The moon was surprised and asked, didn't you just say that the sun is your good friend? How can you even scold your friend? Han Feng coughed awkwardly. You don't know. We're just brothers on the surface. Sun is always so cool and arrogant, and he even acts so arrogant in front of me. I actually don't like him for a long time. Yuelyong said thoughtfully, you were right about this. That guy's indeed very arrogant and cocky. Han Feng couldn't wait any longer. Sister Yuelyong, I have agreed to your request. Shouldn't you help me upgrade my oil lamp? The moon reminded, don't forget to scold the sun. You must scold him severely. If you can't do this, I will bear a grudge against you. Han Feng promised solemnly, don't worry, I will severely humiliate him tomorrow morning. Moon, take out your oil lamp. Han Feng rushed into the thatched hut quickly and returned to his original place, carrying the oil lamp. Moon, put on the ground. Han Feng followed his instructions and carefully put down the oil lamp. But at this moment, a ray of moonlight shot down. The moonlight was extremely bright, just like a dazzling beam of light, shining on the oil lamp, sinking into it, and disappearing without a trace. Moon breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it's done. Han Feng's expression changed. He stared at the oil lamp and activated his insight talent to observe. Target, oil lamp. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 30. Talents, blessing, dispel, moonlight, ice blade. After confirming that the oil lamp had really been promoted to level 3 and had awakened the moonlight ice blade talent, Han Feng was overjoyed and said to the moon in gratitude, Sister Moon, thank you so much. Yang didn't take it seriously. It's just a deal. No need to be polite. Well, I'm going to work. I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye, Sister Moon. Han Feng greeted him, then turned to face the oil lamp and smiled. Little oil lamp, what kind of ability does your new talent have? Oil lamp. Using light as a medium, a giant long sword is condensed. It not only has physical killing power, but also has a strong freezing damage effect. That sounds pretty cool. Han Feng muttered and ordered, Little oil lamp, show the power of your new talent. How powerful is the moonlight ice blade? You can only be sure if you see it with your own eyes. Chapter 102, I forgive you on behalf of the organization. The oil lamp burned quietly. The flame was weak and flickering, as if it would go out at any time. Suddenly, the flame suddenly became brighter, and the light was dazzling. A strong light shot out from the oil lamp, like a flash of lightning across the night sky. The light flew into the air and condensed into a 3-meter-long white sword. The blade exudes an icy aura, as if it was made from thousands of years of ice. Under the moonlight, the outline of the sword is clearly visible, and its existence seems to break the tranquility of this space. The surrounding air seemed to become colder because of the appearance of the sword, making people feel an invisible pressure. Fuck, what the hell is this? The wooden fence trembled with fear. Buzz. The white sword trembled, as if it turned into a white lightning, and suddenly struck at an open space outside the shelter. Bang! There was only a loud explosion, and it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. The next moment, a huge gully was split open on the ground. The white sword shattered, and a cold breath escaped, quickly spreading over the ravine. In the blink of an eye, the soil and rocks in the gully were frozen, forming a spectacle that looked like a small ice ditch. It's so scary. The wooden fence was stunned, completely shocked by the power of the white sword. If the knife had been aimed at it, it would have turned into a pile of firewood by now. That's really amazing. Han Feng sighed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The oil lamp's moonlight ice blade talent is extremely overbearing. In terms of lethality, it far exceeds that of Forkhorn's. Since then, the overall strength of the shelter has soared significantly. Han Feng was in a trance for a moment, facing the oil lamp, and asked softly, Little oil lamp, how many times can you release the moonlight ice blade in a day? Oil lamp, my current mental reserve is too low. I can only release it once a day. I have to find a way to help you level up. Han Feng pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, The way to help oil lamps upgrade quickly is to use flame stones. But this thing is too rare. Even if I want to exchange it, I can't. There is still a long way to go. Han Feng sighed lightly, returned to the thatched hut with the oil lamp, then lay down on the straw bed and fell asleep. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. The darkness retreats, and a new dawn comes. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. Engineer Shovel performed his duties as always and woke Han Feng up on time. Han Feng opened his eyes, stretched, got out of bed, and opened the door. A ray of sunlight shone softly on his face. Han Feng blinked. A strange look appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said to the sun, Brother Yang, good morning. The sun seemed to be indifferent. Yeah. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Brother Yang, you disappoint me so much. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. It really makes me feel ashamed to be friends with you. Taiyang was stunned. What do you mean? Han Feng snorted. Don't you know what you did? Do you have to make me tell you? Aren't you ashamed? Taiyang seemed a little guilty. How did you know? Han Feng pretended to be deep. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. As for what the sun did, he has no idea at all. It's a complete bluff. The sun was a little embarrassed. You heard it from the moon, right? Don't believe her. I didn't mean to peek at her bathing. I just glanced at her unintentionally, Just a glance, and I didn't see anything. Han Feng. Damn it. There are also big melons. This requires good use of your time. Han Feng said sternly. Whether it was intentional or not, you saw it anyway. Moreover, instead of realizing your mistake, you even tried to justify yourself. Isn't this shameful? Forehead. The son suddenly didn't know how to answer. Han Feng continued. Sister Yuelyang is a pure and innocent girl, but you have defiled her like this. Are you still a human being? I feel so ashamed for you. Taiyang said weakly. That is not as serious as you said. I only took a look and did not tarnish her innocence. Besides, I have already apologized. Han Feng said contemptuously. If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Son. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Since we are friends, I will forgive you this time. But remember, there must not be a next time, otherwise I will not let you off easily. Remember, I will never do it again. Taiyang responded timidly, and then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Han Feng, are you educating me? What qualifications do you have? Does this have anything to do with you? Han Feng said calmly. This matter really has nothing to do with me, but as your friend, I can't watch you fall into depravity. I can't watch you go down the path of crime. If you dare to peek at someone taking a bath today, you will steal their underwear tomorrow, and their bra the day after tomorrow. If this continues, what will happen? From a moral point of view, your behavior is extremely dirty. From a legal point of view, this is a premeditated crime. Anyone with a conscience can spit on you. What's wrong with me? Am I wrong? It's just me. If it's someone else who doesn't bother to pay attention to you, you're not a child anymore. Can you have some sense in your heart? The son was stunned after hearing this. Wasn't it just a peek? Can it be this serious? Is this a bit too much? Han Feng curled his lips. What else do you have to say now? Sun was stunned for a moment, then said dully, You are right. I have nothing to say. You are a good comrade if you can recognize your mistakes. On behalf of the organization, I forgive you. I hope you can mend your ways and not do such outrageous things again. Han Feng said seriously. Thank you for forgiving me. Taiyang let out a long sigh and asked curiously, Han Feng, how did you know about this? Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. Of course, Sister Yuelyang told me that. Taiyang was surprised and said, She even told you something like this? Your relationship is not ordinary. It's okay. Han Feng chuckled. Taiyang suddenly thought of something. You won't tell anyone about this, will you? Tell who? Han Feng asked tentatively. Son, just like telling the clouds. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said meaningfully, I have a good relationship with Brother Wu, and we often chat together. As you know, when we chat, it's easy to talk about some gossip. Taiyang's heart skipped a beat. I think you two have only met once? How come you chat so often? Chapter 103. The birth of the second strongest person in the shelter. Han Feng said seriously, These are not the main points. The main point is that I might really let something slip. Son, how can I avoid letting the cat out of the bag? Han Feng said calmly. The most effective way is to add some stimulation. Son, you could be more straightforward. Han Feng smiled slightly. I have an oil lamp. It has developed intelligence and has become a fire spirit. If there's a way to help it upgrade its level or awaken its talent, I promise to keep it to myself. He also didn't know that solar energy couldn't help upgrade oil lamps. However, if the moon can do it, the sun should be able to do it too, right? There's nothing to lose anyway, so why not give it a try? The sun said disdainfully. So this is what you were thinking? Han Feng said seriously. Let me make it clear in advance that I will not force you. If you are willing, then you are willing. If you are not willing, then forget it. Son, if I help you, can you keep your mouth shut? Han Feng's heart was moved, and he said solemnly, I swear to the sun that I will keep my mouth shut. It's no use swearing to me. The son was speechless. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Then who do I swear to? Okay, I believe you. The son said helplessly. Han Feng was a little excited. Then can you help me upgrade my oil lamp? Son, take it out. Han Feng rushed into the thatched hut quickly, returned to the original place with the oil lamp, and then placed it on the open space. Just at this moment, a dazzling beam of light shot out, shone on the oil lamp, and disappeared into it. Son, okay, I've helped it upgrade. I'm going to work now. Don't disturb me for a while. Brother Yang, see you later. Han Feng greeted him with a smile, then turned to look at the oil lamp and calmly activated his insight talent. Target, oil lamp. Level 4. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 40. Talents, blessing, dispel, moonlight, ice blade, golden flame shield. Nice! When Han Feng saw that the oil lamp had been promoted to level 4 and had awakened a new talent, he clenched his hands excitedly. After oil lamp was promoted to level 4, he had become the second strongest person in the shelter besides him. It is really unbelievable that a small oil lamp can achieve such an achievement. After a moment of trance, Han Feng asked, "Little oil lamp, what abilities does your new talent have?" Oil lamp. It emits a beam of light, which condenses into a shield containing scorching power. It can not only defend itself, but also fuse the attacking weapons. My little oil lamp is so awesome. Han Feng sighed deeply. The little oil lamp has 4 talents. Blessing can increase the luck rate. Dispel is a protection talent. Moonlight Blade is an attack talent. And Golden Flame Shield is a defense talent. It is simply too comprehensive. Oil Lamp suddenly said, "Little brother, do you want me to release my new talent and show it to you?" Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it next time when we have the chance." Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 might come to the toilet soon. If they saw that an oil lamp was so awesome, they would definitely be shocked. There is no need for that. It is better to keep a low profile. Afterwards, Han Feng hung the oil lamp on the wall of the thatched hut to bask in the sun. Human. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded in my ears. "Who?" Han Feng glanced around, but found nothing. Fighting Corn reminded, "Brother, it's this thing under my feet that's talking to you." Han Feng turned his head and saw a very strange plant growing in the vegetable garden. Its base was like a lotus leaf, and above the lotus leaf was a green rhizome as thick as an arm, with a trumpet-shaped thing connected to it. What's even more peculiar is that there's a pair of eyes on both sides of the big speaker, blinking like stars and very bright. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Little pea, you have grown up?" From the looks of it, this plant is definitely a pea shooter. Pea shooter, I am still in the infancy stage, and I will enter the mature stage tomorrow. You matured quickly. Han Feng smacked his lips, then activated his insight talent to observe. Target, pea shooter. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 0. Mental power, 0. Talent, not enabled. After reading it, Han Feng couldn't help but frown. Why are all your attributes 0? The pea shooter explained, it won't show up until it matures. Oh, Han Feng suddenly realized something and asked, "Little pea, how did you level up? Did you also eat shit?" This sentence immediately silenced the pea shooter. After a long while, the pea shooter said, "I ate the spirit pearl to level up." Why? Han Feng sighed softly. The spirit bead is not easy to get. It only appears when it rains, and you may not be able to pick it up. If you want to help the pea shooter level up, you can only rely on luck. Brother, those 3 girls are here. At this moment, the wooden fence suddenly gave a reminder. Han Feng turned his head and looked outside, and saw 3 slender figures slowly approaching. It was Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. Seeing this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. You don't have to guess, these 3 people must be here to take a shit. Now you can add nutrition to the 4 corn plants. Han Feng. As she came closer, Yu Lingshan took the initiative to greet him. 3 of you, please come in quickly. Han Feng's face was filled with smiles. Han Feng, you don't have to be so polite, right? Zhao Yunxi frowned slightly. Han Feng said seriously, "The customer is God. We must be polite." Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were a little overwhelmed. "I just came to use the toilet. How did I become a customer?" Han Feng glanced at the 3 of them and handed them the tissue he had prepared long ago. "Hurry up. I have something to go out for later." Yu Lingshan took the toilet paper and entered the toilet with ease. The moment I entered, I was stunned. Why is the toilet so clean? Not even a hint of filth? Was it Han Feng who cleaned it? Isn't it too clean? Yu Lingshan didn't think much about it, took off her pants, and squatted on the pit. Seeing this, the 4 corn plants became excited. "Brothers, we can eat shit again today. I've been eating shit these past few days. I'm so happy. The key is to follow a good big brother." You're right. When you drink water, you should remember the well digger. Without Big Brother, we wouldn't be able to eat shit at all. Then how can I thank you, Big Brother? How about leaving shit for Big Brother? Brother doesn't seem to eat shit. Women's shit smells so good. Big Brother, do you really not like to eat it? Ask him later. When Han Feng heard this, he almost choked to death and started coughing violently. Chapter 104 Han Feng is too cruel. Zhao Yunxi asked curiously, Han Feng, what's wrong with you? I don't know why I suddenly started coughing. Could it be that he is sick? Fine. Han Feng responded perfunctorily and glared at the four corns. Brother, the way you look at us is not right. I think so. What's going on? Are you dissatisfied with the amount of shit left? How about leaving 2 more? There were 3 waves of shit in total, and Big Brother ate them all. What should we eat? That's right, leave some for Big Brother. The 4 corns began to whisper. Ahem. Han Feng started coughing again, even more violently than before. Zhao Yunxi. Lu Chushuang. Looking at Chu Feng's appearance, he seemed to be really sick. Are you sure everything is okay? Zhao Yunxi advised. Han Feng, if you feel uncomfortable, go to the thatched cottage and take a rest. Don't stay here and hold on. I have a talent for healing. How could anything go wrong? Han Feng smiled to ease the embarrassment. Zhao Yunxi thought about it, and it made sense, so she said no more. At this time, Yu Lingshan finished solving her physiological problems, walked out of the toilet, and returned to her original place. The second one was Lu Chushuang's turn. Yu Lingshan walked to Han Feng and whispered, Han Feng, apologize to Lu Chushuang later. Han Feng was a little confused. Why apologize to her? Yu Lingshan reminded, didn't Lu Chushuang say in the chat group that she would challenge you today? Did you forget? Han Feng recalled it, and it seemed to be true. I originally thought Lu Chushuang was joking, but I didn't expect she actually had the courage to do that. Zhao Yunxi glanced at Han Feng and said softly, Lu Chushuang is soft-hearted, so say a few nice words to her later. I believe she will forgive you. Han Feng sneered. Ask me to give in? Apologize to Lu Chushuang? Have you forgotten how I controlled her last time? Zhao Yunxi said earnestly. Things are different now. Lu Chushuang has been promoted to level 4, and her combat power has soared a lot. Even if you are promoted to level 5, you will not be her opponent. Yu Lingshan followed up by saying, Han Feng, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. It's not shameful to admit defeat in front of a strong man like Lu Chushuang. I think you should try to persuade Lu Chushuang. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said meaningfully, now he is not only a level 5 player. He also took 5 fruits of strength and 7 bottles of potions to enhance attributes, coupled with the support of spatial talent. Even level 10 players can be ignored. A mere level 4 player is nothing. Zhao Yunxi was a little confused. What do you want me to persuade Lu Chushuang about? Han Feng raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement on his lips. I was able to crush Lu Chushuang before, and now it's even easier. You'd better persuade her not to be impulsive, otherwise, her end will be very miserable. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned after hearing this. You have to know that Lu Chushuang is not an ordinary level 4 player. She is a melee player who has awakened her fighting talent. Is Han Feng really not afraid at all? Yu Lingshan said weakly. Lu Chushuang has disliked you for a long time. I'm afraid she won't listen to your advice. Han Feng said calmly. It doesn't matter. Then I will teach her another lesson. Zhao Yunxi frowned slightly. Han Feng, what level have you been promoted to? Before Han Feng could answer, Lu Chushuang suddenly came out of the toilet and said coldly, Han Feng, we agreed last night to have a one-on-one duel. You won't back down, will you? Han Feng smiled faintly. I'll be at your service anytime. Well, let's get started. Lu Chushuang was full of fighting spirit and looked impatient. Let's go out and fight. Han Feng greeted him and walked straight out of the shelter. Lu Chushuang followed closely behind. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan looked at each other and followed him out. Soon, the 4 of them came to an open space. Lu Chushuang's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Han Feng. Han Feng, are you ready? I'm Feng. Han Feng's face was calm as he stood there motionless, giving people a feeling of being unfathomable. Pretentious. Lu Chushuang snorted lightly and rushed towards Han Feng quickly. After being promoted to level 4, her speed became significantly faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Han Feng, then leaped up, lifted up one of his long legs, and swept it fiercely towards Han Feng's face. This sweeping move was smooth and flowing, without any delay, and it seemed that it would kill Han Feng with one blow. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan suddenly became nervous and looked at Han Feng together. How should Han Feng respond to such a violent attack? Not only was there no fear on Han Feng's face, there was even a hint of disdain at the corners of his lips. When Lu Chushuang's long legs swept closer, Han Feng suddenly made a move as fast as lightning and grabbed Lu Chushuang's ankle. Bang! After a dull thud, Lu Chushuang's attack came to an abrupt halt. Looking at Han Feng again at this time, he was standing still, not moving at all, with a calm look on his face. It is like a towering mountain, standing firm despite wind and rain. Lu Chushuang was like a gust of wind, fierce but unable to shake him at all. This, Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. How could Han Feng resolve Lu Chushuang's extremely violent attack so easily? Just how powerful is he? It's unbelievable. How so? Lu Chushuang was dumbfounded. I thought that after being promoted to level 4, I could easily crush Han Feng. However, she never expected that Han Feng's strength improved much more than hers. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In her eyes, Han Feng seemed to have become an indestructible peak. She herself was like an insignificant mortal. No matter how hard she tried, she could not shake this giant peak at all. In an instant, a deep sense of frustration surged up from the depths of Lu Chushuang's heart. It's my turn to fight back. Han Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. As soon as the words fell, he exerted force suddenly and lifted Lu Chushuang into the air easily, just like picking up a chicken. Ah! Lu Chushuang was terrified and let out a shrill scream. Make noise! Han Feng snorted. Then, he threw Lu Chushuang to the ground without mercy. There was only a loud bang, and Lu Chushuang lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out, her eyes empty and her face filled with pain and a look of despair. At this moment, she felt like all the bones in her body were falling apart, and she was already in a semi-comatose state. Is Lu Chushuang okay? Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were both shocked. Han Feng was too brutal this time. Would Lu Chushuang be killed by the fall? Chapter 105 Don't insult me with your dirty thoughts. Just as he was stunned, Han Feng pounced on Lu Chushuang like a tiger. At this time, Lu Chushuang was so dizzy from the fall that she was completely unable to resist and was pinned down by Han Feng. Feeling each other's warmth, the atmosphere couldn't help but feel a little strange. Seeing the evil smile on Han Feng's lips, Lu Chushuang was terrified and asked in a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do? I warned you a long time ago not to mess with me, but you just wouldn't listen. I'm going to give you some strength today. Han Feng snorted coldly, pinched Lu Chushuang's wrist, and pressed her to the ground. Let me go. Lu Chushuang was filled with shame and indignation and struggled desperately. Being pressed under a man made her feel very ashamed. However, under Han Feng's control, all struggles became futile. This, Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned. Han Feng rode on Lu Chushuang and held down her hands. What will happen next? Thinking of this, Zhao Yunxi said anxiously, Han Feng, with so many people watching you, you can't do that kind of thing? What? Han Feng was a little confused. Zhao Yunxi seemed to be hesitant to speak and stammered. Are you greedy for Lu Chushuang's body and want to kill her right here? Han Feng, he just wanted to teach Lu Chushuang a lesson. How could you have such a dirty thought? Zhao Yunxi's thoughts are not pure. Upon hearing this, Lu Chushuang panicked. Han Feng, let me go. I haven't showered for several days, and my body is dirty. Even if you can get my body, you can never get my heart. Don't insult me with your dirty thoughts. Han Feng's mouth twitched in anger. Who does Lu Chushuang think he is? How could he do such a thing in broad daylight, in front of everyone? Is he that hungry? Lu Chushuang breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, Then can you stop pressing me? Han Feng snorted lightly, and when he stood up, he increased his strength. Lu Chushuang's expression couldn't help but froze. A feeling of shame and anger surged in my heart. It's so abominable and shameless. I'm going to give you a small punishment today. Remember, never go against me in the future. Han Feng warned. Lu Chushuang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her head buzzing. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan looked at each other, walked forward and helped Lu Chushuang up. Lu Chushuang, are you okay? Yu Lingshan asked with concern. Fine. Lu Chushuang blushed and bit her thin lips lightly. Originally, he planned to capture Han Feng and avenge his previous humiliation. Who would have thought that Han Feng would pin him to the ground and rub him again? It's so embarrassing. Yu Lingshan glanced at Lu Chushuang and whispered, Why is your face so red? Is it because Han Feng took advantage of you? Lu Chushuang, is it necessary to say this to someone's face? Don't you think she's embarrassed enough? Han Feng coughed lightly. Speak more carefully. How could I take advantage of Lu Chushuang? I'm not that kind of person. Yu Lingshan pouted. You are lying. I saw it clearly just now. You have increased your strength, and Lu Chushuang has reacted. Ahem. Lu Chushuang coughed violently and almost choked to death. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said seriously, I'm not that kind of person. You must have been dazzled just now. Yuling Shan's mouth opened wide, and she looked at Han Feng in amazement. It's too shameless to take advantage of others and not admit it. He doesn't want to admit it, so forget it. Zhao Yunxi snorted disdainfully, then winked. Let's go back. Stop. Han Feng faltered coldly. What else do you want to do? A trace of panic flashed across Lu Chushuang's eyes. Han Feng had already pressed her to the ground and rubbed her, but he was still not going to let her go. Han Feng turned and looked at Zhao Yunxi. Did you forget something? What is it? Zhao Yunxi looked confused. Han Feng coughed lightly and said, Didn't we agree that if you take my toilet paper, you have to use the toilet in my shelter? If you don't want to, just give the toilet paper back to me. Zhao Yunxi was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I'll go. After saying this, he quickly walked toward the toilet. Yuling Shan stared at Han Feng and asked tentatively, Han Feng, what level are you? Level 5. Han Feng said bluntly. Yuling Shan frowned. Looking unconvinced, how could a level 5 player have such a powerful strength attribute? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Brother is born with supernatural power and high basic attributes. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Yuling Shan snorted. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhao Yunxi came out of the bathroom. See you all tomorrow morning. Han Feng said with a smile. Zhao Yunxi and the other two left without saying a word. Han Feng returned to the shelter, called the 4 corns to his side, and said in a stern tone, I want to make it clear here that I don't eat shit. Who the hell brought this up? I'll kill you. Big brother doesn't eat shit? Great, from now on they will all belong to us brothers. The 4 corn plants became excited. Han Feng waved his hand and said, Eat shit. 4 corns rushed to the toilet like crazy. Han Feng began to prepare breakfast and made some simple rice porridge. After eating, as usual, he went to the beach with the blue electric mouse. As soon as we arrived at the beach, we saw from afar the shark Shushu chatting with 2 big crabs. They were having a great time chatting with each other. In addition, 2 trees with their branches and leaves removed were placed on the beach. It should have been brought by Shark Shushu. When he saw the 2 big trees, Han Feng's eyes lit up and he walked forward. Han Feng. Shark Shushu and the 2 crabs greeted Han Feng enthusiastically. Han Feng nodded slightly and chuckled. What are you guys talking about? You seem so happy. De Zhuang said in a carefree manner. I was listening to the little shark bragging. It just said that it had picked up 2 more female sharks. Who is bragging? I have the capital, okay. Shark Shushu's face was dark. He gave Da Zhuang a cold look, then turned to Han Feng with a flattering smile. Han Feng, I've got some wood for you. Good job. Han Feng appreciated it. Shark Shushu came close to Han Feng and said in a pleading tone, Han Feng, can you give me a healing talent? Are you injured or sick? Han Feng asked. None. Shark Shushu shook his head. Then why do you need treatment? Han Feng was a little confused. Shark Shushu chuckled. Your healing talent is amazing. It feels like I got a massage all over my body. It's so comfortable. Han Feng snorted. Releasing your talent requires consuming mental energy, so you can't just waste it. Shark Shushu negotiated. Just give me a healing talent, and I will definitely get you more wood in the future. Chapter 106. I am quite experienced in this area. Han Feng thought about it and agreed. Unleashing a healing talent only consumes a few points of mental energy, but you can get a lot of wood, which is definitely worthwhile. Then he reached out and pressed on Shark Shushu's head, releasing a healing talent. A milky white light overflowed from the palm of his hand and flowed through the shark Shushu's body like running water. The shark Shushu was bathing in it. His eyes were blurred, and he couldn't help but let out an intriguing moan. It's like doing that kind of thing. Han Feng suddenly felt a chill, his face full of rage. If you dare to make such a noise again, I will beat you to death. I just couldn't help myself. I'll be more careful next time. Shark Shushu shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. Han Feng's expression eased a little, and he asked, You've been wandering around outside all day. Have you picked up any treasure chests? I used to pick up quite a few, but I haven't seen any recently. Shark Shushu said truthfully. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, Where's the treasure chest you picked up before? They were all taken away by the big monkeys. Shark Shushu whispered. Why? Han Feng sighed and reminded, If you find a treasure chest in the future, give it to me. Don't give it to the big monkey. If I give you the treasure chest, can you heal me? Shark Shushu asked tentatively. No problem. Han Feng smiled slightly. Understand. I'll give it to you next time I find a treasure chest. Shark Shushu promised, and then said, the big monkey only gave me 2 hours. I will go back. Okowo. Han Feng nodded. After watching the Shark Shushu leave, Han Feng put the 2 big trees into the space bag and then walked around on the beach. The blue electric mouse was happily digging holes and catching clams. Time flies and it's noon. Han Feng returned to the shelter with the blue electric mouse. Just as I entered the courtyard, a dark shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily outside the thatched hut. What the hell? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then took a closer look. But I saw a black iron treasure chest standing on the ground. Welfare again? Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Ever since the oil lamp awakened the talent of blessing. A treasure chest drops in the shelter every day, which is just like being on the minimum living allowance. Although the number is not large, it is still quite good. Han Feng picked up the treasure chest and entered the thatched house, staring at it intently, and asked, Little treasure chest, what do you have in it? Treasure chest. Han Feng, speak up. The treasure chest said nothing and remained silent. Han Feng's eyes turned gloomy. Since this treasure chest is ungrateful, I can only increase its strength. Little shovel, start your show. Han Feng said coldly. The engineer's shovel cleared his throat and sang with deep emotion. The disgusting singing drifted through the thatched hut, destroying the spirit and whipping the soul. Vomit. The treasure chest began to retch continuously. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Han Feng signaled the engineer to stop the shovel. Then he turned to the treasure chest and said in a cold voice, Are you convinced? Now can you tell me what's inside? The treasure chest fell silent again. Han Feng frowned, feeling something was wrong. The treasure chest obviously can't stand the singing of the engineer's shovel, so why doesn't it speak? What's the problem? The engineer's shovel guessed. Brother, could this guy be a mute? Is that possible? Han Feng muttered and asked, Little treasure chest, if you're a mute, just cough. Treasure chest. Ahem. Han Feng's mouth curled up. It turns out he's really a mute. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have tortured the treasure chest. It made him feel a little guilty. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng said, Is what you put in there not dangerous goods? If not, just cough. Treasure chest. Ahem. Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest without any hesitation. In a burst of light, a white bra appeared in front of him. Han Feng, I recently opened 3 treasure chests, and all of them contained either women's underwear or stockings. Now another bra is available. That's too much. If you keep doing this, you can even open a store specializing in women's products. Although I was depressed, I still had to find a way to sell this bra. In fact, there are quite a few female players who have traveled here. There are plenty of people who need bras, so there's no shortage of buyers. The key is that the size cannot be too large. It was just like the last time I opened a treasure chest and got a D-cup bra, which I sold to you Lingshan after great effort. Wish this one was a little smaller in size. Han Feng took it in his hand and looked at it carefully and was immediately dumbfounded. Whatever you fear will come to you. It's another D-cup. Damn it. Who should I sell it to this time? Han Feng thought about it and decided to target Yangmi. Yangmi has a nickname called Big Mimi. I think I should be able to handle this bra. Then, Han Feng opened the game panel and sent a private message to Yangmi. Yangmi, do you need a bra? Yangmi, where did you get the bra? Han Feng, I just found it from the treasure chest. Yangmi, do you prescribe some women's products all day long? Han Feng said helplessly, I don't want it either. Yangmi, I do need it, but the key size cannot be too small. Han Feng, D-cup, it suits you perfectly. Yangmi, how do you know it's suitable for me? Han Feng, I took a quick look and it seems about right. I am quite experienced in this area. Yangmi. Han Feng, do you want it or not? You don't want me to contact others. Yangmi, I want it. Han Feng, what can you give me? Yangmi, I just picked up a black iron treasure chest and want to exchange it with you. Han Feng, deal. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng took the treasure box and glanced at it, then said softly, Little treasure box, what do you have in it? Treasure chest. Not for eating. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and repeated, I asked you what you are pretending to be. Treasure chest. Not for drinking. Han Feng, this treasure chest is a bit naughty. Or maybe give it some strength. Han Feng thought about it and decided to give up. If he kept increasing his strength, he would seem useless. So he asked again, what are you pretending to be? Treasure chest, not a weapon. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Is it a dangerous item? Treasure chest, not dangerous goods. Han Feng was certain in his mind that as long as he was sure that it was not dangerous goods, it would be fine. Then he opened the treasure chest lid. I saw a burst of light, and a pack of sanitary napkins appeared in front of me. Grass! Han Feng couldn't help but curse. These things are played again and again. That's too much. Brother, what's wrong with you? Who offended you? The engineer's shovel asked curiously. Feng. Han Feng took a deep breath, picked up the sanitary napkin, and narrowed his eyes. Compared to things like bras, sanitary napkins are actually easier to sell. For example, when you have your period, it won't work without this thing. Chapter 107, Do you want a sanitary napkin? Suddenly, Zhao Yunqi's figure appeared in Han Feng's mind. Zhao Yunqi just got her period 2 days ago and needed sanitary napkins. If I sell it to her, she will definitely agree. Then, Han Feng sent a private message to Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi, I heard that you have your period. Do you want sanitary napkins? I have a pack here. Zhao Yunqi, you just ask this? Is it polite? But she really needs sanitary napkins. Zhao Yunqi, yes. Han Feng was delighted. What do you want to exchange? Zhao Yunqi, I'll give you 5 tomatoes. Han Feng, I have no shortage of food. Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment and said, Then I'll give you a black iron treasure chest. Han Feng, deal. Soon, the two parties completed the transaction. Han Feng hesitated while holding the treasure chest. Can I open this treasure chest or not? Things are a bit weird these 2 days. Maybe women's products will be prescribed again. Let's take a break for now. So, he put the treasure chest into the space bag. Then, I lay down on the straw bed and took a nap. After resting for an hour, Han Feng left the shelter and went to the east side of the island to dig some wild vegetables and catch some grasshoppers. After a busy afternoon, we returned to the shelter. Brother, what are we having for dinner? The blue electric mouse jumped out from the thatched hut. Eat this. Han Feng opened the space cloth bag and took out a scallop the size of a pot lid. I got this scallop from Shark Shushu yesterday, but I haven't had time to eat it. This thing is really big. It must be delicious. The blue electric mouse licked his lips and suddenly remembered something. Brother, didn't you leave a chicken drumstick for me last night? Give it to me when you are. Give. Han Feng took out a chicken leg and threw it to the blue electric mouse. The blue electric mouse was overjoyed and started to eat the chicken leg. Han Feng simply cleaned the big scallops, and when he was about to start a fire, he found that he had no firewood. So he ordered the blue electric mouse, Little mouse, go out and get some firewood and start a fire. The blue electric mouse reminded, Brother, don't you have 2 big trees in your space bag? Can't you just use these to make a fire? Why do you have to go out to get firewood? Han Feng said calmly, Those 2 trees are for the wooden fence to eat. Of course they can't be used to make a fire. Oh, the blue electric mouse suddenly realized something and asked, Where can I get firewood? Han Feng's lips curled up slyly. Isn't there a big tree on the beach where we often go? Let's go over and get some branches. Speaking of which, that big tree is quite pitiful. He tortured me several times, peeling my skin and cutting branches for me. Logically speaking, it is unjustifiable to only take advantage of one person. But there was no way, because the big tree was closest to the shelter, and it grows lush and leafy. If we don't grab it, who else can we grab? Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse rushed out of the shelter in a flash. At this time, Muslin spoke up. Brother, I just heard you say there is wood in the space bag. Give it to me quickly. I haven't eaten wood for several days. I miss it so much. Han Feng walked up to the wooden fence, took out 2 big trees, and stuffed them into the mouth of the wooden fence. Wait until Mu Xiaolan finishes eating, then quietly activates his insight talent and observes. Target, wooden fence. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 1. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 30. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talent, rebound, level 2. When he saw the wooden fence upgraded to level 3, Han Feng clenched his hands excitedly. Brother, I've been promoted to level 3. Palisade was thrilled. It was a very good performance. Han Feng nodded and stroked the wooden fence. Mu Xiaolan was immediately unhappy. Brother, you can talk, but can you please stop touching me? Don't you know I have mysophobia? There are a lot of problems. Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned back to where he was. But at this moment, 4 corn plants gathered around. What do you guys mean? Han Feng frowned slightly. Frozen corn chuckled. Brother, have you forgotten something? What is it? Han Feng was a little confused. Frozen corn reminded, You didn't poop today. Han Feng thought about it and realized that he really didn't poop today, so he went to the toilet. I can eat shit again. The four-corn plants chuckled. On the other side, the blue electric mouse came to the big tree by the sea and looked around carefully. Little mouse, why are you looking at me with such malicious eyes? The shoe said in a cold tone. The blue electric mouse chuckled. My eldest brother asked me to come over to get some firewood. Your eldest brother? The shoe was stunned for a moment, and his voice suddenly became trembling. Is your eldest brother the despicable and insidious human on the island? You guessed it right. The blue electric mouse's eyes rolled around, and suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I won't waste my time talking to you. Do you want to get some branches down yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? The tree sneered. You are such a small thing, and you still want to threaten me? Do you really think that you, the tree master, were brought up by being scared? How dare you humiliate me? The blue electric mouse became furious. It raised a claw and slapped the tree trunk hard, but failed to cause any damage to the tree. The tree said disdainfully, You are like this, and you still want to hurt me? You are so naive. A strange look appeared on the corner of the blue electric mouse's mouth, and then it released a lightning talent. A ball of dazzling blue lightning shot out from the palm of his hand and quickly spread to the entire tree at the speed of lightning. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded in this brilliant blue light, which was dazzling. Ah! The big tree let out a shrill scream, and its whole body began to tremble violently. Even wisps of white smoke rose from the treetop, as if a raging fire would break out at any time. This is what happens when you go against me. The blue electric mouse sneered complacently, then slowly put away its claws and imitated Han Feng's usual tone. Are you convinced? Little mouse, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. The big trees all spoke with tears in their voices. The electric shock I gave it just now made me feel like my soul was about to ascend. If this happens again, we might be wiped out. The blue electric mouse's eyes darkened. I don't really like the name of Little Mouse. The shoe was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, How about I call you Brother Rat? I think this name is okay. The blue electric mouse nodded in satisfaction and then ordered, Don't just stand there. Get me some branches. I'm in a hurry to go back and cook. Okay, hot. The big tree was extremely humble and shook its body quickly. With a click, a large branch fell from above. The blue electric mouse took a glance and felt that it would be no problem to cook a few meals, so it dragged the branch and left. What the hell? Why do you all come a bully me? Looking at the blue electric mouse going away, the big tree complained secretly. Chapter 108. One day, I will change the rules. Brother, I got the firewood back. The blue electric mouse came to Han Feng, dragging a branch several meters long. Good job. Han Feng praised him and then broke the branch into pieces. Next, light the fire and cook. The scallops were so huge that they couldn't fit in the pan. Han Feng simply placed it on the fire to roast. In just a few minutes, the scallops were cooked. The blue electric mouse drooled greedily. Brother, let's eat quickly. Han Feng took a machete, cut the scallop meat into two, and gave one piece to the blue electric mouse. The blue electric mouse couldn't wait to gobble up the food, its mouth full of oil. In the blink of an eye, more than a pound of scallop meat was eaten up. After eating, the blue electric mouse looked at Han Feng eagerly. The meaning is very clear. I am not full. Han Feng reluctantly took out 2 sweet potatoes and threw them to the blue electric mouse. Roast them yourself. Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse grinned. After eating and drinking, Han Feng and the blue electric mouse entered the thatched hut. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, like a huge piece of black silk gently covering the earth. A bright moon hangs quietly in the night sky, emitting a soft light. The stars twinkled around, like diamonds inlaid on black satin, shining brightly. Under the shining of the bright moon and stars, the entire night sky is dreamy and very beautiful. Suddenly, a ray of bright moonlight shone through the window into the thatched hut. At the same time, the voice of the moon sounded in Han Feng's ears. Han Feng, have you finished the task assigned to you? Han Feng was startled and chuckled. Don't worry, Sister Moon. The task was completed very smoothly. This morning, I scolded the sun fiercely, scolding him so much that he felt ashamed and miserable. At the same time, he also deeply realized his mistake and sincerely apologized to you. Moon, well done. You didn't disappoint me. Han Feng, Sister Yiya, there is something I don't quite understand. Moon, what? Han Feng, you hang in the night sky every night, always in this shape? Moon, This is the form I only take when I'm working. On weekdays, I'm actually in human form, just like you. Han Feng said thoughtfully. Now I understand. Moon, what do you understand? Han Feng said directly. The sun told me that he peeked at you taking a bath, so you were angry. So if you were in the form of the moon, how could you take a bath? It turns out that you can also turn into a human form. The moon was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, Is this what the sun told you? Han Feng, yes. Moon, bastard. How dare he tell others about this? Han Feng, Sister Yuel Yang, you misunderstood Brother Yang. Actually, I tricked him into telling me what he said. He didn't want to tell me at first. Moon. Han Feng, don't worry. Only the three of us know about this. I won't tell anyone else. Moon, you swear. Han Feng, I swear to the moon that I will not tell anyone, especially Brother Wuyan. Moon. After a moment of silence, Yuel Yang warned. Han Feng, you'd better not tell anyone, otherwise I will be rude to you. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, Brother Yang has already paid the hush money. I will definitely not tell it. Moon, Han Feng, Sister Moon, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Moon, let's talk about it next time when we have time. Han Feng, I want to know now. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep. If I can't sleep, I'll easily talk in my sleep and may reveal some secrets. The moon's voice turned cold. Are you threatening me? Han Feng, how could that be? We are good friends. Moon, what do you want to know? Han Feng, what is your relationship with Chang'e? Moon, she is my best friend. Han Feng, I heard that Hou Yi has been pursuing Chang'e. Is it true? Moon, there are many people pursuing Chang'e. Hou Yi is just one of them. Han Feng's eyes flickered. I also heard that Hou Yi is a god. Every god has overwhelming power. Is that true? The moon's tone became serious. Each god is a master, and their power is beyond your imagination. I advise you that the gods have many spies, so it's best not to criticize them in private. Otherwise, if they get wind of it, you'll be in big trouble. Han Feng rubbed his nose. The gods are really domineering. Moon, in this world, strength is everything. Whoever has the strongest fist has the final say. If a weakling like you wants to survive, you must abide by the rules set by the gods. Han Feng asked, what are the rules set by the gods? Yu Ling, the rules of the gods are the rules. Whatever they say is what it is. You can only obey, and you must not resist, otherwise you will be destroyed. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully, one day, I will change the rules. The moon said disdainfully, changing the rules will anger the gods. Can you bear the wrath of the gods? I advise you to face the reality. You are just a weak chicken. Do you still want to shake the tree with an ant? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Han Feng, time will tell. The moon laughed. In the past, there was a guy like you who was just as arrogant as you and tried to fight against the gods. But in the end, he was beaten to ashes by the gods. If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better be honest. Han Feng's expression changed. Who is this person you were talking about? The moon sighed quietly. Let's not talk about the past. Besides, you are not qualified to discuss such profound topics now. Han Feng. Moon, I'm going to work. Don't disturb me for now. Han Feng was in a trance for a moment, then lay down on the straw bed. After chatting with Ye for a while, I felt a little uneasy and couldn't fall asleep for a while, so I simply opened a regional channel chat group. Xiao Qiaoing, if any one of you has sanitary napkins, I will buy them at a high price. Su Damao, what do you want sanitary napkins for? Jiang Feng, don't you have any common sense? Of course you need sanitary napkins when you have your period. Su Damao, Ohat? Yangmi, this thing is not easy to make. Zhang Linlin, if it really doesn't work, use toilet paper instead. Xiao Qiaoing, no, the amount is too large, and we can't stop it. Zhang Linlin, Zhao Yunxi, I do have a few here, but I also need some, so I can only give you one at most. Xiao Qiaoing, Zhao Yunxi, give them all to me. I will exchange them with you for 2 black iron treasure chests. Seeing this, Han Feng muttered to himself, is this thing so popular? If I had known this, I would not have traded with Zhao Yunxi, and I could have exchanged it for an extra treasure chest. Missed it. Zhao Yunxi. I'm sorry, I also had a hard time finding someone to exchange with. Xiao Qiaoing. Who did you exchange with? Xu Yongxi, Han Feng. Everyone. Han Feng stopped selling underwear and started selling sanitary napkins. Xiao Qiaoing. Han Feng, do you have any sanitary napkins left? Chapter 109 Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. Han Feng did not answer, but closed the chat group, opened the space cloth bag, and took out the black iron treasure chest stored in it. Before, I kept it because I was worried about continuing to prescribe women's products. But now, I am extremely eager to get a pack of sanitary napkins. As long as you can get sanitary napkins, you can make a deal with Xiao Qiaoying, and the guaranteed reward is 2 treasure chests. Han Feng took a deep breath and faced the treasure chest. Little treasure chest, what do you have in there? Treasure chest, a lady's item. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Is it a sanitary napkin? Treasure chest, guess? I guess your sister. Han Feng snorted coldly and opened the lid of the treasure chest. Just make sure there's no danger. As for what's inside, you'll know once you open it. The next moment, a ray of light bloomed. A package of fully packaged sanitary napkins appeared in front of me. Nice! Han Feng was very excited. What you think will come true? With this pack of sanitary napkins, I could do business with Xiao Qiaoying. Han Feng quickly opened the chat group and sent a message. Xiao Qiaoying, I have a pack of sanitary napkins here. Jiang Feng. Han Feng, where did you get so many women's products? Han Feng, does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Feng, I'm just asking casually. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. Xiao Qiaoying, Han Feng, can I trade 2 treasure chests with you? Han Feng, I spent a huge amount of money to exchange this pack of sanitary napkins from someone else. 2 treasure chests will definitely not be enough, at least 3. Suda Mao, Jiang Feng, you don't have your period? What do you need sanitary napkins for? Han Feng, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Suda Mao, Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, aren't you asking for a higher price? Do you think it's appropriate? Han Feng, does it have anything to do with you? Dilly Reba, I just can't stand your behavior. Han Feng, if you don't like it, just bear with it. Don't take yourself too seriously. Doraba Dilmarat, you are so hateful. Han Feng, come here and bite me. Xiao Qiaoying, okay, stop arguing. Doraba Dilmarat, Xiao Qiaoying, don't make a deal with Han Feng. We can't let him succeed. Xiao Qiaoying, but I really need sanitary napkins. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Xiao Qiaoying, do you agree to the deal? Xiao Qiaoying, I agreed. Han Feng, let's go to the trading hall. Xiao Qiaoying, okay. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng obtained 3 black iron treasure chests, but he did not open them immediately. Instead, he put them into the space cloth bag. Then, the chat group was reopened. Lu Tai, Lu Chu Shuang, didn't you say you were going to teach Chu Feng a lesson today? How is the battle going? Doraba Dilmarat, did you beat him up so hard that he was left with a broken tooth? Yang Shuliang, I heard that Lu Chu Shuang has been promoted to level 4, and her fighting talent has been awakened. Her close combat ability is very strong. There will be no problem in dealing with an arrogant guy like Chu Feng. Lu Chu Shuang's face was burning, and she said weakly, I felt a little uncomfortable today, so I didn't go to challenge Chu Feng. This morning, I was pressed to the ground by Han Feng and felt so humiliated. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't even speak about it. Dilly Reba, then let Han Feng show off for a few days. Zhang Sheng, brothers, I'm rich. Su Lin, did you pick up a treasure? Zhang Sheng, I just opened a bronze treasure chest, and guess what? 10 rolls of toilet paper appeared. When they heard that there was toilet paper, everyone's eyes lit up. At this stage, toilet paper is a hot commodity, because whenever you poop, you can't do without toilet paper. Otherwise, you can only use stones or fingers to pick it out. Yuling Shan, Zhang Sheng, are you selling your toilet paper? Zhang Sheng, I can't use so many by myself in such a short period of time, so I plan to sell 5 volumes. Wudahai, sell me 1. Jiang Feng, haven't you always used stones to solve the problem? Do you still need toilet paper? Wudahai, my anus is swollen from using stones every day. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't even be able to poop. Everyone, Suda Mao, what Wudahai said is right. Using stones or leaves will not only hurt your butt, but also won't wipe it clean. It's better to use toilet paper. Gulanaza, Zhang Sheng, how do you sell your toilet paper? Zhang Sheng, I don't lack food and pure water. I just need weapons, experience books, or things that can improve my strength. Everyone was silent. Where do they get weapons? As for experience points, they can increase your level. Even if there is, it will not be traded. Han Feng was also drooling over the rolls of toilet paper. It's a pity that apart from the Berserk Potion, there are no suitable bargaining chips. Zhang Sheng, is there anyone who wants to trade with me? Peng Yu, can I trade you a watermelon? My watermelons are really big, weighing 30 kilograms each in exchange for a roll of toilet paper. Zhang Sheng hesitated for a moment, but finally refused. I am not interested in fruit. Peng Yuo, fatly, I'll trade you 200 maggots for 2 rolls of toilet paper. Zhang Sheng, what do you mean? You wanted to eat maggots? And trade 2 rolls of toilet paper? Are you sick? Fat Li, you misunderstood what I meant. Zhang Sheng, what do you mean? Li Pang. Killing 1 maggot gives you 1 experience point. So killing 200 maggots gives you 200 experience points. Didn't you want an experience book? This is similar to an experience book, right? Zhang Sheng, you have a point, but this thing is disgusting. I can trade with you, but the most I can give you is a roll of toilet paper. Fatili, Ugai. Chen Chang asked curiously. Zhang Sheng, where did you get the maggots? Did you dig them from the manure pit? Li Pang, we have only been here for a few days. How many times have you pooped? How can you produce maggots so quickly? Jiang Feng, what Pang Li said is right. There are no maggots in my pit. Chen Chang, where did you get it? Fat Li, I picked it off a dead rabbit. Chen Chang, can you do that? Li Pang, why can't I do it? This thing looks a bit disgusting, but it actually contains rich protein. It must be for toilet paper, otherwise I would not be willing to trade it. Aizawa Minami, what are you going to keep it for? You're not going to eat it, are you? Li Pang, this stuff is delicious whether it's grilled or fried, and is even more delicious than chicken. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Everyone ugh. They don't have the courage to eat maggots. Zhang Sheng, is there anyone else who wants to trade with me? Yangmi, I have a blueprint for building an arrow tower. Do you want it? Zhang Sheng, what is this thing used for? Yangmi explained, it is similar to the blueprint for building a thatched house. When placed on the ground, it will automatically form an arrow tower. By manipulating the arrow tower, you can attack the enemy from a distance. Han Feng's heart suddenly moved. This thing is great. It's a pity that I don't have any extra toilet paper, so I can't trade for the construction blueprint of this arrow tower. Chapter 110. Engineer's Shovel Awakens New Talent. Zhang Sheng was a little excited. I agree to the deal. How many rolls of toilet paper do you want? Yangmi, you still have 9 rolls of toilet paper left? Give them all to me. Zhang Sheng, huh? Yangmi, with this arrow tower, the overall strength of your shelter has been greatly improved. Isn't it more valuable than 9 rolls of toilet paper? What else are you not satisfied with? Zhang Sheng. That being said, I have never seen the power of the arrow tower, and I don't know how powerful it is. So, I won't give you so much toilet paper. Yangmi, so how much are you going to give me? Zhang Sheng, 5 volumes at most. Yangmi, deal? Zhang Sheng, so refreshing? Why do I feel like I've been cheated? Yangmi, don't be so ungrateful. Do you want to make the deal or not? Zhang Sheng hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. The deal. Just as the two were about to go to the trading hall, Zhao Yunxi suddenly spoke up. Zhang Sheng, I want to trade toilet paper too. Zhang Sheng, what do you want to trade? Zhao Yunxi, a ground spike trap blueprint. Zhang Sheng, what is this thing for? Zhao Yunxi, place it on the ground, and it will automatically form a 2-meter deep trap filled with spikes. Once a wild animal falls into it, it will die. Zhang Sheng, this thing can be arranged by yourself. It doesn't have much value. Zhao Yunxi, wouldn't it take a long time to set it up by myself? And it may not be effective. Zhang Sheng, how much toilet paper do you want to exchange? Zhao Yunxi, 1 volume is enough for me. Zhang Sheng thought about it, and was about to agree when Han Feng spoke. Zhang Sheng, I want your toilet paper. Zhang Sheng's expression changed. Han Feng, what can you give me? Han Feng is the richest man in District 10086, so maybe he can come up with something good. Han Feng, a bottle of rage potion. Zhang Sheng, what is this thing used for? Han Feng, after taking the berserk potion, all attributes instantly doubled and lasted for 5 minutes. Yang Shuliang, this thing is great. If it were given to me, I could kill a level 8 beast with just 1 fart. Fatty Li, Han Feng, where did you get the rage potion? Han Feng, I got it from the treasure chest. Li Pang, I will exchange 300 maggots with you. Do you want to trade? Han Feng's face turned dark. Get out. Fatty Li, if you don't want to, just forget it. Why curse at me? Zhang Sheng, I agree to the exchange. How many rolls of toilet paper do you want? Han Feng, give me all the remaining toilet paper. In fact, exchanging a bottle of berserk potion for 4 rolls of toilet paper is a bit of a loss. Originally, he didn't plan to trade. However, Zhao Yunxi must be prevented from getting the toilet paper. Because Zhao Yunxi has toilet paper, she won't come to his shelter to poop. How can those 4 corns be upgraded? Zhang Sheng, I gave you all of them. How can I clean up my mess? I can only give you 3 rolls at most. Han Feng, having the berserk potion is like having a life-saving trump card, which can even save your life at a critical moment. Which is more important, cleaning your butt or your life? Don't you know the difference? Zhang Sheng struggled for a while. Okay, I'll make a deal with you. Zhao Yunxi was immediately unhappy. What about me? Zhang Sheng smiled apologetically. Sorry, all 10 rolls of toilet paper have been traded. Let's wait for next time. Zhao Yunxi. Han Feng. Don't you have toilet paper? Why are you trying to snatch it from me? Han Feng. I have to go to the toilet and wipe but every day, how can I complain about having too much? Zhao Yunxi said unwillingly. Then I will trade you a roll of toilet paper in exchange for the ground spike trap blueprint. Han Feng. Let's chat privately later. Yang Mi couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Sheng. Let's go and do the transaction quickly. Zhang Sheng. Okay. Han Feng also went to the trading hall and used a bottle of Berserk potion to successfully trade 4 rolls of toilet paper from Zhang Sheng. Then, he sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. Do you want to change the toilet paper? Zhao Yunxi, yes. Han Feng, we can exchange, but I have a small condition. Zhao Yunxi, you say. Han Feng, you must come to my shelter to use the toilet. Zhao Yunxi was stunned for a moment and said, we could have gone to your shelter to use the toilet. So wouldn't we be a loss if we do this? Han Feng, I promised to give you 1 roll of toilet paper, but it was only enough for you 3 to go to the toilet 5 times. You have already gone twice, so there are only 3 left. If you trade with me, you'll have 5 more chances to go to the toilet. Zhao Yunxi, are there times for going to the toilet? Is there such an operation? Han Feng, do you agree or not? Zhao Yunxi, I promise you. Han Feng reminded, when you go to the toilet tomorrow morning, remember to bring me the ground spike trap blueprint. Zhao Yunxi, I can't forget it. After closing the private message, Han Feng had nothing to do, so he opened the trading hall and started browsing. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Zhang San sells an iron stool in exchange for pure water. The machete, engineer's shovel, and frying pan all need to eat metal to upgrade their level. Now that I have come across someone selling metals, there is no reason to miss it. Han Feng contacted Zhang San immediately. Buddy, how heavy is your iron block? Zhang San, I don't know exactly how heavy it is, but I can't lift it by myself. Han Feng suddenly became a little excited. How many bottles of purified water do you plan to change? Under normal circumstances, an adult man is capable of moving objects weighing 100 kilograms. After arriving here, as the level increases and the attributes of each item increase, it becomes easy to lift things weighing 200 kilograms. But Zhang Xin couldn't move the iron block. This means that the iron block weighs at least 200 kilograms, or even more. Zhang San, there is no use keeping this iron stool, and it takes up space. Just give me 2 bottles of purified water. Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Deal. 2 bottles of purified water in exchange for an iron stool is such a great deal. He felt a little embarrassed. Later, the two successfully completed the transaction. Looking at the iron stool in front of him, Han Feng fell silent. I originally thought that this iron block weighed at least 200 kilograms, and I thought I had picked up a great bargain. Unexpectedly, this iron block was not as big as I imagined, weighing only about 50 or 60 kilograms at most. Isn't this a fraud on consumers? Han Feng complained, feeling a little cheated. But I soon felt relieved. After all, I only used 2 bottles of purified water to get an iron stool, so it was definitely not a loss. I can only say that it did not meet my expectations. Brother, who is this iron stool for? The engineer's shovel made a tentative sound. As we agreed last time, it's your turn now. Han Feng smiled slightly. Thank you, brother. The engineer's shovel was very excited. Open your mouth. Han Feng gave a reminder, picked up the iron block, and stuffed it into the mouth of the engineer's shovel. Crunch, crunch. The engineer's shovel chewed it happily. After the engineer's shovel finished eating, Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, engineer shovel. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 15 plus 20. Defense, 25 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talents, tenacity, shoveled Sundara. Chapter 111. There is a woman without clothes. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. The engineer shovel actually awakened a new talent? However, this talent sounded a bit shameful. It's just a shovel, why be so proud? After a moment of trance, Han Feng asked, Little shovel, what abilities does your new talent have? The engineer's shovel said excitedly, This is an auxiliary talent. When used, the attack power and defense power will be doubled on the original basis. Awesome. Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If the attack power of the engineer shovel is doubled, It will even be better than that of the machete. It's just SOSO. The engineer's shovel chuckled and seemed a little bit carried away. Han Feng glanced at the engineer's shovel, then turned his gaze to the frying pan and snorted. Waste. All objects in a shelter have impressive abilities, except for the frying pan, which is nothing at all. It is no exaggeration to say that it is waste. Frying pan. Why was I humiliated again for no reason? No one would bully Pot like this. The frying pan was indignant, but dared not say anything. Han Feng then opened the space cloth bag, took a look at the 3 black iron treasure chests inside, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of opening it. Then he lay down on the straw bed and began to rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, it was dawn. The sun rises in the east, shining a light that spreads across the earth, bringing a touch of warmth and vitality. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer, shovel shouted. Chu Feng opened his eyes, stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Just at this moment, a ray of sunlight shone on his face. Han Feng blinked, took a deep breath, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sun in the distance, and chuckled. Brother Yang, good morning. Fuck you. You shameless villain. The sun cursed at him. Han Feng can't do it anymore. Swearing so early in the morning? Could it be that I took the wrong medicine? Han Feng was slightly startled. Brother Yang, are you sick? The sun was furious. You're the one who is sick? Han Feng was puzzled and asked. Why are you scolding me for no reason if you're not sick? How have I offended you? The sun snorted. What did you promise me yesterday? Didn't you promise not to tell anyone that I peeked at the moon taking a bath? Han Feng opened his mouth and said, I didn't tell anyone else. The sun snorted. You still don't admit it? You didn't tell the moon? Han Feng was speechless. Sister Yuel Yang is the person involved. She already knew about this matter. What does it matter if I tell her or not? Isn't it okay as long as I don't tell anyone else? That seems to be the case. The sun muttered thoughtfully. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said meaningfully, I treat you as a friend, but you scold me indiscriminately. Do you think it's appropriate? Taiyang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I misunderstood you, I apologize. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. You hurt my feelings this time, and you're done with just an apology? Son, what do you want? Han Feng smiled slightly. If you can help upgrade my oil lamp. Before he could finish his words, Taiyang interrupted. Someone called me. Let's talk next time. Han Feng. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Feng walked towards the toilet. It has become a habit to drain the water every morning. But before I took a few steps, I suddenly realized that something was missing in the vegetable garden. The 4 corn plants were still there, but the pea shooter was gone. Where did this guy go? Can it move randomly? Just as Chu Feng was about to ask about the 4 corns, a childish voice suddenly sounded above his head. Brother, I'm here. Han Feng raised his head and slowly moved his gaze upwards. Soon, the pea shooter was found standing on the thatch. At this time, it has grown to more than half a meter in height, and its roots have become increasingly thick, much thicker than an adult's arm. From a distance, it looks like a green chimney. Han Feng took a glance and asked curiously, Little Pea, what are you doing up there? Pea shooter, standing high, seeing far. I am observing the surrounding situation. Han Feng's eyes flickered. How far can you see? Pea shooter, about 1,000 meters. Can you see that far? Han Feng was a little unconvinced. Look at what's happening at the beach. The pea shooter said quickly. There are 2 big crabs chatting with a weird shark on the beach. There are 2 big and strong trees next to the shark. Can you really see that far? Han Feng was very surprised and ordered, Search around to see if there is a treasure chest. The pea shooter started to spin on the spot. When his eyes locked onto a direction, he paused for a moment and then continued to spin. After a circle, he turned to Han Feng and said, Brother, we found 2 treasure chests in total. Where? Han Feng became excited. Pea shooter, the 2 treasure chests are in a thatched hut a few hundred meters away. There is a naked woman inside. Why? Han Feng sighed softly. A few hundred meters away was the shelter of Zhao Yunqi and the other 2. Since the treasure chest is with them, we have no choice but to give up. However, there was another question that made Han Feng a little curious. Who is that naked woman? Why not wear clothes? Prefer to sleep naked? Han Feng coughed lightly and asked calmly, What does that woman look like? Pea shooter, there are 3 women in total. Which one do you want to ask about? The one without clothes. Han Feng whispered. Pea shooter, the woman is petite and cute, with dark yellow curly hair. The pair of landmarks on her chest are particularly eye-catching. It must be Yuling Shan. Why isn't she wearing any clothes? Han Feng muttered. The pea shooter gave an explanation. Her clothes must have been washed and hung out to dry. So that's what happened. Han Feng suddenly realized something. After traveling here, everyone has only one set of clothes. If you wear it for a long time, it is inevitable that there will be odor. If you want change, you have to take off all your clothes. Come to think of it, the clothes he was wearing had a sour smell after being worn for several days, so he had to find time to wash them. The pea shooter suddenly spoke up. Brother, that woman has put on her clothes. Just wear it. Han Feng didn't care at all and stared at the pea shooter. How did you get on the roof? The roof is at least 3 meters above the ground. There was no ladder or anything like that nearby. Could it be that the pea shooter jumped up? The pea shooter chuckled and said, I jumped up. Did you really jump up there? Han Feng opened his mouth and asked curiously, Show me one. Tapter sada kak steist bea soter, avakening talent. The pea shooter jumped down without saying a word and landed steadily on the ground. Then he bounced and jumped easily onto the roof. It felt like a spring. Oh shit. Han Feng was surprised and asked, Why is your jumping ability so strong? The pea shooter chuckled, I have a talent for jumping. I can jump up to 10 meters. Han Feng's expression changed, and he asked tentatively, Are you a mature form now? The pea shooter has no talent until he fully matures. Now that your talent has been awakened, it means you have matured. Pea shooter, I have indeed matured. Han Feng stared at the pea shooter, then activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, pea shooter. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 40. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 20. Talents, jumping, double vision, pea bullets. After reading the introduction, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. The attack power of the pea shooter is quite considerable, which is about the same as that of the level 1 machete. In addition, 3 talents were awakened. Jumping means having a strong jumping ability, and a maximum jump is 10 meters. How should I describe this talent? It's a bit useless. Although Irhaen is an auxiliary talent, it can be put to use because the visual distance reaches 1,000 meters. It can be used to search for nearby treasure chests and observe whether there is any danger in the surrounding area. Pea bullets belong to the attack talent, so this needs to be asked carefully. Han Feng immediately said, Explain the characteristics of pea bullets. Pea shooter, it can trigger 1 pea per second. It currently has 40 damage points and a maximum attack range of 100 meters. With the current mental power reserve, it can trigger a maximum of 100 peas. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he ordered, Give me a pea. The only way to know how strong the pea shooter's attack power is to experience it yourself. Brother, are you serious? The pea shooter let out a light exclamation. Come on. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. With a puff sound, a fist-sized pea shot out from the pea shooter's bell-shaped mouth. It was so fast, like a flash of green lightning. In the blink of an eye, it hit Han Feng's chest. Bang! This blow made Han Feng stagger back a step. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother, are you okay? The pea shooter asked worriedly. Han Feng paused, smacked his lips, and said, I can stop. Although the pea shooter's attack did not break his defense, it was really painful. This alone is enough to show that the pea shooter's attack firepower is still quite considerable. I'm afraid even a level 3 player may not be able to withstand the attack of the pea shooter. At this moment, the pea shooter suddenly reminded, Brother, those 3 women are coming this way. Han Feng guessed that Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 had gone to the restroom, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Brother, should I hide? The pea shooter asked. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, Let's go hide behind the thatched hut first. The pea shooter is so peculiar. There is no need to let Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 know of its existence for the time being. The pea shooter jumped behind the thatched hut. Han Feng stood there and waited. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 walked over from a distance. 3 of you, here you come. Han Feng's face was filled with a warm smile as he handed over the toilet paper that he had prepared long ago. Yuling Shan took the toilet paper and went straight to the toilet without saying a word. Zhao Yunxi looked at Han Feng and said softly, Tomorrow morning, the natives will launch an attack. Are you ready to fight? Han Feng looked unimpressed. Come on, I'll kill as many as you want. The shelter is now strong and powerful. Not to mention a mere 100 natives, even if there were 500 of them, they could be easily killed. You're starting to brag again. Lu Chushuang muttered. You haven't seen how powerful I am? Yeah, but doesn't hurt anymore, does it? A teasing look appeared at the corner of Han Feng's mouth. You. Lu Chushuang couldn't help but recall the scene of being pressed to the ground and having her but rubbed by Han Feng, and a look of shame and anger suddenly appeared on her face. Han Feng curled his lips. Whether you use your mouth or your hands, you are no match for me. So, it's best not to provoke me. Don't be complacent. I will surpass you one day. Lu Chushuang clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Come on, I'm looking forward to this day. Han Feng gave a playful encouragement. Lu Chushuang snorted and ignored him. Soon, Yu Lingshan came out of the bathroom. Next, it was Lu Chushuang's turn. Han Feng glanced at Yu Lingshan and jokingly asked, Yu Lingshan, why are your clothes wet? I accidentally spilled some water when I was washing up this morning. Yu Lingshan found an excuse. This dress was washed last night and was not completely dry. It feels sticky and very uncomfortable to wear. But there is no other way. I only have this set of clothes and I have to wear it. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It's easy to get sick if you wear wet clothes. Go back and dry them in the sun. Yu Lingshan lowered her head and said nothing. Just wait until you're naked to dry your clothes. It's really embarrassing to be naked in broad daylight. Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered. Han Feng, do you have any women's clothes? Han Feng has been selling women's products recently, such as women's underwear, stockings, and the like, maybe even women's clothes. Han Feng rubbed his nose. You want it? Right. Zhao Yunxi nodded without hesitation. They only have one set of clothes, and they wear it all day long. How can they survive without changing them? Not yet. I'll contact you once the treasure chest is opened. Han Feng said calmly. Be sure to leave it for us. Yu Lingshan reminded. No problem. Han Feng smiled slightly. A few minutes later, Lu Chushuang finished using the toilet, and the next one was Zhao Yunxi. When Zhao Yunxi entered the toilet, the four corns began to whisper. Guys, calm down. We only need this one chick, and we'll be able to eat shit soon. Hurry up. I can't hold myself back any longer. Look at how little you have. Have you ever eaten shit? As if you have something promising, and you have the ability to wait. So don't eat it. Why shouldn't I eat it? This is a benefit that Big Brother has gotten for us, so I have to eat it. You'll die of hunger. Eating shit to death is also a kind of happiness. Soon, Zhao Yunxi finished solving her physiological problems, pulled up her pants, tidied her clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Then, he said hello to Han Feng and left. After they walked away, the four corns rushed into the toilet like crazy. Chapter 113 Share Talent. Seeing this, Han Feng shook his head speechlessly and began to prepare breakfast. I simply cooked a pot of rice porridge, ate it with the blue electric mouse, and were about to leave the shelter. The pea shooter suddenly said, Brother, that woman took off her clothes again. Take it off if you want. I can't see it anyway. Han Feng said casually. The pea shooter chuckled and said, Brother, if you want to see it, I have a way. What can you do? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. If you can really watch it, it's okay to appreciate it. The pea shooter said immediately, I can share my gift of 2-mile vision with you. The images I see will be transmitted to your mind. Is it so magical? Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to say, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and share it. The blue electric mouse looked up at Han Feng. Brother, are you so anxious? Do you have any thoughts about that woman? Han Feng said with a straight face, I mainly want to verify Little P's talent and ability, but I don't have any dirty thoughts. Don't slander me. Blue electric mouse, if you want to verify talent, can't you look at other things? Do you have to look at that woman? Obviously, he is not sincere. Brother, can we start? Asked the pea shooter. Start. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and whispered. The pea shooter immediately activated his talent of double vision and chose to share it with Han Feng. Han Feng suddenly felt a shock in his mind. The next moment, a picture emerged in my mind. A simple thatched hut stood quietly in the shelter, and one could see inside through the gaps in the hut's windows. A naked woman was curled up on the thatched carpet, motionless. This woman was none other than Yu Lingshan. It is difficult to see some exciting scenes from this angle. I have to say, it is a very regrettable thing. Can't you move around a little bit? Han Feng muttered secretly. Yu Lingshan kept the same posture. How long had she been sitting there? Wasn't she tired? Brother, what are you mumbling about? The blue electric mouse asked curiously. I mean, the thatch house they built is pretty nice. Han Feng said calmly. Have you seen enough? Should we head to the beach? The blue electric mouse warned. It's time to go to the beach. Han Feng sighed and said to the pea shooter, "Little pea, put away your talent." Shark Shu Shu was waiting for him at the beach, so it was more important to get down to business. "Okay, big brother." The pea shooter immediately put away his talent. The image in Han Feng's mind immediately disappeared. Later, he took the blue electric mouse to the beach. Han Feng. Shark Shu Shu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Han Feng coming over, he excitedly came up to him. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Little shark, did you pick up a treasure chest today?" "I'm lucky today. I actually picked one up." As Shark Shu Shu spoke, he opened the dimensional space, took out a black iron treasure chest, and handed it to Han Feng. "Good job," Han Feng praised, then put the black iron treasure chest and the two big trees on the ground into the space bag. Shark Shu Shu looked at Han Feng eagerly, rubbed his hands, and said impatiently, "Han Feng, give me a healing talent quickly." Han Feng reached out and pressed his hand on the shark's head, releasing a healing talent. Shark Shu Shu closed his eyes comfortably, feeling as if he was floating in the air. "All right, Han Feng cooled lightly. Han Feng, I'm going back first." Shark Shu Shu greeted. "Wait a moment." Han Feng interrupted. "What's wrong?" Shark Shu Shu stopped. Han Feng said calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry to go back every day?" Shark Shu Shu drooped his face and said, "Farming." "Can you farm?" Han Feng looked surprised. Shark Shu Shu said sullenly, "I don't want to plant either. It's the big monkey who forces me to do it. It forces me to weed and open up wasteland every day. I'm so fed up with it." "What do you grow?" Han Feng asked curiously. "Some spiritual materials for refining potions." Shark Shu Shu said truthfully. "Understood." Han Feng nodded and chuckled. "Let's stop here. It won't delay you from going back to farm." When Shark Shu Shu was about to leave, something suddenly rang out. "Han Feng, do you have a grudge against the red pine crab?" "I killed more than 100 red pine crabs before, and I do have a grudge against them." "How did you know?" Han Feng was slightly stunned. Shark Shu Shu said quickly, "This morning, while cutting trees on an uninhabited island, I heard from a red pine crab that a human had killed many of their brothers. They planned to retaliate and completely destroy this human." Han Feng was not surprised, but delighted. "Call them. I will kill as many as come." Shark Shu Shu frowned slightly and reminded, "Han Feng, you can't underestimate the enemy. The red pine crabs you encountered before were all small ones at level 1 or 2, which were not to be feared. However, there are also strong ones among the red pine crabs, especially those at the commander level, lord level, or abyss level, which are enough to take your life." Han Feng's eyes narrowed. "Tell me in detail how powerful these red pine crabs above the commander level are." Shark Shu Shu said slowly, "Commander level red pine crabs are above level 10. Lord level red pine crabs are above level 30, and abyssal level red pine crabs are even more powerful. All of them are level 50. Moreover, all red pine crabs that reach the commander level and above have basically awakened their talents." "Is it that powerful?" Han Feng's face looked a little ugly. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to deal with a red pine crab of around level 10. But if they encounter a lord-level red pine crab, they will definitely not be its match. Not to mention the abyss-level red pine crabs above level 50. That thing could probably destroy the island with a single attack. Shark Shu Shu glanced at Han Feng and comforted him. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. There is only one level 10 red pine crab in the surrounding sea area. Those powerful red pine crabs are in the deep sea and will not target you in the short term." After hearing this, Han Feng did not feel relieved at all. Instead, a layer of gloom shrouded his heart. Not coming for a short time does not mean never coming. To solve the problem once and for all, you must quickly raise your own level. As long as you have the same level as the abyss-level Lord Red Pine Crab, then you can do whatever you want. "Okay, there's nothing else to do. You can go back first," Han Feng said. "See you tomorrow." The Shark Shu Shu called out and quickly rushed into the sea. Han Feng then came to the two big crabs, took a look, and asked curiously, "Isn't the big octopus here?" De Zhuang. "Big Octopus told me last night that he was going back to his hometown for a blind date and would not be back for a few days." Chapter 114, I Am Not Fighting Alone. Han Feng. The giant octopus went home for a blind date? Does this thing also require a blind date? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly, then took out the blue electric mouse from his pocket and threw it on the ground. "Little mouse, let's eat." The blue electric mouse excitedly began to dig holes and catch clams. When Han Feng was about to stroll around, De Zhuang suddenly spoke up. "Han Feng, Why don't you ask me if I found a treasure chest? Ah, Han Feng was stunned. From what his Zhuang said, you found a treasure chest. However, when the pea shooter used his 2-mile vision talent to observe before, he didn't see the treasure chest. Did you just pick it up? After a moment of trance, Han Feng asked, did you really find a treasure chest? Well, I'll give it to you right away. De Zhuang nodded, rushed to a reef, and started digging with his 2 large pliers. Now Han Feng finally understood. It turns out that De Zhuang buried the treasure chest underground. No wonder the pea shooter didn't find it. Soon, De Zhuang dug out a treasure chest that was shining with silver light. Han Feng was slightly startled and immediately became excited. This is clearly a silver treasure chest. I learned from Yang Shuliang before that he opened a silver treasure chest and got an experience book, which allowed him to be promoted to level 4 in one fell swoop. Han Feng, give it to me. De Zhuang handed the silver treasure chest to Han Feng. Han Feng happily put it into the space bag, then turned to De Zhuang. De Zhuang, what reward do you want? We are friends. There's no need to be so formal. Da Zhuang said in a carefree manner. Han Feng thought for a moment, took out the remaining 3 eggs, and gave them to De Zhuang. I don't have anything else good for now, so I'll give you 3 eggs. De Zhuang picked up an egg, took a look at it, and asked curiously, Han Feng, is this thing delicious? Han Feng raised his lips. Not only is it delicious, but it also nourishes the brain. Then I'll be welcome. De Zhuang couldn't wait to crack an egg and enjoy it happily. Han Feng wandered around the beach, picking up kelp and digging some shells. Before I knew it, the sky had darkened. Before Han Feng left, he warned the 2 crabs, tomorrow morning, the 2 of you find a place to hide and don't show your heads. What happened? Da Shuang Luc du Pe au Feng. Han Feng whispered. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, a large number of natives will appear on the island. These natives are coming for me, but they're also likely to hurt you. For safety reasons, you'd better hide. Han Feng, can you handle alone? De Zhuang looked worried. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes. With a deep look in his eyes, I am not fighting alone. If he were alone, facing 100 natives, he would indeed be stretched to the limit. But the shelter also has a pea shooter, a blue electric mouse for corn plants, and an oil lamp. With their assistance, exterminating 100 natives is like a piece of cake. Who else can help you? The little mouse? What else can it do besides eating? Da Zhuang muterid. Upon hearing this, the blue electric mouse was immediately unhappy. Little crab, who are you looking down on? Your brother has the talent of lightning, which is quite explosive. I can beat 20 natives by myself. Is it so awesome? De Zhuang was stunned. Take away the question mark. I'm just that awesome. The blue electric mouse laughed loudly, obviously a little too proud of itself. That's about enough. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Okay, big brother. The blue electric mouse smiled awkwardly. It didn't dare to show off in front of Han Feng. Afterwards, Han Feng took the blue electric mouse and left. After returning to the shelter, Han Feng first took out 2 big trees from the space bag and gave them to the wooden fence, and then swept his eyes around the courtyard. A black iron treasure chest appeared in the vegetable garden. At this time, every day, a treasure chest will drop in the shelter. Today is no exception. Han Feng walked forward happily, picked up the treasure chest on the ground, and entered the thatched hut. Then, he placed the treasure chest on the ground, opened the space cloth bag, took out the silver treasure chest, and the 3 black iron treasure chests stored there. Just as I was about to ask about some treasure chests, I suddenly remembered something. I agreed with Zhao Yunxi last night to trade a ground spike trap blueprint for a roll of toilet paper. But Zhao Yunxi didn't give it to him today. How is this possible? Must come back. So, Han Feng opened the game panel and sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. Zhao Yunxi, you didn't give me the ground spike trap blueprint today. Did you forget? After waiting for a while, Zhao Yunxi replied, the natives will launch an attack tomorrow. Just in case, I used the ground spike trap blueprint. Han Feng was slightly stunned. So you don't plan to ask for toilet paper anymore? Zhao Yunxi, of course. Han Feng, you don't want to give me the blueprint, but you want toilet paper? Are you trying to get something for nothing? Zhao Yunxi, after I kill the natives and get the gold coins, I will exchange them with you. Han Feng's eyes lit up. No problem. Gold coins can be used to exchange for experience points, which are urgently needed right now. More valuable than the Earth Spike Trap blueprint. After closing the game panel, Han Fengshu squinted his eyes and looked at the 5 treasure chests, smiling slightly. Hello, little treasure chests. Silver treasure chest. Human, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to get close to me. It's quite unique, isn't it? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you pack?" "Silver treasure chest. If they say so, I will say it. If they don't say so, I won't say so either. There are a lot of problems." Han Feng rolled his eyes. Then his gaze fell on a black iron treasure chest and threatened, "You'd better be smart and tell me what's in it, or I'll throw you into the cesspool." The black iron treasure chest seemed to be frightened and trembled. "I put a pair of underwear in it." Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be women's underwear again? Black iron treasure chest. It's a pair of men's underwear. Han Feng let a long sigh. This thing could be used by me, and it is urgently needed. Then, Han Feng looked at the second black iron treasure chest. "Little treasure chest, what about you? What's in it?" "Dark iron treasure chest. Contains a pair of size 43 men's sneakers." Han Feng became excited and felt that his luck today was really good. Sneakers were also urgently needed, and he happened to wear size 43, so they were tailor-made for him. Then, Han Feng looked at the third black iron treasure chest. "What about you?" "Dark iron treasure chest. A skirt." Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. Who would wear a skirt in this situation? Even if you want to trade this thing, you can't trade it, so it's basically stuck in your hands. Chapter 115 Yangmi. Do you want a miniskirt? "You are such a piece of trash." Han Feng stared at the treasure chest in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Black iron treasure chest. It has no control over what's inside. Can this be blamed on it? Are you still being reasonable? Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked at the last black iron treasure chest. "Little treasure chest, don't let me down." The black iron treasure chest said weakly, "I put a belly band in it." "Belly band? What is that?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered. This thing should also be a women's product, used to cover the chest and abdomen. All in all, it is a little more valuable than a miniskirt, but it is not very useful. Han Feng sighed, and then set his eyes on the silver treasure chest. They all said, "Now it's your turn." "Silver treasure chest. I put an experience book in it." "It's really an experience book." Han Feng clenched his hands, looking extremely excited, and then opened the silver treasure chest. In a burst of light, a palm-sized white book appeared in front of him. When Han Feng's eyes met it, relevant information appeared in his mind. Low-quality experience book. Contains 300 experience points. To use, press it on your forehead, and it will automatically sink into the center of your eyebrows, gaining 300 experience points. Han Feng didn't hesitate at all and pressed the experience book against his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the experience book sank into it and disappeared without a trace. Then, Han Feng opened the attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 5. Experience, 500-600. Constitution, Strength, 68 plus 40. Agility, 30 plus 40. Defense, 25 plus 40. Mental Strength, 81 plus 40. Talents, Healing, Insight, Space. Seeing that the experience value reached 500 points, Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "I only need 100 experience points to advance to level 6. The speed of promotion was quite fast, enough to make him feel satisfied. Later, Han Feng opened the 4 black iron treasure chests one by one. A pair of white sneakers, a pair of black men's underwear, a JK miniskirt, and a red belly band appeared in front of him. Han Feng took a casual glance, then took off his pants and underwear and put on the new pair of underwear. Xiao Jiji immediately felt much more comfortable. Then, he set his sights on the remaining 3 items. "You can keep the sneakers for yourself, but what should you do with the miniskirt and belly band?" Han Feng pondered for a moment, opened the game panel, and contacted Yangmi. "Yesterday, I just traded a pair of stockings with Yangmi. If you wear stockings, it is best to pair them with a miniskirt. And as far as I can remember, Yangmi wore super shorts and stockings. It would be most appropriate to make a deal with her." Han Feng. "Yangmi, I have a miniskirt here. Do you want it?" Yangmi. "Did you get it from the treasure chest again?" Han Feng. "Yes." Yangmi asked curiously, "Why do you only open women's products?" Han Feng said helplessly, "Do you think I want to?" "I can't help it." Yangmi. "The current situation is not suitable for wearing super short." Han Feng. "Don't you have a pair of black silk stockings? It's perfect for the super shorts. Besides, I can sell it to you at a lower price." Yangmi thought for a while and said, "I don't have anything else for now, only a wooden coffee table that is 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter long. Can you accept it?" Han Feng. "Deal. It's good enough if it can be traded. There's no need to be picky." Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng did not give the coffee table to Mu Xiaolan as food. The reason is simple. The coffee table is too small, and even if you eat it, it won't increase your evolution much, so it's better to leave it as a dining table. Now that we have dealt with the miniskirt, the next thing is the belly band. Han Feng thought for a moment, then sent a private message to Yuling Shan. Yuling Shan, I have a piece of women's clothing here. Do you want it? Yuling Shan was suddenly a little excited. Of course. How can you wear only one piece of clothing all day? I've been wanting to get a change of clothes for a long time. Han Feng, what can you trade? Yuling Shan, can you tell me what kind of clothes is first? Han Feng, a red belly band. Yuling Shan, is this considered clothing? Han Feng, do you want it? Yuling Shan, how can I wear this thing outside to meet people? Han Feng said meaningfully. Although I cannot show it to others, it is better than curling up on the thatched carpet with no clothes to cover my body. Yuling Shan was stunned for a moment. Today, in order to dry my clothes, I took off all my clothes and curled up on the thatch mat. How did Han Feng know? Yuling Shan's smiling face suddenly turned red. Han Feng, did you peek at me? Han Feng said righteously. I, Han Feng, act in an upright and cold manner, and I don't even bother to do such dirty things. If you continue to slander me like this, I will be really angry. This morning, I did take a peek by sharing the pea shooter's gift of 2 eyes. However, this kind of thing cannot be admitted. Anyway, Yuling Shan has no evidence. Yuling Shan said weakly. Then how do you know it so clearly? Han Feng, gu see it. Yuling Shan did not dwell on this point too much, but said, I want this belly band, and I will exchange it with you for 50 kilograms of straw. Han Feng, yes. There's no use keeping the belly band, but it's not a loss if I can exchange it for 50 kilograms of straw. Yuling Shan, give me your belly band first, and I'll cut the straw for you when I have time. Han Feng, okay. After completing the transaction, Han Feng opened the regional channel chat group. At this time, the group was quite lively. Yang Shuliang, I'll offer 1 pound of roasted wolf meat. Jiang Feng, I will release 100 maggots. Zhang Sheng, I'll give out 3 crabs. Li Pangpang, I'm the strongest man in District 10086. Please give me a favor and give me the bronze treasure chest. I will protect you in the future. Han Feng looked at them in amazement and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Su Lin explained. Jiang DePeo is selling a bronze treasure chest, and they're all competing for it. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Last time he picked up a bronze treasure chest and got a machete from it. From this, we can judge that the bronze treasure chest is likely to contain weapons. This is great fun. There is no reason to miss it. You must participate in the competition. Jiang DePeo, Yang Shuliang, if you add 2 more pounds of meat, I will trade with you. Yang Shuliang, I only have 1 kilogram. Jiang DePeo, the big black wolf you hunted had at least 100 kilograms of meat. Could you eat it all by yourself? Yang Shuliang, I was afraid that they would go bad, so I sold them all at a low price and only kept a little. Jiang DePeo, that's a pity. A pound of wolf meat cannot be exchanged for a bronze treasure chest. Jiang Feng, where are my chips? Jiang DePeo, I am not interested in maggots. Zhang Sheng, I offer 3 crabs and 10 tomatoes. Jiang Dawei, I only want meat. If you can give me 10 crabs, I would consider it. Su Lin, as far as I know, there's a high probability that a bronze treasure chest will reveal a weapon. It is not a loss to trade with 10 crabs, but who can have so many crabs? Han Feng's eyes flickered. I'll give out 6 crabs. So far, no one knows what is in the bronze treasure chest. If it was a spoon or fork or something like that, you would be at a huge loss. Therefore, even if a deal is made, the price cannot be too high. 6 crabs is his bottom line. Number 116, this thing imitates a certain female star. Wudahai, Han Feng, where did you get so many crabs? Han Feng, when I was strolling on the beach today, I happened to see a group of crabs fighting, and I picked up a few. Everyone. So Han Feng encounters fighting crabs every day? Why are they so unconvinced? Jiang DePeo, Han Feng, if you add 2 more, I will trade with you. Han Feng, that's all. Jiang DePeo, forget it then. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, add 1 more, this is my biggest bargaining chip. Jiang DePeo, deal? Then, the 2 went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng held the bronze treasure chest, his eyes full of anticipation. Little treasure chest, what do you have in it? Bronze treasure chest. Why are you so excited? Have you guessed what's inside? Han Feng's expression changed. Could it be a magical weapon? The bronze treasure chest jokingly said, to you, this thing is more precious than a magic weapon. Han Feng couldn't wait any longer. What on earth is it? Bronze treasure chest. It's not dangerous anyway. You can open it and see for yourself. That's right. Han Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the lid of the treasure chest. A long cardboard box appeared in front of him amidst a burst of light. With packaging, Han Feng's expression froze. It's so mysterious. What kind of treasure is inside? Brother, open it quickly and take a look. The engineer's shovel gave a reminder. Okay. Han Feng quickly tore open the package. The next moment, a very strange object appeared in front of him. Judging from its appearance, it is definitely not a weapon. So what else could it be? Han Feng took a closer look. When he saw clearly what it was, his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He couldn't help but curse. Fuck. I never expected it to be a plastic doll. It's that kind of doll. Those who understand will understand. If it were on Earth, this thing wouldn't be cheap. A good one would cost tens of thousands of yuan. But in the world of survival, this thing has no trading value. It's a huge loss to exchange 7 big crabs for such a thing. Seeing Han Feng looking unhappy, the engineer's shovel asked curiously, Brother, you don't have a woman by your side, so you're easily lonely. Isn't this tailor-made for you? Why are you still not happy? Han Feng's eyes darkened. Mute the engineer for 10 hours. Engineer's shovel. What did it say wrong? Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, his thoughts slowly turning. I'll find a way to trade this plastic doll and make up for the loss. There are quite a few people in the group, so it should be easy to get it. However, it is not easy to exchange it for the value of 7 big crabs. Why? Han Feng sighed and shifted his gaze to the plastic doll again. This doll is so lifelike that it looks almost like the real thing. What's even more incredible is that when you see it for the first time, it's like seeing Yangmi. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a cunning smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he opened the game panel and sent a private message to Yangmi. Yangmi, I have a plastic doll and I plan to sell it to you. Yangmi, what plastic doll? Han Feng, the inflatable one, you know? Yangmi was stunned. You sell me this kind of thing? Are you sick? Han Feng was not angry and chuckled. Just listen to me first, and it won't be too late to consider whether you want to do it or not. Yangmi snorted. Go ahead. Han Feng. What if it looks like a certain female celebrity? Very, very similar. Yangmi realized something was wrong, and the corners of her mouth began to tremble. You are not talking about me, are you? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You guessed right. Yangmi. Han Feng said meaningfully. You should know that many men in our district are drooling over you. This thing is like a treasure. No man will not be tempted. What serious consequences will there be then? Those men will fight for it with all their might. And when they do that kind of thing, they will fantasize about being you. Yangmi, stop talking. Han Feng curled his lips. How about it? Are you interested in trading with me? Yangmi bit her thin lips. I'll buy it. You name a price. If Han Feng sold the doll, she would definitely be pushed to the forefront, and she would never allow this to happen. Han Feng, 10 treasure chests. Yangmi, you are so bold to ask for such a high price. Why don't you just go and rob it? Han Feng said in an indifferent tone. I'm not forcing you. You can choose not to do so. He also knew Yangmi's weakness and didn't believe that she would not agree. Yangmi gritted her teeth in anger. Han Feng, you are so despicable. Han Feng, if I were really as despicable as you said, I would have tested the quality first before selling it to others. But I didn't do that. Because I considered your feelings, I contacted you as soon as possible. You are so good that you actually slander me. I really took your kindness for granted. Yangmi was stunned. What Han Feng said seemed to make sense. But she always felt something was wrong. Han Feng, I'll give you another chance. Do you want it? Yangmi struggled internally for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I want it, but I don't have so many treasure chests. Han Feng, it doesn't matter. Give it to me when you have everything collected. Yangmi reminded, you are not allowed to touch that thing, let alone defile it. Han Feng, are you still unsure about my character? I promise I won't do anything. Yangmi, your character? Huh. Han Feng, what do you mean? Yangmi, you know best what kind of person you are. Han Feng, my buddy is a man of integrity and righteousness, which is evident to all. Of course I understand. Yangmi raised the corner of her mouth slightly. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. After closing the game panel, Han Feng put the doll into the space bag, then lay down on the straw bed and began to rest. Time passed, and before we knew it, it was the second day. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shines into the shelter, the engineer shovel shouted at the top of his voice, Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. Han Feng got up quickly, washed up simply, and started preparing breakfast. In less than 2 hours, the natives would attack. Only when you are well fed and well drunk will you have the strength to fight them. Han Feng cooked a pot of rice porridge and roasted 2 pieces of wolf meat. Brother, what day is it today? Is there still meat to eat? The blue electric mouse smelled the aroma of meat and crawled out of the thatched hut. Give. Han Feng threw a piece of wolf meat to the blue electric mouse. Eat well, so you can fight better. A fierce light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the blue electric mouse. Who the hell dares to challenge you? Are you tired of living? When they heard about the fight, the Four-Corns and the pea shooter all came to Han Feng, looking eager to try. Brother, when are we going to fight? Chapter 117, as long as the figure is good. It's the same even if the lights are turned off. Just be patient, you will know soon. Han Feng smiled slightly. When these plants heard that they were going to fight, they became furious. It feels like a war maniac. Brother, I did have a chance to fight the giant crab last time. I should be able to do something this time. Fighting Corn said, Brother, we want to join the battle too. Flame Corn and Windblade Corn are not to be outdone. Han Feng curled his lips and said, Don't worry, there will always be a chance. Marvelous. The 4 corn plants became excited. Go to the wooden fence and prepare to meet the enemy. Han Feng gave an order. The 4 corn stalks quickly rushed to the wooden fence. Each found a good position and prepared for the battle. The pea shooter jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. Han Feng took a glance and started eating. After finishing the meal, when he was about to clean up, the voice of Sun suddenly rang in his ears. Han Feng, why didn't you say hello to me today? Han Feng's eyes flickered. Sister Yuelyang told me not to be friends with hooligans. The Sun was furious. Who are you calling a hooligan? You are the hooligan? Your whole family is a hooligan. Han Feng blinked. Anyone who peeks at others taking a bath is a hooligan. Son, you are so... Han Feng laughed. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? The Sun huffed. Don't mention this again, or I'll get really angry. If you don't want to mention it, then don't mention it. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said softly, I still have to fight with the natives later, so I won't chat with you. Tai Yang said earnestly, I advise you not to hunt the natives. Han Feng looked puzzled. Why? The Sun explained, the natives are the descendants of the wild god. That guy is more powerful than Ho-E, and he holds a grudge very much. If you kill his descendants, he will definitely not let you go. Is there such a thing? Han Feng frowned. Heaven should know the interests involved. Then why is it arranged like this? Isn't this pushing the survivors into the fire pit? Tai Yang said in a serious tone. We are friends, so why would I lie to you about something like this? Upon hearing this, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Right now, he has no choice but to make another one. Even if he didn't kill the natives, they would not let him go. As for whether the god of wilderness will take revenge on him, I can't care about so much for now. Anyway, he had a feeling that he would have to fight those gods sooner or later. The only thing left is the savage god. Han Feng rubbed his nose, his eyes suddenly became determined. I won't let any of these natives go. The Sun was a little speechless. I can do this for your own good. Why can't you listen? Han Feng said calmly, if I don't kill the natives, I will die in their hands. Do I have a choice? Son, it seems like there is really no choice. Han Feng continued, another thing. If you want to become a master, you need to have a firm will and an indomitable fighting spirit. If you retreat when you encounter a little difficulty, you will never be able to climb to the top of the world. The Sun said with emotion, Good boy, you are really extraordinary, ambitious, and courageous. I'm optimistic about you. Do I need you to take care of me? Who do you think you are? Han Feng muttered softly. Son, what did you say? Han Feng chuckled. The natives are about to kill us. I have to prepare in advance, so I will chat with you. Son, okay. Han Feng simply cleaned up the yard, then looked up at the pea shooter. Little pea, have you found anything? Pea shooter, something's happening. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The natives appeared. Beasoter, no. Han Feng frowned. So what did you find out? The pea shooter chuckled. Those 3 women are taking turns trying a red belly band. They've taken off all their clothes. It's a very erotic scene. Han Feng. The pea shooter was watching Yuling Shan and the other 2 all day long. Can't you be a little more serious? The pea shooter asked, Brother, do you want to watch it? If you want to watch it, I will share it with you. Han Feng struggled internally and was about to speak. The pea shooter spoke up, Forget it, you don't stand chance. Han Feng was slightly startled. What's going on? Pea shooter. They have already changed and put on their clothes. I can't see anything. Han Feng's mouth curled up, and he felt a little complicated. The pea shooter glanced at Han Feng and consoled him. Brother, don't be disappointed. There's still a chance. I'll let you know the next time they change their clothes. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of contempt. Do you think I'm the same as you? I'm a serious person, and I don't want to do such a peeping thing. Pea shooter. Is Han Feng a serious person? How could he say such a heartless thing? Little P, observe carefully and notify me as soon as you find any natives. After Han Feng finished speaking, he entered the thatched hut, lay on the straw bed, and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, are you ready? The natives will attack in a few minutes. Wu Dahai, to be honest, I was a little nervous. Lu Tai, a real man will fight back if he doesn't agree. Why be nervous? Jiang DePeo, it would be nice if there were female natives. Zhang Sheng, what do you want to express? Jiang DePeo, we are all men, you know. Zhang Sheng, Suda Mao, the natives are extremely ugly, with hair all over their bodies, just like they haven't evolved completely. Don't you find it ugly? Jiang DePeo, as long as I have a good figure, it doesn't matter whether I turn off the lights or not. Su Damao, Asom, Dilraba Dilmarat, so disgusting. Yami scum, Lu Chu Shuang bastard. Guli Naza, worse than beasts. Li Pang Pang, your existence is simply an insult to our chat group. It lowers the quality of the entire group. Jiang DePeo, Yang Shuyang, stop talking. The natives have appeared, get ready to fight. In an instant, the chat group became quiet. Han Feng had just closed the chat group when the pea shooter's anxious voice rang out from outside. Brother, the natives have appeared. Han Feng rushed out of the thatched hut and asked, where are the natives? The pea shooter said quickly, they're still in the sea, paddling their boats towards the island. Han Feng ordered, open the shared early eye and observe these natives. Receive. The pea shooter immediately activated his talent of double vision. After Han Feng's mind shook violently, an extremely clear picture suddenly appeared before his eyes. I saw 12 small wooden boats speeding across the vast ocean. On each small wooden boat, there were 10 natives wearing animal skins, with sturdy and strong build, and rough and ferocious looks. Chapter 1, 18 gold coins exploded. Why so many? Han Feng muttered. There are 10 people in a wooden boat, and 12 wooden boats mean 120 people. However, he chose the limit of 100 people. What happened to the extra 20 people? At this moment, the 12 wooden boats suddenly split into 2 teams. 10 of the wooden boats were heading straight towards the island. The other 2 wooden boats rowed westward. Seeing this, Han Feng finally understood. There's not only him, but also Zhao Yunxi and 3 other players on the island. Those 20 natives were probably targeting them. Brother, the natives have come ashore. Should we take the initiative to attack? The pea shooter inquired. Can you leave the shelter? Han Feng let out a light exclamation. Beasoter, no. Han Feng said disdainfully. Since you can't leave the shelter, why do you take the initiative to attack? Forehead. The pea shooter suddenly stopped talking. Han Feng ignored him and directed his command to the 4 corns. The enemy has appeared and will be here soon. Get ready. Yes. 4 corn plants are full of fighting spirit. Brother, I want to join the battle too. At this moment, the sound of an oil lamp suddenly came from the thatched hut. Han Feng thought for a moment, took out the oil lamp, hung it on a wall of the thatched house, and warned, don't attack without my order. The firepower of the oil lamp's attack was so strong that it completely surpassed the 4 corn stalks. It could be considered as a trump card in his hand. Unless there are special circumstances, there is no need to let it take action. Oil lamp. Little brother, I will listen to you. Han Feng nodded and stood there waiting silently. On the other side, after the natives landed, they threw the small wooden boats directly on the beach, then lined up in a team, each holding a wooden stick in their hands, and rushed towards the shelter where Han Feng was. Not far away, Xiu Xiu, a shark lying on the beach basking in the sun, was almost scared to death when he saw so many natives and quickly hid in a reef. After waiting for a while, Shark Xiu Xiu poked his head out and looked at the direction where the natives disappeared. He muttered to himself, these natives should be heading for Han Feng. Can he withstand it? After hesitating for a while, the shark Xiu Xiu gritted his teeth and lurked towards a shelter where Han Feng was. Facing so many powerful natives, Han Feng would never be their match, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. As Han Feng's friend, I can't just watch Han Feng being killed. Of course, even with him, it would be impossible to compete with so many natives. His idea was to save Han Feng as much as possible. As long as they take Chu Feng into the sea, the natives will not be able to do anything to them. A few minutes later, the natives stopped 30 meters away from the shelter. At this time, a native with a scar on his face and a particularly ferocious look stepped out of the crowd and squinted at Chu Feng in the shelter. Chu Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he stared back at him without showing any sign of weakness. The two sides looked at each other, and the scarred native grinned. "Human, you are so brave. You dare to challenge 100 of us. Today, I will let you see how cruel our barbaric tribe is." Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a hint of disdain. "I'm also saying this. None of you will leave here alive today. I will destroy you all. Good boy. Let's see who destroys whom." The scarred native had a ferocious smile on his face, and then he waved his hand. "Destroy this human. Kill." A group of natives waved wooden sticks and rushed towards Han Feng like a surging tide. At this moment, the surroundings were completely shrouded in a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Even the air seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the shark Shushu lurked over from a distance and witnessed this scene. His eyelids twitched violently, and he shouted in his heart, "Han Feng, run." Faced with so many ferocious natives, if Han Feng did not choose to escape, he would be crushed into pieces. Han Feng stood in the shelter, his face calm. Not only was he not afraid at all, but there was even a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. When the indigenous army rushed to a distance of 20 meters from the shelter, Han Feng decisively issued an attack order. "Xiao Yumi, fire!" Whoosh, whoosh. Each of the 4 corn plants produced a corn, which was like 4 cannonballs flying into the group of natives. Boom, 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 boom. There were 4 loud bangs and 4 corn stalks exploded at the same time. After the first corn exploded, the 3 natives were blown into the air and torn into pieces by the power of the explosion. At the same time, corn kernels flew everywhere like shrapnel. Dozens of natives who were close to the place were knocked down one after another, howling in pain. The second corn exploded, producing a terrifying chill that formed a 10-square-meter frozen area. All the natives who entered the area were frozen into ice sculptures. The third corn exploded, burning with raging flames, making the natives scream and howl like ghosts, and in an instant they turned into charred corpses. The fourth corn exploded, shooting out gray wind blades that were like sharp blades, madly cutting the surrounding natives. One of the unlucky natives was cut by 5 wind blades and was directly cut into pieces, turning into a pile of minced meat scattered on the ground. The rest of the natives were not spared either, with more or less deep cracks on their bodies that could see the bones, and they fell to the ground in pain. With the fall of 4 corn bombs, the battle was essentially over. Nearly 50 natives were wiped out in an instant, and the remaining natives were either frozen or seriously injured and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Shark Shushu felt turbulent in his heart. He had never seen such a horrifying and shocking scene. Chu Feng defeated the entire indigenous army with just these 4 corns? Is this still corn? It's simply become a spirit. The pea shooter glanced at the battlefield and sighed. Looks like there's no chance to show off. How so? The scarred native opened his eyes wide, with a look of fear and disbelief in his eyes. A total of 99 level 3 natives were killed by 4 inconspicuous corns. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, it still felt incredible. Little mouse, clean up the battlefield and kill all the remaining natives. Han Feng winked at the blue electric mouse. The blue electric mouse rushed forward like lightning, and a blue electric light shot out from its body like a lightning chain, constantly whipping the natives who were not dead yet. With every blow, an indigenous person died on the spot. In less than a minute, all the remaining natives were killed. At this time, the dead natives disappeared without a trace. And where they disappeared, golden coins appeared. Looking around, there was a golden field, at least 400 of them. Seeing this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Chapter 119. Supplies exploded again. Fuck you. Shark Shushu was stunned. Is even a mouse so awesome? Where did Han Feng get these strange things? Why are they all so strong? Brother, it's done. After killing the natives, the blue electric mouse returned to Han Feng. Good job. Han Feng praised him, then turned his gaze and landed on the scarred native, with a teasing look on his lips. I have killed all your men. What else can you use to fight me? Scarred Aboriginal recovered. His eyes suddenly filled with a layer of cold, murderous intent. His face became more ferocious. You are just some trash, so if you die, You die. I can still destroy you all by myself. Still quite arrogant. Han Feng curled his lips and hooked his finger at the scarred native. I'm standing here. Come over and kill one for me. Just wait for my wrath. The scarred native snorted coldly, and suddenly a red light appeared around his body, burning up and attaching to his body, as if forming a suit of flaming armor. Interesting. Han Feng muttered something, then calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target: Aboriginal people. Level 5. Constitution: Strength, 20 plus 40. Agility, 10 plus 40. Defense, 20 plus 40. Mental strength, 8 plus 40. Talent: Fire armor. After reading it, Han Feng suddenly felt a little disdainful. The attributes of the Scar natives are pretty good, and among level 5, they are enough to rank in the upper middle range. But compared to him, the difference is not even a little bit. The only thing to be careful of is the fire armor. After all, this thing is made of flames. Once touched, it will definitely not feel good. Boom! Boom! At this time, the Scar native took a 6,000-meter step and approached Chu Feng with a murderous aura. Little brother, let me take care of him. Yuding volunteered to fight. You don't need to do anything to deal with this kind of stuff. Han Feng smiled faintly. Although the oil lamp is only level 4, it has an extremely powerful offensive talent. Once the Moonlight Ice Blade comes out, it can easily kill the Scar natives. What Chu Feng wanted was to take this opportunity to verify the talent of the magnifying glass. Immediately, he took out a magnifying glass and pointed it at the scarred native. The scarred native was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Human, you are not going to use a magnifying glass against me, are you? It's no ordinary magnifying glass. Han Feng raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and then ordered, Little mirror, release your talent and teach him a lesson. Okay, big brother. After the magnifying glass absorbed the sunlight, it suddenly emitted a crystal light, like a laser ray, which instantly pierced into the body of the scarred native. Scar's native felt a shock in his head, and a feeling of dizziness surged into his heart. At the same time, the flames burning on the body flickered and suddenly disappeared. This situation is a manifestation of severe mental depletion and inability to maintain talent. Scar native was confused. He had just used his talent. How come his mental power was exhausted? Suddenly, he thought of something. It must be that magnifying glass. But now is not the time to worry about such things. Without the protection of the flaming armor, it is impossible to resist the attack of those corns. The best thing to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the scarred native ran away. Can you get away? Han Feng smiled contemptuously and chased after him with a machete. Because his agility far exceeded that of his opponent, he caught up with the scarred native in just a few seconds. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Scar's heart trembled. He quickly turned his head and looked around. When he saw that only Han Feng was there, he immediately became frightened. If it was those corns chasing us, we would have to retreat, but if there was only one human, what was there to be afraid of? You're looking for death. The scarred native suddenly stopped, turned around, and smashed Chu Feng's face with a wooden stick. Chu Feng snorted lightly, swung the machete, and chopped it down in the air. The knife and the stick collided with each other in an instant. Snap! Only a sound of shattering was heard. The stick was split in two. The machete did not stop, drew an arc in the air, and hit the scarred native heavily on the chest. With a crackling sound, the hide on Scar's body was torn, and a long bloody wound was also cut on his chest. Blood gushed out, soaking the upper body in an instant. Ah! The scarred native screamed and staggered back. Han Feng rushed up to the scarred native in one step and slashed in the air with the machete. With a puff, the scarred native's head separated from his body and soared into the sky. It spun twice in the air and fell to the ground. Those eyes were wide open, filled with fear and unwillingness. The headless corpse shook twice and fell next to the head. Bright red blood spurted out, dyeing the head blood red, making it look extremely hideous and terrifying. It's so cruel. Xiu smacked his lips fiercely. He was completely shocked by Han Feng's strength and cruelty. The next moment, the head and body of the scarred native disappeared. Just as it disappeared, a small pile of gold coins and a purple seed the size of an egg appeared on the ground. Supplies exploded? Han Feng smiled happily. Hunting a level 3 native can only yield 5 gold coins. Hunting a level 5 native yielded 50 gold coins and a purple seed. which was an unexpected surprise. Then, Han Feng put the gold coins, purple seeds, and broken wooden sticks into the space bag and was about to return. Shark Shushu trotted over from not far away, with a flattering smile on his face, and complimented, Han Feng, you are really awesome. Han Feng was slightly startled. Little shark, why are you here? Shark Shushu smiled and said, I originally came to bring you some wood, but I happened to see a large number of natives attacking your shelter. I was a little worried about your safety, so I followed you secretly. That's thoughtful. Han Feng patted Shark Shushu's shoulder and said calmly, I have a lot to do today, so I won't entertain you. Let's talk about it another day. Then I'll go back first. Shark Shushu was more tactful and turned around and left. Han Feng then returned to the shelter and quickly collected the gold coins and wooden sticks on the ground. Just as they were preparing to go to the beach to collect wooden boats, they suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. It was obvious that Zhao Yunxi and the other two were fighting with the natives. So, can they withstand the attacks of the natives? Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he instructed the pea shooter on the roof, Little P, turn on the early eye sharing and observe Zhao Yunxi and the other's shelter. Receive. The pea shooter immediately activated his talent. Chapter 1, 20 Wooden Fence, promoted to level 5. Han Feng only felt a shock in his mind, and then a picture emerged. In a shelter, 3 women were seen fighting fiercely with 10 natives. The 3 women were Zhao Yunxi, Yuling Shan, and Lu Chushuang. Originally, there were 20 natives. Now there are only 10. I think the 10 natives have been killed. Although there are only 10 natives left, the battle situation is still very stalemate. Lu Chushuang held a wooden stick and stood at the front. Relying on his fighting talent, he stopped 5 natives by himself. Yuling Shan held a wooden shield and stood in front of Zhao Yunxi, responsible for protecting Zhao Yunxi's safety. Whenever a native rushed forward, he would be knocked away by her shield. He has a heroic attitude of one man blocking the way for 10,000. Under Yuling Shan's protection, Zhao Yunxi continued to release her lightning talent. Zhao Yunxi has now been promoted to level 4, and the lightning talent she releases is even more powerful than that of the blue electric mouse. I saw a bolt of lightning shooting out and hitting a native accurately, with a sizzling sound. After a convulsion, the native turned into a pile of charcoal and fell to the ground. Soon, the corpse gradually disappeared. 5 gold coins and a black treasure chest appeared on the ground. Han Feng was stunned and felt unbalanced in his heart. He killed 100 natives, but not a single treasure chest dropped. Zhao Yunxi and her friends only killed a dozen natives, and a treasure chest dropped. Isn't this too unfair? Grass. Han Feng cursed, then retracted his gaze and headed for the beach. There are 12 wooden boats on the beach. This thing is all made of wood, just right for the wooden fence as food. Han Feng first went to the west side of the island, put the 2 wooden boats there into the space bag, and then came to the beach where the 2 big crabs were. Here, there are 10 wooden boats and 2 big trees docked. Seeing these things, Han Feng's eyes lit up. With these 12 wooden boats and 2 big trees, it is enough to help the wooden fence be promoted to level 4. Then he quickly put the wooden boat and the big tree into the space bag and was about to leave. De Zhuang suddenly emerged from the gravel under the reef. When he saw Han Feng appear on the beach, he asked curiously, Han Feng, why are you here? Didn't you say you wanted to fight the natives? Han Feng smiled slightly. Those natives have been wiped out. De Zhuang's eyes lit up. So there's no danger anymore? Can we come out now? There's no danger now. Do whatever you want. Han Feng said lightly. Wife, come out quickly. De Zhuang shouted towards the gravel under his feet. After a while, Xiao came out. I have something else to do. I won't chat with you anymore. Han Feng said hello and left quickly. When we returned to the shelter, we could no longer hear the sounds of fighting in the distance. This means that the battle on Zhao Yunxi's side is over. Han Feng asked the pea shooter, Little P, how is the situation with Zhao Yunxi? How many treasure chests have been exploded? The pea shooter said quickly, those natives have been killed, and a total of 3 treasure chests have been found. However, Zhao Yunxi seems to have been injured, and the injury is serious. Injured? Han Feng's eyes flickered. If you get hurt, you have to come to him for treatment, and then you can operate properly. After a moment of trance, Han Feng opened the space bag and said to the wooden fence, Little fence, let's eat. The wooden fence opened its mouth in excitement. Han Feng stuffed 2 big trees, 12 wooden boats, and 100 wooden sticks into the mouth of the wooden fence. After the wooden fence was completely devoured, he activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, wooden fence. Level 5. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 40. Mental power, 10 plus 40. Talent, rebound, level 4. Level 5. Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. The fact that the wooden fence was promoted 2 levels at once was somewhat beyond his expectations. Ah. Palisade laughed maniacally. The 4-corn plants were all confused. What happens? Why is the wooden fence so crazy? Fighting Corn couldn't help but ask. Little fence, what's wrong with you? Muslin said proudly, my buddy has been promoted to level 5. Oh shit. All 4 corn plants were startled. A mere wooden fence was promoted to level 5? 2 levels higher than them? How is this possible? The 4 corns gathered around Han Feng and said in unison, Brother, we want to eat shit. We want to upgrade. Han Feng smacked his lips. Don't be impatient. You have to eat your food 1 bite at a time, and you have to eat your shit 1 bite at a time. There will be bread, and there will be shit too. Brother, we feel relieved with your words. The 4 corns said happily. After calming down the 4 corns, Han Feng came close to the wooden fence and said, Little fence, can you be taller now? The current wooden fence is only about 1 meter high. If a wild animal invades, it can jump over it with 1 jump, which is really a bit unsafe. Wooden fence. I can raise it to 2 meters high, and the defense strength will not decrease at all. Increase. Han Feng whispered. The surface of the wooden fence glowed with yellow light. Under this yellow light, it rose rapidly and reached 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Good. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction and was about to study the purple seed. The pea shooter suddenly reminded, Brother, those 3 women are coming. The 4 corn plants suddenly became excited. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 came here every time just to take a shit. This time is definitely no exception. When they thought about eating shit soon, they could hardly contain their excitement. Han Feng walked to the wooden fence gate to greet the 3 people. Soon, 3 slender figures came into view. Yu Lingshan and Lu Chushuang were seen walking slowly towards Zhao Yunxi, 1 on each side, supporting her. Is the injury serious? Han Feng started to grumble. Doesn't Zhao Yunxi have Yu Lingshan to protect her? How'd it get hurt? A few minutes later, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 came closer. Han Feng looked carefully and saw that Zhao Yunxi's face was pale and her breath was weak. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury. Han Feng, Sister Zhao is injured. Please help her heal. Yu Lingshan said in a pleading tone. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, It's okay to give her treatment, but you should know my rules, right? Give. Lu Chushuang took out a black treasure chest and stuffed it into Han Feng's hand. Han Feng is a man who will not do anything without profit. If he is not paid, he will definitely not treat Zhao Yunxi. That's pretty good. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yunxi intently. Where is the injury? Zhao Yunxi's face showed a hint of shyness. She lowered her head and whispered, Chest. Chapter 121, I am a serious doctor. On the chest, Han Feng muttered, and the corners of his mouth widened. Are those 2 guys injured? Lu Chushuang glared. Han Feng, could you please not be so vulgar? Han Feng rubbed his nose. Then what do you want me to say? Can you teach me? You. Lu Chushuang was so angry. Zhao Yunxi suddenly said, Yes. Fuck it. Han Feng suddenly swore. What's the meaning? Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. It's confusing. Who is Han Feng scolding? Yu Lingshan asked curiously. Han Feng, who offended you? Han Feng said angrily. Of course it was those natives. They actually attacked Zhao Yunxi's body part. They are such bastards. In his opinion, the reason why Zhao Yunxi was injured must be that she was ambushed by the natives. Zhao Yunxi coughed and said, It wasn't the natives who hurt me. Han Feng was slightly startled. If he is not a native, then what injured him? Yu Lingshan explained. Before, when Sister Zhao opened the treasure chest, a stone shot out from it and hit Sister Zhao's chest. She was injured by the stone. Is there such a thing? Han Feng muttered to himself, and suddenly thought of something. Did you find that treasure chest when you hunted the natives? Yes. Yu Lingshan nodded. Han Feng felt unbalanced. You killed the natives and got 4 treasure chests. I learned from the pea shooter before that there were 3 treasure chests in the shelter of Yu Lingshan and the other 2. Add the 1 opened by Zhao Yunxi. Doesn't that make 4 in total? Killing 20 natives will result in 4 treasure chests? He killed 100 people and got nothing? It would be strange if I could maintain mental balance. How do you know that? Yu Lingshan let out a light exclamation. I guess. Han Feng responded perfunctorily. Yeah. Yu Lingshan looked incredulous. How could one guess so accurately? But if it wasn't a guess, how did Han Feng know this? Lu Chushuang reminded. Han Feng, you should treat Zhao Yunxi as soon as possible. I can't help you. Han Feng directly returned the black iron treasure chest to Lu Chushuang. What do you mean? Lu Chushuang can't do it anymore. Han Feng, don't you have a talent for healing? You have healed me and Lu Chushuang before, so why can't you heal Sister Zhao? Yu Lingshan's face was full of suspicion. Han Feng cleared his throat and said seriously, you should know that when I treat, I need to contact the injured part. But the injured part of Zhao Yunxi is too sensitive. As a serious doctor, I really can't do it. Yu Lingshan was stunned on the spot. When Han Feng was treating her before, why would he care about this? This is the kind of person who calls himself a serious doctor? How did he have the nerve to say such a thing? Yu Lingshan wanted to expose Han Feng's lie, but she didn't know how to start. You can't say that Han Feng gave you that, right? You think so? Lu Chushuang looked at Han Feng in amazement. In my impression, Han Feng is definitely a shameless person. Such a shameless person would care about this? Certainly. Han Feng looked serious and said without comment, I am a principled person. I will never go against my principles for a mere treasure chest. It's okay. I don't mind. Zhao Yunxi gritted her teeth. The pain in the injured area became more and more intense, and she almost couldn't breathe. We must hurry up to receive treatment. Otherwise, we may not be able to survive today. You don't mind, but I do. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Zhao Yunxi? Is Han Feng really so principled? Yu Lingshan started to grumble. What's going on? This doesn't fit Han Feng's style. It's like a different person. Lu Chushuang suddenly said, Is it okay to give you one more treasure chest? Han Feng's mouth curled up cunningly. Deal. Zhao Yunxi. Lu Chushuang. Yu Lingshan. It turns out that Chu Feng wanted another treasure chest. This is too shameless. Lu Chushuang's mouth trembled with anger. Didn't you say you were very principled? Why did you change your mind again? Han Feng said calmly, I think Zhao Yunxi is seriously injured. If she is not treated in time, her life may be in danger. In order to save her, I can only make an exception this time. Lu Chushuang laughed, her smile full of contempt. Han Feng didn't care, but said, Give me the treasure chest. Lu Chushuang stuffed the treasure chest back into Han Feng's hand and said, I still owe you one. I'll give it to you this afternoon. Han Feng casually threw the treasure chest into the yard, then turned to Zhao Yunxi and said, Let's start the treatment. Zhao Yunxi asked, What do I need to do? Han Feng said seriously, Put your hands on the wooden fence and bend down. Also, don't move during the treatment, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Good. Zhao Yunxi bit her thin lips lightly, and, as Han Feng requested, she bent over, stretched out her hands, and pressed them on the wooden fence. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and glanced at it, secretly admiring it. Although Zhao Yunxi is older than Yu Lingshan and Lu Chushuang, she is not inferior to them in terms of figure, and is more charming. Han Feng walked forward and started treatment. A milky white light overflowed from the palm and enveloped Zhao Yunxi's body. Han Feng immediately withdrew his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. The treatment is complete. How do you feel? Zhao Yunxi blushed. I don't feel the pain anymore. Han Feng, thank you. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Han Feng remained calm the entire time, as if he had done something insignificant. Huh? Yu Lingshan suddenly asked, Han Feng, why is your wooden fence so high? Yesterday, the wooden fence was only 1 meter high. How come it suddenly became 2 meters high today? Chapter 122 contains 100 times more Japanese action movies. Han Feng had already thought of an excuse. When I was hunting the natives just now, a wooden fence upgrade gem exploded. Using this gem can help upgrade the wooden fence. Hunting natives can also drop upgrade gems? Are you so lucky? Yu Lingshan looked surprised. Han Feng glanced at Yu Lingshan and chuckled. You killed 4 treasure chests while killing the natives. Your luck is not much worse than mine. Zhao Yunxi seemed to have thought of something. Han Feng, how many natives did you just kill? Han Feng curled his lips. If I say 100, will you believe it? Cut. Lu Chushuang said disdainfully. The 3 of us only hunted down 20 natives, and it took us a lot of effort. Can you kill 100 by yourself? Are you better than the 3 of us? Han Feng rubbed his nose. Isn't it normal that I'm better than you? Lu Chushuang, ha. Han Feng is indeed very powerful. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't be as powerful as these three, right? Zhao Yunqi suddenly said, we have something else to do, so we'll go back first. Did you forget something? A meaningful smile appeared on Han Feng's lips. What's up? Zhao Yunqi and the other two looked at each other. Han Feng reminded, we didn't go to the toilet this morning. Zhao Yunqi and the other two were stunned. What does Han Feng think about all day? Why do you keep thinking about this kind of thing? Han Feng said with a smile, I have something to do this afternoon and will be back very late. If you don't go to the toilet now, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. It's not good for your health if you keep holding it in. Zhao Yunqi and the other two looked at each other and finally agreed to go to the bathroom. Han Feng then distributed a piece of toilet paper to each of them and reminded them, we agreed to only give you one roll of toilet paper. Now that this roll of toilet paper is almost used up, if you still want to go to the toilet, you have to wait for renewal. I know. You don't need to remind me. Lu Chushuang rolled her eyes. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. 10 minutes later, when the three of them finished using the toilet and were about to leave, Han Feng spoke again. Remember, you still owe me a treasure chest and 50 kilograms of straw. Why do I owe you 50 kilograms of thatch? Lu Chushuang questioned. Han Feng pointed at Yu Lingshan and said, ask her. Lu Chushuang turned to face Yu Lingshan. What's going on? Yu Lingshan whispered. That belly band was traded with Han Feng, and he was promised 50 kilograms of straw. You are a grown man, selling women's products all day long. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Chushuang snorted with disdain. Han Feng shrugged and said indifferently, I'm not forcing you to buy it. If you don't buy it, it's fine. I'm not buying from you. Lu Chushuang snorted softly. I don't know who it was, but he insisted on buying my underwear the other day. Han Feng muttered. It's not me anyway. Lu Chushuang snorted. Let's go. Zhao Yunqi pulled Lu Chushuang away. Han Feng and Lu Chushuang seemed to be natural enemies, and they would fight each other as soon as they met. If we stay here any longer, we'll have another big fight. Before Yu Lingshan left, she whispered to Han Feng, Han Feng, next time you open a treasure chest and get a pair of women's underwear, be sure to leave me one. Han Feng's lips curled up with a hint of playfulness. What color do you like? Yu Lingshan was slightly startled and seemed a little shy. I prefer white. If you don't have it, other colors are fine. I'll try my best to meet your requirements. Han Feng smiled. Yu Lingshan said nothing more and turned away. When Han Feng was about to return to the thatched cottage, Mujalon suddenly spoke. Brother, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Han Feng stopped. Muslin, next time you take advantage of a woman, can you change your position? Don't let her hold me down. I have a mysophobia. Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. You should be more careful in what you say. Am I taking advantage of you? Doctors are kind-hearted. My main purpose is to help them with treatment and relieve their pain. How come it becomes so dirty when it comes out of your mouth? Your thoughts are not pure. Wooden fence, ha. Han Feng's eyes darkened. What do you want to say? The blue electric mouse spoke first. Brother, Xiao Zhalan thinks your behavior is shameful and despises you from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng's mouth trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Silence little mouse and little fence for 1 hour. Wooden fence. Blue electric mouse. If you can't argue, just ban them. Can't afford to play, right? Han Feng ignored him, turned around and entered the thatched hut, then opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, the battle is over here. I easily killed a native in seconds. What's going on with you? Are you all still alive? Yang Shuyang. Since you are still alive, of course there will be no problem for me. Lu Tai. I can deal with those natives with just a little effort. You and Mikami, we survived too. Peng Yu, how did you survive? You didn't really sell your bodies, did you? Mamanoji Kana, it's not as bad as you say. Peng Yu, so how did you hunt the indigenous people? Eri Kijima, we used a beauty trap to bewitch those natives, and then we took the opportunity to kill them, but we did not sacrifice ourselves. Zhang Sheng, what a vicious method. Minami Aizawa, we are just weak women. If we want to survive, we have to be ruthless. Wudahai, Dilliriba, are you still alive? Dilliriba, what do you think? Wudahai, you are also the ones who used the beauty trap to hunt the indigenous people. Dilliriba, get lost. Wudahai, she is worthy of being the goddess in my heart. She has such a unique personality. I like her. Lu Yifei, Doraba Dilmarat is very powerful, and she doesn't even bother to use the beauty trick. Li Pangpang, how powerful is it? Are you as fierce as me? Liu Yifei. With someone like you, Doraba Dilmarat can beat 5 of them. Li Pangpang. I am a level 5 player, and I have awakened the Iron Man talent. Who am I looking down on? Doraba Dilmarat. Don't listen to Liu Yifei's nonsense. How could I possibly beat 5? At most, I could beat 10. Fatty Li. Sudamao. Brothers, I survived, and I was extremely lucky. Su Lin. A treasure chest dropped by hunting natives? Sudamao. A treasure chest did appear, and it was a bronze treasure chest. Lu Tai. I want your bronze treasure chest. Name your price. Sudamao. I have already opened it. Zhang Linlin. What was announced? Su Damao. He. Everyone. Jiang Feng. You tell me. Sudamao. I prescribed a tablet computer. Wudahai. There's no internet here, so the tablet is just a decoration. What's the use of it? Sudamao. You may not know that there are 100 Japanese action movies stored in it, and each one is a classic. There are movies by Yua Mikami, Kana Momonoji, Minami Aizawa, and Eri Kojima. Everyone. Wudahai. From today on, we are good brothers. Chapter 123. My buddy's character is absolutely amazing. Li Pangpang. I'm the strongest man in our district. I will protect you from now on. Lu Tai. I can become stronger by basking in the sun. My potential is limitless. I can also protect you. Yang Shuliang Damao. Sudamao. Everyone, please stop. I know exactly what you want to express. I will consider forwarding it to you after I have finished appreciating it. Yang Shuliang. Good brothers for life. Yua Mikami. Do you think it's appropriate to say this in front of us? Lu Tai. We all appreciate it from an artistic perspective, without any other thoughts. Besides, you make movies for people to watch, so why should you be embarrassed? Zhang Sheng. I agree with Lu Tai's point of view. In addition, let me reiterate that Su Damao and I are also good brothers. Su Damao. Suddenly it smells so good. It made him a little uncomfortable. Lu Chushuang. You all are so shameless. Li Pangpang. When men are communicating with each other, women should not interrupt. Lu Chushuang. Disgusting. Su Lin. You really went too far. Han Feng. This topic is indeed not suitable for discussion in the group, so let's leave it at that for now. Jiang Feng. Han Feng, are you so upright? Don't you want to make friends with Su Damao? Han Feng. I'm different from you guys. I have pure thoughts and a great character. Lu Tai. You are just talking. Who can prove it for you? Han Feng. Zhao Yunxi, Lu Chushuang, and Yu Lingshan are on the same island as me. They can all prove it for me. Lu Chushuang and the other two were stunned. With regard to what Han Feng did, he was kind enough to ask them to prove it. What do they have to prove? To prove Han Feng's shamelessness? Lu Tai. Lu Chushuang, what do you say? Lu Chushuang. Lu Chushuang has gone offline. Although I really want to expose Han Feng's evil deeds, I can't say it in this occasion, because I have to go to Han Feng's shelter to use the toilet later. If this offends Han Feng, he will definitely be turned away. There is no choice but to remain silent. Lu Tai. Han Feng. Don't dwell on this issue. Let's get down to business. After you hunted down the natives, you must have a lot of sticks, right? There's no point in keeping them. You could trade them with me. Su Lin. Han Feng. What do you need so many sticks for? Han Feng. Make a fire and cook. Zhang Linlin. Have you used it up? Han Feng. Prepare for a rainy day. Chen Chong. How to trade. Han Feng. Private chat. Because the food on hand is not fixed, I cannot give an exact price and can only negotiate privately. After saying that, Han Feng closed the chat group. Afterwards, he waited silently. Those wooden sticks don't really have much use except as weapons. It's enough to keep one of this thing. Too much would be a waste. He believed that many people would come to him to trade. After waiting for a while, the private message icon started to light up. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and opened it quickly. Doraba Dilmarat. I'm here to trade that pair of underwear. Han Feng. What do you plan to trade? Doraba Dilmarat. 50 gold coins. Han Feng. No, that's too little. At least 100 gold coins. 50 gold coins can be exchanged for a maximum of 50 experience points, which is totally insufficient to meet his requirements. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, you go back on your word and raise the price. Do you still have any credibility? Han Feng said disdainfully. What I said at that time was that I would leave the underwear to you, but I didn't negotiate the price. How do I have no credibility? Deliabath thought about it, and it seemed to be the case, so she said, even if you were right, 100 gold coins are too high. Han Feng, underwear is very popular. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who want it. I only want 100 gold coins, not even one less. Deliabath gritted her teeth. Okay. Han Feng, let's go trade. Doraba Dilmarat. Wait a minute. Feng, speak. Dilraba Dilmarat. Didn't you get a chili seed before? Did you plant it? Feng, no. Exploding pepper is a one-shot attack plant. The value is not very great, so it is not planted. Dilariba's expression changed. I'll give you 100 sticks and trade that seed to me. Feng was stunned. You killed 100 natives? One native carries only one stick, but 100 natives have 100 sticks. In other words, only by hunting down 100 natives can one obtain 100 wooden sticks. You know, the fighting power of the indigenous people is still very strong. The reason why he was able to hunt so much was because of those 4 corn plants. Why did Dilariba hunt? That's really awesome. Dilraba Dilmarat. You don't need to know this. You just need to tell me whether you are willing to trade. Feng pondered for a moment and said, it can be traded, but it requires an additional 200 gold coins. Since Dilariba hunted so many natives, she must have obtained a lot of gold coins. It's a good opportunity to make a killing from her. Dilraba Dilmarat. 100 wooden sticks plus 100 gold coins. This is my bottom line. Feng, good B. Dilraba Dilmarat has a special liking for pepper seeds. I'll leave her alone for a while. I don't believe that I can't control her. Dilraba Dilmarat. Isn't it necessary to bargain? Why doesn't Feng play by the rules? At this time, another private message icon flashed. The person who sent the private message was Yangmi. Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then clicked on the private message. Yangmi. Feng, I'll give you 2 treasure chests and give me the inflatable doll. Feng couldn't help but frown. How come we agreed on 10 treasure chests, but now there are only 2? Do you think I will agree? Yangmi. 1 silver treasure chest and 1 bronze treasure chest are no less valuable than 10 black iron treasure chests. What are you dissatisfied with? Feng asked in surprise. Where did you get these treasure chests? Yangmi. Ask what you should ask, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Feng chuckled. Then I won't ask anymore. We can make a deal. The silver treasure chest will give you experience books, and the bronze treasure chest may give you weapons. It is much more cost-effective than 10 black iron treasure chests, so there is no reason not to accept it. Soon, both parties went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Yangmi was stunned when she saw the inflatable doll in front of her. It looked so much like her, almost lifelike. Except for not being able to speak, everything else is basically the same. If this were obtained by people like Wu Dahai, the consequences would be disastrous. Yangmi let out a long sigh of relief, then checked the packaging and made sure it was intact before she felt relieved. On the other hand, Feng was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest, because at this time, many people sent private messages to him, all of whom wanted to trade wooden sticks with him. Feng accepted everyone who came, no matter how many wooden sticks they had. After working for more than 2 hours, we received a total of more than 2,000 wooden sticks. For this, he paid a lot. The pure water and food stored in the space bag are almost running out. But for him, it was all worth it, because with these 2,000 wooden sticks, they can at least help the wooden fence be upgraded to a higher level. Chapter 124, If you don't upgrade, I will abuse you. Brother, it's noon, we should eat. At this moment, the shouting of the blue electric mouse suddenly came from outside the house. Feng walked out of the thatched hut and looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky. The sunlight was blinding. It was indeed noon, and time for lunch. When Feng was about to start cooking, the voice of Sun suddenly rang in his ears. Feng, you are really good. You hunted down so many natives easily. You are really powerful. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Feng seemed very calm. Are you still pretending? Sun laughed and reminded. But you have to be careful. You killed so many natives. The savages will not let you go easily. They may come to retaliate against you in a few days. Just come on. The more you come, the more excited I am. There was a sharp gleam in Feng's eyes. Son, then I'll wait and see how excited you can be. Feng said no more and started cooking. Since most of the stored food had been traded, they could only have some simple rice porridge with some wild vegetables at noon. The blue electric mouse was a little dissatisfied. Brother, don't we have wolf meat? Why don't you eat meat? Feng said calmly. There is not much wolf meat left. Save it for later use. The blue electric mouse asked again. If you don't want to eat meat, you can eat crabs. Didn't you kill a lot of crabs last time? I want to lose weight recently and don't want to eat meat. Feng responded perfunctorily. You want to lose weight, but I don't. The blue electric mouse muttered. Feng's eyes widened. At noon, there will be rice porridge. If you want to eat it, eat it. If you don't want to eat it, get out of the way. The blue electric mouse licked his face and smiled flatteringly. Brother, I was just joking with you just now. I will eat whatever you eat. I'm not picky. After dinner, Feng came close to the wooden fence and looked at it quietly. The wooden fence was a little weak. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Feng sighed. For you, I paid a big price this time. If you can't upgrade, I will cut you into pieces. The wooden fence shuddered. Brother, whether it can be upgraded is not something I can control. The key lies in the quality and quantity of the wood. I don't care about that. I just want you to level up. If you don't, I'll abuse you. Feng's voice was cold. Wooden fence. Feng immediately opened the space bag and reminded, Open your mouth and eat. The wooden fence opened its mouth helplessly. Every time I eat wood, it is a particularly exciting and thrilling thing. But this time, it felt a little frightened. Feng took out the wooden sticks obtained in the transaction and stuffed them all into the big mouth of the wooden fence. After the wooden fence was completely swallowed up, Feng couldn't wait to activate his insight talent and start observing. Target, wooden fence. Level, 7th level. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 80. Mental power, 10 plus 60. Talent, rebound, level 6. Promoted 2 levels? Feng was pleasantly surprised. I originally thought that it would be great if the wooden fence could be upgraded to a higher level. I never thought that I would be promoted 2 levels at once. It was really unexpected. Muslin was also very excited, almost crying, and said with emotion, I'm already the highest level existence in the shelter. 1 level higher than Big Brother. It's really awesome. This guy's a bit bloated. Feng shook his head and then took the blue electric mouse to the beach. Feng, I picked up a bronze treasure chest. As soon as they reached the beach, De Zhuang waved a big pair of pliers and shouted at him. Feng's expression changed, and he quickly came to De Zhuang's side. Where is the treasure chest? Wife, Feng is here. Quickly take out the treasure chest. De Zhuang shouted towards the bottom of a reef. After a while, Xiao crawled out from the sand below and handed a bronze treasure chest to Feng. Feng was not polite and directly put it into the space cloth bag. He then cut off half a pound of wolf meat and gave it to De Zhuang and Xiao. Brother, I want to eat meat too. The blue electric mouse yelled. Feng said calmly, Do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. Aren't there clams on the beach? Can't you dig them up and eat them yourself? The blue electric mouse pouted. I don't want to eat clams. I want to eat wolf meat. Feng looked disdainful. Are you worthy of eating wolf meat? The blue electric mouse was stunned for a moment and said unconvincedly, Then why are De Zhuang and Xiao qualified to eat meat? Feng said directly, They gave me a bronze treasure chest. If you can pick up the bronze treasure chest, you can still eat meat. The blue electric mouse stopped talking, walked silently to the side, and started digging clams. Feng then turned to De Zhuang. De Zhuang, hasn't the giant octopus come back yet? In the past, when the giant octopus was around, we could pick up a few treasure chests every day. During the 2 days I was away, the number of treasure chests dropped sharply. At this moment, I really hope the giant octopus can come back soon. De Zhuang, no. Why? Feng sighed lightly, turned, and went to another beach. Since food is in short supply, we plan to dig some clams and store them. This beach has been contracted by the blue electric mouse, so we can only go to that small beach. Brother, where are you going? Seeing Feng was about to leave, the blue electric mouse asked curiously. I'm going to go to another beach. Feng said casually. No. The blue electric mouse nodded and continued digging for clams. After passing through a reef, Feng came to another beach and greeted, Hello, little beach. Beach, human, long time no see. Where have you been recently? I haven't seen you for a long time. Feng smiled slightly and said, I've been staying at your cousin's place for the past few days. Beach, oh. Feng raised his eyebrows. Small beach. Are there any clams or oysters around? Beach. There are a dozen scallops and a bronze treasure chest. And a treasure chest. Feng became excited. Where is it? Beach. Buried in the gravel 10 meters ahead. Feng rushed forward quickly and started digging with an engineering shovel. After digging a few times, a bronze treasure chest appeared in front of him. Nice! Feng was overjoyed and quickly put the bronze treasure chest into the space cloth bag. Then, with the reminder from the beach, more than a dozen scallops were dug out. After doing all this, Feng said hello to the beach and started searching on the beach. Before I knew it, the sky had darkened. Han Feng returned along the same route with the blue electric mouse. As soon as they arrived at the shelter, they saw Zhao Yunxi and the other two carrying a dozen bundles of straw and walking over. When they got closer, the three men threw the thatch on the ground. Lu Chushuang took out another black iron treasure chest and threw it to Chu Feng. I've paid off my debt to you. Chapter 125. Another inflatable plastic doll appeared. Okay, got it. Han Feng nodded and then asked, are those wooden sticks of yours still useful? If not, trade them to me. What can you give us? Shao Yunxi looked at Han Feng intently. Han Feng held up 3 fingers and said, I'll let you use the toilet here 3 times for free. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned. When they go to the toilet, they will be provided with free toilet paper. This made it impossible for them to refuse. Zhao Yunxi said without hesitation, deal, I'll give you the stick tomorrow morning. Han Feng chuckled, no problem. After seeing the 3 people off, Han Feng put the thatch and the black iron treasure chest into the space bag, and then entered the shelter. As soon as I opened the wooden fence door, I saw a black iron treasure chest on the ground. Han Feng was not surprised at all. Ever since Oil Lamp awakened his blessing talent, he receives a treasure chest every day, which is his minimum living allowance. After picking up the treasure chest, Han Feng took out the straw and fed it to the thatched house. Then I started to cook dinner. Dinner is simple, just cook a pot of scallops. After eating, Han Feng entered the thatched hut, took out all the treasure chests, and placed them on the ground. 1 silver treasure chest, 3 bronze treasure chests, and 3 black iron treasure chests. Han Feng took a quick look and then instructed the engineer shovel, little shovel, sing for me. No matter what kind of treasure chest it is, it will have a temper to some extent. It's always a hassle to communicate with them. Instead of doing this, it is better to increase the intensity directly. As long as you grasp it, the rest will be easy. The engineer was confused. Just start singing without going through the formalities? Just do what you're told to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Feng's eyes widened. No. The engineer's shovel did not dare to hesitate. After a moment of preparation, he began to sing. The sickening singing instantly filled the thatched hut. Vomit. All 7 treasure chests retched at the same time. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Han Feng signaled the engineer to stop the shovel, and then said in a cold voice, you have already seen my methods. Whoever dares to blast me, I will torture him. Do you understand? I understand. The 7 treasure chests said in unison. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to the 3 black iron treasure chests. What do you have in them? The first black iron treasure chest, a bag of noodles. The second black iron treasure chest, a bag of melon seeds. The third black iron treasure chest, 2 large bowls of noodles. Han Feng frowned slightly, not very satisfied with this harvest. However, all 3 treasure chests contained supplies, which was better than getting dangerous goods. Then, Han Feng looked at the 3 bronze treasure chests. What about you? First bronze treasure chest contains a stone. What the hell? Han Feng was stunned. Are you sure? It would be fine if it wasn't a weapon, but it was actually a piece of stone? What to play? First bronze chest. It's really stone. Han Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and looked at the second bronze treasure chest. What about you? Second bronze chest. An inflatable doll. Han Feng. An inflatable doll was launched the day before yesterday, and another one was launched today. Without taking off his underwear, he had sex with the inflatable doll again? Can't you be a little more normal? What the hell is this? Han Feng complained, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The value of inflatable dolls is not low. The one I opened before was directly exchanged for a silver treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest from Yangmi. Of course, that inflatable doll is special. It is made based on Yangmi's prototype. If it were an ordinary inflatable doll, it would not have such value. So what about this inflatable doll? It would be best if it was based on Doraba Dilmarat. After all, Diliaba is rich. You can definitely blackmail him for a lot of money. Thinking of this, Han Feng's mouth curled up with an evil look, and then he moved his eyes to the 3rd bronze treasure chest. Little treasure chest. What did you put in it? The 3rd bronze treasure chest. A pair of women's underwear. Han Feng, are you here to discuss them again? It's not over yet, right? Grass. Han Feng spat and turned to the silver treasure chest. What about you? Silver treasure chest. An experience book. Finally, it's a little bit normal. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief and opened the silver treasure chest first. Amidst a burst of light, a book of experience slowly emerged. Han Feng took it in his hand and looked at it. Suddenly, a relevant introduction appeared in my mind. Medium quality experience book. Contains 600 experience points. Press it on the forehead and it will automatically sink into the center of the eyebrows, gaining 600 experience points. Feng was stunned. Last time I opened a silver treasure chest, what I got was a low-quality experience book with only 300 experience points. I didn't expect that a medium-quality experience book would be open this time. It really brought him quite a surprise. Feng did not use it immediately, but put it into the space cloth bag. Then, the second bronze treasure chest was opened. The next moment, an inflatable doll appeared in front of him. Feng took a closer look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Whatever you think will come true. This inflatable doll is actually based on Dilraba Dilmarat. Afterwards, you can operate it properly. Then, Feng opened the third bronze treasure chest. A pair of hollow white women's underwear appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Feng frowned slightly. Compared to the previous two pairs of underwear, this one is a little more revealing. Most people may not be able to handle it. Think about it carefully and then find a suitable target to attack. Then, Feng opened the first bronze treasure chest. The moment it opened, a black stone shot out from it at a speed as fast as lightning and hit Feng's chest heavily. Feng only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he grimaced in pain. Fortunately, he was promoted to level 5 and took 2 bottles of potions that increased defense attributes. His defense was extremely strong, and he managed to barely withstand the attack. If it were someone else, he might have been seriously injured. Feng took a deep breath and swept his eyes around, landing on the black stone on the ground. From the appearance, this stone is no different from ordinary stones. However, since it was opened from a bronze treasure chest, it shouldn't be too simple. Feng took in his hand and looked at it carefully. This time, no relevant introduction came to mind. Feng didn't care, since he had the ability to communicate with all things anyway. I'll ask later, and everything will be clear. However, before Feng could ask, the black stone spoke first. Human, what are you looking at? Feng said disdainfully. What's wrong with looking at you? Black stone, can you look another one for me? Feng, I'm looking at you. What can you do to me? Black stone, okay, take a look. Feng. I used to think that black stones were very temperamental. I didn't expect that he would back down after just a few bluffs. Chapter 126. Stone that can be fused into a puppet. Feng looked at the black stone intently and coughed lightly. Little stone, what abilities do you have? Black stone, why should I tell you? Do I know you well? Feng's eyes suddenly darkened, and he sighed. It seems that you haven't seen how cruel my methods are. Black stone said disdainfully. What methods do you have? I really want to see them. Feng did not rush to take action, but faced the 3 black iron treasure chests. Tell it how cruel I am. The first black iron treasure chest. This human has a shovel. The guy's singing is disgusting. It's simply a brilliant soul. If you don't tell the truth, the little shovel will keep singing until you collapse. Black stone, is it possible to play like this? Feng chuckled. Little stone, have you thought it through? Are you willing to explain? Black stone, don't sing, we are one family. I will tell you everything. Feng's lips curled up with a hint of pride. Then hurry up and tell me. Black stone, I'm a puppet stone. After collecting 5 of them, they can be fused into a powerful stone puppet. It has great strength and amazing defense. Stone puppet. Feng muttered something, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Having a stone puppet will definitely enhance the overall strength of the shelter. But there's only one in my hand. Where are the remaining 4? Feng immediately asked, where are your 4 brothers and sisters? Puppet stone. They should all be in the treasure chest. Feng thought about it for a while and suddenly remembered something. This morning, when Zhao Yunxi opened the treasure chest, she was attacked by a stone and was seriously injured. Could the stone that attacked her be a puppet stone? Thinking of this, Feng quickly opened the game panel and sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. Zhao Yunxi, where is the stone that attacked you this morning? Zhao Yunxi was slightly startled. Why are you asking this? Feng, if it's useful, please tell me soon. Zhao Yunxi, I threw it into the vegetable garden. Feng, give me that stone and you can go to the toilet 5 times for free. Zhao Yunxi was stunned. What do you want to do by breaking the stone so quickly? That stone is just an ordinary stone, worthless. For an ordinary stone, let them go to the toilet 5 times for free? What is Feng trying to do? Feng, My hobby is collecting all kinds of strange-shaped stones. Zhao Yunxi, you haven't seen the stone, so how do you know it has a strange shape? Han Feng, you don't need to know this. You just need to tell me whether you're willing to trade or not. Zhao Yunxi deal. Only a fool would disagree with exchanging a useless piece of stone for 5 chances to go to the toilet. Han Feng was a little excited. Give me the stone quickly. Zhao Yunxi, wait a moment, I'll go out and get it. Then she walked out of the thatched hut and came to the vegetable garden. After searching for a while, she finally found the stone. At this moment, Lu Chushuang came out of the toilet and asked curiously, Zhao Yunxi, what are you doing in the vegetable garden so late at night? Zhao Yunxi said casually, look for the stone that attacked me this morning. Lu Chushuang looked puzzled. What are you looking for that broken stone for? Zhao Yunxi chuckled. Han Feng needs this stone. When Lu Chushuang heard Han Feng asking for it, she became even more curious. What does this guy want this stone for? Zhao Yunxi briefly explained the process. Upon hearing this, Lu Chushuang's eyes flickered. Han Feng is a very smart guy. Why would he do something that would put him at a disadvantage? Is there something strange about this stone? I think so. Zhao Yunxi nodded. So the two of them took the stone and began to study it. However, after studying it for a while, I was absolutely sure that it was just an ordinary stone. In the end, the two came to the conclusion that Han Feng was out of his mind. Otherwise, why would you trade a piece of broken stone for no reason? Zhao Yunxi returned to the thatched cottage and gave the stone to Han Feng through the trading hall. Han Feng took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. His expression suddenly turned ugly. The stone Zhao Yunxi gave was not black, but a yellow one. It's obviously not a puppet stone. How dare you lie to me? Han Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth and was about to find Zhao Yunxi to argue with her. The puppet stone suddenly spoke. Brother, this is not an ordinary stone, but an earth spirit stone. Han Feng's expression changed. What is the function of the earth spirit stone? Puppet stone. The functions of the earth spirit stone and the earth spirit pearl are similar. After the stone puppet devours it, it can be upgraded. Nice one. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and then he pondered. In that case, what Zhao Yunxi had offered him was not a puppet stone, but an earth spirit stone, and she did not lie to him. Later, Han Feng opened 3 black iron treasure chests. A bag of noodles, a bag of melon seeds, and 2 large bowls of noodles appeared in front of him. Brother, I want to eat some melon seeds. The blue electric mouse licked its lips, looking greedy. Han Feng opened the package, grabbed a handful of melon seeds from it, and placed them on the blue electric mouse's paw. The blue electric mouse looked down and said dissatisfiedly, Brother, this is not enough to eat. There's less than half a pound of melon seeds in total. You ate them all. What should I eat? Han Feng rolled his eyes. The blue electric mouse opened its mouth and suddenly stopped talking. Han Feng ignored him, put the things into the space bag, and then opened the game panel. I originally planned to go to the chat group to ask if anyone has ever opened a puppet stone or earth spirit stone. Unexpectedly, the private message icon suddenly lit up. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Dilieba, he quickly clicked on the private message. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, I agree to the deal. Little guy, I don't believe I can't control you. Han Feng hooked. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged a pair of black women's underwear and an exploding pepper seed for 300 gold coins and 100 wooden sticks from Dilieba. After the transaction was completed, Han Feng sent a message to Dilieba. I have another item that will be of great use to you. Do you want it? Dilieba asked curiously. What is it? Han Feng, un inflatable plastic doll. Dilieba was stunned for a moment and then angrily said, Han Feng, are you sick? You're selling me this thing? Do you think I can use it? Han Feng was not angry and said slowly, you really don't need it, but you need it. Dilieba was a little confused. What should I, a woman, do here? Han Feng said calmly, because that inflatable plastic doll was made based on your prototype. It is very lifelike, and except that it can't speak, it is almost the same as a real person. Dilieba. Chapter 127, because I am also a man. After a moment of trance, Dilieba said angrily, Han Feng, how could you have such a thing? You are so shameless. Han Feng snorted. Who are you slandering? Do you think I want it? Isn't it just from the treasure chest? I can't control it. Dilieba took a deep breath and calmed herself down. What are you going to do with this inflatable doll? Han Feng said without hesitation, of course I will sell it to you. Doraba Dilmarat. What's the price? Han Feng said calmly, I won't ask for much from you. 10 black iron treasure chests will be enough. Reba smiled and said, Are you crazy? Why don't you go and grab it? 10 treasure chests for an inflatable doll? How could Han Feng say that? He must be crazy about the treasure chest. Han Feng chuckled. Don't get excited yet. Just listen to me slowly. Reba gritted her teeth. You say? Han Feng said slowly. Ordinary inflatable dolls are definitely not worth this price. But my inflatable doll is not ordinary. It is made based on your prototype. You also know that the male players in our district are all hungry and thirsty, and they are even more greedy for you. If I spread the word about this inflatable doll, guess what will happen? Those guys will go crazy and ask me to exchange it for it. By then, let alone 10 black iron treasure chests, I would be willing to give you even 20 treasure chests. The corners of Reba's mouth trembled. It's not as serious as you said. Han Feng said meaningfully. Those guys use you as their fantasy object every night. If they meet an inflatable doll that looks like you, they would be willing to lose everything they have. Ba was stunned when she heard this. How do you know so clearly? Han Feng, because I am a man too. Reba's face turned ugly, and her eyes showed a strange look. Are you the same as them? You use me as the object of your sexual fantasies every night? Han Feng coughed violently. Brother, I'm a decent man. How could I do such a dirty thing? I am just answering your question from a man's perspective. Ba's expression eased a little. I agree to make a deal with you, but 10 treasure chests are beyond my ability to afford, so you should take a few less. Han Feng curled his lips. None of the 10 treasure chests can be missing. After all, I have to be responsible for Yangmi. Ba was confused. What's the relationship with Sister Mi? Han Feng said, Before, I opened an inflatable doll in the form of Yangmi and sold it to her at the price of 10 treasure chests. If Yangmi knew that the price I sold it to you was cheap, would she come to me? How can I do business in the future? So, we must treat everyone equally and be fair and just. Duraba Dilmarat. Han Feng opened more than one inflatable doll? What's wrong with this guy? Either they prescribe women's underwear or women's products such as black stockings and sanitary napkins. If you don't know, you might think he's a pervert. Han Feng, do you agree to the deal? If you don't agree, I'll ask in the group. Dilieba suden li relaxed, iagre. If this inflatable doll falls into the hands of another man, all future topics will definitely be related to her. Wouldn't that be disgusting? This must never be allowed to happen. Han Feng, since you agree, let's go to the trading hall. Ba said hurriedly. I don't have the treasure chest yet, so I'll owe it to you first. Han Feng nu did. Okay. As long as the inflatable doll is in his hands, he doesn't have to worry about Dilraba Dilmarat defaulting on his payment. Dilraba Dilmarat reminds, you can't touch that inflatable doll. Han Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry about this. My character is guaranteed. If you don't believe it, you can ask Yangmi. Dilraba Dilmarat, I trust you this time. I will get the treasure chest for you as soon as possible. After communicating with Ba, Han Feng opened a regional channel chat group. Li Pang, brothers, you must be careful and cautious when opening bronze treasure chests in the future. I almost failed as a man today. Jiang Feng, aren't the bronze treasure chests filled with weapons or seeds? Could it be dangerous goods? Li Pang said with lingering fear. I'm telling you that you may not believe it, but there was a black stone in the treasure chest. When I opened it, it shot out like a bullet and hit my little Gigi. Fortunately, my buddy was careful before opening the box and turned on the Iron Man state. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing this, Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was almost certain that the stone that Li Pang opened must be a puppet stone. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by and must not be missed. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Dahai spoke first. Wu Dahai, is the bronze treasure chest so dangerous? When I was hunting natives before, I also got a bronze treasure chest. Should I open it? Li Pang, if you're not fully prepared, it is best not to open it. Wu Dahai, then my treasure chest is a waste of money. This is a bronze treasure chest. Su Dao Mao suggested. You can sell it to others and put it on the trading hall. No one will know about it anyway. Wu Dahai, well said. I'll go right away. Han Feng, Wu Dahai, please wait a moment. Wu Dahai, what's wrong? Han Feng, I'll take your bronze treasure chest. Others were worried about encountering danger when opening the treasure chest, but he had no scruples. Because you can communicate with the treasure chest and know what is in advance. In addition, some people are wondering whether the treasure chest contains puppet stones. We must not let this treasure chest fall into the hands of others. Wu Dahai thought for a while and said, although opening a treasure chest is dangerous, It is a bronze treasure chest, after all. There's a chance of getting weapons. Its value is far higher than that of a black iron treasure chest. What can you give me? Han Feng, 2 buckets of instant noodles. Lu Tai, 2 buckets of instant noodles for a bronze treasure chest? That's a really good idea. I'll give you 5 loaves of bread and a pack of sausages. Wu Dahai became excited. Lu Tai, are you serious? Lu Tai, of course it's true. Are you willing to trade? Wu Dahai did not reply immediately, but asked, Han Feng, what about you? Are you going to raise the price? Han Feng's eyes darkened at another pack of noodles and 2 big crabs. This bronze treasure chest is too important to him, and he must not let Lu Tai succeed. Lu Tai, I'll add 5 more cans of braised pork. Everyone, holy shit, this is too crazy. Is it worth it to spend so many things for a bronze treasure chest that you don't know if it's dangerous or not? Han Feng realized something was wrong. Lu Tai is not a fool. Why would he do this? Could it be for the puppet stone as well? But that's not right. Lu Tai has no ability to communicate with all things and has no idea of the value of the puppet stone. So what is his purpose? Wu Dahai, Han Feng, what about you? Are you going to increase the stakes? Han Feng, I give up. If you can be sure that the bronze treasure chest contains puppet stones, it doesn't matter if you add a few more chips. But it cannot be confirmed now. It would be unwise to continue competing with Lu Tai. Lu Tai, Han Feng, it would be a pity to give up like this. If you had a little more code, I will give it to you. Chapter 128. Stones that increase the area of the island. Han Feng felt more and more that something was wrong, and he laughed. I have no more chips, so I'll give the bronze treasure chest to you. Wu Dahai, Lu Tai, don't just stand there, let's go to the trading hall. Lu Tai stammered. Well, I was just joking. Wu Dahai was confused. What do you mean? You don't want the bronze treasure chest? Liu Tie? No. Wu Dahai immediately became angry. Why don't you bid any price? Are you kidding me? Lu Tai sighed and said, Don't I dislike Han Feng? I want to take this opportunity to trick him once, but I never thought that this guy would not be fooled. Everyone, is it still possible to play like this? That's a bit despicable. Han Feng, you see, right? Human nature is so sinister. Everyone, stay away from Lu Tai as much as possible in the future. This guy is so sinister and shameless. Lu Chushuang, haha. How dare Chu Feng say that others are insidious? Who gave him the face? Wu Dahai, Han Feng, do you still want the treasure chest? Han Feng, yes, but I can only give you 2 buckets of instant noodles. Anyway, there is no one competing with him, so of course he has to trade the lowest cost. Wu Dahai was a little dumbfounded. Didn't you just say that you wanted to trade 2 buckets of instant noodles, a bag of noodles, and 2 crabs? Han Feng, just now is just now, and now is now. Wu Dahai gritted his teeth and said, Add another crab, otherwise I will throw it away instead of giving it to you. Han Feng, okay. It is quite cost-effective to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles and a crab for a bronze treasure chest. Wu Dahai, let's hurry up and make the transaction. Han Feng, Li Pang Pang, are you going to sell that stone? Li Pang Pang was a little confused. Which stone? Han Feng, it's the piece that comes out of the treasure chest. Li Pang Pang asked doubtfully, What do you want the stone for? Han Feng, you don't need to ask anything else. Just tell me whether you are willing to trade or not. If you are, I will give you a crab. Fally, of course. It feels like pie in the sky to exchange a useless piece of stone for a crab. Anyone who disagrees is a fool. Hung you. Han Feng, I also have a stone here. I can also exchange it with you for a crab. Han Feng asked, Was it also obtained from a bronze treasure chest? Peng Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Yes. He didn't have a bronze treasure chest at all, let alone a stone. In other words, it was nothing more than a crab trying to trick Han Feng. There are stones everywhere, so just pick up one to deal with it. Han Feng shouldn't be able to notice anything, right? Han Feng snorted, Get out. If the stone is really obtained from a bronze treasure chest, it will definitely be attacked. Even if he doesn't die, he will end up seriously injured. But Peng Yu is fine. This means that Peng Yu must be lying. The purpose is to trick his crab. Do you really think he is a 3-year-old child? Peng Yu, why are you cursing? Han Feng, I never curse anyone, because those I curse are not human beings. Peng Yu, everyone, are you starting to argue with people again because of a disagreement? It's really hard to change one's nature. Wu Dahai, Han Feng, ignore him, let's go and trade. Han Feng, okay. Afterwards, the 3 of them went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng put the bronze treasure chest on the ground, and then looked at the black stone in his hand. In terms of appearance, it is almost the same as puppet stone. But whether it is a puppet stone or not still needs to be confirmed. Han Feng coughed lightly. Little stone, are you a puppet stone? Black stone, who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Upon hearing this, the engineer's shovel was immediately unhappy. Brother, this guy is simply too rampant. He doesn't even give you face. Let me make it stronger. Just be patient. Han Feng comforted it, then opened the space bag, took out the puppet stone, and placed the black stone in front of it. Little stone, is this guy your brother? Puppet stone suddenly became excited. It's my second brother. Black stone was also very excited. Third brother, why are you here? Puppet stone, I found it when Han Feng opened a treasure chest. Black stone, I didn't expect that we brothers could meet here again. It's great. Okay, if you two want to reminisce about the past, go inside the space bag and talk. Han Feng interrupted. Black stone, human, how can you interrupt others so casually? Do you think it's polite? Can you have some manners? Tell me about quality? I'll tell you about quality. Han Feng snorted and looked at the black stone intently. Mute this guy for 100 million hours. Black stone. After putting the two stones into the spatial bag, Han Feng turned his gaze and landed on the bronze treasure chest on the ground. Little treasure chest, what do you have in it? Bronze chest. A piece of stone. Han Feng's expression changed. Is it a puppet stone or an earth spirit stone? Bronze treasure chest. You can open it and see for yourself. Han Feng said no more. He held the engineer's shovel in front of his chest and then stretched out a hand to grab the lid of the treasure chest. Regardless of whether the stone opened is a puppet stone or an earth spirit stone, it will actively attack. It's quite painful to be hit by this thing. To avoid this situation, we plan to use an engineer's shovel for defense. The engineer shovel asked in confusion. Brother, you just opened a treasure chest. Is it necessary to hold me? Han Feng said solemnly. Of course it is necessary. What if you get hit by a rock? Engineer's shovel. So Han Feng wants to use it as a shield? Isn't this too much? The engineer's shovel was indignant. Brother, you are safe, but what about me? Have you ever considered my feelings? Han Feng curled his lips and said, what do you want to feel with a shovel? Shovel. I have developed intelligence and can feel pain. Han Feng said calmly, what does it have to do with me, whether you are in pain or not? As long as I'm not in pain, that's all. Engineer's shovel. Can't you give a different reason? Something more tactful? Does it have to be so straightforward? Han Feng ignored him and opened the lid of the treasure chest. But surprisingly, no stones were ejected from it. This also means that it is not a puppet stone or an earth spirit stone. Why? Han Feng sighed, feeling greatly disappointed. Then he looked carefully and a fist-sized purple stone slowly appeared in front of him. When Han Feng's eyes fell on the stone, the relevant introduction immediately appeared in his mind. Shirong stone, top-grade earth-based spiritual material, can be integrated into an earth-based magic weapon to enhance the power of the magic weapon. It can also be placed on an island to increase the island area up to 1,000 square meters. After reading the introduction, Han Feng's eyes became hot. This time, although I failed to get the puppet stone and earth spirit stone as I wished. But the Shirong stone that was unearthed is far more valuable than the puppet stone and the earth spirit stone. If we could expand the area of the island, we would be able to harvest a lot of supplies. But now is not the time, because he is not the only one on this island. When I have time, I will discuss the division of the island with Zhao Yunxi and the other two. After the territory is determined, it will not be too late to start expanding the island. Chapter 129. Was he despised by 4 female Jews? Later, Han Feng put the Shirong stone into the space cloth bag. Then he took out all the gold coins inside. Previously, a total of 100 natives were hunted and killed, and a total of 545 gold coins were dropped. In addition, 300 coins were obtained from Dilraba Dilmurat. The total number of gold coins is 845, which can be exchanged for 845 experience points. With the addition of that mid-level experience book, you can advance by at least 2 levels. Han Feng wasted no time and quickly opened the game panel. Originally, the game panel only had 5 sections in total, but now there's one more. The extra section is the Redemption Mall. Click on the Redemption Mall, and a redemption box will appear in front of you. You can only redeem experience points, and the redemption ratio is 1 gold coin for 1 experience point. Han Feng exchanged all the gold coins for experience points without any hesitation. The next moment, an experience book appeared in his hand, containing 845 experience points. Han Feng picked up 2 experience books and pressed them on his forehead one after another. When the two experienced books sank into his brows, he opened the attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level, 7th level. Experience, 645, 800. Constitution, Strength, 68 plus 60. Agility, 30 plus 60. Defense, 25 plus 60. Mental power, 81 plus 60. Talents, Healing, Insight, Space. Level 7. Han Feng clenched his hands, looking extremely excited. At this stage, there are players who could be promoted to level 7, but they can definitely be counted on one's fingers. Now he is already far ahead, and there are 645 experience points, which is just one step away from being promoted to level 8. The future is promising. After the upgrade was completed, Han Feng took out the purple seed and studied it. After taking a look, he asked softly, "Little guy, what kind of seed are you?" "Purple seed, yam vine seed." Fine. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and kept shaking his head. This seed was dropped by hunting that level 5 native, and I was originally quite looking forward to it. I never thought that what exploded was just a vine. What is the use of this thing? Human, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Vine Seed snorted. Han Feng said bluntly, "There are many vines like you on this island. You are such an ordinary thing, and you still want me to look up to you? Where do you get the nerve to do that?" Vine Seed. Human, I am not an ordinary vine. I am powerful. Han Feng sneered. "What's your strength, tell me, so I can learn from you?" The Vine Seed snorted. "I am indeed useless now, but I will be great when I grow up. Bury me in the ground first, and I will definitely surprise you tomorrow." "Okay, I'll meet your request." Han Feng took the vine seeds and an engineering shovel, walked out of the thatched hut, and came to the vegetable field. Just as he was about to dig a hole, the vine seed spoke up. "Human, bury me next to the wooden fence." "What?" Han Feng looked confused. Vine Seed pretended to be mysterious. "Don't ask so many questions. You will know tomorrow. There are a lot of problems." Han Feng muttered, walked to the wooden fence, dug a small hole, threw the vine seeds in, and asked, "Do you want water?" Vine seeds, yes. Han Feng opened the space cloth bag, took out a bottle of purified water, poured it into the pit, and then covered it with soil. After doing all this, he returned to the thatched hut. Lying on a straw bed, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and studied the hollow underwear. "There's no point in keeping this thing. I have to find a way to trade it. So, who should we trade with?" Han Feng thought about it and decided that Lu Chushuang, Zhao Yunxi, and Yu Lingshan were all good choices. Because before, all three of them expressed their desire to buy underwear. However, this pair of underwear is a bit avant-garde. I wonder if Lu Chushuang and the others can accept it. Never mind, just ask first. If it doesn't work, find someone else. Later, Han Feng sent a private message to Lu Chushuang. "Lu Chushuang, do you want underwear?" Lu Chushuang, "Of course, but you can't ask for a higher price. The most I can give you is a treasure chest." Han Feng, "The price remains the same, but I have to tell you one thing, this pair of underwear is a little different from the previous ones. In fact, you don't have to tell the truth, so it's easy to trade it out. But doing so would be tantamount to defrauding consumers. As a businessman, reputation is very important. If his credibility is lost, who will do business with him in the future? Don't lose the big picture for the small." Lu Chushuang, "What's the difference?" Han Feng, "This pair of underwear is hollow, so it might be a bit revealing when you wear it." Lu Chushuang was stunned for a moment and snorted. "Han Feng, are you a pervert? How dare you sell me this kind of thing?" Han Feng rubbed his nose. "Actually, it's the same if you put on pants. No one can see it anyway." Lu Chushuang was also convinced. "Is this a question of whether it can be seen or not? This is too shameful. Anyway, I can't accept it." Han Feng, "Your ideas are too conservative." Lu Chushuang, "If you are not conservative, then wear it." Han Feng, "If you don't want to trade, forget it. I'll find someone else." Lu Chushuang, "Find whoever you want." Han Feng then sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. "I have a pair of underwear here. Are you interested?" Zhao Yunxi, "Lu Chushuang has already told me that I am not interested in such revealing things. Also, there is no need to contact Yu Lingshan. She doesn't like it either." "Why?" Han Feng sighed deeply. "It seems that serious people cannot accept this style of underwear. So who should I turn to?" Suddenly, several figures appeared in Han Feng's mind. Mamanoji Kana, Aizawa Minami, Mikami Yua, and Kojima Eri all make Japanese porn movies. Given their professions, they should not be opposed to it. Action speaks louder than words. So Han Feng immediately contacted 4 people. This is the reply I got. Mamanoji Kana. I make movies to devote myself to art, but that doesn't mean I am that kind of person in real life. Aizawa Minami. I retired a long time ago. I just want to live a normal life. Please don't use this kind of thing. It will bring back my unbearable memories. Yua Mikami. In real life, I am a very decent person. Trading this kind of thing with me is a humiliation to me. Eri Kijima. You have a very dark mind, and your behavior makes me feel sick. After reading the 4 people's replies, Han Feng was confused, and his thoughts came to a standstill. Damn it! How could he be despised by 4 Jewish women? Grass. Is it okay if I don't sell it? Han Feng huffed, threw his underwear into the space bag, and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was an angry roar from the wooden fence outside the house. Fuck you. Don't touch me. I have mysophobia. Get out. What's going on? Han Feng woke up suddenly. It was a wooden fence called late at night. Who touched it? Little thatch house. What's going on outside? Han Feng asked the thatch cottage. Chapter osuta trezich swan in vine. The thatched house said quickly. The seed you planted earlier has taken root and sprouted, and a vine has grown, which is winding around the wooden fence. So that's what happened. Han Feng muttered. At this time, angry curses were heard from outside the wooden fence again. Roll. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. You're gonna die a horrible death. Mu Xiaolan cursed for a while, and seeing that Ivy had no reaction, he said, Little Ivy, please let me go. I really have mysophobia, and I am so uncomfortable with your close contact with me. Ivy, what does it have to do with me, whether you feel uncomfortable or not? It's enough for me to feel comfortable. Fuck. Muslin was furious. If you don't leave, I'll scold you every day. Ivy, I just like to see you go crazy but can't do anything to me. You can scold me all you want. It won't have any effect on me. Muslin was about to cry. Do you still have any humanity? Ivy, I'm not a human, so of course I have no humanity. Wooden fence. The 4 corn plants heard the noise and gathered around to watch the fun. Mu Xiaolan thought, Little vine, change your target. Those 4 corns are pretty good, much better than me. The vine faced the 4 corn plants. Will you let me entwine you? Fighting corn. I warn you, you'd better not have this idea. Otherwise I will kill you with one shot. Vine, little fence, did you hear that? They don't want to. Muslin, I don't want to either. Why can't you understand my feelings? Ivy, to tell you the truth, I will entangle whoever has a higher level. You can only blame yourself. Who told you to be so high level? The wooden fence was confused. Is it wrong to have a high level? What's the reason for this? Mu Xiaolan said indignantly. Big Brother's level is the same as mine. Why don't you pester Big Brother? Ivy, Big Brother is the boss of our shelter. If I get involved with him, I will be beaten to death. Do you think I'm stupid? Muslin's tone turned cold. So you only know how to bully me? Ivy was noncommittal. Who else can I bully besides you? Grass. Muslin cursed and shouted into the thatched cottage. Brother, your most sincere little brother has been bullied. Come and save me. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flickered. The little fence is indeed a bit pathetic. Besides, if it keeps barking, I won't be able to sleep at all. Can't just ignore it. So, Han Feng muttered silently. Mute Mu Xiaolan for 10 hours. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Han Feng closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Time passed slowly, and I didn't know how much time had passed. The night gradually faded away. A ray of dawn shone through the horizon, and the colors between heaven and earth changed rapidly. The next moment, sunlight spread out and fell into the shelter, brought a warmth and vitality. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer's shovel was on time as always. Han Feng got up reluctantly, yawned, and pushed the door open. Just at this moment, a ray of sunlight shone on his face. At the same time, the sun's chuckle rang in my ears. Han Feng, good morning. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Brother Yang, are you in a good mood? Is there anything happy? Share it with me. Son, I'm going to take a few days off. Han Feng was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Then who will take your place at work? Is it Brother Wu? If there are dark clouds, it will rain. And once it rains, you'll have a chance to pick up spirit beads. Son, it's not a dark cloud. It's your sister Misty. Han Feng was disappointed. Then when will you take a break? How many days will you take off? Son, we still need to hold a meeting to study the specific situation, and it has not been decided yet. Okay, got it. Han Feng sighed softly. The son reminded. Han Feng, you have to be careful. Misty is not like me and the dark cloud. This woman likes to play tricks on people and play pranks. You better be careful and don't let her play tricks on you and make you collapse. Han Feng frowned. How will she tease me? Son, this woman doesn't play by the rules. She has many ways to tease people. I don't know what method she will use to deal with you. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, You see, we have a good relationship. Why don't you say hello to her and ask her to let me go? Son, that woman is very coquettish. I dare not mess with her. Han Feng. Son, I'm going to work. I won't chat with you anymore. After hearing the news, Han Feng's mood became gloomy. But after thinking about it, I soon felt relieved. There is an oil lamp in the shelter, and the oil lamp's expelling talent can just restrain the fog. As long as there's an oil lamp, there's nothing to worry about. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, walked out of the thatched hut, and looked around with a wandering gaze. For corn plants were standing in the middle of the vegetable garden, as if they had not yet woken up. The pea shooter stood on the roof just like yesterday. A large patch of vines, green and lush, was entwined on the wooden fence not far away, almost covering the entire fence. Seeing this, Han Feng's expression moved. He strode forward and smiled slightly. Good morning, Xiao Zhaolan. Wooden fence, humph. Han Feng's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Muslin. Brother, you disappoint me so much. I begged you to save me last night, but you turned a deaf ear to me and even banned me from speaking. Do you think you are worthy of my sincerity? Is this how you treat your brother? Han Feng rubbed his nose and said helplessly, I can't help it. Wooden fence. You are the boss of our shelter. How come there is nothing you can do? Han Feng sighed. I fell asleep last night and didn't hear anything. Wooden fence. You didn't hear anything, so you're going to mute me? Han Feng curled his lips and said, You may not believe it, but what I said last night was just dream talk. Wooden fence. Talking in your sleep? Are you kidding me? Do you really think it's a jerk? Han Feng ignored him and turned his gaze to the vine. Little vine, are you mature? Vine, matre. Han Feng's expression moved, and then he activated his insight talent to observe. Target, Shinin vines. Level, 7th level. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 10 plus 80. Mental power, 10 plus 60. Talents, co-ascension, poison sting. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Once the Shinin vine matures, it is directly promoted to level 7? Is it level 7 from the start? Or is there another reason? Han Feng was in a trance for a moment and asked, Little vine, why are you level 7? Shinin vine, entangle a target, and through the co-ascension talent, you can have the same level as the target. Chapter 131, The Third Puppet Stone. Is it so awesome? Han Feng was somewhat moved. Now I finally understand why the Shinin vines chose to wrap around the wooden fence. Because in the shelter, apart from him, the wooden fence has the highest level. Only by wrapping around the wooden fence can you raise your level to the highest level. Then, Han Feng asked tentatively, if you entangle a level 100 target, will it immediately become level 100? Shinin vine. That's true, but it's not realistic. Because only if I keep entangled with the target, my level will be the same as the opponent. But how can a being of that level be willing to let me entangle? I'm afraid I'll be killed by the opponent before I even get close. That's the truth. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully and then asked, What ability does your sting talent have? Shinin vine. Some sharp thorns emerge from the surface of the body, and the thorns contain strong toxins. As long as the target's skin is pierced, the toxin will be injected into the body, causing coma at the least and death on the spot at the worst. My little vine is awesome. Han Feng sighed. With the Shinin vines, the safety of a shelter is greatly improved, and it can also protect the wooden fence. Han Feng looked at the wooden fence and said meaningfully, Little fence, do you still mind the little vines entangled with you now? Xiao Zhaolan, I'm not that resistant. I can still accept it. Han Feng chuckled. Aren't you a germaphobe? Wooden fence. My cleanliness is selective. I only resist it towards other people, not towards little vines. Han Feng. Swanim vina. Later, Han Feng urinated and started preparing breakfast. Breakfast is simple, still a pot of rice porridge. After eating and drinking, we began to wait. Waiting for the arrival of Zhao Yunxi and the other two. Brother, those 3 girls are here. The pea shooter suddenly gave a reminder. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, opened the gate, and stood at the door looking out. In the distance, 3 slender figures strolled over, holding a dozen wooden sticks. Soon, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 arrived near the shelter. When she saw a vine entwined on the wooden fence, Yu Lingshan walked over curiously, took a look, and asked Han Feng, "Han Feng, what kind of plant is this?" "Just an ordinary vine." Han Feng chuckled, and then reminded, "Be careful, this thing has thorns, and it's easy to get pricked." Yu Lingshan was startled and quickly took a step back. Zhao Yunxi asked curiously, "Han Feng, where did you get the vines from?" Han Feng said calmly, "Where else can you get it from? Of course, you must have opened a treasure chest." Zhao Yunxi frowned, "But he's growing too fast. He's grown this big in just one night. Yesterday, the wooden fence was completely bare. In just one night, it was completely covered by vines. The growth rate is amazing." Han Feng said disapprovingly, "What's the big deal? This world is magical. For example, the tomato seeds we planted matured in a few days, don't they?" Zhao Yunxi thought about what was happening and said no more. Han Feng reminded, "3 of you, stop standing there and go to the bathroom." Lu Shuang and the other 2 threw the wooden sticks in their hands to the ground and entered the toilet one by one. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them finished the task and left. Han Feng picked up the wooden stick on the ground and gave it to the wooden fence to devour. Then he went to the beach with the blue electric mouse. As soon as we arrived at the beach, we saw the shark Xiu sitting on a rock with half of his face swollen. 2 big crabs stood next to Shark Xiu with a hint of mockery on their faces, as if they were laughing at Shark Xiu's joke. "How did you get hurt?" Han Feng muttered, then walked up to Shark Xiu and jokingly said, "Little shark, what happened to you? Did you get beaten by the big monkey?" Shark Xiu looked up at Han Feng and said depressedly, "No. What's going on?" Han Feng asked curiously. Before Shark Xiu could answer, Da Zhuang spoke up first. "This guy picked up a bronze treasure chest and insisted on opening it. I told him that it was dangerous to open the treasure chest, and it was best not to open it. But he just wouldn't listen and insisted on opening the treasure chest. Guess what? A stone flew out from it and hit him in the face, making his face swollen." Shark Xiu muttered, "How the hell did I expect that rocks would fly out of it? You asked for it." De Zhuang laughed out loud with glee. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he asked anxiously, "Where is the stone?" Stones that can actively attack are either puppet stones or earth spirit stones. I didn't expect to meet someone here. No one has the best luck. Over there. De Zhuang rushed into the sea, returned to the original place with a black stone and a pair of big pliers, and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng took a closer look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Even without communication, it can be confirmed that this stone is 100 puppet stone. Including this one, 3 have been collected so far, and only 2 more are left to fuse into a puppet. Shark Xiu asked curiously, "Han Feng, it's just a broken stone. Why are you so happy?" "You don't understand." Han Feng smiled, casually took the stone space bag, then reached out and pressed it on the Shark Xiu's head, releasing a healing talent. Soon, the bruises on Shark Xiu's face disappeared. "It's so comfortable." Shark Xiu smiled wistfully. Han Feng glanced around and saw that the ground was empty, so he asked, "Little shark, why didn't you cut down any trees today?" Shark Xiu's eyes were filled with lingering fear, and he whispered, "A terrible creature has appeared on several uninhabited islands nearby. I dare not go to the island rashly, so I can't cut down trees." "What creature?" Han Feng's face darkened. Shark Xiu shook his head. "As soon as we got close to the island, we could feel a fierce aura. It was very strong. I didn't have the courage to go up and investigate. I didn't know what it was." "Is there such a thing?" Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and muttered, "By the way, the sea has been a bit uneasy lately. It seems like some powerful being has come to the nearby waters. The marine creatures that originally lived nearby have all fled in fear. I don't dare to go out anymore." Shark Xiu suddenly spoke. Han Feng looked at the surging sea in the distance, his eyes flashing with a deep look. "Safety first, it's right not to come out." "Han Feng, I'm going back first." Shark Xiu said hello and left. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. "Things have been a bit turbulent lately. Is some disaster about to happen? It seems that we have to make preparations in advance." Chapter 132, You Are a Shit-Eating Thing. Do you have a right to speak here? Later, Han Feng wandered around the beach, picking up some kelp, seaweed, shells, and the like. The blue electric mice were having fun digging holes and catching clams on the beach. As soon as noon arrives, Han Feng brought the blue electric mouse back to the shelter. After lunch, as usual, I lay on the straw bed and watched the regional channel chat group. Lu Tai, brothers, let me tell you something. Jiang Feng, what's the matter? Li Tai, my buddy has been promoted to level 6. Su Lin, we are only level 3, and you're already level 6? Too strong. Wu Dahai, I become stronger by basking in the sun. This talent is so enviable. Peng Yu, you should be the undisputed strongest person in District 10,086. Lu Tai, haha, keep a low profile. Li Pangpang, you are the strongest person in District 10086? Have you asked for my opinion? Lu Tai, are you dissatisfied? Li Pangpang, of course I don't accept it, because I have also been promoted to level 6. Lu Shuyang, is Li Pangpang so awesome? Zhang Linlin, Li Pangpang has the talent of an Iron Man, and Lu Tai may not be his opponent. Li Pangpang, Lu Tai, what do you say? Lu Tai, I'm gonna go get some sun. Everyone. In response, Han Feng smiled, but said nothing. It's just level 6, what's there to brag about? Well, he has been promoted to level 7 and is only one step away from level 8. What a bunch of guys who have never seen the world. Gulanaza. Actually, in our 10086 district, Li Pangpang is ranked second at most. Jiang Feng, who is ranked first? Gulanaza. Of course, it's Dilraba Dilmarat. Suda Mao was surprised and asked, are you serious? Diliriba is better than Li Pangpang? What level is she now? Gulanaza. Dilraba Dilmarat was also promoted to level 6. And it was because she was cheated by a villain in our district and a large amount of gold coins were defrauded. Otherwise, she would have been promoted to level 7 long ago. Everyone was stunned. I originally thought that Dilieba was just a vase, but I never thought that she would be so powerful and was promoted to level 6. It is really incredible. Zhang Linlin. They are both level 6. Why do you think Dilraba Dilmarat is better than Li Pangpang? Gulinaza. Because Dilraba Dilmarat's talent far exceeds Li Pangpang's Iron Man talent. Isn't it normal for her to be better than him? Lu Tai. What talent did Dilraba Dilmarat awaken? Gulinaza. She doesn't allow me to say it. Zhang Sheng. You just said that Diliriba was betrayed by a villain? Who is this villain? Tell us, and let us denounce him together. Wu Dahai. He even dared to cheat my goddess. This is outrageous. I, Wu Dahai, will be the first one who cannot forgive him. Gulinaza said meaningfully. Who is the more sinister one in our district? I guess everyone knows the answer, right? Lu Chushuang blurted out. You were talking about Han Feng, right? In her mind, Han Feng was a combination of meanness, insidiousness, and shamelessness. Only he could do such a thing. Jiang Feng. I agree with Lu Chushuang's point of view. Lu Tai. When it comes to despicableness, no one in our district can compare to Han Feng. I also think that Han Feng was the one who did it. Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. I want to make it clear here that I, Han Feng, have always acted uprightly and never cheated anyone. I have never cheated Dilraba Dilmarat. Everyone, haha. Han Feng. If you don't believe it, you can ask Dilraba Dilmarat to confirm it. Jiang Feng. Diliriba, please express your opinion. Diliaba hesitated for a moment and said, it's not Han Feng. She wished she could expose all of Han Feng's evil deeds to the public and let everyone despise him. But there is no way. Han Feng still has an inflatable doll made based on her prototype. If she angers Han Feng and sells this inflatable doll, it will be a disaster for her. Lu Chushuang, not Han Feng? Everyone was also confused. If it wasn't Han Feng, who else could it be? Wu Dahai. Diliriba, are you threatened by Han Feng? If so, just blink. Han Feng, blink your sister's eyes. Even if I blink, can you see it? Wu Dahai. Han Feng, think about it, everyone. Although I like to argue with people, my character is still guaranteed. You have all made deals with me. When have I ever cheated you? Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Although Han Feng is arrogant, he is honest and fair when it comes to doing business. Could it be that he was really wronged? Han Feng continued. Rumors stop at the wise. I believe you are all smart people. Don't be led astray by a few narrow-minded people. Their purpose is nothing more than to discredit me. This kind of people is the most insidious. Everyone must open their eyes. Lu Chushuang's mouth trembled. Han Feng, who are you talking about in a veiled way? Han Feng, I'm talking about those heartless and ruthless people who stir up trouble. Lu Chushuang, please explain clearly. Who is the one who is so cruel? Han Feng, if I hadn't helped you with the treatment last time, You have been stung to death by the wasp. I saved your life, but you slandered me in return. Don't you feel guilty? Lu Chushuang stopped talking immediately. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that Han Feng did save her. Logically speaking, she should thank Han Feng, right? Then why do you hate him so much? Lu Chushuang thought about it and quickly understood. Han Feng bullied her all day long. In addition to verbal humiliation, he also pressed her to the ground and rubbed her twice, and took the opportunity to take advantage of her and kneaded her buttocks. As a girl, how could I bear this? It would be strange if I didn't hate Han Feng. However, he was not as eloquent as Han Feng, so he could only shut up out of frustration. Lu Tai, Han Feng, why do you curse at people all the time? Do you have any manners? Han Feng, did I scold you? Why are you so anxious? Are you also trying to lead me? Deliberately slandering me? Your mind is too dark. Besides, who the hell are you? Are you qualified to teach me? You should not be on the same island with me. Otherwise, I will beat the shit out of you. Lu Tai was so angry that his mouth twisted. You are so vulgar. Han Feng said bluntly, I will naturally treat polite people with courtesy. But why should I indulge a shameless and evil bitch like you? Lu Tai fuck. Everyone was amazed. Without saying a word, Han Feng started to fight back strongly again. Who can afford to provoke this? It's best to stay away from it. Han Feng, Jiang Feng, do you have anything to say? Just now, Jiang Feng was also setting the pace for him. We have to talk it over carefully. Jiang Feng, I always thought you were an upright person. Everyone. Is your stance so unsteady? Han Feng, that's not what you expressed just now? Jiang Feng, I was bewitched by Lu Chushuang and Lu Tai just now, and my will is not that firm. Lu Chushuang. Lu Tai, are you scared now? Can you be a little brave? Have some backbone. Li Pang couldn't stand it anymore and said contemptuously, I don't understand. Why are you afraid of Han Feng? You are not on the same island with him. Can he eat you? Han Feng's eyes darkened slightly. You're a thing that grew up eating shit, and you have the right to speak here? Chapter 133. That part was stabbed hard. The corners of Li Pongpong's mouth trembled suddenly. Who are you saying eat shit? Han Feng, of course I'm talking about you. Do you still want to deny it? Li Pang was anxious. When have I ever eaten shit? Han Feng, you eat maggots every day. Where do maggots come from? Aren't they from feces? Eating maggots is the same as eating feces. Li Pang argued. You are talking nonsense. The maggots I eat are picked out from the dead rabbits. Han Feng, no one saw it. So who knows where you got it from? Li Pang, I just don't have it. Han Feng, okay. Even if you didn't eat shit, this should be okay, right? Li Pang, I didn't eat it in the first place. Han Feng, you didn't eat it, but your brain is full of shit. Li Pang, you can't win the argument, so you start swearing? Han Feng, I'm just telling the truth. No one else is picking on me, but you're the only one who wants to go against me. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Can a normal person do such a thing? To say that you have shit in your head is really overestimating you. Li Pang, Han Feng, you are so abominable. I remember, don't let me run into you. Han Feng sneered. The last person who dared to provoke me like this was already pinned to the ground by me twice. I admire your courage and hope that we will meet one day. Li Pang, I will definitely make you cry when the time comes. Han Feng, a barking dog never bites. Fatty Li, you bastard. Han Feng, keep shouting. Li Pang, I won't let you go. Han Feng, you do whatever I tell you to do. You're such a good dog. Fatty. At this moment, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. I really want to have a heated argument with Han Feng and humiliate him severely. But he found that he was no match for Han Feng at all. If I keep talking about this, I might get angry to death. After Li Pang was defeated, Han Feng spoke again. Brothers, is there anyone else who dislikes me and wants to compete with me? The group was silent. No one dared to speak. As a lesson from the past, Lu Chushuang and others were severely criticized. Han Feng is now in a stage where his combat effectiveness is off the charts. Who would ask for trouble? Han Feng, if you don't have it, let's talk business. I opened a treasure chest yesterday and found a pair of women's underwear. If anyone needs it, you can contact me. I sell it at a low price. I contacted a lot of people yesterday, but no one wanted it. There is no other way but to ask in the group. Everyone. Han Feng has sold quite a few women's underwear recently. How did he manage to prescribe a pair of women's underwear almost every day? This is too weird. Han Feng, if you want, please contact me via private message. After saying that, he closed the chat group. Su Lin immediately closed the chat group and sent a private message to Han Feng. Han Feng, how much is your underwear? Han Feng, I have always been honest and fair in doing business. Before I sell you the goods, I have to make one thing clear to you. This is not an ordinary pair of underwear, but a transparent hollow pair of underwear. Do you still want it? Su Lin was stunned. Transparent? Hollow panties? This is so shameful. Su Lin hesitated for a moment and finally made up her mind. I want it. Han Feng was stunned. Do you like this style? Even Mikami Yua and others were too exposed, but Su Lin could accept it? Is her mind so open? Su Lin, don't get me wrong, the one I wore got dirty when I had my period, so I had to change to another one. Han Feng disagreed. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. No one can see it if you wear it inside. Su Lin, is it really appropriate to say this kind of thing in front of girl? Han Feng, what can you give me? Although I don't like this pair of underwear very much, but it's still a pair of underwear. If Su Lin offered too little, he would not accept it. Su Lin, I don't have anything else but an automatic bird net, and it's disposable. If you're willing, we can exchange. Han Feng's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Automatic bird nets are actually quite useful. The key is that there are very few birds on the island. I've been here for so many days, and I've only seen 2 parrots. In this case, automatic bird nets are useless. But on second thought, the hollow underwear in my hand is just a decoration. Just make a deal. Han Feng, agree. Soon, both parties went to the trading hall and successfully reached a deal. Han Feng gave away his underwear and received a wooden box. Is this the automatic bird net? Han Feng was confused. Shouldn't an automatic bird net be a big net? How did it become a wooden box? Did Su Lin cheat on him? Just then, the wooden box spoke up. I am indeed an automatic bird net. Han Feng's expression changed. How to use it? The wooden box reminded. See that pull ring on top? Han Feng lowered his head and saw indeed a wooden pull ring on the lid of the wooden box. Wooden box. As long as you pull the ring, it will automatically eject a large net that is 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. However, it will be useless after one use. So that's what happened. After figuring out the reason, Han Feng put the wooden box into the space cloth bag and then lay down on the straw bed to rest. An hour later, the nap was over. Han Feng left the shelter and headed to the east side of the island. There are many wild vegetables on the east side of the island. Han Feng planned to dig some wild vegetables and see if the mushroom that could enhance mental strength had grown. If they grow big, they can be harvested. However, when Han Feng arrived at the grass where the mushroom was, he was dumbfounded. The mushroom disappeared. Mushrooms can't run away by themselves. He must have been poached by someone. But there were only a few of them on the island, and if he didn't take action, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 would not come to his side. Then who could have done it? Is there something else hidden on the island? Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly became alert. He stared wide-eyed and searched around, but to no avail. Grass! Han Feng cursed, and then walked toward a patch of grass not far away. Since there are no mushrooms left, we can only dig wild vegetables. Coming to the grass, Han Feng stuck out his butt, took an engineer's shovel, and dug Shepherd's purse quickly. In a short while, more than a dozen trees were dug up. Just as Han Feng was about to change place to continue digging, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his butt. It was clearly a 1,000-year killing blow. The pain comes like an abyss. Han Feng's face suddenly twisted. His soul trembled. He lay on the ground holding his buttocks. The corners of his mouth trembled constantly, and he let out a painful wail. Fuck! The engineer's shovel was stunned. Brother, do you have a stomachache? If you're going to have diarrhea, take care of it quickly. Don't hold on. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, Silence Xiaochan for 1 minute. The most vulnerable parts suffered a fatal blow. It hurt so much. The engineer's shovel actually came to tease him. How can I not be angry? Engineer shovel. What did it say wrong? Chapter 134. The instigator was a squirrel. Han Feng lay on the ground for 3 minutes before slowly standing up. When he stood up, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That was really too brutal. I almost didn't send him away. After taking a breath, Han Feng's eyes suddenly became fierce. He was sure that he had been ambushed just now. So who did it? It's so damn insidious. They actually target the most vulnerable parts. It's totally inhumane. Grab it and tear it into pieces. Only in this way can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Brother, what happened to you just now? The engineer's shovel asked curiously. Han Feng had a gloomy face and said unhappily, I was stabbed. The engineer's shovel was stunned for 3 seconds, then laughed unkindly. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark, and his voice was extremely cold. "Little shovel, is it funny?" The engineer's shovel immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately stopped smiling. He said indignantly, "Damn it, how dare someone hurt me? They are so tired of living. Don't let them find it, or I will smash it into pulp with one shovel." Han Feng looked around with his eyes floating. There was nothing around except green grass. So what on earth had attacked him? Could it be that someone used long-range attack methods? That's not right. Just now, he felt it very clearly, as if something like a stick had stabbed him. Even if it is a long-range attack, the tools used in a crime should be left behind. But there is nothing on the ground. The engineer, shovel guessed. "Brother, was it these weeds that did it? Do you think they're spirits?" Han Feng rolled his eyes. These weeds were only 10 centimeters tall and very soft. How could they possibly poke his butt and hurt him so much? However, the engineer shovel's words did remind him. The weeds around are all witnesses. They must have seen the crime and must know who the murderer is. Just ask them, and everything will become clear. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes, stared at the weed in front of him, and whispered, "Little grass, what attacked me just now?" "Wild grass? I don't know." Han Feng's eyes darkened. "You don't know? Or don't you want to tell me?" "Wild grass, yes." Bang! Han Feng swung the engineer's shovel and smashed it hard on the weed. "Shameless thing. If you don't give him some strength, you won't know how cruel he is, right?" This blow directly turned the weeds into mud. Han Feng still felt unsatisfied, so he used another shovel and dug out the weed with its roots. Then he threw on the ground and crushed it with his foot. The weeds were reduced to ashes. Seeing Han Feng being so brutal, the surrounding weeds trembled in fear. A cruel look appeared on Han Feng's lips. "You have already seen my methods. If anyone doesn't tell the truth, this weed will be your fate." The surrounding weeds were silent. Han Feng's eyes moved and fell on another weed. He snorted and said, "Tell me what happened just now." Before Yekeo could speak, a yellow light suddenly burst out from behind Han Feng. The yellow light was like a straight wooden stick, stabbing Han Feng's but hard. Han Feng only felt a soul-crushing pain rapidly spreading to his heart, and then he fell straight to the ground. "Brother, are you okay?" The engineer, shovel, roared anxiously. Han Feng swallowed hard. "Did you see clearly? What was that thing that attacked me just now?" The engineer, shovel, said quickly. "I can't see it clearly. It seems to be a yellow, furry animal. The tail of that guy is as straight as an iron rod, and it stabbed your butt hard. Brother, are you okay?" "I can hold on." Han Feng gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and gave himself a healing skill. Soon, the stinging disappeared. But the trauma to the soul cannot be healed in a short period of time. Han Feng stood up suddenly, his face full of murderous intent and a fierce aura emanating from his body. Feeling Han Feng's anger, the engineer's shovel immediately said, "Brother, that guy fled to your right." Han Feng said nothing and strode to the right. Every time you walk a certain distance, you will communicate with the surrounding plants. After some interrogation, they finally figured out the origin of the yellow creature. The guy turned out to be a squirrel. How dare a mere squirrel be so rampant? How could I possibly endure this? Han Feng has already thought of various cooking methods in his mind. But before that, let it taste the feeling of being destroyed. After walking about 70 or 80 meters, Han Feng stopped under a big tree. This big tree is a walnut tree. Han Feng had been here once before and got more than 100 walnuts from it. According to what he learned along the way, the squirrel that attacked him was hiding in this big tree. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at the walnut tree in front of him. He then opened the space bag and took out a machete. The sunlight spread down, shining on the blade, emitting a sharp light. The walnut tree shuddered. "Human, what do you want to do?" Han Feng waved the machete in front of the walnut tree. A cruel look flashed across his lips. "I'm going to chop you up." Since the squirrel lives in the walnut tree, the two must be in cahoots. It wouldn't be too much to chop it up. The walnut tree was horrified. "I haven't offended you. Why are you treating me like this? Do you still have any humanity? Why should I chop you? Don't you have any idea what's going on?" Han Feng smiled contemptuously. "Walnut tree, just tell me, how did I offend you? Okay, today I'll make sure you die clearly." Han Feng snorted. "Is there a squirrel hiding above you? That guy just attacked me twice. I won't offend others unless they offend me. Since you provoked me first, it makes sense for me to kill you." Walnut tree. It's true that there's a squirrel living on top of me, but we have nothing to do with each other. It's its business if it attacks you, to seek revenge on it. Why do you have to involve me? I am innocent. Fuck you. Just then, an angry roar sounded from the treetops. Then, a yellow squirrel popped out of the tree hole, cursing. You are the one who instigated me to deal with this human? He came to your doorstep and you betrayed me? What the hell? Walnut tree. Han Feng's eyes suddenly became gloomy, staring at the walnut tree. What else do you have to say? Walnut tree, listen to my explanation. Wait a moment. Han Feng interrupted and looked up at the squirrel on the tree. Little thing, we have no grudges against each other. Why did you attack me? Chapter 235, 7-Star Rat. The squirrel said indignantly. Who said we have no grudges last time you took away all the walnuts on the tree? You know, these are my food. If you took them all away, what would I eat? Isn't it normal for me to take revenge on you? So that's what happened. Han Feng suddenly realized something and chuckled. Who says that the walnuts on the walnut tree are yours? The squirrel said, I came here earlier than you and have lived on this walnut tree all my life. The walnuts on it should belong to me. I don't agree with that view. Han Feng shook his head. The squirrel snorted. So what's your point? Han Feng said calmly, those walnuts belong to the walnut tree, and the tree has the right to distribute them. Whoever it says they belong to belongs to them. You won't object, right? Of course I don't object. The squirrel thought without a second thought. It has lived with the walnut tree for many years, and they have established a deep friendship with each other. It believed that the walnut tree would stand firmly on its side. Han Feng turned to face the walnut tree, with an intriguing smile on his lips. Little walnut, I'll give you a chance. Who are you going to give your fruits to? The walnut tree hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm going to give it to you. Han Feng spoke in a gentle tone, but it could detect a hint of threat in it. If this doesn't go according to Han Feng's wishes, if you're not careful, you might get hacked to death. There was no choice but to submit to Han Feng's tyranny. The squirrel was stunned on the spot. Was actually abandoned? All the friendships built over the years have gone down the drain? The squirrel was furious and yelled at the walnut tree. Fuck you. I didn't expect you to be such a thing. I was so blind to be your friend. The walnut tree remained silent. It also has its own sufferings. Han Feng was standing in front of it, holding a large, shiny machete. What else could it say? Can't the little squirrel be a little understanding? Han Feng sneered. Little squirrel, do you have anything else to say? I'm talking to your sister. The squirrel widened his eyes, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Human, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to step into this area in the future, and you are not allowed to have any thoughts about the walnut tree. Otherwise, I will abuse you every time I see you, and I will definitely break your butt. The machete couldn't bear it any longer. Brother, this guy is too rampant. Kill him quickly. Han Feng's eyes were filled with mist, and he said coldly, Little squirrel, if you speak to me in this tone, the consequences will be very serious. Don't act so pretentious. What can you do to me? The squirrel sneered, becoming more and more arrogant. I'll show you right away. Han Feng smiled grimly, slowly raised his hand and grabbed the squirrel. Suddenly, an invisible force came out and instantly bound the squirrel's body, wrapping it tightly. What is that? The little squirrel looked terrified and struggled desperately. However, under the constraints of space, all struggles are in vain. Come down here. Han Feng growled. The little squirrel was pulled out of the hole all of a sudden and fell heavily at Han Feng's feet. The walnut tree looked on in amazement. What means did Han Feng use? So weird. It's just like a god. Han Feng stepped on the little squirrel's body and crushed it hard. Forehead. The little squirrel's eyes bulged, and he almost fainted. This is what happens when you go against me. Han Feng snorted coldly, then calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, 7-Star Rat. Level 5. Experience, 0-600. Constitution, Strength, 10 plus 40. Defense, 12 plus 40. Agility, 20 plus 40. Mental power, 18 plus 40. Talents, Transfiguration, Hardness. After reading it, Han Feng's eyes flickered. The 7-Star Rat is a bit unusual. It has been promoted to level 5 and has 2 talents. So what abilities do these 2 talents possess? Han Feng did not ask immediately, but planned to take revenge first. It won't be too late to ask after you've tortured the 7-Star Rat. Then, he grabbed the machete and stabbed it into the anus of the 7-Star Rat. When the knife was cut, the 7-Star Rat trembled violently and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The walnut tree next to it trembled violently, completely shocked by Han Feng's brutality. It tastes bad, doesn't it? Han Feng smiled playfully. The seven-star rat trembled and said, Human, I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never dare to act cool in front of you again. I am a fairest person. You stabbed me twice before, so I must return the favor. Han Feng looked ferocious. When he heard that he was going to be stabbed again, Xingshu was so scared that he almost peed himself. You've already stabbed but so badly. If you stab me again, I'll die. What does your life or death have to do with me? Han Feng's voice was cold and devoid of any life. The seven-star rat said hurriedly, Brother, give me a chance. Let's talk about it later. I can't help it. Han Feng grasped the machete and slashed hard, accurately hitting the anus of the seven-star rat. A burst of blood spurted out from it. The seven-star rat's eyes rolled back. Its whole body was convulsing, and its forelegs were flapping constantly. It was obvious that it was about to die. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately released a healing talent and pulled him back from the brink of death. This healing attack quickly healed the wound on the seven-star rat's butt. The seven-star rat gasped violently and looked up at Han Feng. Human, you actually saved me? Han Feng rubbed his nose, and a meaningful look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't get me wrong. The reason I saved you is because I haven't had enough fun yet. Seven-star rat. Han Feng intends to continue torturing it? Do you still want to poke its butt with a machete? Is there still humanity? It's clearly the devil. A feeling of despair suddenly surged in the seven-star rat's heart. Han Feng glanced at the seven-star rat and said calmly, If you don't want to be tortured, just tell the truth, and I can consider letting you go. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the seven-star rat, and he hastily promised, I will tell the truth. Han Feng smiled slightly. What abilities do your two talents have? The seven-star rat said, truthfully, the transfiguration talent is to transform into another form, such as weeds, stones, etc. The hardness talent is to harden a certain part of the body so that it can be used as a weapon. After listening to the introduction, Han Feng finally understood. No wonder the seven-star rat was unaware when it was attacked before. This guy must have used his transmogrification talent to turn into a weed. I have to say this talent is really cool. If used to trick someone, it can definitely achieve the desired effect. I've already said it. Can you let me go? The seven-star rat asked in a low voice. Han Feng pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. If I roast you, it will taste delicious. The seven-star rat panicked immediately. Brother, I'm so small, and I'm just bones, not much meat. I can't satisfy your appetite at all. There's no need to eat me. Chapter 236. Treasures that increase all attributes. What you said makes sense, so I won't eat you. Han Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, brother. The seven-star rat is pardoned. Don't be too happy too soon. I may not eat you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. Han Feng's voice was calm, but it carried a cold, murderous intent. Xingshu was about to cry, Brother, don't torture me like this. What do you want me to do in order to let me go? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and become my spirit pet, I will spare your life. The combat capability of the seven-star rat is quite average, but that transmogrification talent is quite good. Especially when it comes to eating people, no one can surpass him. That's what he sees. If the seven-star rat didn't have this talent, why would he bother with it so much? He would just pull out its tendons and skin it. You want to take me in as your spiritual pet? The seven-star rat's face looked a little ugly. Once it becomes a spiritual pet, it loses its freedom and must follow Han Feng's lead in the future. It has to do whatever Han Feng tells it to do and will never disobey. It has always been used to being free. I will be unwilling to lose my freedom just like that. Machete snorted. Big Brother took you in as his pet because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ungrateful. Han Feng said calmly, Little squirrel, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you haven't made a choice in 3 seconds, my machete will only draw blood. The seven-star rat trembled all over, struggled internally, and finally said, I will be your spiritual pet. The current situation does not allow for any other choice. If you don't choose to surrender, you will die. Han Feng waited for a while, and suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The seven-star rat chooses to surrender, and the player Han Feng obtains a spiritual pet. Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. Little squirrel, your choice is very wise. Follow me. I will take you to appreciate the mysteries of the universe and conquer the sea of stars. Okay, big brother. The seven-star rat had a fawning look on his face. Han Feng then turned to the walnut tree and asked, "Do you have any more fruits on it?" Walnut tree, not a single one. Last time, Han Feng took away a batch of them. The rest were all picked by the seven-star rat. The seven-star mouse said, "Brother, I stored some in the tree hole." Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he ordered, "Starting today, you will be returning to the shelter with me. There is no need to leave your things here. Take them all out." Clear. The seven-star rat quickly climbed up the walnut tree, crawled into the tree hole, took out all the walnuts stored inside, and threw them on the ground. Han Feng picked it up and put it into the space cloth bag. After working for a few minutes, all the walnuts were put into the space bag. There are quite a lot of them, more than 100 of them. When Han Feng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "Little squirrel, how long have you lived on the island?" "Almost several years," the seven-star rat said casually. "So, you noticed me the last time I came here?" Han Feng asked calmly. "Right." The seven-star rat nodded. Han Feng looked strange. "I took away a lot of walnuts last time. Why didn't you stop me?" The seven-star rat said, truthfully, "I was only level 4 at the time, and my mental strength was relatively weak. I was not sure I could deal with you, so I chose to lie dormant. You are quite tolerant." Han Feng chuckled and asked, "There's a mushroom in the grass not far away. Did you find out who took it away?" "I ate it," the seven-star rat said quickly. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and his face darkened slightly. "Originally, I planned to keep the mushroom and eat it when it grew bigger." Unexpectedly, the seven-star rat got there first. The seven-star rat said to himself, "Brother, you don't know, that mushroom is very magical. After eating it, my mental strength increased by 5 points out of thin air. Can you believe it?" "I believe it," Han Feng whispered, "because that mushroom was left by me." The seven-star mouse opened his mouth and said, "Brother, I didn't know it was yours. I didn't mean to do it. Forget it, it's just a mushroom, just eat it." Han Feng waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed, and then asked, "You have been on this island for many years. Have you found anything interesting?" The seven-star mouse tried to recall it and said, "I actually found a good thing." "What?" Han Feng's expression changed. "Brother, come with me." The seven-star rat called out and ran straight in one direction. Han Feng followed closely behind. A few minutes later, we arrived at the edge of the island. What comes into view is a vast ocean. "Little squirrel, why did you bring me here? Is there something good in the sea?" Han Feng frowned. "If it is really in the sea, there's no way to get it out." "Not in the sea, but under your feet," the seven-star rat reminded. "Underfoot." Han Feng lowered his head and saw an inconspicuous thatch growing on the ground, surrounded by stones and nothing else. "Is this the thatch, the good thing you were talking about?" Han Feng asked in amazement. "To be exact, it's the grass roots underneath the thatch." The seven-star rat chuckled. "What's so special about thatch roots?" Han Feng was a little confused. The seven-star rat explained, "Brother, this is not an ordinary weed, but a red star grass. Its roots contain a very special energy. After eating it, all attributes can be improved." "What?" Han Feng was shocked. "Improve all attributes? It can simply be called a treasure." Han Feng couldn't wait any longer. When he was about to start digging, he was stopped by the seven-star rat. "Brother, don't dig." "What's wrong?" Han Feng was slightly stunned. The seven-star rat said quickly, "Only the bottom part of the root of the red star grass contains energy. The upper part is useless. It will be easily dug off if you start. Wouldn't it be okay if I dug a bigger and deeper hole?" Han Feng disagreed. The seven-star rat smiled bitterly. "The roots of this thing extend down for more than 100 meters. Can you dig that deep?" Han Feng was stunned. "The roots of red star grass extend downward for more than 100 meters? Are you bored? How the hell do we dig out the grass roots? Even with an excavator, you can't dig that deep." Han Feng snorted, turned to look at the seven-star rat. "Little squirrel, do you have any way to get the grass roots up?" "If I had a way, I would have done it long ago," the seven-star rat said helplessly. Han Feng frowned, then turned to the red star grass and smiled. "Hello, little thatch. Since the digging method doesn't work, we can only think of other ways. Communicate with the red star grass first, and see if you can trick some grass roots. You're licking a face. Hello, sister. Do I know you well?" Feng Chapter 237. A strange bird that can control birds. Han Feng. Can a blade of grass be so arrogant? Who gave it the courage? It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Han Feng's eyes suddenly became gloomy. "Little Thatch, are you really looking for death?" "Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Red Star Grass sneered. Come on, whoever doesn't kill me is a grandson. Han Feng was stunned. Is this guy really not afraid at all? Han Feng became ruthless and chopped at the Red Star Grass with a machete. Of course, given that Red Star Grass has extremely high value, Han Feng definitely wouldn't kill it. It's just to scare it. Swish! The sharp blade light cut through the void. The machete instantly stopped above the Red Star Grass. Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you dare to do it? Red Star Grass sneered. You fucking. Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. The 7-star rat advised. Brother, this guy won't respond to any persuasion. He's just like a stone in a toilet, smelly and hard. I used threats and inducements before, but it was useless. Let's think of other ways. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, and glared at Chixin KO fiercely. I'm not afraid of your arrogance. I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you later. Red Star Grass, ha! Han Feng said no more and left with the 7-star rat. There's nothing I could do about the Red Star Grass for now. I can only slowly think of a solution. Afterwards, they dug wild vegetables and caught grasshoppers everywhere. As the sky gradually darkened, they headed towards the shelter. At this moment, the sun's loud laughter suddenly rang in my ears. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Han Feng looked puzzled. Brother Yang, what are you laughing at? Son, weren't you poked twice in the anus by that squirrel before? Thinking of your miserable look, I want to laugh, huh? Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. Why didn't you smile before? Is your reaction time so slow? Tai Yang restrained his smile and said, Wasn't I at work? Work is a very serious matter. How can I laugh so casually? Now that I'm about to get off work, it's my turn to indulge myself. Han Feng said coldly, Do you think it's appropriate to use other people's pain as a joke? Son, why is it inappropriate? It's not me who gets poked anyway. Han Feng, Son, by the way, does your anus hurt? Can you still poop? Han Feng's anus tightened, and he said unhappily, Not only can I poop, I can also smear you in the face. Son, you are so vulgar. Han Feng snorted. If you continue to make fun of me, I will give you something more powerful. Son, I was just kidding. Why are you angry? Han Feng, I don't really like this joke. Son, even if you don't like it, someone else will. I'll share your butt-poking story with Moon and Cloud. They'll definitely be very happy. Han Feng, is it possible to play like this? Just wait for me. Han Feng gritted his teeth and muttered. Seeing Han Feng's murderous look, Xingshu said weakly, Brother, I didn't mean to poke you, but before, you are not still angry with me, right? Upon hearing this, Han Feng was immediately furious. If you dare to mention this again, I'll chop your ass in half. The 7-star rat was so frightened that its neck shrank and it dared not make a sound. Brother, a guest is coming. Han Feng had just returned to the shelter when he heard the sound of wooden fences. Who's coming? Han Feng was slightly stunned. Mu Palisade said quickly, It's those 2 stupid birds from before. 2 stupid birds? Han Feng muttered something, and quickly realized that the wooden fence must be referring to the 2 parrots. Why are these 2 guys here at the shelter? Is he in danger? Han Feng didn't think much about it, opened the gate, and walked in. Next to the vegetable field, there were 2 parrots lying there. They were Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli. These 2 parrots looked extremely miserable and had obviously been abused. Han Feng walked forward and laughed. Xiaoqiang, why are you here? The male parrot looked up at Han Feng with a pleading look in his eyes. Han Feng, please save us. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Tell me, who wants to kill you? The male parrot said quickly, It was that bastard Xiao Zhan who wanted to kill us. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Is it because you were with Xiaoli that Xiao Zhan holds a grudge against you, so he wants to kill you? No. The male parrot responded and then explained, An evil creature appeared on Xiao Zhan's island. That creature controlled all the birds on the island. Xiao Zhan and his friends have lost their minds and have become tools that only know how to kill. What evil thing? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. I don't know. The male parrot shook his head. The female parrot thought for a moment and said, It's a strange black bird, but I don't know exactly what kind of bird it is. Han Feng thought for a moment and asked in confusion. Xiao Zhan and the others were controlled. Why are you 2 okay? The male parrot said, We were just passing by the island. When we found something wrong, we ran away immediately. The strange bird had no chance to control us. You 2 are quite clever. Han Feng muttered and laughed. Stay in my shelter for now. No one can hurt you while I'm here. The male parrot was still a little worried. Xiao Zhan has discovered that we have fled to this island. He may soon bring other parrots to attack us. Han Feng was not surprised, but delighted. How many parrots are there in total? Hunting parrots not only gives you experience points. Moreover, this thing is edible. The more come the better. The male parrot estimated. At least more than 100. It's okay. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, then turned his gaze to the two parrots. You should know my style of doing things. If there is no benefit, I will not help others for no reason. The male parrot opened his mouth and said, but last time you said you would protect us. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. The premise of protecting you is that you have to give me benefits. The male parrot said helplessly, but we don't have anything. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered for a moment, then said, you two are indeed a little poor, and I can't get much from you. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. Just agree to a small request of mine. What do you want? The male parrot's eyes lit up. Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. You two are shit. Male parrot. Female parrot. Are you trying the same trick again? Is this about shit? They were also convinced. Han Feng stared at the two parrots with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Do you two agree? The two parrots looked at each other and finally nodded. Agree. If you don't agree to Han Feng's request, you will be driven away and then hunted down by Xiao Zhan, and your life will be in danger. There is no choice but to compromise. It's nothing more than shit. If you grit your teeth, you can still pull it out. Chapter 238. Give a slap and a sweet date. Don't just stand there. Let's get started. Han Feng reminded. Shall we? I'll go first. The male parrot walked toward the toilet as if he was going to die. I just told you to take a dump. Look at the way you look. Han Feng complained. At this moment, 4 corn plants suddenly gathered around. What are you doing? Han Feng was a little confused. Fighting Corn chuckled and said, brother, parrot shit doesn't taste good. Han Feng said earnestly, you eat fine grains all day long, so it's reasonable to eat some coarse grains occasionally, right? Frozen corn. It's okay to eat some whole grains. What we actually want to say is, you don't seem to have poop today. Why don't you go and take care of it too? Upon hearing this, Han Feng felt a dull pain in a certain part of his body. Although, I have used my talent to treat it. But I can't get over the hurdle in my heart in a short time. Han Feng rolled his eyes and said, why are you in such a hurry? Wait until the two parrots have finished pooping. Then I'll take over. Okay, big brother. The 4 corn stalks then scattered. Han Feng took a look at the sky and then began to prepare dinner. Suddenly, the blue electric mouse came out from the thatched hut, glanced at the 7-star mouse, licked his lips, and said, brother, where did you get this little squirrel? Is this our dinner tonight? The 7-star rat shuddered with fear and yelled at the blue electric rat. I am Big Brother's pet. How could Big Brother be willing to eat me? The blue electric mouse was stunned for a moment and looked at Han Feng in confusion. Han Feng smiled slightly. From now on, the little squirrel will be a member of our shelter. The blue lightning mouse looked at the 7-star mouse intently and said meaningfully, Big Brother standards for collecting spiritual pets are very strict. Trash like these 2 parrots are simply not worthy of Big Brother's attention. What are you capable of? Female parrot. Have you ever considered how it feels when you say this to its face? The 7-star mouse pouted. What are you capable of? The blue electric mouse raised his head and said proudly, my brother has awakened the lightning talent. I believe you must have heard of the power of the lightning talent. I just want to ask you whether you are strong enough or not. Your talent for lightning is indeed very strong, but my talent is not much inferior. The 7-star rat said, unconvinced. The blue electric mouse sneered. Then tell me, what is your talent? The 7-star rat said in a deep voice, I have 2 talents, transformation and hardness. The transformation talent is to change into the form of another object, which is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. And the hardness talent is to harden a certain part of the body, just like a weapon. The blue electric mouse pouted. You can also harden your body into a weapon? Why do I feel like you are bragging? Who is bragging? Everything I said is true. The 7-star rat said in a hoarse voice, I hardened my tail into an iron rod and stabbed it hard into Big Brother's butt, which directly broke Big Brother's defense. Big Brother lay on the ground, screaming miserably. As soon as the 7-star rat finished speaking, the entire shelter suddenly became silent. The blue electric mouse, the 4 corns, the thatched house, the pea shooter, and the wooden fence were all stunned. The 7-star rat actually dared to poke Han Feng's butt. Haven't you heard that you can't touch a tiger's butt? Isn't this just seeking death? With Han Feng's style of doing things, could he easily forgive the 7-star rat? The seven-star rat immediately realized that something was wrong. Han Feng had already warned it not to mention this. Not only did it say it, it said it in front of all the members of the shelter. It was like opening Han Feng's scars and then adding salt to the wound. Can Han Feng let it go? Thinking of this, Xingshu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Han Feng, his mouth trembling. Brother, don't misunderstand. At this time, Han Feng's face was already dark and his eyes were cold. He did not give his seven-star rat a chance to explain. He kicked the seven-star rat hard on the head. The seven-star rat screamed, flew out, and fell close to the wooden fence. Muslin smiled darkly. Little squirrel, you actually dared to poke big brothers, but you are really awesome. I admire you a little bit. Seven-star rat swallowed his saliva and said, Big brother has already taught me a lesson. You won't argue with me again, right? Muslin's tone turned serious. Based on my understanding of Big Brother, that kick just now was just an appetizer. Seven-star rat. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so stupid. At this moment, I really wanted to give myself a slap in the face. Little mouse, go and loosen up its muscles. Han Feng gave the blue electric mouse a look with an expressionless face. The blue electric rat understood what he meant and quickly rushed to the seven-star rat, then released his lightning talent. The seven-star rat was trembling all over from the electric shock and fell to the ground screaming, with smoke coming out of its body. The blue electric mouse turned to look at Han Feng. Brother, if you use another lightning talent, this guy may not be able to withstand it. Do you want to continue? If you don't use your talent, you won't be able to do anything. Han Feng said calmly. The blue electric mouse was slightly startled, but immediately reacted. He raised his claws and slapped the seven-star mouse, cursing as he beat him. I told you to show off, and you're the one who pokes my ass? I'll beat you to death. Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Little mouse, shut up. Okay, big brother. The blue electric rat stopped talking and focused on beating the seven-star rat. Inside the shelter, the seven-star rat's shrill screams were heard and lasted for a long time. Han Feng ignored him and focused on cooking. Dinner is simple, just a pot of noodles. After the water boiled, Han Feng opened a bag of noodles and put all in. Soon, the noodles were cooked. At this time, for corn plants suddenly came over. Han Feng asked curiously, You guys want to eat noodles too? Fighting corn, we only eat shit, not noodles. Han Feng asked curiously, Then what are you doing here? Apologize. The four corns spoke in unison. Han Feng was at a loss. What are you apologizing for? What have you done to offend me? Feng Renyumi said carelessly, Brother, your butt has been poked like that. You definitely can't poop. And we forced you to poop. It's really too much. We apologize to you. Roll. Han Feng was furious. Damn it. You keep bringing this up. Are you trying to drive him crazy? The four corns were so frightened that they trembled and fled away. Han Feng took a breath, calmed down, and then shouted to the blue electric mouse, Little mouse, stop it and come to eat. The seven-star rat was severely ravaged. I think he will learn his lesson. The blue electric mouse dragged the seven-star mouse to Han Feng and threw it at Han Feng's feet. At this time, the seven-star rat was beaten black and blue, gasping for breath, and tears were flowing out. Han Feng couldn't bear it, so he reached out and pressed on its head, releasing a healing talent. His usual method is to give a slap in the face and then give a sweet date. Chapter 139 Good Brothers for Life. Brother, do you forgive me? The seven-star rat looked at Han Feng with eager eyes, looking pitiful. This won't happen again. Do you hear me? Han Feng's voice was slightly cold. I heard it, and I will never dare to do it again. The seven-star rat hurried to assure. Let's eat. Han Feng greeted. The blue electric mouse rushed into the thatched hut and took out an oyster shell. The female parrot also walked up to Han Feng, holding an oyster shell in its mouth. The seven-star mouse was dumbfounded. Brother, they all have tableware to serve the rice. What about me? Han Feng thought for a moment, then reached out to the scallop shell not far away and said, Use that thing. Looking at the scallop shell as big as a pot lid, the seven-star rat couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then, Han Feng began to distribute food. Woo-woo. The rat took a bite of noodles and suddenly started crying. Han Feng was confused. Didn't I give you treatment? Why are you crying? The seven-star mouse sobbed, his voice choking. Brother, you don't know I have never eaten such delicious food. I feel so happy. It's like a dream. Han Feng, can you be so happy just by eating some noodles? Isn't this too pitiful? Han Feng sighed and said, Follow me, and you will have plenty of food and fish to eat in the future. The seven-star rat nodded. Brother, you are lying. The blue electric mouse pouted, looking annoyed. How did I lie to you? Han Feng frowned slightly. The blue electric mouse immediately said, Didn't you say that you can eat as much meat as you want? But you have been eating vegetarian food these days. You don't dig clams every day? That doesn't count as meat. Han Feng rolled his eyes. That little bit of food is enough to eat. The blue electric mouse grumbled. Look at the little squirrel. He is so happy just eating a bowl of noodles. This shows how hard life is out there. Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Han Feng snorted. Forehead. The blue electric mouse suddenly stopped talking. After finishing the meal, Han Feng turned to the two parrots and reminded them, I'll remember this for you. You've only pooped 3 times so far, and you still owe us 7 more. You must complete the task tonight, or you won't be able to sleep. The two parrots immediately hung their heads. There are still 7 piles of shit. When will this end? The female parrot suddenly said, How can we just poop without eating? You have to give us something to eat, right? Give. Han Feng opened the space bag, took out a crab, and threw it in front of the two parrots, then instructed the pea shooter. Little pea, keep an eye on them. When they finish pooping, then you can let them rest. Make sure to complete the mission. The pea shooter made a powerful move. Han Feng said no more and turned to walk towards the thatched hut. Just at this moment, a dark shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily at his feet. When he saw that it was a black iron treasure chest, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. Today's minimum living allowance has arrived. Picking up the treasure chest, Han Feng entered the thatched house, then put on the ground and whispered, Little treasure chest, what's in it? Dark iron treasure chest, 1 condom. Why? Han Feng sighed deeply. What can this thing do? Apart from blowing it up as a balloon, it seems to have no other uses. Han Feng thought about it for a while, and suddenly an idea came to him. Since this thing is useless, why not sell it to others? Anyway, no one knows what is in the treasure chest. Han Feng quickly opened the regional channel chat group and sent a message. Guys, is there anyone who wants to buy a black iron treasure chest? Su Lin, do you really want to sell the treasure chest? Han Feng, yes. Jiang Feng asked puzzledly. Why don't you keep it for yourself? There's a certain probability of getting supplies or dangerous goods when opening a treasure chest. However, the probability of issuing dangerous goods is extremely low, only 1 at most. Given this, few people sell treasure chests anymore. Someone as smart as Han Feng should know this, so why would he sell it? Is there something wrong with this treasure chest? Han Feng had already thought of his words and said calmly, My luck has not been very good recently. Either I get women's underwear or stockings. I have a strong feeling that this treasure chest may contain this kind of thing, so I don't plan to open it. Wu Dahai raised a question. Stockings are indeed not easy to sell, but women's underwear is a hot commodity, so what are you afraid of? Han Feng explained, You may not know that I care more about my reputation. I always sell things like underwear, and you will take the opportunity to tease me that I run a women's goods store, which makes me a little bit unacceptable, so I simply don't open one. Lu Chu Shuang, haha. Dilliriba, haha. Young me, haha. Is Han Feng a person who cares about reputation? The things he did cannot be said to be entirely evil, but they were definitely not above board. Is this the kind of person who claims to care about reputation? They also laughed. Han Feng swallowed his saliva. Does anyone have any misunderstandings about me? Lu Chu Shuang, haha. Dilliriba, haha. Young me, haha. Han Feng. Lu Tai. Han Feng, how much do you sell your treasure chest for? Han Feng said seriously, considering that the treasure chest may contain women's underwear or something like that. It is still very valuable. You guys make an offer first, and I'll give it to you if I think it's suitable. Fatty Li, I'll give out 50 maggots. Han Feng, get out. Li Pang Pang, if you don't want it, just forget it, but why do you always curse at me? Han Feng, you go to the supermarket to buy something, and when you pay, take out 50 maggots. See if others scold you or not, and that's it. Fatty Li, Jiang Feng, I'll give you 3 tomatoes. Sudamao, I'll give you 3 potatoes and 1 sweet potato. Lu Tai, I'll give you 3 loaves of bread and a pack of milk. Han Feng was a little puzzled. Why are all the bidders men? What do they want to do? Could it be that they're all going for women's underwear? Just then, a female player finally made a bid. Sulin, I offer 20 apples. The value of 20 apples has exceeded the value of a black iron treasure chest. It seems that Su Lin was also going for the underwear. Han Feng, are there any other bids? The group was silent. No one said a word. Su Lin took out 20 apples at once, which was beyond their ability to afford. Even if they bid, they cannot compete with Su Lin. Han Feng, Since no one has made a bid, I declare that this treasure chest belongs to Lu Tai. Everyone, huh? Su Lin's bid was definitely higher than Lu Tai's. So why did Chu Feng choose Lu Tai instead of Su Lin? The reason is actually very simple. Han Feng sold this treasure chest with the original intention of defrauding people. If you want to cheat someone, you should naturally cheat someone you don't like. Lu Tai usually doesn't get along with him, and he was the one who bumped into him first. Who else could he trick if not him? Lu Tai didn't expect Han Feng would choose him, and he immediately became excited. Han Feng, good brother for life. Chapter 140, give me 3 more seconds. Wait until I finish laughing. Han Feng laughed secretly. When Lu Tai opens the treasure chest and sees that it is a Durex, I wonder what he will feel. Can we still consider him as a good brother? Su Lin, Han Feng, why didn't you choose me? Is it because the chips I gave you are not enough? Han Feng said calmly. The reason is very simple. I want to drink milk. Su Lin, ooh. Lu Tai, Han Feng, let's hurry up and make the deal. Han Feng, okay. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Lu Tai looked at the black iron treasure chest in front of him, rubbed his hands, and prayed silently, please don't let me down. With a click, the treasure chest opened. A Jispin appeared in front of him. Lu Tai was dumbfounded. Why is this thing? There is no woman around. What can this thing do? Grass. 3 loaves of bread and a pack of milk got this? Lu Tai felt like a big idiot. What good brother? What a lifetime. Get out of here. Han Feng looked at the 3 loaves of bread and a bag of milk in his hands, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's really a good deal to exchange a Durex for so many things. Brother, what's that in your hand? The blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse looked at the bread in Han Feng's hand eagerly. Because they have never eaten it, they don't recognize it. Bread, Han Feng said lightly. Is this delicious? The blue electric mouse licked his lips. Han Feng nodded. Brother, can you give me one? The blue electric mouse swallowed. Before, Han Feng cooked a big pot of noodles. It seemed like a lot, but when it was distributed, there wasn't much. Therefore, I didn't eat enough. Give. Han Feng threw out 2 loaves of bread and gave them to the blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse. The blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse were overjoyed and started eating quickly. After eating a few bites, the 7-star rat suddenly started crying. What's wrong with you? Is it not tasty? The blue electric mouse was a little confused. The 7-star mouse choked up and said, I have never eaten such delicious food. I feel so happy. It's like a dream. Blue electric mouse, can you be so happy just by eating a piece of bread? How unworldly is this? That's all I can achieve. Han Feng opened the last piece of bread and chewed it slowly. Just now, he was not full either. He ate a piece of bread and drank some milk. Brother, what are you drinking? The 2 little eyes of the blue electric mouse flickered. Milk, Han Feng said casually. Is it delicious? The blue electric mouse licked his lips. It's okay. Han Feng said lightly. Can I have a drink? The blue electric mouse discussed. Han Feng took a deep gulp and drank up the milk. That's all. I'll wait for the next chance. Blue electric mouse. After eating and drinking, Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut. At this time, the 2 parrots were lying on the ground, breathing heavily, and looked like they were weak. Han Feng glanced at them and said softly, What's wrong? You've pooped a lot. The female parrot panted. Total, 6 spills. The speed is quite fast, not bad. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked toward the toilet. Brother, don't force yourself. For corns suddenly appeared next to Han Feng. What's the meaning? Han Feng looked puzzled. Fighting Corn said immediately, We all know that you want to poop for us to eat, and we are very touched. But isn't your butt pierced? Can you still poop? You should wait until you are well, and then poop. We don't need a big meal. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark, and his chest heaved violently. Damn it. These 4 corns are constantly testing his bottom line. You really want to die? Seeing Han Feng looking like he was going to kill someone, the 4 corns realized something was wrong. Did I say something wrong? Roll. Han Feng growled. The 4 corn plants were so scared that they peed their pants and ran for their lives. Han Feng huffed and went into the toilet. Originally, pooping was a very pleasant thing. After 4 corns made a fuss, it became harder to pull them smoothly. 5 minutes later, Han Feng pulled up his pants and walked out of the bathroom. The moment he walked out, 4 corn stalks rushed in like flying. You'll be eating shit for the rest of your life. Han Feng complained and walked towards the thatched hut. Just at this moment, Yue Yang's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Han Feng, can you still go to the toilet? Han Feng was slightly startled and looked up at the sky. Sister Moon, What do you want to express? The moon chuckled. I heard from the sun that you were poked in the butt. You rolled on the ground in pain. Is that true? Han Feng's eyes darkened. Are you here to mock me? Moon, I'm not mocking you. I just think it's funny. Huh. Han Feng. Well, Yang. Han Feng, I know it's wrong to do this, but when I think of you lying on the ground wailing, I can't help but want to laugh. Give me 3 more seconds until I finish laughing. Han Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. Building your own happiness on the pain of others. Do you still have any humanity? Moon, I won't smile at you anymore. I'll smile somewhere else. What the hell? Han Feng spat, pushed open the door, entered the thatched hut, and then opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, Lu Tai, have you opened the treasure chest? Lu Tai, it's open. Su Lin, what did you offer? Are there any women's products or something like that? If so, I'll buy them at a high price. Lu Tai, a balloon popped out. Puff. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. Su Lin sighed in disappointment. Oh, Sudamao, brothers, I just picked up a treasure chest and got 2 vegetable seeds. Who wants them? Yangmi. Since they are seeds, why don't you grow them yourself? Sudamao, these are 2 pumpkin seeds. They can only be eaten after they are cooked. I don't have an iron pot, so I can't eat them at all. There's no point in keeping them in my hands. Yangmi, I want it. Sudamao, what can you give me? Yangmi, a small wooden stool. Sudamao, I just want food. I'm not interested in anything else. Lu Chushuang, 5 tomatoes. Jiang DePeo, I'll give you 2 bottles of Red Bull. Fatly, I will produce 20 maggots. Han Feng thought for a while and said, I'll give you half a pound of meat. 2 pumpkin seeds can produce at least 2 large pumpkins. The pumpkins here are all very big, weighing at least 100 kilograms. It is still a good deal to exchange half a pound of meat for 2 large pumpkins weighing over 100 pounds. Sudamao, Han Feng, I want to make a deal with you. The transaction was completed. Han Feng put the 2 pumpkin seeds into the space bag, then closed the chat group and began to study the red star grass. The roots of this thing are treasures. After taking them, all attributes can be improved. If I don't get it, I'll be itching for it. Chapter 141, The Parrot Army is coming. However, the roots of red star grass extend more than 100 meters underground. What method should be used to get it out? Han Feng pondered for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he turned to the blue electric mouse and asked, Little mouse, you have a talent for digging holes. Using this talent, can you dig 100 meters deep in the ground? The blue electric mouse thought for a moment and said, My current level is a bit low, and I can't fully utilize the ability of this talent. If it's a place with soft soil, digging 100 meters deep is not a problem. But if it encounters a hard place, it won't be able to exert its ability. Han Feng remembered clearly that the place where the red star grass grew seemed to be surrounded by stones. In this case, it would be difficult for the blue electric mouse to dig 100 meters deep underground. But anyway, you have to try it. I'll bring the blue electric mouse over there and try it tomorrow. Later, Han Feng prepared to rest. But at this moment, Kixingshu spoke up. Brother, where do I sleep? Can't you sleep on the floor? Han Feng said casually. You and little mouse sleep on the bed, one on the straw stool, and you let me sleep on the floor? Isn't that inappropriate? Besides, it's easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the floor. The 7-star rat said, How about you squeeze in with the little mouse? Han Feng suggested. The blue electric mouse immediately objected. Brother, this straw stool is too small. How can it accommodate the 2 of us? Han Feng's eyes flickered. Then he opened the game panel and contacted Yangmi. Yangmi, are you selling that wooden stool? Yangmi, I'll sell it, but not to you. Han Feng, why? Yangmi, I don't do business with people with bad character. Han Feng, what happened today? These women have a lot of complaints about him. Did you take the wrong medicine? Yangmi said no more and closed the private message directly. If you can't trade for a wooden stool, you'll have to use something else instead. Han Feng opened the space bag, took out a turtle shell, and placed it in front of the 7-star rat. You sleep inside first, just make do with it. Okay, big brother. The 7-star rat burrowed into the turtle shell. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, it was dawn. Suddenly, the loud sound of an engineer's shovel rang out from the thatched hut. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. Han Feng got up reluctantly, washed up simply, then walked out of the thatched hut and came to the vegetable garden. He dug 2 holes with an engineering shovel, poured some water, and buried 2 pumpkin seeds in them. After doing all this, I started preparing breakfast and cooked a pot of rice porridge. At this time, the 2 parrots were lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. I guess it's because I consumed too much energy from taking a shit yesterday, and I won't be able to wake up for a while. When the rice porridge was cooked, Han Feng woke up the two parrots and asked, "Didn't you say Xiao Zhan would come with a large army of parrots? Why haven't we seen any sign of them yet? We don't know what's going on either." The two parrots shook their heads. "How about this? After you finish eating, you two go back and lure Xiao Zhan over here." Han Feng gave an order. The male parrot was startled. "We don't even have time to hide, and you want us to seduce Xiao Zhan?" Han Feng said earnestly, "As long as Xiao Zhan is alive, you two can't go anywhere. What's the point of living in fear all day? If you want to solve this problem once and for all, you must find a way to kill Xiao Zhan." The two parrots thought what Han Feng said made sense, so they nodded and said, "Okay, we'll listen to you." After dinner, the two parrots flew away. Han Feng began to make arrangements. With the shelter's powerful firepower, it would be no difficulty to kill 100 parrots. But parrots are very flexible. If attacked, it will fly away quickly. This makes it difficult to catch them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, we must come up with a foolproof plan. Suddenly, Han Feng had an idea. "Before, I made a bird trap, which is perfect for catching parrots." Just as Han Feng was preparing to take action, Zhao Yunxi and 3 others arrived. The purpose of coming here is simple: to poop. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them finished their task, said hello to Han Feng, and left. Han Feng came to an open space outside the shelter, placed the bird trap on the ground, and simply covered it with straw. Then he waved to the 7-star rat. "Little squirrel, come here." The 7-star rat ran up to Han Feng happily. "Brother, what instructions do you have?" Han Feng pointed at the pull ring on the bird trap and said, "See this pull ring? Once you pull it, a large net will be ejected. When the group of parrots come over, you'll find the right moment and pull the pull ring." "Clear." The 7-star rat nodded. Han Feng said meaningfully, "If you catch a parrot, you can eat its meat. The more you catch, the more you can eat. So, you must be very alert. Don't worry, bro. I won't let you down." The 7-star rat assured excitedly. Han Feng nodded slightly, and then reminded, "To avoid the parrot's suspicion, you will turn into a stone later, so as not to let them find you." "Good." The 7-star rat responded. Han Feng said no more, turned around and returned to the shelter, waiting silently. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was noon. However, there was no sign of the 2 parrots. Han Feng was a little worried. I wondered if the 2 parrots had met with any accidents. At this moment, the pea shooter suddenly reminded, "Brother, the 2 parrots are back." Han Feng's expression changed. "There are only 2. Are there any other parrots behind?" The pea shooter said quickly, "I didn't see any other parrots within my observation range." "Why?" Han Feng sighed in disappointment. Since no other parrots were attracted, the plan failed. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by 2 sounds of breaking through the air, 2 parrots fell from the sky and landed at Han Feng's feet. Before Han Feng could ask, the male parrot spoke first. "Han Feng, Xiao Zhan and the others are coming soon. Get ready for a fight." "Nice." Han Feng was overjoyed and quickly reminded them, "You too, go to the 7-star rat. Remember, stay there and don't move." The 2 parrots were a little confused, but they still did as Han Feng asked and quickly came to the 7-star rat. The 7-star rat then activated its talent and turned into a Yellowstone. What the hell? The 2 parrots were stunned. In order to avoid scaring away the parrots, Han Feng simply entered the thatched hut. After waiting for a few minutes, a black spot appeared in the air in the distance. As the distance got closer, we saw that they were huge parrots, more than 100 of them. Soon, more than 100 parrots flew to the shelter. When they saw Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli on the ground, one of the parrots, a half-meter long, majestic, and overbearing one, grinned and said playfully, "Run. Why don't you 2 run?" The male parrot said contemptuously, "Stop bragging. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me?" Chapter 142. Saving you is to torture you. You are really looking for death. The big parrot's eyes were filled with a fierce light, and he roared, "Brothers, kill him." More than 100 parrots shot down from the air like sharp arrows, aiming directly at Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli. Suddenly, a murderous aura hit me in the face. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli were so scared that they were shivering all over. "Don't worry, I'm here." The 7-star rat gave a comforting voice. "Can you do it?" The male parrot's mouth trembled. "Just watch me perform." The 7-star rat chuckled. At this moment, more than 100 parrots had swooped down overhead. It was like a dark cloud, casting a huge shadow. Seeing that the time was ripe, the rat decisively pulled the ring of the bird trap. Whoosh! A large net shot out and instantly covered all the parrots that were rushing over, and then quickly tightened like a big pocket. Can we still play like this? Xiao Qiang and Xiao Li stood there in shock. Brother, it's done. The seven-star rat shouted towards the thatched hut. Han Feng rushed out of the thatched hut with the blue electric mouse as soon as possible. Fuck! Oh no! We've been ambushed! Hurry up and find a way to escape. The parrots were completely panicked. Don't panic, just watch me. The big parrot Xiao Zhan stretched out his two claws and grabbed the big net, exerting force suddenly. With a crackling sound, a hole was torn in the big net, and Xiao Zhan quickly drilled out. But just as it showed its head, a big foot fell from the sky and kicked it hard on the head. The kick was so powerful that it almost knocked it unconscious. Who told you to run? Did you get my permission? Han Feng snorted coldly, then winked at the blue electric mouse. Little mouse, do it. The blue electric mouse slapped a parrot with one claw, and then released its lightning talent. I saw a thick blue arc of electricity shooting out and instantly spreading over the parrot. Because the parrots were crowded together and could conduct electric current to each other, each parrot suffered equally from the violent blow of the lightning talent, and their bodies kept shaking and wailing. The blue electric mouse released its attack for a full 10 seconds, almost exhausting its mental energy before stopping. Looking at these parrots at this time, except for the big parrot named Xiaozhan, the rest were all knocked unconscious by electric shock. Is that the solution? Xiao Qiang and Xiao Li were both stunned. Before this, no one had ever thought that Han Feng could subdue all the parrots so easily. Han Feng pulled Xiao Zhan out and threw him heavily to the ground, then kicked Xiao Qiang and Xiao Li. I'll leave this guy to you. Do whatever you want with him. Xiao Qiang suddenly became excited and rushed forward to start beating him violently. While committing violence, he cursed loudly. I told you to steal Xiao Li from me. You are worthy of this. I wonder if this is my method. Just ask if you accept it or not. The blue electric mouse and the seven-star mouse were stunned, their eyes full of contempt. If Han Feng had not taken action, Xiao Qiang would never have been able to control Xiao Zhan in his life. Don't you have any idea of your own weight? How can you be so nerved to show off? Han Feng ignored it, but opened the space bag and happily put the parrot into it. Soon, all the parrots were put into the space bag, a total of 120. With these parrots, we won't have to worry about food for a while. It can also be used for transactions, and you can definitely exchange it for a lot of good things. In addition, you can gain experience points by hunting parrots. How much experience points can you gain by hunting these 120 parrots? Can I advance to level 8? Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly opened the property panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 8. Experience, 185,900. Constitution, Strength, 68 plus 70. Agility, 30 plus 70. Defense, 25 plus 70. Mental power, 81 plus 70. Talents, Healing, Insight, Space. When he saw that his level had been promoted to 8, Han Feng clenched his hands excitedly. At this time, Xiao Qiang stopped and turned to look at Han Feng. Han Feng, I'm done venting. Leave the rest to me. Han Feng carried Xiao Zhan into the shelter and threw him to the ground. Because there were still some things to ask, he didn't kill it immediately. After being abused for such a long time, Xiao Zhan was already dying. Han Feng took a closer look. A cold smile appeared on his lips. I heard that a strange bird appeared on your island. What is that? Xiao Zhan stared at Han Feng. Human, just give up on this idea. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Han Feng's eyes darkened. You talk to me like this. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiao Zhan sneered. Kill me if you can. It seems you don't know how cruel my methods are. Han Feng sighed softly, grabbed Xiao Zhan's head, and then released a healing talent. Bathed in the milky white light, Xiao Zhan quickly recovered and became full of energy. Human, what do you mean? Xiao Zhan was confused. I originally thought that Han Feng was going to kill it. Unexpectedly, Han Feng not only did not take action, but helped to heal. What's going on? Han Feng's lips flashed with cunning. Don't get me wrong. The reason I'm giving you treatment is not to save you, but to increase the intensity of the treatment, because I'm afraid you can't handle it. Xiao Zhan, is it possible to play like this? This is too cruel. Just as I was stunned, I suddenly felt an invisible force sweeping over me. The next moment, he was trapped in the spot, unable to move at all. Human, what do you want to do? A hint of horror flashed across Xiao Zhan's eyes. You'll know in a moment. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and then winked at the seven-star rat. Little squirrel, increase its strength. The seven-star rat understood what he meant and immediately used his hardness talent. His long tail suddenly became as hard as an iron rod. The seven-star rat came close to Xiao Zhan, swung its tail, and poked Xiao Zhan's asshole hard. Ugh! Xiao Zhan's eyes bulged out, and he let out a strange scream at the top of his lungs, his soul trembling. Fuck! The blue electric mouse and the two parrots felt their scalps tingling. This method is too cruel. Who can bear this? Seeing this scene, Han Feng's anus tightened. An unbearable past event came to mind. Brother, my killer move is too vicious. This guy seems to be unable to bear it. Do you want to continue? The seven-star rat said. Han Feng lowered his head and saw the seven-star rat lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, gasping for breath, with a look of despair in its eyes. It looked like it really couldn't hold on any longer. Stop for a moment. Han Feng whispered, then turned to Xiao Zhan and said viciously, Have you seen my methods? Let me ask you whether you accept it or not. Chapter 143. A large turtle with the talent of spell immunity. I give in. Don't abuse me anymore. Xiao Zhan was about to cry. Han Feng's eyes widened. What is the origin of that strange bird on your island? A trace of horror flashed across Xiao Zhan's eyes. When he was about to reply, he suddenly screamed and then spurted out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he died. Han Feng was stunned. Why did Xiao Zhan die out of the blue? Could it be related to that strange bird? Han Feng, we are ready to leave. At this time, Xiao Qiang suddenly spoke. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Aren't you going to rest here for 2 days? No, we have something else to do. Xiao Qiang hesitated. In fact, it would be best if we could stay here and rest for 2 days. But they were also afraid that Han Feng would force them to poop. By then, let alone recuperation, you will be exhausted immediately. It's better to leave here as soon as possible. Okay, come back to me if you're in danger in the future. Han Feng nodded. Han Feng, good be. Xiao Qiang said hello and quickly flew away with Xiaoli, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Brother, it's almost noon. What are we going to eat? As the blue electric mouse spoke, its eyes were fixed on Xiao Zhan's body. Just eat this big parrot. Han Feng smiled slightly. Recently, I have been eating vegetarian food every day. It's time to improve the quality of my life. Marvelous. The blue electric mouse jumped up excitedly. Han Feng then cut open Xiao Zhan's stomach, cleaned it, and roasted it over the fire. After a while, the rich aroma of meat filled the shelter. The blue electric mouse sniffed it lightly, his eyes blurred and his saliva kept flowing down. Brother, when can it be roasted? At least an hour. Han Feng said casually. Wait another hour. The blue electric mouse sighed. Han Feng ignored him and continued to grill the meat patiently. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. At this time, the parrot is roasted to a crispy outside and tender inside, with a golden surface and a richer meat flavor. Brother, can we eat now? The blue electric mouse is almost dying of greed. Give. Han Feng tore off 2 parrot legs and gave them to the blue electric mouse and the seven-star mouse. The 2 guys lay on the parrot's legs and gnawed at it fiercely, their mouths full of oil. Han Feng tore off a wing and tasted it slowly. You know what? Parrot meat is really good. It tastes even better than roast chicken. In just over 10 minutes, the big parrot weighing more than 20 kilograms was eaten up. Han Feng only ate more than 2 kilograms, and the rest went into the stomachs of the blue electric rat and the seven-star rat. After eating and drinking, Han Feng wiped his mouth and was about to go back to the thatched hut to rest. The pea shooter suddenly spoke up. Brother, something's wrong. What's wrong? Han Feng looked up at the pea shooter on the roof. The pea shooter said quickly, Those 3 women are fighting a giant turtle on the beach. Then what? Han Feng disagreed. Isn't it just Zhao Yunxi and 2 other people fighting against a turtle? I thought it was no big deal. Pea shooter. It seems that they can't defeat the big turtle. The woman named Lu Chushuang is already injured. What? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. You should know that Lu Chushuang and the other 2 have been promoted to level 4. And Zhao Yunxi also has a talent for lightning. 3 people together can't do anything to a giant turtle, and one of them was injured? How could this happen? Han Feng realized something was wrong. If it were an ordinary turtle, it would have died countless times. That big turtle is definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Han Feng ordered, Little P, turn on the early ice sharing. Pea Shooter immediately started sharing. Han Feng's mind shook, and a picture emerged. On a beach, Zhao Yunxi and two other people were seen fighting with a half-meter-long sea turtle. The defense of that big turtle is extremely strong. What's even more incredible is that it seems to have the ability to be immune to lightning. The lightning released by Zhao Yunxi fell on its body, but did not cause any damage. In addition, the sea turtle can spit water arrows from its mouth, which is extremely powerful. Lu Chushuang seemed to be hit by a water arrow. A long bloody wound was torn on one of her thighs, and bright red blood kept flowing out. Zhao Yunxi's lightning talent was restrained, Lu Chushuang was injured, and only Yu Lingshan was left, so she was naturally no match for the big turtle. Now, the three people are in a precarious situation and are being chased by a big turtle. If this continues, even if he doesn't die, he will suffer serious injuries. Han Feng looked for a while, then left the shelter and headed straight towards Zhao Yunxi and the other two. If the four corns want to upgrade quickly, they must eat more shit. He certainly can't do it alone. This requires the help of Zhao Yunxi and the other two. We can't just watch them get killed. In addition, killing the big turtle will not only earn you experience points, but also hundreds of pounds of turtle meat. This kind of opportunity is rare, and there is no reason to miss it. Han Feng was very fast and arrived at the battlefield after a few minutes. But he did not join the battle immediately. Instead, he activated his insight talent and observed the giant turtle. Target: black water turtle. Level 5. Constitution: Strength, 20 plus 40. Defense, 30 plus 40. Agility, 5 plus 40. Mental power, 7 plus 40. Talents: Spell immunity, water arrow. Good fellow. After reading the message, Han Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. The black water turtle's basic attributes are ridiculously high, especially its defense, which far exceeds that of human players of the same level. In addition, since it has the talent of being immune to spells, it is normal that Zhao Yunxi and the other two cannot do anything to it. Three of you, do you need any help? Han Feng suddenly spoke. Han Feng. When they saw Han Feng appear here, Zhao Yunxi and the other two's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had seen a savior. Yu Lingshan shouted at the top of her lungs, Han Feng, save us. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, It's not impossible to save you, but I have a promise. After killing this giant turtle, its body will belong to me. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were speechless. What time is it? Can't you see that they're almost beaten to death by the big turtle? Han Feng actually still wanted to divide the body. Zhao Yunxi gritted her teeth and said, Here you go. The big turtle in front of me weighs more than 200 kilograms. Even if you remove the shell, there is at least 100 pounds of turtle meat. I feel a little unwilling to just give it to Han Feng for nothing. But there was no other way. They couldn't do anything to the big turtle at all, so they could only ask Han Feng for help. All of you retreat. Han Feng whispered. Zhao Yunxi and the other two whispered to each other and quickly retreated. Han Feng, holding a machete, walked towards the black water turtle with a ruthless step. Can Han Feng do it? Yu Lingshan was a little worried. Don't worry, even though that guy likes to show off, he's really very powerful. Lu Chushuang muttered, although he disliked Han Feng. But speaking objectively, Han Feng's strength is indeed far superior to theirs. It won't be a big problem to deal with a level 5 big turtle. Chapter 144 Talent for Straw Sandal Weaving. The black water turtle felt a dangerous aura emanating from it, glared at Han Feng, and sprayed out a stream of water from its mouth. The water arrow was about 1 meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. It shot toward Han Feng at an extremely fast speed. Careful! Zhao Yunxi and the other two's expressions changed. This water arrow is extremely lethal. Just now, Lu Chushuang was accidentally stabbed in the thigh by a water arrow, leaving a bloody wound. Han Feng smiled contemptuously, and when the water arrow shot close to him, he grabbed the machete and slashed in the air. With a bang, the water arrow was shattered by a knife, splashing water everywhere. Is it that fierce? Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. After breaking the water arrow, Han Feng took a step and seemed to turn into a hurricane, appearing in front of the sea turtle in the blink of an eye. The black water turtle didn't expect Han Feng to be so ferocious. It couldn't help but feel frightened and instinctively retracted its head into its shell. Han Feng kicked the black turtle over with a flying kick. Then, holding the machete in both hands, he stabbed it hard into the belly of the black turtle. With a puff, the blade sank into the black water turtle's body, and a burst of blood spurted out. Ah! The black water turtle screamed, flapped its 4 short legs a few times, and then froze in midair, dying. Is this the end? Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 looked incredulous. Before, the 3 of them were unable to defeat the big turtle even when they joined forces. Instead, they were forced to retreat step by the big turtle, and Lu Chushuang was even injured. On the other hand, Han Feng killed the sea turtle with just 1 move, without any effort. The strength is unbelievable. At this moment, they realized how huge the gap between them and Han Feng was. They were not on the same level at all. At this moment, a starlight suddenly bloomed on the body of the sea turtle. Seeing this, Han Feng's expression changed. This situation is a sign of material explosion. Last time, when the big black wolf was hunted down, a space bag dropped. So what will happen this time? Han Feng was extremely looking forward to it. Why are there starlights? Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 had never experienced such a scene before. They were extremely curious and looked towards the starlight together. The next moment, a blue book slowly floated out. What the hell? Han Feng was slightly stunned. When my eyes fell on the blue book, relevant information appeared in my mind. Talent book, straw sandal weaving talent, auxiliary talent. Press it on your forehead and you will automatically be immersed in it, gaining the ability to weave straw sandals. What? Han Feng was greatly disappointed. Being able to open a talent book is considered a very lucky thing. It's a pity that this talent is a bit useless to him, because after the thatch house consumes the thatch, straw sandals can be derived, and the functions are completely overlapping. Han Feng, what is that book? It can't be an experience book, right? Yuling Shan couldn't help but ask. Han Feng shook his head. The experience book is white, and this one is a talent book. Talent book? Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were extremely surprised. The talent book is a good thing. After using it, you can awaken a new talent. Li Pangpang had used a talent book before to awaken his Iron Man talent, and instantly transformed himself from a weakling into a strong man. This shows how precious the book of talent is. Han Feng, what talent is in your talent book? Zhao Yunxi was extremely curious. Han Feng looked melancholy, a talent for weaving straw sandals. The corners of Zhao Yunxi's and the other 2's mouths widened. This talent is really useless. Compared to Li Pongpong's Iron Man talent, there is a world of difference. Zhao Yunxi asked tentatively, what are you going to do with this talent book? Are you going to use it yourself? I'm a grown man. What's the use of this talent? I might as well trade it away. Han Feng said casually. Zhao Yunxi's eyes lit up. Can you trade it to me? Although the talent for weaving straw sandals is a bit rubbish, it cannot be said to be completely useless. At least the woven straw sandals can be sold in exchange for supplies. At this stage, most people only have 1 pair of shoes, and some even go barefoot. From this point, it is not difficult to judge that straw sandals should still be in great demand. I'll trade it to you for 10 treasure chests. Han Feng said lightly. After all, it is a talent. Even if it is rubbish, it is still valuable. If there are less than 10 treasure chests, I will not sell it even if I keep it as a decoration. With such a useless talent, you still want 10 treasure chests. Lu Chushuang said dissatisfiedly. Han Feng shrugged, looking nonchalant. I'm not forcing you to exchange it. You don't have to. You. Seeing Han Feng's despicable look, Lu Chushuang was furious. Zhao Yunxi suddenly said, I want it, but I don't have 10 treasure chests for now. I'll keep it for you. When you have collected all the treasure chests, you can come to me to trade. Han Feng said calmly. Okowo. Zhao Yunxi nodded. Then I'll go back first. Han Feng walked back, carrying the big turtle. Han Feng, baita momin. Yuling Shan shouted. Anything else? Han Feng stopped. Yuling Shan pointed at Lu Chushuang and said, Lu Chushuang is injured. You help her heal. I'm not a free doctor. I need to eat too. Han Feng rubbed his nose. How could Zhao Yunxi not know what Han Feng meant, and said unhappily, I'll give you a black iron treasure chest as a reward. Make a deal. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, walked to Lu Chushuang, and glanced down. But he saw a bloody wound on Lu Chushuang's right thigh, and blood was still oozing out. This position is a bit sensitive, less than 10 centimeters away from the private parts. What are you looking at? Treat me quickly, Lu Chushuang urged. Han Feng kept staring at that part, making her face feel hot. I have to see where the wound is. How can I treat it if I don't understand it? Han Feng said in a serious tone. How can I not know what you are thinking? Lu Chushuang muttered. It may be a little painful during the treatment, so be sure to bear it. Han Feng reminded seriously. Come on. Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth. Han Feng said no more and put his hand on the wound. Feeling the warmth coming from Han Feng's palm, Lu Chushuang felt an inexplicable sense of shame in her heart. Han Feng glanced at Lu Chushuang. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he pinched it gently. Forehead. Lu Chushuang's delicate body trembled. I don't know if it was because of the pain or shyness, but a blush suddenly appeared on her face, like a ripe apple. Han Feng decided to quit while he was ahead and immediately released a healing talent. Soon, the wound on Lu Chushuang's thigh healed. Nailed it. Han Feng smiled slightly and turned to Zhao Yunxi. You owe me a treasure chest. Don't forget to give it to me. I can't forget it. Zhao Yunxi rolled her eyes. Han Feng said nothing more and left with the body of the black water turtle. Chapter 145. I am kind and will not hurt you. After leaving the sight of Zhao Yunxi and the other two, Han Feng put the black water turtle into the space bag and then returned to the shelter. Just then, 4 corn plants gathered together. What do you mean? Han Feng was a little confused. Fighting corn. Brother, we are only 1 step away from promotion. Han Feng's expression moved, and then he activated his insight talent to observe. Target, combat corn. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 99. Attack power, 0. Defense, 3. Middle strength, 30. Talent, corn bomb. We were really just 1 step away from qualifying. Han Feng muttered. He understood what the 4 corns meant, which was that they wanted to eat shit. But Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 had already been dealt with. It is impossible to produce shit in a short period of time. If I want to upgrade the 4 corn plants, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Han Feng comforted them. You don't have to worry. You will have shit to eat tomorrow, and then you could be promoted to level 4. Battle Corn chuckled. Brother, you haven't pooped yet, have you? Han Feng. There were 4 corns waiting for him, but he just did it last night. Now I don't have the urge to poop anymore. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, let's talk about it in the evening. I can't find a feeling now. Fighting corn did not give up. It's okay if you don't want to poop. Ask the little mouse and the little squirrel to poop. As long as they can poop 4 times, the 4 of us brothers can all level up. Han Feng turned to look at the 7-star rat and the blue electric rat. You 2 haven't pooped yet today. Go and finish it quickly. The blue electric mouse said in embarrassment, Brother, I can only poop once. The 7-star rat then said, Brother, I don't have the ability to take a shit either. Fighting corn. No, it's just a pile of shit. How can it be enough for the 4 of us to share? Han Feng thought for a moment and said, as long as you 2 can poop 4 times, you can improve your life and eat turtle meat at night. The eyes of the blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse suddenly lit up, and then they rushed into the toilet. Han Feng curled his lips, went into the thatch hut, lay on the straw bed, and opened the regional channel chat group with nothing to do. Jiang de Peo, brothers, who among you has meat? Yang Shuyang. I still have less than half a pound of wolf meat here. Why are you asking this? Jiang de Peo. I picked up a bronze treasure chest and plan to trade it with you in exchange for some meat. Jiang Feng. You even traded bronze treasure chest just to eat meat? Jiang de Peo. There's nothing I can do about it. I just like it. Fatty Li. I'll trade with you for 50 maggots. Jiang de Peo. Sorry, I'm not interested in that thing. Dilraba Dilmarat. I'll trade you a 3-kilogram grass carp. Sulin. Are you sure it's grass carp and not sea fish? They're all located on islands. Where do the freshwater fish come from? Diliriba explained, there's a pond on our island, and the grass carp came from the pond. Jiang Feng. You have ponds on your island? Why don't we have ponds on our island? Dilraba Dilmarat. It may have something to do with one's character. Jiang Feng. Jiang de Peo. Is there anyone who offers a higher price than Dilraba Dilmarat? Han Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I will give out 2 parrots. Bronze treasure chests may contain puppet stones, underwear, weapons, and other items, which are still very valuable. It would be a pity to miss it. If you exchange it for 2 parrots, it's not a loss. Wu Dehai asked curiously, Han Feng, where did you get the parrot? Han Feng. When I was taking a walk in the morning, I happened to see a group of parrots fighting. It was a brutal fight, and several of them died. I picked them all up. Everyone. Han Feng encountered a fight between crabs when he went to the beach. I went for a walk and saw parrots fighting. How come he is so lucky? How come all the good things happen to him? Jiang de Peo. Han Feng. How heavy are your 2 parrots? Han Feng. It weighs about 4 kilograms. Jiang de Peo. I want to make a deal with you. Dilly Reba. Han Feng, why do you always have to go against me? I obviously have my eyes on this treasure chest. Why are you trying to snatch it from me? Han Feng said disdainfully. Whatever you like belongs to you? According to your theory, if I like you, shouldn't you belong to me? A blush appeared on Dilraba Dilmarat's face. Shameless. Jiang DePeo. Although Han Feng is a bit shameless, I think he's right this time. Han Feng's face darkened. Do you want to trade or not? Jiang DePeo. Transaction. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng did not open the treasure chest, but put into the space cloth bag, then closed the game panel and went to sleep. An hour later, the nap was over. When Han Feng first walked out of the thatched hut, he saw the 7-star rat and the blue electric rat lying on the ground, breathing heavily. What happened to you two? Han Feng frowned. The blue electric mouse looked up at Han Feng and said, Brother, we have accomplished our mission. We have finished 4 piles of shit. Han Feng was also speechless. It's just taking a shit, but you make it look like a big battle. That's all you can do. Han Feng then turned to the 4 corn plants and asked, How are you? Have you upgraded? Brother, we have upgraded. The 4 corns shouted excitedly. Han Feng nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take his 2 pets to the beach, Lu Chushuang's voice suddenly came from outside. Han Feng, return your treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, a black object flew in from outside and fell heavily to the ground. It turned out to be a black iron treasure chest. Can't you just send it to me in person? What kind of character is that? Han Feng complained, put away the treasure chest, and left the shelter with his 2 pets. A few minutes later, we arrived at the beach. At Han Feng's signal, the 2 spirit pets dug holes and caught clams. After a hearty meal, Han Feng took them to the location of the red star grass. Human, why are you here again? Are you still planning to attack me? What do you do to me? Red star grass sneered. Brother, this guy is too arrogant. He actually dared to humiliate you. Let me electrocute him to death. The blue electric mouse said indignantly. Don't worry about it. Han Feng whispered, and then asked, Little mouse, can you dig a hole here? The blue electric mouse narrowed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Brother, there are rocks everywhere here. I can't dig it. It seems we have to think of other ways. Han Feng sighed lightly and was about to leave when he suddenly discovered a red ant crawling out from a crack in the ground. In terms of size, red ants are smaller than black ants. However, its body is much thinner and its jaws are sharper. When the red ant felt a sharp gaze sweeping towards it, it was startled and fled towards the crack at a rapid speed. However, before he could run a few steps, he was pinched by 2 fingers of Han Feng. Human, let me go. The red ant panicked. Han Feng looked at the red ant carefully and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I am very kind and will not hurt you. Red ant, why are you pinching me if you don't want to hurt me? Chapter 146. I am determined to be your brother. Han Feng said calmly. I just want to ask you a few questions, and then I'll let you go. The red ant was apprehensive, then asked quickly. Han Feng asked, Is your nest nearby? How many members are there in total? The red ant immediately became alert. Human, what do you want to do? Why do Han Feng want to find out about the nest? You're not planning on wiping them all out, are you? Han Feng's eyes darkened. Just answer whatever I ask you. Why do you have so much to say? The red ant trembled with fear. We only have 200 members, and the cave is indeed nearby. But I won't tell you where it is exactly. The quantity is a bit small. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully. The blue electric mouse said carelessly, Brother, 200 is not a small number. If you kill them all, you can gain at least 200 experience points. The red ant was confused. So Han Feng really wants to wipe them out entirely? Am I such a cruel person? Han Feng glared at the blue electric mouse, then turned to the red ant and consoled him. Don't listen to what the little mouse says. I won't kill you. The red ant shivered and said, What do you mean? Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes. Just now you came out from under this crack. How deep is this crack? Red ant said, truthfully, about 10 meters. Han Feng continued to ask, Did you dig this crack out? Or did it already exist? Red ant, originally it was only 3 meters deep, but later we expanded it and dug it to 10 meters deep. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. In that case, you should be very good at digging holes. Can you dig 100 meters underground? Red ant, yes, it is possible, but it will take a long time. Han Feng's eyes flickered. If all members work together, how long will it take to dig 100 meters underground? The red ant thought for a moment and said, 7 or 8 days is about the right time. If we work overtime, we should be able to finish it in 5 days. However, we can't do this every day. We still have to search for food. Don't worry about food. I'll provide it for you. All you have to do is dig the hole. Han Feng chuckled. Red Ant was a little confused. What is your purpose in doing this? Han Feng pointed at the red star grass next to him and said in a low voice, the roots of this wild grass grow 100 meters underground. I want you to dig out the bottom of its roots. The red ant was a little confused. Is it worth it to go through so much trouble just for a piece of grass root? Han Feng disagreed. You don't need to know this. You just need to do as I ask. Red Ant, what if I don't agree? Han Feng's eyes suddenly became sinister. If you do as I ask, I'll give you food. I can also protect you in the future. If you don't do as I ask, I will uproot you and make you disappear from this world completely. The red ant swallowed. A layer of fear filled his eyes. Didn't you just say that you are a kind person and will not hurt us? Han Feng raised a cunning smile. Everything is relative. If someone is good to me, I will be kind to him. Otherwise, I will turn into a demon and destroy him completely. The corners of Red Ant's mouth trembled. I'm just a little kid. I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and report. No problem. Han Feng nodded and reminded, I'll give you 3 minutes. If no ant comes out to negotiate with me when the time is up, don't blame me for being rude. I remember. The red ant responded. Han Feng then put on the ground. The red ants quickly crawled into the crack. Han Feng stood there and waited. The blue electric mouse asked, Brother, can they agree? In the face of death, they have no choice but to choose. Han Feng's eyes were ferocious. Time flies and 3 minutes have passed. At this moment, a red head suddenly emerged from the crack. It was a big red ant. Compared to the previous one, this one is obviously larger and even thicker than the black ant. Human, here I come. Red ants crawled out from the cracks. Han Feng glanced at him and asked, Who are you? Are you important among the red ants? Are you qualified to talk to me? The red ant opened his mouth and said, I am the commander-in-chief of the fire ant tribe. My name is Sang Biao. I am the second most important person after the queen ant. I should be qualified to talk to you, right? Number 2? Just barely. Han Feng nodded slightly and then got down to business. That little ant has already told you my request, right? What do you think? In principle, I have no objection. Sang Biao said slowly, but there are still some details that need to be clarified. You say. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Sang Biao cleared his throat. We can help you get some grass roots. How much food can you give us? A 2-pound parrot. Han Feng said frankly. Really? Sang Biao became excited. A 2-kilogram parrot is enough to provide food for their tribe for a month. I never lie to ants. Han Feng Lu Kid Sulam. Sang Biao asked again. You said you would protect us. Are you very strong? I want to see it for myself. Watch that big rock over there. Han Feng pointed at a stone in the distance and released a space-binding talent without making any sound. With a loud bang, a huge rock rose from the ground and stood in midair. Fuck! Sang Biao was stunned with shock. With just a wave of his finger, he lifted a huge rock weighing over 100 pounds into the air. It's simply a miracle. Could Han Feng be a god? Han Feng retracted his spatial binding talent and then turned to Sang Biao. My strength is okay, right? It's simply too strong. Sang Biao sighed, looked at Han Feng intently, and said seriously, Human, Sang Biao, will definitely be your brother. Han Feng, a mere little ant wants to be his brother? What a fucking guy who is good at taking advantage. Don't you know that he will dislike it? However, thinking that he still had to rely on Sang Biao's help, Han Feng did not say anything. Human, can you give us some food first? Only when we are full can we have the strength to work. Sang Biao asked. King. Han Feng opened the space bag, took out a parrot, cut off a thigh, chopped it into small pieces, and placed it on the ground. I'll give you this much for now. When you complete the task, I'll give you the rest of the parrot meat. Don't worry, brother. We will complete the task in the shortest possible time. Sang Biao said happily. Keep working hard. I have something else to do, and I'm leaving first. Han Feng smacked his lips and left with the 2 parrots. Chapter 146. Big Brother's insidiousness is ingrained in his bones. After Han Feng left, Sang Biao shouted into the crack, Brothers, come out. Soon, a large circle of red ants emerged from the crack and stood in front of Sang Biao. Sang Biao raised his head, took a quick look, and ordered, Move the parrot meat in first, then divide into 2 groups and dig holes for me day and night. Yes. All the ants said in unison. Let's do it. Sang Biao nodded. A group of ants rushed towards the parrot meat. At this time, a particularly thin ant came out from the crack, came to Sang Biao, and said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, the Queen Ant wants to see you, and said she has something important to discuss." "This bitch, can't she control herself in broad daylight? Is she planning to drain me out?" Sang Biao muttered secretly and quickly drilled into the crack in the ground. On the other side, Han Feng did not return to the shelter immediately, but brought his two spirit pets to the northeast of the island. Looking at the pile of rocks in front of him, Blue Electric Mouse asked curiously, "Brother, what are we doing in this godforsaken place?" Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. "Kill ants." There is a black ant nest among the pile of rocks. Before, hundreds of black ants were hunted here. Several days have passed since the last hunt. It's time to harvest again. Han Feng took a careful look and soon found a black ant searching for food. So he took out a large piece of parrot meat and threw it on the ground. Then he took his two spirit pets and hid in a nearby patch of thatched grass, observing quietly. Soon, the black ant followed the scent and came to the parrot meat. When the black ant saw the parrot meat, as big as a hill standing in front of him, he was stunned. After a moment of trance, he left here quickly. It certainly cannot carry such a large piece of parrot meat by itself, so must call more brothers and sisters to come over. "Brother, didn't you come here to kill the ant? Why didn't you do it and let the ant run away?" The seven-star rat asked curiously. "I'm playing the long game to catch the big fish." Han Feng chuckled. "What's the meaning?" The seven-star rat didn't quite understand. The Blue Electric Mouse gave an explanation. The black ant went back to tip off the enemy. "Soon more ants will come here. By then, Big Brother will be able to hunt more ants." The seven-star rat opened his mouth and said, "Is Big Brother so sinister?" The Blue Electric Mouse grinned. Big Brother's insidiousness is engraved in his bones. This is just the beginning. When you spend more time with Big Brother, you will find out. Before the Blue Electric Mouse could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze sweeping over him. The next moment, Han Feng's cold voice rang in his ears. "Silence the little mouse and the little squirrel for 1 hour." Blue Electric Mouse. Seven-star rat. After waiting quietly for a few minutes, a rustling sound was heard among the pile of rocks. Soon, more than 100 black ants appeared in sight. When he saw the parrot meat not far away, he rushed over like crazy and quickly wrapped up the parrot meat. However, there was a black ant that did not rush up. It stood on a big rock and looked around. A look of horror suddenly flashed across its eyes, and then it fled away like a flash. Han Feng happened to see this scene and couldn't help but frown. What happened to the black ant that escaped? Did he discover the danger? Han Feng didn't think too much about it. He jumped out of the bushes holding the insecticide and sprayed it lightly at the black ants. A white mist with a pungent smell swept up and instantly enveloped the black ants. Accompanied by a scream, the black ant foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground and died. With their deaths, Han Feng gained 130 experience points. The seven-star rat and the Blue Electric Rat were stunned. With Han Feng's strength, it was easy to kill these black ants. But even so, chemical weapons were still used. This is a bit despicable. After hunting the black ants, Han Feng was satisfied and returned to the shelter with his two pets. As soon as I opened the wooden gate and walked in, a black iron treasure chest fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the courtyard. Today's minimum living allowance has arrived. Han Feng curled his lips, picked up the treasure chest, and put it into the space bag, then started to cook dinner. The main dish for dinner was black turtle. The fire was lit, and a raging flame rose. Han Feng took out the black water turtle and threw it on it. All you have to do is wait. The two spirit pets gathered in front of the fire, looking at the black water turtle in front of them, drooling with greed. Half an hour later, the black turtle was cooked. "Let's eat." After eating and drinking, Han Feng took a dump, then returned to the thatched hut, opened the space bag, took out 3 treasure chests, and placed them on the ground. 1 bronze treasure chest and 2 black iron treasure chests. Han Feng glanced at them and threatened, "Just answer whatever I ask you later, or I'll throw you into the cesspool and make you sick to death." The 3 treasure chests trembled with fear. Han Feng saw that it worked, so he asked, "What did you 3 install?" "The first black iron treasure chest. I contain a bottle of shampoo." "Good." Han Feng nodded slightly. "Since I came here, I haven't washed my hair and my scalp is itchy. With this bottle of shampoo, you can solve the problem of washing your hair." The second black iron treasure chest. A towel. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Washing your hair and taking a bath are both inseparable from a towel. and this thing comes at the right time. Then, Han Feng looked at the bronze treasure chest with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Little treasure chest, it's your turn. Bronze treasure chest. I contain a stone. Han Feng suddenly became excited. So far, 3 kinds of stones have been opened from the bronze treasure chest. They are puppet stone, earth spirit stone, and Shirong stone, respectively. No matter which one it is worth a lot of money. So, what kind of stone will this bronze treasure chest reveal? Han Feng took a deep breath and opened the lid of the bronze treasure chest. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out and headed straight for Han Feng's face. Fortunately, Han Feng was prepared. He reached out and grabbed it steadily. Then he looked carefully, and a black stone appeared in his palm. This is on a puppet. With this one included, there are now 4 of them. Only one more is left to form a stone puppet. Very good. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, put the puppet stone into the space bag, and then opened the other 2 black iron treasure chests. A bottle of shampoo and a towel were opened. After opening the treasure chest, Han Feng lay on the straw bed. When he was about to open the game panel, he suddenly heard a shout from the wooden fence outside. Brother, those 2 crabs are coming. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Why are Da Zhuang and Xiaoro running to the shelter late at night instead of sleeping? Is he in danger? Chapter 147 Hunting Commander Level Red Pine Crab. Han Feng thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out. Outside the wooden fence, there were indeed 2 big crabs. It was Da Zhuang and Xiaoro. At this moment, they looked very terrified, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Han Feng opened the wooden gate and stared at the 2 big crabs. Da Zhuang, what's going on with you 2? Da Zhuang said in a trembling voice. Han Feng, it's bad. The red pine crab is here to take revenge. Han Feng was not surprised, but delighted. How many have come? Da Zhuang. Only 1. Han Feng's face darkened. There's only 1. Why are you panicking? Da Zhuang swallowed his saliva. That's not an ordinary red pine crab. That thing is as big as a millstone, and its aura is extremely violet. It is very likely a level 10 commander level red pine crab. He really came. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A few days ago, I heard Shark Shushu say that there was a commander level red pine crab in the nearby waters, and it was very likely to come to take revenge on him. I never thought it would come so soon. Is that big crab still on the beach? Han Feng asked. Right. Da Zhuang nodded and said, that guy is sleeping soundly on the beach. It looks like he won't leave in the short term. Then go over and destroy it. Han Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Da Zhuang was startled and quickly persuaded him. Han Feng, you don't know that the commander-level red pine crab may have awakened its talent. And its body is as hard as a rock, and its defense can't be broken at all. What can you use to kill it? You have no idea of my strength. Just watch me perform when the time comes. Han Feng remained calm and composed. He then entered the thatched hut and walked out carrying an oil lamp. Although the oil lamp is only level 4, its innate moonlight ice blade is extremely lethal. Even if we can't kill the commander-level red pine crab, we can at least cause it serious damage. At that time, it won't be too difficult to hunt red pine crabs by yourself. Han Feng, what are you doing with an oil lamp? Xiaoro asked curiously. Although it is night, the moonlight is enough to still see the surroundings clearly. There is no need to carry an oil lamp, right? This thing is not for face-to-face combat, but a magical weapon. A meaningful smile appeared on Han Feng's lips. The 2 crabs were stunned by what they heard. An oil lamp is a magical weapon? Isn't this too mysterious? Let's go. Han Feng greeted and walked straight to the beach. The 2 crabs looked at each other and followed Han Feng anxiously. A few minutes later, the man and the 2 crabs arrived at the beach. Han Feng looked closely and saw a red crab as big as a millstone lying on the beach not far away. I think this crab is the commander-level red pine crab. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and then he ordered the oil lamp. Little oil lamp, do you see that big crab in the distance? Release your talent and kill it for me. The oil lamp suddenly burst into light, like a bright star, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The light was dazzling and shot into the air, condensing into a sword several meters long. The blade exuded an extremely terrifying icy aura, as if it could freeze everything around it. What is that? The 2 crabs were stunned on the spot. The red pine crab seemed to sense something and opened its eyes slightly. Just at this moment, a white sword, carrying a sharp, murderous aura, slashed from the air. The red pine crab had no time to react and was hit on the head by the knife. With a bang, the white sword exploded and shattered, leaving a long crack on the shell of the red pine crab. Bright red blood gurgled out, and the scene was extremely bloody. At the same time, a terrifying coldness spread, freezing the red pine crab in an instant. Fuck. The two crabs couldn't help but roar in surprise. The scene before my eyes was too shocking. I never expected that a small oil lamp could possess such a powerful talent. Not only did the attack break the defense of the red pine crab leader, it also froze him. This is too incredible. Forehead. The red pine crab groaned in pain, stared at Feng, and said with gritted teeth, "Despicable human, you actually attacked me. I will not let you go. I'm afraid you don't have that chance." Feng put the oil lamp into the space bag, then took out a machete and moved towards the red pine crab step by step. "You think you can trap me?" The corners of the red pine crab's hideous mouth slightly lifted up, revealing an undisguised sarcasm, and a flame suddenly burst out from under its feet, emitting a scorching temperature. Under the merciless scorching of the flames, the layers of ice that originally tightly covered its body were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that the red pine crab had released some kind of fire talent. If the flames were allowed to continue burning, it wouldn't take long before he could easily break free from his restraints. Feng certainly would not let it succeed, and quickly took out a magnifying glass and pointed it at the red pine crab. Small mirror, weaken its mental power. The magnifying glass absorbed the surrounding moonlight frantically. In an instant, a dazzling silver ray shot out from the mirror and pierced into the body of the red pine crab. Suffering from this sudden attack, the red pine crab felt as if a huge wave had been set off in his mind, shaking violently. At the same time, his mental strength inexplicably decreased by 30 points. Due to the weakening of mental strength, the originally blazing flames instantly became sluggish. Although these flames can still slowly melt the frost, the melting speed is much slower than before. It is almost impossible to escape in a very short time. "Do you have the strength to fight me?" Feng walked towards the red pine crab with a grim smile on his face. "Human, what do you want to do?" The arrogance in the red pine crab's eyes was no longer there, replaced by fear. "I'm going to fuck you." Feng suddenly increased his speed, rushed to the front of the red pine crab in the blink of an eye, and jumped onto its shell. Then he gripped the machete tightly, tensed the muscles in his arms, and using all his strength, stabbed it hard into the crack of the shell. With a puff, the entire blade was submerged in it. The shell of the red pine crab is extremely hard, but its internal structure is extremely fragile and cannot withstand the knife at all. After this attack, the red pine crab let out a shrill scream. Noisy, Feng snorted and started stirring with the machete. The red pine crab trembled violently and kept groaning in pain. He lasted just 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground, all his breath gone. Awesome. The two big crabs sighed deeply. Feng's strength is truly incredible, as he can easily hunt down a level 10 red pine crab. Feng heaved a sigh of relief and was about to put the red pine crab corpse into the space bag. A starlight suddenly bloomed on the corpse. Chapter 148, Don't Blame Me for Being Ruthless. The occurrence of this situation is a sign of material explosion. So what will happen this time? Feng was extremely expectant. His eyes widened as he stared at the corpse of the red pine crab. The next moment, a pair of red underwear emerged. Feng, damn it. It would be fine if you opened the treasure chest and got the underwear. The explosive materials also include underwear. What the heck? Feng complained, his eyes drifting to the red panties. Suddenly, relevant information appeared in my mind. Superman underwear. Underwear for outerwear. After wearing, the covered area will increase defense by 100 points. Oh shit. Feng was stunned. Increased defense by 100 points? This pair of underwear is not ordinary. After putting it on, Xiaojiji and Juhua could be perfectly protected. The only bad thing about it was that it could only be worn outside, and it was a pair of bright red shorts, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. After a moment of trance, Feng put the Superman underwear and the red pine crab corpse into the space bag, then took out 2 parrots and gave them to the Zhuang and Xiaorou, and reminded them, "You too should pay attention. If there are more red pine crabs coming, notify me immediately." "Okowo." The Zhuang nodded. Feng said nothing more and turned away. After returning to the shelter, he called the 7-star rat to his side. "Brother, what instructions?" The 7-star rat looked up at Feng. Feng opened the space ring, took out the Superman underwear, and put it on. The seven-star rat was suddenly confused. Han Feng, what do you mean? What are you doing wearing underwear late at night? Just wear it. Why are you wearing it outside? Could it be that he has some special hobby? Han Feng put on his underwear and smiled. Little squirrel, give me 1,000-year kill. He wanted to take this opportunity to verify whether Superman's underwear really had strong defensive power. What? The seven-star rat was stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. Get started. What are you standing there for? Han Feng urged. The seven-star rat stared at Han Feng blankly and swallowed his saliva. Brother, are you stimulated by something? You are the one who is stimulated. Han Feng rolled his eyes. The seven-star rat rolled his eyes and tilted his head to look at Han Feng, looking thoughtful. If you're not stimulated, why do you want me to poke your butt? Do you have such a strong desire to be abused? Just do what you're told to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Feng was getting a little impatient. Brother, I have a promise. If I hurt you later, you can't retaliate. The seven-star rat said. Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. Come on, I will never retaliate against you. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The seven-star rat's eyes suddenly became sharp, and it darted behind Han Feng. Its originally loose and soft tail instantly became hard and straight, like an iron rod. The seven-star rat glanced at Han Feng's, but found an angle, swung its tail, and rushed up fiercely. There was a crisp sound. It seems like something is broken. The next moment, the seven-star rat let out a shrill wail. Ah, my tail is broken. It hurts so much. Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but widen. Superman underwear is really extraordinary. After suffering a blow from the 1,000-year killer, instead of feeling any pain, the seven-star rat's tail was broken. It's really awesome. Brother, please treat me quickly. I'm almost dying. The seven-star rat looked at Han Feng pitifully, with tears streaming down the corners of its eyes. Look at what you have accomplished. Han Feng snorted, then released a healing talent. The seven-star rat recovered quickly and looked at Han Feng in surprise. Brother, what's going on? Why is your but as hard as iron? This is too much. It's all thanks to these underwear. Han Feng took off Superman's underwear and shook it in front of the seven-star rat. What's so special about these panties? The seven-star rat asked curiously. It's nothing special. At most, it can protect my little Gigi and chrysanthemum. Han Feng chuckled and went straight into the thatched hut. It would be nice if I could wear it. The seven-star rat sighed. Han Feng was lying on the straw bed, with nothing to do, so he opened the regional channel chat group. Nothing major happened today. The area was rather dull, with only the occasional person coming out to chat, making it seem a bit deserted. Han Feng looked at it for a while, then closed the chat group and went to sleep. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the second day. The morning sun shines down gently, bringing a touch of warmth and vitality to the whole world. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The shouts of the engineer's shovel echoed in the thatched hut. Han Feng got up and opened the door. A fresh breath blows over. Han Feng took 2 greedy sips and was about to go to the toilet to flush. The voice of the sun rang in my ears. Han Feng, good morning. Han Feng stopped, looked up into the air, and squinted his eyes slightly. Brother Yang, are you in a good mood? Normally, the sun would not take the initiative to greet him, unless something particularly happy happens. Tai Yang chuckled. It's normal to be in a good mood since we're about to take a vacation. Han Feng frowned. Why do you want to take a vacation? Son, didn't I tell you the day before yesterday? The fog is going to come out for a few days, so it will be my turn to take a break. Han Feng recalled that Tai Yang seemed to have mentioned this matter, so he asked, how many days will you rest? Son, it depends on Misty's mood. If she wants to play for a few days, I will rest for a few days. Han Feng, if she plays for a year, can you still take a year off? Son, why not? Han Feng snorted. If you don't show up, how are we survivors going to survive? Son, does it have anything to do with me? Han Feng, son, I remind you again, the fog loves to play tricks on people. You'd better be careful and try not to go out. Han Feng disagreed. Got it. The son exclaimed softly. Aren't you afraid at all? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. I have a way to control the fog. She doesn't dare to provoke me. Son, I find you're really good at boasting. Do you know Mia's methods? Do you know how cruel she is? Han Feng waved his hand and said, that's enough. I'm going to pee, and you should go to work. Son, just being ignored like that? Han Feng is a bit arrogant. I'm not afraid of your pretense. I'll ask Mihu to teach you a lesson. The son muttered viciously. Han Feng had just walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The pea shooter suddenly screamed, "Fuck, this is too exciting." Han Feng was slightly startled. "Little pea, what are you yelling for?" The pea shooter chuckled. "Brother, those two stupid birds were having sex on a tree not far away." The scene was simply unbearable to watch. It was so shameful. Chapter 150, I may not believe this, but there's a woman taking a bath. Two stupid birds? Han Feng muttered and asked tentatively. Are you talking about those two parrots? Right. The pea shooter nodded, and then complained. These two guys are too much. Doing this in broad daylight. Have they considered other people's feelings? Han Feng. The two parrots were doing something, and the pea shooter had to watch them. Is this polite? How dare you say such things? Han Feng shook his head speechlessly, his eyes suddenly flashing. Didn't the two parrots leave? Why are you back suddenly? Just come back, without even saying hello? It shouldn't be like this. Han Feng decided to go over and ask later. Fuck. Just then, the pea shooter screamed again. Can you please stop being so startled all the time? What did you see? Han Feng rolled his eyes. The pea shooter jumped off the roof and quickly came to Han Feng. He lowered his voice and said, Brother, you may not believe it, but there is a woman taking a bath. Han Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. Which woman? That's the one called Zhao Yunxi. After the pea shooter finished speaking, he looked at Han Feng and said, Brother, do you want to see it? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Han Feng pinched his chin, pretending to be deep. Then I'll go up right away. The pea shooter chuckled. Wait a moment. Han Feng interrupted and stared at the pea shooter. Do you know why I want to watch it? Brother is so lecherous. The pea shooter blurted out. Han Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he said seriously, I mainly want to see what the other person uses to take a bath. The other party used a large wooden barrel. The pea shooter said, Hearing is believing, seeing is believing, so it's better to take a look. Han Feng whispered, Clear. The pea shooter quickly returned to the roof. Han Feng stood there, took a deep breath, and waited to receive the images. But at this moment, the pea shooter jumped down from the roof again. Brother, the other party has finished washing and has put on his clothes. Han Feng, this incident made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Brother, don't be disappointed. There is still a chance. I will notify you the next time they take a bath. The pea shooter consoled him. I'm not that kind of person. Han Feng snorted and then started to make breakfast. Because there are quite a few parrots stored, so the quality of breakfast naturally improved as well. 3 roasted parrots and a pot of rice porridge. After eating and drinking, Han Feng stood at the door of the wooden fence and waited silently. After a while, 3 slender figures appeared in sight. It was Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. Soon, the 3 of them arrived near the shelter. Han Feng took a closer look and saw that Zhao Yunxi's hair was wet, and there was a faint smell of shampoo on her body. It looks like he really just took a shower. It's a pity that I didn't get to feast my eyes. It is really a pity. Han Feng, why are you staring at Zhao Yunxi? Lu Chushuang said unhappily. Han Feng rubbed his nose, stared at Zhao Yunxi, and smiled. Did you just wash your hair? Zhao Yunxi said calmly. Is there a problem? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. You need fresh water to wash your hair. I'm curious. Where do you get so much fresh water? Zhao Yunxi not only washed her hair, but also took a bath. At least dozens of kilograms of fresh water are needed. Even if it was him, it would be impossible to get so much fresh water at once. Where did Zhao Yunxi come from? Why should I tell you? Lu Chushuang pouted. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Han Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. With the pea shooter here, if we observe for a few more days, we will find out the reason sooner or later. Later, Han Feng took out toilet paper and distributed it to Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 finished solving their physiological problems and left. Han Feng took his 2 spirit pets to the east side of the island and came under a big tree. I heard from the pea shooter before that the 2 parrots were exercising on this big tree. However, the treetops were quiet at this time. I guess these 2 guys have finished their job. Han Feng raised his head and glanced at the treetops, calling softly, Xiao Chong, Xiao Li. Huh. A light exclamation came from the treetops. Then 2 parrots flew down. It was Xiao Qiang and Xiao Li. However, the 2 parrots looked unwell and exhausted. What happened to you 2? You look sick. Are you injured? Han Feng yulked. Xiao Chong stammered. Maybe it's because the flight time was too long and I was tired. Han Feng raised a meaningful smile. It's best not to do that kind of thing in broad daylight. It has a bad influence. Also, you have to be moderate. If you do this every day, your body will collapse sooner or later. Xiao Chong. Xiaoli, does Han Feng know something? How did he know? Could it be that he had already arrived and was eavesdropping under the tree? This is embarrassing. Han Feng, we didn't do that kind of thing. We were just chatting the whole time. Xiao Qiang said embarrassedly. Let's not talk about this for now. Han Feng waved his hand and asked, why didn't you two say hello to me when you came back? Xiao Qiang seemed to be hesitant to speak. We actually wanted to say hello to you, but the problem is, we're afraid you'll force us to shit. Han Feng. This answer left him speechless. That is indeed the case. I met the two parrots twice in total and forced them to poop each time. They're afraid that they're also being cleaned up. Han Feng coughed lightly and said, you may have misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Qiang, haha. Xiaoli. Han Feng felt a little embarrassed, so he changed the subject. By the way, you just left yesterday. Why are you back today? Xiao Qiang's eyes were filled with fear. The world outside is too scary. Scary creatures have appeared on almost all uninhabited islands. We dare not approach them at all. We have no choice but to come back. Upon hearing this, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. This situation is exactly the same as what Shark Shushu said. For some reason, I felt uneasy. These creatures will definitely become the survivors' biggest enemies. Perhaps it won't be long before they attack the survivors. Why? Han Feng sighed deeply. Just dealt with the big black wolf and the natives. Later on, they will face attacks from unknown creatures, which is really one problem after another. Han Feng, are you okay? Xiao Qiang asked. Fine. Han Feng smiled slightly. You two stay here for now, and come to me if you have any difficulties. I still have to go inspect the work, so I can't accompany you. Chapter 151 Unknown Creatures. After separating from the two parrots, Han Feng headed straight for the location of the red stargrass. A whole night has passed, and I don't know how the fire ants are doing. How much rice have they dug? We must supervise it. Soon, Han Feng arrived in front of the fire ant's nest, stopped for a while, and shouted towards a crack, saying biao. After a while, a big red ant emerged from the crack. It was Sang Biao. Brother, you are here. Sang Biao's voice was weak, and he looked exhausted. What's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Han Feng frowned. Yesterday, Sang Biao looked full of energy. Why are you so listless today? Sang Biao lowered his voice and said, after you left yesterday, the queen ant called me over. That woman was so slutty that she forced me to come 7 times and almost drained me. Han Feng's mouth widened involuntarily. Can you be more low-key? 7 times at once? Even the strongest body can't withstand it. This bragging is a bit too crazy. Sang Biao said with emotion. Back then, I had no problem doing it 10 times a night. But now, I can't even handle it 7 times. I can't help but admit that I'm getting old. That's about enough. Han Feng interrupted and then asked about the main business. How many meters have you dug down so far? Sang Biao thought for a moment and said, it's almost 10 meters. At this rate, it will definitely be completed within 5 days. Good. Han Feng nodded slightly, and then encouraged, work hard, and when you're done, I'll reward you with an extra parrot. Sang Biao suddenly became excited. Brother, leave this project to me. You can rest assured, I will definitely do it for you. Han Feng smacked his lips when he heard him call him brother. Okay, you guys continue. I'll come back in a few days. Brother, walk slowly. Sang Biao greeted him. After leaving here, Han Feng headed straight to the beach. Before we reached the beach, we heard a quarrel in the distance. Hurry up and let go, or I'm going to fuck you. Fuck you. You want to eat me, and you want me to let you go. You are an oyster and I am a crab. Isn't it normal for me to eat you? I will never give in. I want to die with you. Woo-woo. Let my husband go. We won't eat you anymore. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I won't be fooled. I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. Wife, stop nagging him. Go and get Han Feng over here. Only Han Feng can take care of it. Hearing this, Han Feng walked over at a leisurely pace. Dezhuang, what do you want me to do? Han Feng, you're here. Dezhuang became excited. Xiao said anxiously, Han Feng, please save Dezhuang quickly. He is caught by an oyster. Han Feng took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. I saw a 1-meter-long oyster lying on the beach, its 2 shells tightly closed, firmly clamping Dezhuang's 2 big claws. Hey you, please give me some face and release Dezhuang's clamp. Han Feng shouted at the oyster. Give you a favor, who the hell do you think you are? The oyster sneered and ridiculed him mercilessly. Oh shit, the corner of Han Feng's mouth trembled. Are all oysters so crazy nowadays? It seems that I have no idea how cruel he is. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and he began to think about how to deal with the oysters. At this time, the blue electric mouse suddenly said, "Brother, let me deal with it. You can't electrocute De Zhuang to death, right?" Han Feng was a little worried. Although the blue electric mouse is only level 3, the power of its lightning talent is still very explosive. De Zhuang's 2 pincers were tightly clamped by the oyster. If De Zhuang attacks the oyster, he will also suffer damage. Maybe both of them were electrocuted to death. The blue electric mouse chuckled. "I can control the intensity of the lightning. At most, I can just stun him. It will never hurt De Zhuang." "Then you try it." Han Feng nodded. The blue electric mouse stretched out a claw and pressed on De Zhuang's pincers, releasing a lightning talent. With a crackling sound, a blue electric current spread across De Zhuang's body. De Zhuang was shaking all over from the electric shock. The oyster was not in a good situation either. It screamed, and its shell opened immediately. Han Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the shell in the sea and exerted force suddenly. With a click, the oyster shell was completely opened, revealing a large mass of snow-white oyster meat, weighing about 10 kilograms. De Zhuang regained his freedom, and his fierce face was revealed. "Han Feng, how do we deal with this guy?" Sharo suggested. "Why not roast it and eat it? Last time, we roasted a big turtle here. The taste was so delicious that it still lingers on." "Don't eat me. I know I'm wrong." The oysters were so scared that they peed themselves. The blue electric mouse glanced at the oyster meat, then licked his lips. "Brother, I can't wait any longer. Let's get started. Oysters are pretty pitiful, so let's not grill them." Han Feng said calmly. The blue electric mouse was confused. "You mean to let it go? When did Han Feng become so kind? It doesn't fit his style." Han Feng curled his lips and said, "It would be a waste to grill such fresh ingredients. We can just make sashimi directly. Oyster, is this intended to be eaten raw? Isn't this too cruel?" Swish! Han Feng swung the machete and chopped 4 times, dividing the oyster meat into 5 portions. He said, "Don't just stand there. 1 portion for each of you." After eating, the blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse dug clams on the beach. Han Feng stood on a reef and looked into the distance. The blue sea seemed unusually calm. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the calm sea surface, one layer upon another. Seeing this, Han Feng's heart trembled, and he inexplicably developed a sense of danger. It was as if there was a terrifying creature hiding under the sea. The next moment, a certain position on the sea surface suddenly bulged, and then a thick column of water broke through the sea surface and shot into the air. This column of water was so huge that it seemed to cover the entire sky. It paused for a moment, as if gathering strength, and then came crashing down, creating a huge wave. The waves roared and rolled, forming a towering wall of water that rushed towards the shore with an overwhelming force. "Fuck!" Han Feng was startled and yelled, "Run! If this is swept into the sea by the waves, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if you don't drown, you're likely to be swallowed up by the ferocious beast of the waves." Seeing the waves crashing in the distance, the 2 spirit pets and the 2 crabs didn't dare to hesitate and ran away. Just when they had run a dozen meters away and reached the high ground, fierce waves swept in. Waves splashed, mist filled the air, and the entire coast was shrouded by this powerful force. Under the impact of the waves, the sand on the beach was washed away, revealing the hard rocks. The rocks were shaken by the waves and made a dull sound. Chapter 152 Little Beach, I'm sorry. After a few seconds, the waves receded. Looking at the beach at this time, it has been destroyed beyond recognition. The sand above had almost disappeared, and even cracks appeared on the hard surface of the reef. Han Feng couldn't help but gasp. The 2 spirit pets and the 2 crabs all looked frightened. Fortunately, I escaped in time. Otherwise, I would have been hit by the waves and would have been almost dead. "Brother, what do you see in the distance?" The 7-star rat pointed at the sea in the distance and trembled in surprise. Han Feng took a closer look, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. "I saw a black shadow appear on the sea at some point, like an island, very abrupt and huge. Although it was far away, I couldn't see the overall appearance of the black shadow. But Han Feng was very sure that this was definitely not an island, but a sea monster, because it has a pair of huge eyeballs, as big as a car, emitting a terrifying scarlet color. Just one look at it is enough to give you chills. Oh my god, what the hell is this?" The blue electric mouse trembled with fear. Han Feng was a little nervous. The size of this sea monster is too huge, and its strength is terrifyingly powerful. The water column, just now, was most likely sprayed out by it. A column of water could bring such powerful destructive power. If it were to launch an attack, he would not be able to resist it at all. Fortunately, the sea monster only stayed for a while, then dived into the sea and disappeared without a trace. The surging sea surface gradually calmed down. Finally left. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng, I found something. De Zhuang suddenly gave a reminder. What's wrong? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. There are several large fish in the reef, and there are also 3 treasure chests. De Zhuang said quickly. Han Feng turned his head and glanced. As far as the eye could see, 3 1-meter-long fish were lying in a puddle among the rocks, motionless, most likely fainted. In addition, next to these 3 big fish, there are 3 black iron treasure chests. It seems that these 3 big fish and 3 treasure chests were all rolled up by the waves just now. It was a pleasant surprise. Han Feng rushed over and put the 2 big fish and 3 treasure chests into the space bag and gave the remaining fish to the 2 crabs. Han Feng, this place was destroyed by the waves. We have to move. De Zhuang said sadly. All the surrounding sand was swept away by the waves. This way, it is impossible to dig a hole. Without the cave, there is no protection. It's very dangerous to stay here. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, there is a small beach not far away. You can go there for now. Good. De Zhuang nodded. Then, Han Feng brought them to the small beach. As soon as he arrived here, Han Feng said in a sad tone, Xiao Shadan, please accept my condolences. Shadan was confused. Human, what do you mean? Han Feng sighed softly. Your cousin is dead. Beach, how did my cousin die? Han Feng said slowly. Just now a sea monster created a large wave that swept away all the sand on the beach. Your cousin is gone. The beach didn't take it seriously. We have experienced this kind of thing several times. After a while, the sand will condense again on the beach, and then my cousin will naturally be resurrected. Han Feng was slightly stunned and said no more. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was noon. Han Feng returned to the shelter with his 2 spirit pets. After a quick lunch, when they were about to enter the thatched hut, the pea shooter suddenly spoke up. Brother, I found something. Explain. Han Feng looked up at the pea shooter. The pea shooter chuckled and said, Lu Chushuang is taking a bath. Han Feng's eyes flickered and he asked curiously, where did they get the fresh water? In the morning, Zhao Yunxi had just taken a shower. At noon, it was Lu Chushuang's turn again. Is there fresh water inexhaustible? Peas hoter, Zhao Yunxi waved her hand and a huge water ball appeared in front of her. The bath water came from this water ball. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Creating a water ball out of thin air must be a result of using one's talent. So, Zhao Yunxi has 2 talents? However, the last time she used the penetration talent to observe, it was clear that Zhao Yunxi only had a lightning talent. Where does this water polo talent come from? After thinking about it, Han Feng quickly understood. Zhao Yunxi must have used the water polo talent book to gain the new talent. Zhao Yunxi was so lucky to have 2 talents in one person. He was even a little jealous. Brother, Lu Chushuang is about to get into the bathtub. It will be too late if you don't check it now. The pea shooter gave a reminder. Han Feng recovered and said, turn on early and sharing. The next moment, my mind was shaken. Then, a snow-white carcass appeared in my mind. After just one look, Han Feng's mouth trembled. It's actually a white tiger. At this moment, the picture in my mind suddenly became blurry and then disappeared. Little P, what's going on? Han Feng asked in a muffled voice. I was enjoying watching it, and then it was cut off. Who can bear this? The pea shooter was a little embarrassed. My mental reserve is too low. I can't sustain it for too long. You failed at the critical moment. Han Feng complained and walked into the thatched hut depressed. Then he took out 3 black iron treasure chests and placed them on the ground. Confess, and we'll give you leniency. Resist, and we'll give you severity. I won't waste my time on you. Tell the truth about what you 3 have been pretending to be. Otherwise, I'll definitely punish you severely. Han Feng said viciously. The first black iron treasure chest. Wow, you're pretty crazy, huh? The second black iron treasure chest. Are you teaching us how to do things? What qualifications do you have? The third black iron treasure chest. The sky is clear. The rain has stopped. Do you feel you can do it again? Han Feng's eyes darkened. Little shovel, increase your strength. The engineer's shovel brewed for a while and sang with deep emotion. That disgusting song keeps destroying the soul. After only holding on for less than a second, the 3 treasure chests could no longer hold on. Human, we were wrong. Please forgive us. You're such a bitch. Han Feng spat and glared. Speak. The first dark iron chest, an egg. The second black iron treasure chest, a duck egg. The third black iron treasure chest, a goose egg. 3 eggs. Han Feng was very disappointed. He sighed and opened the 3 treasure chests. The moment they opened it, I suddenly discovered that the 3 eggs seemed to be moving. Is it about to hatch? If that's the case, that would be great. After they grow up, we can eat chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. Chapter 153. Machete promoted to level 6. Han Feng carefully held the 3 eggs and walked in front of the blue electric mouse. Little mouse, get out of the way. Brother, what do you mean? The blue electric mouse looked confused. Can I borrow your straw nest for a moment to hatch the eggs? Han Feng said lightly. What about me? Where do I sleep? The blue electric mouse said dissatisfiedly. I'll get some thatch this afternoon and ask little thatch house to make a new one for you. Han Feng said casually. All right. The blue electric mouse reluctantly left the straw bench. Han Feng picked up the straw stool and said to the thatch cottage, Little thatch cottage, swallow this straw stool and make a bird's nest. The thatch hut opened its mouth and swallowed the straw stool. A minute later, an exquisite bird's nest was spit out. Han Feng placed the bird's nest in the corner, then put 3 eggs in it, and then turned to the 2 pets. Neither of you are allowed to steal food. Do you hear me? These 2 guys are pure foodies, and I would feel uneasy if I didn't warn them. Yes, the 2 spirit pets said in unison. Han Feng then lay down on the grass bed and opened a regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, this is so scary. I almost peed myself just now. Peng Yu, what happened? Jiang Feng said with lingering fear. Just now, a sea monster tens of meters in size appeared on the island where I was. That guy sprayed out a column of water, forming waves tens of meters high, which directly swept my 2 companions into the sea. Wudahai, what about your 2 companions? Jiang Feng, no body left. Su Damao, holy that. Is it that scary? Li Pangbang, what kind of sea monster is that? Jiang Feng, I was so scared at the time that I just took a look and ran away. I had no idea what it was. Lu Tai, you are too cowardly. What if you look at it a few more times? Can that sea monster eat you? Jiang Feng, stop pretending. You haven't seen how terrifying that sea monster is. If it were you, you would run faster than me. Lu Tai, haha. Yang Mi, that is a level 15 sea monster. We really can't deal with it at this stage. Su Lin, Sister Mi, how did you know? Yang Mi, this morning, a sea monster also appeared near our island. I have a pair of glasses that can see through the level of monsters, and I observed it through these glasses. Zhang Sheng. So, the sea monsters didn't appear by chance, but there's one near every island? Will attack us? Chen Chang, it's so scary. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home to see my mom. Yang Shuyang, young man, let's face it, none of us can go back. Zhao Yunxi. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. After all, it's a sea monster and can only move in the sea. As long as we don't go into the sea, there shouldn't be any danger. Yang Mi, I agree with what Zhao Yunxi said. Jiang De Peo, forget about going into the sea. I don't even go to the beach. Jiang Feng, I survived thanks to luck. I will never go to the beach again. Seeing this, Han Feng closed the chat group. At this moment, the private message icon suddenly lit up. When Han Feng saw that the person sending the private message was Di Lieba, he quickly clicked it. Doraba Dilmarat, I heard that you acquired metals? Han Feng, yes. Doraba Dilmarat, what do you buy metals for? Han Feng, ask what you should ask, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Doraba Dilmarat, I'm talking to you nicely. Why are you always so prickly? Han Feng, if I ask you something you don't want to answer, can you talk to me in a nice tone? Doraba Dilmarat, of course I can, just ask. Han Feng, when did you get your period? Doraba Dilmarat, how should she answer such an embarrassing question? Can't you just ask something normal? Han Feng, if I ask you this kind of question, can you still talk to me nicely? Doraba Dilmarat, shameless. Han Feng laughed. Same with you. Doraba Dilmarat, I am not your kind of person. Han Feng changed the subject. Tell me, what do you want from me? Doraba Dilmarat, I have 2 steel ingots in my hand, and I plan to exchange them for your inflatable doll. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Steel ingots are also metals, and their quality is definitely better than that of iron ingots. It's not impossible to use it to trade inflatable dolls. The key is to look at the weight. If you only weigh a dozen or 20 pounds, you can't exchange it for an inflatable doll. Han Feng asked, how heavy are your 2 steel ingots? Dilraba Dilmurat. The big one weighs about 100 kilograms and the small one weighs 20 kilograms. Han Feng was a little excited. Are you serious? More than 100 kilograms of steel ingots are enough to help the machete upgrade to several levels. In terms of value, it is even worth more than 10 black iron treasure chests. This deal is very worthwhile. Dilraba Dilmurat. I never lie. Han Feng, success. I have done several transactions with Dilraba Dilmurat before. Her character is still worthy of recognition. Later, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Dilraba looked at the lifelike, inflatable doll in front of her, which was almost exactly like her. She couldn't help but show a trace of lingering fear on her face. She smacked her lips and said, fortunately it didn't spread out, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Han Feng took the 2 steel ingots and weighed them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Dilraba did not lie to him. The weight of these 2 steel ingots together definitely exceeded 120 kilograms. So, how to allocate it next? Han Feng thought about it and decided to help Machete upgrade first. The Machete is currently only level 2, but its attack power is quite good. If I could be promoted 2 or 3 levels, it would be of greater help to me. Machete, open your mouth. Han Feng reminded. Machete opened his mouth in excitement. Han Feng then threw the large steel ingot into the mouth of the machete. Crunch, crunch. Machete chewed it with relish. The engineer's shovel and frying pan made him drool. After the machete finished eating, Han Feng quickly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, machete. Level 6. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 40 plus 90. Defense, 20 plus 60. Mental power, 10 plus 60. Talent, breaking edge. Level 6. Han Feng was inexplicably excited. The machete swallowed a steel ingot and was promoted 4 levels in one fell swoop, which was really unexpected. Brother, who will eat the remaining steel ingot? The pan made a tentative sound. Han Feng turned his head and looked at the frying pan. You want to eat? Pan, yeah. Han Feng said calmly. I can give it to you, but you must upgrade for me, otherwise I will beat you to death. Pan trembled. Brother, I don't want to eat anymore. If you don't upgrade, you'll be abused. It doesn't dare to eat it. You have to eat even if you don't want to. Han Feng's eyes widened. Open your mouth. The frying pan opened its mouth helplessly. Han Feng then stuffed the steel ingot into his mouth. I chewed the pan slowly, eating with trepidation. What the hell? Eat quickly. Han Feng ruwarid. Chapter stop in 54, frying pan awakens talent. The frying pan was startled and suddenly increased its swallowing speed. In just a few seconds, the steel ingot was completely devoured. Han Feng took a deep breath and activated his insight talent to observe. Target, frying pan. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 10 plus 20. Defense, 10 plus 20. Mental power, 10 plus 20. Talent, possessed by an iron pot. What the hell? Han Feng was stunned. Not only did the frying pan advance 2 levels, but it also awakened a talent? What function does this talent have? At this moment, Pan laughed heartily. I've been promoted to level 3. I'm so awesome. Dude, keep a low profile. It's just level 3, nothing to brag about. Machete said earnestly. The frying pan was very proud. I am a level 3 frying pan. Is there a second one like me in the world? That's about enough. Han Feng rolled his eyes and asked, Xiao Taigua, what is your talent for? Frying pan. It can be integrated into your body and transformed into a piece of armor hidden in your skin, increasing your defense by 50. Iron pot armor? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked, what does it mean to increase defense by 50? Frying pan. Based on your original defense, increase your defense by 50. After figuring out the reason, Han Feng nodded slightly. You are still useful. You didn't let me down. Being recognized by Big Brother is the greatest honor of my life. The pan gave a flattering pat. You're really good at licking. The machete and the engineer shovel sneered. Han Feng smiled slightly, then lay down on the bed to rest. After resting for an hour, Han Feng left the shelter with his 2 spirit pets. There was nothing else to do in the afternoon, so I cut the thatch. After working for a whole afternoon, We cut more than 200 kilograms of thatch and almost cleared the entire east side of the island. In addition, while cutting the thatch, I also caught 50 grasshoppers and gained 50 experience points. As the sky gradually darkened, Han Feng returned to the shelter with his 2 spirit pets. The moment the fence gate was opened, a black iron treasure chest appeared in front of him. A black iron treasure chest would drop at about the same time every day, and Han Feng was no longer surprised. After putting away the treasure chest, Han Feng came close to Mo Cao Wu and whispered, "Little Cao Wu, open your mouth." The thatch opened its mouth excitedly. Han Feng stuffed the collected straw into the mouth of the thatched hut one bundle after another. Wait until you finish eating in the thatched hut and immediately activate your insight talent to observe. Target, thatched hut. Level 4. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15 plus 45. Mental strength, 20 plus 20. Talents, manufacturing, changing form. Very good. Seeing that the thatched hut had been upgraded to level 4, Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. Brother, it's getting dark, let's cook. The blue electric mouse warned. Okowo. Han Feng was about to start cooking when the pea shooter spoke again. Brother, here's your chance. What do you want to say? Han Feng was slightly stunned. The pea shooter said jokingly, Don't you want to see those 3 women taking a bath? Yu Lingshan is taking off her clothes. Brother, do you like to spy on women taking baths? The 7-star rat and the blue electric rat had strange looks in their eyes. Han Feng coughed awkwardly. Don't listen to Little Pea's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I don't even like to spy on others. Pea shooter. Brother, it will be too late if you don't look at it now. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and said, Turn on early in sharing. The blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse were stunned when they heard this. You just said you don't like peeping, but you change your mind in the blink of an eye? Isn't this changing too fast? Can't you be more sincere? Do you have to be so hypocritical? Pea shooter immediately started sharing. Han Feng's mind shook, and a picture slowly emerged. In a thatched hut, Yu Lingshan was seen standing naked in front of a wooden barrel. Due to the dim light, the image quality is blurry and many subtle details are not clear. But overall, I browsed through the content that I should and shouldn't watch. I have to say, Yu Lingshan's figure is really nice. Little P, put away your talent. Han Feng gave an order. The next moment, the picture in my mind disappeared. The 7-star rat and the blue electric rat looked at Han Feng with contempt. What do you two mean? Han Feng was slightly stunned. The blue electric mouse said bluntly, Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't peek? Han Feng said righteously, What I did was called peeping. I was watching openly. Blue electric mouse. 7-star rat. Is peeping the same as looking openly? They are impressed by the way shamelessness is described in such a fresh and refined way. Han Feng ignored him and started cooking. I picked up 2 fish at the beach before, and it's time to taste them. The fish was too big to be eaten in one go. Han Feng cut off a piece with a machete, put it in a frying pan, added a little salt, and started cooking. Fresh ingredients, no need for fancy cooking methods. They taste delicious no matter how you cook them. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the fish was cooked and exuded a rich fish aroma. The blue electric mouse drooled greedily. Brother, let's eat. When Han Feng was about to divide the fish, 2 black shadows suddenly passed through the air. The next moment, 2 large parrots fell from the sky and landed in the shelter. It was Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, You 2 came here by smell, right? Xiaoqiang chuckled. We 2 were passing by here, so we came to see you. Yeah. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. You've finished looking, you can leave now. Xiaoqiang. Xiaoli. They're friends after all. Why don't you invite them to have a meal? So ruthless? What are you 2 standing there for? Why don't you leave? The blue electric mouse urged. These 2 parrots are clearly coming for the fish in the pan. We must not let them succeed. We 2 want to reminisce with Han Feng. What does it have to do with you? Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes. The blue electric mouse said contemptuously, As soon as you stick your butt out, I know what you are doing. Are you here to reminisce with Big Brother? You obviously just want to eat fish. The fish belongs to Han Feng, not you. You don't have the final say. Xiaoqiang snorted. Brother, we can't let these 2 guys get away with it for nothing. The 7-star rat yelled. Han Feng pinched his chin and said meaningfully, If you don't pay anything, it's probably not a good idea to eat for free. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli reacted immediately. Han Feng's meaning was very clear. He definitely wanted them to poop, and not just once. Xiaoqiang, what do you mean? Xiaoli asked. Xiaoqiang hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind. I'll poop. It's better than going hungry. That's what I thought. Xiaoli nodded and then turned to Han Feng. Let's poop in exchange for fish. Chapter 155. Tomorrow, I will tell the sun that you peeked at me taking a bath. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and held up 2 fingers. You two should each take a dump. Make a deal. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli didn't hesitate at all. They have even taken 5 piles of shit, so 2 piles of shit is no problem at all and is well within their tolerance range. Han Feng then began to distribute the food. After eating, the 2 parrots consciously went into the toilet and took turns to poop. Han Feng entered the thatched hut and took out the black iron treasure chest. He took a closer look and asked, "Little treasure chest, what do you have in there?" This black iron treasure chest is more tactful. It contains a bottle of Coke. Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest, and a 500 milliliters bottle of Coke appeared in front of him. Come to think of it, he hasn't had Coke for a long time and still misses it a little. So he opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Well, it still tastes the same as before. Later, Han Feng opened the regional channel chat group and watched while drinking Coke. Jiang Feng, brothers, have you all read the Tiandao announcement? Bing Yu, no? What did the Tiandao announcement say? Jiang Feng, starting tomorrow, a new disaster will befall us. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Wu Dahai, we haven't even settled down for 2 days and a new disaster is about to happen. Is there any hope for our survival? Lu Tai, heaven's way is so cruel. Su Lin, what kind of disaster is happening this time? Jiang Feng, heaven doesn't say. Chen Chong, brothers, I'm a little panicked. Li Pang Pang, when the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. There is no need to panic. Chen Chong, you've already reached level 6 and you have the talent of an Iron Man, so you don't have to panic. But what about us? Most of us are only level 3. Li Pang Pang, you are weak, so you are right? Who told you to be so useless? Chen Chong, you were just lucky enough to have picked up a talent book and awaken your Iron Man talent. Otherwise, you are worse than us, so don't try to make a name for yourself here. Li Pang Pang, how dare you speak to the strongest person in District 10086 in such a tone? Who gave you the courage? Chen Chong, then I won't say anything. Gulanaza, just a friendly reminder, you are not the strongest in District 10086. In front of Dilraba Marat, you are just a younger brother. Fatly, haha. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. Just then, the private message icon lit up. The one who sent the private message was Zhao Yunxi. Han Feng, do you want bathwater? Han Feng, you wouldn't give it to me for no reason, right? Zhao Yunxi, trade your talent for weaving straw sandals with me. Han Feng, you want to exchange a talent book for a little bathwater? What are you thinking? Zhao Yunxi, not just one thing. Whenever you want to take a bath in the future, you can contact me. There is unlimited supply of bathwater. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, deal. It is quite worthwhile to exchange a useless talent book for the opportunity to take a bath every day. Zhao Yunxi, can you give me the talent book now? Han Feng, okay, but I want to take a bath now. You have to give me some bathwater. Zhao Yunxi reminded, bathwater is not drinkable. Please be careful. Han Feng got it. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng gave away his talent for weaving straw sandals and got 15 kilograms of bathwater in return. Since there was no bathtub, the bathwater could only be poured into the turtle shell. Then he took off his clothes and entered the turtle shell. To his surprise, the bathwater was warm, neither too hot nor too cold, just right for a bath. Could it be that Zhao Yunxi can also control the temperature of the bathwater? Han Feng didn't think too much and simply washed the stains off his body. Just at this moment, a ray of moonlight shone on Han Feng through the window. Ah! Then, the moon's scream rang in my ears. Fuck! Han Feng was startled. Han Feng, you are so shameless. What are you doing so late at night? The moon said angrily. Han Feng was also speechless. Sister, I'm taking a shower. The moon snorted. Since you're taking a shower, why don't you close the window? Who knew you could peek? Han Feng secretly complained and asked tentatively. You didn't see anything just now? No, I didn't see anything. The moon hesitated. Han Feng changed the subject. What do you want from me? The moon chuckled. Weren't you punished by a squirrel? Are you healed? Han Feng's face darkened. Are you here to laugh at me? How could I laugh at you? Ha ha ha. The moon couldn't help but laugh. Han Feng, laugh in front of others? Do you have any quality left? Is this something a human would do? Han Feng coughed lightly and asked about the business. I heard that Miwu will take over your job tomorrow. This girl is very naughty and may play tricks on us survivors. What methods does she have? Why should I tell you? The moon snorted. Han Feng said calmly, you don't have to tell me, but I'll have to find a few people to help me with the matter of you peeping at me while I was taking a bath. Don't, I said. The moon panicked. Chapter 156 Sister Misty is here. Then hurry up and tell me. Han Feng urged. The moon said slowly. The mist has a very special spiritual power talent. It can sneak into your dreams and create all kinds of horrific scenes in your dreams, and then torture you. Nightmare, Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, and then said, in this case, if you want to avoid torture, the best way is to stop sleeping. Moon, you underestimate the mist. She has more tricks than this. She can also transform into various forms, such as monsters and ghosts, and make various screams to scare you. Even if she doesn't sleep, she still has ways to torture you. This woman is a bit vicious. Han Feng frowned and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, we survivors have no grudges against the mist. Why would she torture us? The moon chuckled. It is Misty's nature to torture people. It is ingrained in her bones and cannot be changed. Just like you are mean, shameless, and vulgar. This is innate. Han Feng opened his mouth and said, you may have some misunderstandings about me. I am actually an upright person. Moon, huh? Han Feng's eyes darkened. If you have this attitude, then I will have to have a good discussion with Tai Yang about you peeking at me taking a bath. The corners of Yue Yang's mouth trembled. I was just joking with you. I don't like this kind of joke. Please restrain yourself in the future. Han Feng snorted and then asked, how many members are there in your organization? Moon, in addition to me, the sun, dark clouds, and fog, there are more than a dozen members including Uncle Gale, Sister Snowflake, Sister Hail, Grandpa Thunder, and Brother Sandstorm. So much. Han Feng smacked his lips and asked curiously, you go to work every day. Who pays you? Moon, didn't I tell you last time? You are not qualified to discuss such a profound topic now. Han Feng was not angry either. He just laughed and said, then let's discuss something else. Moon, I'm going to work, that's all. Dude will figure it out sooner or later. Han Feng muttered something and continued to take a shower. After washing, I looked down and saw that the water in the turtle shell was turbid and black. How much dust did this have to wash off? About half a pound, right? It looks like I'll have to take a bath every day from now on. Han Feng muttered something and laid down happily on the straw bed. Maybe it was because of the bath. My whole body felt relaxed. I fell asleep in bed after lying for a while. I don't know how long it had been, but Han Feng vaguely heard a strange laugh coming from outside and woke up suddenly. Brother, what's wrong with you? The engineer's shovel asked curiously. Han Feng frowned slightly. Did you hear any noise outside? Engineer's shovel. It was howling like some terrible creature hiding outside. I was scared to death. Han Feng thought about it and quickly figured out the reason. It must be the fog. Thinking of this, Han Feng pushed open the door. I saw a thin layer of gray fog floating outside the house, with extremely low visibility, giving a very strange feeling. Suddenly, the thick fog in front of him began to wriggle, and after condensing, it turned into a huge skull, which looked hideous and terrifying, with a howling sound coming from its mouth. Oh my God! The pea shooter screamed in fear. The four-corn plants were also trembling. The scene before them was so horrifying that they were almost frightened to death. Han Feng had a calm expression on his face, staring at the skull in front of him. The skull in front of you is just an illusion. It can only scare people, but has no actual harm. Human, you're not afraid at all? The skull let out a woman's soft sound. Han Feng rubbed his nose and chuckled. Sister Misty, you may scare others, but it's useless to me. I advise you not to waste your time on me. Misty was surprised. How do you know my identity? Han Feng curled his lips and said, I have a good relationship with Brother Yang, Sister Yue Yang, and Brother Wu, so I naturally listened to what they said. So that's what happened. Misty muttered, we are friends now. Please give me some face and stop hanging around in my shelter. Let's change our target. Han Feng said calmly. Misty snorted. Who is your friend? Do you have the qualifications? And I'm giving you face? Do you deserve it? Okay, do whatever you want. Han Feng shrugged, looking indifferent, and walked straight to the toilet. Human, don't be complacent. Although I can't do anything to you now, I will torture you severely at night. Misty said viciously. Han Feng stopped, his eyes flashing with sharpness, and said disdainfully, I advise you not to have this idea, otherwise I will definitely give you a hard time. The mist's most powerful weapon is to torture others through nightmares. However, he was protected by an oil lamp. Don't worry about that at all. It is nothing but a pipe dream for the fog to control him. Human, you have succeeded in irritating me. See you tonight. Misty chuckled. Just come on. Han Feng curled his lips. Just wait for me. The mist seemed to be irritated, and its voice was unusually cold. I'm going to take a shit. Do you want to stay here and watch? Han Feng chuckled. With a bang, the skull floating in the shelter disappeared. At the same time, the fog floating around became thinner. After using the toilet, Han Feng pulled up his pants and walked out. 4 stalks of corn rushed into the toilet at high speed. The pea shooter came up to Han Feng and said, "Brother, you are not afraid of the skull at all? So brave." Han Feng said disdainfully, "That thing is an illusion. It can only scare those who are weak-minded and timid. Look at how cowardly you are. I feel ashamed for you." The pea shooter lowered his head in shame. Han Feng said no more and started preparing breakfast. After dinner, they began to wait for Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 to arrive. But no matter how long we waited, there was no sign of them. Han Feng was a little puzzled. Every morning, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 would come to poop on time. What happened today? Could it be that he was frightened by the fog? Don't dare to go out? Isn't this too cowardly? Afterwards, Han Feng opened the game panel and sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. "What's wrong with you 3? Why don't you come to the bathroom?" Zhao Yunxi. "There is fog all around, and there are terrible creatures hiding in it. Who dares to go out?" Han Feng laughed dumbly. "Those things are fake, an illusion to scare people. You 3 are all level 4 players. Are you still afraid of this?" Zhao Yunxi. "Who told you it was an illusion? When Lu Chushuang went out just now, she was attacked. If she hadn't been agile, she would have been injured." Chapter 157. Monsters Hidden in the Mist. Han Feng was stunned. "Are you serious? Doesn't fog only create illusions? How can it still attack survivors? Could it be that there are other creatures hidden in the fog? Then you have to be careful." "Zhao Yunxi, why would I lie to you?" Han Feng pondered for a moment and said, "How powerful is the thing that attacked Lu Chushuang?" Zhao Yunxi. "His strength is not particularly strong, but he can hide in the fog and launch a sneak attack, making it hard to defend against." Han Feng, "You'd better not leave the shelter." Han Feng, "Will we be safe if we stay in the shelter?" Zhao Yunxi, "I'm not sure about the specific situation, but since we stayed in the shelter, that thing never attacked us again." Han Feng, "Are you guys going to come to my shelter to use the toilet today?" Zhao Yunxi, "It's so dangerous outside, I definitely can't go out." Han Feng, "Can you hold it in without going to the toilet?" Zhao Yunxi, "You won't die if you hold it in for a day." Han Feng, "What if the fog hasn't dissipated by tomorrow? We learned from the sun that confusion will last for several days. You can't just not poop all the time, right?" Zhao Yunxi, "Let's talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow." Han Feng didn't ask any more questions, closed the private message, and then opened a regional channel chat group. "Wuda hi. Holy crap. Brothers, is there any fog on your island?" Jiang Feng, "There's fog everywhere, and it seems that there are some terrible creatures hidden in it, with ghosts howling and wolves howling. It's scary." Suda Mao, "I didn't know this happened on your island, but I thought it was just me. Now I feel more at ease." Li Pang Pang, "Everyone, please do not leave the shelter. It's too dangerous outside." Doraba, "It's not as weird as you say, is it? Although there are ghosts and wolves howling outside, they haven't attacked us. I guess it's an illusion." Fatly, "That's because you have never been out. I just went out and almost got into trouble." Yangmi, "Have you ever been attacked?" Li Pang Pang said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I turned on the Iron Man state. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous." Yang Shuyang, "Is this true? This is too scary, isn't it?" Lu Chushuang, "Li Pang Pang is right. I've been attacked before." Peng Yu, "What was the thing that attacked you? Was it a wild beast?" Lu Chushuang, "I didn't pay much attention." Li Pang Pang, "I didn't see it clearly. After the sneak attack, the guy ran away directly." Chun Chong, "So, we can't even use the toilet? What about peeing? We can't just do it in a thatched hut, right?" Jiang DePeo, "Won't you stand at the door and yell?" Chun Chong, "What about pooping?" Jiang DePeo, "Stick your butt out." Everyone, "Shit at the door with your butt sticking up?" It's a good thing that Jiang DePeo could think of this. Fatly, "Actually, you don't need to worry about this. As long as you don't leave the shelter, the hidden creatures will not attack you, and you won't have any trouble defecating or peeing." Chun Chong, "That makes me feel relieved." Zhang Sheng, "When do you think the fog will dissipate?" Jiang Feng, "That's hard to say. It could be 1 or 2 hours, or it could be 3 to 5 days. Zhang Linlin. If this really goes on for such a long time and we can't go out to look for food, won't we starve to death? Upon hearing this, the entire chat group fell silent. In the group, except for a few people who stored a lot of food, everyone else did not have much food and could only last for a day or two at most. If the fog cannot dissipate in a short period of time, the problem will become serious. Han Feng's eyes flickered. The appearance of fog caused considerable trouble to other survivors, but it actually didn't have much impact on him. In addition, a large amount of food is stored in the space bag. You could take this opportunity to trade. Maybe you can get a lot of good stuff in return. After staying in the chat room for a while, Han Feng closed it and shouted to the people around him, "Sister Misty, why are you calling me? Are you scared? Are you going to beg for mercy?" The voice of Misty echoed in my ears. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "You think too much. I don't care about people like you at all. I just want to ask you one thing." Misty snorted. "Why should I tell you?" Han Feng's lips curled up with a cunning look. "How about this? I'll make a deal with you." "What deal?" Misty became interested. Han Feng said calmly, "I will tell you a secret about the sun, and you answer my question." Misty hesitated for a moment and said, "Is your secret valuable?" Han Feng said seriously, "This news is very explosive. I guarantee you with the life of the sun that you will definitely be interested." "Yeah," Misty muttered. "Then why don't you tell me about it?" Han Feng chuckled and said, "You have to answer my question first, then I can tell you. I have never had any contact with Miwu before, so I don't know her character. What if she doesn't keep her promise?" Misty asked dissatisfiedly. "Why didn't you say it first?" Han Feng said bluntly, "Because I'm afraid you'll lie to me." Misty said disdainfully, "I was afraid you would lie to me. My character is guaranteed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Moon. I never lie." Han Feng said with a solemn vow. Misty chuckled, "My character is also guaranteed. You can also ask someone about it." Han Feng sighed and said, "My news is really explosive. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, forget it. I have to say that this is a very regrettable thing." Misty couldn't resist her curiosity after all, and said, "I agree. What do you want to ask?" Han Feng said quickly, "Are there other creatures hidden on the island?" "Misty, there are 5 mist spirit beasts." "What is a mist beast?" Han Feng asked doubtfully. "Misty, to put it simply, the spirit pearl absorbed the mist, generated intelligence, and evolved into a monster." Han Feng suddenly became excited. "Can I understand it this way? As long as I kill the mist spirit beast, I can get the spirit pearl?" "Misty, you understand it well, but if you want to hunt the misty beast, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do it. My brother is very capable, so you don't have to worry about this." Han Feng chuckled, his mind full of thoughts about the fog spirit beast. "As long as you kill all 5 fog spirit beasts, you can harvest 5 spirit beads. Spirit beads are essential for upgrading the pea shooter. With these 5 spirit beads, the pea shooter can be promoted to level 6 in one fell swoop. If you're lucky, maybe there will be a mutation." "You're really good at bragging." Misty snorted disdainfully, then reminded, "I have already answered your question. Can you tell me the secret of the sun?" Han Feng coughed lightly and pretended to be serious. "How can I explain this news? It's too explosive. You have to keep it secret and can't tell anyone else." "I will never tell anyone else," Misty assured. Chapter 158, Hunting a Mist Spirit Beast. Han Feng lowered his voice and said, "The sun is a pervert. He loves to peek at other people taking a bath. Just a few days ago, he peeked at Weiyun taking a bath. The day before yesterday, I was poked in the butt by a 7-star rat. The guy named Sun mocked him mercilessly and spread the word about him everywhere. With his personality, of course he couldn't tolerate it. This is a good opportunity to retaliate. There is no cost to spreading rumors anyway. Once this news gets out, it will definitely cause a big uproar in their circle. Even if Ren Taiyong had 3 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. This guy must have been depressed. No matter who fights him, he will pay a heavy price." Misty was stunned. This news is indeed explosive. How could the usually gentle Sun be a pervert? The disguise is too good, isn't it? Is this really the case? Misty asked tentatively. "Do you have any evidence? How can I know whether what you said is true or false?" Han Feng said calmly. "Where can I find evidence for this kind of thing?" Misty, "Then what makes you say that the sun peeked through the clouds to take a bath?" Han Feng had already thought of his words and said calmly, "Last time when I was chatting with Sun, this guy told me that Weiyun's is very small." Vomit. Misty retched. "How disgusting. How perverted. I must expose the evil deeds of Taiyang. Let everyone spit on him. Han Feng smiled with a hint of success, and then said, let's end this topic. Let's discuss the mist spirit beasts. What level of monsters are they? What kind of attack methods do they use? Do they have any talents? Misty, why should I tell you? Han Feng opened his mouth and said, didn't we just discuss this? Misty, just now is just now, and now is now. If you want to know, exchange it for more information. Han Feng sighed, no more. What secrets does he have? It's pure fabrication. Forget it if there's nothing. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to go and torture people. Misty chuckled. Han Feng stood there and pondered for a moment, then entered the thatched hut, opened the space ring, took out the Superman underwear, and put it on. Then he picked up the frying pan. Little iron pan, use your talent to increase my defense. The next step is to prepare to go out and hunt the fog spirit beast. Since we don't know the exact strength of the mist spirit beast, we must be prepared. The frying pan suddenly burst into a crystal light and turned into a pool of molten iron, which spread along Han Feng's arm and quickly flowed all over his body, sinking into his skin. Little mouse, take care of the house. Han Feng gave some instructions and walked out, machete in hand. Because we don't know where the mist spirit beast is hiding, we can only search aimlessly. But unfortunately, after searching for half an hour, nothing was found. This is a bit depressing. However, Han Feng will not give up. There are 5 fog spirit beasts in total. No matter how bad your luck is, you can't not meet any of them, right? Later, Han Feng continued searching. I don't know how long I searched, but before I knew it, I arrived under the walnut tree on the east side of the island. Han Feng took a glance and asked, Little Walnut, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a very strange creature? Walnut tree. Yes. Han Feng's expression changed. Where is it? Walnut tree. There's one right behind you. What? Han Feng was startled and turned around quickly. Just as he turned around, a humanoid creature formed by mist appeared in front of him. It has no facial features and looks like a tightly wrapped mummy, giving people a very scary feeling. This creature must be the fog spirit beast without a doubt. Before Han Feng could react, the mist spirit beast suddenly kicked him hard in the crotch. What the hell? The corner of Han Feng's mouth trembled. No one expected that the mist spirit beast would be so insidious and go straight for the vital points with its first attack. This is intended to make him have no descendants. However, thanks to wearing Superman underwear, his defense was greatly enhanced. Otherwise, the consequences of getting kicked like this would be disastrous. The fog spirit beast let out a light exclamation. Why didn't Chu Feng react at all after suffering such a fatal blow? Could be a eunuch? Fuck your grandma. Han Feng was furious. He grabbed the machete and slashed in the air, aiming directly at the mist spirit beast. The fog spirit beast was startled and retreated quickly. Swish! The sharp blade slashed across the chest of the mist spirit beast, leaving a long gash on it. The fog spirit beast screamed and disappeared into the fog behind it. Han Feng was so murderous that he couldn't let the mist spirit beast escape. He chased after it with a machete in hand. However, there was fog all around and the vision was severely obstructed. In addition, the fog spirit beast can almost blend into the surrounding environment. After chasing for a while, the fog spirit beast was lost. Grass. Han Feng kushied unwillingly. Brother, look at the ground. Machete suddenly gave a reminder. Han Feng lowered his head and saw some green liquid remaining on the ground, emitting a faint light and extending into the distance. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something. Just now, he chopped the mist spirit beast with a knife, leaving a gash on its chest. If nothing unexpected happens, the green liquid must have flowed out from the gap. As long as we search along the green liquid, we will definitely find the injured fog spirit beast. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of coldness, and then chased after him. After walking about 100 meters, the injured fog spirit beast appeared in sight. At this moment, he was lying in the grass, groaning in pain. Can you escape from my grasp? Han Feng stepped forward. Seeing Han Feng coming to kill it, the mist spirit beast was terrified. It endured the pain, stood up and fled. But before he could take a few steps, he suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body, and he could not move at all. At this moment, he was being restrained and confined by Han Feng's space. Bang! Han Feng stomped the ground hard, rushed to the side of the mist spirit beast like a tiger, raised his machete, and chopped it down fiercely. With a click, The neck of the mist spirit beast was broken, and its head was separated from its body and fell to the ground. The headless corpse twitched, then fell straight down next to the head. At this moment, a starry sky suddenly bloomed in front of me. The next moment, the body of the fog spirit beast disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a crystal clear bead emerged. Feng was very excited and grabbed in his hand. When he was about to put it into the space bag, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind his head. Someone attacked me? Feng's eyelids twitched, and he reacted quickly, rolling on the ground. Chapter 159, You have a nice figure, quite attractive. Even though Feng's reaction was quick, he still suffered a heavy blow on the back of his head. Fortunately, its own defense is strong enough, and it is fused with the frying pan, which increases the defense strength. This blow only made him feel a little dizzy and did not cause any serious trauma. After a moment of trance, Feng stood up and looked back. What he saw was a fog spirit beast standing behind him. Compared with the first fog spirit beast, the one in front of him was much more powerful. Moreover, the face has 5 facial features. At this moment, he was holding a thick branch and staring at him with a cruel smile on his lips. You just attacked me? There was a fierce look in Feng's eyes. It is indeed me. The mist spirit beast grinned, but you reacted very quickly, and your defense is very strong, which is a bit beyond my expectations. Not only do I have quick reflexes and strong defense, I'm also very ferocious. Feng's eyes darkened, and he rushed forward madly. When he got close, he swung the machete and attacked fiercely. The fog spirit beast was not afraid at all. It grabbed the branch and smashed it down in the air. Snap! The two collided with each other in an instant, and only a crisp breaking sound was heard. The thick branch was split in half. The machete did not stop, drew an arc in the air, and hit the shoulder of the fog spirit beast heavily. This blow of the sword almost cut off half of the mist spirit beast's arm. The fog spirit beast let out a shrill scream and fell to its knees with a thud. Feng pulled out a machete and placed it on the neck of the mist spirit beast. As long as he wanted, he could take the life of the mist spirit beast at any time. Don't kill me. The fog spirit beast panicked. I can choose not to kill you, but I have a small request. Feng smiled playfully. You say. The fog spirit beast was terrified. Where are your brothers and sisters? If you help me find them, I may consider sparing your life. Feng said coldly. Regardless of whether he could find other fog spirit beasts, he would never let this one go, because he just said he would think about it. He did not agree to let the fog spirit beast go. This is not considered breaking a promise. You want me to sell them? The fog spirit beast seemed to be angry and stared at Feng. What choices do you have? Feng snorted. The mist spirit beast hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli's voices suddenly came from a distance. Feng, help. Feng turned his head and saw a slender, long-haired, and beautiful female fog spirit beast walking towards them, pinching Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli's necks. When it was 5 meters away from Feng, the female mist spirit beast stopped and looked at Feng intently, with a wicked look on her lips. Human, you don't want your friends to get hurt, do you? Are you threatening me? Feng narrowed his eyes. You could think so. The female fog spirit beast raised her eyebrows slightly and showed an attitude as if she had Feng in her grasp. Human, let me go quickly, or you will kill these 2 parrots. The tall fog beast roared. No one in this world can threaten me. There was a sharp gleam in Feng's eyes, and he grasped the machete and slashed hard. Snap! The head of the tall fog beast separated from its body, with a burst of starlight blooming. A large spirit bead appeared in front of him. Feng picked it up openly in front of the female fog spirit beast and put it into the space cloth bag. The female mist spirit beast was stunned for a moment and then suddenly became furious. Human, you dare to kill it. Do you know what serious consequences there will be? The consequence is that you killed these 2 parrots. Feng said calmly. The female mist spirit beast was slightly startled. Aren't they your friends? Aren't you worried about their safety at all? Feng smiled faintly. It's true that they are my friends, but from what I know about them, they won't let me be threatened for their own safety. Xiaoqiang. Xiaoli. That's not what they think. They want to live. Feng glanced at the 2 parrots and said comfortingly, I will definitely kill her to bury with you. Don't have any regrets. Just go with peace of mind. In addition, I will build a tomb for you and come to pay tribute to you every year at this time. This will prove that your death is valuable. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli were silent. Just abandoned like that? No friendship at all? Okay, I shit on Han Feng 20 times in total. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. How could Han Feng treat them like this? Human, you are too cruel. The corner of the female fog spirit beast's mouth trembled. He doesn't even care about the life and death of his friends. Does this human being before me still have any humanity left? It's just like a beast. Han Feng smiled slightly. Hurry up and do it. If you kill these two, I can kill you. Upon hearing this, the female fog spirit beast became cautious and did not dare to take action for a moment. Han Feng seized the opportunity and released his space-binding talent without making any sound. Suddenly, an invisible force swept up and instantly imprisoned the female fog spirit beast. Human, you are playing dirty tricks. The female mist spirit beast growled angrily. It wasn't until this moment that I reacted. The reason why Han Feng said this was to make her hesitate, thus distracting her attention and then taking action secretly. This is too despicable. You are the one who is so angry. How can you blame others? Han Feng walked forward, pried open the female mist spirit beast's hands, and rescued the two parrots. The two parrots were confused. What happened? Didn't Han Feng abandon them? How come they were rescued in the blink of an eye? After rescuing the two parrots, Han Feng's eyes drifted to the female mist spirit beast, and his eyes flickered slightly. Where are the other two mist spirit beasts? Even if I die, I won't tell you. The female mist spirit beast growled and gnashed her teeth. It has personality. I like it. Han Feng had a sinister smile on his face, and then he told the two parrots, I need to take care of something. You two should step aside. Han Feng, what do you want to do? Xiaoqiang said blankly. I'm going to increase the intensity of her. The scene is too bloody and not suitable for children. Han Feng said calmly. This guy is so abominable. He almost killed us. I'll stay with you and beat her up. Xiaoqiang said viciously. Just do what you're told to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Feng rolled his eyes. All right. Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli left here obediently and ran behind a big tree. Han Feng then turned to the female mist spirit beast, swept his eyes over her, and licked his lips. You have a good figure, quite attractive. The female mist spirit beast realized that something was wrong, and her mouth trembled slightly. Human, what do you want to do? Chapter 160p Shooter Mutation and Upgrade. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the chest of the female mist spirit beast intentionally or unintentionally, with an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. You are a big beauty, and I am a young man with a lot of blood. In this wilderness, what do you think I will do? The female mist spirit beast was completely panicked and said in a trembling voice, I am not a human. I am just a monster transformed into a human form. You can't do this to me. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It's okay, I have a strong taste. The female mist spirit beast was so scared that she almost cried. Please let me go. Han Feng snorted. I can let you go, but you have to tell me the truth. Where are the remaining two fog spirit beasts? The female mist spirit beast said hurriedly. The two spirit beads fell on the seashore, and we have never met each other since then. We don't know their current situation. Are you telling the truth? Han Feng stared at the female mist spirit beast. It's true, I swear. The female mist spirit beast assured. Seeing that the female fog spirit beast did not seem to be lying, Han Feng stopped asking questions and swung his machete to kill it. After the female fog spirit beast died, a starlight also bloomed on its corpse. The next moment, a blue bead appeared in front of him. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Is the bead in front of me also a spirit bead? But the two that were revealed before were both white. Why did this one turn blue? Aren't they the same species? Han Feng didn't think much about it. He put into the space bag and turned to the direction of the two parrots and called out, Xiaoqiang, you two come over here. The two parrots came to Han Feng happily. Xiaoqiang asked, Han Feng, where's the mist spirit beast? I've already killed him. Han Feng said calmly. Xiaoqiang, what did you torture her just now? Why didn't I hear any screams? I just gave it a scare, that's all. Han Feng smiled and then asked, will you two stay here, or will you return to the shelter with me? The two parrots looked at each other and said, let's go back with you. If I go back with Han Feng, the most I'll do is take a few shits. If he stayed here, he might be killed by the fog spirit beast. Let's go. Han Feng walked straight towards the shelter. The two parrots followed Han Feng closely, looking around vigilantly, fearing that a fog spirit beast would suddenly appear nearby. A few minutes later, Han Feng returned to the shelter. Xiao Zhaolan, how is the situation at home? Wooden fence. Everything is as usual. Han Feng nodded and strode into the thatched hut. The two parrots went to the toilet on their own initiative. Are these two guys quite conscious? Although the shit these two guys poop doesn't taste good, as Big Brother said, eating some coarse grains occasionally to change the taste is also a good choice. Old Third is right. It's good to have something to eat. There's no need to be picky. For Corns whispered. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, opened the space bag, took out 3 spirit beads, and began to study them. At this moment, Shuidan suddenly spoke up. Brother, can you give me that blue bead? Han Feng's expression changed. Do you know this blue bead? Water pond. This is a water spirit bead. After swallowing it, I can level up. It turns out to be the water spirit pearl. Han Feng muttered and asked curiously, what changes will there be after you upgrade? Shuitan, we can increase the output. We used to produce 10 bottles of pure water a day, but after the upgrade, the production capacity has been expanded to 100 bottles. Moreover, the pure water produced contains a variety of minerals, which is very good for the body after drinking. Nice! Han Feng became excited. Little pond, open your mouth. Ripples appeared in the pool of water, and suddenly a big mouth appeared. Han Feng then threw the water spirit pearl into the mouth of the pool. Once the pool of water had swallowed everything, he activated his insight talent to observe. Target, waterhole. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 1. Mental strength, 20. Talent, not awakened. After reading it, Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. The talent of the pond is shown as an unawakened state, which means that it may also awaken the talent, but the level has not yet reached the requirement. Perhaps you can awaken after reaching level 3 or above. So, what talents will be awakened? I'm still somewhat looking forward to it. Later, Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut with 2 spirit beads and looked up at the pea shooter on the roof. Little P, come down. The 2 spirit beads in his hand are with spirit beads, which are essential for upgrading the pea shooter. As for why the 2 spirit beads are one big and one small, Han Feng guessed that the larger spirit bead was most likely a high-quality spirit bead. The pea shooter jumped and landed beside Han Feng. Brother, what are your instructions? Open your mouth and swallow these 2 with spirit beads. Han Feng smiled slightly. Upon hearing that it was a spirit pearl, the pea shooter suddenly became excited and opened his mouth wide. Han Feng stuffed 2 spirit beads into it. Crunch, crunch. The pea shooter chewed it happily. In just a few bites, he swallowed the 2 spirit beads. Han Feng activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, Gatling pea shooter. Level 5. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 40 plus 40. Defense, 10 plus 40. Mental power, 20 plus 40. Talents, jumping, 3-mile vision, pea bullets. Level 5. Han Feng was surprised. After the pea shooter swallowed 2 spirit beads, he suddenly jumped 4 levels, which was really a bit unexpected. Han Feng suddenly discovered the problem. Why did the name of pea shooter change? Could it be that he mutated because he swallowed the spirit pearl? Also, how did the 2-mile eye become the 3-mile eye? With doubt, Han Feng asked, Little P, have you mutated? The pea shooter said excitedly, Brother, I have indeed mutated. Han Feng's expression changed. What's different after the mutation? Pea shooter, originally, I could only fire 1 pea bullet per second, but now I can fire 10 per second. In addition, the number of bullets has been increased to 300. Good. The corners of Han Feng's mouth rose slightly. After the evolution, the pea shooter's attack power increases significantly. 300 pea bullets can be fired in 30 seconds, and anyone who encounters them will be in big trouble. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked again, What's up with your 3-mile vision talent? Does it mean that you can see farther? Right. The pea shooter said, Now I can observe a range of 1,500 meters, which is 500 meters longer than before. Moreover, as my level rises, my talent can be continuously upgraded. Han Feng was somewhat moved. If I could keep upgrading, wouldn't I be able to become a clairvoyant? Then you can watch whatever you want, right? Awesome, my little pea. Chapter 161. A lot of supplies came with the waves. Of course, helping the pea shooter to upgrade his level is not an easy task. You must get more spirit crystals. There are 2 fog beasts on the island, and they must be killed at all costs. Han Feng was suddenly full of energy and left the shelter with a machete. A few minutes later, we arrived at the beach. We learned from the female fog spirit beast that 2 spirit beads fell on the seashore. So I decided to come here and try my luck. It would be best if you can find it. If not, search somewhere else. Because of the fog, the sea at this time looks even more eerie and strange, giving people a very scary feeling. Han Feng took a look and started searching. Before we knew it, we arrived at the beach. Han Feng suddenly had an idea. Little beach, have you noticed 2 strange creatures moving around nearby? Beach, no. Why? Han Feng sighed in disappointment, then asked, where are the 2 crabs? Are they okay? Beach, they're hiding in the sand. They're safe. No. Han Feng nodded and was about to leave. Shad An suddenly spoke up. By the way, I saw 2 balls of light falling from the sky before. Where did it fall? Han Feng asked excitedly. There is no doubt that those 2 balls of light are 2 spirit beads. Beach, there's a big tree not far away, and it seems to have fallen near that big tree. Han Feng quickly rushed to the big tree and looked carefully, but found nothing. Human, why are you here in such a foggy weather? The tree smiled flatteringly. Han Feng glanced at the tree and said softly, 2 gem-like beads landed here before. Did you see them? The shoe? I was sleeping, and my eyes are blurry, so I didn't see anything. Han Feng's eyes darkened. Really? I really didn't lie. The big tree was trembling. I won't do anything to you. Look at you. You're such a coward. Han Feng snorted disdainfully. The shoe smiled awkwardly. I don't know why, but when I see you, I tremble all over. I just peeled your skin once and broke a branch for you once. Other than that, have I ever hurt you? Am I that terrible? Han Feng snorted. Big tree. Isn't this enough? How else can we torture it? Han Feng said no more and turned to go somewhere else. Soon it disappeared into the fog. At this moment, the tree suddenly smiled coldly. Human, just wait for me. When I have completed my evolution in 2 days, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Later, Han Feng searched around the island. This search took several hours. Except for the shelter where Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 lived, all other places were searched thoroughly. However, no discovery was made yet. The 2 fog spirit beasts seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Where on earth did you go? Han Feng started to grumble. Could it be that he was hunted down by Zhao Yunxi and the other 2? Or hid in the sea? After thinking about it for a while, Han Feng had no clue and could only return to the shelter. Brother, you are finally back. The blue electric mouse looked like it was crying. Why do you have such a sad face? Han Feng was a little confused. The blue electric mouse said, You've been gone for a whole day. I'm almost starving to death. You've been out for so long. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Brother, you have indeed been out for a long time. The 7-star rat followed up. Then let's cook. Han Feng lit a fire and then took out the commander-level crab stored in the space bag. Brother, let's eat big crabs tonight. The 2 spirit pets became excited. Today is a good day. Let's celebrate. Han Feng smiled slightly. Today, although I failed to hunt down the 5 fog spirit beasts as I wished. But after all, we killed 3 of them, harvested 3 spirit beads, and successfully helped Little Pond and Pea Shooter upgrade, which is indeed worth celebrating. Because this big crab is so huge, it weighs more than 100 kilograms. It definitely couldn't be finished in one go, so Han Feng swung his knife and cut it in 2. One half was placed on the fire to roast, and the other half was put into the space cloth bag. Brother, how can half a crab be enough to eat? The blue electric mouse yelled. Han Feng rolled his eyes and said, This half a crab weighs at least 50 to 60 kilograms. Even if we remove the shells, there are still 20 kilograms of meat. Isn't it enough for the 3 of us to eat? The 7-star mouse reminded, Brother, there are more than just the 3 of us. There are also those 2 stupid birds. Han Feng suddenly remembered that he had brought the 2 parrots back to the shelter. Where did they go? Who are you calling an idiot? You are the idiot. Your whole family is an idiot. Just then, 2 parrots came out of the toilet cursing. Coming to Han Feng, Xiao Chong licked his face and said, Han Feng, Xiao Li and I have taken 6 shits in total. Is the performance okay? It's been a pretty good performance. Han Feng smacked his lips. He didn't force the 2 parrots to poop. When did you become so enlightened? Xiao Qiang's eyes lit up. Then can we eat crabs? Of course. Han Feng looked. I've already taken 6 dumps. It would be unreasonable if we don't give them something to eat. Yeah, there are crabs to eat. The 2 parrots were very excited. The blue electric mouse tugged at Han Feng's trouser leg and said, Brother, these 2 guys might have eaten it. If we give them some, We may not be able to eat enough. There's plenty of food. You won't starve. Han Feng said soothingly, opened the space cloth bag, cut off 5 kilograms of fish, and when he was about to put in the frying pan to cook, he found that the frying pan was missing. Brother, are you looking for me? Pan chuckled. I'm on top of you. Han Feng reacted immediately. When he went out to search for the mist spirit beast before, he was worried about encountering danger, so he fused the frying pan into his body to increase his defense. Little iron pot, come down quickly. Han Feng whispered. With a flash of crystal light, the frying pan separated from Han Feng's body. Han Feng then put the pan on the fire and started cooking the sea fish. After eating and drinking, Han Feng entered the thatched hut. Having nothing to do, he opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, do you want to hear important news? Lu Tai, don't be so surprised. What's the news? Jiang Feng, I just heard from my buddies in other districts that a lot of supplies have floated in the sea. Su Lin, what are they? Jiang Feng, there are logs, glass bottles, pots and pans, mineral water, food, and even treasure chests. Chin Chong, is this true? Are you sure? Jiang Feng, why would I lie to you? My buddy just fished up a box of instant noodles from the waves. Wu Dahai, since there are so many good things in the sea, do you have any ideas? Yang Shuliang immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. If you don't want to die, I advise you to give up this idea. There's a powerful sea monster in the sea, lurking around. Do you dare to approach the sea? In addition, the island is covered with fog, and there are unknown creatures hidden in it. Do you dare to go out? Chapter 162. It's easy to find excuses to accuse someone of crime. Wu Dahai. If you say that, I definitely won't dare go. The others originally wanted to try their luck at the beach, but after listening to Yang Shuliang's words, they all gave up the idea. Doraba Dilmarat. Jiang Feng. I think your friend is lying to you. Jiang Feng. We are childhood friends, grew up wearing open crotch pants, and have a very good relationship. How could he lie to me? Doraba Dilmarat. It's so dangerous outside. Do your friends dare to go out? And dare to go to the beach? Wu Dahai. What Doraba said is right. He would die if he went out. How did your friend know there was something in the sea? If not lie, what is it? Jiang Feng chuckled. Who said we have to go out to find out what's going on outside? Dilly Reba was slightly startled. What do you mean? Does your friend have clairvoyance? Can he see what's happening outside by staying in a shelter? Jiang Feng. My friend doesn't have the gift of clairvoyance. Besides, there's fog all around. Even if he has clairvoyance, he can't see anything. Dilly Reba was confused. What is going on? Jiang Feng. My friend awakened the chain talent, which is like Zhong Kuei's hook and can be thrown hundreds of meters away. Before, he tried to throw it to the seaside a few times and dragged up a lot of things, including instant noodles, logs, treasure chests, and the like. Zhang Sheng. There is such a talent? This is too amazing. Yang Mi. I think you need to remind your friends that it's better not to tick things randomly. Jiang Feng, why? Yang Mi. There are terrible creatures hidden in the fog, and there are terrifying monsters in the ocean. What will happen if your friend accidentally hooks them? Jiang Feng. If this situation really happens, his friend will basically be dead. Jiang Feng. I'll go inform him right away. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group, narrowed his eyes, and pondered. Today, he also went to the beach. However, due to the thick fog, the vision was severely obstructed and almost nothing could be seen. I didn't know if a lot of supplies really floated in the sea, but now that I have received this news, I have to confirm it. If it is true, you will definitely make a fortune. Today, I have been running around searching for the mist spirit beast, and I have consumed too much energy. Take a rest for a night. It won't be too late to take action tomorrow. Then Han Feng began to sleep. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was late at night. There was silence in the shelter. Suddenly, a thick fog surged up. After condensing, she turned into a young woman with a slim figure and charming looks. The young woman glanced at the thatched hut in front of her, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Han Feng, aren't you very arrogant? Let me show you how I can deal with you. Immediately, she strode towards the thatched hut. As if he was nothing, he easily passed through the wall of the thatched hut and stood in front of Han Feng. Just as he was about to sneak into Han Feng's dream, a childish and angry voice suddenly rang out from inside the house. I'm here. No one can hurt me. Little brother, get out. As the sound fell, a bright, hot light burst out. This light comes from the oil lamp. To be precise, it is the dispelling talent released by the oil lamp. Ah! The young woman seemed to be very afraid of the light. She screamed and quickly left the thatched hut. Hearing the sound, Han Feng suddenly woke up and asked in confusion. Little oil lamp, what happened just now? Oil lamp said quickly. A woman sneaked in, and it looks like she was going to harm you. But I have driven her away. Woman. Han Feng was slightly stunned. I immediately realized that the woman must be Misty. The engineer, Shovel, muttered. How did that woman get in? What does she want to do to Big Brother? Is she greedy for Big Brother's body and wants to occupy Big Brother? Did Big Brother lose his virginity? If you don't talk, no one will think you're dumb. Han Feng's face was dark. Whatever comes out of the engineer's mouth has a different meaning. Brother, didn't I lock you up? Did you lose your virginity? The engineer, Shovel, said carelessly. Han Feng took a deep breath, resisting the urge to beat the engineer to death, and gritted his teeth and said, Silence the little shovel for 10 hours. Engineer Shovel. What did it say wrong? The frying pan next to him gloated. Whether Big Brother was taken over by that woman or not, it is a very shameful thing in itself. Big Brother, how can you say it? You are so good. You bring up things that are not related to the topic. How can Big Brother not be angry? Big Brother banned you from talking, and it is your own fault. Han Feng's eyes were cold. Silence ping pan for 10 hours. Frying pan. You deserve it. The engineer, Shovel, laughed in his heart. Seeing that his two good brothers were silenced, Machete felt a little weak. Brother, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, and I won't tell anyone. Han Feng glanced at the machete and said, Who knows if you really think so? You should also be banned for 10 hours. Machete, it's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. After silencing the three guys, Han Feng got out of bed, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Sister Misty, I know it's you, come out. A cloud of fog surged not far away. A slim and beautiful young woman appeared in front of him. Han Feng looked at the other person carefully and secretly admired. He looks quite impressive. The woman in front of me must be a mist. She has a good figure, good looks, and outstanding appearance. Especially the pair of markings on the chest. Although not as dramatic as Yuling Shan's, they are also very fierce. If I could pinch this... Cough, cough. He is a serious man. How can you have such an idea? Seeing that Han Feng's eyes were somewhat malicious, Misty frowned, her face slightly displeased. Han Feng, what are you looking at? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. You are allowed to look at me, but I'm not allowed to look at you. Misty snorted. I'm not going to argue with you. What are you looking for? Han Feng said bluntly. It was you who sneaked into my thatched cottage just now, right? You must have suffered a lot, right? Now you should know how powerful I am, right? Misty sneered. You just rely on an oil lamp, right? Why are you showing off? I like to show off. What can you do to me? Han Feng fuckled provocatively. Misty's eyes narrowed, and he said meaningfully, Your oil lamp should only be level 4, right? How much mental power can it store at level 4? How many times can it release its talent? When its mental power is exhausted, how will you deal with it? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. I actually overlooked this before. The problem is a bit serious. With the mental power reserve of the oil lamp, at most 2 dispel talents can be released. You can only resist the fog twice. What to do after that? Unless you don't sleep. Otherwise, the fog will definitely take advantage of the situation and sneak in. Then his situation became dangerous. Chapter 163, I apply for a 10-hour silence package. A smile suddenly appeared on Han Feng's face. Sister Misty, I spoke a little too loudly just now. Is it too late to apologize to you now? Misty's eyes revealed contempt, and he laughed. Are you scared? Han Feng rubbed his nose. It's not a question of being a coward or not. The main thing is that we don't have any deep hatred. Why we have to hurt each other? Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends and turn hostility into friendship? Isn't it better? Be friend with me? Are you worthy? The mist taunted him mercilessly. Han Feng swallowed his saliva. His eyes darkened. You are so shameless. Since you insist on going against me, just come on and see if I can control you or not. I'm looking forward to it. The mist chuckled and then slowly disappeared. Han Feng closed the door, lay on a straw bed, and thought about countermeasures. Han Feng, do you really have a way to deal with that woman? The thatched cottage suddenly spoke. No. Han Feng sighed. The thatched house was slightly startled. Then you just swore that you would control her? Han Feng smiled bitterly. Just now, I just wanted to scare her. Thatched house. If you put it that way, then you were just bragging? Han Feng coughed heavily and said unhappily, This is your fault. What does it have to do with me? The thatched house was confused. Han Feng said, It's all your fault. If you could stop the fog from coming in, wouldn't I be fine? Thatched house. It's just a thatched hut. How can it stop the existence of Mihu? Can this be blamed on it? Han Feng said no more and continued to think about how to deal with the situation. Suddenly, an evil thought came to my mind. Then he quickly took off his clothes and lay naked on the bed. Yesterday, Yueliang was so embarrassed when she saw him taking a bath. Miwu is also a girl. If she sees him naked, will she be shy too? In this case, we can't do anything to him, right? As for whether it can succeed, he's not sure either. But given the current situation, there is no better way. It's better to treat a dead horse as a living one. The thatched cottage was dumbfounded. Han Feng, why did you take off all your clothes? Han Feng said seriously, I like to sleep naked. Thatched House was stunned for a moment and questioned, but you have never slept naked before? The past is the past, and the present is the present. Why you care so much? Han Feng said in a muffled voice. If it weren't for the fog, he wouldn't sleep naked. Isn't there anything we can do about it? Thatched House seemed to have thought of something. Are you planning to seduce me, Wu? Logically speaking, with your body and your looks, almost no girl can resist you, and the possibility of success is very high. But don't you think that doing so is a bit self-degrading? I don't want to do this kind of thing. Don't slander me. Han Feng was furious. The Thatched House chuckled. Explanation is a cover-up. I understand. You know your sister. Han Feng's mouth trembled. Xiao Cao will be banned from speaking for 10 hours. Thatched House. The room suddenly became quiet. You're the only one who talks too much. Han Feng snorted and turned to the oil lamp and ordered, Little oil lamp, when the fog comes in, don't release your talent. Oil lamp. What if she has bad intentions and takes advantage of the opportunity to take you over? Han Feng is no doubt the same. Can't you all say something nice? Are thoughts so impure? Han Feng sighed softly. Silence Xiao Yudeng for 10 hours. Oil lamp. Shui Tan said with emotion, Brother, you have muted them all. They are really killing like crazy tonight. I can still be muted. I will apply for a 10-hour muting package. Otherwise, it will seem like I am not sociable. You want to be banned, so you can be banned? You're dreaming. Han Feng snorted coldly. Shui Tan chuckled. No one can refuse what I want. Will you die if you don't brag? Han Feng snorted disdainfully. Shui Tan, brother, I think your behavior of stripping naked to seduce me, Wu, is too despicable. I look down on you. Han Feng's chest rose and fell violently, and he gritted his teeth and said, Give Xiao Shuitan a silence for 100 billion years. The pawn was suddenly stunned. It simply wants a 10-hour ban. Han Feng suddenly banned it from speaking for 100 billion years. How could it survive? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been talking nonsense just now. I regret it so much. After these guys made a fuss, Han Feng lost all desire to sleep. After tossing and turning in bed, I simply opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, are you asleep? Wudahai, what kind of sleep is this? I have nightmares as soon as I fall asleep. I have woken up from my sleep several times. Who dares to sleep? Suda Mao, so you guys also had a nightmare. I thought I was the only one. Peng Yu, this is really weird. I never had dreams before, but what happened today? I had nightmares all the time, as if I was possessed by a ghost. Zhao Yunxi, since everyone is having nightmares, there must be a problem. I think it may be related to this fog. Zhang Linlin, Zhao Yunxi and I thought about it and decided that it must be the fog that was causing the trouble. Lu Tai, what does it matter if we figure out the cause? The key is that we can't do anything about it. Zhang Sheng, by the way, what nightmares did you all have? Fatly, you speak first. Zhang Sheng, I had a dream. In the dream, a butcher holding a 40-meter-long machete kept chasing me. He woke me up 3 times. I really didn't dare to sleep anymore. Wu Dahai, my dream was even more terrifying. I entered a gloomy forest surrounded by monsters and ghosts and heard all kinds of screams, which scared me to the point that my scalp exploded. Jiang DePeo, you are all children, far inferior to me. Everyone was curious. What did you dream about? Jiang DePeo, I dreamed of a rough guy who wanted to rape me. Everyone, there's no need to talk about this kind of thing, right? Aren't you ashamed? Chen Chong asked tentatively. Is your chrysanthemum safe? Jiang DePeo said with lingering fear. Every time the other party is about to succeed, I wake up in shock. It is so dangerous. Su Lin, does anyone have any solution? If we continue like this, we will be tortured to death. Li Pang Pang, there's only one way. Su Mao, what's the solution? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell me now. Li Pang Pang, no slup. Lu Tai, you call this a solution? How dare you say that? Li Pang Pang, If I don't sleep, I won't have nightmares. Is there something wrong with this method? Yangmi, not sleeping for 1 day is not a big problem. But how many days can you last? You can't go without sleep every day, right? Li Pangpang, since you don't agree with my method, what do you think we should do? Everyone was silent. If they had a way, they wouldn't have to suffer so much. Chapter 164. Water Pond promoted to level 3. Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. Since there is no other solution, I can only fight the fog in my own way. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the thatched hut. It was none other than the fog. Although Han Feng closed his eyes, he could still sense it clearly. However, he did not make any noise, but pretended to be asleep. The fog entered the thatched hut and looked at the oil lamp vigilantly. Seeing that the oil lamp did not release its talent, it walked boldly to Han Feng and then took a closer look. When he saw Han Feng lying naked on the straw bed, the expression on his face was so wonderful that his whole body was numb. After a moment of stagnation, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ah!" The screams echoed in the thatched hut, so harsh that they made Han Feng's ears buzz. "Stop screaming like a ghost." Han Feng suddenly stood up and stood in front of the fog. This time, the fog could be seen more clearly. She saw everything she should and shouldn't see, and her little face turned red and felt hot. Han Feng coughed lightly. "Have you seen enough?" Miwu came to his senses and quickly turned around, his heart pounding as if he had done something guilty. Han Feng took a glance and put on his clothes. "Han Feng, why don't you wear clothes when you sleep? You have no shame," Misty said bitterly. Han Feng snorted. "Is it okay if I like to sleep naked? What does it have to do with you if I sleep in my own home? You sneaked into my home to spy on me. Who of us has no shame? You're talking nonsense. What did I spy on you?" The corners of Misty's mouth trembled. "Isn't the truth right in front of you? Didn't you sneak in when I was naked and sleeping? How dare you make excuses?" Han Feng snorted disdainfully. Misty bit her thin lips lightly. "Don't talk nonsense. If I knew you would sleep naked, I would never come here even if you kill me. I don't care whether you did it intentionally or not. The result is that you saw me naked, which has constituted a de facto crime and caused irreparable trauma to my heart. How do you plan to make it up to me?" Han Feng said slowly. Misty's mouth opened wide, and he whispered, "You took off your clothes on purpose for me to see, and you blame me again? You think I want to see? I still feel like my eyes have been tainted." When he came for the first time, Han Feng did not take off his clothes. The second time, he took off all his clothes. It was clearly premeditated. Han Feng snorted. "Don't be so ungrateful. Just tell me how to deal with this matter." Misty gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say we should do?" Han Feng pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said calmly, "There are 2 ways. First, you also take off all your clothes so that I can feast my eyes. Second, compensate me." "You're thinking that." Misty's expression turned grim. Han Feng said coldly, "Neither of them agrees? So you want to take advantage of it and not admit it?" Misty smacked his lips. "Don't talk so disgustingly, as if I did something to you." Han Feng's lips curled up with a meaningful expression. "You really didn't do anything to me, but that's because I woke up in time and stopped your crime." "Shameless." Misty blushed with embarrassment. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "I won't waste my time talking to you. If you don't give me compensation today, I won't let it go." Misty said contemptuously, "I can leave here easily. How can you trap me?" Han Feng chuckled. "There's no need for me to trap you, but I will communicate with the moon and the sun and tell them everything that happened tonight, and let them help me judge." Misty was dumbfounded. If this matter gets out, won't her reputation be ruined? This must not be allowed to happen. Misty swallowed. "They won't believe it." Han Feng raised a cunning smile. "Don't comfort yourself. Do you know Sun well? He loves gossip. Once he gets this explosive news, he will definitely spread it everywhere. Within a day, everyone in your circle will know about it. How will you face them then? How will you hold your head up and live your life?" Misty, Han Feng is right. As a person like Yang, he would definitely exaggerate the news when he heard it and tell others. The consequences are disastrous. What should she do then? Compromise with Han Feng? But she can't play a trick on Han Feng. In the end, not only did he fail to trick Han Feng, instead, he was controlled by Han Feng. This was too frustrating. But there was no way, and she couldn't make any other choice. Misty gritted his teeth and asked, "What compensation do you want?" Han Feng had already thought about it, and blurted out, "Before, the sun and the moon helped my oil lamp to upgrade its level. If you can do the same, the grudge between us will be written off. As for what happened tonight, I will keep it to myself, and will never mention it to anyone else." Misty glanced at Han Feng. What if you lied to me? Han Feng swore. I never lie to anyone. Especially when it comes to trading, my reputation is absolutely guaranteed. I'll trust you for once. Misty nodded. Han Feng was a little excited and reminded, since you agreed, help me upgrade my oil lamp quickly. Misty suddenly said, I can't help it upgrade. Han Feng was stunned. You don't have the ability. What did you promise? I can help with other things to upgrade. Misty said calmly. Han Feng was slightly startled. What upgrade can you help with? Misty pointed to the pool of water under the grass bed. I can help it upgrade. All right, let's get started. Han Feng urged. After the small pond is upgraded to level 2, it can produce 100 bottles of pure water a day. After being promoted to level 3, you might be able to produce 200 bottles of pure water a day. Misty stretched out his hand, and a point of light shot out, instantly plunging into the pool of water and disappearing without a trace. Han Feng immediately activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, waterhole. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Middle strength, 30. Talent, energy drinks. Han Feng was stunned. The pool of water was indeed promoted to level 3 and a talent was awakened. However, this talent seems to be of little use. Originally, it was making purified water, but after using the talent, it wouldn't be making Red Bull or Pulse, right? As agreed, I have helped it upgrade, and I am leaving. Misty suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Han Feng interrupted and continued. I want to ask you something. What? Misty looked impatient. Han Feng said quickly. There are a total of 5 fog spirit beasts on this island, but I only found 3. Where are the other 2 hiding? Chapter 165. Functional drink for instant restore of physical strength. Misty shook his head. I'm not in the same system as them. I cannot observe their movements, and I don't know where they are. Han Feng frowned slightly. Forget it if you don't know. Then let me ask you another question. Why do you have so many questions? Misty was getting a little impatient. Han Feng chuckled. One last question. I won't bother you anymore after I ask it. Go ahead. Misty rolled his eyes. Han Feng said, I heard that some supplies have floated in the sea. Is there any around my island? Have. Misty nodded. Very good. Han Feng smiled happily. Once it is confirmed, we could take action tomorrow. Can I go now? Misty said coldly. Goodbye, Sister Misty. Han Feng greeted with a smile. Don't worry. We will never meet again. Misty snorted, turned, and walked through the wall. Is it quite unique? Han Feng muttered, and turned to face the pond. Little pond, what ability does the talent you awaken have? Water pool. Han Feng just banned it for 100 billion hours. Have you forgotten so quickly? Are you mute? Speak. Han Feng's voice became higher, but the small pond remained silent. Han Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the small pond to remain silent. You won't ban it, will you? After thinking about it, it seems to be true. Just now, because I was so angry, I muted all the items. This whole thing is a bit embarrassing. Han Feng coughed lightly. Little pond lifts the ban. Xiao Shuitan. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't ban me. Who can stand being banned for 100 billion hours at any time? If you continue to speak without restraint, I will continue to silence you. Han Feng triataniet. Never again. The pond side. Han Feng asked the main question, what ability does your talent have? Water pond. Using your talent, you could transform pure water into special functional drinks, up to 10 bottles a day. A special energy drink? How special is it? Han Feng asked curiously. Water pond. Drink a bottle of energy drink to instantly restore 50 of your physical strength. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Ordinary functional drinks can only refresh you at most. But the functional drink made by Zayashuitan is different. It can restore half of the physical strength. It's really special, and it will definitely come in handy. Just imagine, when you fight in the future, relying on functional drinks to constantly restore your physical strength is equivalent to having unlimited endurance. Even if it drags on, you can still drag your opponent to death. Thinking of this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, and then he ordered, Xiao Shuitan, starting from tomorrow, make functional drinks. Okay, big brother. The pond responded. Han Feng said no more, lay down on the bed, and went to sleep. Compared to Han Feng's leisurely and contented state, the other survivors were unlucky. I have nightmares as soon as I fall asleep, and I'm almost tormented to the point of collapse. For example, Zhao Yunxi and the other two were currently sitting together, staring at each other. They all looked listless and haggard, as if they had aged several years. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Han Feng yawned and slowly woke up. He then shouted at the engineer Shovel, "Little Shovel, what's wrong with you these past 2 days? Why didn't you wake me up?" Originally, the engineer Shovel would wake him up on time every morning to pee. She suddenly stopped shouting these past 2 days, which made him a little uncomfortable. Engineer Shovel, "Brother, isn't there no sun these 2 days? I couldn't tell the time, so I didn't call you." So that's what happened. Han Feng muttered something, stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Outside the house, it was still foggy and hazy. Han Feng took a quick look and unexpectedly discovered that 2 vine-like plants had grown in the vegetable field, almost covering the entire field. How come there are plants in a vegetable garden? Were these 2 plants? Han Feng thought about it and reacted quickly. "I planted 2 pumpkin seeds in a vegetable garden 2 days ago. These 2 plants must be pumpkins. These 2 pumpkin plants are growing very well. I think it will bear fruit in a few days." Afterwards, Han Feng went to the toilet. While taking a shit, he opened the game panel and sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. "Zhao Yunxi, are you 3 coming to the bathroom?" Zhao Yunxi, "No, I won't go." "Han Feng, you've been holding in for the whole day. If you don't resolve it, won't there be problems?" Zhao Yunxi, "It's really uncomfortable to hold it in, but there's nothing we can do. We didn't sleep well last night, and we're feeling very depressed now. Plus, there are scary creatures hiding in the fog, so how dare we go out?" Han Feng thought for a while and said, "How about I come pick you up?" Zhao Yunxi, "You dare to leave the shelter? You're not afraid at all?" Han Feng laughed. "I even hope those creatures will attack me. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhao Yunxi hesitated for a moment. "Okay, if you come, we will go with you." Anfim, baita moment. After closing the private message, Han Feng began to make his effort. What was supposed to take 5 minutes was completed in less than 3 minutes. Then he pulled up his pants, walked out of the bathroom, and headed straight for the shelter of Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. Along the way, Han Feng was still quite vigilant. After all, there are 2 fog spirit beasts hidden on the island. Always be careful, otherwise you may easily be attacked. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived in front of the shelter where Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were staying and shouted, "Zhao Yunxi, I'm here." With a creaking sound, the door of one of the thatched houses opened. Lu Chushuang poked her head out and asked curiously, "Han Feng, what are you doing here?" Han Feng rubbed his nose. "Didn't Zhao Yunxi tell you?" "No." Lu Chushuang shook her head. Han Feng smiled slightly. "I'm here to pick you up to take a shit." Lu Chushuang, "Can't you just say you're going to the toilet? Do you have to say it so vulgarly?" She was convinced. At this time, Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan walked out of the thatched hut. Seeing Han Feng standing outside the wooden fence, Yu Lingshan asked in surprise, "Han Feng, how dare you come here? Isn't there any danger outside?" "I'm the biggest danger. Those creatures stay away from me," Han Feng said calmly. He's starting to brag again. Lu Chushuang secretly complained. "Don't waste time, just follow me," Han Feng urged. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 came to Han Feng quickly without any hesitation. Although he disliked Han Feng, but for some reason, as long as Han Feng was around, they felt particularly safe. That a bit strange. Yu Lingshan stared at Han Feng and asked softly, "Why are you in such a good mental state?" The 3 of them were tormented by nightmares all night, and they were all haggard and depressed. On the other hand, Han Feng looked full of energy. Didn't he have a nightmare last night? Chapter 166, Retrieving Supplies. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Of course I feel more energetic if I sleep well." The corners of Yu Lingshan's and the other 2's mouths suddenly widened. From what Han Feng said, he really didn't have a nightmare. Lu Chushuang looked unconvinced. "Everyone is having nightmares. Why aren't you affected at all?" Han Feng said calmly, "Nightmares are actually a kind of fear buried in the heart. The more afraid you are, the more you will be dominated by nightmares. If your will is strong enough and you overcome your fear, the nightmare will naturally disappear." Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned after hearing what they heard. They know better than anyone how terrifying the scenes and nightmares are. No one who has experienced it is not afraid. Does Han Feng really have the ability to overcome fear? "Don't just stand there, let's go." Han Feng greeted him and walked straight towards his shelter. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 looked at each other and followed Han Feng closely. While walking, I looked around from time to time and felt extremely nervous. Only when they arrived at Han Feng's shelter did the 3 of them breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Han Feng sent the three people back, then returned to the bathroom and made a simple breakfast. After eating, he put on his Superman underwear, fused the pan, and left the shelter. Later, they searched all over the island for traces of the mist spirit beast. But unfortunately, after searching for several hours, there was still no trace of the fog spirit beast. Helpless, Han Feng could only give up temporarily. Since the fog spirit beast cannot be found, the only option is to settle for something else. Soon, Han Feng arrived at the beach. Looking closely, you can vaguely see some black things floating on the sea. Due to the fog and the fact that it was quite far away, it was difficult to see clearly what was floating. But in terms of shape, they look like logs. To others, logs don't have much value. But in his eyes, it is a good thing, because this thing can help upgrade the wooden fence. Now that you have discovered it, there is no reason to miss it. But now there is a problem. Those logs are more than 10 meters away from the shore. How can we get them up? The sea is too dangerous. Going down into the sea to fish is definitely not feasible. Han Feng thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a good idea. Then he left here and went around harvesting thatch. I worked for more than half an hour and harvested 20 kilograms. Then he returned to the shelter carrying the straw and said to the thatched hut, "Little hut, swallow these straws and make a straw rope 20 long." The purpose of making straw ropes is simple, which is to transport supplies in the sea. As long as you tie a hook on a straw rope and throw it into the sea, there is a high chance that the things inside will be hooked up. After waiting quietly for a few minutes, the thatched hut spit out a grass rope as thick as a thumb and nearly 20 meters long. Han Feng took it in his hand and pulled it. It was quite strong. Even if it hooks an object weighing 100 or 200 kilograms, it can still withstand it. Now we have the rope. All we need is a hook. Logically speaking, an iron hook would be the most suitable. But he didn't have it, so he had to use something else instead. Han Feng thought about it and decided that using a forked branch would be a good idea. So, he went straight to the big tree by the sea. Seeing Han Feng coming, the tree couldn't help but feel a little panicked. "Human, what do you want to do?" Han Feng took a look at the dense tree crown and said meaningfully, "Brother Shu, it's time for a haircut." Big tree. What Han Feng meant by haircut was cutting branches. "Damn it, I've chopped it down twice. Do you have to catch it and grab it?" The big tree discussed. "Human, I am not the only tree on the island. Why do you have to torture me? Can't you find another target?" Han Feng sighed softly. "I feel a little guilty about torturing you every day, but there is nothing I can do. Those trees are not as lush as you, so I can only attack you." Big tree. Is there anything wrong with growing luxuriantly? What's the reason for this? Just as he was stunned, Han Feng swung the butcher knife. There was a flash of knife light, and a thick branch fell off the tree. "Ah!" The big tree let out a shrill scream. Han Feng ignored him and started trimming the branches with a machete. After cutting off a large branch, he left the place in a dignified manner. Looking at Han Feng's departing back, the tree growled angrily. "You are bullying the tree too much. Human, just wait for me. I will repay you tenfold for the humiliation and torture you brought to me." Han Feng came to the beach, tied a branch to the straw rope, then glanced at the dark shadow in the sea and threw the straw rope away. With a whoosh sound, the branch and the straw rope drew a long arc in the air and fell into the sea with a snapping sound. Han Feng then began to pull the straw rope back. Soon, the rope was pulled back. Unfortunately, I didn't catch anything. The first attempt ended in failure. Han Feng was not discouraged. Failure is the mother of success. Just try a few more times and you will succeed. Han Feng threw out the straw rope again. This time, throw it a little further. I did manage to get an item, but in the process of pulling it back, I used a little too much force and it fell halfway. Han Feng learned from his experience and lessons and continued to try. After failing 3 times in a row, I finally succeeded on the 4th try. A cardboard box was dragged up. When I opened it, I saw a cotton coat inside. The cotton coat was wrapped in a layer of plastic bag. With the protection of this layer of plastic bag, the cotton coat was intact and not soaked by seawater. Han Feng took a look and put the cotton coat into the space bag. Now, the temperature on the island is 24 or 25 degrees Celsius, which is neither cold nor hot, so there is no need for a cotton coat at all. But there is no guarantee that the temperature will drop in the future, and a cotton coat will come in handy. Then, Han Feng continued to salvage supplies. After trying more than 10 times, he finally fished out another cardboard box. After opening it, a brand new set of men's sportswear appeared in front of him. Han Feng was so happy that he happily put it into the space bag. With this sportswear, You can take off your clothes and change them. After hooking 2 items, Han Feng was full of energy and threw the straw rope again. After pulling back for a while, I suddenly hit an object that was quite heavy. Chapter 167, Boots of Agility. Han Feng took a deep breath and slowly dragged the straw rope backwards at a very even speed. He knew very well that if he used too much force, it would be easy to get the hook off or break the rope. At this time, you must be patient and not be impatient. After pulling for a full minute, a large wooden box was dragged to the seaside. Han Feng couldn't wait to open it and saw a brand new bicycle in front of him. What? Han Feng sighed in disappointment. I originally thought it was some kind of treasure. I never thought it was just a bicycle. The island is a tiny place and it's not flat, so this thing is useless. However, it is made of metal after all. Not bad for a machete as food. Machete, open your mouth. Han Feng reminded. Machete opened his mouth in excitement. Han Feng picked up the bicycle and stuffed it into Machete's mouth. Crunch, crunch. Machete happily refused. Han Feng put the wooden box into the space bag and continued to salvage supplies. After 5 consecutive failures, I finally caught something. This time, the thing that was hooked up was another cardboard box. When I opened it, it was a bag of 500 grams of beef jerky. This is good stuff. Han Feng couldn't help but open the package, tore off a small piece, and started tasting it. The taste is quite nice. After eating, Han Feng continued to work. But unfortunately, after throwing more than 10 times, I got nothing. Machete suddenly said, "Brother, don't be so stubborn." What do you mean? Han Feng was slightly stunned. Machete reminded him, "You've only been fishing in one place, and you've already fished out everything. Can't you change your position?" What you said makes sense. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and then he moved to another place. Sure enough, as soon as we changed the place, we immediately reaped the rewards. This time, a treasure chest was actually fished up, and it's a golden treasure chest that I've never seen before. So what's in the golden treasure chest? Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked, "Little treasure box, what do you have in it?" Gold treasure chest. You are such a weakling. You are not worthy of communicating with me. Han Feng. Are you so cool? It was clearly a challenge to his authority. Han Feng really wanted to add some strength to it. But after thinking about it, I finally gave up. Right now, the main focus is still on salvaging supplies. It won't be too late to study the golden treasure chest slowly after returning to the shelter. Then, Han Feng put the golden treasure chest into the space bag and continued to fish for supplies. Later, they would fish in one place for a dozen times and then move to another location. Before I knew it, I had fished around the entire island. In the end, there was basically nothing to gain. However, today's harvest was enough to make him satisfied. Since there is nothing to gain, there is no need to waste time. Later, Han Feng returned to the shelter. "Brother, you are finally back." As soon as I returned to the shelter, 2 spirit pets pounced on me. "What's wrong with you?" Han Feng stared at the 2 spirit pets. The blue electric mouse said, "Brother, you've been gone all day and we're almost starving to death." It turns out he was hungry. Han Feng suddenly realized something, opened the space cloth bag, took out 2 1-kilogram bags of dog food, and threw them to the 2 pets. These 2 bags of dog food were also fished out while salvaging supplies. "Brother, what is this?" The 7-star rat asked curiously. "Dog food," Han Feng said lightly. The blue electric mouse's expression suddenly turned ugly. "Brother, I am a fierce and domineering mouse that can release lightning. You feed me dog food? Don't you think you are insulting me? Eat it if you want." Han Feng rolled his eyes. "Then let me taste it." The blue electric mouse smiled awkwardly, opened the bag of dog food, took out a grain of dog food, and tasted it. After taking just one bite, his eyes became blurry. "It smells so good." "It tastes good, doesn't it?" A meaningful smile appeared on Han Feng's lips. "Brother, this stuff is so delicious. You should have some too." The blue electric mouse grabbed a handful of dog food and placed it in front of Han Feng. Han Feng's mouth twitched. "You eat it yourself. Then I'll be welcome." The blue electric mouse enjoyed it happily. Han Feng then walked closer to the wooden fence and said, "Little fence, open your mouth." The wooden fence opened its mouth in excitement. Han Feng took out a wooden box and stuffed a few logs into it. After doing all this, he entered the thatched hut. Next, we began to count the harvest. In addition to 2 bags of dog food and several logs, they also found a gold treasure chest, a bag of beef jerky, a cotton coat, a quilt, a 10-kilogram bag of rice, 2 pairs of women's underwear, 2 packs of sanitary napkins, a bra, 2 packs of toilet paper, a box of milk, and a box of cosmetics. In terms of value, it far exceeds 30 black iron treasure chests. The harvest was extremely rich. Later, Feng took out the golden treasure chest, took a closer look, and snorted, "Little treasure chest, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll treat you severely if you resist, but I'll treat you leniently if you confess. As long as you tell me what's inside, I won't torture you. Otherwise, I'll severely increase your intensity." The golden treasure chest smiled contemptuously. "Your grandpa, the treasure chest, is not someone who can be scared. You can't threaten me." Grass. Feng couldn't help but curse, and ordered the engineer shovel. "Little shovel, beat it hard." The engineer shovel thought for a moment, and then began to sing with deep emotion. The sickening singing drifted through the thatched cottage, striking directly into the soul. The golden treasure chest trembled, and then began to retch continuously. Seeing that it worked, Feng gave the engineer shovel a look and said, "Little shovel, it's done." The engineer shovel stopped with a look of reluctance. Feng faced the golden treasure chest and said coldly, "Are you convinced? Human, I give in. Stop torturing me." The golden treasure chest is about to cry. "Just now, I felt like my soul was severely whipped and I almost collapsed. It's so disgusting. You're such a bitch." Feng snorted and asked, "Tell me, what did you put in it?" "Gold chest. A pair of boots." "What?" Feng was confused. "This is a golden treasure chest. In terms of quality, it is definitely better than the silver treasure chest. You can get experience books from silver treasure chests. The golden shoes, open up a pair of shoes? This is too confusing. It's not even as good as a bronze treasure chest." Feng complained for a while, and his mood gradually calmed down. The facts are set in stone, and there is no point in getting angry. Then, he opened the golden treasure chest. In a burst of light, a pair of mini blue sneakers appeared in front of him. When Feng's eyes fell on it, relevant information appeared in his mind. Spiritual boots, after wearing, increase agility by 10 points and restore 1 point of mental strength per minute. Chapter 168, I dreamed of several women. They wanted that me. After reading the introduction, Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that this is not an ordinary pair of shoes. How do I describe this thing? It's pretty good, although the increased agility is a bit small. But the ability to restore mental strength should not be underestimated. Restoring a point of mental power every minute can play a vital role at the current stage when the mental power reserves are limited. But isn't this thing too small? It's clearly a pair of baby shoes. How could he possibly wear those with his size 43 feet? If I can't wear it, won't this thing just be a decoration? Brother, what size shoes do you wear? The boots of flexibility suddenly spoke. Feng said subconsciously, 43 yards. The surface of the smart boots flashed with crystal light and instantly turned into a pair of size 43 blue sneakers. You can also grow bigger or smaller? Feng was surprised. It's just a routine operation. There's no need to make a fuss. I'm a little proud of my boots of agility. Feng's eyes flashed, and he calmly activated his insight talent to observe. Target, boots of agility. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 20. Talents, agility enhancement, level 1. Mental strength recovery, level 1. After reading it, Feng asked, "Little shoes, how did you upgrade?" Boots of agility, devouring all other kinds of shoes. Eat shoes. Feng was slightly startled and asked tentatively, "Can I eat straw sandals?" If you can upgrade your straw sandals by eating them, you can then allow the thatched house to produce straw sandals continuously. Boots of agility. You can eat straw sandals, but the energy contained in straw sandals is so low that it can be almost ignored. Looks like I need to get some other shoes. Feng muttered thoughtfully and asked again, "After you level up, will your 2 talents also be upgraded?" Boots of agility, yes. Feng's expression changed. What will happen after the upgrade? Boots of agility. Every time you level up, your agility increases by 10 points, and the time it takes to restore your mental strength is greatly shortened. Good. Feng nodded slightly. Brother, why don't you try it on? The boots of agility suggested. Okowo. Feng took off his sneakers, picked up the smart boots, and was about to put them on. The smart boots said urgently, "Brother, can you wash your feet before putting them on? Your feet stink so badly that it hurts the eyes." Nonsense. Feng's eyes widened. I washed my feet last night when I took a shower. How come they smell? Is there something wrong with your nose? The boots of spirit were helpless. Brother, I really didn't lie to you. The smell is so sour and refreshing that it goes straight to the top of your head. If you don't believe it, let them smell it too. Yeah. Han Feng muttered, raised his foot and stretched out his hand to the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, smell it. Is there any bad smell? Engineer's shovel. Ugh. Han Feng. Do his feet really stink? It's impossible? Han Feng turned his attention to the machete again. Machete shuddered. Brother, we are one family. Please let me go. Han Feng frowned slightly. What are you afraid of? Machete. Brother, look at your feet. They are smoking. Who can stand this? Anyone who smells it will have to vomit. We are all your most loyal brothers. You can't torture us like this. Han Feng smacked his lips, then silently put on his sneakers. Since everyone is afraid of him, it proves that his feet really stink. There is no need to torture the boots of agility. I'll ask Zhao Yunqi for bath water later. It won't be too late to put on after I'm done bathing. Later, he sat on the grass bed, took out some beef jerky, and started eating. I've been busy all day today, running around, and I'm a little tired, so I won't cook. Just eat some beef jerky and drink 2 packs of milk. After all, life is still difficult nowadays, so we should be frugal when necessary. After eating and drinking, Han Feng opened the game panel, contacted Zhao Yunqi, and asked for bath water. Then, take a bath in the turtle shell. That's so comfortable. While taking a bath, Han Feng opened the regional channel chat group. Sudamao, brothers, did you sleep? Are you still having nightmares? Jiang Feng, I don't know. From last night till now, I haven't been able to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Wudahai, how did you manage to hold on until now? I couldn't handle 10 cups of coffee. Lu Tai, what else can I do? I kept pinching my thighs until they were all blue and purple, and my skin was peeling. Fatty Li, you are so cruel. Lu Tai, can I be less ruthless? If I am not, I will fall asleep and be tortured by nightmares. Hung Yu, pinching my thigh is too painful. Do you have any other solution? Chen Chong, it's also okay to play Xiaojiji. Hung Yu, doesn't it hurt? Chen Chong, it was a little painful at first, but after the swelling subsided, it became numb and not that painful anymore. But I have to say, it was quite refreshing. Everyone, this is the real ruthless person. Lu Chushuang. Actually, you don't need to do this at all. Just go to sleep when you need to. If you continue to torture yourself, you will collapse sooner or later. Su Lin, but when you enter a nightmare, it's easier to collapse. Lu Chushuang. Actually, it is not difficult to fight nightmares. Yua Mikami, what do you have in mind? Lu Chushuang said seriously, nightmares are actually a kind of fear buried in your heart. The more afraid you are, the more you will be dominated by nightmares. If your will is strong enough and you overcome your fear, the nightmare will naturally disappear. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Isn't this the line he said before? Lu Chushuang took it and used it without his consent? Isn't this plagiarizing his patent? So shameless. Mamanoji Kana, so did you succeed? Lu Chushuang, I haven't tried it yet. Everyone was speechless. I haven't tried it, so what can I say? Lu Chushuang, although I haven't tried it, I have successful cases. Jiang Depeo, who succeeded? Liu Fufeng, Han Feng. Wudahai. Han Feng, is it true? Did you really defeat the nightmare? Han Feng, yes. Yang Shuliang, what kind of nightmare are you having? Han Feng, it is indeed a bit scary and a bit hard to look back on. Yang Shuliang, don't keep us in suspense, what is it? Han Feng cleared his throat and said slowly, I dreamed of several women who wanted the one eye. Jiang Feng, what do you mean by that? Can you explain it more clearly? Han Feng was silent for a while and gave the answer. We are all men, you know. Everyone. Is this a fucking nightmare? It's clearly a wet dream. Zhang Sheng guessed. Were the women who raped you very ugly? Han Feng, you should be more serious. I am so determined. How could I let them succeed? Besides, they are not ugly, but very beautiful. You basically know them all. Everyone started to murmur. Who is Han Feng talking about? Could it be a few female players in the group? Damn it. This is a bit explosive. Chapter 169, Whoever dares to slander me, I will kill him. Jiang Feng asked tentatively. Han Feng, who are you talking about? A cunning smile appeared on Han Feng's lips. There are Diliriba, Yang Mi, Guli Naza, Lu Yifei, Mamanoji Kana, Mikami Yua, Kajima Eri, Aizawa Minami, and Yanagi Hatsushuang. Everyone. Are these the people Han Feng dreamed about? After a moment of silence, Dilraba Dilmurat and others completely exploded. Diliriba, Han Feng, I have never seen anyone so shameless as you. Just go to hell. Yangmi, your shamelessness has completely overturned my 3 views. Don't talk to me anymore. Guli Naza, I originally thought that you were a bit mean, sinister, cunning, and shameless, but I never thought that you would be so filthy. Lu Yifei, I haven't offended you. Why are you slandering me like this? Yua Mikami, you are more disgusting than any man I've ever met. Lu Chushuang, did you see this? This is Han Feng's true face, extremely ugly. Aizawa Minami, cherish your life. Stay away from Han Feng. Han Feng rubbed his nose. I just had a dream. There's no need to be so excited, right? Dilraba Dilmurat, shameless. Han Feng coughed lightly. I was just joking with you, just now to liven up the atmosphere. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Yangmi, don't you think it's too much to make such a joke? Han Feng, don't be too fussy about trivial matters. You need to have a broad perspective. Yangmi, you make it sound so light. If someone slanders you, can you be so calm and not take it seriously? Han Feng, whoever dares to slander me, I will kill him. Everyone, you tell others to have a broader vision, but you can't accept it yourself? This is too double standard. What the hell? Lu Yifei, Han Feng, you really went too far and you should apologize to us. Han Feng, to express my apology, I decided to take out a few treasures to sell to everyone. Dilly Reba sneered. Are you apologizing or doing business? Han Feng, the items I sell are exactly what you need right now, and they're more useful than an apology. Dilly Reba, haha. Han Feng, don't trade with me later. Dilraba Dilmurat, just rest assured, I will never trade with you. Hen Feng, Heo Personality. Jiang Feng, Han Feng, what exactly are you selling? Han Feng, those who understand will understand. Everyone, it's only been quiet for 2 days, and Han Feng has started selling those things again? You and me, Kami, I want it. Su Lin, I want it too. Lu Chushuang, and me. Lu Yifei, can you give it to me? Han Feng curled his lips. I am a very principled person in doing business. To be fair, I will do business with whoever offers the highest price. Fatly, I'll give out 50 maggots. Han Feng's face darkened. Why are you, a grown man, getting involved? Go where it's cool. Li Pang Pang, isn't it fair competition? Why can't I participate? Han Feng, the prerequisite for fair competition is that first of all you have to be a woman. Fatty Li sighed and said, okay. Sulin, I offer 20 opals. You and me, Kami, I'll give you a black iron treasure chest. Lu Chushuang, I'll offer 100 kilograms of thatch. Lu Yifei, I have 50 bottles of beer, all for you. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Yifei, are your 50 bottles of beer all big green sticks? Lu Yifei, what is a big green stick? Han Feng, it's beer in a glass bottle. Lu Yifei, it's in a glass bottle. Han Feng, congratulations on obtaining ownership of this item. Lu Yifei, then let's go and do the transaction quickly. Han Feng, wait a moment, there's still a few items for sale. Lu Yifei, okay. Later, Han Feng started selling other things. At this moment, almost all the female players quoted their prices. The scene can be said to be extremely hot, especially the female player named Pan Yinlian, who actually gave out 2 silver treasure chests. Her wealth was astonishing. Han Feng made some choices and finally decided to make a deal with Pan Yinlian. But at this moment, Di Liaba spoke. I will give you a spirit pearl. Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. Spirit beads can help corn or pea shooter upgrade. In terms of value, even above a silver treasure chest. But compared to the 2 silver treasure chests, it is slightly inferior. Han Feng pondered for a moment and said, 1 spirit bead can only be exchanged for 1 bag. Dilraba Dilmurat, I'll give you 2 spirit beads. Han Feng was a little excited, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, didn't you say you didn't want to make a deal with me? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Dilraba Dilmurat, maybe it's because I didn't sleep well. I felt a little dazed and was talking nonsense just now. Chapter 170, Harvesting 2 Spiritual Pearls. Han Feng smiled and said, okay, I agree to do business with you. Lu Yifei couldn't wait any longer. Han Feng, let's hurry up. Fin, no problem. Afterwards, several people went to the trading hall. Han Feng first completed the transaction with Lu Yifei and Pan Yinlian, and then sent a private message to Di Liaba. Where did you get those 2 spirit beads? At this stage, only by hunting fog spirit beasts can spirit beads be dropped. However, the fog spirit beast is not so easy to kill. Does D. Liaba really have this ability? Doraba Dilmarat. Why should I tell you? Han Feng, you don't have to say anything. The deal is cancelled. Dilly Reba was immediately scared. Isn't there a monster hidden in the fog? It is the spirit pearl that exploded by hunting monsters. Han Feng, how many did you hunt in total? Doraba Dilmarat. 3. Han Feng pinched his chin. In that case, you have 3 spirit beads in total, so trade the remaining 1 to me. Doraba Dilmarat. Do you still have sanitary napkins? Han Feng, no, but I have a set of cosmetics. Doraba Dilmarat. I am not interested in other things. When you have sanitary napkins, come and trade with me. Han Feng, okay. Then, the two completed the transaction. Han Feng exchanged 2 packs of sanitary napkins for 2 spirit beads, 1 white and 1 blue. The white one is the wood spirit bead, and the blue one is the water spirit bead. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he ordered to the pond. Little pond, open your mouth and eat. The small pool of water suddenly became excited and quickly opened its mouth. Han Feng threw the water spirit pearl into his mouth. After the pool of water had swallowed everything, he quietly activated his insight talent to observe. Target, waterhole. Level 4. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 3. Mental strength, 40. Talent, energy drinks. After swallowing a water spirit bead, the pool was successfully upgraded to level 4. However, after the promotion, apart from the increase of 10 points in mental strength, there were no other changes. Afterwards, Han Feng took a shower, wiped himself clean with a towel, put on his clothes, and took out the silver treasure chest. So far, all the items that have been opened from his silver treasure chest are experience books. Therefore, there is no need to ask. Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. A white book slowly appeared in front of me. This is a medium-quality experience book, containing 600 experience points. Han Feng was overjoyed and pressed the experience book directly on his forehead. Soon, the experience book sank into the center of his eyebrows. After using the experience book, Han Feng turned his gaze and looked at the magnifying glass. Magnifying glass was a little panicked. Brother, I didn't say anything. You can't silence me. Han Feng has been going crazy these past 2 days, silencing anyone he catches. It was actually a little afraid that Han Feng would attack it. What are you afraid of? Han Feng rolled his eyes and reminded, open your mouth. Are you ready to give me glass? The magnifying glass was stunned for a moment, then opened its mouth in excitement. Han Feng opened the warehouse in the trading hall, took out all the beer stored in it, and stuffed it into the mouth of the magnifying glass. Crunch, crunch. The magnifying glass chewed happily. After eating, he started snoring. Obviously drunk. Han Feng smacked his lips, then activated his insight talent. Target, magnifying glass. Level 4. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 4. Mental power, 10 plus 30. Talent, laser beam. Seeing that the magnifying glass had been upgraded to level 4, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. Afterwards, he lay down on a straw bed and began to sleep. After an unknown amount of time of sleep, Han Feng slowly woke up. When I opened the door, I saw that it was still foggy outside. However, compared with the previous 2 days, it was obviously much thinner. It looks like it will disappear soon. Han Feng stood by the door and looked around carefully. 4 corn plants stood in the vegetable garden. The 2 pumpkin plants below grew more luxuriantly, and each produced a fruit as big as a fist. 2 spirit pets and 2 parrots were lying in the corner and sleeping soundly. The pea shooter still stood on the roof like a chimney. Han Feng looked for a while, then retracted his gaze and walked straight to the toilet. After taking a shit, he pulled up his pants and walked out. The 4 corn plants smelled the shit and rushed into the toilet like crazy. A quarrel broke out inside. Don't grab it. Can you guys have some manners? What a shame. You're the one who eats the most. Boss, you've already eaten 2 bites. You can't eat anymore. Get lost. I only took a bite and a half. Han Feng shook his head speechlessly and then waved to the pea shooter on the roof. Whoosh. The pea shooter jumped to Han Feng's side and asked, Brother, what's the matter? Han Feng took out the wooden spirit pearl and shook it in front of the pea shooter. The pea shooter became excited. Brother, is this spirit pearl for me? You're so good to me. I will follow your lead and go through fire and water for you. That's about it. Han Feng interrupted and stuffed the wooden spirit bead into the pea shooter's mouth. Then he activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, Gatling pea shooter. Level 6. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 40 plus 50. Defense, 10 plus 50. Mental power, 20 plus 50. Talents, jump, 4-mile eyes, P bullets. After reading it, Han Feng's expression changed. The P shooter was promoted to level 6, and his 3-mile vision talent was also upgraded to 4-mile vision. One step closer to clairvoyance. After breakfast, Han Feng sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. Are you guys coming to the bathroom? If you are, I will pick you up. Zhao Yunxi. I was busy all day yesterday and barely had any food, so I'm not going. Han Feng got it. If Zhao Yunxi and the other two don't come to the toilet, the 4 corn plants won't have shit to eat. The speed of promotion has been greatly affected. But there is no way. The current situation is special. We can only wait until the fog dissipates. After closing the private message, putting on Superman underwear, and fusing the frying pan, Han Feng excitedly left the shelter with a machete. Today's mission remains the same. We will search for the fog spirit beast first. But unfortunately, after circling the island several times, there was still no trace of the fog spirit beast. Han Feng even suspected that the fog was deceiving him, and there were no 5 fog spirit beasts on the island at all. Otherwise, how could there be no clues at all after 2 days of searching? Since the mist spirit beast cannot be found, there is no need to waste time. Afterwards, Han Feng came to the beach, looked in a direction, and threw out a straw rope. As I was pulling back, I clearly felt a resistance. At first, Han Feng didn't care, because as long as the object is hooked, resistance will inevitably occur. But after pulling for a while, I felt something was wrong. I couldn't pull it at all. What exactly hooked you? Could it be a reef? Otherwise, how could it remain motionless? Just as he was stunned, a huge force suddenly came from the straw rope. Chapter 171. Brother, do you have any humanity? Under the influence of this huge force, Han Feng staggered and almost fell to the ground. Oh shit! Han Feng gritted his teeth and clenched the straw rope tightly. Suddenly, the straw rope stretched straight. After a moment of stalemate, there was a bang and the rope broke. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The rope broke. What on earth did you just hook? At this moment, a playful laugh suddenly came from the sea. Human, I'll play with you next time. Han Feng's eyes focused, and he could vaguely see a black shadow appearing in the sea ahead. However, due to the fog, it is difficult to see clearly what the black shadow is. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then shouted at the shadow, "Coward, don't run if you have the guts. You want to run away after breaking his rope? If I catch it, I will beat the shit out of it. My mom called me home for dinner. I'll play with you after dinner." The voice came again, sounding a little childish, like a little kid's voice. Han Feng sneered. "Are you going home to eat shit?" The black shadow was a little angry. "Human, you've gone too far. I'm angry." Han Feng curled his lips. "You fucking broke my straw rope, and you said I was too much? Who gave you the face?" The shadow was silent for a while, then snorted. "It's just a broken straw rope. You are too petty." Han Feng snorted. "I used that straw rope to hook the supplies. You broke it for me. How can I hook the supplies?" The shadow didn't care. "Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Han Feng's eyes lit up. "Bring them all up to me." Dark shadow. "No, I can only throw one at most of you. My mother is calling me home for dinner." "Then give me the best thing," Han Feng said. Then, after the black shadow finished speaking, he threw a bronze treasure chest over. Han Feng caught it and then said to the shadow, "When will you come back?" The shadow seems a little naive. It should be easy to fool. If we can maintain a good relationship with it, we might be able to get more supplies. Dark shadow. "About an hour." Han Feng chuckled and said, "I'll wait for you." The shadow reminded, "By the way, there are no other good things around. If you want to continue collecting supplies, change to another place." Receive. Han Feng chuckled. The shadow said no more and gradually disappeared from sight. Han Feng looked down at the broken straw rope in his hand and felt a little melancholy. Now that the straw rope is broken, we can no longer hook up the supplies. I have to get a new one and also cut a branch to use as a hook. So, Han Feng walked toward the big tree not far away. When the big tree saw Han Feng coming, it shuddered violently and a bad premonition came to its mind. "Brother Shu, good morning." Walking closer to the big tree, Han Feng greeted with a smile. The tree trembled and said, "Human, you are not going to hurt me again, are you?" Han Feng's face darkened and he asked seriously, "Am I such a cruel person?" The tree asked tentatively, "Then what are you doing here?" Han Feng glanced at the treetops and said calmly, "Didn't I give you a haircut yesterday? I found a little asymmetrical, so I plan to trim it for you. No, I think it looks pretty good. The tree panicked. Feng was getting a haircut. It is clearly a kind of destruction to its body. You have to finish what you start. I'm not someone who does things casually. Feng swung his butcher knife while chatting and laughing. With a click, a thick branch fell to the ground. Ah! The big tree screamed miserably. Feng turned a deaf ear to him and continued trimming the branches. After finishing the trim, he looked up at the crown of the tree and nodded slightly. My haircutting skills are still good. It looks much better now. Dashi was so angry. But in front of Feng, he dare not speak out and could only swallow his anger. Brother Shu, see you later. Feng greeted him and turned to leave. Human, I will not let you go. The tree roared in its heart. 10 minutes later, Feng returned to the shelter carrying several bundles of straw. Then he threw the thatch and the broken rope to the thatched house and ordered, Little thatched house, make a new rope. After waiting for a while, the thatched hut spit out a brand new straw rope. It is about the same as the previous one, 20 meters long. Feng tied the branch to the straw rope and then left the shelter. Machete asked in confusion, Brother, why didn't you just peel off the bark to make a rope? A rope made of bark must be stronger than grass, right? Feng said earnestly, We go to cut branches every few days, and we are almost torturing the tree. If we peel off its bark, will we let it live? We can't be so inhumane. Machete said bluntly, Brother, do you have any humanity? Feng took a deep breath and said, Silence Xiao Kandao for 1 hour. Machete. Soon, Feng arrived at the beach. The Black Shadow had previously reminded that there were few supplies at the original location, so they moved to another location. Whoosh! Feng threw out the straw rope. I successfully hooked something the first time. Feng dragged it up carefully. A flower pot appeared in front of me. This thing is pretty useless. Feng sighed and threw out the rope again. 5 times in a row, all empty ticks. Feng did not lose heart and tried again, but still failed. Is it possible that there are no supplies in this place? Or is it just bad luck? Not ticked? Later, Feng tried a few more times, but to no avail. There is no choice but to change place. But what he didn't expect was that after changing several places and hooking more than 50 times in total, he didn't hook a single hair. There are 2 possibilities when this happens. First, there is no supplies in the sea. Second, someone was playing tricks and deliberately preventing him from getting anything. Suddenly, Feng thought of something. The man in black said he would be back in an hour, but now an hour has already passed. Could it be this guy's doing? Thinking of this, Feng's eyes darkened, and he shouted into the sea. Little guy, are you there? Ikizishi. The Black Shadow chuckled. Grass. Feng cursed and asked, Did you do that? You made me fail to get any supplies? It's me. The shadow admitted it generously. Feng was so angry. Why did you do this? Fun. The dark shadow laughed. Feng gritted his teeth and said, You are such a jerk. Human, you scold me? The shadow was a little angry. Not only do I scold you, I also want to beat you to death. Feng's voice was cold. The shadow snorted. If you say so, don't even think about picking up an item today. Feng was a little dumbfounded and said, You're so cute. I was just joking with you. Although he really wanted to beat up the Black Shadow. But that guy was still in the sea, and there was nothing we could do to him. If you still want to get supplies, you have no choice but to compromise. Chapter 172, The Old Elephant Died of Starvation from Smoking. The shadow snorted. I'll just take it as a joke, but it won't happen again. Feng coughed lightly and negotiated. Little guy, can you help me get some supplies? Dark Shadow, do I know you well? Why should I help you? Feng, this guy's a bit naughty. At this time, the Black Shadow spoke again. It's not impossible to help you get supplies, but you have to tell me a story. Tell a story? Feng was a little confused. I don't know how to tell stories. How about I do the splits for you? Dark Shadow, I want to hear stories. If you don't tell me stories, I won't get you supplies. Just tell me. Feng gritted his teeth and slowly began to narrate. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. In the mountain, there was a temple. In the temple, there was an old monk and a young monk. One day, the old monk told the young monk a story. He said there was a mountain. In the mountain, there was a temple. Shadow, this is called a story? No storyline or nutritional value at all. Isn't this an infinite loop? Are you kidding me? You call this a story? The shadow couldn't help it anymore and interrupted. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Feng raised his eyebrows. My story is called The Never-Ending Story. Don't you like to listen to it? If you don't like it, change it. The dark shadow said angrily. Han Feng scratched his head and began to think. I heard a lot of stories when I was a child, but now I have completely forgotten it. What should I do? Suddenly, Han Feng had an idea. He is a veteran novel fan and has read a lot of online novels since he was a child. If you can't tell a story, tell a novel. This stuff can easily be 1,000,000 words long, and just a few words are enough for the shadow to hear. Afterwards, Han Feng described the content of one of the novels in vivid detail. The shadow listened attentively. 10 minutes later, Han Feng asked, "How is it? Does it sound good?" The shadow seemed to be fascinated. "Don't interrupt, continue." Han Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he continued speaking. Before I knew it, I had been talking for another hour. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly paused. The black shadow was so anxious. "Why did you stop? Tell me quickly." "Just now, I was completely immersed in it and was listening with fascination." Han Feng just paused, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Han Feng said unhappily, "I've been talking for such a long time. Why don't you let me take a break?" Dark shadow, "Can't you take a rest after you finish speaking?" Han Feng snorted. "This story will take at least 3 or 4 hours to tell. How can I finish it in one breath? Do you want to tire me to death?" The shadow asked, "How long do you plan to rest?" Han Feng said calmly, "At least 1 hour." The shadow started yelling, "My mom is going to call me home soon. How can I possibly listen to you all the way when you only have an hour to rest?" Han Feng laughed and said, "If you can't finish listening today, then continue tomorrow." Dark shadow, "The fog will clear tomorrow, and I will have to leave. I won't have the chance to listen." Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked calmly, "Little guy, what on earth are you?" Dark shadow, "Is it polite for you to ask?" Han Feng laughed. "It's a bit rude, so I'll change the way I put it. Can you tell me your identity?" The shadow said meaningfully, "Compared to me, you are like a firefly and the bright moon. You are not on the same level at all. You are not qualified to know my identity." Han Feng, "Can you be so pretentious?" After a moment of trance, Chu Feng snorted, "Then you just wait, I'm going to rest." The shadow was anxious. "I was listening attentively, but you stopped talking. Did you do that on purpose?" Han Feng, "I did it on purpose." The shadow begged, "Human, I beg you, tell me quickly." Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. "I can tell you, but at least wait until I get some stimulation." Dark shadow, "What kind of excitement do you want?" Han Feng said directly, "Pull up the supplies from the sea for me." After all this talk, it turns out you wanted supplies. The shadow muttered and said, "Wait a moment." Han Feng rubbed his hands and waited patiently. A few minutes later, the black shadow returned to the original place and threw 10 items to Han Feng. Han Feng was a little dissatisfied. "How many supplies are there in the sea?" The shadow chuckled. "I still have 20 pieces in my hand. I'll give them all to you after you finish telling me your story." "Okowo." Han Feng nodded and continued to talk about the content of the novel. The shadow listened with fascination. For hours later, Han Feng finally finished his story. Of course, it is simply impossible to finish a 1,000,000-word novel in such a short time. Han Feng also picked out a few key points to talk about. Otherwise, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. "Is it over?" The dark shadow murmured with lingering feeling. "Well, it's over." Han Feng let out a long sigh. "After talking for so long, my mouth is dry and my throat is a little hoarse. This story is so wonderful, full of passion, ups and downs, and fascinating. It is the best story I have ever heard." The shadow sighed and asked curiously, "Human, what is the name of this story?" Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Strictly speaking, this is a novel." "What's the name of the novel? Who wrote it?" the shadow asked. Han Feng said calmly, "It's called Melee Summoner, and the author is Lao Xiang Smoking." The shadow's eyes flashed. "Has Old Elephant ever written any other novels while smoking?" Han Feng shook his head no. The shadow was puzzled. "If it's so well written, why don't you continue writing?" Han Feng sighed deeply, "Because he starved to death." Shadow, "The Old Elephant starved to death from smoking? Why would such an excellent author starve to death? Is there still justice in the world?" The shadow couldn't help but ask, "Why did the old elephant starve to death after smoking?" Han Feng Lu kid melancholy. "Writing novels is just like working. You need to support your family. If you can't make money, you can't eat. If you can't eat, won't you starve to death?" Black Shadow didn't understand. "But he writes so well. Why can't he make money?" Han Feng said in a deep voice, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Xiao Shitzi. What does this have to do with the persimmon?" The shadow was confused. Han Feng explained, because Lao Xiang smoked and wrote on the Persimmon Novel Network, but Persimmon Novel refused to give him traffic. Without traffic, he couldn't make money, and over time he starved to death. Persimmon Novel is so blind. The man in black muttered hatefully. Han Feng changed the subject. According to the agreement, I have finished telling you the story. You should give me the things, right? Give. The Black Shadow kept his promise and gave Han Feng 20 items. Han Feng happily put it into the space cloth bag. At this moment, the Black Shadow threw another star-shining bead to Han Feng. Chapter 173, Resurrection Pearl. Han Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the bead and looked at it carefully. This bead is crystal clear and exudes a strong breath of life. It is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary item. Little guy, what is this bead for? Han Feng asked curiously. The shadow said, this bead is not for you. Huh? Han Feng was confused. If it's not for me, why are you throwing it to me? The shadow explained. This is a resurrection bead, which can bring the dead back to life. If you put on Old Elephant smoking, you can revive him and then ask him to continue writing novels for me. An Feng's Mo Sudanli Widenat. Black Shadow gave away such a precious thing just to read the novel written by Old Elephant while smoking? Isn't this too wasteful? Dark Shadow, human, did you hear that? No problem. I will definitely find a way to save the Old Elephant from smoking. Han Feng recovered and made a promise. Hey, he reminded, next time I come, you must listen to the story about the Old Elephant smoking. If you don't hear it, it means that you didn't save him, but embezzled the resurrection beads. Then I will be very angry. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Han Feng Huklid. Lao Xiang Chuanyan has written more than one novel. He has also read the remaining ones. By then, it will be no problem to pick up any book to fool the Dark Shadow. In this way, the resurrection bead will belong to him. Having a resurrection bead is like having a second life. Only he deserves to have such a good thing. Okay, I'll go back first. See you next time. The Dark Shadow greeted and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Han Feng footed. What's wrong? The shadow stopped. Han Feng said quickly, even if we save Lao Xiang from smoking, he may not continue to write novels. Why? The Dark Shadow frowned. Han Feng said meaningfully, didn't I tell you before? Lao Xiang died of starvation from smoking. If he continues to write novels, will he starve to death again? The shadow was slightly startled. Then how do we solve this problem? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The solution is very simple. Just give him some money so that he doesn't have to worry about life and can create with peace of mind. That's the truth. The shadow grumbled and said, don't you also like to read the novels he wrote? Why don't you just give it to him? Han Feng sighed. I am poor myself. How can I afford to take care of others? The reason I said this was to cheat something from the Black Shadow. This guy even has resurrection beads, so he must have a lot of good stuff. Han Feng would feel sorry for himself if he didn't get something good from the Black Shadow. You don't have the ability, but I do. The Black Shadow threw a cloth bag to Han Feng. Han Feng opened it and saw that there was a golden glow inside. It was filled with gold coins, about 1,000 in total. Give the gold coin to the Old Elephant for smoking. It should be enough for him to live for a while. I will give it to him next time. The shadow reminded. No problem. Han Feng responded happily. Leave. The Dark Shadow disappeared into the mist. It's really a big win. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. This time, not to mention a lot of supplies. I also got a resurrection bead and 1,000 gold coins. I couldn't help but be happy. Machete suddenly spoke up. Brother, that shadow is very innocent. Don't you feel guilty for deceiving him like this? Han Feng's face suddenly darkened. Do you think I want to? How can I help you upgrade if I don't cheat you a little more? Machete sincerely apologized. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so responsible. I misunderstood you. Your apology is pale. Han Feng sighed. Mute Xiao Kandao for 1 hour. Machete. After returning to the shelter, Han Feng made a simple meal. After eating, he entered the thatched hut, took out the resurrection bead first, took a look at it, and then activated his insight talent. Target, Resurrection Pearl. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 100. Mental power, 100. Talent, Resurrection. After reading it, Han Feng asked, Little Zhuzi, can your talent be used infinitely? If it could be used infinitely, wouldn't that mean I had countless lives? It can't be that awesome, right? Resurrection Orb. My current level is too low. If I use it once, I will be reduced to ashes. Han Feng's expression changed. You mean, as long as the level goes up, the number of times you can use your talent will also increase? Right. Resurrection Pearl affirmed. Han Feng was very excited. How did you upgrade? As long as you help the resurrection bead to upgrade its level, it is equivalent to having several lives. That's so nice. Resurrection Pearl. Devouring some spiritual materials containing life energy. New. Han Feng nodded and put the resurrection bead into the space cloth bag. I don't have this kind of spiritual material, and I've never even heard of it. I can only wait for an opportunity. Then, Han Feng took out the bag of gold coins. No more, no less, exactly 1,000. Han Feng directly exchanged it for experience points, obtained an experience book containing 1,000 experience points, and then pressed it on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the experience book sank into the center of his eyebrows. Han Feng immediately opened the property panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 9. Experience, 725, 1,000. Constitution. Strength, 68 plus 80. Agility, 30 plus 80. Defense, 25 plus 80. Mental power, 81 plus 80. Talents, healing, insight, space. Level 9. Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. At this stage, there are very few professionals who can be promoted to level 9. Now, he definitely stands out among all the professionals. Of course, given that this world is too dangerous. Level 9 is far from enough. We need to continue working hard. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, opened the space bag, and counted the items stored inside. 10 pairs of high heels, 4 black iron treasure chests, 10 originals, a bag of peanuts, a box of instant noodles, a bathtub, a bucket of peanut oil, a pillow, and a bed sheet. Overall, the harvest this time did not meet expectations and can only be considered SOSO. Then, Han Feng took out 10 pairs of high heels and placed them in front of the spiritual boots. Little shoes, can you upgrade by swallowing the high heels? If it were any other shoe, it would still have some trading value. But basically no one wants high heels. It can only be left to be devoured by the boots of agility. The boots of agility were a little excited. High heels are also a type of shoes. They will definitely be upgraded after being devoured. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Don't just stand there. Eat quickly. The clever boots opened its mouth wide and swallowed 10 pairs of high heels in one gulp. Han Feng immediately activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, boots of agility. Level 2. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Agility, 20 plus 10. Mental strength, 20 plus 10. Talents, agility enhancement, level 2. Mental strength recovery, level 2. Chapter 174. You must give me a reasonable explanation today. Seeing that the boots of agility had been upgraded to level 2, Han Feng asked excitedly, Little Boots, what changes have occurred after your talent was upgraded? Boots of agility. After wearing, increase the agility attribute by 20 points and restore 1 point of mental power every 50 seconds. Good. Han Feng nodded slightly, then took out 4 black iron treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest and placed them on the ground. That bronze treasure chest was given to him by Black Shadow before and has never been opened. After some intimidation, Han Feng easily found out what was in the treasure chest and then opened them one by one. A total of 3 bottles of toilet water, a rotten egg, and a pack of sanitary napkins were harvested. Han Feng had opened a rotten egg before and had kept it in a space bag. How do you say this thing? It's quite good for disgusting people. Han Feng put the rotten eggs and toilet water into the space bag. His eyes fell on the pack of sanitary napkins, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. With this pack of sanitary napkins, you can make a deal with Dilly Reba and exchange it for the spiritual pearl. Afterwards, Han Feng opened the game panel and sent a private message to Dilly Reba. Dilly Reba, I have a pack of sanitary napkins here. Do you want one? Dilly Reba was surprised and asked, You got another pack of sanitary napkins? How come you were so lucky? Han Feng chuckled. My buddy saves lives all day long. Maybe God has been moved by him. Doraba Dilmarat, cut. Han Feng, do you want it or not? If you want it, give me the spirit pearl. Doraba Dilmarat, yes. Then, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. This is a white spirit bead and also a wooden spirit bead. Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut with the spirit pearl and gave it to the pea shooter. After swallowing this spiritual pearl, The pea shooter successfully advanced to level 7. But unfortunately, the 4-mile talent did not continue to upgrade. Afterwards, Han Feng came closer to the wooden fence and stuffed the 10 sticks into the mouth of the wooden fence. Wait until the wooden fence is completely devoured, then activate your insight talent and start observing. Target, wooden fence. Level 8. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 30 plus 110. Mental power, 10 plus 70. Talent, rebound, level 7. The wooden fence was upgraded to level 8, and the Xianin vines were also upgraded to level 8. After doing all this, Han Feng returned to the thatched hut, opened the game panel, and contacted Zhao Yunxi. Zhao Yunxi, give me bath water. Zhao Yunxi, you don't have to take a shower every day, right? Han Feng, the bath water is free anyway, so why not use it? Zhao Yunxi, making bath water consumes mental energy. My mental state is not very good now. I will make it for you after I recover in 2 days. Han Feng, no, I want to take a bath now. If you don't give me bath water, you'll have to give me back my talent for weaving straw sandals. Zhao Yunxi was also speechless. For you. After getting the bath water, Han Feng lay happily in the bathtub and enjoyed it. After soaking for half an hour, I felt relaxed all over. It was so refreshing. After taking a bath, Han Feng lay on the straw bed. With nothing to do, he opened the regional channel chat group. Surprisingly, today's chat group was particularly quiet, with no one talking. How so? Are they all dead? Han Feng sent a message tentatively. Are you guys all alive? Jiang Feng said weakly, alive for now. Han Feng, why don't you speak? Wudahai, I haven't slept for 2 days. I'm so sleepy. How can I have the energy to talk? Sudao Mao, it's so fucking torturous. I want to just die. Jiang Feng, if this continues, I'm definitely going to collapse. Han Feng comforted them. Today's fog is obviously much thinner than yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, it will dissipate tomorrow. Let's just hold on for one night. Sulin, Han Feng, are you serious? Will the fog really dissipate tomorrow? Lu Chu Shuang, don't listen to Han Feng's nonsense. How could he know? He's just bragging. Han Feng, how about we make a bet? When Lu Chu Shuang heard about the bet, she felt a little nervous. I won't bet with you. Han Feng is too insidious and treacherous. Maybe there's another trap waiting for her. She wouldn't be fooled. Han Feng, are you scared now? Lu Chu Shuang remained silent and pretended not to see it. If you argue with Han Feng, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Since I can't win, I might as well keep quiet. Han Feng suddenly felt bored, so he closed the chat group and went to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the loud shout of the engineer's shovel was heard in the thatched house. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. Han Feng was startled and quickly stood up and looked out the window. I saw that the fog lingering outside had disappeared. Finally back to normal. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, walked to the door, and pushed it open. A ray of gentle sunlight shines through and shines on the face. It is warm and very comfortable. Han Feng greedily took a breath of fresh air, looked up at the sky, and was about to say hello to the sun. The violent voice of the sun rang in my ears. Han Feng, I'll fuck your grandma. Han Feng was suddenly a loss. How did he offend the sun? Sweet breath, so early in the morning? Did you take the wrong medicine? Han Feng's eyes darkened. Brother Yang, although we have a good relationship, I will still be angry if you scold me for no reason. The sun chuckled. Don't you know why I scolded you? Have no idea. Han Feng shook his head blankly. Pretend, keep pretending. The sun gnashed its teeth. Han Feng frowned. Brother Yang, can you please be clear? What did I do to you? The sun snorted coldly. I really didn't expect you to be so despicable. You actually spread rumors that I peeked at Wu Yun taking a bath and said that I was a pervert. I have a very positive outlook. How could I be a pervert? You must give me a reasonable explanation today, otherwise I will be rude to you. Han Feng was slightly startled and suddenly remembered. He was the one who really spread the rumor about this matter. The reason is simple. Revenge on the sun. Who asked this guy to mock him a few days ago? Of course, he definitely couldn't admit it. Han Feng cleared his throat and said indignantly, I, Han Feng, have always acted uprightly. How could I possibly make up rumors about others behind their backs? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for turning against you. The sun was stunned by what he heard. What's going on? After Han Feng slandered him, he turned around and started to accuse him. Isn't this the reverse of Tiangang? Can anyone be so shameless? The corners of Yang Yang's mouth trembled with anger. Didn't you spread rumors about me? Of course not. Han Feng spoke in a loud and clear voice with a frank look on his face, without any sense of guilt for having done something wrong. Sun glanced at Han Feng and began to wonder, is it true that Han Feng was wronged? Han Feng asked, Brother Yang, who told you about this? Sun, the mist told me. Chapter 174 Mutated Ants. Han Feng chuckled and said, since it was spread by Mamang, then this matter is easy to explain. Sun, please explain it clearly. Han Feng gnashed his teeth and said, that guy wanted to play a trick on me, but not only did he fail, I got the better of him. So he started to spread rumors everywhere, saying that you were a pervert. In the end, he pinned the blame on me, hoping to use you to punish me. He really deserves death. So despicable, so shameless, so sinister. The corners of Sun's mouth couldn't help but widen. Is this how it is? Is the mastermind behind this the mist? Chu Feng is innocent? Why is he a little bit unconvinced? Sun coughed lightly. Mist is not that easy to deal with. How did you control her? Han Feng smiled slightly. That's not the point. The point is, do you believe me? Taiyang thought for a moment and said frankly, to be honest, I have some doubts about your character. Han Feng's face became solemn. Everyone else can doubt me, but you can't. Have you forgotten? Who kept the secret for you when you peeked at the moon taking a bath last time? It was me. Doesn't this incident prove my character? You actually don't believe me. I'm so disappointed. The sun coughed heavily. Please use your words carefully. I was not peeking at the moon taking a bath. I happened to see it by accident. I didn't see anything. Besides, can you please not bring this up all the time? Can't you just keep it to yourself? Okowo. Han Feng nodded, and his tone suddenly became sharp. But, for what happened today, you must apologize to me. So, he originally came to find Han Feng to question him. I never thought that not only would I be ridiculed by Han Feng, but I would also have to apologize to him. This matter is a bit depressing. Han Feng said meaningfully, Brother Yang, as a man, you must be brave enough to take responsibility when you do something wrong. Don't let me look down on you. Apologize to me quickly. Sun hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Han Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged you. I accept your apology. Han Feng curled his lips and reminded, remember, we are friends, and the relationship between us is unbreakable. If anyone says bad things about me behind my back, it is to alienate us. Such people are the worst. Stay away from them. Son, remember. Han Feng waved his hand and said, I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. You should go to work. Son, why do I feel like a little brother in front of Han Feng? However, he is clearly countless times stronger than Han Feng. How could this illusion occur? What is going on? After the sun set, Han Feng let out a long sigh, secretly marveling at his own extraordinary wisdom and strong willpower. If it were someone else, they would have been exposed long ago under the pressure of the sun's aggressive momentum. You want to fight me? I have you in my hands. Han Feng chuckled complacently and walked straight to the toilet. After peeing and taking a shit, I started to prepare breakfast. I originally planned to roast a few parrots, but I thought that Xiaoqiang and Xiaoli were still in the shelter. It would be a bit inappropriate to eat their own kind in front of them, so I just cooked a pot of rice. Finished breakfast. The two parrots said goodbye and left. But before leaving, at Han Feng's strong request, they each took a shit. After seeing off the two parrots, Han Feng waited patiently. After waiting for a while and not seeing Zhao Yunxi and the other two coming, he sent a private message asking, Zhao Yunxi, are you three coming to the bathroom? Zhao Yunxi did not respond. Han Feng did not give up, so he sent private messages to Yu Lingshan and Lu Chushuang again, but still received no reply. Han Feng thought about it and quickly figured out the reason. Zhao Yunxi and the other two hadn't slept for 2 days. Now that the fog had dissipated, they must be sleeping. I definitely won't wake up for a while. Let them sleep for a while. Wait until the evening before calling them to come and take a shit. Afterwards, Han Feng left the shelter with his 2 spirit pets and headed straight for the location of the red star grass. 3 days have passed, and I don't know how much rice the fire ants have dug. It's time to go and check it out. 5 minutes later, Han Feng came close to the red star grass and shouted towards the crack in the ground not far away. Biaozi. Whoosh. Saying Biao came out from the crack and greeted excitedly. Brother, you are here. Han Feng smacked his lips. How's the progress of the project? How many meters have you dug? Sang Biao said. The progress has not fallen behind at all. We have been working overtime these days and have dug 70 meters deep. It should be completed the day after tomorrow. Good. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction and encouraged. Keep working hard and do a good job. I will go inspect other work. Brother, don't leave in a hurry. Song Biao spoke yiddi. What's wrong? Han Feng was slightly stunned. Sang Biao sighed and said, We are in trouble and need your help. What's going on? Explain it clearly. Han Feng said lightly. Sang Biao immediately said, Do you know that besides us fire ants, there are 2 other ant species on this island? Han Feng was stunned. He had been on the island for quite some time and had explored almost every corner of the island. So far, I have only seen fire ants and black ants, but never the 3rd type of ants. Where are they hiding? What type of ants are they? Let me introduce these 2 ant populations. Han Feng said calmly. Sang Biao. One is the black iron ant, and the other is the green ant. The black iron ant is slightly larger than us, but its fighting power is far inferior to ours, so it is not a big deal. But the green ant is not so simple. There are very few of them, but they contain a strong poison in their bodies. Once you are bitten by them, you will definitely die. Han Feng pinched his chin and pondered. These 2 ant colonies are going to deal with you? Sang Biao said directly. We have received reliable information that these 2 species are planning to join forces to attack us. With our strength, it is impossible to compete with them. Han Feng was a little confused. You all have your own territories, so there's no conflict of interest, right? Why would they attack you? Sang Biao's eyes became serious. It is rumored that one of the black iron ants has mutated. This guy can devour ants and continuously improve his strength. Maybe it is because of this reason. Mutated ants? Han Feng muttered something and suddenly remembered something. When we were killing black iron ants a few days ago, one of them was particularly alert, as if it could sense danger. If things go wrong, the black iron ant might mutate. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked again, Where is the nest of the green ants? Why have I never seen them before? Sang Biao. The green ants and the black iron ants are in the same nest. They have reached an agreement with the black iron ants to protect the black iron ant queen, and the black iron ants provide them with food. Chapter 176. The Talent for Detecting Danger. So that's what happened. Han Feng suddenly realized something. No wonder I have never seen green ants. It turns out they have been hiding in their nests. Han Feng asked, When will the black iron ants and green ants attack you? Sang Biao shook his head. It could be today, or it could be tomorrow. I'm not sure about the details. Han Feng pinched his chin and hesitated for a moment, then whispered, You guys continue to work. Don't feel any psychological burden. I will deal with the black iron ants and green ants. Brother, thank you so much. Sang Biao was overjoyed. Just keep working. Chu Feng smiled and left with his 2 pets. Behind, he headed straight for the black iron ant's nest. In just a few minutes, they arrived at a pile of rocks. This is where the black iron ant's nest is located. Originally, Han Feng did not intend to exterminate the black iron ants. But after learning that a mutant ant had appeared, he changed his mind. The mutated black ants are extremely harmful. They will become a disaster if left alone and must be completely eradicated. Brother, the black iron ants are hiding in their caves and won't come out. How can we deal with them? The blue electric mouse asked. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a deep look. Use your wits to defeat them. Blue electric mouse. 7-star rat. Are you planning to play dirty again? Brother, what method are you going to use? The 7-star rat asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Han Feng curled his lips, then opened the space bag and took out the bathtub. After taking a shower last night, I put the bathtub into the space bag, which still contained a basin of bath water. Han Feng held the bathtub, pointed it at the entrance of the black iron ant's nest, and poured all the bath water into it. Seeing this, the blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse finally understood. Chu Feng is planning to drown the black iron ants. You are worthy of being the big brother. How despicable. After filling the bath water, Han Feng instructed the blue electric mouse, Little mouse, release your lightning talent. Just using this bath water may not be enough to drown all the black iron ants and green ants. But if you add the lightning attack of the blue electric mouse, you can basically kill them all at once. Brother, you are too cruel. The blue electric mouse smacked his lips. Just do what you're told to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Feng rolled his eyes. The blue electric mouse shrank its neck in fear and quickly stretched out a claw and poked into the hole, then released its lightning talent. I saw a blue electric current shooting out and extending all the way down along the water flow. After a while, a crackling sound was heard in the cave. Faintly, Screams could be heard. Han Feng chuckled, then activated his insight talent and observed the blue electric mouse. I saw that its experience value was rising rapidly. When this happens, it means that black iron ants are dying in large numbers. Soon, the blue electric mouse's experience value exceeded 400 points, and it was successfully promoted to level 4. The blue electric mouse shouted excitedly, "Brother, I have been promoted to level 4. Keep killing." Han Feng reminded. The blue electric mouse is full of energy and keeps releasing lightning. Han Feng noticed that after the blue electric mouse's experience value increased by another 100 points, it stopped increasing. The black iron ants and green ants in the cave have probably been killed, so there's no need to continue. Little mouse, stop it. Han Feng yesturid. The blue electric mouse retracted its claws and looked up at Han Feng. Brother, I was killing with all my might. Why did you stop? You've electrocuted all the ants inside. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to continue releasing your talent? Han Feng said lightly. Oh, the blue electric mouse reacted. Come with me. Han Feng called out and took his 2 spirit pets to hide in a patch of grass not far away. He planned to stay and observe. If there were any fish that had escaped the net, they would surely come out of the cave, and then he could catch them all in one fell swoop. After waiting for a while, there was no movement in the cave. Han Feng guessed that all the ants inside should be dead. When he was about to leave, a black iron ant suddenly jumped out from inside. The moment he came out, he yelled, "Fuck you. Who the hell did this? You actually annihilated my Manchu people? I will never let you go." Brother, that guy is scolding you. The blue electric mouse reminded. Han Feng rubbed his nose. It was you who used your lightning talent to kill the ants just now. I can only be considered an accomplice at best. So, it should be you that it is scolding. Blue electric mouse. After venting its anger, the black iron ant suddenly turned its gaze towards the bushes where Han Feng was hiding. A layer of horror suddenly filled its tiny eyes, as if it had seen something dangerous, and it turned around and ran away. Can you get away? Han Feng smiled contemptuously, then released a space-binding talent. The black iron ant had just taken 2 steps when it suddenly felt an invisible force sweeping over from the surrounding area. Before it could react, it was restrained and unable to move at all. Come back to me. Han Feng hooked his finger. The black iron ant took off into the air and slowly flew toward Han Feng. The black iron ants were scared to death. What methods did this human being in front of me use? It's really unpredictable. Soon, the black iron ant flew closer. Han Feng calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target, mutated black iron ant. Level 6. Experience, 100-700. Constitution. Strength, 1 + 50. Defense, 5 + 50. Agility, 10 + 50. Mental power, 20 + 50. Talent, devoiring, sans signe danger. After reading the introduction, Han Feng was slightly moved. This mutated black iron ant is a bit unusual. It has actually been promoted to level 6. Moreover, he has awakened 2 talents. If left unattended and allowed to grow, they might threaten his safety. Human, I didn't provoke you. Why do you treat me like this? The mutated black iron ants were terrified. Han Feng said in a cold tone, On this island, I am the undisputed master. I can do whatever I want and kill whoever I want. There is no need for so many reasons. Mutated black iron ant. This is too overbearing. Han Feng glanced at him and said coldly, Don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and become my spirit pet, I can let you go. What do you think? The mutated black iron ant's talent for sensing danger is quite good. This guy is like a radar. It can scan the surroundings. Once danger is detected, an early warning can be given. The mutant black iron ant's eyes rolled around. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your pet. Han Feng Jing waited for a while, but did not receive any prompt message, and his eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. The fact that no prompt was received proves that the mutated black iron ant was hypocritical and was not truly submitting to it. I've given you the chance, but you don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for being rude. Han Feng snorted coldly, grabbed the mutant black iron ant, and threw it to the ground. Then he swung the machete and chopped it down, splitting it in half. The next moment, a starlight suddenly bloomed on the body of the mutated black iron ant. Chapter 177, Ancient Tree of War. This situation is a sign of material explosion. So what will happen this time? Han Feng was very excited and looked intently at the starlight. Suddenly, a green bead emerged. When Han Feng's eyes fell on it, relevant information appeared in his mind. Toxin beads contains extremely strong toxins. After being swallowed by poisonous plants, the toxin's lethality is greatly increased. Han Feng's eyes lit up. There happened to be a xianin vine in the shelter, which was a poisonous plant and could just swallow the poison beads. Good. Han Feng's lips curled up slightly. This trip was not in vain. Not only did it help the blue electric mouse advance to level 4, it also revealed a poison bead. The harvest was quite rich. Afterwards, Han Feng left here with his 2 spirit pets and headed straight for the beach. After the fog dissipated, the sea returned to its normal state. Han Feng stood on the beach and took a closer look. But the sea was calm, without any ripples, like a big mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Han Feng looked for a while and didn't find any supplies, feeling a little disappointed. Han Feng. Just then, 2 big crabs came running over from a distance. It was De Zhuang and Xiaorou. Coming to Han Feng, De Zhuang said with a smile, Han Feng, I haven't seen you for several days. I missed you so much. Be more reserved. Han Feng smacked his lips and asked, Have you found the treasure chest? I didn't find a treasure chest, but I found a few big starfish. De Zhuang said quickly. Han Feng's eyes lit up where? Starfish are edible, so now that you've discovered them, there's no reason to miss them. Come with me. De Zhuang ran straight toward the reef, not far away. Han Feng followed closely behind. When we arrived at the reef, we saw 3 large starfish lying in a puddle, each of them as big as a pot lid. Judging from the appearance, each one weighs at least 20 kilograms, enough for 2 meals. Han Feng picked up the 2 starfish and put them into the space bag. The remaining one was left to Da Zhuang and Xiaorou. After doing all this, he instructed the 2 spirit pets. Don't just stand there, dig for clams. Both pets have big appetites. If they eat more clams here, they will have to eat less when they go back, thus saving a lot of food. The 2 spirit pets started digging excitedly. Han Feng strolled along the beach. Although I was just strolling, I always remained vigilant. Because there is a level 15 siren in the sea, you must be careful at all times. Time flies and it's noon. Han Feng said hello to the 2 crabs and left with the blue electric rat and the 7-star rat. As soon as they returned to the shelter, the blue electric mouse started yelling, Brother, what are we having for lunch? Didn't you dig some clams and eat them? Aren't you full? Han Feng asked. The blue electric mouse looked depressed. There are not many clams on the beach today. I only dug 5 in total. I can't eat enough. Go get some firewood and we'll grill starfish for lunch. Han Feng said lightly. The branches collected a few days ago have been used up and there is no firewood for cooking. I'll go right away. The blue electric mouse rushed out and headed straight for the big tree by the sea. Han Feng took out a large starfish and started cleaning it up. Cleaning completed, waiting for the return of the blue electric mouse. However, no matter how long they waited, there was still no sign of the blue electric mouse. Han Feng was puzzled. How long will it take to just go out and get some branches? Why hasn't the blue electric mouse come back yet? Just when Han Feng was about to go out to take a look, the blue electric mouse limped back, with a bruised face and several scratches on its body, obviously having suffered brutal abuse. Han Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Little mouse, what's going on? Besides him, there are only 3 people left on the island. Zhao Yunxi? Could it be these 3 women who did it? But that's not right. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 are only level 4, which is the same level as the blue electric rat, so they may not be able to do anything to it. So who could have beaten the blue electric mouse like this? Brother, you must avenge me. The blue electric mouse walked up to Han Feng and said in a crying voice, It's from that big tree trunk. What? Han Feng was stunned on the spot. How could that big tree beat the blue electric mouse into this state? Has it become a spirit? Han Feng released a healing talent to heal the blue electric mouse, and then asked, Tell me, what's going on? The blue electric mouse said, Just now I was trying to get a branch. Unexpectedly, a branch of the tree transformed into an arm and knocked me out in an instant. Han Feng was stunned when he heard this. Can a big tree actually transform into arms? Has evolved? After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked again, Don't you have a talent for lightning? Why don't you shock it? The blue electric mouse had a sad face. My lightning talent has no effect on it. Is there such a thing? Han Feng frowned. Suddenly, I remembered something. A few days ago, I encountered a black water turtle. This guy had the talent of spell immunity and directly ignored Zhao Yunshi's lightning talent. Could it be that this big tree also possesses this talent? That's quite interesting. Han Feng grinned. Little mouse, follow me. Let's go meet it. Brother, that guy threatened to teach you a lesson and even beat you till you shit. He is so arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. The blue electric mouse added fuel to the fire. It will regret saying this. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in them. On this island, he is the undisputed ruler. How dare a mere big tree challenge him? It's simply outrageous. I wonder how many eyes the Horse King has. If he doesn't teach a lesson today, he won't be called Han Feng. A few minutes later, Han Feng and the blue electric mouse arrived at the beach and saw the big tree from afar. From the appearance point of view, it doesn't seem to be much change. It's still the same. But Han Feng always felt something was wrong. He looked again and suddenly discovered the human face appeared on the upper part of the tree trunk. That's right, it is indeed a face. A tree actually has a face. It seems like this guy has really become a spirit. However, on this island, no matter what it is, if it wants to become a spirit, it must get his permission. Otherwise, you will be destroyed by him. Han Feng walked to a place 5 meters in front of the big tree and stopped. He calmly activated his insight talent and began to observe. Target: Ancient of War. Level: 7th level. Degree of Evolution: 0. Attack Power: 30 plus 60. Defense: 50 plus 60. Agility: 1 plus 60. Mental Strength: 15 plus 60. Talents: Spell Immunity, Clone, Transmogrified Weapon. Oh shit. After reading the message, Han Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. The big tree actually evolved into an ancient war tree, and 3 talents were awakened. This guy is quite unusual. Chapter 178. The demon plant lineage will never be enslaved. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you are finally here. The ancient war tree stared at Han Feng and muttered something with gritted teeth. What are you waiting for me to do? Han Feng rubbed his nose gently. The ancient tree of war smiled coldly. Before, you tortured me several times, causing great harm to my body and mind. Today I must ruthlessly ravage you and avenge you. Isn't it just cutting off branches twice? You are too narrow-minded. Can you have a broader vision? Han Feng Huklid. Talk to me about the situation. I'm going to take some parts off you, and you can let bygones be bygones. The ancient tree of war sneered. It seems that we can't continue the conversation. We can only see the result with our own hands. Han Feng sighed softly. Human, come on. I will beat you to a pulp. The ancient war tree roared. Today I will teach you how terrifying I am, and help you face reality. There's only one master on this island, and that is me. Whoever challenges me, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Han Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he moved towards the ancient war tree step by step with a machete in hand. Stop pretending. The ancient war tree roared and shook its body violently. With a click, a thick branch broke off and fell to the ground. Han Feng was stunned. Aren't you going to fight? Why did you start self-harming? What's going on? Just as I was in a trance, the branch that fell to the ground suddenly stood up. Then it swelled up strangely, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a humanoid vegetable. Its body is made of rough bark, its arms and legs are twisted branches, and its head is a ball covered with leaves, with eyes that glow with a cold light. What the hell is this? Han Feng was stunned. After a brief pause, he activated his insight talent to observe. Target: Demonic Plant Clone. Level: 7th level. Degree of Evolution: 0. Attack Power: 30 plus 60. Defense: 50 plus 60. Agility: 10 plus 60. Mental Strength: 15 plus 60. Talents: none. After reading the information, Han Feng finally understood. It turned out to be an incarnation summoned by the ancient war tree using its talent. I have to say, the attributes of this clone are quite high. It is even much higher than human players of the same level. However, it was not good enough in front of him, a level 9 player. Teach him a lesson. The ancient tree of war issued an attack order. The demon plant clone roared and pounced towards Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng's lips curled up with a hint of contempt. When the clone of the demon plant rushed to him, he raised his hand and chopped it with a knife. The sharp blade light cut through the air and landed on the demon plant clone. With a click, the demon plant clone was split into 2 from head to toe and fell straight to the ground, turning into 2 broken branches. Fuck! The ancient war tree trembled violently and couldn't help but let out a scream. I originally thought that after the mutation was upgraded, Han Feng would be easily controlled. I never expected that Han Feng's strength would be so strong. With just one strike, the demon plant clone was split in half. How the hell do we fight this? Let's continue. A ferocious smile appeared on Han Feng's lips, and he rushed towards the ancient war tree again. Human, wait a minute. The ancient war tree panicked. Han Feng can hunt down the clone of the demon plant, so killing it would be a piece of cake. After finally transforming into an ancient war tree, it doesn't want to die just like that. Han Feng stopped, his eyes were icy cold, and he asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" Gudong. The war tree swallowed hard. I spoke a little loudly just now. Is it too late to apologize to you now? Are you scared? Han Feng snorted disdainfully. The ancient tree of war trembled and said, I was just joking with you before. How dare I go against you? I have always admired you very much. Can you forgive me? Han Feng laughed, but I took it seriously. The ancient war tree was terrified. Didn't you say that we should have a clear mind? There's no need to argue with me, right? I am indeed a person with a vision. Han Feng pinched his chin and groaned, then changed the subject. I can spare your life, but you must agree to one condition of mine. What conditions? The ancient tree of war asked. Be my spiritual pet. Han Feng curled his lips. The ancient war tree has very impressive combat capabilities and possesses 3 major talents, so it has great potential. As long as we recruit them, we will be able to enhance the overall strength of the shelter. However, the ancient war tree is a demonic plant and is not the same species as the blue electric rat and the 7-star rat. I don't know if I can tame it as a spiritual pet. But anyway, there's no harm in giving it a try. You want to take me as your spiritual pet? The war ancient tree's eyes narrowed and his tone became unfriendly. You don't agree? Han Feng narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. We, the demon plant lineage, will never be slaves. The ancient tree of war raised its voice. Brother accepted you as his pet because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ungrateful. The blue electric mouse pointed at the nose of the ancient war tree and cursed. You weakling, what qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things? You should just go somewhere cooler. The ancient tree of war snorted coldly. Grass. The blue electric mouse cursed angrily and turned to face Han Feng. Brother, this guy doesn't know how to appreciate your kindness. Don't waste your words on him, or you'll get yourself killed. Han Feng's eyes were filled with coldness, and the corners of his mouth curled up with an evil look. It would be too easy for him to kill it like this. I will torture it severely. The ancient war tree suddenly felt a chill all over his body, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Even if I die, I will not surrender to you. Han Feng stopped talking nonsense, took a step, and rushed towards the ancient war tree quickly. I'll fight you. The ancient war tree roared, and a branch suddenly emerged from the crown of the tree. It instantly turned into a giant axe and chopped down at Chu Feng. A trifle. Han Feng sneered and suddenly activated the space constraints. An invisible force swept out, completely covering the ancient war tree and imprisoning it so that it could not move at all. What is that? The ancient war tree was so scared that it pissed itself. What methods did Han Feng use? It's a bit too weird. Just as he was stunned, Han Feng had already arrived in front of it. His face was ferocious and terrifying, and the machete in his hand emitted a cold blade light. What do you want to do? The corners of the ancient war tree's mouth trembled. I'm going to fuck you. Han Feng let out a cold roar and stabbed the machete into the tree trunk. Ah! The ancient war tree let out a heart-wrenching scream. Aren't you awesome? Can't you bear this little pain? Han Feng sneered, then started slashing with the machete. With a crackling sound, a long gap appeared on the tree trunk. The ancient war tree was terrified. Han Feng seems to be planning to skin it. People need face, and trees need bark. How can it survive without bark? Chapter 179. Conquering the Ancient War Tree. Human, you can't do this to me. The ancient war tree was almost crying. Han Feng smiled grimly. This is just the beginning. Not only will I peel off your skin, but I will also chop you into firewood piece by piece. Anyway, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Let's play slowly. Do you still have any humanity? The ancient war tree looked angry. Han Feng smiled playfully. I have always been inhumane to my enemies. Stop struggling and accept my destruction. There was horror in the eyes of the ancient war tree. In its eyes, Han Feng at this moment was not a human being at all, but he is an executioner wielding a butcher knife, a demon walking out of hell. Seeing that Han Feng was about to commit violence again, the ancient tree of war said urgently, "Human, we can discuss this." Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "What do you want to say?" A flattering look appeared on the battlefield ancient tree's face. "I just thought about it. It's more promising to follow you." Upon hearing this, Han Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. All this preparation is done just to scare the ancient war tree and make it surrender. So far, it has worked. The blue electric mouse was unhappy. "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't want to do it. Now you change your mind? Do you really think that my big brother is so easy to talk to?" "Shut up, little mouse." Han Feng rolled his eyes at the blue electric mouse, then turned to face the ancient war tree. His voice was cold. "I'll give you one last chance. You must sincerely submit to me. If I don't feel your signal of submission, I will think you are playing a trick on me. I'm sure you can weigh the consequences clearly." The ancient war tree was terrified. "From now on, you are my master. I will follow your lead. If I disobey you, I will be struck by lightning." Han Feng waited patiently for a while. Suddenly, a mechanical voice appeared in my mind. The ancient war tree chose to surrender. Congratulations to player Han Feng for harvesting a demon plant. Finally got it. Han Feng let out a long sigh, stared at the ancient war tree, and said disdainfully, "Didn't you say that demon plants will never be enslaved?" The ancient war tree did not feel ashamed at all, and said confidently, "Brother, you don't know that I am not a pure demon plant. I am a mutated demon plant, so this slogan has no effect on me." Han Feng. This guy reacts quickly and is good at finding excuses for himself. Han Feng shook his head speechlessly and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, how did you mutate and upgrade?" The ancient war tree said truthfully, 2 days ago, when there was heavy fog, 2 beads fell on me and merged into my body. It was at that time that I began to slowly mutate." Han Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. There is no doubt that those 2 beads are spiritual beads. No wonder we couldn't find any trace of the 2 spirit beads after searching for 2 days. It turned out that he was swallowed by the ancient war tree. I have to say, this guy is really lucky. It was like pie falling from the sky, and 2 of them fell directly and hit it. After a moment of trance, Han Feng ordered, "Little mouse, dig a big hole around the small tree." "Brother, I have already surrendered to you. Why are you still torturing me?" The ancient war tree was startled. "Who said I wanted to torture you?" Han Feng rolled his eyes. The war ancient tree was a little confused. "Then why did you dig the hole?" Han Feng chuckled. "You are my personal property now. I need to take you back to the shelter. How can I get you back without digging a hole?" So that's what happened. The ancient tree of war grumbled and said immediately, "Brother, don't bother. I can go back with you by myself." "How are you going to get back by yourself?" Han Feng was a little confused. "Brother, watch out." The ancient war tree chuckled. At this moment, a sound of breaking suddenly came from the ground. I saw the surrounding ground suddenly bulge and crack. The next moment, the ancient war tree rose from the ground. Han Feng was amazed. This thing can actually dig itself out of the soil? "Brother, let's go to your shelter." The ancient war tree gave a reminder. Han Feng looked strange. "Can you move?" "Of course, it's just a routine operation." The ancient war tree smiled triumphantly. Han Feng's expression changed. "Let's go now." With a loud bang, the ancient war tree moved quickly towards the shelter. Han Feng noticed that the roots of the ancient war tree were like tentacles, constantly wriggling on the ground. It is in this way that the body is moved. A few minutes later, the ancient tree of war came to the outside of the shelter. "Brother, can I take root outside?" Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "Go and take root next to the thatched hut." The ancient of war has the talent of being immune to spell damage. Once it is attacked by spells, it can protect the entire shelter. So, it is best to place it in a shelter. "Okay, big brother." The ancient war tree passed through the fence gate, moved to the side of the thatched hut, and then quickly took root. When a 7-star rat saw the ancient war tree, its eyes suddenly lit up and it climbed up in a flash. "Little squirrel, what are you doing on top of me?" The ancient tree of war said coldly. The 7-star rat said directly, "I'm going to make my home on you and live on it." The ancient war tree warned, "You can settle down here, but don't think about digging a hole. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The seven-star mouse smiled and said, I won't dig a hole. I'll just make a nest on top. No more words are said about the ancient tree of war. At this time, Feng came over, looked at the ancient war tree intently, and said meaningfully, Little tree, you are a newcomer. Shouldn't you show off and make some contributions? The ancient war tree asked blankly, Brother, what contribution should I make? Feng curled his lips and said, I'm going to make a fire to cook, but I'm out of firewood. Can you contribute some branches? The ancient tree of war was slightly startled and asked tentatively, Brother, you brought me back. You didn't treat me as a pile of firewood, did you? If this is the case, it would be very sad. It would be better to be beaten to death by Feng. Feng laughed dumbly. What are you thinking? I'll use it once, and I won't mess with your branches anymore. Just once. The ancient war tree was pardoned. Feng reminded, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get some branches down. The ancient war tree endured the pain, broke off a branch, and dropped it to the ground. Feng swung the machete and chopped it into pieces. Then make a fire and roast the starfish. 10 minutes later, Feng and his two pets sat in front of the fire, enjoying the starfish happily. After eating, Feng gave the poisoned bee to the xianin vine. When he was about to go back to the thatched hut to rest, the pea shooter suddenly shouted, Brother, those 3 women are coming. Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 hadn't gone to the toilet for 2 days. After holding in for 2 days, you must have pooped a lot. For corns are a treat. Chapter 180, A Person Who Can Fly. Feng then turned to the ancient war tree and ordered, When outsiders come, hide your face. There is a human face growing on a big tree, which is a bit scary. If Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were so scared that they didn't come to the toilet, the loss would be too great. Got it, big brother. The ancient war tree responded. Feng then took out a roll of toilet paper and walked to the wooden fence door to greet them. After a while, 3 slender figures appeared in sight. Perhaps because they had rested for a whole morning, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 looked much better and no longer looked as haggard as before. 3 of you, here you come. Feng greeted warmly. Lu Chushuang frowned and asked in confusion, Feng, why are you always so enthusiastic every time we come to the toilet? Feng chuckled. Do you want me to communicate with you with a stern face? No, you'd better be more enthusiastic. Lu Chushuang smacked her lips. Feng distributed the prepared toilet paper and reminded them, You have been holding it in for a long time. Go to the toilet quickly. Yu Lingshan was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable and rushed into the toilet quickly. For corn plants stood quietly in the vegetable field. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, their hearts were already filled with excitement. It's been 2 days since I last ate the shit of 3 women. I miss it so much. Zhao Yunxi always felt that Feng's shelter was a little different from usual. After taking a closer look, she suddenly discovered that there was a big tree with lush branches and leaves growing next to the thatched hut. What is going on? When did a big tree appear in Feng's shelter? Lu Chushuang also discovered the ancient war tree and couldn't help asking, Feng, where did you get this tree? Feng had already thought of an explanation and said calmly, Of course it was planted. Planted? Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang were stunned. When I came here the day before yesterday, this big tree wasn't there yet. In other words, this big tree grew to this height in 1 day. Although, the plants here grow much faster than on Earth. But it can't grow that tall in just 1 day, right? Feng raised his eyebrows. I don't know why it grows so fast. Maybe it's a special breed. Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang were half believing and half doubting, but they didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it's just an ordinary big tree. Nothing of particular note. At this time, Yu Lingshan came back after going to the toilet. Next, it was Lu Chushuang's turn. Yu Lingshan walked up to Feng and whispered, Feng, have you prescribed sanitary napkins recently? Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Are you having your period? Yu Lingshan, is it really okay to ask this in front of a girl? Can't you be a little more reserved? Yu Lingshan bit her thin lips and said, Feng rubbed his nose and said, No more for now, but Dilly Reba has 3 packs of sanitary napkins. Aren't you 2 on good terms? You can borrow some from her. All right. Yu Lingshan nodded and reminded, Next time you prescribe sanitary napkins, be sure to leave a pack for me. No problem. Feng smiled slightly. 5 minutes later, Lu Chushuang walked out of the bathroom. Finally, it was Zhao Yunxi's turn. Zhao Yunqi was quite fast and finished the task in 3 minutes. After the 3 people left, the 4 corns rushed into the toilet like crazy. The ancient war tree was stunned and asked the 7-star mouse, "Little squirrel, what are these 4 corns for?" 7-star mouse, "Of course I eat shit." The ancient war tree retched, "Why do they eat shit?" 7-star rat, "You can level up by eating shit." Ancient war tree. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, lay on the straw bed, and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, "Brothers, are you all awake?" Wu Hai, "I just woke up, and I feel so damn comfortable." Peng Yu, "I've been through a lot these past 2 days, and I almost collapsed." Su Mao, "Those who survive a great disaster will surely be blessed in the future. There won't be any danger next time, right?" Yang Shuyong, "Given the nature of nature, how could it be possible for us to be comfortable forever? I estimate that in 10 days or so, another disaster will come." Lu Tai, "Heaven is truly a beast." Li Pangpang, "God is not in front of me. Otherwise, he would be beaten so hard that his parents wouldn't recognize him." Jiang DePeo, "Buddy, have you ever thought that the heavenly Tao might be able to see our communication?" Li Pangpang was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Master Tao, I was just joking. I like to brag, so don't take it personally." Everyone, "Isn't this too cowardly?" Chin Chong, "Brothers, I have bad news for you." Everyone suddenly became nervous. "What news?" Chin Chong, "Tian Dao just issued an announcement saying that a new disaster will occur tomorrow and asking us to prepare in advance." Jiang Feng, "What the hell? Does the heavens still have humanity? Will it let us live? Will it kill us?" Lu Tai, "He is indeed a beast." There was wailing in the group. "Having just suffered from the torture of the fog, we have to face a new disaster right after. It is really unacceptable." Doraba Dilmarat, Chin Chong, "What is the disaster this time?" Chin Chong, "Heaven doesn't say." Jiang DePeo, "I suffer torture every day and my spirit has collapsed. I might as well die." Zhang Sheng, "I think so too. How about we die together? It would be nice to have someone to keep me company on the road." Jiang DePeo, "Go over there and scout the way first. If the situation over there is better than here, please send me a dream." Zhang Sheng, "Get out." Seeing this, Han Feng silently closed the chat group, narrowed his eyes, and pondered. For some reason, when I heard the news, I felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in my heart. What will the disaster be this time? Is it the level 15 sea monster in the sea? Or those evil creatures on the uninhabited island? Whatever it is, it will be a major test. However, he has now been promoted to level 9, with the help of many plants and a shelter. Have full confidence to face any challenge. Later, Han Feng collected his thoughts and began his lunch break. After resting for an hour, Han Feng got up and walked out of the thatched hut and was about to take his 2 pets to the beach. The pea shooter suddenly shouted, "Brother, something's happening." Han Feng's expression changed. "Are Zhao Yunqi and the others taking a bath?" Pea shooter, "Is this all that's on your mind, bro?" After a moment of silence, the pea shooter said, "No." Han Feng was slightly disappointed. "So what did you find out?" The pea shooter said quickly, "I saw a man flying in the sky in the distance." "What the hell?" Han Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. "People can fly? The plane he made?" Pea shooter, "She didn't take a plane. She has wings." Chapter 181 Battle. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and ordered, "Little P, start sharing." Someone with wings and can fly? Is it an angel? He wanted to see what kind of existence the other party was. Pea shooter immediately started sharing. Han Feng's mind trembled, and a picture appeared in front of him. I saw a slender and charming figure standing above the vast ocean. It was a young woman with a charming figure. This woman looks to be only in her 20s, but she exudes a mature and mysterious charm. Her face is so beautiful, as if it was carefully carved, and every detail is intoxicating. The skin is as white as snow, as delicate as silk, and exudes a faint luster. She was wearing a black bodysuit that tightly wrapped around her graceful figure, outlining her figure perfectly. She has beautiful curves, full and tall breasts, a slender and soft waist, round and raised buttocks, and long and straight legs. The most eye-catching thing was that she had a pair of huge black wings on her back, flapping gently and carrying her slowly in one direction. This pair of wings is like the wings of bats in the dark night, flashing with mysterious light, giving people an endless sense of reverie and mystery. During the flight, her long black hair fluttered in the wind, looking both beautiful and cool. As the distance continued to increase, it eventually disappeared from the picture. Brother, that woman is gone. Are you still watching? The pea shooter asked. Put away your talent. Han Feng whispered, narrowing his eyes and pondering. Who is this woman in black? Why do I have a pair of wings? And why are you here? Han Feng always felt something was strange, but for a moment he had no clue what to do. After thinking for a while, I finally concluded. This is a very beautiful woman, a little bit coquettish. She has a voluptuous figure and magnificent breasts, second only to Yu Lingshan. She is still young, just the age when flowers are in full bloom. The wings on the back may be natural, or they may be transformed through talent. Currently, this is the only useful information available. Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and went to the beach with his two pets. As soon as we arrived at the beach, we saw the sharks Xiu Xiu and Da Zhuang sitting on a rock and arguing fiercely. You are such a liar. Who cheated? If you're not being lazy, why do you always beat me? Is it possible that you're just too stupid? You're talking nonsense. I've eaten a lot of walnuts. Walnuts can nourish the brain. My brain is very sharp now. How can I be stupid? Who told you that eating walnuts can improve your brain? Han Feng. Is it possible that Han Feng is lying to you? Han Feng is my good friend. He saved my life. How could he lie to me? You don't eat enough walnuts. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue. I will definitely beat you this time. Come if you want. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Scissors, rock, paper. Haha, I win again. Hurry up and put your head over here. I'll give you a headbang. Fuck. Why can't I win even once? What are these two guys doing? Han Feng muttered something and walked straight up. Han Feng. Seeing Han Feng coming over, De Zhuang and Shark Su Su greeted him in unison. What are you two doing? Han Feng asked curiously. De Zhuang said dejectedly, I played rock, paper, scissors with Little Shark, and the stakes were a blow to the head. I've played more than a dozen times, and I never won once. I was always dizzy. Han Feng. De Zhuang's two pliers look like scissors no matter what they produce. It would be strange if he didn't lose. With this IQ, it doesn't matter how many walnuts you eat. Basically, you can give up treatment. Han Feng, did Little Shark cheat? Otherwise, how could I not win even once? De Zhuang said angrily. Han Feng said meaningfully, You always use scissors, right? Why don't you change it? De Zhuang said dejectedly, I can't change it. Han Feng chuckled, isn't that right? Little Shark knows this, so he always uses the hammer, and that's how he can beat you every time. Da Zhuang was dumbfounded. Zilly hut. Shark Xiu Xiu laughed. Little Shark, didn't you say the sea was dangerous and you didn't dare go out? Why did you suddenly come here? Han Feng asked curiously. I didn't want to come either. It was the big monkey who forced me to come. Shark Xiu Xiu's face was full of bitterness. What did the big monkey ask you to do? Han Feng asked. Shark Xiu Xiu said bluntly. The big monkey wants you to help fight. Han Feng was slightly startled. Who are you fighting with? Shark Xiu Xiu smiled and said, with another big monkey. Han Feng was stunned when he heard this. There are two gorillas on your island? Only one. The other one is from another island. Shark Xiu Xiu said quickly. Han Feng became interested. Since we are not on the same island, there will be no conflict of interest. Why fight? Shark Xiu Xiu chuckled. Those two big macaques had their eyes on a female gorilla, so they proposed a fight to compete for her. The winner will get the right to pursue the female gorilla, and the loser will automatically withdraw. Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but widen. A fight over a female gorilla? These two macaques are only as good as this. Shark Xiu Xiu glanced at Chu Feng and asked, Chu Feng, are you willing to help the big monkey? Han Feng rubbed his nose and asked in confusion, if they arrange a fight among themselves, can they ask for help? Shark Xiu Xiu explained, you don't know that the two giant monkeys are almost the same in strength, and even if they fight, it's hard to tell who is who. So I decided to invite my friends to fight on my behalf. So that's what happened. Han Feng muttered, his eyes gradually narrowed. I am now so strong that it's terrifying. Correspondingly, the appearance fee will also increase. Can the big monkey afford it? Shanshu Xiu Xiu, big monkey, said that as long as you can help win the game, he will give you 4 bottles of attribute potions. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the big monkey is so sincere, I can help at once. But how can I get to your island? The ocean is not like an island. It is very dangerous. Once attacked by a sea monster, there is no place to escape. Can I just carry you over there? Shark Xiu Xiu disagreed. Han Feng shook his head. What if we are attacked by a sea monster and you abandon me and run away? What should I do then? Shark Xiu Xiu. Don't worry, The big monkey has made a potion that can block smells. As long as we sprinkle it on our bodies, those sea monsters won't be able to sense our presence at all and won't attack us. That puts me at ease. Han Feng nodded. When are we going to fight? Shark Shu Shu. It hasn't been decided yet. I'll let you know when it's decided. Chapter 182, I curse you to have diarrhea. Okowo. Han Feng smiled slightly. Han Feng, I'll go back first. The shark Shu Shu said hello, quickly dived into the sea, swam straight into the distance, and soon disappeared from sight. Han Feng, do you have any walnuts left? Da Shuang pulled Han Feng's through their leg. What? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. De Zhuang said sadly, I feel that my IQ is still not enough, so I plan to eat some walnuts to nourish my brain. Han Feng said earnestly, your IQ is almost fixed, and there will be no room for improvement if you eat more. Da Zhuang. Is this abandoned? He aspires to be the smartest crab. How can I give up so easily? De Zhuang looked at Han Feng with pleading eyes. Han Feng, just give me something to eat. Han Feng was also helpless. He opened the space cloth bag, took out more than 20 walnuts, and gave them to De Zhuang. Han Feng, thank you so much. Da Zhuang was overjoyed and couldn't wait to eat the walnuts. Han Feng looked at the sea with his eyes floating on it. After a while, he asked, has the giant octopus not come back yet? No. De Zhuang ate a walnut and spoke vaguely. Why? Han Feng sighed deeply. The giant octopus has been gone for several days, and there has been no news. It's unclear whether he's dead or alive. During the few days it was away, the number of treasure chests dropped rapidly. I really missed the giant octopus coming back soon. After staying at the beach for 3 hours, Han Feng left with his 2 pets and headed straight for the east side of the island. Brother, what are we going there for? Are we going to look for Sang Biao? The blue electric mouse asked curiously. Go get some firewood. Han Feng said casually. Blue electric mouse. Don't we have a big tree in our shelter? Why we need to go outside to get firewood? Han Feng criticized. Xiao Shu is a member of the shelter and also our friend. How can you bear to hurt it? Why are you so vicious? Can't you have a little sympathy? Blue electric mouse. In terms of viciousness, it is not even a younger brother to Han Feng. How could Han Feng have the nerve to say such things? Soon, Han Feng came under a big tree. This is an ordinary locust tree, growing next to the walnut tree. Seeing Chu Feng waving a machete in front of him, Huai Shu was terrified. Human, what do you want to do? Han Feng gave an apologetic smile. Brother Shu, I want to borrow something from you. What do you want to borrow? The locust tree was a little scared. Han Feng smiled faintly. I'll borrow some branches from you to make a fire and cook. I'm not the only tree on the island. Why do you want to hurt me? The locust tree was very angry. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, because you're easy to bully. There are 4 big trees on the east side of the island. He had already brought the tree by the sea into the shelter. The other tree was occupied by 2 parrots and became their home, so there was no need to go and rub it. Walnut trees can bear fruit, so they are very useful if kept. There was no other choice but to attack the locust tree, Sephora japonica. Just as he was stunned, Han Feng raised the butcher knife. With one swipe of the knife, he chopped off a thick branch. Ah! The locust tree howled miserably. The walnut tree not far away was trembling with fear. Han Feng glanced at the branches on the ground and nodded with satisfaction, enough to burn for 2 days. Then, he walked away holding the branch. When Han Feng walked away, Huai Shu cursed, fuck your grandma. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Walnut tree advised. Locust tree, be patient and you will have peace. Take a step back and you'll have a bright future. That guy is too cruel. You can't afford to provoke him. I don't care, I must take revenge. The locust tree muttered viciously. The walnut tree was speechless. How are you going to take revenge? I have a plan. The locust tree smiled coldly and muttered secretly. Human, I curse you to have diarrhea. On the other side, Han Feng returned to the shelter and the sky had already darkened. So, I started preparing dinner. However, just as I lit the fire, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. Immediately, a feeling of urgency came over me. Han Feng frowned slightly. Why does my stomach hurt? Did you have a stomach upset? I didn't eat anything else for lunch, just a starfish. Are starfish poisonous? Thinking of this, Han Feng turned to look at the 2 spirit pets. Do you have a stomachache? It doesn't hurt. The 2 spirit pets said in unison. That's strange. Han Feng muttered, then reached out and pressed his hand on his lower abdomen, releasing a healing talent. Soon, the pain disappeared. Han Feng then opened the space cloth bag, took out 3 parrots, and was about to clean them up. The abdominal cramps came again. At the same time, a strong and violent urge to defecate came. Han Feng's face changed drastically. He threw down the 3 parrots and rushed into the toilet like a fly. Immediately afterwards, a series of puffing sounds were heard in the toilet, like firecrackers. The 4 corns were stunned. What's going on? Didn't brother have poop once this morning? Why did you go there again? This is actually not the point. The point is, you can have an extra meal today. The 4 corn plants couldn't help but get excited. 10 minutes later, Han Feng let out a long sigh and walked out of the toilet with heavy steps. Seeing this, the 4 corns rushed into the toilet at a rapid speed. The moment they entered, they were all stunned. What's going on? Why is your shit so watery? And it's sprayed everywhere. They didn't care about that and just lay on the ground and licked it madly. Brother, are you okay? Seeing Han Feng's face turn pale, the blue electric mouse asked with concern. Feng. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Just now, I felt like my intestines are going to be pulled out. Don't even mention how sour and refreshing it is. Brother, since you are okay, hurry up and clean up the parrot. I am starving to death. The blue electric mouse warned. Grass. Han Feng was so angry. He had pooped like this, but the blue electric mouse just wanted to eat it. What the hell? Han Feng complained a bit and picked up the parrot to clean up. After cleaning, put it on the fire and roast it. You two keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't get burnt. I'm going to take a break. Han Feng volunteered. Okay, big brother. The 2 spirit pets responded. Han Feng turned and walked towards the thatched hut. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen again. The momentum is still fierce. Han Feng was confused. Didn't you pull it once? Why are you here again? He didn't care about anything else and rushed to the toilet. If you don't hurry up, you're going to poop in your pants, and that's going to be tragic. When Han Feng rushed to the toilet, 4 corn stalks just came out. The 2 sides almost collided. I saw Han Feng enter the bathroom again. The 4 corn plants were confused. Big brother is going to give them another snack? No need to work so hard, right? Chapter 183 Good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and no one will be spared by fate. 10 minutes later, Han Feng walked out of the bathroom, his lips dry and his eyes hollow, obviously exhausted. Seeing Han Feng's expression, the 4 corn plants were moved. Brother, that's enough. We appreciate your kindness. Don't torture yourself anymore. Han Feng tried hard to open his mouth. Get lost. The 4 corns quickly ran into the toilet. Looking at the scene in the toilet, they fell into deep thought. Is this still shit? It's almost become soup. This is too rare. But no matter what, it is always rich in nutrients. The 4 corns then started licking. Han Feng entered the thatched hut, first gave himself a healing skill, then lay down on the straw bed, gasping for breath. These 2 piles of shit are really unbearable. Fortunately, I have a talent for healing, otherwise I would have fainted. So the question is, why do I have diarrhea? Han Feng thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. Brother, the parrot is roasted. Come out and eat it quickly. Just then, the voice of the blue electric mouse was heard outside the house. I won't eat it, you guys eat it. Han Feng said weakly. You're already in such a mess. How can you still have an appetite? The blue electric mouse tore the extra parrot apart and handed half to the 7-star mouse. Here. The 7-star mouse's eyes lit up, and he said with emotion, I didn't expect that I could eat half a parrot more. I really hope that big brother will have diarrhea every day. Han Feng. Just to order food. You actually said something like this? Have you considered his feelings? Han Feng was so angry that when he was about to find the 7-star rat to have a good talk, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach again. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, night fell. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. Han Feng lay on the straw bed with his eyes closed. Just now, I had diarrhea 10 times. My whole body was numb and my mind was a little blurry. After lying in bed for a while, I fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but the sun rose from the east, casting thousands of rays of light, dispelling the darkness and bringing light. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The engineer, Shovel, roared. Let me sleep a little longer. Han Feng said in a daze. Yesterday, because of diarrhea, I felt sore all over and had no strength at all. I couldn't get up at all. Brother, if you don't get up, what are we going to eat in the morning? The blue electric mouse asked. Han Feng said unhappily. Will you die if you don't eat a meal? Don't you see how weak he is? The blue electric mouse is still thinking about eating? What the hell? The blue electric mouse pursed its lips and said, I can't die, but I'm just very hungry and uncomfortable. Han Feng rolled his eyes and said, then go eat some dirt to cushion your hunger. Then I won't eat it. The blue electric mouse smacked his lips. If you really eat dirt, you might not even be able to poop. Han Feng ignored him and continued to sleep. Brother, those 3 girls are here. Han Feng hadn't slept for long when he heard the pea shooters shouting outside. What? Han Feng sighed lightly and gave himself a healing talent. After recovering a little, he stood up and walked out of the thatched hut, came to the wooden fence door, and waited quietly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The wooden fence said curiously. Chu Feng's face was pale, and his steps were unsteady, completely losing his former vitality. Didn't you have diarrhea yesterday? You feel a little weak. Han Feng whispered. Muslin muttered. It turns out you have diarrhea. I thought you had fought 10 rounds with a woman last night. Xianyin Vines chuckled. Don't brag about Big Brother. How can a fighter like Big Brother, who can even be weak from diarrhea, have the ability to fight a woman for 10 rounds? I'm afraid he will be defeated in 1 round. Mu Xiaolan said thoughtfully. I am superficial. Big Brother really doesn't have this ability. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark, his chest heaved violently, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He is currently in a difficult stage. These 2 guys don't even know how to comfort each other. Instead, they made fun of him. If I don't teach him a lesson, I will find it hard to swallow the anger in my heart. Seeing that Han Feng looked like he was going to kill someone, Mu Xiaolan and Xianyin Vine suddenly realized that they had said the wrong thing and were about to explain. Han Feng's cold voice rang in his ears. Silence Xiao Zhalan and Xiao Tengman for 24 hours. Wooden fence. Suanin Vinan. Han Feng. Just then, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 walked over from a distance. Han Feng nodded slightly. Han Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 looked at Han Feng in amazement. At this time, Han Feng had sunken eyes, a pale face, and a haggard look. He seemed to have aged several years and had completely lost his former dashing appearance. I have diarrhea. Han Feng sighed. Yu Lingshan's expression froze. Don't you have a talent for healing? Can't you just heal it? Why do you have diarrhea? Han Feng didn't know how to answer. Under normal circumstances, the healing talent can completely cure diarrhea. But for some reason, something was a little weird yesterday. Every time it heals, it only lasts a short time before it starts again. It felt like being cursed. I know what's going on. Lu Chushuang suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan both looked at Lu Chushuang. Lu Chushuang said, good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. Heaven will punish evil deeds. Look up if you don't believe me. Heaven will not let anyone off the hook. What's the meaning? Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned after hearing this. Lu Chushuang raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. Han Feng must have done too many bad things, and he is suffering retribution. Zhao Yunxi. Yu Lingshan. Is this the case? If you think about it carefully, there seems to be some connection. Han Feng was always complaining about everything and would humiliate anyone he disliked. He became a bully in the chat group, causing a lot of complaints. In addition, he also raped Lu Chushuang twice. Even if we cannot say that he has committed all kinds of evil, he has done many evil things. Maybe this is really retribution. Han Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he stared at Lu Chushuang. Do you know what the consequences will be if you say that to me? Lu Chushuang was not afraid at all. In your current state, do you still want to fight with me? Chu Feng can't even stand steadily now. How can he be her opponent? Han Feng laughed. Can you try? Don't think he's in bad shape now. But it is effortless to control someone like Lu Chushuang. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Zhao Yunxi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Isn't there a disaster coming today? It might start soon. You two should settle down. Chapter 184. The Sea Monster Attacks. After being reminded by Zhao Yunxi, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Tiandao had issued an announcement yesterday that a disaster would befall today. So far, we still don't know the nature of the disaster or what kind of damage it will bring, so we should be careful in dealing with it. For the time being, there is no need to bother with Lu Chushuang. It won't be too late to deal with her when you have time. Afterwards, Han Feng took out some toilet paper and distributed it to Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 finished using the restroom and left quickly. Han Feng warned the pea shooter on the roof. Little pea, Pay attention and notify me in time if anything happens. Receive. The pea shooter responded. Han Feng said no more, returned to the thatched hut, and continued to lie on the bed to rest. But after only resting for less than 10 minutes, the pea shooter started shouting, "Brother, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Han Feng's expression changed, and he quickly came out of the house. The pea shooter said, "We found a giant sea monster." Upon hearing this, Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered. A few days ago, a level 15 sea monster appeared in the sea. I think it is the one that pea shooter mentioned. So, what is the purpose of its appearance this time? Could it be related to today's disaster? If this is the case, an attack will inevitably be launched. Have to deal with it carefully. Han Feng ordered, "Little P, turn on the 4-mile eye sharing and observe this sea monster." Yes. The pea shooter immediately activated his talent. Han Feng only felt a shock in his mind, and then a picture appeared in front of him. In the vast blue ocean, a huge black sea monster as big as a mountain was floating leisurely on the sea. Its head is round and smooth, like a huge black gem, sparkling with a mysterious light. Those scarlet eyes revealed a hint of cunning and indifference, as if they could see through everything in the world. Behind the huge head is a long and narrow body, and the flowing lines are full of power. The most eye-catching thing is the long tail that is more than 10 meters long dragging behind it. The tail sways gently in the air like a nimble snake. From the overall shape, this sea monster looks like a giant tadpole. At this moment, the long tail slightly curled up. The base of the tail is actually in the shape of a disc with a water ball supported on it. At first, the water ball was only the size of a fist, but as time went on, its volume began to expand at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the water ball had grown to a diameter of 3 meters. Suddenly, the kraken swung its tail violently. The water ball that was originally stagnant on the tail shot out like a cannonball, aiming directly at the island where Han Feng was. Oh shit! Han Feng was stunned. I never expected that the kraken would actually attack in this way. So, how powerful is this water ball? How much damage will it cause to the island? Little P, lock onto this water ball. Han Feng said urgently. Target locked. The pea shooter responded. Han Feng's mind began to shake again. The next moment, a huge water ball appeared in sight. It drew a long arc in the air, flew a distance of hundreds of meters, and crashed heavily into an open space 20 meters away from the shelter. Bang! After the water ball landed on the ground, it exploded with a loud bang, splashing a cloud of water mist and emitting a loud bang. The earth began to tremble. When the mist disappeared, a deep pit with a diameter of several meters appeared on the ground. There are dense cracks around the deep pit. Like a spider web, it spread out over a distance of more than 10 meters. Witnessing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but take a breath. The power of this water ball is terrifying. It even far exceeds the lethality of the oil lamp moonlight blade. So the question is, why does a water ball have such destructive power? Obviously, this is not an ordinary water ball. It is very likely that it was condensed using talent. Once you fall into the shelter, the consequences will be disastrous. The entire shelter might be destroyed. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. After launching a wave of attacks, the siren beast did not stop, but adjusted its angle and condensed another water ball. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he prayed silently in his heart, "Please don't hit it." After waiting for a few seconds, the siren monster released the water ball for the second time. This water ball was even bigger than the previous one. It streaked across the sky like a meteor and flew towards Chu Feng's shelter again. Whoosh! A large water ball dropped from the sky and landed 10 meters away from the shelter. It was a loud bang. The entire shelter began to tremble. Fuck you. The pea shooter was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Han Feng's face turned extremely ugly. Although, this time the water ball still did not hit the shelter. But we were getting closer to the shelter. If this continues for 2 or 3 more times, the shelter will be hit 100. So how should we deal with it? Han Feng's mind was racing. For now, the best way is to kill the siren. However, that sea monster was as high as level 15. With his current strength, he may not be able to control it. In addition, the siren was in the ocean more than 200 meters away from the island. There is no chance to hunt at all, so we're just going to watch the shelter get destroyed? For a moment, Han Feng was a little confused. Not far away, Zhao Yunxi and the other two stood in front of a wooden fence, looking at the huge water ball falling from the sky and listening to the deafening explosion, their faces changing again and again. Yu Lingshan said in a trembling voice, "Where did this sea monster come from? It's too terrifying." Zhao Yunxi's face was solemn. "It should be the level 15 sea monster that appeared a few days ago. It is also the source of this disaster." Yu Lingshan was puzzled and asked, "But why did it only attack Han Feng's shelter? They are on the same island as Han Feng." But the sea monster only targeted Han Feng, which was a bit strange. Lu Chushuang laughed. "Han Feng has done many evil things, so he must be suffering retribution." Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were slightly startled. You know what? What Lu Chushuang said does make sense. Han Feng had diarrhea and was attacked by a sea monster. My luck is so bad. Isn't this retribution? Call out. At this moment, another large water ball broke through the void, flew hundreds of meters, and fell straight towards Han Feng's shelter. Fuck. Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Then he gritted his teeth and released his space-cutting talent. The destructive power of the big water ball is too terrifying. We must not let it fall into the shelter. There is no other choice but to use my ultimate move. Chapter 185. Can't you be a little braver? Whoosh. A huge blade shining with silver light whizzed out as if it had crossed the space and instantly hit the big water ball. There was a crisp sound. The big water ball split into two. At the moment of breaking, it suddenly exploded, scattering countless water droplets, which fell into the shelter. It was like a heavy downpour. After successfully smashing the big water ball, Han Feng gasped violently. Instead of looking relaxed, his face became even more solemn. Unleashing a space-cutting talent consumes at least 100 points of mental power. With his current mental power reserves, he can only release one space cut at most. What should we do if the Kraken continues to attack? At this moment, the ancient war tree suddenly spoke. "Brother, I'm here, don't panic." "You?" Han Feng turned and looked at the ancient war tree. The ancient tree of war grinned. "Have you forgotten my talent?" Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The water balls shot out by the Kraken are condensed from talent and can also be regarded as spell attacks. The ancient war tree just happens to have the talent of being immune to spell attacks. As long as it's there, there's really nothing to worry about. Xiaoshu, it depends on your performance. Han Feng looked at. "Brother, I won't let you down." The ancient war tree swore a solemn promise. On the other side, Zhao Yunxi and the other two were all stunned when they saw the big water ball explode in the air. What happened? Doesn't the big water ball explode only after it hits the ground? Why did it explode in the air? Lu Chushuang muttered. "I just seem to see a beam of silver light shooting into the air." Was it Han Feng who used his talent to shatter the water ball? Duelin San laughed. "Han Feng de waken da healing talent." To put it bluntly, he is a doctor. How can a doctor have an attacking talent? That's true. Lu Chushuang nodded thoughtfully. In the ocean, the sea monster narrowed his eyes, flashing a cold light, and smiled coldly. "You can actually break my water ball technique. I underestimated you. But this is just the beginning. I want to see how many water balls you can block." The next moment, it began to wave its tail again. A large water ball with a diameter of nearly 8 meters flew out, aiming directly at Han Feng's shelter. Seeing such a big water ball, Han Feng was a little panicked. The ancient tree of war smiled contemptuously. "It's just a trifle." Then its crown expanded rapidly. It was like it turned into a big umbrella, covering the entire shelter. Just at this moment, a big water ball fell from the sky and hit the treetops heavily. However, the expected explosion scene did not occur. The big water ball seemed to be restrained by some force. It suddenly fell apart and flowed down from the treetops. Awesome! Han Feng was very excited. With the ancient war tree protecting him, what does a level 15 Kraken do to him? What's going on? Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. The big water ball clearly fell into Han Feng's shelter, so why didn't it explode? There wasn't even a splash. What exactly happened? The sea monster was even more stunned. Its water polo technique failed? How come it fails? The siren monster didn't believe it and stimulated a big water ball again. But just like before, no damage was caused to Han Feng's shelter. The Kraken was dumbfounded. "Brother, the Kraken has retracted its tail. It looks like it's not allowed to attack." The pea shooter gave a reminder. "That guy is smart." Han Feng snorted. "Brother, the Kraken is leaving." The pea shooter reminded again. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then quickly rushed out of the shelter and headed straight for the beach. When they arrived at the beach, they saw that most of the sea monster's body had already dived into the sea. Han Feng took a glance and shouted, "Are you just leaving like that?" The sea monster seemed to have heard Han Feng shout. Its big head emerged from the sea, turned around and stared at Han Feng. "Human, what do you want to do? You attacked my shelter for no reason, and you just want to walk away? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Han Feng snorted coldly. "Give you an explanation? Do you deserve it?" The sea monster looked disdainful. Han Feng was not angry. "It's okay if you don't want to explain to me. Then let me ask you, there are 2 shelters on the island. Why did you only attack my shelter, and not the other one? You want to know?" The crocodile winked playfully. "Think." Han Feng did not comment. The sea monster chuckled. "There's no other reason. I just simply don't like you and want to teach you a lesson." Han Feng's mouth slightly opened. "I haven't offended you. Why are you targeting me?" "Didn't I tell you? I just don't like you. Isn't that reason enough?" The crocodile smiled playfully. Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed with a cold light flashing in them. After glancing at the sea monster, he raised his middle finger. "How dare you humiliate me?" The Kraken was furious. "I'm humiliating you. What can you do to me?" Han Feng challenged. "Human, do you know how serious the consequences of angering me are?" The siren's voice was unusually cold. Han Feng sneered. "Don't be so pretentious. Come and kill me if you can. Don't be fooled by the fact that this sea monster is at level 15. But as long as it dares to come ashore, he will find a way to kill it. Hunting a level 15 Kraken will definitely give you a lot of experience points. If you are lucky, you might even get some supplies." The sea monster's mouth trembled with an animalistic look. "Aren't you pretending to be awesome too? If you have the ability, come down and see if I can torture you or not." As a sea monster, it can only exert its greatest strength in the sea. Once you land on the island, your strength will be greatly reduced. In addition, Han Feng is not an ordinary player. It is very likely that the spatial talent has been awakened. Players with this kind of talent are quite dangerous. It's not stupid, so of course it won't risk fighting with Han Feng. Han Feng didn't expect the sea monster to say this. He was stunned for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "I can't swim. I can't go down. Once you go into the sea, you'll be killed by sea monsters." The sea monster chuckled and said, "It's okay. When you learn how to swim, come down. I will beat you up then. You are such a coward. Can't you be a little braver? Come up and fight me. Don't let me look down on you." Han Feng couldn't help but curse. If the Kraken doesn't fall for it, won't the plan fail? How is this possible? The sea monster grinned and said, "I won't argue with you. If you don't come down, I will leave. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Tadpole, remember this, you provoked me first, and one day I will take care of you." Han Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 186, 10,000 miles away from here. The sea monster froze, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in its huge pupils. "Human, what did you just call me?" "I called you a tadpole." Han Feng chuckled and said, "Look at how you look. Calling you a tadpole is flattering you. You're just a crystal purple at best." The sea monster was stunned for a moment, with a strange look in its eyes. It looked at Shu Feng quietly and asked curiously, "How did you know?" "Ahem." Han Feng coughed violently and almost choked to death. "Is the sea monster in front of me really a crystal purple? Damn it. Crystal purple as big as a hill? So what sea monster did this thing come from? How huge is its eyes?" Han Feng didn't dare to imagine. "Human, I'm asking you a question. How did you know that?" The crocodile shouted. Han Feng recovered and his eyes flickered slightly. "I can tell you, but you have to answer my questions." "You say." The sea monster stared at Han Feng. "Why did you attack my sanctuary?" Han Feng asked. He didn't believe that the sea monster attacked because it disliked him. There must be a reason for this. "I don't know why, but ever since I gained intelligence, I seem to be controlled by a will. This will orders me to only attack players above level 6. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is secretly playing tricks on me?" Han Feng muttered. Given the nature of nature, it might really be able to do such a thing. The sea monster looked up at Han Feng and said, "I've already told you, so you should answer my question, right?" Han Feng coughed lightly and said, "The old steward told me." "Who is Lao Guan?" the Kraken said in confusion. Han Feng said seriously, "Lao Guan is your father." "How would he know who the father of the sea monster is?" "It's pure nonsense." The sea monster said excitedly, "My father's last name is Guan? Are you friends?" Han Feng chuckled. "We are indeed friends." The sea monster became excited and looked at Han Feng with pleading eyes. "Where's my father? I want to find him. Can you tell me?" Han Feng rubbed his nose, thinking a little. Your father doesn't allow me to tell others, but seeing how pitiful you are, if you can show some sincerity, I can consider it. He also didn't know whether the sea monster had anything good. It's just a matter of luck. It's best to have it, but if not, there's no loss. Is this okay? The Kraken suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a metal box. Han Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. This metal box is clearly a treasure chest, and not an ordinary treasure chest, but a golden treasure chest. It's simply amazing. Han Feng suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Give me the metal box first, and I will tell you the whereabouts of Lao Guan." Give. The siren beast didn't hesitate at all. It let out a light breath, and the treasure chest in its mouth flew out. It drew a long arc in the air and finally fell into Han Feng's hands. Han Feng took a closer look and confirmed that it was correct. He quickly put it into the space bag and turned to face the sea monster, asking curiously, "Where did you get this box? Did you pick it up?" "I didn't pick it up," the Kraken said bluntly. "This treasure chest has always been in my body." "Only one?" Han Feng asked tentatively. The value of the gold treasure chest is self-evident. If there are any more, they must all be lured away. "No more, just this one." The Kraken shook his head. "Why?" Han Feng sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. But on second thought, getting a golden treasure chest is also a pleasant surprise. That feeling of loss disappeared. "I've already given you the treasure chest. Tell me now." The Kraken was getting a little impatient. Han Feng pointed in a direction and said, "The old man is in that direction, 100,000 miles away from here." He had no idea where Lao Guan was, so he just pointed at something randomly. As for whether the sea monster can be found, that has nothing to do with him. "Human, thank you so much. From now on, you are my good brother." The Kraken seemed particularly excited. Han Feng smacked his lips hard. Be friends with a crystal purple? It made him feel somewhat ashamed. "I'm leaving now. See you later." After the sea monster finished speaking, it swam quickly away. Looking at the departing figure of the sea monster, Han Feng felt a little guilty. The siren beast has just begun to develop intelligence, so it is really a bit too much to deceive it like this. "I hope you can find your father as you wish." Han Feng muttered something and turned away. As soon as I returned to the shelter, I saw Zhao Yunxi and the other two standing outside the wooden fence. "Why are you three here again?" Han Feng asked curiously. Lu Chushuang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Didn't your shelter come under attack? Why is it safe and sound?" "From what you said, you hope something goes wrong with my shelter?" Han Feng snorted. Lu Chushuang felt a little guilty and pouted. "I'm not as dark as you. I just care about you and want to see if you're dead." Han Feng, huh? Will Lu Chushuang still care about him? Unless the sun rises from the west. "Han Feng, where did you go just now?" Yiling Shan suddenly asked. "I just went to the beach and had a conversation with that sea monster." Han Feng said casually. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. Han Feng was chatting with that level 15 sea monster? Only a fool would believe it. "Since you're okay, let's go back first." Zhao Yunxi said hello and left with Yiling Shan. After Han Feng entered the thatched hut, he immediately opened the space bag and took out the golden treasure chest. After taking a closer look, he chuckled and said, "Little treasure chest, what do you have in there?" "Gold chest. A treasure." Han Feng's expression changed. "What treasure is it exactly?" "Golden treasure chest. Wouldn't it be clear if you open it?" Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. In a burst of light, a black tube top appeared before him. Han Feng was stunned. "Where is the treasure you promised? Is this the only thing that came out? What are you doing?" Han Feng sighed helplessly. "After all, it is something that was opened from the golden treasure chest. Maybe it has other uses." The moment my eyes met it, relevant information appeared in my mind. Lingyin can change size according to the wearer's own size. After wearing it, it increases defense by 10. Chapter 187 Sunglasses that can see through invisibility. After reading the message, Han Feng looked thoughtful. "How do you say this thing?" "It is indeed a treasure. But there is a drawback. It is only suitable for women to wear. If a grown man like him wears it, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? It seems that I can only find someone to trade with." Afterwards, Han Feng opened the regional channel chat group. "Jiang Feng, brothers, how is the situation? Are you all alive?" "Suda Mao, I tell you that you may not believe it, but the sea monster just wandered around the island, did nothing, and then left." "Wuda Hai, our island has not been attacked by sea monsters." "Chun Chong, is this disaster just over? Just a false alarm?" "Su Lin, So, no one has been attacked? Lu Tai said depressedly, not including me. Hung you. Did the sea monster attack you? Lu Tai. That guy threw several big water balls, which were incredibly powerful. One of them hit my shelter and destroyed it directly. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been killed. Fatly sighed. I was also attacked, and my shelter is gone. Zhang DePeo. And me. Zhang Linlin, what happened? Why did you get attacked while we were not hurt at all? Lu Tai, who knows? It's so damn unlucky. Li Pang Pang. My thatched hut was blown to pieces. Where can I sleep at night? It's really thatched. Zhang Sheng comforted him. At least your life is saved. If the shelter is gone, it's gone. We can just build another one. Zhang DePeo. Without the blueprints for building a thatched hut and a wooden fence, it would be too difficult to build another shelter. Wudahai. Anyway, I feel that we will die sooner or later, so there's no need to waste energy on building shelters. Eat when you are hungry, drink when you are hungry, and live a carefree life, isn't it? Zhang DePeo said angrily. All my supplies were stored in the thatched hut, and they were blown up in an instant. What a shame. I can't even eat now. Wudahai. If I lose everything, what's the point of living? I might as well just die. Zhang DePeo. Han Feng. I got a bra when I opened a treasure chest before. This is not an ordinary bra, but a bra that can improve defense. If you need it, you can chat with me privately. Su Lin. Can bras improve defense? Is that true? Han Feng. When have I ever lied to anyone? Jiang Feng. I can prove this. Although Han Feng is a bit sinister, he has always been honest and trustworthy when it comes to doing business. Yua Mikami. Han Feng. Can I exchange an inflatable doll with you? Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark. I don't like this, buddy. Well, 2 inflatable dolls have been launched before, and they were made based on Yangmi and Diliaba. If there was really a need, I would have kept these 2 inflatable dolls long ago. Yua Mikami. My inflatable doll is so lifelike. Are you really not moved? Han Feng, don't insult me. Yua Mikami sighed in disappointment. Okay then. Su Lin. Han Feng. Can I exchange food with you? Han Feng. I have no shortage of food. Aizawa Minami. So what do you want? Han Feng. 20 treasure chests, weapons, spirit beads, or things of equal value will do. Lu Chushuang. You want to exchange these things for a bra? You really want a lot. Han Feng. The things are mine. How I want to sell them is my right. What does it have to do with you? Is it your turn to make decisions here? Lu Chushuang, you. Han Feng. If you're interested, please message me privately. I'm logging off now. After closing the chat group, Han Feng was about to browse the trading hall when the private message icon suddenly lit up. The one who sent the private message was Diliaba. Han Feng. How much defense can your bra increase? Han Feng. Increases defense by 10. Diliaba's heart moved. A 10 improvement is not very obvious at low levels. But as the level increases, various attributes increase significantly, and the effect of the improvement becomes more prominent. Han Feng. Are you interested? Doraba Dilmarat. I am indeed a little interested, but there are some things I need to clarify. Han Feng just asked. Doraba Dilmarat. What size is your bra? If the size is too big or too small and doesn't suit you, there's no need to exchange it. Han Feng, what's your size? Dilraba Dilmarat. C cup. Han Feng. My bra can automatically change size according to the wearer's size. No matter how big the wearer is, it will be fine. Dilieba was slightly stunned. Then why are you asking me about my size? Han Feng's lips curled up cunningly. I'm just curious. A trace of shame and anger appeared on Dilraba Dilmarat's cheeks. Shameless. Han Feng smiled and said, Do you want to trade? Dilireba. I wouldn't contact you if I didn't want to do the deal. Han Feng, what can you give me? Dilraba Dilmarat. A pair of sunglasses. Han Feng smiled and said, Do you think these 2 items have the same value? Dilraba Dilmarat. Of course they are not worth the same. My sunglasses are much more valuable than your bra. You have to add something. Han Feng was stunned. Are you serious? Can I just exchange a pair of sunglasses for a bra? Need something else? Is it possible to joke like this? Dilieba said meaningfully, My sunglasses are not ordinary sunglasses. They have the ability to see through camouflage and invisibility. Aren't they more valuable than your bra? Han Feng was shocked. Are you serious? If that pair of sunglasses really has this ability, it is definitely a rare treasure. In terms of value, it is indeed higher than Lingyin bra. Doraba Dilmarat. I never lie. Han Feng. I'll add another box of cosmetics. Doraba Dilmarat. What do I need cosmetics for? Han Feng. Living on an island, you are exposed to the sun and wind every day. If you don't pay attention to maintenance, You will become a yellow-faced woman in no time. As a beautiful woman, can you accept this? Delia Ba, what you said makes sense. I agree to the deal. Han Feng was overjoyed. Let's hurry up. Afterwards, the two went to the trading hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng was not in a hurry to study the sunglasses, but sent another private message to Delia Ba. Why are you willing to sell those glasses? Doraba Dilmarat. The reason is very simple, because I have 2 pairs. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and asked, where did you get the sunglasses? Did you get them from a treasure chest? Doraba Dilmarat. It's not convenient to tell you this. Han Feng. Okay then, I'll leave first. Doraba Dilmarat. Wait a minute. Do you have any sanitary napkins left? Han Feng. Didn't you redeem 3 packs? You used them up so quickly? Dilly Reba. I am not the only one on the island. There are also Sister Me, Gulanaza, and Louis Fei. How can 4 people use it? Besides, we need it every month, so of course the more the better. Han Feng. Not for now. Dilly Reba. How about we make a deal? Han Feng. What? Doraba Dilmarat. I'll give you a bronze treasure chest, and you help me open it. If you get women's products like sanitary napkins, you give it to me. If you get something else, we'll split it equally. Chapter 188, let's play a game. Han Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Help open the treasure chest? Is it still possible to do this? Han Feng was puzzled and asked, can't you just open it yourself? Why do you need me to open it for you? Doraba, don't you find a problem? In our district, you're the only one who has prescribed sanitary napkins, and you have prescribed more than 1 pack. In addition, you have also prescribed women's underwear and bras and other things. It is not difficult to judge from these that you seem to have some kind of connection with these things. If you were to open it, the chances of success would definitely be greater. Han Feng was silent. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. What Diliriba said does make sense. The chances of him opening these things are indeed much higher than others. Especially in the early stages, it could be opened almost every day. It's a bit weird. Diliriba. Han Feng, there is no loss for you to open the treasure chest, and you'll have a chance to get supplies. Do you agree to this deal? Han Feng hesitated for a moment and said, do you trust me so much? What if I deny the sanitary napkins? Wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Diliriba said bluntly, although your character is not very good, I hate you. But in some aspects, you are still good. For example, when doing business, you are very honest. I believe you will not lie to me. Han Feng, you may have some misunderstandings about me. I'm actually quite good in other aspects. Di Lieba smiled and said, there is no need to defend myself. It's not like we haven't dealt with each other before. I know you pretty well. Han Feng, let's end this topic and talk about opening treasure chests. How many bronze treasure chests do you plan to let me open? Doraba Dilmarat, 10. Han Feng was stunned. Where did you get so many bronze treasure chests? Doraba Dilmarat. This is my secret. You don't need to ask. You just need to open it for me. Han Feng. Okay, give me the treasure chest. Through the trading hall, Han Feng obtained 10 bronze treasure chests. All placed on the ground, it is still very spectacular. Han Feng took a closer look and said to the engineer Shovel, little Shovel, show these little treasure chests your singing voice. The probability of a bronze treasure chest revealing dangerous items is almost 0. But there is no guarantee that it will not work at all. To be safe, it's better to ask clearly. Using conventional methods to ask questions is time-consuming and laborious. Just let the engineers increase the strength of the shovel. The engineer, Shovel, sang just one line when a sound of vomiting was heard in the thatched hut. Human, we haven't offended you. Why are you torturing us? Brother, please spare me. I'm just a harmless treasure chest. You can't torture me like this. The 10 bronze treasure chests all begged for mercy. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Han Feng signaled the engineer's Shovel to stop. Then he turned to the 10 treasure chests and said in a cold voice, tell me honestly what's in them, or I will torture you again. We say. The 10 bronze treasure chests trembled with fear. After questioning, I learned that there were no dangerous items in the treasure chest. Han Feng opened them one by one. A total of 3 packs of sanitary napkins, 2 pairs of women's underwear, a pack of toilet paper, 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma, a 5-0 bucket of soybean oil, and a 1-kilogram bag of millet were prescribed. Looking at the things in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 10 treasure chests yielded 3 packs of sanitary napkins and 2 pairs of women's underwear. The probability of opening women's products is as high as 50. It's really a bit weird. Han Feng sighed lightly, then sent a private message to Delia Ba. All the treasure chests have been opened. Delia Ba couldn't wait to ask, are sanitary napkins available? Han Feng, 3 packs of sanitary napkins and 2 pairs of women's underwear were prescribed. Delia Ba was very excited. Han Feng, you didn't let me down, it's really great. Han Feng coughed lightly. In addition, a pack of toilet paper, 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma, a 5L bucket of soybean oil, and a 1 kilogram bag of millet were also opened. How should these things be distributed? Doraba Dilmarat. How do you want to distribute it? Han Feng, I want toilet paper, a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, and that bag of millet. Doraba Dilmarat. No problem. This time, Han Feng helped her prescribe 3 packs of sanitary napkins and 2 pairs of underwear, which gave her a great surprise. Even if I asked for the rest, she would agree. Through the trading hall, Han Feng gave the things to Delia Ba. Doraba Dilmarat. Han Feng, happy cooperation. Next time I find a bronze treasure chest, I will ask you to help me open it. Han Feng, yes. After closing the game panel, Han Feng put the toilet paper, Lao Gan Ma, and Xiaomi into the space bag, and then took out the pair of sunglasses. After taking a look, he activated his insight talent and started observing. Target, Glaire's sunglasses. Level 1. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 20. Talent, true eye level 1. After reading the message, Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Little sunglasses, does your eye of truth have the ability to see through disguise and invisibility? Dazzling sunglasses, yes. Han Feng was certain in his heart and asked again, then how did you upgrade? Glare sunglasses, upgrade by absorbing sunlight. Han Feng was slightly stunned. Can you upgrade by absorbing sunlight? It's the same talent as Lu Tai's who becomes stronger by basking in the sun. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked, when your level is raised, can your talent also be upgraded? Dazzling sunglasses. As your level increases, your talent will indeed upgrade. But you need to increase 5 levels before your talent will upgrade by 1 level. What changes will occur after the talent is upgraded? Han Feng's eyes flashed. Dazzling sunglasses. A level 1 true eye can only observe within a range of 5 meters. With each level increase, the observation range increases by 5 meters. So that's what happened. Han Feng nodded and walked out of the thatched hut wearing his glare sunglasses. The blue electric mouse came close to Han Feng, looked up at Han Feng, licked his face, and asked, Brother, are you still having diarrhea? Han Feng said calmly, Okay. The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up. Since you don't have diarrhea anymore, isn't it time to make lunch? Because it didn't have breakfast, it was dizzy and hungry. Wait a moment. Han Feng whispered, then called the 7-star mouse to his side. Little squirrel, let's play a game. What game? The 7-star rat asked curiously. Han Feng curled his lips and said, You hide and I will come to find you. If you can find a way to make me unable to find you, I will reward you with a parrot. Do glare sunglasses really have the ability to see through camouflage? It is not known yet, so I decided to use the 7-star rat to verify it. The 7-star rat suddenly became excited, but immediately thought of one thing. If I am found by you, will I be punished? There is no punishment. Han Feng chuckled. Brother, go to the thatched hut and don't peek. Wait until I'm hidden, then come out. The 7-star rat reminded. Chapter 189. The treasure chest was picked up by a woman with wings. No problem. Han Feng walked into the thatched hut with a smile. Little mouse, keep an eye on Big Brother and don't let him cheat. When we win the prize, I'll give you half. The 7-star rat whispered. Han Feng has the ability to communicate with all things. If this method is used, no matter what disguise you are in, Han Feng will find you. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on Big Brother and will never give him a chance to cheat. The blue electric mouse patted his chest and made a promise. The blue electric mouse said no more and swept his eyes around, finally settling on the pumpkin in the vegetable garden. Then he ran to one of the pumpkins, and a light suddenly burst out from his body. Bathed in this light, it turned into a pumpkin leaf in the blink of an eye. The blue electric mouse looked on in amazement. The 7-star mouse was so well disguised that it almost blended into the pumpkin. Unless Han Feng opened his third eye, he would never be able to find the 7-star rat. Brother, the little squirrel is hiding, come out. The blue electric mouse shouted towards the thatched hut. With a squeak, the door opened, Han Feng stepped out, looked around, and found nothing. I have to say that when it comes to camouflage, the 7-star rat is really good. The blue electric mouse stared at Han Feng, not giving him any room to cheat. Han Feng withdrew his gaze and calmly put on his glare sunglasses. In an instant, the world in front of me turned black and white. Although the colors have become more monotonous, they are more real and clearer. Then, Han Feng began to scan the area, and when his eyes fell on a pumpkin in the vegetable garden, he clearly saw that the seven-star rat was lying among the leaves. Seeing this, Han Feng's mouth curled up, and he walked over with big strides. The blue electric mouse was confused. What's going on? Could it be that Han Feng discovered the seven-star rat? How is this possible? Just as he was distracted, Han Feng had already entered the vegetable garden, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he stepped on a leaf. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded from under my feet. This leaf is the disguise of the seven-star rat. Hey, so you're hiding here? Han Feng pretended to know nothing. Brother, lift your foot. I'm about to be crushed. The seven-star rat yelled. Han Feng raised his foot. The seven-star rat gasped, looked up at Han Feng, and asked curiously, Brother, how did you know I was here? There's nothing wrong with his disguise. How did Han Feng find him? Han Feng took off his glasses and said calmly, It's just luck. Yeah. The seven-star mouse was a little unconvinced and muttered, Why do I feel like you've already discovered me and deliberately came over to step on me? How could I possibly do such a thing? Han Feng smiled, walked closer to the thatched hut, and hung the glare sunglasses on the wall. This thing is upgraded by absorbing sunlight. It must be allowed to fully bathe in the sunshine. There's an oil lamp hanging next to the glare sunglasses. Oil lamps can also absorb sunlight. But the difference is that the sunlight it absorbs can only store energy and cannot be used for upgrades. After doing all this, Han Feng began to prepare lunch. The blue electric mouse came to the seven-star mouse and said with disdain, You are useless even though I gave you a chance. Can't you disguise yourself better? How could you be found so easily by Big Brother? You are too useless. The seven-star rat said unhappily, If you can do it, go ahead. Blue electric mouse. After lunch, Han Feng lay down on the straw bed to rest as usual. An hour later, the nap was over. When Han Feng was about to take his two pets to the beach, the pea shooter shouted excitedly, Brother, something's happening. What did you find? Han Feng's expression changed. The pea shooter said quickly, The three women are taking a bath. Ah! Han Feng was stunned. Wasn't it originally washed one by one? Why are the three of you together today? Do they have bathtubs that big? Brother, the scene is very erotic. Do you want to see it? The pea shooter chuckled. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, For 3 people to take a bath together, we must need a very large bathtub. I want to see how big this bathtub is. Are you sure it's the tub you want to look at? The pea shooter asked tentatively. Of course. Han Feng nodded. Pea shooter. Then there's no need to look at it. I'll just tell you that it's a big wooden barrel with a diameter of 3 meters. Not to mention 3 people. Even if you add you, it's enough. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing, so it's better to take a look. Han Feng insisted. Okowo. The pea shooter responded and immediately activated the shared talent of thrilly vision. Han Feng's mind shook, and then a picture appeared in front of him. In a thatched house, there was a large wooden barrel with a diameter of more than 3 meters placed on the ground. Steam was coming out of it, but there was no one in sight. Where are the people? Han Feng asked curiously. Pea shooter. They have finished washing and are dressed. What's the point of looking at it? Han Feng complained. The pea shooter was slightly startled. Didn't you want to see that big wooden barrel? Look at your sister. Han Feng rolled his eyes and left the shelter with his 2 pets. Pea shooter did it exactly as Han Feng asked. What did I do wrong? Why was I scolded? After the sea monster left, the sea returned to its former calm. 2 big crabs were lying on the rocks, basking in the sun leisurely. Da Zhuang. Han Feng walked up and greeted him. De Zhuang was startled and stood up quickly. Han Feng, you are here. Han Feng nodded slightly, then looked towards the sea and asked, Did you find a treasure chest? De Zhuang. Found a silver treasure chest. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Han Feng was a little anxious. De Zhuang's eyes flickered. You may not believe this, but a woman with wings flew over here and took away the treasure chest. A woman with wings. Han Feng muttered something, as if he had thought of something, and asked, Is it a beautiful woman with a pair of bat wings? Right. De Zhuang nodded. Han Feng's expression turned a little ugly. What is the other party's origin? Why do they always appear around islands? Could it be from a nearby, uninhabited island? These are actually not the point. The point is, this guy was always hanging around, and any treasure chest that fell into the sea was picked up by her. That would be very disadvantageous for him. The best way to change this situation is to drive them out of the territory. However, the other party came and went like the wind, and she couldn't do anything at the moment. This is a bit depressing. Why? Han Feng sighed helplessly, and then started wandering around the beach. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and hit the sea heavily, splashing up waves. Hearing the noise, Han Feng turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, a silver treasure chest appeared on the sea more than 20 meters away. Chapter 190. The Scum of Gentlemen. Han Feng was so excited that he shouted to De Zhuang, hurry over and pick up that treasure chest. Good. De Zhuang rushed into the sea. However, it only swam a few meters away. A black shadow suddenly shot out from a distance at an extremely fast speed, like a black lightning. Han Feng could see clearly that the black shadow was the woman with bat wings. So why did she suddenly appear here? Are you here for the silver treasure chest too? Just as he was stunned, the bat woman fell straight down from the sky, aiming directly at the silver treasure chest on the sea. She grabbed it and soared into the air. Fuck! Han Feng cursed, suppressing his inner anger, and then activated his insight talent to observe. Target, bat goal. Level 8. Experience value, 600-900. Constitution, strength, 20 plus 80. Agility, 30 plus 80. Defense, 15 plus 80. Mental strength, 15 plus 80. Talents, 10-mile vision, wind speed, and ordinary punch. Bat goal? What the hell is that? Han Feng muttered something, his eyes showing a pensive look. The opponent's attributes are very powerful in all aspects, and he is definitely a top-notch strongman among level 8. In addition, he has 3 talents. Feng Qi is mostly a talent that increases agility. An ordinary punch should be a boxing talent. As for the 10-mile eyes, it is similar to the 4-mile eyes of the pea shooter. With this talent, you can see everything within a 10-mile radius. No wonder the other party was able to find the silver treasure chest so quickly. He must have used his talent of 10-mile vision. Batgirl picked up the silver treasure chest and flew straight away without stopping. Stop right there. Han Feng roared. Batgirl stopped in midair, turned her head and looked at Han Feng, her eyes revealing a hint of indifference. What's wrong with you? You stole my things, don't you think it's too much? Han Feng snorted coldly. Your stuff. Batgirl glanced down at the silver treasure chest in her hand and chuckled. Are you talking about this treasure chest? Right. Han Feng did not comment. The treasure chests here are all ownerless. Whoever picks them up will own them. How dare you say they are yours who gave you the face? Batgirl raised the corner of her mouth with a hint of contempt. Han Feng stared at the other party. It's true that the treasure chest is ownerless, but it landed on my territory, so it should belong to me. Didn't it fall into the sea? How did it become your territory? Batgirl was slightly startled. Han Feng said bluntly, this island is mine, and the sea area within 10 nautical miles around the island is all my territory. Batgirl scoffed. You say yours is yours? Do you think you're shameless? Seeing that the other party dared to humiliate Han Feng like this, De Zhuang was immediately unhappy. He raised a large pincer and pointed it at the Batgirl, shouting, Woman, I advise you to be sensible. Do you know how terrible Han Feng is? He likes to pinch women the most. When he catches you, he will definitely pinch you to death. Ahem. Han Feng coughed violently and almost choked to death. This was said by De Zhuang. It makes him seem like a shameless person. Isn't this pure slander? Batgirl looked disdainful. Pinching a woman? That's all you can do. Han Feng's face was full of confusion. Don't listen to De Zhuang's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person, but I am indeed very cruel. If you don't return the treasure chest to me, the consequences will be very serious. Batgirl raised her eyebrows slightly. A hint of playfulness appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she stretched out a slender jade finger and hooked it at Han Feng, making a provocative gesture. I really want to see how cruel you are. Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Come down and see how I can control you. Batgirl chuckled. If that's the case, then you can't do anything to me at all? What are you bragging about? Han Feng sneered. Why don't you come down and have a fight with me, and we'll know. Batgirl restrained her smile and said, Actually, I really want to go down and show you some color, but I'm busy picking up treasure chests and don't have time to play with you. Coward! Han Feng snorted disdainfully. Human, I will remember you. I will come to find you. I hope you can still be so brave next time we meet. Batgirl said, turning and leaving. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. Just wait for me. Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. De Zhuang comforted him. Han Feng is just a woman. There's no need to bother with her. Han Feng's eyes widened. De Zhuang, I warn you. Don't make up rumors about me in the future. De Zhuang was confused. How did I spread rumors? Han Feng was filled with righteous indignation. Didn't you just say that I like to pinch women? When have I ever done such a dirty thing? De Zhuang's mouth opened wide. Didn't you pinch the princess before? Did you forget it so quickly? The blue electric mouse followed suit, and Zhao Yunxi, Lu Chushuang, and Yiling Shan, you've also pinched them all. Fortunately, there are only 3 women on the island. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped your clutches. Xiaoro said with emotion. Han Feng, I originally thought you were a decent person because you looked so gentle. I never expected that you were actually a scoundrel. Han Feng's chest was heaving with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said silence Da Zhuang and Xiaoro for 10 minutes, and silence Xiaoshu for 10 hours. Da Zhuang, Xiaoro, blue electric mouse. If you can't win the argument, just mute him. Is this reasonable anymore? The 7-star rat laughed secretly. You 3 are the same. You exposed Big Brother's shortcomings in front of him. How could Big Brother not be angry? You asked for the silence. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp gaze sweep over him, and then a cold voice rang in his ears. Silence the little squirrel for 1 hour. 7-star rat. Too much joy will lead to sorrow. In the evening, Han Feng left with his 2 spirit pets. As soon as I returned to the shelter, I saw a black iron treasure chest in front of the thatch. Today's minimum living allowance has arrived. Han Feng picked it up and looked at the treasure chest. Before he could ask, the black iron treasure chest spoke first. I put a bottle of insecticide in it. Originally, Han Feng was in a bad mood and wanted to vent his anger with the treasure chest and torture him severely. Since the treasure chest is so sensible, we can only let him go. After opening the treasure chest, a bottle of insecticide appeared in front of him. Han Feng put it into the space cloth bag, then began to prepare dinner and cooked a pot of rice porridge. Because of the diarrhea, my body has not fully recovered yet. It is best to eat something easily digestible. Otherwise, you might get diarrhea again. After dinner, Han Feng lay on a straw bed. With nothing to do, he opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, holy shit. Heaven is such a beast. Lu Tai, worse than animals. Wu Hai, it's totally inhumane. Chapter 191, you are just a gangster at best. Han Feng asked in confusion. Why are you cursing the heavenly Tao? What happened? Su Lin, haven't you read the Tian Dao announcement? Han Feng, no. Su Lin, Tian Dao has issued another announcement, saying that a new disaster will befall tomorrow and asking us to prepare in advance. Han Feng, damn it. We just dealt with the sea monster, and before we could even catch our breath, a new disaster comes? Are you going to let people live? No wonder everyone is cursing the way of heaven. This guy really deserves to be cursed. Su Mao, destroy it. I'm tired, let's die together. Lu Pang, if you want to die, don't take me with you. I haven't lived enough yet. Su Mao, you have to run around every day just to get food and live in fear. Do you think there is any meaning in life? Li Pang, I haven't touched a woman yet. How can I be willing to die like this? If I can sleep with you and Mikami, it doesn't matter if I die now. Everyone, it's so fucking embarrassing. That's all I can achieve. Pengyu, why did you choose you and Mikami? Aren't Doraba and the others good? Li Pang, what do you know? You and Mikami is so experienced. If you sleep with her, you will definitely be in ecstasy. Pengyu, I see. You and Mikami. I have changed my ways. Please stop making fun of me like this. Doraba Dilmarat. Pengyu, I warn you, don't mention my name in the future, otherwise I will tear your mouth apart. Pengyu. Jiang Feng changed the subject. What disaster do you think will happen tomorrow? Yang Shuliang. So far, we have experienced 4 disasters, all of which were different. I estimate that tomorrow will be another new type of disaster. Zhang Sheng sighed deeply. Heaven is planning to destroy us all. Yang Mi. Complaining is useless. We still have to face it positively. Zhang Linlin. Sister Mi. Aren't you worried at all? Yang Mi. Don't worry. Zhang Linlin. Why aren't you worried? Yang Mi. Because I am with Dilraba Dilmarat. What do I have to worry about with her around? Lu Tai. Everyone says Dilraba Dilmarat is amazing. How amazing is she? Guli Naza. To deal with people like you, one can easily beat 20. Lu Tai. I am a level 6 player after all. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Louis Fei. In my eyes, you are indeed very strong. But in Dilraba Dilmarat's eyes, you are nothing. Lutai, Dilly Reba, is what she said true? Dilraba Dilmarat, don't listen to Gulanaza. How can I beat 20 people? At most, I can beat 19. Lutai was silent. Seeing this, Han Feng closed the chat group and opened the trading hall instead. There are far more items for sale in the trading hall than before. But unfortunately, they were all food or purified water. It didn't appeal to him much. After looking for a while and not finding anything good, Han Feng closed it. When he was about to go to bed, a ray of moonlight shone in from the window. Han Feng, you didn't take a shower? The sound of the moon floats in my ears. No. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Sister Yuelyong, do you have something to talk to me about? Moon, I heard from Misty that the sun peeked through the clouds to take a bath. Is he a pervert? Is that true? Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said sternly, although Brother Yang has done such shameful things, Brother Yang and I are good friends after all. How can you say bad things about him in front of me? I understand. The moon chuckled. The sun always looks so gentle and polite, but I never thought it was all a disguise. It turns out he is really a pervert. Han Feng coughed lightly. Sister Yuelyong, Brother Yang is your colleague after all. It's not good for you to say that about him, right? The sun's character is actually good and not abnormal. All this was caused by his spreading rumors. If the sun is truly isolated, it would make him feel a little guilty. Moon, what did I say? Didn't you tell me all that? Han Feng was stunned for a moment. At this time, the moon spoke again. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You're so close to a pervert like the sun. So I guess you're not a good person either. From now on, let's try to communicate less, otherwise people will gossip about us. Han Feng opened his mouth and was about to have a good argument with the moon. Yia didn't give him a chance at all. I'm going to work by. Fuck you. Han Feng was so angry. He always humiliates others. When have you ever been ridiculed like this? Don't mention how aggrieved I felt. The engineer's shovel comforted him. Brother, don't be angry. Yeah, is clearly slandering you. How can you be a pervert? At best, you are just a hooligan. As soon as the engineer's shovel finished speaking, the thatched hut suddenly became quiet. Machete and the others were all stunned. Han Feng was already angry, and Engineer Shovel said something like this. Wasn't this irritating Han Feng? Didn't it realize what serious consequences would occur? So brave. After a moment of silence, the Engineer Shovel finally responded, Brother, I was just joking with you. Aren't you angry? Han Feng sighed deeply and said, Silence Xiaochan for 10 hours. The Engineer Shovel breathed a sigh of relief. A 10-hour mute period is well within its tolerance. Han Feng's eyes turned and fell on the big machete. Mute the little machete for 10 hours. Machete. What's going on? It didn't say anything. Why was it banned? Give the frying pan, small mirror, thatched house, small oil lamp, pond, and small sunglasses a 10-hour silence. Han Feng said coldly. From today on, whoever makes a mistake will be banned from speaking. If you want to blame someone, just blame the shovel. These guys have become a bit unscrupulous in recent times. People always make fun of him. What will happen if this trend is not curbed in time? We have to do something ruthless. The first step is to adopt collective punishment. Little shovel, I'll fuck your grandma. You really deserve to die. It's bad luck to be with you. The machete, frying pan, and others were cursing in their hearts, cursing the engineer's ancestors for 18 generations. It was so ugly. Han Feng said no more, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, in the early morning, the sun was shining. The whole island is bathed in sunshine and full of vitality. Brother, it's dawn. Get up and pee. The loud voice echoed in the thatched hut. Han Feng got up from the bed and pushed open the door. The first thing that catches your eye is a color of green. I saw that the entire vegetable garden was completely occupied by 2 pumpkins. Moreover, each pumpkin produced fruits that were as big as wash basins. Han Feng walked to the vegetable field and whispered, Little pumpkin, are your fruits ripe? Pumpkin, it's still early. Han Feng's eyes lit up slightly. How big will it be if it matures? Pumpkin, same size as a heavy truck tire. Chapter 192, If I don't conquer that woman, I will never be able to hold my head up in front of her. Han Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. Pumpkins the size of heavy truck tires? How heavy is this? At least 300 kilograms. He could be said to be the Pumpkin King. After a moment of confusion, Han Feng asked, How many days will it take for it to fully mature? Pumpkin, at least 5 days, but if you can drink some urine, you can significantly shorten the maturation period. Without saying a word, Han Feng untied his belt, took out his penis, and shot a stream of water at the two pumpkins. It feels great. The two pumpkins shouted excitedly. The four corn plants were unhappy. This urine originally belonged to them. After draining the water, Han Feng started to make breakfast. Breakfast is still rice porridge. After eating, they waited for Zhao Yunxi and the other two. But after waiting for a long time, the three of them didn't come. So he opened the game panel and sent a private message to Zhao Yunxi. What's going on with you? Are you not coming to the bathroom? Zhao Yunxi. Isn't there a disaster today? We are afraid of danger and dare not go out. Han Feng, look at your lack of ability. The disaster hasn't come yet, has it? What are you afraid of? Besides, don't you still have me? Zhao Yunxi hesitated for a moment. Okay, we'll go over later. Han Feng, hurry up. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yunxi and the other two arrived at the shelter. Perhaps because they were worried that disaster could strike at any time, the three of them worked very quickly, and it was resolved in less than 10 minutes. For corn stalks were then flushed into the toilet. After they finished eating, Han Feng asked, "You guys have been eating shit for several days, and you haven't upgraded yet?" Fighting corn, "Brother, it's almost there. Just 1 or 2 more pieces of shit, and it will be almost there." Han Feng thought for a moment, opened the space bag, took out the half crab and the 2 parrots, and said to the 2 pets, "Do you two want to eat?" Feng, the blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse said in unison. Han Feng said meaningfully, "If you want to eat, you can each take 5 shits today." Normally, 2 spirit pets cannot pull so much. However, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Put a big crab and 2 parrots in front of them, and I believe they won't be tempted. The blue electric mouse hesitated for a moment, then cried, "Brother, we don't have the ability to do that. Can you use less?" In the past, I would only poop twice a day at most. 5 pouring shit is too challenging for them. There are always more solutions than problems. Han Feng said calmly, "As long as you want, you can definitely do it. Just like me, I usually poop once a day, but yesterday, I pooped 10 times at once. Do you dare to imagine it?" Kixingxia muttered softly. "Didn't you have diarrhea yesterday?" Han Feng said calmly. "You can also have diarrhea." 7-star rat. "If you poop, you'll have something to eat, otherwise I'll put the food away. What do you two think?" Han Feng chuckled. The blue electric mouse and the 7-star mouse were silent. Han Feng's move was too cruel. It's obviously tempting them. Completely pinched their weak spots. It's really despicable. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation and chose to agree. Your choice is wise. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, threw half a crab and 2 parrots on the ground, and turned to face the 4 corns. Watch them and count them carefully. Even a little bit of shit will not do. Don't worry, bro. I promise to complete the task. The 4 corns shouted excitedly. Han Feng said nothing more. He left the shelter with a machete and headed straight for the east side of the island. Soon, Han Feng arrived at the location of the red star grass and shouted towards a crack on the ground, "Biaozi." After a while, Sang Biao came out from the crack, walked to Han Feng, grinned, "Brother, you're here. How was the project going? Is it finished?" Han Feng asked. "No." Sang Biao shook his head dejectedly. Han Feng frowned. "Didn't we agree that it would be completed in 5 days? What happened?" Sang Biao explained. "We have encountered some problems. The underground is all hard rock, which makes mining extremely difficult. The brothers have been digging day and night, and their physical strength has been exhausted. I am afraid it will take a few more days to complete it." Han Fengshu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Call all your members over." "What?" Sang Biao looked confused. "You'll know in a moment." A meaningful smile appeared on Han Feng's lips. Sang Biao didn't think much and quickly entered the crack. A few minutes later, they came out with 200 fire ants and stood in front of Han Feng. They lined up in 3 neat rows, as if they were accepting Han Feng's inspection. Han Feng took a quick look, opened the space cloth bag, and took out a bottle of functional drink and an oyster shell. Then he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the energy drink into the oyster shell. Drinking energy drinks can instantly restore your physical strength. After the fire ants drank it, they regained their strength and were able to continue working. Maybe the project can be completed in 1 day. "Brother, what the hell is this?" Sang Biao asked curiously. Han Feng smiled slightly. "This is a good thing. You will understand after you drink it." "Then let me try it first." Sang Biao came to the oyster shell and took a small sip. After taking a sip, I felt full of energy and the feeling of fatigue disappeared without a trace. Fuck. Sang Biao was stunned. What on earth is this? Even better than tonic. It's incredible. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. How do you feel? This stuff is too strong. After drinking it, it's like taking a shot of chicken blood. I have endless energy. Sang Biao was very excited. Han Feng said calmly, tell them to come over and drink and then continue working. We have to finish the project today, no matter what. Brothers, come and drink. Sang Biao greeted him. A group of fire ants gathered together and drank the energy drink in big gulps. Soon, the bottle of energy drink was finished. The fire ants suddenly became energetic and full of strength. You all go back and continue working. Sang Biao gave an order. A group of fire ants returned to the crack. Sang Biao then turned to Han Feng and smiled. Brother, do you have any more of that stuff? Can you give me another bottle? Han Feng rubbed his nose. What do you want to do? Sang Biao lowered his voice. Isn't it time to do something with the queen ant? That woman always thinks I'm useless, which makes me lose face. If I have your drink, I will have unlimited physical strength, and I will definitely be able to beat it to death. Han Feng smacked his lips fiercely and said earnestly, Biaozi, some things need to be controlled. If you play like this every day, your body will soon collapse. Sang Biao said in a pleading tone, if I don't conquer that woman, I will never be able to raise my head in front of her. Please help me and give me a bottle. Chapter 193. The Ironclad Beetle Army Attacks. Han Feng sighed and said, I'll give you another bottle after I finish the work. I wasn't mistaken. You really are my good brother. Sang Biao became excited. Han Feng. It seems that Sang Biao really treats him as a brother. This made him a little helpless. I'm going back first. I'll come back this afternoon. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. But before he had taken 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, and said to Sang Biao, Oh, there is something I forgot to tell you. I have killed the black iron ants and green ants. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on your work. Sang Biao trembled and said, Brother, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. From now on, I, Sang Biao, will follow your lead. Okay, that's enough. Han Feng interrupted quickly and left quickly. Back at the shelter, the 2 spirit pets lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Maybe it's because he was exhausted from having shit. He looks a little depressed. Little Corn, how much have they pooped? Han Feng called Fighting Corn to his side. Battle Corn, the little mouse pooped 4 times, and the little squirrel pooped 3 times. Han Feng turned to look at the 7-star rat and said meaningfully, compared to the little mouse, you are lagging behind. Don't let me look down on you. The 7-star rat gritted his teeth and walked towards the toilet with fearless steps like a warrior ready to die. Han Feng curled his lips and turned to the pea shooter. Little Pea, search the island to see if there's a treasure chest. The pea shooter activated his 4-mile vision talent and observed for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, Brother, I found something. Did you find a treasure chest? Han Feng's expression changed. The pea shooter quickly said, It's not a treasure chest. It's a large group of beetles flying towards our island. Beetle? Han Feng muttered to himself, his mind turning. The Heavenly Tao announced that a new disaster would occur today. Could it be that the disaster came from these beetles? Thinking of this, Han Feng ordered, Little Pea, turn on sharing and lock these beetles. Pea shooter, sharing is enabled. Han Feng's mind shook, and a picture appeared before his eyes. In the air far away, I saw a group of black beetles flying towards the island aggressively. There were thousands of them. These beetles are huge. Each one is the size of an egg. There was a fierce light in their eyes, and their sharp jaws opened and closed, making them look extremely ferocious. A few seconds later, the beetles flew close to the island and suddenly split into 2. A larger group of them headed straight for a shelter. Another group flew towards the shelter of Zhao Yunxi and the other 2. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately issued an order. Attention all units, the enemy is attacking. Quickly return to the battle position and be prepared to meet the enemy. Upon hearing this, the 4 corn plants excitedly rushed to the wooden fence. My machine gun is thirsty. The pea shooter looked ahead, full of fighting spirit. With me protecting you, no one can cross the line. The ancient war tree laughed. Oil Lamp was eager to try. Little brother, is it my turn to take action this time? Wait for my instructions. Han Feng vispiried. With 4 corns and the pea shooter here, I guess there's no need for the oil lamp to help. Brother, what about us? The blue electric mouse struggled to get up from the ground. Han Feng glanced at it and said, You and the little squirrel's mission is to poop. You don't need to participate in this battle. All right. The blue electric mouse sighed in disappointment. Just then, a sharp scream was heard in the distance. What I saw was a black shadow rushing towards me. If you look closely, you will find that they are actually large black beetles. When the black beetles flew to 10 meters away from the shelter, they all stopped in midair. The number reached a terrifying number of more than 800, like a dark cloud covering the sky. Feng stared at one of the beetles and calmly activated his insight talent. Target: ironclad beetle. Level 3. Constitution. Strength: 9 plus 20. Agility: 10 plus 20. Defense: 20 plus 20. Mental strength: 2 plus 20. Talent: self-destruction. After reading the message from the iron beetle, Feng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. The level of the iron beetle is not high, and its attributes are also average. However, its talent for self-destruction is extraordinary. Maybe it's like a grenade. If it were allowed to rush into the shelter and self-destruct, the consequences would be disastrous, and it must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Feng immediately issued an attack order. Open fire together and destroy them. At the same time, the ironclad beetle launched its attack. They scattered and rushed to the shelter from all directions. Bang! Bang! 4 corn plants attacked first, shooting out 4 corn cobs, accompanied by 4 explosions. Nearly 300 ironclad beetles were killed on the spot, and more than 200 others were injured and fell. However, there were too many ironclad beetles, and even with so many losses, a large number of them still rushed to the shelter. Tajdajda. Seeing that the situation was not good, the pea shooter opened fire. Dense pea-sized bullets shot into the air, forming a huge fire coverage network. The black beetles were blown up one after another, and balls of blood light bloomed in the air, as brilliant as fireworks. The pea shooter fired a volley of bullets and killed more than 200 ironclad beetles again. At this point, there were only 100 or so ironclad beetles left. These more than 100 ironclad beetles avoided the fire coverage and rushed towards the shelter from the side. Feng snorted coldly, and with a thought, an invisible force swept forward like a tide. The black beetles fell into it and were trapped and unable to move at all. Little mice, kill them. Feng vispiried. For corns are not upgraded through experience points. If they take action, it would be a waste even if they kill the animal. But the blue electric mouse can. So, I left the opportunity to it. The blue electric mouse jumped up from the ground, excitement flashing in its eyes, and raised its claws to release a lightning chain at the iron beetle. A blue electric current shot up into the sky and instantly fell into the swarm of ironclad beetles. Sizzle, sizzle, accompanied by a strange noise. More than 100 ironclad beetles were electrocuted into charcoal and fell like raindrops. The moment they landed, a light burst out from the bodies of 5 of the black beetles, and 5 black iron treasure chests appeared in sight. Supplies exploded. Feng's eyes lit up, and when he was about to go forward to investigate, several explosions suddenly rang in his ears. However, several black beetles that had escaped the net crashed into the wooden fence one after another and exploded. Feng's heart tightened. Xiao Zhaolan, are you okay? Mu Zhaolan was unconvinced. Don't worry, big brother. The little vines help me resist some damage, and my defense is strong enough, so those beetles can't do anything to me. Chapter 194 Promotion to Level 10. I'm glad you're okay. Feng let out a sigh of relief. Brother, help. Suddenly, the thatched house screamed. Feng's heart trembled, and he turned around quickly to look around. As I looked ahead, I saw a black beetle hovering above the thatched hut and then diving down. The incident happened suddenly, and it was too late for Feng to stop it. He could only watch the black beetle hit the wall of the thatched hut. With a bang, the black beetle exploded, creating a half-meter-sized hole in the wall. After the explosion, a huge fire broke out. The thatched hut screamed miserably and shouted in panic. Brother, I'm on fire. Save me quickly. I'm here. Why are you panicking? Feng quickly untied his belt, pinched Xiaojiji, and urinated at the thatched hut. In an instant, the burning flame was extinguished. Although he was saved, the thatched cottage was in a depressed mood. Do you have to use urine to put out the fire? Can't you use some water? It smells like urine, which is so disgusting. Feng pulled up his pants, walked forward, and released a healing talent to the thatched house. The next moment, the damaged hole in the wall was repaired. Little thatched house, how do you feel? Han Feng asked softly. The thatched cottage complained. Brother, you could have just used water to put out the fire for me. Why did you pee? Did you do it on purpose? Han Feng said seriously. The situation was urgent at the time, and I only wanted to save you, so how could I consider so many things? The thatched house was slightly startled. Is that what you think? Of course. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, turned around, and walked out of the shelter. Outside, there were ironclad beetles lying on the ground. These ironclad beetles were all severely injured and were dying. It seemed that they were about to die. They must be killed as soon as possible before they die. Otherwise, the experience points will be lost in vain. Han Feng raised his big feet and stomped them one by one. Next, the properties panel was opened. Survivor, Han Feng. Area, 10086 area. Level 10. Experience, 125-1100. Constitution. Strength, 68 plus 90. Agility, 30 plus 90. Defense, 25 plus 90. Mental power, 81 plus 90. Talents, healing, insight, space. Seeing that his level had been promoted to 10, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. Bang, bang. Just then, an explosion was heard in the distance. I think it must be Zhao Yunxi and the other two who were fighting with the iron beetle. So, how are they doing? Little P, how is Zhao Yunxi doing? Han Feng asked. The pea shooter said quickly. It's not optimistic. Turn on sharing and observe. Han Feng visperiod. The pea shooter immediately started sharing the 4Li eye. A picture then appeared in front of Han Feng. I saw Zhao Yunxi and the other two fighting hard with the black beetle. As the main output, Zhao Yunxi's lightning talent is extremely powerful, and she keeps hunting black beetles. Yulingshan held up a large turtle shell as a shield and guarded Zhao Yunxi closely. Whenever an ironclad beetle rushed close, she would knock it away with her turtle shell. Lu Chushuang was holding a wooden stick and moving as fast as lightning. She swung it wildly, killing dozens of armored beetles. However, her condition was a bit bad. A bloody hole was blown on her buttocks, and blood was oozing out of the wound, staining both of her thighs red. Furthermore, their shelter was in a state of disarray. 2 thatched huts were engulfed in flames, and another thatched hut collapsed to the ground, becoming a ruin. The vegetables, fruits, and melons grown in the vegetable fields also suffered and were almost completely lost. It can really be said that we suffered a devastating disaster. But it's not without benefits, because there were a large number of treasure chests scattered on the ground, at least 20 or more. There are not only black iron treasure chests and bronze treasure chests, but also 5 silver treasure chests. It can make up for some of the losses. Han Feng took a look at the 5 black iron treasure chests in the shelter and suddenly felt that they were not attractive. At the same time, I feel extremely unbalanced inside. He hunted more than 800 iron beetles, but only 5 black iron treasure chests were dropped. Zhao Yunxi and her 2 companions killed more than 100 of them, and more than 20 of them dropped, including bronze and silver treasure chests. Isn't the gap too big? No one can accept it. Han Feng even thought that if it weren't for the blessing talent of the oil lamp, maybe not even a treasure chest would drop. Grass. The more Han Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but curse. Brother, the battle over there is over. Do you still want to continue watching? The pea shooter suddenly spoke. No more. Han Feng visperiod. The pea shooter then put away his talent. Han Feng stood there and thought for a while, then went straight to where Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were. All 3 of them were injured, especially Lu Chushuang, whose injuries were extremely serious. If she was not treated in time, her life would be in danger. Since I'm injured, I need his treatment. It's not too much to take this opportunity to collect some compensation, right? Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a little better. On the other side, the battle was over, and Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the shelter behind them that was almost razed to the ground, the 3 of them looked ashen. Without shelter, where would they live? At this moment, Han Feng came over, looked at the 3 of them carefully, and asked, Are you all right? Yulingshan begged. Han Feng, Lu Chushuang is seriously injured. Please treat him quickly. Han Feng walked closer to Lu Chushuang, lowered his head and glanced at her, and couldn't help but smack his lips. I saw that half of Lu Chushuang's but was blown to pieces, and the blood and flesh were blurred, which was shocking. Lu Chushuang grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down her forehead, Han Feng, treat me quickly. I'm dying of pain. Han Feng rubbed his nose and sighed. I am helpless too. Uh, Lu Chushuang and the other two were dumbfounded. Isn't it the healing talent that Han Feng awakened? I have treated them many times before. Why doesn't it work this time? Zhao Yunxi couldn't help but ask. Han Feng, what's the problem? Han Feng said calmly. You should know that releasing talents will consume mental energy. Lu Chushuang is too seriously injured. If I want to heal her, I may use up all my mental energy. If another iron beetle attacks me, how can I deal with it without mental energy? Yu Lingshan was slightly startled and reminded. You are a doctor and you don't have any offensive talent. What do you need mental power for? Han Feng said calmly. What if I'm injured? Don't I need to treat myself? Besides, if your mental energy is depleted, you will feel dizzy and your combat effectiveness will drop significantly. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not consume too much mental energy. In fact, with his mental strength reserves, it would not be a problem for him to treat Lu Chushuang 10 times. The reason I say this is simply because I want to get more benefits. Chapter 195 was mocked by 5 treasure chests. What you said seems to make sense. Yu Lingshan muttered thoughtfully. Lu Chushuang was dumbfounded. Are you really going to watch someone die without helping? Han Feng spread his hands, looking helpless. I also have the will, but not the ability. Zhao Yunxi's beautiful eyes flashed with a deep look, as if she saw through everything. She suddenly said, I'll give you a silver treasure chest. Save Lu Chushuang. After being in contact with Han Feng for so many days, I know very well what kind of person he is. This guy is definitely an insatiable lord. He must have seen so many treasure chests on the ground and became greedy, wanting to ask for more benefits. Under the current circumstances, if Han Feng is not allowed to succeed, he will definitely not help. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said seriously, I was just joking with you just now. After all, we are friends. How could I stand by and watch someone die? Originally, the most he could earn from treating Lu Chushuang and others was a black iron treasure chest. And this time, you could get a silver treasure chest. It was enough to satisfy him. Agree, Yu Lingshan was stunned. Just now, Han Feng said a lot. Don't even mention how serious what he said was. The meaning was very clear. He would not help Lu Chushuang. However, after Zhao Yunxi promised to give him a silver treasure chest, he immediately changed his mind. So he's only willing to make a move for the silver treasure chest? This is too realistic. Zhao Yunxi reminded, hurry up and save them. Han Feng nodded, squatted beside Lu Chushuang, and reminded her with a serious expression. Your injured area is too sensitive, and your pants are torn. If I stare at you, it will be impolite to you. Therefore, I plan to treat you with your eyes closed. If I touch a place that should not be touched, I hope you can understand. Lu Chushuang. Han Feng didn't care about this when he was treating her before. Do you respect her now? When did it become so good? Han Feng put his hand on the wound and immediately released a healing talent. Bathed in a milky white light, the wound healed instantly. Lu Chushuang quickly got up from the ground, covering her buttocks with her hands. Is it necessary to hide it? It's as if I haven't seen it. Han Feng muttered to himself, then stood up, pretending to be tired. I have tried my best and finally cured Lu Chushuang. Pretend, keep pretending. Zhao Yunxi looked disdainful. Han Feng sighed softly, then turned to Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan. You two are also injured. Do you need treatment? Yu Lingshan's eyes widened. Do you still have the energy? Judging from Han Feng's appearance, he has consumed too much mental energy. Does he still have enough energy to treat them? Han Feng said calmly, your injuries are not serious. You only need a little mental strength. It won't be a big problem. Zhao Yunxi got straight to the point. How many treasure chests do you want? If Han Feng doesn't ask for too much, it would be nice to let him help with the treatment. If the lion had opened its mouth wide, this would not be necessary. 1 black iron treasure chest per person is enough. Han Feng smiled faintly. Make a deal. Zhao Yunxi didn't think twice. Han Feng then walked up to Zhao Yunxi and the other person and gave them some simple treatment. After the treatment, Zhao Yunxi gave Han Feng a silver treasure chest and 2 black iron treasure chests. Han Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he swept his eyes across the ground and turned to face Zhao Yunxi and the other two. I want to make a deal with you. What? Zhao Yunxi was slightly startled. Han Feng rubbed his nose gently and said, I'll help you open the treasure chests, and I'll take 1/3 of the supplies. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned. It's just opening a treasure chest. All you need are hands. Do you really need Han Feng's help to open it? And this guy wants to take away 1/3 of the supplies. Do you really think they're fools? Lu Chushuang snorted. We could drive by ourselves. No need to bother you. Han Feng said meaningfully. The way I open a treasure chest is different from the way you open a treasure chest. What's the difference? Yu Lingshan couldn't help but ask. Han Feng said calmly, my luck is better than yours. Cut. Lu Chushuang looked at him with disdain. Zhao Yunxi was a little curious. Han Feng, why do you say that? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Think about it. So far, besides me, who else has sold sanitary napkins, women's underwear, and the like? Isn't this enough to prove that I'm lucky? Zhao Yunxi and the other two recalled it, and it seemed to be true. Apart from Han Feng, no one has ever found a sanitary napkin in a treasure chest. The chances of him prescribing women's products are indeed very high. Zhao Yunxi's heart moved. Can you guarantee to prescribe sanitary napkins? If Han Feng can guarantee this, it is not impossible to make a deal with him. Han Feng said calmly, I can't guarantee it, but if even I can't give it, you have no hope. Zhao Yunxi and the other two looked at each other, as if they were having a conversation. In the end, the three agreed to make a deal with Han Feng. But he only agreed to open the bronze treasure chest for Han Feng. Because so far, only bronze treasure chests can produce things like sanitary napkins. In this way, even if Han Feng cannot prescribe sanitary napkins, their loss will not be too great. No problem. Han Feng accepted it with pleasure. Yu Lingshan couldn't wait any longer. Han Feng, please open it quickly. Han Feng did not rush to act, but instead looked at the 5 bronze treasure chests in front of him and secretly communicated with them. Dear treasure chest brothers, we're yours in. So far, I have opened many bronze treasure chests, but no dangerous items have been found. But it doesn't prove that the bronze treasure chest is not dangerous. To be safe, it's better to ask clearly. Who are you calling your brother? Are we familiar with you? Who are you licking your face for? Do you think you're handsome? What do you want to know? We have to tell you. Who do you think you are? You'd better go somewhere cooler. I'm annoyed just looking at you. Look at your face. It's so ugly. Someone who doesn't know would think you've eaten shit. 5 bronze treasure chests taunt mercilessly. Han Feng's face suddenly turned dark, and his chest heaved violently. Chapter 196, The Fifth Puppet Stone. Han Feng, what's wrong with you? Yu Lingshan asked curiously. For some unknown reason, why did Han Feng's expression become so ugly? Who provoked him? Fine. Han Feng suppressed his inner anger and let out a breath. These 5 treasure chests are really asking for death. If I don't catch them today, I will find it hard to swallow the anger in my heart. Be sure to give them a lot of strength. Logically speaking, it would be most appropriate for an engineer shovel to do it. But now the engineer shovel is not with me, so I have to do it myself. Han Feng stared at the 5 treasure chests, took a deep breath, and suddenly began to sing. I'll use my little fist to hit your chest. To be honest, Han Feng can be considered excellent in other aspects. But singing, it's really hard to put into words. In terms of disgustingness, it is even worse than an engineer shovel. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned on the spot. I was stunned for a moment, and suddenly my stomach felt churning. He only lasted a second before bending over and retching. At this moment, they had a deep feeling. Han Feng's singing is 3 times more vicious than biological weapons. That's really soul-destroying. The 5 bronze treasure chests also couldn't bear it and started retching. Han Feng, stop singing, it could kill people. Lu Chushuang roared. Seeing that it was working, Han Feng stopped. At this moment, he did not feel ashamed at all, but rather a little relieved. Because from then on, he could be considered to have master skill. In the future, even if the engineer shovel is not with you, you can still interrogate the treasure chest through your singing. Zhao Yunxi took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, then rolled her eyes at Han Feng. Han Feng, why are you singing for no reason? Don't you know there are other people around you? Have you ever considered our feelings? Lu Chushuang complained. Just now, I felt like my soul was being whipped. I almost died of nausea. Han Feng rubbed his nose and began to fool around. I have a habit. Every time before I open a treasure chest, I have to pray. Only in this way can I get more good things. Zhao Yunxi and the other two were stunned after hearing this. Praying and singing? And it's such a disgusting song? Han Feng's way of praying is a bit strange. If this could produce something good, they would be convinced. Han Feng then faced the 5 bronze treasure chests, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and said viciously, Have you seen my methods? Let me ask you whether you will be convinced or not. I give in. The 5 treasure chests trembled. Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Tell me, what are you putting in there? First bronze chest. I contain a pair of women's underwear. Second bronze treasure chest. I contain a stone. The third bronze treasure chest. I contain a box of milk. The fourth bronze treasure chest. I contain a pack of sanitary napkins. The fifth bronze treasure chest. I also put a stone in it. Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. There were actually 5 stones in the 5 treasure chests. The stones opened from the bronze treasure chest are definitely not ordinary items. They're most likely one of the puppet stones, earth spirit stones, or Shirong stones. At present, he has collected 4 puppet stones, and only one is left to fuse into a stone puppet. Could one of these 2 stones be the puppet stone? Thinking of this, Han Feng was extremely looking forward to it. Han Feng, have you finished praying? Open the treasure chest quickly. Yu Lingshan reminded. Han Feng recovered and smiled. No problem. After saying that, he opened the 4th bronze treasure chest. Amidst a burst of light, a pack of sanitary napkins slowly emerged. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were stunned. They actually prescribed sanitary napkins? Could it be that Han Feng's prayers really worked? Isn't this too weird? Just as he was stunned, Han Feng opened the first treasure chest. A pair of pink women's panties emerged. Zhao Yunxi and the other 2 were extremely excited. Whether it is sanitary napkins or women's underwear, they are things they urgently need. This is too good a luck. Then, Han Feng opened the 3rd treasure chest, and a box of milk appeared in front of him. In terms of value, it may not be as good as sanitary napkins and women's underwear, but it's okay. After opening these 3 treasure chests, Han Feng concentrated, because the remaining 2 treasure chests are filled with stones. No matter whether it is puppet stone or earth spirit stone, it will shoot out the moment it is opened. If you're not careful, you will suffer trauma, so you have to be careful. After Han Feng was ready, he opened the 2nd treasure chest. No stone shot out from it. Proves that what is installed is not puppet stone and earth spirit stone. Han Feng looked carefully and saw a fiery red stone in front of him. It was actually a flame stone. This thing could be used to help upgrade the oil lamp, which is urgently needed at the moment. Han Feng curled his lips and immediately opened the last bronze treasure chest. The moment it opened, a black stone shot out and hit Han Feng in the face. Careful! Zhao Yunxi screamed. The last time she opened the treasure chest, a stone came out and hit her hard on the chest, causing her serious injuries. She knew very well how terrible the lethality of this stone was, and was really worried that Han Feng would be injured by it. Han Feng was prepared. The moment the black stone shot towards him, he suddenly made a move and grabbed it in his palm. Then he looked at it carefully, and after confirming that it was a puppet stone, he couldn't stop smiling. With this puppet stone, the 5 puppet stones are now complete, and I can fuse them when I go back later. Seeing that Han Feng was not injured, Zhao Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Han Feng, the treasure chests are all opened. Let's distribute the supplies. Han Feng said bluntly, I just need 2 stones. Lu Chushuang flatly refused. We agreed before that you would take 1/3 of the supplies, but now you want to take 2/5. This is definitely not okay. Han Feng looked at Lu Chushuang as if she was a fool. The 1/3 I mentioned is not calculated based on the number of treasure chests, but based on the value of the materials opened. Do you think the value of 2 broken stones is comparable to the other 3 items? In terms of value, these 2 stones far surpass the other 3 items. However, Lu Chushuang definitely didn't know the ins and outs of this. Lu Chushuang blushed and said unconvincedly, that red stone is not trash. It is a flame stone, a spiritual material that can enhance fire magic weapons. Han Feng snorted. Even if the flame stone is a spiritual material, the other stone is useless. In this way, I have chosen one of the 4 items. What are you dissatisfied with? Lu Chushuang was speechless. That seems to be the case. In this case, wouldn't Han Feng be at a disadvantage? But is he a loser? Han Feng glanced at Lu Chushuang and stuffed 2 stones into her hands. I'll give you both stones. Can you pick another item? Chapter 1, 97 Fusion of Stone Puppet. Lu Chushuang quickly put the 2 stones back into Han Feng's hands. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? Although the flame stone is of considerable value, in their eyes, it is far less important than a pack of sanitary napkins. If Han Feng took the sanitary napkins away, they would have to trade them back with Han Feng. That would be a bit of a loss. Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned to look at Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan. What about you two? Do you have any objections? No. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan didn't even consider it. For them, just getting sanitary napkins and underwear is enough. Even if Han Feng asked for another box of milk, they would not object. In that case, I will go back. Han Feng smiled, grabbed 2 stones, and left with a silver treasure chest and 2 black iron treasure chests. Watching Han Feng's back as he left, Yu Lingshan muttered, "This is really weird. Why can Han Feng prescribe sanitary napkins, but we can't? Is it really because of the prayers?" The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lu Chushuang thought for a moment and said, "If this is the reason, won't we know it after a test?" How to test it? Yu Lingshan became curious. Lu Chushuang picked up a black iron treasure chest, stared at it intently, and after thinking for a while, she imitated Han Feng and sang. I have to say, her voice is still very beautiful, but when paired with the lyrics, it seems a bit out of place. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were both stunned. What is Lu Chushuang trying to do? Could it be that he was stimulated by something? Yu Lingshan couldn't help but ask, "Lu Chushuang, what are you doing?" Lu Chushuang said seriously, "Didn't Han Feng pray by singing before? I plan to try it too." So that's what happened. Yu Lingshan muttered thoughtfully. Zhao Yunxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Will it work? Whether it works or not, you will know after you open the treasure chest. Lu Chushuang smiled and opened the lid of the treasure chest. With a bang, a black gas gushed out of the treasure chest with a pungent odor, which felt like a loud and smelly fart. Lu Chushuang was caught off guard, and her originally fair face was turned dark and dusty by the black air. Just at this moment, a breeze blew in, causing her hair to fly up and down, making her look even more disheveled. How so? Lu Chushuang was in a mess. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop laughing, you two. Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth and stomped her feet hard. She was so miserable, but Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan didn't even bother to comfort her. Instead, they laughed at her. It's so abominable. Zhao Yunxi restrained her smile and asked tentatively, Lu Chushuang, are you okay? Just a bit of a stink. Lu Chushuang said depressedly. Yu Lingshan's big eyes flickered slightly, and she said meaningfully, it seems that your prayers have no effect. After Han Feng finished praying, good things appeared one after another. When it came to Lu Chushuang, it would have been fine if nothing good came out, but instead, it turned out to be nothing but fart. This is a bit sad. I prayed in the same way as Han Feng. Why is the effect different? Is it because the singing is not disgusting enough? Lu Chushuang fell in a deep thought. On the other side, after Han Feng returned to the shelter, he saw the 2 spirit pets lying on the ground like 2 puddles of mud, and it was obvious that they were exhausted. Little mouse, are you done? Han Feng chuckled. The blue electric mouse looked up at Han Feng and said weakly, Brother, we have fulfilled our mission. Han Feng's heart moved, and he turned to look at the fighting corn and calmly activated his insight talent to observe it. Target, combat corn. Level 5. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 5. Mental strength, 50. Talent, corn bomb. After confirming that the combat corn had been promoted to level 5, Han Feng raised his lips slightly and asked the blue electric mouse, Little mouse, how about you? Have you been promoted? Just now, the blue electric mouse killed more than 100 iron beetles and gained a lot of experience points, so there is a good chance that it will be promoted to a higher level. Brother, I have been promoted to level 5. The blue electric mouse perked up a little. Very good. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the 5 black iron treasure chests on the ground and entered the thatched hut, plus the 3 treasure chests brought back from Zhao Yunxi. There are a total of 7 dark iron treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Han Feng did not rush to open it, but took out the 5 puppets and said to them, You 5 brothers have gathered together and can be integrated. The 5 puppet stones glowed at the same time and quickly gathered together, fusing into a palm-sized stone man that looked like a small stone sculpture. Han Feng was dumbfounded. After all this effort, this is the only thing you came up with? What can this little thing do? Can be crushed with 1 kick. At this moment, Han Feng felt that all his efforts had gone to waste. Brother, what's wrong with you? The stone puppet looked up at Han Feng and asked softly. Han Feng had a gloomy face and said unhappily, Aren't you a stone puppet? How can there be such a small puppet? What can it do? The stone puppet was a little indignant. Brother, I'm very strong. Don't underestimate me. Yeah, Han Feng muttered something and quickly activated his insight talent. Target, Stone Golem. Level 1. Attack power, 30. Agility, 10. Defense, 50. Mental strength, 15. Talents, enlargement, ground spikes, quicksand. After reading the message, Han Feng was surprised. The initial attributes of the stone puppet are ridiculously high, especially its defense, which goes as high as 50 points. It is really incredible. In addition, it actually has 3 talents. The talent of becoming bigger is easy to understand. It simply means becoming taller. So were the talents of ground spikes and quicksand. Han Feng curled his lips and said, "Little stone, you are a little different. You didn't disappoint me. You didn't look like that just now." The stone puppet muttered softly. "What are you mumbling about?" Han Feng's eyes widened. "I mean, Big Brother has a good eye for talent." The stone puppet smiled awkwardly. "You are quite sensible, kid." Han Feng nodded and whispered, "Tell me about your 3 talents." Stone Golem. The first talent is my combat form. I can transform into a 5-meter giant at most, and all attributes will be improved by 10 on the original basis. The second talent is to summon a sharp ground spike to launch a sneak attack on the target. The third talent is to form a 5-square-meter quicksand trap. Once you fall into it, your movements will be greatly restricted. Little stone, you are quite awesome. Han Feng became excited. Chapter 198, What do you threaten me with? Thank you for the compliment, Big Brother. The stone puppet chuckled. Han Feng collected his thoughts, opened the space bag, took out the Earth Spirit Stone, and gave it to the stone puppet, successfully helping him to advance to level 2. Then, he brought the stone puppet to the courtyard and said to it, "From today on, you officially become a member of the shelter. Go say hello to the other members and get to know each other." "Okay, Big Brother." The stone puppet walked towards the 2 spirit pets and started to communicate with them happily. Han Feng took out the flame stone and came to the oil lamp. "Little oil lamp, open your mouth." The oil lamp opened its mouth excitedly. Han Feng stuffed the flame stone into the oil lamp's mouth. When the oil lamp was completely consumed, he activated his insight talent to observe. Target, oil lamp. Level 5. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 20 plus 10. Mental power, 40 plus 10. Talents, blessing, dispel, moonlight ice blade, golden flame shield. Seeing that the oil lamp had been upgraded to level 5, Han Feng smiled. He then entered the thatched hut and looked at the 8 treasure chests on the ground. After some threats, the 8 treasure chests were finally surrendered. The final result was that the silver treasure chest contained an experience book, and the 7 black iron treasure chests each contained a pair of high heels. At this stage, high heels have almost no value and cannot be traded even if one wants to. Fortunately, Han Feng still has a pair of smart boots. This thing is upgraded by devouring various shoes. These 7 pairs of high heels can be used just for that. Afterwards, Han Feng gave the 7 pairs of high heels to the smart boots to be swallowed. It's a pity that the quantity is a bit small, and the agile boots were not upgraded as desired. Later, Han Feng took the experience book and pressed it against his forehead. This experience book is a low-quality experience book containing only 300 experience points, which is not enough to help him level up. After doing all this, it was already noon. Han Feng simply made some rice porridge. After eating, he lay down on the grass bed and opened the regional channel chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, are you all alive? I almost lost sight of you. Su Lin, it was really dangerous this time. I almost lost my life. Yao Mi sighed, a lot of people died this time. Our district suddenly lost more than 1,000 people. It was really not easy to survive. Su Mao, fortunately my buddy was smart, otherwise I would have died. Lu Tai, Su Mao, if I remember correctly, you're the only one left on your island, right? You awakened a rubbish talent. How did you survive? Su Mao, my buddy hid in a pit, that's how he survived. Everyone, hiding in a pit. Aren't you afraid of being sick to death? This is too much. Su Mao, I know you feel disgusted, but I have no choice. If I don't hide in the pit, I will die. If you were in my place, you would make the same choice as me. Zhang Linlin, I would rather choose death. Yang Shuyang, a real man would rather die in battle than live in disgrace. I feel ashamed for you. Su Mao, of course you can say that if you were powerful, but if it were us who are powerless, what else could we do except hide in the pit? Wu Dahai, it seems like you're the only one in our district who hid in the pit. Su Mao, I don't know about others, but Chen Chong also awakened a rubbish talent. If he were alive, he would have definitely hidden in the cesspool. Chen Chong, you're talking nonsense. Pseudo Mao, you don't admit it, right? Chen Chong, I admit it. I didn't hide in the cesspool. Pseudo Mao, then how did you survive? Chen Chong, I had made preparations long ago and dug a hole in the ground. Before the black beetles arrived, I got into the hole and was safe and sound. Su Da Mao was dumbfounded. Can you dig holes in the ground? Chen Chong, do you think everyone is as brainless as you? Su Da Mao, Li Pang Pang, if I had known that hiding in a hole could save me from disaster, I would have done so. Zhang Sheng, don't you have the talent of an Iron Man? Those iron beetles can't do anything to you, right? Li Pang Pang, you don't know, those iron beetles are so insidious. They specifically attack my little brother and explode themselves. Even if I transform into an Iron Man, I can't withstand it. Everyone, Jiang Feng, is your little Gigi safe? Li Pang Pang, my buddy remained calm in the face of danger. I used both hands to protect my vital parts and lay on the ground. This was how I was able to save my life. Peng Yu smacked his lips. You were so miserable. Zhao Yunxi, our shelter was destroyed by iron beetles. Do you have a blueprint for building a thatched house or a wooden fence? I will buy it at a high price. Jiang DePeo, I have a blueprint for building a wooden fence. What do you want to exchange it for? Zhao Yunxi, a silver treasure chest. Jiang DePeo, add a little more. Zhao Yunxi, I'll give you another box of milk. Jiang DePeo, deal. Wu Hao, Zhao Yunxi, I have a blueprint for building a wooden house. Do you want it? Zhao Yunxi suddenly became excited. Yes. The defensive power of a wooden house is far superior to that of a thatched house. Living in a wooden house is definitely safer than living in a thatched house. Lu Tai, Wu Hao, I want one too. Li Pang Pang, and me. The lure of the log house construction blueprints was so great that many people expressed their desire to buy one. Wu Hao curled his lips and said, since you all want it, then compete fairly. I will trade with whoever bids the highest. Li Pang Pang, I offer 100 maggots and 5 black iron treasure chests. Lu Tai, I offer a quilt, 20 eggs, and a silver treasure chest. Pan Yinlian, I will give you 3 silver treasure chests. Yang Mi, I offer a wooden bed and 10 pairs of men's sports shoes. Zhao Yunxi was determined to get this blueprint and gritted her teeth. I will give you 3 silver treasure chests and 10 black iron treasure chests. Han Feng was also very interested in this blueprint. But on second thought, his thatched hut can be upgraded by consuming thatch, and its current defense has exceeded that of an ordinary cabin. Even if he exchanges it for it, it will not be of much use, so he did not participate in the competition. Wu Hao thought about it, and finally decided to trade with Zhao Yunxi. Yang Mi, anyone want shoes? If so, please contact me. Han Feng immediately closed the chat group and sent a private message to Yang Mi. Yang Mi, I want all 10 pairs of your shoes. Yang Mi, these shoes come in different sizes, and you may not be able to wear some of them. Han Feng, you don't have to worry about this. Just exchange it for me. He wasn't wearing them himself, but using them as food for the boots of agility. So no matter what size shoe you wear, it doesn't matter. Yang Mi, what can you give me? Han Feng, a bucket of peanut oil, a bag of peanuts, and a box of instant noodles. Yang Mi, today's shoes are still very valuable. The chips you gave can only be exchanged for 5 pairs. Han Feng, I want them all, and you can't refuse them. Yang Mi was almost laughing out of anger. It's my stuff. I have the right to choose. How can you threaten me? Han Feng, I can indeed threaten you. You have no choice. Yang Mi laughed. What do you want to threaten me with? Chapter 199, Capturing Bakul. Han Feng, as a woman, you can't live without sanitary napkins and other things. So far, I'm the only one who can offer these things. If you don't trade the shoes to me, don't even think about getting a pack of sanitary napkins from me in the future. Yang Mi was slightly startled and said disdainfully, who said that only you can prescribe sanitary napkins? Diliriba can do it too. She prescribed several packs yesterday. Han Feng said meaningfully, I forgot to tell you, I helped Diliriba open those treasure chests. If she opened them herself, she might not be able to get sanitary napkins. Yang Mi, Han Feng, if you don't believe it, go ask her. Yang Mi immediately contacted Diliriba. Diliriba, did Han Feng help you open those treasure chests? Doraba Dilmarat, yes. Upon learning the result, Yang Mi sighed helplessly. She knew very well that she was in Han Feng's hands again this time. Yang Mi, I agree to the deal. Han Feng curled his lips. Let's go to the trading hall. The transaction was completed, and Han Feng received 10 pairs of brand new sneakers, which he gave to the smart boots to devour. Wait until the boots of agility have finished absorbing everything. Then quietly activate the insight talent to observe. Target, boots of agility. Level 3. Degree of evolution, 0. Attack power, 0. Agility, 20 plus 20. Mental strength, 20 plus 20. Talents, agility enhancement, level 3. Mental strength recovery, level 3. Seeing that the boots of agility had been upgraded to level 3, Han Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise, and then he began to rest. An hour later, the nap was over. Han Feng walked out of the thatched hut and was about to go to the beach with his 2 pets. The pea shooter suddenly spoke up. "Brother, something's happening." "Explain," Han Feng whispered. The pea shooter said quickly, "The flying woman has appeared again. She is picking up treasure chests around the island. She has already picked up 3. Grass." Han Feng couldn't help but curse. This flying woman must be the Batwoman we met yesterday. This guy has picked up countless treasure chests around the island. Originally, these treasure chests should have belonged to him. But someone else got there first. How can I not be angry? "Don't let me catch you," Han Feng muttered viciously. "That's not right." The pea shooter suddenly let out a light exclamation. "What's wrong?" Han Feng frowned. "Pea shooter, this woman is much thinner and shorter. She is obviously not the one who came yesterday." Han Feng started to grumble. "Are there 2 Batgirls? If this is really the case, then forget about getting the treasure chest in the future. No, we must not let them continue to succeed." Han Feng's mind was working rapidly, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought a way to deal with Batgirl. Then, he left the shelter with the 2 spirit pets and the stone puppet. A few minutes later, we arrived at the beach. "Han Feng, here we come." De Zhuang and his wife greeted Han Feng warmly. "De Zhuang, you 2 go back to the cave first. I have something to take care of." Han Feng gave an order. De Zhuang and Xiao Rou didn't ask any questions and quickly went into the beach under the reef. Han Feng turned to the 7-star mouse and said, "Little squirrel, can you turn into a treasure chest?" "No problem." The 7-star rat made a promise. "Very good." Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and then ordered, "Turn into golden treasure." The 7-star rat was covered in light. Its figure became blurred, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden treasure chest. From the appearance, it is exactly the same as a real golden treasure chest, and there is no detectable clue at all. Han Feng then instructed the puppet stone, "Little stone, hide on the beach below the little squirrel and set up a quicksand trap." "Yes." The stone puppet whooshed into the beach below the 7-star rat, and then released a quicksand talent. Quicksand had already formed on the beach within a 5-meter radius. Once you enter it, it will be like being stuck in a quagmire, and your movements will be greatly restricted. Han Feng pointed to a patch of grass nearby and said, "Little mouse, hide in the grass and wait for your chance to strike." The blue electric mouse looked up at Han Feng and asked in confusion, "Brother, what are we going to do?" Han Feng smiled slightly. "I guess that when the Batgirl sees the golden treasure chest, she will definitely fly down to pick it up. If you work together at that time, there's a great chance that you can catch her. So it's to catch Batgirl." The blue electric mouse suddenly realized something and said with emotion, "As expected of the big brother, he is still as insidious as ever." Apart from Han Feng, who else could have thought of such a vicious method? When it comes to insidiousness, Han Feng is definitely at the top level, and no one can compare to him. "Why are you sighing? Hurry up and get ready." Han Feng's eyes widened. "Okay, big brother." The blue electric mouse quickly dived into the grass. Han Feng stayed away from this place. If discovered by Batgirl, she might not dare to come down to pick up the treasure chest, so you have to stay away from it. Soon, Han Feng arrived at the place where the ancient war tree originally grew. After the ancient war tree left, it left a deep pit on the ground, which was perfect for hiding. Han Feng lay in the deep pit, looking out and waiting silently. Half an hour passed, but there was no sign of Batwoman. Han Feng was getting a little impatient, and just when he was about to give up, a black dot appeared in the air in the distance. As time went by, the shadow grew bigger. When she got close to the island, her true appearance was revealed, and it turned out to be a Batwoman. Just like what the pea shooter said, this Batwoman is much thinner. But the pair of markers on the chest are not small at all. She can even compete with Yuling Shan. Han Feng only took one look and felt the urge to pinch it. Of course, now is not the time. You have to catch it first. Batgirl came to the sky above the island and looked at the golden treasure chest disguised as a 7-star rat on the beach, her eyes filled with a layer of burning color. But she did not fly down immediately but looked around vigilantly. Han Feng was afraid of being discovered, so he quickly hid in a pit. Batgirl searched for a while and found no danger, so she slowly flew to the ground. The moment he landed, he felt as if his feet were stepping into a swamp. Batgirl was slightly startled, but didn't think much about it. Instead, she reached out and grabbed the golden treasure chest. As soon as the finger touched the treasure chest, a light suddenly burst out from it. The next moment, the treasure chest disappeared, and a squirrel appeared in front of her, grinning at her. Batgirl was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that there was no golden treasure chest here at all, but the squirrel in front of her was in disguise. Why did the other party do this? It was probably directed at her. In other words, this is a trap. Chapter 200, Capture Batgirl. Thinking of this, Batgirl's heart trembled, and she flapped her wings on her back frantically, trying to escape from here. Bang! Just at this moment, two huge stone hands suddenly emerged from the beach and grabbed Batwoman's ankles. The one who took action was none other than the stone puppet. At this time, it has transformed into a 2-meter-tall puppet through its talent for enlargement. Those two big hands, like two big pincers, tightly pinched Batwoman's feet. Batgirl was so frightened that her face turned pale. Before she could react, a blue lightning broke through the air and hit her chest hard. After this blow, Batgirl trembled all over and her mind became a little blurry. At this moment, the 7-star rat flashed behind the Batwoman and immediately activated its hardness talent, making its tail as hard as an iron rod. Let me give her a fatal blow. An evil look appeared on the corner of the 7-star rat's mouth. He swung his tail and gave Batwoman a 1,000-year kill. Forehead. Batgirl only felt her soul tremble and let out a painful groan. After suffering 3 severe blows in succession, he could no longer hold on and fell straight to the ground. Han Feng heard the noise and rushed out of the pit. Because he was wearing the nimble boots, his speed was already at its maximum. He rushed to Batwoman like a hurricane and kicked her in the head. This kick put Batgirl into a semi-comatose state. Han Feng did not give up, but took out a straw rope and quickly tied up the Batgirl. After doing all this, he looked at her intently and quietly activated his talent for insight. Target, Batgirl. Level 5. Experience value, 100-600. Constitution, Strength, 10 plus 50. Agility, 20 plus 50. Defense, 10 plus 50. Mental power, 10 plus 50. Talents, 5-mile vision, dimensional space, begging for mercy. Compared with the previous one, this Batgirl is far behind the previous one in terms of level and attributes. They are not on the same level at all. However, she also has 3 talents. And there will also be a dimensional space, maybe all the treasure chests picked up before are stored in it. In addition, there is a very special talent begging for mercy. This talent sounds a bit shameful. What kind of abilities will it have? Just as Han Feng was about to ask, Batgirl suddenly turned to look at Han Feng with a pitiful look. Human, please let me go. Han Feng's expression froze, as if he was controlled by some will, and he subconsciously began to untie Batgirl. Brother, why are you untying her rope? The 7-star rat asked curiously. Han Feng suddenly woke up with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What happened just now? It's like being controlled? Could it be that Batwoman was behind this? Is it related to that begging talent? At this moment, Batgirl spoke again. I am so pitiful. Shut up. Han Feng swung his hand and slapped Batgirl hard on the cheek. Batgirl screamed and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Han Feng was worried that Batgirl would continue to use her talent, so he took out a magnifying glass and said to her, Little mirror, weaken her mental power. His mental strength was weakened, so he wanted to see how Batgirl could continue to act. The magnifying glass absorbed the sunlight and suddenly released a laser beam, consuming 30 points of Batgirl's mental power. Having lost so much mental power at once, Batgirl suddenly became listless and looked at Han Feng in horror. What did you do to me? It just consumed some of your mental energy. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, his eyes darkened slightly. Just now, what talent did you use on me? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude. Under Han Feng's gaze, Batgirl confessed honestly. I just used the begging talent. When I use it, it will make the target feel pity and stop hurting me. I see. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, and then changed the subject. Do you know why I arrested you? I don't know. Batgirl shook her head blankly. She had just arrived in this area today and had not offended Han Feng. I really don't understand why Han Feng attacked her. Han Feng said coldly, This island is my private territory, and the treasure chests around the island also belong to me. You came to my territory to pick up treasure chests without my permission, which is tantamount to stealing. It is also a criminal act. Who else should I arrest if not you? Batgirl argued. I didn't come to your island to pick up treasure chests. I just picked up treasure chests in the surrounding sea. Those treasure chests are ownerless. Who said they belong to you? How dare you be so stubborn? Feng glared, looking intimidating without even getting angry. Batgirl was so frightened that she trembled and dared not speak. Feng stared at the Batgirl and snorted. Since you didn't pick up the treasure chest on my island, why are you here? Forehead. Batgirl suddenly didn't know what to say. Because I saw a golden treasure chest before, I became greedy and came to Feng's island. Although the golden treasure chest is fake. However, it is an indisputable fact that Feng's territory was invaded. Feng has launched an expedition to hold those responsible accountable, and is also in the process of clearing up the mess. Thinking of this, Batgirl immediately apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I swear, I will never come to your island again. If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Feng sneered. Then how can you forgive me? Batgirl whispered tentatively. Feng coughed lightly. You invaded my territory and stole my treasure chest, causing me huge losses. Shouldn't you give me compensation? Should. Batgirl nodded. Feng curled his lips. I am the most reasonable person. As long as you give me satisfactory compensation, I will let you go. Batgirl looked embarrassed and said, but I don't have anything on me. How about you let me go first, and I'll give it to you when I get the things back. No need to go through so much trouble. Just open the dimension and give me the things inside. Feng said meaningfully. Batgirl was stunned. How did Feng know that she had a dimensional space? After a pause, Batgirl said, what dimensional space do I have? Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Batgirl's chest intentionally or unintentionally, with an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. It's okay if you don't admit it. I'll increase your strength later. What do you want to do? Batgirl swallowed, her eyes filled with fear. Feng's eyes clearly held ill intentions. You won't force her, will you? Now she was tied up and had no power to resist. If Feng really did this, Batgirl didn't dare to imagine further and became more and more panicked. Feng chuckled. In this world, there is no one I can't control. I advise you to be sensible.